Introduction asterisk. Transported to a fantastical realm of swords and sorcery, she is Kristin Stewart, a hereditary noble of the Fran kingdom, a dragon-blood sorceress, a prodigious mage, and the most exquisite beauty of the continent. The symptoms of her dragon-blood sorceress lineage manifest as physical transformations. However, in this world filled with deities, demons, magic, and myriad extraordinary creatures, her changes, though peculiar, are not insurmountable. Initially, she strives for ascension to master her bloodline's impulses, later contemplating the possibility of attaining divinity given her remarkable prowess. Chapter 1. Origins. In the Europa continent, within the Fran Kingdom, Brittany County, a caravan traverses a wooded path. Leading the procession is a knight clad in full armor upon his steed, followed by two squire knights bearing banners, one emblazoned with the Stewart family crest, the other with the emblem of the Bernard family. Behind them, a four-wheeled carriage is escorted by 4 cavalrymen. This world resembles medieval Europe on Blue Star, characterized by numerous nations, sparse populations, and low productivity. Thus, aside from cities and towns, all roads are unpaved. Fortunately, noble carriages are equipped with shock absorbers, and the hereditary coachmen possess reliable skills, minimizing issues. Emerging from the forest, Knight Eric Bernard rides alongside the carriage and knocks on its door, prompting the maid to open the window. "Elena, please inform the young lady that we have entered the Baron's territory." "Certainly," she replies. Opposite Elena sits a slender girl in a mage's robe, her skin as smooth as jade, with long black hair cascading to her waist, and a beauty that rivals that of the divine, particularly her enchanting black eyes. Kristin Stewart, the only daughter of Baron Stewart, a first-tier dragon-blood sorceress and first-tier mage, is renowned as Brittany's most beautiful tulip. Her father, Baron Alexander Stewart, is a 5th-tier dragon-blood sorcerer, while her mother, Felocial Morningstar, is an elf and a 7th-tier mage. Sorcerers are known for their captivating allure, and the elven race is celebrated for their extraordinary beauty. Hence, Kristin has inherited the best traits from both parents. In truth, she is a transmigrator, her soul having attached to the embryo during her mother's pregnancy, thus leading her to this life as a noble maiden. She has been studying at the Mage Guild in the capital of Brittany, Rennes City, and is now hurrying home due to a grave family incident. Her parents' ship has met with disaster at sea, with no survivors confirmed. Eric Bernard arrived promptly to deliver the news and escort her back to inherit her title. In this continent, nobility follows a strict primogeniture system, wherein the title passes to the eldest son. In the absence of a son, the eldest daughter may inherit the title. Book setting. Dragonblood sorcerers typically enjoy a lifespan of 500 years, while elves live approximately 300 years. However, the long-lived races face challenges in producing offspring. Thus, Kristin is their sole daughter. Ordinarily, the Stewart couple would have had several centuries to continue their lineage, but the unforeseen tragedy has altered their fate. The Baron's territory is not small, and given the carriage's limited speed, it takes a day to reach their destination, Stewart Castle. The Brittany River flows southward into the sea but bends around rocky hills at this point, with the castle perched atop the highest point of the bay's hills. The entire castle is constructed from sturdy giant stones, surrounded on the north, west, and south by the river and steep cliffs over 20 meters high, while the opposite side features a gentle slope with a moat, beneath which lies Dragonclaw Town. As one of the earliest noble families granted land in Brittany County, an ancestor of the Stewart family naturally chose this prime location for their castle. It is well known that magic users earn substantial incomes. However, while dragonblood sorcerers are spellcasters, their abilities stem from innate talent. Thus, ancestors of the Stewart family who possessed magical aptitude pursued the study of spells as a secondary occupation, while those without focused on wealth accumulation to expand the castle, amass weaponry, or collect rare treasures. By the time of Kristin's grandfather, the castle's scale and opulence rivaled that of Earl Wren. Dragonclaw Town is the most populous and prosperous settlement in Brittany County, second only to Rennes City. Approaching the town, they encounter merchants and travelers who, upon sighting the Stewart banner, promptly step aside and doff their hats in respect. Upon entering the town, the smooth cobblestone road allows the caravan to accelerate. The caravan reaches the castle's exterior, where soldiers stationed in the watchtower spot the banner and Eric Bernard from afar, promptly opening the castle gates. The carriage halts in the courtyard, and the coachman lowers the footstep. Elena disembarks first, followed by Kristin. Members of the Stewart family, vassals, knights, and officials await nearby, bowing and greeting her as she alights from the carriage. After returning the salutes, Kristin invites everyone into the castle hall. Kristin unreservedly takes her seat at the head of the table, with her uncle, Liam Stewart, a 6th-tier knight, seated to her left, alongside Eric Bernard, a 7th-tier knight, Albert Loasso, a 6th-tier knight, and the steward, Victor Duran, along with the territory's internal affairs officer, tax officer, and agricultural officer. To her right are vassals Lord Etienne Messier, Lord Pierre Rogrand, and several attendants. Kristin inquires, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have already heard from Knight Eric about the events. Where are the official documents?" Steward Victor Duran presents a piece of parchment. "Miss, this is the official document from the Noble Council." Kristin opens it to review the contents, which detail the investigation's findings, bearing the seal of the Fran Kingdom's Noble Council and the signature of the Order of Justice's priest. It is all too common for ships to encounter misfortune at sea. Due to communication limitations, the specifics of whether it was a storm or pirates remain unknown. However, if a vessel is not sighted at various ports for a significant duration, it is classified as an accident. While the death of ordinary civilians may go unnoticed, Baron Stewart is a noble of the kingdom, having sailed aboard a merchant vessel, prompting the Merchant Guild to conduct an investigation. Once confirmed, they report to the Noble Council, which in turn informs the family. The presence of the official document signifies that the matter is settled. "Victor, please commission the Thieves Guild to offer a bounty of 100 gold coins for information about my parents. Although confirmation has been received, hope must not be abandoned." "Understood." In this world, due to low prices, the purchasing power of gold coins is formidable. Victor, as the Baron Steward, earns an annual salary of merely 200 gold coins, while 1 gold coin exchanges for 100 silver coins and 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins, where a copper coin may be likened to a unit of currency. "Uncle Liam, please accompany me to the temple shortly. I wish to ask Priest Clement to pray for my parents." "As you wish." "Lord Pierre, could you please travel to the capital, France City, on my behalf to handle the succession matters?" "I will have Knight Albert accompany you." "Certainly." Lord Pierre has been responsible for external affairs of the Baron's territory and has made several trips to France City. Thus, he is the ideal choice for this task. Chapter 2. The Beginning. After inquiring about the recent affairs of the territory, Kristin and her uncle Liam proceed to the temple in Dragonclaw Town. Offspring of dragon blood sorcerers are notoriously scarce. Typically, a generation may consist of no more than 3 siblings. Kristin's grandfather had 2 sons, the eldest Alexander and the younger Liam, of whom only Kristin's father Alexander awakened the dragon blood sorcerer lineage. Though Liam did not awaken, he nonetheless possesses dragon blood, thereby easily comprehending martial energy and becoming a knight that in this world, where family interests reign supreme. The principle of primogeniture is an unyielding law. Younger sons and daughters receive a fixed annual stipend, which ceases upon the death of their parents. After all, the family heir has their own offspring to consider. Indiscriminately dividing the estate would only dilute the family wealth. Out of a sense of nostalgia, they might be engaged for some tasks, but it is not uncommon for them to be treated as mere vagrants thereafter. Liam, having become a knight, was granted a fief of a village, and naturally, all knights are required to serve their lord. As for matters such as assassinating an only heir like Kristin to inherit the family fortune, Liam, educated over the centuries, would never entertain such thoughts. Even if he did, in a world imbued with divine magic, such a deed would not go unnoticed. The entire family would be condemned and burned by the Church of the God of Order, leaving their land to be seized by the king. History has not been devoid of such madmen, yet they met with dire fates, dragging their families into ruin, their souls condemned to suffer even after death. The Lord, being a dragon-blooded sorcerer, naturally worships the dragon god. The wealth of the Stewart family has allowed for the construction of a grand temple. This world is populated by numerous deities, categorized by their domains. The god of light, the god of order, the goddess of agriculture, the god of war, the sea god, and others, including the elven goddess revered by elves and the dwarven god honored by dwarves. In essence, all must possess a faith. Those without one are doomed to suffer for a century on the wall of the faithless before their souls can find peace. The dragon god requires only the faith of dragons, perhaps supplemented by a few half-dragons. If one does not claim the territory of faith, other gods will. An increase in one god's followers results in a decrease for another. Hence, the establishment of the dragon church and dragon-blooded sorcerers, as dragons are akin to nuclear weapons. Trivial matters do not warrant such overwhelming force. With the dragon church actively engaging in the human realm, their influence is greatly enhanced. According to the covenant of the gods, every individual has the right to believe in any true deity and the freedom to change their faith, as belief cannot be coerced. While belief cannot be forced, it can be guided. Generally, the Lord's faith dictates that of their subjects, as they live under the Lord's governance. Exceptions exist for those serving the Lord, such as scholars who worship the god of knowledge, magical consultants devoted to the goddess of magic, and advisors aligned with the goddess of agriculture. Of course, not all mages must adhere to the goddess of magic, nor must all warriors worship the god of war. They may choose to follow the god of light or the god of order, just as not all actors are formally trained. Clement, a fifth-tier priest, presides over the temple in Dragonclaw Town and oversees the ecclesiastical affairs of the entire barony. Upon learning of Kristine's visit, he promptly went out to greet her. Although he is a priest of a true god, he dared not presume too much in her presence. After all, he is merely a servant of the dragon god, while Kristine is of dragon blood, and who knows if her ancestors were not descendants of the dragon god. "Good day, Priest Clement," Kristine greeted first with a courteous bow. "Good afternoon, Miss Kristine," Clement replied politely. "Priest Clement, I wish to offer prayers for my parents." "Certainly, I shall make arrangements at once." In the case of a natural death, a funeral would be held, but since Baron and Baroness Stewart met with an accident at sea, a prayer ceremony would suffice. This world is rife with unexpected occurrences. Aside from cities, towns, villages, farmland, and roads, the rest consists of forests, grasslands, wastelands, swamps, and rivers or lakes. Primitive landscapes indeed, coupled with the presence of magical beasts and wild animals. Traveling requires companionship. Each year, there are reports of individuals who disappear without a trace, prompting various churches to establish relevant prayer ceremonies. Ceremonies for local lords are conducted with the utmost formality. Before long, the priest and attendants had prepared the setting. Carpets were laid, candles lit, and several priest apprentices took on the role of a choir, reciting hymns of blessing to the gods. Under Clement's guidance, Kristine knelt before the statue and whispered her prayers. With the existence of true deities, the souls of believers are reborn in the divine realm, enjoying eternal bliss. As a scion of dragon blood, her fate is even more secure. This is why the atmosphere does not seem overly sorrowful. After the ceremony, Liam also knelt before the statue to pray for Baron and Baroness Stewart, as the bond between dragon-blooded siblings is significantly stronger than that among ordinary nobles. Kristine received a purse from her maid, Elena, and handed it to Priest Clement, saying, "Priest, this 50 gold coins is an offering to the deity." Liam similarly presented a purse containing 10 gold coins, which Priest Clement gratefully accepted. In this world, discussing money openly is not taboo. When priests perform divine arts to heal the injured, they must establish the cost in advance, and subordinates often take pride in receiving rewards directly from their superiors. Concerns about priests embezzling funds are unfounded. Once ordained, a priest's standard of living, according to church guidelines, is far superior to that of the average person. A fifth-tier priest enjoys a status comparable to that of a knight, making embezzlement unnecessary. Moreover, this is a realm where true gods exist. Misappropriating offerings would inevitably shake one's faith, resulting in stagnation or even a decline in rank, with severe consequences including divine retribution. By the time they returned to the castle, it was already evening. Following Kristine's instructions, the kitchen had prepared a sumptuous dinner. The baron's vassals, officials, and knights remained for the feast, as strengthening bonds through such gatherings is essential. The main courses included roasted venison, braised beef ribs, wine-braised rabbit, fresh salmon and perch, roasted chicken, ham, and vegetable soup, complemented by pork pies and white bread, with wine and mead as beverages, along with desserts such as apple pie and strawberry pudding. The opulence of the feast rivaled that of a formal banquet hosted by an earl, especially given the use of expensive spices, leaving everyone quite satisfied. Following the banquet, Kristine penned a letter for Lord Pierre Rogran to deliver to the capital city of Fran, utilizing the Mage Guild's communication array to reach the Elven Kingdom. As her mother is of Elven descent, it was imperative to inform them of this grave incident. Although inter-kingdom communication from Fran to the Elven Kingdom costs 100 gold coins, it is a necessary expense. Chapter 244. All Seekers of Assistance, Part 4. On the first day following Kristine's return, she received the hereditary honorary Earl of Esther, discussing matters pertaining to the procurement of grain. The subsequent day, she journeyed to the capital of the Iberian Kingdom, Marguerite City, to negotiate with King Alfonso regarding relevant affairs. culminating in the formal signing of an agreement on the third day. It was not until the fourth day that the envoy of the Viscount of Cantabria, his eldest son, the Honorable Lord Calvin, was able to meet with the Earl of Stewart. Kristin offered a brief expression of courtesy, acknowledging her busy schedule over the past few days and hoping that Lord Calvin would understand. Lord Calvin immediately responded with a smile, assuring her of his comprehension. Given the significance of the Iberian kingdom's land-for-grain exchange, it was inconceivable that he would harbor any resentment for the slight delay, even if it extended a few more days. Previously, some nobles had referred to the Earl of Stewart as the greedy mother dragon, but ever since she took control of the entire Brittany County, all appellations had shifted to the respectful Earl of Stewart or Tulip of the Francia Kingdom. Women, as it is often said, can be rather sensitive. Even casual remarks could potentially reach the ears of the Earl, thus offending her without cause. Kristin inquired, Lord Calvin, what business does the Viscount of Cantabria have in sending you here? Your Grace, the army of demons has seized the territory of the Count of Navarre and is advancing toward the domain of the Viscount of Basque, with our Cantabria region as the next target. Therefore, my father has dispatched me to seek your assistance. Understanding that the half-elf territories would first seek aid from the elves, Kristin asked, what was the response from the elven realm? The elves will send 5 masters and a contingent of mid- and high-tier professionals to support us, while the other 2 half-elf territories will each dispatch 1,000 soldiers along with corresponding professionals. That hardly seems sufficient, Kristin remarked. Lord Calvin elaborated, as you are aware, the elves are currently besieged and preoccupied. Were it not for your decisive actions against the 4 masters of the Dark Elves, they would not have been able to muster even this level of support. Hence, I have come to implore your aid. Though the Dark Elves are vastly outnumbered both in troops and professionals, and have recently suffered the loss of 4 masters, they excel in assassination. Often a mere handful can leave an elven village in disarray, and a single master can instill fear among several elven masters. Kristin felt the prospects were dim. Yet she was keen to hear Calvin's thoughts, thus she asked, what form of support does the Viscount of Cantabria hope for from me? And what arrangements do you have for resisting the demons? My father intends to abandon other lands and make a stand at Astero City, which boasts formidable defenses and a wizard's tower, an establishment you have witnessed firsthand, Calvin continued. Kristin nodded in agreement. Lord Calvin pressed on. My father hopes that you might dispatch 2,000 troops. Currently, our territory houses 2,000 well-equipped soldiers, seasoned veterans who have fought against demons, along with 1,000 reinforcements from the elves. With the impending arrival of the masters and an additional 2,000 soldiers, we should be able to hold our ground. Kristin posed several inquiries. Where will the populace retreat to? When the other 2 half-elf territories arrive, they will bring merchant ships and supplies. They will transport some refugees back, while the remainder can reside within the city, as it is now summer. And what of our food supplies? We are already organizing the retreat, ensuring ample time to evacuate all provisions. Additionally, Elven Isle will supply sufficient food to endure the winter. Having listened to Lord Calvin's account, Kristin deemed the Viscount of Cantabria's plan to possess considerable feasibility. The demon army had landed on the eastern coast of the Iberian kingdom, and by the time they reached Cantabria, they would have traversed nearly the entire length of the kingdom, necessitating sufficient rearguard to avoid encirclement by human forces. Furthermore, a certain major demon had diverted their attack to another direction, likely diminishing the forces ultimately besieging the city. According to Lord Calvin, confirmed soldier numbers exceeded 5,000. Whether half-elf or elven, their equipment rivaled that of the finest human legions, and bolstered by the city's defenses, they could withstand an onslaught of 30 to 40,000 lesser demons. However, the disparity in high-tier combat power was alarming. The only 5 masters available were those from the Elven Aid, and the number of high-tier professionals barely reached 20, making it impossible to contend directly with the demon forces. The attacking range of the wizard's tower extended only 1,000 meters. Should the demons breach the city without entering this range, the defenders elsewhere would be utterly defenseless. Kristin surmised that the Viscount of Cantabria aimed to convey a message to the demons. I am not to be trifled with. The conquest of Astero City would come at a great cost, hence it would be wise to direct your efforts elsewhere. Yet, this reliance on the demons' commanders was inherently unreliable. The demons could act in ways that were beyond prediction. Nevertheless, what alternative did they possess? The demons required a united front from the nations of the continent. It was implausible for a mere viscountcy to stand against them alone. Lord Calvin, you have seen my soldiers. Not only are they seasoned veterans, but the value of their equipment approaches 50 gold coins each. What can the Viscount of Cantabria offer in exchange for my dispatching 2,000 reinforcements? Lord Calvin, taken aback, exclaimed, Your Grace, Are all your soldiers equipped in such a manner? Indeed, Kristin affirmed. By the great elven goddess above, he gasped in astonishment. Although the half-elf territories enjoyed the backing of elves and had reached the standard of the kingdom's main forces, the equipment of each soldier barely amounted to a few gold coins, with only elven soldiers boasting gear exceeding 50 gold coins. He had indeed witnessed the armament of Kristin's soldiers, but assumed it was merely customary for the guards of Dominaria's city to be well equipped. He had not anticipated that all soldiers within the Stewart domain would be similarly outfitted. No wonder the region suffered so little from calamity, with such elite soldiers in battle. He too could take the field with confidence. The territories of Stewart and Cantabria are independent, thus the distinction between noble rescue efforts and mercenaries is negligible. You pay, and I send troops to aid you in battle, keeping the spoils while you retain the lands conquered. A military force of 2,000, solely in equipment, is valued at 100,000 gold coins. Even if Kristin were to agree to provide assistance, Cantabria would need to pay a deposit of at least 150,000 gold coins. With demons besieging the city, a victory would be fortuitous. But a loss would spell the end for Cantabria. Who could they turn to for funds if payment is not made up front? At this moment, the Viscount of Cantabria is utterly incapable of summoning such a sum. He cannot even procure loans due to the high risk of repayment. Though he has the support of the elven race, who sent troops to assist in defense following the onset of the magical disaster. And they have now dispatched high-ranking masters and provisions. This is the extent of their assistance. The struggle against the demons is a collective endeavor across the continent. Those with wealth contribute gold, and those with strength lend their might. While humanity forms the primary force, the elves have invested significantly in monetary and material support, even dispatching their navy. The dwarves have provided substantial amounts of weaponry, arrows, and magical materials. Other races have also contributed according to their capabilities, with halflings even serving as cooks on the front lines. Currently, the elves are engaged in conflict with the dark elves. Despite the skirmishes being relatively small in scale, they involve professionals, and the daily consumption of spell scrolls and magical materials far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers. The resources of the landowners are dwindling. The two half-elf viscounts are in a similar predicament. None among them are particularly stronger, and being able to support 1,000 soldiers along with respective professionals is commendable. Essentially, all forms of assistance come at a cost, albeit at a friendlier rate, for even among kin, there is a need for accounting. Nothing is given freely. Lord Calvin, at this juncture, is engulfed in despair. He had initially estimated the equipment cost for a soldier from his territory to be around a dozen gold coins, only to discover that Count Stewart charges 50 gold coins per soldier. All the treasures of Cantabria have already been expended on military expenses. While a few tens of thousands of gold coins might be feasible, 150,000 is utterly unattainable. The remaining funds would scarcely suffice to hire a few hundred soldiers from Stewart, better allocated to more pressing needs. With an embarrassed expression, Lord Calvin addressed, "My lord, I sincerely apologize. We are unable to meet the required expenses, and thus, we must abandon our request for aid." Kristin, equally regretful, replied, "So be it." In truth, she had no desire to assist the Viscount of Cantabria, as the uncertainties surrounding the situation were too great, yet outright refusal would be inappropriate. Hence she sought this excuse. In addition to a regular army, the territory of Stewart also boasts nearly 2,000 city guards, equipped according to the standards of the kingdom's elite legions, with each set costing 20 gold coins, thus significantly reducing the hiring costs, though Kristin did not mention this. Not only was the Viscount of Cantabria unable to muster such a sum, but even if he could, she would not permit her forces to engage in a futile war of attrition against the demons. However, mere days of comfort passed before Kristin received another plea for aid. In the Mage Tower's castle, within her study, Elena quietly opened the door a crack, observing the Count reclined on Carlatani's lap, and thinking him asleep, decided to wait. Kristin, merely lying down, sensed her presence and inquired, "Elena, what is it?" Elena gently pushed the door open and reported, "My lord. A magical missive from the capital, sent by His Majesty the King. Is it a decree for a marquisate?" "My lord, it is a plea for assistance." "Then I shall not read it." Kristin turned her head, adjusting her position for greater comfort. "Please, my lord, it is a letter from His Majesty. You should at least glance at it." "I will not. It has been half a year since the marquisate matter was raised, and they dare come seeking help? What issues can a king not resolve himself?" Elena wished to press further, yet Kristin interjected, "Enough, you may leave now." "As you command." Carlatani extended her hand, saying, "Hand me the letter." "Of course." Elena passed the letter and bowed before departing. Carlatani brushed aside Kristin's loose strands of hair and said, "My lady, allow me to read it to you. I do not wish to listen. I am in a foul mood." Kristin nuzzled her head against Carlatani's long, dark legs, feeling the improved texture of the product after her modifications. Carlatani lowered her head and whispered in Kristin's ear, "My lady, how about I transform into a succubus to please you?" Kristin rolled her eyes elegantly and weakly replied, "Enough with the antics. Just read the letter to me." Though she felt powerless, had she the ability to control her transformation, Carlatani's reckless attitude would not be tolerated. Patience is a virtue, time will tell. Besides Kristin, the other three marquises also received the king's plea for assistance. Following the demon army's landing in the Iberian kingdom, Patagonia County, they advanced westward and have now reached the Viscountcy of Basque. These territories lie at the northernmost edge of the Iberian kingdom, bordering the Languedoc, Pyrenees, and Aquitaine counties of the Kingdom of France. Initially, to prevent the demon army from launching a northern assault, King Louis had evacuated the populace within 100 kilometers of the border from these three counties. Although the demon army did not head north but continued westward, their next move is unpredictable. The evacuated populace is hesitant to return, resulting in a missed spring sowing season. King Louis certainly does not expect Kristin to supply grain. Had he wished to procure it, he would have sent envoys long ago, and it is not within the purview of Alfonso, the king of the Iberian kingdom. The Kingdom of France, being well established, can weather this year. While the demon army has not directly attacked the Kingdom of France, certain demon leaders have impulsively marched northward, often leading thousands in their ranks, with some major demons commanding dozens. The local nobility are unable to withstand such forces, leading to further retreats and the devastation of villages and fields. With each step backward, more refugees are created, a burden that the Kingdom of France struggles to bear. The main forces have been restrained, leaving King Louis with no choice but to dispatch half of the remaining Carolingian knights, while the rest must defend the city of Fran. This half of the knightly order comprises one deputy commander at the master level, 3 captains at the 11th rank, 25 squad leaders at the 7th rank, over 200 knights at the 5th rank, 500 squire knights, 1,000 cavalry, and more than 20 practitioners of the arcane arts. Additionally, the local nobility of the 3 counties mustered 1,000 mounted infantry to assist the knights. The reason behind King Louis's decision to deploy the knightly order was clear: to intercept the demons on their northward journey. If they were to defend the city, cavalry would be unnecessary, yet the price would be the loss of all villages outside the cities in the 3 counties and the devastation of agricultural lands. However, a dilemma arises. The sheer size of the 3 counties makes it impossible for the knightly order to intercept effectively without dividing their forces. If they split, a single master-level deputy commander could only oversee one contingent, leaving the remaining groups vulnerable should they encounter master-level demons. In Chapter 246, titled Those Who Seek Aid, Part 6, King Louis penned letters to 3 marquises in the field, hoping they could send their high-ranking practitioners. Despite being marquises, none possessed master-level practitioners within their territories. The approach of quality over quantity applied here. If a group of high-ranking practitioners could stall a master-level demon, the main force could escape. Yet, more importantly, he hoped that Kristin would provide support. The incident involving the Dark Elves in the Corona territory, although never detailed by Kristin, had demonstrated the Stewart territory's capability to contend with 3 master-level foes simultaneously, as evidenced by the capture of 2 prisoners and 1 death. This implied the existence of 2 additional, lesser-known master-level practitioners, aside from the widely acknowledged Savannah. Capturing foes is notoriously more difficult than slaying them, especially against dark elves. Speculation ran rampant that 2 ancestors of the Stewart family, who had been traveling abroad, had returned. For the long-lived bloodline of dragon descendants, ascending to the master level through fortuitous circumstances was not out of the realm of possibility. The news of the demon invasion spreading throughout the multiverse had prompted many master-level and legendary practitioners, previously in seclusion or travel, to return. Thus, the return of the Stewart ancestors seemed entirely plausible. Of course, speculation remained just that. No one would be foolish enough to directly question Kristin. Nevertheless, the existence of 3 master-level practitioners within the Stewart territory was an undeniable reality, which prompted King Louis to reach out. Even a king must offer something in return for the support of local nobles, as their primary duty during a calamity is to safeguard their homeland, not to bolster the front lines. King Louis's proposal was that the master-level practitioners from the Stewart territory need only accompany the cavalry and would earn 1/10 of the demon-slaying points from each battle fought. They would only need to engage master-level demons, allowing them to refrain from confronting lesser foes. As the war has progressed, a single battle could result in the slaying of over 1,000 lesser demons and several major demons, meaning that 1/10 of the demon slaying points would equate to approximately 200. According to the demon slaying decree, 500 points would grant the title of knight and a village, suggesting that if they encountered no master-level demons, merely observing 3 battles alongside the cavalry would suffice to acquire a village. From Kristin's perspective, this condition seemed rather standard and not particularly generous. Nonetheless, she was inclined to heed the king's call, not out of fervent loyalty to the crown, but rather due to her recent ascension to the master level as an arcanist. To advance further, she required substantial real combat experience. During her efforts to control the half-plane for migration, she had pushed her mental faculties to their limits before resting, and her experiences navigating the astral sea had broadened her understanding, facilitating her advancement. Now, while she outwardly presented as a 7th-level mage and a 2nd-level sorceress, she was, in actuality, a 15th-level arcanist and a 10th-level dragon blood sorceress. Her 4 arcanist specialties included a 0-level specialty allowing spellcasting without materials, a 5th-level specialty enabling instant spellcasting of levels 3 and below, a 10th-level specialty permitting spellcasting while moving, and a 15th-level specialty extending the range of spells to 1.5 times their original distance. However, this last specialty did not affect magical items. For instance, if a fireball spell ring had a range of 150 meters, it remained unchanged. As for the bloodline impulse affliction troubling Kristin, it could only be alleviated by achieving the 15th level as a dragon blood sorceress, with no other profession being able to resolve it, even at the master level. For Kristin, joining the kingdom's military efforts without having to expend any of her own troops presented a low-risk, high-reward opportunity that she could not afford to miss. Yet these conditions alone were insufficient. Thus, she composed a letter in response to King Louis, clearly outlining 3 points. First, she would agree to provide support, but only after being granted the title of Marquess. Second, she affirmed that the Stewart territory would dispatch 2 master-level practitioners, who would return by the end of November at the latest. And third, she stated that any points earned from slaying master-level demons would belong to her. King Louis replied the same day, agreeing to all 3 conditions. In truth, only the first condition posed some difficulty, as previous kings had struggled to confer the title of Marquess, a process fraught with numerous bureaucratic hurdles, and the efficiency of the noble council was notoriously slow. However, if the king were to take a special interest, expediting the process was not out of the question. Indeed, as long as the forces could hold off the demon army until the autumn harvest, even if these 2 counties lost a significant portion of their territory, it would matter little. Kristin's stipulation of returning by the end of November caught King Louis by surprise. The identity of the master-level demon slayer remains undisclosed, and the matter of who shall receive the demon-slaying credits is trivial. The Earl of Stewart merely reiterated that this is not an issue at all. In just over a week, all formalities for his promotion to Marquis were completed. Kristin journeyed to the capital, the city of Fran, to receive the king's investiture, with the territory encompassing all of Brittany. As everything proceeded according to protocol, there is no need for further elaboration. Suffice it to say that the investiture was a grand affair, and the evening banquet was splendid, attended by numerous distinguished guests. Carlottany assumed the guise of a female ancestor from the Stewart lineage, a 15th-level swordswoman and a 5th-level dragon blood sorceress, attending Kristin's investiture in this capacity. The family castle housed a portrait of this ancestor, and Carlottany merely needed to emulate her appearance, given the longevity associated with dragon bloodlines. Few contemporaries of this ancestor remain across the continent, and with Kristin's presence to lend credibility, there was no risk of exposure. After composing a single letter, Kristin dispatched the master-level savants, Savannah and Carlottany, to the front lines for support, thereby honoring the king. In return, King Louis extolled Kristin with numerous praises during the investiture ceremony, particularly affirming her titles as the most beautiful woman of the Fran kingdom and the kingdom's tulip. In summary, both parties were exceedingly pleased. Chapter 247, The Battlefield, Part 1, in the Fran Kingdom, in the province of Aquitaine. The city of Bordeaux is hosting a lavish banquet to welcome Marquis Stewart along with the 2 master-level guests. Kristin, recognized as the most powerful among the 4 marquesses of the Fran Kingdom, possessing the largest territory, is a noble that everyone aspires to be acquainted with, enhanced further by her title as the kingdom's most beautiful woman. However, due to the limited length of the dining table, only the highest-ranking gentlemen and ladies were afforded the opportunity to dine alongside the Marquis. Others could merely gaze from afar during the welcoming ceremony. The banquet was not solely a meal. However, Marquis Stewart would refrain from participating in the subsequent activities due to his elevated status. Throughout the ages, the most renowned women have been the Elven Queen and the Pope of the Elven Goddess Church, followed by the occasional female popes and legendary figures from various churches, as well as master-level professionals. Within the aristocratic realm, the most notable is Empress Alexievna of the Slavic Empire, followed by this Marquis Stewart. For it is well understood that the high nobility does not lack male heirs. At this moment, Kristin was invited to a private chamber, accompanied by the Earl of Bordeaux and his lady, to savor exquisite wines. As the most famous wine-producing region in the Fran Kingdom, the Earl presented his family's finest collection, a privilege not even bestowed upon the king. This is only natural, considering the king has reigned for but a few decades, while the Stewart Marquis has governed Brittany for centuries. Indeed, the wine tasting was ceremonial. The primary purpose was for the Earl to discuss certain matters with Kristin. A glance at the continental map reveals the Bay of Biscay, a U-shaped sea with its opening to the west, with the Brittany Peninsula and Count Corona's domain lying at either end. The shortest route between the 2 points necessitates that any vessel, unless stopping at a port within the Bay of Biscay, must refuel in Kristin's territory. In simpler terms, 1/3 of the continent's maritime vessels must dock in Kristin's realm for supplies, and the sailors are obliged to spend at the ports. The continent's 3 major ports are Rotterdam, Dominaria, and Naples, with Corona Port also ranking among the top 10. The wines of the Bordeaux earldom are renowned far and wide, and their mercantile ventures have profited significantly from Dominaria City. With the arrival of the principal proprietor, it is certain that they will seek to strengthen their collaboration while extending warm hospitality. Most importantly, the Earl of Bordeaux requires grain from Kristin. Similar to the Count of Burgundy in the Iberian Kingdom, the Bordeaux domain finds that a single sale of a fine bottle of wine can procure several carts of grain, making viticulture more advantageous than grain cultivation. However, since the calamity wrought by demons, grain has become scarce. No amount of fine red wine can substitute for sustenance. Had Kristin not generously provided aid last year, the Bordeaux domain would have faced a tragic loss of life. Even if the Earl wished to transition to grain cultivation, it is not as simple as demolishing the vineyards. Acquiring seeds and farming tools poses a challenge. Thus, they must continue purchasing grain from the Stewart domain this year. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, resulting in the renewal of the agreement to exchange wine for grain. For the Earl of Bordeaux, the good news is that the wine cellar is sufficiently stocked. The bad news is that it is only enough for this year, and most of it has been sold at a fraction of its value. Among the continent's premier wine-producing regions, Elvenal stands as an ally, while the Tuscan region of the Apennine Kingdom has been devastated by demonic forces. Bordeaux and Burgundy are effectively under Kristin's indirect control. Although every noble domain has its own winemaking facilities, hosting a banquet necessitates the use of wines that meet specific standards, leaving no room for negotiation unless one wishes to tarnish their family reputation. For those seeking high-end wines, Dominaria City is the preferred destination. For merchants, is it truly wise to venture empty-handed? Should they not bring goods to sell along the way? Even during the demon disaster, vast fortunes have visibly accumulated. The wealth amassed has been invested by Kristin into the construction of a demi-plane, transforming a once-abandoned town into Teleria. An increasing number of stone golems are being created to establish workshops and cultivate the land, while intelligent metal golems are continuously produced for security duties. As Kristin prepares to head to the front lines, she travels lightly, accompanied by 50 cavalry guards and fewer than 100 maids, chefs, and servants. Upon departing Bordeaux, they split into 2 groups, one led by Savannah, accompanied by half the cavalry and servants heading to the town of Perterade in Aquitaine, and the other led by Kristin and Carlottany proceeding to the city of Toulouse in the Pyrenees. Although Savannah requires no assistance, the stature of a master-level individual must still be upheld. Additionally, the master-level vice-commander of the Carolingian Knights stationed in Languedoc ensures that each province has a master-level leader to intercept any northern demonic incursions. King Louis Capet is resolutely opposed to Kristin's decision to personally take to the battlefield, primarily due to her immense significance. Any misfortune befalling her would be utterly indefensible to all parties involved. For the Kingdom of France, the death of a marquis in the field would be a matter of ridicule for centuries among other nations, and King Louis would share in that derision. For the Dragon God Church, Kristin represents a vital lineage, having significantly expanded the realm of the great dragon god's faith single-handedly. And any mishap would jeopardize the stability of this situation. To the Elven race, Kristin stands as their paramount ally, having broadened the worship of the Elven goddess and brought substantial trade benefits to their kind. Moreover, It vexes King Louis that the dragon race also wishes for him to dissuade Kristin from such perilous actions. However, if the dragon race cannot persuade her, what influence could a mere king exert? Kristin's unified response to all inquiries is that she wishes to enhance her own capabilities and contribute meaningfully to the noble cause of combating demons. Hence her decision to follow her ancestors onto the battlefield. In a continent where strength reigns supreme, individuals have forsaken faith, power, and wealth in the pursuit of greater might. Thus, while her actions are undeniably perilous, they align with mainstream thought, particularly given her noble status as a 7th-tier mage, at least on the surface. Her participation in the fight against demons bestows upon her a mantle of righteousness, and should she achieve notable success and return unscathed, she would gain immense prestige. To reassure those around her, Kristin has also declared that she is thoroughly prepared and that she will remain inseparable from her ancestral masters. Yet, once Kristin has made her decision, what recourse do others have? Chapter 248, The Battlefield, Part 2, Upon arriving in Toulouse. Kristin and her entourage were welcomed by the Count of Toulouse, and the subsequent events mirrored those in Bordeaux. It suffices to mention the commander of the Carolingian Knights, Matthew Lauren, an 11th-tier knight and hereditary baron, who was currently in a state of despair. In less than a month of combat, he had led his team in vanquishing numerous demons that had invaded from the north. Despite an unfortunate encounter with a master-tier demon, they managed to retreat in time, suffering no losses. The morale of his division soared with the news that the king would dispatch a master-tier individual to provide support, ensuring their safety in the future. However, to his dismay, not only did the master-tier arrive, but also Marquis Stewart accompanied them. As the captain of one of the kingdom's 3 principal knight orders, Sir Matthew Lauren had considerable experience interacting with nobility. Beyond the rigors of military operations, he often found himself contending with the trifecta of troubles: nobles, women, and mages. Nobles, regardless of their physical prowess, maintain their dignity, which entails bringing along ample supplies and servants, thus introducing complications. As for women, particularly those of noble birth, they are often delicate and prone to demanding particular accommodations, which is far from ideal in the unpredictability of combat. The battle mages within the army are another matter altogether. Typically belonging to guilds or noble households, often frail and inexperienced, thus posing a significant hindrance. The presence of Marquis Stewart encapsulated all 3 troubles, arriving with over 50 attendants, including maids, cooks, and grooms, accompanied by a caravan of over 20 wagons laden with various supplies. If it were merely a siege, such arrangements might be bearable. But it was utterly perplexing that Marquis Stewart insisted on accompanying the troops into battle. The great god of order must have looked down in bemusement, for any demon with an ounce of sense would readily detect such a vast entourage on the battlefield. Even if the demons were dim-witted, they would have ample time to flee once they spotted them, for Sir Matthew Lauren could not abandon the Marquis to pursue the demons alone. As he grappled with profound doubts regarding the Marquis's decision to avoid the other 2 counties, a knight approached to inform him that the Marquis had summoned him. Without hesitation, Sir Matthew Lauren proceeded to the manor where Marquis Stewart was temporarily residing. Upon his entrance, guided by a maid, he discovered that he was the last to arrive. Even without prior acquaintance, he immediately recognized Marquis Stewart seated at the head of the table, a figure of remarkable beauty and poise. Beside him sat a woman clad in armor, clearly a master-tier swordswoman from the Stewart family, accompanied by an 13th-tier knight, an 11th-tier druid, and another 11th-tier knight. All high-ranking professionals dispatched by Marquis Lemuzin for assistance. "Greetings, Your Grace," Sir Matthew Lauren respectfully acknowledged. "Thank you for your efforts, Baron Lauren. Please, take a seat." Kristin replied with a nod, acknowledging his presence. "Thank you, Your Grace." With everyone gathered, Kristin proceeded to outline the forthcoming arrangements. The attendees adopted attentive postures. "Firstly, I must clarify that, in accordance with my agreement with His Majesty the King, I shall not interfere with the command of the army during the interception of the demon assaults." Sir Matthew Lauren breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Kristin's words. Military operations are most effective when there is a single chain of command. The deputy commander had previously submitted a recommendation on this matter, and it appeared to have borne fruit. Furthermore, according to my accord with His Majesty, we are solely responsible for dealing with master-tier demons, and shall not engage in any other conflicts. This bears repeating. The group nodded in agreement. In confronting ordinary demons, we possess the means to defend ourselves. Therefore, you need not include provisions for protecting our division in your operational plans. Sir Matthew Lauren promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Grace," with nobility accompanying them. It is only natural to arrange for protective personnel, and the necessity for sufficient manpower significantly detracts from their combat capabilities against demons. Marquis Stewart's voluntary declaration of independence from such arrangements alleviated a considerable burden from Sir Matthew Lauren. Kristin then inquired, "Baron Lauren, as the commander, do you have any additional remarks?" "None, Your Grace," Baron Lauren replied. Kristin turned to the remaining three. "Do any of you have suggestions?" "None, Your Grace," they affirmed. "Very well, then it shall be as such." At this moment, Captain Bella stepped forward and said, "Esteemed colleagues, please follow me. We shall discuss the pertinent details." The matters of military operations were entrusted to the knights. It was beyond the Marquis to personally intervene in such trivialities. Although the duration of this meeting was notably brief, it was imperative to convene, as certain matters required prior clarification. Furthermore, it was essential for Kristin to preside over the gathering, given her status as the highest-ranking noble among them. In fact, prior to Kristin's arrival, Sir Matthew Lauren had already conferred with the three representatives sent by the Marquis of Limousin and had concluded their discussions, which is why there had been no issues raised earlier. Upon entering a different chamber, Sir Matthew Lauren inquired about the most pressing matter. "Captain Bella, may I ask how the Marquis has arranged for the accompanying personnel for this campaign?" The Marquis, along with Master Carlatani and housekeeper Elena, would travel in her carriage, accompanied by a supply wagon and a chef. "I shall lead a contingent of 25 cavalry for protection. That is all." "What of the Marquis's other servants?" "They remain in the city." "Thank you for your response." Sir Matthew Lauren felt quite astonished that the Marquis was bringing such a small retinue. Bella, noticing his thoughts, remarked, "Baron Lauren, the Marquis has personally participated in and commanded numerous battles. You should understand what I mean." Sir Matthew Lauren quickly replied, "Of course, I understand, and I apologize." He realized he had erred in judgment, having been initially dazzled by the title of the most beautiful woman in the Kingdom of Fran. It was inconceivable that someone could ascend from Baron to Marquis in a matter of years, engaging in battle multiple times, and yet be entirely ignorant of the intricacies of warfare. The actual deployment confirmed this, revealing that it was not the Marquis Stewart who hindered the march's speed, but rather the supply wagons of their own army. The reasoning remained the same. The wilderness was characterized by its unrefined terrain. While the demonic army might traverse meadows, wastelands, and rocky outcrops, they could never breach the forests, as it would be a tremendous waste of time. Thus, marching along established roads was the most prudent choice. The human army mirrored this strategy. In such circumstances, the inclusion of supply wagons would facilitate better resourcing. Due to the demonic incursion from the north, all civilians within 100 kilometers of the border between the Kingdom of Fran and the Iberian Kingdom had evacuated, leaving behind ravaged villages, fields, and mines, with signs of fire scattered throughout. Deprived of human targets, the demons resorted to arson, with some villages having been set ablaze repeatedly. Departing from the city of Toulouse, the expedition reached the war zone 3 days later, establishing a camp in an abandoned village. Sir Matthew Lauren's contingent comprised 8 7th-tier knights, over 50 5th-tier knights, more than 50 4th-tier squires, 150 cavalry, and 150 mounted infantry, along with nearly 30 magic users and clergy. According to the plan, these troops were to remain in the field for approximately half a month, returning to the city for a 3-day rest before embarking on another assault. The squires, cavalry, and mounted infantry, lacking the ability to sustain prolonged combat due to the absence of fighting spirit, would be rotated for rest over the course of half a month. Such a sizable army necessitated robust logistical support. Over 400 soldiers required sufficient provisions for half a month, necessitating a dozen supply wagons, alongside replacement weapons, armor, and living tents, resulting in the final tally of over 20 vehicles. The horses pulling the wagons were merely ordinary draft horses, and most of the mounted infantry steeds were also standard breeds. In reality, their primary duties revolved around logistics and security rather than direct combat. Having prior experience, the troops were well aware of their responsibilities. The mounted infantry secured their horses and began assisting the drivers in parking the wagons, setting up tents, and preparing dinner. The knights assigned to guard duty led their men to patrol the surroundings. Although this was not their first visit, the necessary caution remained paramount. The title of knight did not guarantee that all members of the order were warriors. Over 20 knights, comprising rangers, thieves, and foresters, set off with ample supplies to relieve the previous batch of scouts. Numerous routes led north from the border, each patrolled by a pair of night scouts from the kingdom, while adventurers and mercenary groups active in the area would provide intelligence on demonic movements. The chosen camping site was strategic, ensuring proximity to any northern route. Kristin's resting quarters were naturally situated at the heart of the camp. However, she did not let down her guard. Captain Bella divided the cavalry into 4 teams, continuously rotating their vigilance day and night. Although only a single chef was present, his responsibilities were limited to preparing meals for Kristin, Carlatani, Elena, and Bella, resulting in a manageable workload. The supply wagon was equipped with a magical oven powered by mana stones. Once the chef prepared the dough for bread, it fell to Elena to operate the oven. Additionally, a magical refrigerator stored various ingredients, with Elena retrieving whatever the chef required. Before long, dinner was ready. The main course consisted of roasted beef and salmon, accompanied by a freshly hunted hare, all seasoned with exquisite spices. The staple was white bread, served with ham and butter, alongside vegetable and mushroom soups. Desserts included apple pie and strawberry pudding, complemented by Bordeaux's Petrus and Burgundy's Romanicani wines, with cherries being Kristin's favorite fruit. The diet of the cavalrymen, while not comparable to that of the Marquis, was still on par with the knights of the Carolingian order. The pre-baked white bread was stored in tightly sealed wooden barrels, ready to be softened by roasting or soaking in soup. The cured meats and sausages were prepared in advance for longevity, alongside the freshly caught hare. Dehydrated vegetables, compressed into a single can, sufficed for a hearty soup for 20 people, with the addition of storable vegetables like potatoes, carrots, and pumpkins. Salt and butter were available in unlimited quantities, and the non-rotating cavalrymen could indulge in a cup of wine, a privilege that surpassed even that of the knights of the Carolingian order. Sir Matthew Lauren observed this scene with a mix of envy and resignation. With nearly 100 knights, magic users, and clergy within his own contingent, even a modest increase of a few silver coins per meal would accumulate into a staggering expense, one that the kingdom could scarcely bear. What rendered him even more envious were the splendid armaments of the cavalry guards. Their weapons, armor, and steeds had reached the caliber of knights, the only distinction being that their armor was half as heavy due to the absence of battle energy. Nonetheless, being crafted by dwarven artisans, the defensive capabilities were only reduced by a third. In comparison, their equipment had already surpassed that of the squires of the Carolingian knights. However, considering that the Marquis of Stewart's guard consisted of merely 200 men, while the 3 major knightly orders boasted over 3,000 squires combined, it was understandable that even a king's vast resources could not afford such extravagance. In the village, there were no intact houses, let alone a single complete wall. The members of the Carolingian knights were fortunate to have tents, while the mounted infantry had to make do by rolling themselves in blankets and seeking a wind-sheltered spot to rest, which was not a significant issue given the summer season. One must mention Kristin's carriage, which featured 4 wheels and an overall internal length of 5 meters, a width of 2 meters, and a height of 2.5 meters. The entire vehicle was constructed from enchanted wood, making it both lightweight and sturdy, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and coated with fire-resistant paint. The base was inscribed with a levitation array, allowing the carriage to float when activated. Pulled by 6 blood war horses, it could outrun ordinary cavalry. The ceiling was adorned with a temperature regulation array, akin to a magical air conditioning system. The exterior roof bore a defensive array, capable of withstanding a fireball spell. Beneath the seats lay a magical refrigerator, ensuring the freshness of stored food, accompanied by a specialized magical stove for brewing tea. When the seats were reclined, they transformed into 2 beds, and the interior included ample storage for various daily necessities, rendering it a mobile abode. Such living conditions, considered luxurious by many, were merely a makeshift accommodation for Kristin. As a practical 15th-tier arcanist, the 7th-level spell mansion of Duncan was an essential skill for her travels. Although the spell components were somewhat costly, they were trivial in Kristin's eyes. To conceal her true capabilities, she had the entrances set within the carriage, seemingly residing in a mere wagon, while in actuality dwelling in a dimensionally transcendent villa. The space created by the mansion's spell bore no difference to a real villa, complete with numerous rooms, ample furnishings, delectable food, and magical servants. However, to avoid drawing attention, Kristin had to settle for simple meals prepared by the traveling chef, which was a slight disappointment. After indulging in a comfortable bath, Carlatani and Elena accompanied Kristin in pre-sleep exercises. The mansion's rooms were spacious enough to accommodate their antics without restraint. Chapter 250, The Battlefield, Part 4. Upon rising the next morning, Kristin suddenly pondered a concern. Each casting of the mansion's spell lasted a day, but consumed magical materials valued at 10 gold coins, equivalent to a purchasing power of 10,000. Though casting it 10 or 20 times posed no burden for her. With over 5 months and nearly 150 days until the end of November, even excluding time spent returning to town for rest, the spell alone would deplete over 1,000 gold coins. enough to purchase a small estate. Contemplating this, her mood soured instantly. She resolved to slay a few demons to alleviate her discontent. Not only Sir Matthew Lauren, but also the other high-tier professionals noticed the Marquis of Stewart's displeasure and made a point to keep their distance. It was not until the Scout Knights returned one after another with news that a demonic army of over 1,000 was advancing north from Arrow Village that Sir Matthew Lauren reluctantly approached Master Carlatani to enlist her aid. Upon receiving this information, Kristin rose and commanded, "Form up. Let's depart. At your command." The 25 cavalry guards completed their preparations within 10 minutes and swiftly escorted the carriage toward Arrow Village, outpacing even the Carolingian knights. This was not due to the inefficiency of the royal knights, but rather that larger numbers took longer to assemble. Sir Matthew Lauren, leading the charge, was perplexed by the Marquis's unusual eagerness upon hearing the news of the demons, yet he dared not inquire. The entire party journeyed for a significant portion of the day before reaching Arrow Village, where they encountered scouts monitoring the demonic army. "Baron Lauren, there are 7 major demons, the highest being of 8th tier, along with over 1,000 lesser demons," reported the Scout Knight. "What of the master tier demons?" Sir Matthew Lauren inquired, concerned. "We have found none," replied the scout. "My lord, we haven't spotted any master tier demons." "What do you think?" Sir Matthew Lauren intended to suggest that without master tier demons, they could observe from the sidelines, but Kristin interrupted. "You decide. I shall intercept the demonic army first." "My lord, please do not act rashly," Sir Matthew Lauren exclaimed in alarm, yet the carriage was already in motion, and he hesitated to impede her advance. Hastily ordering the troops to follow, he realized that other nobles tended to be meticulous and indecisive, but this Marquis was impulsive, charging into action at the slightest provocation. Though Sir Matthew Lauren had faith that no harm would befall her under the protection of the master tier, he worried for his own heart. The demons, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the sound of approaching cavalry and, realizing their numbers, the greater demon commanded the lesser demons to retreat. However, the cowardly demons, with their short legs, could not outrun the warhorses and were soon overtaken. With escape rendered impossible, the greater demon made a bold command for the lesser demons to turn and charge. Standing atop the carriage, clad in armor, Kristin and Carlatani observed the swarm of approaching lesser demons and began to feign spellcasting. One openly identified as a 7th-tier mage, the other as a 15th-tier swordsman and 5th-tier dragonblood sorceress. They unleashed fireball spells upon the demonic horde, causing the demise or injury of over 70 lesser demons. Under normal circumstances, they would have had another round of casting before the demonic army closed in, yet Kristin activated a magical ring on her hand, unleashing 4 more fireball spells amidst the lesser demons. Carlatani, portraying a master-tier dragonblood scion, donned valuable equipment, activating 2 fireball spell rings of her own. Together, the 8 fireballs decimated a quarter of the demonic forces, leaving the greater demon in a state of bewilderment. A 5th-tier mage possesses only a single 3rd-tier spell slot, which indicates that their adversary must have at least 8 mages, has fortune smiled upon them. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Kristin and Carlatani had already drawn their swords and charged forward, their speed rivaling that of galloping warhorses. This nearly caused Sir Matthew Lauren to suffer a heart attack on the spot. With 25 knights at their side, the two dared to assault the demonic army. Even if one among them were a master tier, such recklessness seemed unwarranted. What if they fell into a trap set by the demons? While Kristin's actions appeared reckless, they were, in fact, meticulously planned. Firstly, legendary tier demons, owing to their immense destructive potential, were under constant surveillance by human intelligence operatives, making it impossible for them to infiltrate undetected. Moreover, with her and Carlatani's current prowess, even facing 3 or 4 master tier demons simultaneously would not pose an insurmountable challenge. They could easily retreat if necessary. If 1 or 2 master tier demons were to vanish, it could be concealed from human eyes, but a group of them disappearing would be impossible to overlook. The 7 massive demons, upon witnessing over 20 humans daring to charge at them, felt a profound insult. Fueled by their fervor, they disregarded whether the humans truly possessed such a number of mages and lunged forward, intent on surrounding and slaughtering their opponents. Thus, their fate was sealed. With a swift motion, Kristin severed the head of a hill demon. In a similar fashion, Carlatani pierced a Barak demon clean through. Despite being outnumbered, the two wielded legendary longswords. The demon's weapons shattered upon contact and provided no defense. Their levels, speed, and combat skills far surpassed those of their opponents, leaving the massive demons with no means to evade their strikes. Consequently, within a short span, 6 of them were vanquished. The remaining 8th-tier Soul Eater, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee but was cleaved in two by Carlatani's formidable swing. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader in mere minutes, the lesser demons scattered in terror, transforming the battlefield into a scene where Knight Bella, accompanied by 25 cavalrymen, pursued hundreds of cowardly demons, unable to keep pace. Sir Matthew Lauren, who had entered the fray alongside his men, recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily commanded everyone to follow suit and engage in battle. Ultimately, after more than half an hour of relentless pursuit, only a handful of lesser demons managed to escape, marking a resounding victory. Without the need for Sir Matthew Lauren to concern himself with the aftermath, he approached Kristin with an air of resignation and suggested, "My lady, for your safety, please refrain from leading the charge next time. If you truly wish to engage in battle, it would be preferable to cast spells from the rear." Kristin, effortlessly casting a 0-level spell to cleanse her long sword of blood, nonchalantly replied, "I was in a foul mood today and desired to slay a few demons. We shall discuss future matters at another time." Sir Matthew Lauren felt increasingly exasperated. Previously, he feared this noble lady would hinder the army with her capriciousness. And now he was concerned about her impetuousness in battle, transitioning from one extreme to another. What a predicament! Even more disconcerting were the 3 high-tier professionals who had only managed to slay a few lesser demons throughout the skirmish. It seemed they were merely spectators in this encounter. Chapter 251. The Battlefield v. Sir Matthew Lauren had often been assigned the task of commanding operations, yet he had never encountered a noble as headstrong as this lady. He could only hope that such recklessness would not recur. After all, as the commander, he would bear the responsibility for any missteps. Yet the indomitable Stewart Marquis was beyond his control. Meanwhile, the 3 high-tier professionals dispatched by Marquis Lemusin whispered among themselves. They noted that since the Stewart Marquis inherited her title, she had been engaged in combat continuously, and today's events proved the rumors to be understated. Who would have imagined that a young lady in her 20s would boldly lead an assault against demons? Accompanied by a master, this was not unprecedented. They had all witnessed nobles who quaked at the sight of slaughter. Perhaps her lineage as a scion of dragon blood contributed to her impulsive nature. Sorcerers are often prone to such fervor. However, she was not merely a mage. Taking up arms in battle is no ordinary act of recklessness. Perhaps the family's master wished to ascertain her aptitude for the warrior profession. Such talent is indeed enviable. Not only is her innate ability remarkable, but her wealth is also considerable. Legendary longswords and armor significantly amplify combat prowess, even for ordinary professionals. Crafting legendary tier weapons necessitates not only the right materials, but also the expertise of a legendary blacksmith, a rarity on the continent. It is no longer a matter of mere wealth. Regardless of the circumstances, the conclusion of today's battle yielded the best outcome for all, no casualties. Upon returning to camp, Elena reported, "My lady, a magical missive from the territory." Kristin took it. "Let me see." Having been away for several months, she brought along a portable communication array to stay apprised of her domain status. This portable device, albeit relatively cumbersome, measured over a meter in diameter and was powered by magical stones. Its drawbacks included a hefty cost of 10,000 gold coins and a limited communication range, necessitating messages to be relayed through the Mage Tower in Toulouse. Nevertheless, it resolved the issue of real-time communications, ensuring that any developments would be known within the hour. The letter began with an assurance of safety, stating that all was well within the territory. Although Kristin had taken high-tier combatants with her, the knights had generally advanced 2 tiers due to the ongoing calamities, and the soldiers had become seasoned veterans. Coupled with their newfound experience combating demons, there was little to worry about. A piece of good news followed. The joint fleet of the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Apennine, under the command of the hereditary Count Abraham de Kinna, had successfully sunk the entirety of the demonic fleet's main vessels and the majority of its auxiliary ships. While the human losses were undoubtedly significant, they paled in comparison to those suffered by the demons. The elimination of the demonic fleet achieved the operational objective, marking a resounding victory. Consequently, King Louis of the Kingdom of Fran awarded 3 villages as a reward to honor Count de Kinna's military exploits. With the demons deprived of their fleet, the areas they could harass were drastically reduced, enabling the main force, previously bogged down, to be redeployed to the Iberian Kingdom. The besieged cities could now rest easy, no longer fearing maritime supply routes being intercepted, as their fortifications were assured. Another piece of good news awaited them. The Order of the God of Order and the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, the first to support the Kingdom of Iberia, has arrived and engaged in the battle against the demons, albeit with limited success. The demons have chosen to advance along the northern border of the Kingdom of Iberia rather than launching direct assaults inland, as they aim to create a vast no-man's land along the border of the two nations. The Kingdom of Iberia is flanked by the sea on three sides, with its border adjacent to the Kingdom of Fran, serving as the sole passage to the continent. Once this area becomes a no-man's land, trade caravans will inevitably be unable to pass through, facing both a lack of supplies and sporadic demon attacks. Furthermore, with the eastern coastline already occupied by demons, all resources and trade must rely solely on ports along the western coast. The no-man's land poses a significant obstacle to human forces. Should the two knightly orders wish to ambush the demon army's reinforcements or flank them, they would need to penetrate nearly 100 kilometers deep, stretching their supply lines and rendering them vulnerable to assault. The demon army's commander has stationed several rearguard units in the no-man's land, specifically to harass the human supply lines. In contrast, the demons, accustomed to the harsh environment of the abyss, require little in terms of weaponry and have minimal food needs, able to consume whatever they can catch without necessitating resupply. Fortunately, the arrival of the two knightly orders has ensured that even if the demons advance southward, they can be halted, preventing any disgraceful events such as the siege of the capital, Margalita, from occurring. The demon army's commander has allowed his subordinates, the large demons, to independently launch assaults northward against the Kingdom of Fran and southward against the regions of Leon and La Mancha in the Kingdom of Iberia, all in an effort to expand the no-man's land. Hasn't he noticed that the Kingdom of Fran evacuated its populace from 100 kilometers along the border to avoid the demons? The humans are certainly aware of the demons' intentions. However, their main forces have been engaged with the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Apennine. Now that the demon fleet has been vanquished, they will soon have the strength to launch a counterattack. With good news inevitably comes bad news, as the demon army has indeed penetrated the Cantabrian half-elf territory. According to prior arrangements, the Viscount of Cantabria has abandoned the outer territories and is fortifying the city of Stewart. Although the demons have initiated tentative attacks, holding the city should not pose a major issue. Kristin unfurled a highly accurate map of the continent across the table. This map is particularly detailed in the northwestern regions of the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Iberia, as all the villages and towns she has visited are marked with celestial navigation techniques, providing precise reference points for locating other areas. Should the demons wish to create a no-man's land along the northern border of Iberia, capturing the territory of the Viscount of Basque would suffice, as they would have reached the coastline and have no need to advance further into the Cantabrian half-elf territory. Although demons have low logistical demands, this does not mean they require none at all. Creating an extensive no-man's land is inherently unreasonable, and continuing to push forward after achieving their goal would only increase the risk of rear assaults without any tangible benefits. Sacrificing half-elven blood would not yield greater abyssal gifts than human sacrifices. While chaotic by nature, the demons are not devoid of perceptive strategists and tacticians. Though it may sound absurd, it is nonetheless true. Therefore, the high-ranking demons commanding the army must be aware of this, unless they are harboring some ulterior motives. Chapter 252, The Battlefield, Part 6. The issues that Kristin perceives are certainly evident to the numerous ministers and renowned generals on the human side. However, they refrain from voicing their observations due to their own vested interests. Among the three coastal nations on the front lines against the demons, the main offensive is directed at the Kingdom of Iberia, while the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Apennine remain preoccupied with their own defenses, focusing on safeguarding their territories. The schemes of the demon main forces bear little relevance to the two kingdoms, were it not for the fear that the demons might replicate their tactics and assault their port cities. King Louis Capet would not have dispatched the hereditary Count Abraham de Caina so early to annihilate the demon fleet. The other inland kingdoms and duchies are mere spectators, confident that the demon army will not reach their lands. They send troops and supplies as necessary, fulfilling their responsibilities without further concern. For the Kingdom of Iberia, having failed to prevent the demons from seizing the opportunity to land their forces necessitates swift purging and calls for assistance. Discussions of other matters are futile. After breaching the territories of Catalonia and Aragon, the demons chose not to advance towards the capital, but instead moved westward, seizing the lands of Navarre, La Rioja, and the Basque region, including the besieged Cantabrian territory, all of which belong to local nobility. Regardless of the irrationality of the demons' actions, King Alfonso recognizes that it is preferable for the local nobility to suffer than for the kingdom's own territories to be devastated. Naturally, with the presence of true gods, many matters are understood by all parties involved. Overtly neglecting to assist, or delaying aid is unacceptable. Therefore, upon the arrival of the knightly orders of the god of order and the goddess of agriculture, King Alfonso immediately launched assaults to distract the demon forces and alleviate the pressure on the Cantabrian territory. For the local nobility who have lost their lands, it is simply a stroke of misfortune. Both the Viscount of Cantabria and the elven kin behind him understand that the demon's actions are suspiciously motivated. However, they cannot abandon their territories and flee. The demon slaughter order stipulates that any lost territory that cannot be reclaimed within 3 months belongs to the king, and the Viscount of Cantabria must abide by this rule. Fortifying Astiro is a means of minimizing territorial loss while seeking opportunities to reclaim occupied lands. Should the demons succeed in capturing the Viscount of Cantabria's territory, their next target would likely be the Viscount of Asturias, followed by Kristin's Countess of Corona. Yet, she knows her lands are not in jeopardy. Firstly, the demon supply lines have become excessively extended, although they have minimal requirements for weapons and food. The fallen lesser demons must be replenished. Reinforcements landing from the eastern coast of the Kingdom of Iberia would have to traverse the entire nation to reach the western coast, which would take a considerable amount of time, even without interception, and the demons, despite their chaos, are not devoid of intelligence. Secondly, with the demon fleet having been annihilated, several of the human main forces are now available to provide assistance. If the demonic army continues its advance westward, it will inevitably face a surprise attack from humanity. For they have come to this world to kill and pillage, not to meet their demise. Thus, they must either alter their course to shorten their supply lines before the human forces arrive or hastily retreat. Moreover, several malevolent organizations that venerate demons are active in the human realm. They cannot possibly be unaware of Stewart's formidable strength. Even if they manage to launch a desperate assault, victory within a short span would be unattainable. Should the conflict drag on, the inevitable outcome would be encirclement and annihilation at the hands of humanity. Although Kristin is aware that her territory is secure, preparations must still be made. She penned letters to Lord Etienne Messier, who oversees the governance of Corona, to Sir Barneveld, responsible for military matters, and to Monica Bellucci, in charge of the Mage Tower, urging them to remain vigilant and prepare in advance. Subsequently, she composed 2 identical letters, one addressed to the Viscount of Cantabria and the other to her cousin Aluris from Elven Isle, suggesting that they evacuate their civilian populations, should they lack sufficient vessels. She offered to provide assistance, and if they had no accommodations, she could temporarily house them, with expenses to be settled later. While Kristin could not fathom the demon's true intentions, it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance. The demons advancing from the Iberian border primarily aim to constrain the military might of the Kingdom of France. Their appearances are infrequent, with perhaps only a single squad arriving every few days. Despite the rarity of skirmishes, the erratic nature of the demon incursions prevents station detachments from withdrawing, for should they depart today, the demons might return tomorrow. This desolate region offers little in terms of diversion, with hunting being the sole entertainment, yet even that grows monotonous. For Kristin, remaining idle is akin to imprisonment. 3 days later, responses arrived from both the Viscount of Cantabria and Elven Isle, indicating they had conferred prior to replying. The Viscount expressed his gratitude to Kristin and agreed to evacuate the elderly, infirm, and women and children from his domain to Stewart's territory. He also noted that he would be unable to pay any costs up front and would require some time. His reluctance to evacuate the populace stemmed from the assistance received from the 2 half-elven territories, which had provided a total of 2,000 soldiers and supplies, while over 3,000 civilians had been taken back on the return trip. The remaining populace could not be transported due to the vast distance, and the 2 territories lacked the capacity to accommodate such a large number of refugees. Despite having preemptively secured provisions and supplies, it was impossible to account for every detail. Hence, merchant vessels continued to make their way to the besieged city of Estiro. Due to the siege, merchants arriving with goods left with largely empty ships. All of these supplies were transported from the trading hub of Dominaria. In the Viscount's eyes, it would be more advantageous for the merchant ships to take people back on their return voyage. His previous silence on the matter was due to a lack of funds. Even the best of relationships must adhere to the boundaries of public and private affairs. However, Kristin's proactive suggestion changed the dynamic. Having already committed to arranging accommodations for the refugees, relocating them directly to Dominaria would be far more economical than waiting for merchants to deliver provisions. The rationale for not opting for the closer Corona territory was the proximity of the 2 regions. Should the demons persist in their unwarranted aggression westward, would the half-elven refugees need to be evacuated once more? It would be far wiser to relocate them directly to the Kingdom of France. The entire domain of the Viscount of Cantabria, including the vassal lords, knights, and other noble subjects, totals over 20,000 individuals, with plans to evacuate over 9,000 elderly, women, and children first. A three-masted merchant ship, accounting for the necessary crew, can typically carry around 200 people. Given the short journey, it would take approximately 50 trips to transport everyone, with Kristin dispatching 10 merchant ships to assist in the endeavor. Chapter 253, The Battlefield, 7, in Dominaria, at the port. A fleet of 10 merchant ships docked at the wharf, and one by one, half-elven refugees, carrying the elderly and children, disembarked. As families boarded, the absence of able-bodied men did not lead to any lack of care. Each vessel was accompanied by 2 or 3 priests of the elven goddess, tasked with providing comfort and healing. Consequently, the refugees appeared to be in relatively good health, both physically and mentally. Once a ship was emptied, local priests led the newcomers to their designated residences, while an official and 10 city guards followed to manage any unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, each ship only carried just over 200 individuals, and prior to disembarking, the priests had reiterated that they simply needed to follow along, preventing any chaos from arising. The citizens of the city met the arrival of these half-elven refugees with calmness. After all, as a port city, they had encountered all manner of people from north to south, many of whom had been refugees themselves just a year or two prior. Their destination was a newly constructed district, characterized by a cross-shaped main thoroughfare, with other streets laid out in a grid pattern. In the center stood a temple, marketplace, police station, and garden, surrounded by residential houses. Every 10 houses formed a row, with pathways wide enough for a cart to pass between them. All homes were identical. 2-storied wooden structures, with doors facing the streets and small courtyards at the rear, adjacent to the backyards of neighboring houses. In essence, 20 houses formed a rectangular area, encircled by roads. However, aside from the chimneys, the houses were entirely wooden. Each village's inhabitants were housed together, so neighbors remained adjacent to one another. The leading priest recorded house numbers and resident names, thus completing the allocation process. The living conditions were already on par with high-end residential areas in the capitals of various nations, with each house comfortably accommodating 7 or 8 individuals, especially considering that many had previously been sleeping on the streets. As they were fleeing, these half-elven refugees, though laden with various bags, could hardly carry much. Foodstuffs were strictly prohibited from being taken. Nonetheless, the houses were furnished with basic necessities such as beds, tables, chairs, and storage shelves. And ample provisions of food and vegetables for a week were provided. With spacious homes and sufficient sustenance, the refugees, uncertain of their future, could finally ease their troubled minds. Once everyone was settled, the priests, now responsible for each neighborhood rather than individual villages, gathered the people in the square before the temple to conduct a prayer ceremony. Though the half-elves have distanced themselves from their homeland, they reside in grand houses and enjoy an abundance of food, all thanks to the benevolence of the great elven goddess. Contemplating the brutality of demons and the current stability, the faithful naturally become devout. Following this, the laws ordained by Lord Stewart are recited repeatedly. The half-elves, although settled in a new district, are not confined. They are permitted to traverse the city freely, albeit under the obligation to adhere to local laws. Fortunately, the legal framework of this era is straightforward, and being a long-lived and relatively knowledgeable race, the half-elves grasp the regulations after a single hearing. Subsequently, members of various trade guilds, including the Tulip Merchant Guild, arrive in horse-drawn carriages seeking labor. The territory is currently in dire need of workers. Farmers cannot be expected to engage in workshop labor after having cultivated vast tracts of land. Despite the presence of numerous slaves, their capabilities are limited to arduous physical tasks such as logging, mining, and quarrying, rendering them unsuitable for more complex work. According to the prevailing continental regulations, slaves who serve for 3 years are to be released as citizens, with many already arranged to learn trades in workshops, though this requires time. At present, goods from both the half of the Fran Kingdom and the half of the Iberian Kingdom are supplied by Lord Stewart, necessitating a substantial labor force. Among these half-elven women are artisans such as leatherworkers, shoemakers, and tailors, who can immediately contribute to the workshops. Even those lacking specialized skills can assimilate more rapidly than the slaves who require training. As for the elderly and children, opportunities for employment can surely be found within such a vast city. Another advantage lies in the lower wage expectations of these refugees. Their basic sustenance is funded by the Viscount of Cantabria, alleviating the pressure on their financial demands. Once the calamity passes and the noble fiefs resume production, Reducing their reliance on purchases from Lord Stewart, this group can return to the Cantabria territory without necessitating layoffs. The Lord cannot allow his subjects to starve, but he bears no such obligation towards the subjects of others. Is it truly the case that Kristin harbors genuine goodwill in sheltering these refugees? Certainly not. They represent a source of inexpensive labor. For these half-elven refugees, while the uniformly distributed rations ensure their survival, they merely stave off hunger. To elevate their living conditions, they must earn income. This is Dominaria City, one of the continent's most prosperous commercial hubs. It is inevitable that these half-elves will be enticed by the affordable and high-quality goods after a mere stroll through the marketplace. If they desire better sustenance and an improved standard of living, they must seek to earn. The subsequent arrangements were met with satisfaction by all. For the refugees, having previously been crammed into various corners of the city, the contrast with their current accommodations in spacious houses is stark. More importantly, previously, even with wealth, there was no place to purchase goods. Now, working in a workshop not only offers a means of income, but also a sense of fulfillment. What is there to be dissatisfied about? For the Viscount of Cantabria, the modest cost of providing meals allows for the relocation of his subjects, significantly alleviating the pressures on Astero City. Why would he not pursue such a course? For the priests of the elven goddess, the newfound financial means of the employed refugees will undoubtedly lead them to make donations at the temple. Thus, why not encourage them to become self-sufficient? These financially empowered refugees express their gratitude for the great goddess's blessings, deepening their devotion. Surely this is a positive outcome. The noblemen lacking martial prowess will undoubtedly be among the first to retreat to Dominaria City, as they are responsible for their own sustenance and living arrangements. The noble district boasts a variety of villas of differing standards, allowing all to rent suitable accommodations according to their status and wealth. Nobles have high expectations for their quality of life, and coincidentally, Dominaria City's most bustling commercial street ranks among the finest on the continent, ensuring that there are no issues with excess wealth going unspent. Victor Duran, the hereditary honorary lord responsible for the territory's administration, suggested in a letter, "Esteemed Marquis, we must construct additional warehouses to store merchants' goods. The town hall also requires more personnel. Most importantly, your treasury needs to be expanded." Chapter 254, The Battlefield, 8. In the port area of Dominaria City, the bustling activity reveals no signs of the calamity wrought by demons. In fact, for those who have never left the city, their perception of demons is solely based on hearsay. Over a year has passed since the emergence of the disaster, and this city has never faced any demonic incursions, which signifies unprecedented prosperity. Prominently located at the port is a 3-story stone building, serving as the administrative office. A large bulletin board stands at its entrance, displaying notices about pirate sightings, demon appearances, and new regulations, serving as the hub for the latest information. Upon entering the port administration, one finds a grand hall with a reception counter where merchants can manage all official affairs. However, due to the Lord's lax governance, there is little for officials to do, leaving them largely idle throughout the day. In stark contrast, the left and right sides of the hall are abuzz with activity. The left wall displays the holy emblem of the God of Order, beneath which several round tables equipped with chairs are occupied by priests witnessing agreements between merchants. To facilitate swift transactions, the town hall has invited the Church of the God of Order to establish an office here. Many goods can be transferred directly from one ship to another upon signing trade agreements, and having priests present significantly expedites the process. Dominaria City encourages formal agreements in trade, a notion well received by the Church of the God of Order. For the priests, witnessing agreements is both a sacred duty and an opportunity to expand the Church's influence. And since it is not a free service, they are dedicated to their roles. For merchants, spending a little to have a priest witness an agreement is worthwhile. Should any issues arise, the Church will intervene to ensure justice. However, due to the sheer volume of transactions at the port, the office must deploy multiple priests, necessitating a daily rotation. The right wall features the emblem of the Goddess of Wealth, beneath which an elegant counter is staffed by several priests assisting merchants with currency exchange and other services. The valuation of goods is generally expressed in terms of the great gold coin, minted by the Church of the Goddess of Wealth. However, with numerous kingdoms and principalities on the continent, most royal families do not adhere to the faith of the Goddess of Wealth, leading each nation to possess its own currency. Consequently, merchants selling goods in these lands must accept local currencies, necessitating currency exchange when trading at Dominaria Port with merchants from other countries. Previously, exchanges required a visit to the distant temple of the Goddess of Wealth, which was quite inconvenient, especially when carrying a substantial amount of money. To alleviate this, The municipal hall invited the Church of the Goddess of Wealth to establish an office nearby, significantly enhancing convenience. The currency exchange office is perpetually bustling with individuals, many also engaging in deposit and withdrawal transactions. Although the priests are busy, they are delighted, as this activity fosters commercial prosperity. Adjacent to the municipal hall are several large buildings, one of which houses the local branch of the Mercenary Guild. Establishing their branch in the bustling port area poses no issue for them, as proximity facilitates business. It is well known that maritime merchants may encounter pirates while navigating, and upon disembarking at other ports, they require protection, thus necessitating the services of mercenaries. Merchants and mercenaries come and go, some seeking to hire personnel, others to fulfill contracts. The hall is filled with a cacophony of mingled scents and sounds, yet none pay heed. To one side, there are tables and chairs for rest, where patrons can enjoy a large mug of light beer while engaging in lively discussions. On the other side, a counter displays an array of weapons, swords, battle axes, and leather armor are openly available for purchase. At a dedicated counter, several adventurers are exchanging the ears of small demons for gold coins, with 1 coin for each right ear, ensuring fairness for all. A battle-hardened priest of the god of war, clad in armor, shows no concern for such gruesome transactions. After paying in gold, he casually sweeps the demon ears into a nearby box. This box is equipped with a magical array to prevent the spread of the malevolent aura from the demons, and once filled, it is sent to the temple for purification. There is also a building for the Thieves' Guild. Though modest in size, this organization, shrouded in shadows, has brazenly come into the public eye. The outbreak of the demon plague has rendered the wilderness more perilous, and in response to the demon threat, all lords have fortified their cities and villages, making it increasingly difficult for thieves to make a living. Particularly in the Stewart territory, where cities and several large towns have constructed mage towers and boast elite city guards. Assassinations and other violent acts have become nearly impossible, thereby raising the cost of thievery. However, given that the Thieves' Guild has the backing of true deities, outright suppression is not feasible. Thus, the municipal hall permits them to openly establish an office for selling intelligence. In this bustling port city, though their income has diminished somewhat, the reduction in risk is deemed acceptable. Another establishment is a mysterious shop, opened by Kristin. Within, several lower-ranked yet elderly and knowledgeable mages, along with equally learned scholars, are present. Anyone who encounters strange and unidentifiable items during their travels or adventures can bring them here, and if deemed valuable, they will be purchased. Since its inception, the shop has not encountered any treasures of significant worth, yet it has acquired a number of valuable items, ensuring that losses are rare. In the port area, there are a plethora of taverns and inns of varying quality and style. Some are high-end establishments backed by the Church of Joyful Ladies, catering to wealthy merchants, while others are affiliated with the Thieves' Guild, doubling as a haven for sailors seeking information. Additionally, there are establishments owned by nobles, whose sole purpose is profit. Given that food has become a regulated commodity during the demon plague, any tavern that continues to sell alcohol must have special connections. Moreover, a crucial aspect to note is that even in the most chaotic port area, there exists a commendable level of public safety. Apart from the naval sentries and city guard patrols, the bounty system effectively deters the majority of criminal activity. Any criminal who evades capture will have their name posted on the Port Authority's bulletin board, with a reward offered for their apprehension. The Municipal Hall of Dominaria is not lacking in funds, thus the reward amounts are substantial, providing an additional incentive for adventurers, mercenaries, and thieves within the city. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who has visited Dominaria City cannot help but acknowledge its prosperity, order, safety, and convenience, all of which contribute to the considerable wealth it brings to its lords. Chapter 255, Battlefield 9. Kristin did not receive the letter from Victor Duran immediately. As she was once again on the battlefield, scouts reported the movements of a demon army, this time of a larger scale, consisting of 13 major demons and over 2,000 minor demons. The predetermined battlefield is a barren land favorable for cavalry operations. However, when the demon horde appeared, Sir Matthew Lauren felt a tightening in his heart. Although there were indeed over 2,000 minor demons, the number of major demons reached 24. In addition to a master-level 6-armed snake demon. This was not due to a failure on the part of the scouting parties, but rather because high-ranking and master-level demons can easily conceal their presence. Sir Matthew Lauren courteously stated, "Master Carlatani, your assistance is required." Carlatani nodded calmly, "I understand." Kristin also dismounted from the carriage, declaring, "I shall assist in dealing with that master-level demon." With the overwhelming demon forces, Sir Matthew Lauren could not afford to hesitate. Although the Marquis held a noble title, he was also an experienced 7th-level mage, and his participation would be a significant asset. While the human side boasted one 13th-level knight, 2 11th-level knights, 1 11th-level druid, and 8 7th-level knights, a total of 12 mid to high-level professionals. The 24 major demons were all at least 7th level, giving the demons a numerical advantage. Fortunately, there were over 50 5th-level knights, sufficient to engage the additional 10 or so major demons. Among the 30 spellcasters and priests, only a few were 5th level, while the rest were 3rd or 4th level, capable of providing enhancement spells and healing, yet their battlefield impact would be minimal. The 6-armed snake demon, clearly aware of Carlatani, moved to the front lines and gestured with its long knife, saying, "Let us fight over there." Carlatani drew his long sword and approached, acknowledging the challenge. Kristin, clad in battle armor and wielding a longsword, followed suit. However, before departing, she instructed Knight Bella, "You and the carriage should retreat first." Understood. The agreement had explicitly stated that Kristin was not required to engage in combat against ordinary demons, so her early departure did not constitute a retreat. Moreover, her carriage was of considerable value, and King Louis would not compensate for any damage incurred. There was little sense in remaining. The 6-armed serpent demon did not comment on the humans' 2-to-1 tactics. Such occurrences were commonplace in the abyss. As the two sides were halfway through their confrontation, the serpent demon unleashed its innate spell, Greater Teleportation, instantly materializing behind Carlatani. 6 weapons whirled towards her like a windmill. Simultaneously, a concealed mage of demon heritage hurled a premeditated silence spell at Kristin. The demon's treachery was omnipresent. The sounds of clashing metal rang out. As an assassin, Carlatani was not easily caught off guard. The moment the serpent demon teleported, she utilized Shadow Step to position herself behind it, launching her attack with a longsword in her right hand and a dagger in her left. Despite her advantageous position, the opponent's 6 arms wielding 6 weapons made defense exceedingly effective. Kristin swiftly cast a dimensional anchor on the serpent demon, disabling its teleportation spells. But she was subsequently struck by the silent spell. However, this had little effect on her. Activating the magic ring upon her hand, she unleashed 4 fireball spells towards the demon mage, forcing it to evade left and right. Seizing the opportunity, she charged forward, intent on dispatching her foe. The demon mage, a 10th-tier practitioner, had anticipated an easy victory after silencing Kristin. To its shock, however, Kristin unleashed a barrage of spell attacks fueled by her magical equipment. Had it not been for the protective spells and gear the demon mage possessed, it might have been obliterated in an instant. Seeing Kristin rush towards him filled the mage with rage, and he retaliated by expending 2 third-tier spell slots to cast Fireball. The proximity of the attack ensured a direct hit, yet as the smoke cleared, Kristin emerged unscathed, leaving the demon mage horrified. To conceal the magical fluctuations of his protective spells during his ambush, he had refrained from using flight and instead mingled among the demons. Now that Kristin had closed the distance, it was too late for him to flee. Yet, he was resolute. "If I cannot survive, then we shall perish together." And he detonated himself. The explosion of a 10th-tier mage equated to the force of 5 fireballs, creating a substantial crater in the ground. However, Kristin had long since cast a portal spell to evade the blast. Eliminating a 10th-tier demon mage still yielded 200 demon slaying points, and the self-detonation would count as valid for the same reward. Meanwhile, the human cavalry, led by Knight Matthew Lauren, had engaged the demon army, and the battlefield erupted into chaos, though none dared to intrude upon the master-level combat. After dispatching her opponent, Kristin leisurely began casting a 4th-tier spell, Lightning Javelin. Lightning spells typically struck upon casting, and with a crackle, she hit the 6-armed serpent demon. However, an energy shield flared to life around it, mitigating the attack. This outcome was expected, as skilled warriors often donned 1 or 2 pieces of anti-magic equipment, particularly those resistant to lightning. While a typical 7th-tier mage could cast only 1 4th-tier spell per day, Kristin, being a 15th-tier archmage, could unleash 4. She presumed no one would notice her actions, and thus she cast another lightning javelin. The serpent demon, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, found its anti-magic equipment destroyed by the first strike, allowing the second to land solidly. Nonetheless, as a master-tier demon, it could withstand a 4th-tier spell, albeit its hair was singed away. "I will slay you." The 6-armed serpent demon bellowed as it abandoned Carlatani and charged at Kristin. It was undeniable that, standing nearly 3 meters tall, excluding its tail, the demon could easily outpace Carlatani, a professional assassin, who could only attack while pursuing. Yet, with 6 arms at its disposal, it could fend off her strikes without even turning around. Unfazed by the pursuit, Kristin continued to evade while casting spells, launching another lightning javelin at the 6-armed serpent demon. The demon was now at a loss. It could not catch up and was being toyed with. This was akin to being led on a string. Turning to re-engage with Carlatani, it realized she had already distanced herself. Furthermore, Carlatani activated the fireball spell from her magic ring. Although the demon's other fire-resistant equipment absorbed the attack, it was infuriated nonetheless. Stripped of its greater teleportation spell, how could it contend with ranged attacks? Chapter 256. The Battlefield. 10. Every Master Tier practitioner possesses unique traits, and demons are no exception. The 6-armed serpent demon holds a distinct advantage over other physical Master Tier combatants, but falters against spellcasters. The reason it found itself at Kristin's mercy was that its initial target had been Carlatani, only to be incapacitated by a dimensional anchor that disabled its teleportation ability. Moreover, Kristin's concealed identity as a Master Tier Archmage endowed her with power far superior to other professions. Unable to strike or pursue, the demon still possessed offensive capabilities. With a swish, 2 long knives were hurled by the 6-armed serpent demon with the speed of lightning, compelling Kristin to abandon her spellcasting to evade. Thanks to her superior physical attributes and quick reflexes, she narrowly avoided the incoming blades. A lesser mage would have been pierced through. Yet, even so, her spellcasting was interrupted, resulting in a backlash that caused her to cough blood. The spell slot was consumed, rendering her unable to cast the same spell in the immediate future. Taking advantage of the moment, the 6-armed serpent demon hurled another pair of long knives, only to have them intercepted by Carlatani, who arrived with a shadow step. Kristin, regaining her composure, cast a conical infrasound wave from her hand. Roar, a 4th-tier spell. The invisible ripples sliced through the 6-armed serpent demon like countless blades, leaving deep lacerations. While the spell induced dizziness and a significant slowing effect on the target, Carlatani, a part-time 6th-level sorceress, seized the moment to unleash a fireball upon the 6-armed serpent demon. Damn those humans. The formidable demon, despite enduring a multitude of magical assaults that left it drenched in blood, charged forward, shrieking with unyielding ferocity. Kristin, having retreated far from the main battlefield, felt no compulsion to conceal her strength any longer. With a crackle, a crimson beam surged forth from her hands, striking the demon's chest, a 7th-level spell, Finger of Death. How is this possible? The 6-armed serpent demon realized too late that Kristin was indeed a master-level mage. Had it known sooner, it would have fled as far as possible, but alas, it was too late. Serpentine creatures are notoriously resilient, so to ensure the demon's demise, Carlatani delivered several additional strikes, thoroughly dismembering the 6-armed serpent demon. This time, it was truly beyond salvation. As the battle concluded, Carlatani approached Kristin with concern, inquiring about her injuries. Kristin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. Turning their gaze towards the main battlefield, they perceived a grim situation. The humans relied heavily on coordination. Lower-tier mages empowered frontline knights with protective spells using scrolls, while 4th and 5th-level mages bombarded the demonic forces with fireballs, and priests tended to the wounded. However, the mid to high-tier demons possessed spell-like abilities, and while individually their numbers were limited, their collective might forced human spellcasters to prioritize defense, rendering them unable to launch counterattacks against the demonic horde. In terms of physical prowess and strength, humans barely surpassed the towering demons, some reaching heights of 3 to even 5 meters. Although human knights underwent systematic training, demons honed their combat skills in the brutal depths of the abyss. Regarding weaponry, while humans wielded finely crafted swords and armor, the demons' gear was notably sturdier. This battle saw the emergence of 12 high-tier demons, bolstering the demonic ranks and effectively halting the human advance. Upon contact, dozens of knights and cavalry were unseated, resulting in the immediate deaths of several. In contrast, the demons, even when injured, remained combat effective. With the cavalry losing their momentum, they were quickly encircled by the demonic forces, plunging into a chaotic melee that was increasingly unfavorable for the humans. The battlefield became a crowded struggle, where knights lost their evasive space, and direct confrontation revealed their inferiority against the high-tier demons. A single strike from a demon, unless it struck a vital area, was of little consequence, while a 5th-level knight could be incapacitated by a mere graze, resulting in further casualties. Witnessing this dire predicament, Kristin understood that inaction could tip the scales of battle. She retrieved a spell scroll, bestowing Carlatani with mage armor, agility spells, and a plethora of beneficial enchantments, before they both advanced towards the main conflict. However, Kristin did not hasten to engage. Instead, she positioned herself at the periphery, casting fireballs to bombard the lesser demons, while Carlatani focused on eliminating those attempting to assault them. Despite the general lower levels of human spellcasters, who had exhausted their spell slots and mental energy while fending off high-tier demonic spell attacks, Kristin, even as a facade of a 7th-level mage, was capable of casting 2 3rd-level fireballs, obliterating over 100 lesser demons and creating a pathway for them to penetrate deeper into the fray. The two, armed with legendary weapons and possessing levels double that of their demonic foes, found the slaughter of the 12 7th-tier demons to be a mere formality, completing the task in mere minutes, while the remaining 5th-level knights dwindled to fewer than 10. However, their presence immediately shifted the tide of battle, allowing the beleaguered knights and cavalry to regain their footing and begin pushing back against the lesser demons. In a similar fashion, they dispatched another 8 7th-tier demons, liberating 8 7th-level knights. The moment these knights joined the fray against the lesser demons, it became a massacre. Meanwhile, the knights Matthew and Lauren engaged with high-tier demons, though lacking the individual strength to match their adversaries, managed to hold their ground without showing signs of faltering. When Kristin and Carlatani returned to wreak havoc upon the remaining demons, the 4 high-tier demons realized the 6-armed serpent demon had perished and hastily retreated. With renewed vigor, Matthew and his companions resolved to ensnare their foes, preventing their escape. The ensuing battle held no uncertainty. Kristin and Carlatani first vanquished the 11th-tier demon opposing Matthew, before assisting others. With each demon slain, their allies were freed to join the fray, making the subsequent kills significantly easier. Ultimately, the battle reached its conclusion. In the aftermath, although the spellcasters had withdrawn from the battlefield, they had not strayed far, returning promptly to tend to the wounded. Of the 30 spellcasters present, half were priests, alongside several druids, all of whom had yet to expend their divine abilities and spell slots. The limited healing spells prioritized the gravely injured, while the lightly wounded bandaged themselves with herbs and consumed antidotes to purge the abyssal toxins, knowing that once the priests regained their divine magic by the following day, they would be able to heal fully. Post-battle assessments revealed 23 5th-level knights had perished, along with 26 knight attendants and 47 cavalry, while the remaining casualties, regardless of severity, had been preserved. This unfortunate outcome stemmed from the insufficient number of spellcasters, rendering both offensive and healing capabilities inadequate. For instance, in the Kingdom of Fran, every one of the 17 counties housed a branch of the Mage Guild, each boasting approximately 20 formal mages and 40 to 50 apprentices. In addition to those loyal to the royal family and nobility, the officially registered mages in the guild scarcely number 800, with at least half of them being below the 5th tier. Other magical professions such as druids and bards may number a few more, but even combined, they barely reach the thousands. The clergy are the most numerous, yet a significant portion are of the 1st and 2nd tiers, bound to their village temples and unable to leave. After all, low-tier magic practitioners and novice priests cannot be dispatched to the battlefield. They would serve little purpose and could become a liability, better utilized in transcribing scrolls. Likewise, mid- and high-tier practitioners cannot all be sent to the front lines, as those affiliated with local nobles would certainly prioritize the protection of their own territories. The entire Carolingian knights dispatched half of their forces to intercept the demons, and Sir Matthew Lauren commanded one of the 3 squads, consisting of over 30 magical practitioners, making for a formidable configuration. Here, attendants and cavalry cleared the battlefield, while priests purified the corpses of demons, and over there, Sir Matthew Lauren approached Kristin to express his gratitude. "My Lord Marquis, Lady Carlotan, this battle was made possible by your presence. Otherwise, we would have perished at the hands of the demons. My dear friends, we came only to confront the master-tier demons." "It was our duty," Kristin humbly replied. "Even so, without your assistance, we would have struggled to contend with the other demons," Sir Matthew Lauren sincerely remarked. And others echoed their gratitude. This is precisely why a master-tier presence is essential for the deployment of interception teams. Had Lady Carlotan not been present today, this human army would have suffered significant casualties. Knights are indeed swift, but they cannot outpace high-tier demons, let alone master-tier foes. A priest of the God of Order approached with a parchment and said, "Baron Lauren, the battle results have been compiled. Please take a look." Sir Matthew Lauren politely responded, "Thank you. It is the priest's duty to tally the demon-slaying points. Yet the commander must also sign for record-keeping, as this serves as a basis for the kingdom's military rewards. In this battle, Kristin amassed the highest score, achieving 1,500 points for slaying a Master Tier demon, 200 points for a 10th Tier demon, and 1,400 points for 27th Tier demons. The 4 11th Tier demons were jointly defeated alongside Sir Matthew, allowing her to claim half, which amounts to 600 points. Coupled with the lesser demons slain, her total demon slaying points exceeded 3,900, enough to secure a barony and more land. This is only fitting, as this Master Tier demon army could have raised an entire county. The rewards truly do not seem excessive. A few days later, in the town of Peldrad in Aquitaine, a patrolling mage suddenly shouted, "I sense a violent surge of magical energy. Quickly, sound the alarm." The nearby soldiers, taken aback, immediately rang the alarm bells, but it was already too late. Countless fist-sized flames rained down upon the town. A conflagration erupted instantly, consuming wooden structures and debris in searing heat, and the blaze spread rapidly. The knights, aware that demons were attacking, led their soldiers rushing from the barracks towards the town gates. The soldiers remaining in the barracks urgently aided their comrades, extinguishing the flames engulfing buildings. Townsfolk fled their homes in a panic, their faces etched with terror. The fire intensified, accompanied by the sound of collapsing buildings, plunging the entire town into chaos and fear. Some were burned, others injured by falling debris. Some fought desperately to quench the flames, while others were paralyzed by fear, and many were helplessly crying out, lost in confusion. This was a 4th Tier spell, Firestorm, yet its power and range increase with the caster's level. This particular spell had reached 8th Tier strength, bringing calamity upon the town. Savannah sensed the spell forming before it could fully manifest and rushed towards the caster outside the town in an attempt to intervene, but ultimately, the distance was too great. The spellcaster was a 20th Tier Baylor fire demon, just a step away from legendary status. Towering over 4 meters, it bore a muscular frame and broad wings, clad in heavy armor from which flames flickered. In its left hand, it wielded the fabled executioner's blade, while its right hand brandished a flaming whip. Upon seeing Savannah approach, the Baylor fire demon sneered, "Oh, a mere sprout." It then unleashed its innate skill, Commanding Dread, a spell capable of stunning a creature and temporarily rendering it immobile. A magical symbol formed above Savannah's head, yet nothing transpired. She was a construct, immune to mental spells. The Baylor fire demon, unfazed by the spell's failure, thought little of it, recognizing that a Master Tier individual would likely possess resistance to mental and psychic spells. With a flick of its wrist, it lashed out with the flaming whip, sending forth a line of fire that morphed into a net midair. The entirety of the fiery net spanned over 50 square meters. Once ensnared, it would be akin to being trapped by the flaming whip. Savannah had no choice but to evade to the side. The Baylor fire demon, akin to a fisherman casting a net, found Savannah darting like a fish in water, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Such an agile sprout. The Baylor fire demon mused, well aware that elven sword dancers are agile warriors. It was no surprise that a Master Tier opponent could evade the flaming whip's grasp. With a playful mindset, it continued to cast nets, refraining from employing other tactics. At this moment, knights and magical practitioners belonging to the Carolingian Knights approached the battlefield's edge, yet they dared not engage in the fray, for the disparity in power was too great. Chapter 258, The Battlefield, 12. Despite the Baylor fire demon's flaming whip being ineffective against Savannah, even an 11th Tier human knight ensnared would struggle to break free, leading only to being cleaved in two by the executioner's blade. The human side had reinforcements sent by Marquis Francois Conti, including a 12th Tier knight and an 11th Tier mage. Yet they too hesitated to join the battle. The 20th Tier Baylor fire demon was immune to fire, lightning, and toxins, possessing formidable resistance to strong acids and cold, as well as considerable resistance to other spells. The 11th Tier mage possesses the formidable ability to wield 6th level spells. However, due to the vast disparity in levels, curses and weakening spells are utterly ineffective. The only spells that may prove useful are disjunction and force field spells, such as Bigby's Forceful Hand. Disjunction is indeed powerful, albeit with the drawback of a short range. It is no exaggeration to say that during the incantation, a mere brush from the Barrow Fiend's flame whip would reduce the mage to cinders instantly. The Barrow Fiend is capable of flight, rendering human scouts incapable of detecting its presence until the rain of fire descended upon the town of Peldrad. Only then did the human forces realize they were under attack. It is not an exaggeration to assert that this singular greater demon poses a threat that surpasses hundreds of lesser demons, each accompanied by thousands of minions. When the humans beheld the Barrow Fiend, it, in turn, noticed them and immediately invoked its innate spell, Greater Teleportation, to appear before them. Run. The 11th tier mage was the first to react, shouting as he retrieved a scroll of flight from his secret stash, empowering himself before soaring into the sky. The others, whether 12th tier knights or ordinary cavalry, turned to flee, utterly unprepared for the Barrow Fiend's sudden aggression. Simultaneously, Savannah activated the pseudo-artifact, the Archmage's Amulet, a treasure capable of countering opponents' spells and abilities for half an hour. However, this amulet would fail to counter if the opponent refrained from using spells or abilities. As the Barrow Fiend employed greater teleportation, it became unable to cast for the next 30 minutes. Yet it had already teleported in, and although still some distance from the humans, it wielded its flame whip with a sweeping motion that severed several individuals in half. Cries of agony echoed, and those fortunate enough to escape fled as far as they could. Though the teleportation was restricted, the Barrow Fiend, unaware of the reason, recognized that only Savannah among those present possessed such capability. It discarded any mockery and charged forward wielding its decapitating sword. Previously, Savannah had discerned that the Barrow Fiend was not taking the encounter seriously. Thus, she had relished the playful exchange, hoping to delay until reinforcements arrived. However, the Barrow Fiend's relentless strikes with the decapitating sword and swift lashes of its flame whip forced Savannah to respond earnestly. Moreover, the reinforcements proved ineffective, arriving only to be dispatched before retreating. It is hardly surprising, given the overwhelming difference in levels. The humans were akin to sheep confronted by a tiger, destined for slaughter. After a few exchanges in close combat, the Barrow Fiend realized something was amiss. Its agility and speed had inexplicably diminished by half. This was the effect of Savannah's Nissa's Heart of Thornblade, which reduced the target's agility by 10% with each strike, capping at 50% for a duration of 10 minutes, with potential for cumulative effects. Savannah, already more agile than the Barrow Fiend, found herself at a distinct advantage as the demon's agility waned. She landed several strikes with her blade. However, being a 20th tier greater demon clad in heavy magical armor meant that her sword could only penetrate the skin by a mere centimeter, inflicting minimal damage. While the physical harm was slight, the humiliation was profound. To be bested by a mere master tier sprout was intolerable for the Barrow Fiend, even with its equipment advantage. In a frenzy, it swung its decapitating sword and flame whip while chanting spells in Abyssal. Savannah, understanding the Abyssal tongue, recognized the Barrow Fiend was about to unleash its innate skill, the 9th tier spell known as Implosion, reputed to possess the most potent single-target lethality below legendary tier. Without hesitation, Savannah began her own incantation of an otherworldly spell, and she was swifter, pointing her right hand forward to unleash the skill Celestial Dual Blade. This skill, of legendary caliber, could not be resisted even by a 20th tier demon. A flash of white light erupted, and the Barrow Fiend was cleaved in two, its defensive magical item proving futile. The Barrow Fiend possessed another innate skill, called self-detonation, which triggered upon death, resulting in an explosion with a radius of nearly 50 meters, comparable to 10 overlapping fireball spells. Savannah, in this battle, had been somewhat negligent, not anticipating the Barrow Fiend would invoke its daily innate spell, Implosion, so early. This oversight forced her to engage in close quarters with the Celestial Dual Blade, leaving her unable to evade the impending explosion. Fortunately, her armor could withstand spells of 5th tier and lower, but it could not mitigate the shockwave from the fire damage, resulting in significant injury. In the aftermath of the explosion, a large crater marred the ground, while Savannah maintained a defensive posture, shielding her head and face with her arms. After a moment, she collapsed to the ground. High above, the 11th tier mage had been observing their battle. Initially, he had hoped to become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, but he was astonished to witness Savannah's strength as she defeated the 20th tier Barrow Fiend. Once the explosion subsided, he hastily descended, inquiring with urgency, "Lady Savannah, are you unharmed?" Savannah remained seated, responding, "I have invoked the elven secret arts. I shall be fine for the time being. Please find a horse-drawn carriage to take me back. I will attend to it at once." The mage summoned 2 low-level earth elementals to guard Savannah and quickly cast flight to call for assistance. Upon returning, the others immediately began evacuating the townsfolk. After listening to the mage's account, they hastily secured the finest carriage to escort Savannah to Bordeaux in the Aquitaine region. Chapter 259. The 20th tier sword dancer as a construct. Healing spells were ineffective on Savannah, and to avoid revealing her identity, she claimed that after invoking the elven secret arts, she could not accept any other forms of healing. Although the bishops of Bordeaux had never encountered such an occurrence, they had also never heard of anyone surviving such a powerful self-detonation without a single injury. Thus, They could only adhere to what others said. The news of Savannah's injury was promptly communicated to Kristin through the Mage Tower. She hurriedly returned to the city of Toulouse in the Pyrenees, using a teleportation array to reach Bordeaux. Upon arriving at the temporary manor, the maids who witnessed Kristin's descent into the courtyard hurriedly greeted her, saying, "We pay our respects." "Your Grace." Kristin merely nodded and proceeded into the main building without pause. Savannah sat on the sofa in the reception room, appearing nonchalant, making it difficult for anyone to detect any abnormality. Upon seeing Kristin enter hastily, she simply remarked, "You have returned." Kristin sat beside her and inquired with concern, "Yes, I have returned. Is your injury severe?" Savannah's voice was calm and devoid of any tremor. "It is not very serious. I just need to recover gradually, which will take about half a year. During this time, I cannot engage in combat. Is there any way to expedite your recovery?" Kristin asked. "There are methods that could accelerate recovery, but the required materials are rather troublesome to gather. By the time they are collected, the time will likely have passed," Savannah replied. "I am not worried. Even if they are not needed this time, it is prudent to keep them for future use." "Very well. I will provide you with the list of materials shortly." Savannah and Kristin did not need to stand on ceremony. She continued, "Although I sustained injuries this time, I have also gained significant insights, and after my recovery, my strength may increase. Can you ascend further?" Kristin was hearing for the first time that a construct could naturally ascend. "I am not sure. It is merely a feeling I have. In any case, it is good that you are unharmed." Currently, Savannah bore no visible injuries and was not hindered in her movements, so that evening, she used the teleportation array to return to Dominaria. Kristin publicly declared that Savannah was receiving treatment, while in reality, she had gone to the safest demiplane to recuperate. Subsequently, orders to collect materials were dispatched to the Tulip Merchant Guild, along with bounty tasks published in the Mercenary Guild and the Thieves Guild. Savannah had slain a 20-tier Baylor Inferno demon, sustaining considerable injuries herself. Upon receiving this news, King Louis promptly sent a magical message of condolence. The Elven Goddess Church's Bishop Bilodally Greenleaf, located in Dominaria, also came to express condolences and brought gifts on behalf of the Elven Island. During this time, the head of the Warrior Guild in Dominaria sent Savannah a rank 20 sword dancer's professional badge, but unfortunately, she could not meet the recipient due to her treatment. To kill a rank 20 Baylor Inferno demon, one must also possess rank 20 strength. Although Savannah did not care much for such accolades, the Warrior Guild could not overlook it. At this level, taking a step further leads to legendary status. Even if one were to halt their progress, they would still be a notable figure on the continent, deserving of ample respect. After all, according to the Legendary Covenant, once one becomes legendary, they may no longer interfere in worldly matters. A rank 20 professional capable of slaying demons of the same tier becomes exceedingly significant. If she were an elf, she could maintain dominion over a region for a considerable time. Savannah's defeat of the rank 20 Baylor Inferno demon brought Kristin 4,000 demon slaying points, marking one of the highest scores for a single demon kill since the outbreak of the demonic calamity. Upon Kristin's return to Toulouse, her mage badge had also been upgraded to rank 8. As a scion of dragon blood, she possessed an innate sensitivity to magical elements. Kristin had previously engaged in battles against demons, and recently, she had joined forces with Calitani to slay numerous demons, including a 6-armed serpent demon, which accounted for her rapid advancement. Additionally, history had its share of prodigies, so no one found it particularly surprising. She now publicly identified as a 2nd-tier dragon blood sorceress and an 8th-tier mage, while in reality, she had already ascended to an 11th-tier dragon blood sorceress and a 16th-tier arcanist. However, upon Kristin's return, she learned that trouble had arisen once more in Languedoc. The master-tier vice-captain of the Galoran Knights had led a team to intercept a demon army advancing northward, only to unexpectedly encounter a master-tier soul judge demon and a master-tier demon blood sorcerer commanding over 40 major demons and more than 3,000 lesser demons. The type of demon merely determined their starting level. Through blood sacrifices and other means, they could obtain powers granted by demon lords or abyssal wills, allowing for ascension, though higher levels required increasingly more sacrifices. If it were simply demons, it would be manageable, but with a demon blood sorcerer involved. The Night Scouts and adventurer mercenary groups sent for reconnaissance were discovered and annihilated, preventing the human side from receiving timely information. As a result, both the Master-tier Vice-Captain and the 11th-tier Knights dispatched by Marquis Auvergne perished, and others suffered heavy casualties. War operates in such a manner, once on the battlefield. Whether a foot soldier or a Master-tier individual, survival hinges on both strength and ample fortune. The intercepting forces from the three counties were now left with only Calatani as the sole master tier, with knights and soldiers suffering nearly half their losses, rendering the intercept operation nearly defunct. Nonetheless, the ultimate objective had been achieved. The intercepting forces had bought nearly 2 months of time, allowing the Teutonic Knights of the Rhine Kingdom to arrive as reinforcements in Toulouse. Originally, the Kingdom of France had intended to dispatch the Valois Knights, but unexpectedly, the Teutonic Knights volunteered for the mission. Even King Louis had no choice but to alter his plans in light of their request. In the early morning, an army arrived outside the city of Toulouse. The knights stationed at the city gate shouted from a distance, "Halt! Who goes there?" The leading knight approached and presented a parchment, stating, "By order of His Majesty the King, we are delivering the Teutonic Knights of the Rhine Kingdom to Toulouse." After inspecting the documents, the guarding knight replied, "We indeed received orders regarding the arrival of reinforcements. You may proceed." The leading knight waved his hand to signal the troops to advance slowly. Thanks to the Mage Tower's scanning and the evil-detecting array inscribed at the city gate, there was no need for extensive checks. The soldiers guarding the city observed the knights clad in white hooded robes, revealing their armor and long swords as they walked. Feeling rather puzzled, did these individuals also wear armor while journeying? Without war horses, how could they charge or pursue their enemies? Chapter 260 The Teutonic Knights Toulouse, Temporary Residence Manor. Study. Alina entered and reported, "My lord, Baron Stephen Fisher of the Teutonic Knights wishes to see you. Please have him go to the reception room." "As you command." When Kristin entered the reception room, she found a knight clad in armor, his white cloak emblazoned with a black cross, draped over a similarly marked hooded cape. "Good afternoon, Marquis Stewart." "Good afternoon, Baron Fisher." Even the lowest-ranking knight of the Teutonic Knights held the 11th rank, already a high-ranking knight, and bore the hereditary title of Baron. "My lord, I have come today on behalf of the Grand Commander to invite you to a meeting." "When?" "The Grand Commander said you may choose the time." "How about tomorrow morning at 9? "Very well, I will convey your message to the Grand Commander." The Teutonic Knights boasted 6 knights of the 20th rank, 1 serving as the Grand Commander, 2 as deputy commanders, and the remaining 3 as the chief and deputy judges. The following morning, Kristin arrived at the headquarters of the Teutonic Knights, where she was welcomed once again by Baron Stephen Fisher. "Welcome, Marquis Stewart. Please follow me." Kristin gracefully bowed. "Thank you." As a mage, she possessed considerable knowledge of this relatively obscure yet renowned order. It was obscure because, without divine oracles, they would not leave their residence, and common folk, even some minor nobility, were unaware of their name. It was renowned because they followed the oracles to various realms to combat blasphemers. Their accomplishments widely celebrated among the elite of nations. The order consisted of 108 members, including 72 11th-rank knights, 30 15th-rank knights, and 6 20th-rank knights. In terms of military strength, they ranked among the top 3 across the continent's various armies. In the reception room, Kristin encountered the Grand Commander and deputy commanders, as well as the chief and deputy judges, 6 knights of the 20th rank. Their armor resembled that of ordinary knights, but the black cross insignia on their white cloaks was more intricate. Kristin greeted each of the 6 in turn, yet the Grand Commander showed no intention of inviting her to sit. Instead, he said, "Marquis Stewart, please follow me." "Oh, what is this, Grand Commander?" Kristin inquired, astonished. The Grand Commander replied, "It is not I who invited you." "Not you?" Kristin's confusion deepened. The Grand Commander smiled slightly and gestured for her to follow, saying softly, "You will understand shortly." Kristin followed the 6 into the manor's basement, where she observed 2 master-level knights guarding the entrance. After they entered in succession, she found a beautifully crafted coffin placed in the center of the basement, which only heightened her curiosity. The Grand Commander and the 6 knights did not offer any explanations but instead stood around the coffin, drawing their swords and plunging them into the ground. Law and binding. As their voices united, a magical circle appeared on the ground, isolating the basement from the outside world. With a crack, the coffin's lid began to move, ultimately falling to the ground, revealing a man clad in the armor of the Teutonic Knights. The man spoke, "Kristin Stewart?" "It is I," Kristin replied. The man smirked slightly and introduced himself. "I am Albert von Hohenzollern, the Grand Commander of the Teutonic Knights." Even Kristin was taken aback upon hearing this name. Albert von Hohenzollern was indeed the Grand Commander of the Teutonic Knights, but he was the first Grand Commander who had founded the order thousands of years ago. Therefore, when Baron Stephen Fisher invited Kristin, stating that the Grand Commander wished to see her, it was not incorrect. However, this Grand Commander, how should one say it, could not possibly have lived to the present day. Kristin bowed slightly in respect, honoring a figure of age and strength. Albert perceived Kristine's confusion and explained, as you surmise, under normal circumstances, I would not be alive today. However, in service to the great ancient god of death, I remain in this coffin in a state of slumber. Kristine understood that the ancient god of death he referred to was Jaeger, one of the oldest and most enigmatic deities. Thus, it seemed the one issuing the oracles was Jaeger, not the current god of death, Kvorin. Although the former had never acknowledged it, the latter had never denied it either. Albert continued, I apologize, but I am unable to leave this coffin and can only converse with you in this manner. Kristine courteously replied, you need not concern yourself with that. Albert extended his right hand, and an earring appeared in his open palm. This is called the pendant of yesteryear, which possesses the ability to ward off all necromantic spells and abilities, and can also intimidate undead beings. It is a gift for you. The simplicity of its two functions elevated it to the status of a divine artifact. After all, death itself fell under necromantic spells, and the ability to intimidate the undead was beyond question, allowing for great freedom in many situations. Kristine made no immediate move, but instead asked, what is the reason? What is the cost? Albert chuckled, I do not know the reason. It is the oracle of the great ancient god of death, and I merely act in accordance with the command. The deity is aware of your inquiries, and there is no cost. I only hope that when you make choices in the future, you will contemplate them thoroughly. When making choices, this was mentioned in the oracle, but she was unclear on its meaning. Kristine did not press further. Instead, she approached and donned the earring on her right ear, stating, everything comes with a cost. I simply cannot refuse. Gods are enigmatic riddlers. Since it is an oracle, everything is reasonable, rendering questions such as why it must be her unnecessary. For Kristine, if a deity harbored any schemes, she had no means to counter them. It was better to seize the benefits before her. Albert remarked, Kristine, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek us. The oracle states we can intervene once. However, if you bring someone to our dwelling and act there, it will waste this singular opportunity. Kristin spoke earnestly. Let us extol the greatness of the ancient death deity and express our gratitude to Grand Commander Albert. Well then, I have completed all that I set out to do. It is time to bid farewell. With that, Albert lay down and covered himself with a shroud. The 6 individuals nearby maintained the magic circle, yet they listened intently to the conversation between Albert and Kristin. Once the magic circle was dispelled, the Grand Commander remarked, Marquis Stewart, as per Grand Commander Albert's wishes, feel free to seek us out whenever you need assistance. Thank you very much. Chapter 261. The Ambition of the Dark Elves, Part 1. In a desolate village outside the city of Asteros within the Cantabrian half-elf duchy. The houses had not been burned, but had instead become a stronghold for the Dark Elves. Their appearance here during the siege by demons was evidently no mere coincidence. Inside the largest house, a voluptuous legendary tier Dark Elf priestess sat in a chair, while a similarly curvaceous high-ranking priestess knelt at her feet, employing flattery to express the subservience of a lower-ranking individual to her superior. Chief Hemini, the Viscount of Cantabria, was in the process of sending the civilians of Asteros to the city of Dominaria, having already dispatched 3 batches of over 6,000 people, with the 4th batch being prepared. Have the demons received word of this? They have their own sources of information. They must already be aware. However, I did mention it during my negotiations with them. Brissa, you have done exceptionally well. It remains uncertain if the townsfolk will attempt to flee. We must initiate our attack preemptively. Brissa had climbed onto Hemini's lap and said, the demons have consented to an early assault, but they claim it deviates from our agreement and demand additional compensation. Greedy demons, they ought to dwell in the abyss. Hemini, in an outburst of frustration, grasped Brissa's shoulders, her long nails digging into the flesh, yet Brissa dared not flinch. Hemini's hand glided along Brissa's neck as she proclaimed loudly, agree to those demons. We can pay the extra compensation, but we must launch our assault with utmost urgency, immediately. Otherwise, I shall terminate our collaboration with them. After a moment, Hemini rose, encircling Brissa's waist and whispering in her ear, inform the leaders of the various minor clans that I intend to slay 1,000 elves in the city as an offering to the great spider goddess. Should anyone dare to thwart my plans, I shall transform their entire lineage into spiderlings. Brissa trembled as she replied, Chief Hemini, I shall convey your orders without fail. Suddenly, a serpent emerged from Hemini's body, its eyes gleaming with a green light, its tongue flickering in and out. It appears my pet is parched. Hemini pushed Brissa to the ground, and what ensued was unspeakable. If the invading demon army intends to create a no-man's land at the border of the Iberian kingdom and the kingdom of Franks, their advance into the Basque Viscountcy would suffice to achieve that objective, rendering further incursions into the Cantabrian half-elf duchy unnecessary. However, if this is a transaction with the Dark Elves, it becomes explicable. The Dark Elves attacked the Elven Isle largely because elves seldom appear on the mainland. Yet following the outbreak of the plague, the elves dispatched 1,000 reinforcements to support the Cantabrian half-elf duchy, compared to harrying the Elven Isle. Eliminating these reinforcements would prove simpler, not to mention the half-elves who worship the elven goddess. Should Hemini succeed in vanquishing such a significant number of elves and half-elves, she would undoubtedly be a notable figure in Dark Elf history, and the favor of the Spider Goddess would elevate her further. Thus, she initially dispatched a Master-tier assassin to probe the situation, only to have them dealt with by Kristin and Savannah. Subsequently, she sent 3 more Masters for vengeance. But to her dismay, the outcome was the same. This time, however, no outsiders would interfere. Hemini received word that the unknown elf Savannah had sustained severe injuries, while Kristin and her family's Masters were required to defend the border alongside the kingdom's army. Despite Hemini's legendary status, she alone could not breach the defenses of Astieros. The moment she entered the scanning range of the Mage Tower, she would be detected. A surprise attack was utterly impossible. Furthermore, with the presence of a teleportation array, if she could buy some time, the legendary elves might arrive, potentially rendering her efforts futile. What she could not accomplish did not imply that the demons were incapable. A simple exchange of interests, Hemini would assist the demons in neutralizing the fleet from the Duchy of He, and in return, the demons and Dark Elves would jointly conquer Astieros. At that moment, the demons had already landed in the Iberian kingdom. If the Dark Elves could eliminate the human fleet, it would greatly facilitate the demons' subsequent troop movements across the sea. Should they fail, they would incur no losses, thus they readily agreed. However, not long after the siege began, the Viscount of Cantabria accepted Kristin's counsel and evacuated the elderly, sick, and women to Dominaria. Unbeknownst to Hemini, whether merely sending away the vulnerable or planning a complete withdrawal, she could no longer remain idle. Originally, she had intended to allow the demons to deplete the strength of the half-elf duchy before entering the fray herself. But given the current circumstances, if she did not act swiftly, her efforts could be in vain should the populace flee. Thus, she urgently gathered reinforcements. The Dark Elves, already at a disadvantage compared to the elves, had suffered losses of several Master-tier individuals, widening the gap further. Hemini's sudden withdrawal of a core contingent without notifying the leaders of the other major clans would likely result in even greater losses for them. Nevertheless, employing schemes against one another was a common practice among Dark Elves. They regarded it as entirely justified to dig pits for others. The following day, Priestess Brissa met with the commander of the demon army, the legendary balefire demon Finkelman. Esteemed Finkelman, Chief Hemini has acquiesced to your request for increased compensation, but she also wishes to launch a full-scale attack tomorrow. Seated in his chair, Finkelman did not look up, but merely responded, "At dawn the day after tomorrow, I shall command the army to launch an unreserved assault on Astieros. The additional compensation will be delivered to you following the attack. Today must see the delivery. If you disagree, then proceed with the original assault as agreed." With no other options, Brissa could only reply, "I shall return to report to Chief Hemini." Finkelman waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling her to depart. The urgency now lay with the Dark Elves, who, upon Brissa's return, did not wait for her report, but instead dispatched increased rewards. The demons required living beings or wealth for their blood sacrifices. The shadowy regions ruled by the Dark Elves harbored a multitude of cave dwellers, but it was too late to summon them. Therefore, they could only send boxes of gold and jewels. Chapter 262. The Dark Elves' Ambitions, Part 2. While the demons and Dark Elves conspired for an assault on the city of Astillero, reinforcements from various human factions began to arrive in the Iberian kingdom. Under the command of the legendary knight Miguel de Saavedra, the campaign to eradicate the demons officially commenced. The Iberian Infantry Legion, led by a master-class commander and his deputy, boasted over 50 knights of various ranks. This legion comprised 3,000 armored soldiers wielding 5-meter-long pike. A nightmare for cavalry. Affiliated with the Church of the God of Courage, the Fearless Knight Order, led by master-class knights, included over 200 mid- to low-tier knights. The Church of the Goddess of Joy dispatched a bard troop, with both the leader and deputy being master-class troubadours, and the group comprised over 50 spellcasters ranging from the 5th to the 11th tier. The Kingdom of France sent the Valois Knight Order, led by master-class knights, with 5 11th tier knights, 57th tier knights, over 400 5th tier knights, 1,000 3rd tier knight attendants, and 1,000 cavalry. The Habsburg Kingdom's armored cavalry regiment consisted of 500 knights of various ranks, 1,000 knight attendants, 4,000 third-tier cavalry, and 1,500 auxiliary troops. The Lightning Legion from the Rhine Kingdom was led by the deputy commander, with half of its forces present, requiring no further introduction. The Apennine Kingdom's Dorok sharpshooters also contributed half of their forces, equipped with massive crossbows to provide fire support for their allies. Additionally, a regular legion from the Iberian Kingdom, along with a local nobles contingent, totaled over 30 knights and nearly 3,000 infantry. The Mage Guild, Druid Guild, and Bard Guild collectively mobilized nearly 500 spellcasters, while the Church of the God of Courage and the Church of the Goddess of Joy sent over 300 priests of various ranks. Knights of the major churches could cast divine spells beyond the 5th tier, with higher ranks offering a broader array of abilities, thus alleviating concerns regarding healing and buffs. The army's operations necessitated the elimination of the Demon Scouts, a task assigned to the winged cavalry of the Piast Kingdom and the ranger squads from the Bohemian Kingdom. The former rode Pegasi, possessing remarkable speed, while the latter excelled in tracking and small unit tactics. Nearly 1,000 adventurers from the Mercenary Guild were tasked with hunting down any remaining threats. The Order of Punishment Knights from the Church of the God of Order, led by 20-tier knights, included 4 masterclass knights and over 200 knights of various ranks. The Fertility Knights from the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, also led by masterclass knights, comprised over 300 knights of various tiers. These foot knights, blessed by the goddess, stood firm against cavalry charges, equipped with a protective spell of stone skin during battle. These two factions were the earliest to support the Iberian Kingdom and secured the task of halting the subsequent landings of demons. It is crucial to note that demons from Sardinia continued to arrive by boat, replenishing their forces. Each landing could involve a few large demons accompanied by over 1,000 smaller ones, with the numbers occasionally soaring to dozens of large demons and 2,000 to 3,000 smaller ones. Although the demons' stronghold lay within the Iberian Kingdom, both the Kingdom of France and the Apennine Kingdom were compelled to bolster their defenses, thus not all major military units could be fully mobilized. Furthermore, masterclass practitioners would accompany the troops, while legends would engage the demons' legendary beings. The human factions naturally hoped that the Teutonic Knights would partake in the battle against the demon horde. Despite their mere 108 members, their combat prowess was unmatched among the participating forces. Regrettably, their request was declined. The Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights stated that the Divine Oracle only directed them to assist in the Kingdom of France against the demons, preventing them from leaving its borders. This decision was met with understanding, and they remained in the city of Toulouse. After all, should no calamity arise, this group was regarded with trepidation by other nations, and their strict adherence to the Oracle's decree provided reassurance to all. As the adage wisely states, before the troops march, provisions must be prepared. With so many elite forces from churches, nations, and organizations converging upon the Iberian Kingdom, logistical support inevitably fell upon King Alfonso. Fortunately, he had previously procured a substantial supply of grain from Kristin, sufficient to sustain a county's population for 2 years. Coupled with other edible provisions, it could barely ensure 2 counties' survival over the same period. However, a soldier's daily food consumption far exceeds that of a refugee, and the daily demands of such a vast army are anything but trivial. This consideration does not even account for the consumption of horses. Ensuring their stamina requires more than just fodder, as grains must also be provided, and a horse's daily intake surpasses that of a human by a significant margin. King Alfonso could only allocate stored provisions to supply the army, leaving the refugees at risk of starvation once more. What to do? Continue purchasing, of course. But from whom? Clearly, from Marquis Stewart. Others, despite having reserves and willingness to sell, would find it impossible to transport supplies in time. Did Kristin still possess grain? That depends on how one interprets the situation. The official granaries of the Stewart and Corona territories had none left for sale beyond what was necessary for their own sustenance. Thus, it was accurate to say they had run out. However, when King Alfonso proposed exchanging land for grain, a new opportunity arose. Let us not forget that the populace of the Stewart territory had cultivated more land than others, with lower tax rates, resulting in substantial grain reserves. Especially after the autumn harvest of the first year of the calamity, aside from paying grain taxes, no one would be foolish enough to sell their stores, leading to every household having enough grain to last for at least 3 years. For the lord, aside from the freemen, the remaining vassals were entirely at his mercy. To suggest that he might purchase your grain at its original price would be absurd. It was entirely within his rights to impose new taxes under any pretext and seize your grain. Of course, Kristin would never engage in such disreputable conduct. Yet, she was unwilling to spend even a single copper coin, So she devised a plan, borrowing. She intended to borrow 100 pounds of grain from each vassal, promising to repay it over the course of 10 years, thereby allowing the vassals to reduce their annual grain tax by 10 pounds. As for interest, that was a jest. After all, this was for the noble cause of combating demons. Any lord who did not take advantage of this situation was truly benevolent. Thus, Kristin managed to secure enough grain for an entire year for a county in exchange for the territory of the Viscount of Asturias. This land rightfully belonged to the Viscount and had not been besieged by demons, yet she was determined to claim it. In the end, King Alfonso intervened, offering a parcel of land 1/3 times the size in exchange, facilitating the transaction with Kristin. Chapter 263. The battle commences after the Dark Elves delivered an increased bounty. The legendary Baylor demon, Finkelman, commenced a full-scale offensive. It was not so much that he was particularly mindful of his promises. After all, integrity is hardly a trait associated with demons, but rather that he and the Dark Elf chieftain, Hermione, had sworn oaths to one another. The deceitful demon and the scheming Dark Elf were evenly matched. Their oath-taking could indeed fill volumes, instructing one in how to exploit various rules and linguistic loopholes to render oaths as inconsequential as a mere puff of wind. Yet, it was precisely because they were equals that neither could deceive the other. Their oaths were genuine. Given that they were destined to be fulfilled, it was prudent for Finkelman to strike early. According to their agreement, the Dark Elves would join the fray, thus sparing some of his lesser demons from demise. Although lesser demons were not particularly valuable, transporting them from the abyss was no trivial feat, so any reduction in casualties was welcome. The Viscount of Cantabria observed the demonic army outside the city walls, quickly perceiving a marked difference from previous encounters. While there had been tens of thousands of lesser demons in the past, only a few thousand had participated in the siege, the remainder merely providing encouragement. As for the greater demons, there had been no more than 100, serving primarily as overseers. Today, however, not only were there significantly more lesser demons, but nearly 1,000 greater demons were present as well. Previously, the Viscount had hoped that the demons would abandon the siege out of fear of excessive losses or the risk of being cut off, but given the current circumstances, that seemed unlikely. He hastily dispatched a message to Dominion City, pleading for assistance. The walls of Astiro City towered 10 meters high, making it impossible for a lesser demon, standing only 1 meter tall, to scale them. The demons lacked the resources to construct effective siege machinery. When the villagers evacuated, they took their tools with them. Even if they had tools, the lesser demons lacked the necessary skills. Their typical method involved felling trees and binding them with vines to create poles over 10 meters tall, which the lesser demons would then carry to the base of the walls and attempt to climb like monkeys. The defenders would generally topple these poles. And while the lesser demons could survive falls from 5 or 6 meters, repeated attempts often resulted in the poles breaking, bringing the siege to an end. Defenders would use spears to stab and swords to slash at the lesser demons attempting to ascend, while mages and archers provided essential support. The demons, for their part, relied primarily on the greater demons to unleash innate spells, while mage demons employed their own magic to assault the city walls. This was merely the passive phase of the siege. With a single command from the legendary Baylor demon Finkelman, numerous mage demons advanced and cast the third-tier spell, Billy Mootsai Rainbow Bridge, which conjured bridges of solid crystal. The demons could then cross these bridges to assault the city. Almost simultaneously, dozens of crystal bridges materialized, and the lesser demons commenced their attack under the orders of the greater demons. The defenders on the walls immediately countered, utilizing spells and scrolls to cast the third-tier spell Dispel Magic, aiming to revert the crystal bridges back to their elemental form. Soldiers wielding axes also struck at the points where the crystal bridges connected to the walls, complicating the demons' ascent. Even though the elven reinforcements included numerous spellcasters, and the likelihood of half-elves producing mages was high, they faced the overwhelming majority of the demonic army. It was implausible to contend against a foe with tenfold the number of mages. Ultimately, swarms of lesser demons surged across the crystal bridges. The half-elf territory of Cantabria had 2,000 soldiers, while elven reinforcements numbered 1,000, and the other two half-elf territories collectively contributed another 2,000 soldiers, summing to 5,000. All were equipped with elven gear and possessed considerable combat experience. They had arranged themselves in formation, leveraging the terrain to slaughter the lesser demons that reached the walls. It was indeed a slaughter. The first wave of lesser demons suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. However, when the greater demons joined the fray, the defenders could no longer hold their ground. 5 master-tier elven warriors came to support the Viscount of Cantabria. Even with their vast combat experience and superior equipment, Capable of facing 2 foes each, they could only barely restrain the greater demons, and the situation remained perilous. Among the remaining forces, there were just over 30 high-tier combatants, even if they could take on 3 or 5 opponents. They were no match for the hundreds of greater demons. Without the need for more, just a few of the nearly 6-meter-tall 13th-tier enchanting demons breached the walls, shattering several of the half-elven formations. The moment the soldiers lost their formation, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the lesser demons. Even with superior weapons and sturdy armor, they could not withstand the onslaught from all sides. The lesser demons, having slain half-elven soldiers, seized their weapons and shields, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. Of course, the defenders' valiant resistance inflicted heavy casualties on the demons. On average, for every half-elven soldier lost, 5 lesser demons perished, and the elven archers were able to slay more than 10 lesser demons each. Yet, the tide of battle could not be reversed. The call for retreat sounded. Seizing the moment before the formation was completely breached, the Viscount of Cantabria issued the order to withdraw. Upon hearing the signal, the soldiers, having rehearsed the plan countless times, slowly converged toward the staircases and then methodically retreated from the walls. As the last soldier withdrew, those below ignited the wooden ladder, already soaked in oil. The 10-meter-high city wall posed a formidable challenge. Without ladders, even the hardy little demons suffered broken limbs from their reckless leaps. This tactic effectively delayed the advancing enemy forces, allowing the half-elves to retreat unhurriedly. The architectural layout of the Astero city, like most urban centers, comprised an outer city, an inner city, and a central castle, within which stood the Mage Tower. To minimize civilian casualties during the conflict, the inhabitants of the outer city had long since retreated to the inner city. With nearly 9,000 elderly, women, and children evacuated to Dominaria City, the inner city was capable of accommodating the remaining populace. The retreating soldiers utilized the structures of the outer city to mount a defense against the encroaching demon army. Under the harassment of these well-equipped soldiers, many lesser demons fell, accumulating a noteworthy tally of victories. Observing the deteriorating situation, the commanding demon ordered the incineration of all buildings in the outer city, intending to burn the bothersome half-elves alive. Most structures in the outer city were wooden, rendering the arson a highly effective strategy, forcing the concealed half-elf forces to withdraw. However, the inferno also hindered the demon army's advance, with conservative estimates suggesting the fire would rage at least until the following day. Legendary Baylor demon Finkelman remained unperturbed. To him, taking a city within 2 or 3 days, especially one with such robust defenses, was swift enough. There was no need to incur significant losses for the sake of fulfilling the Dark Elf's bargain. Chapter 264. The Cantabrian retreat chief Hermione watched the battle unfold from a distance. Upon witnessing the demon army breach the outer city with relentless force, he promptly ordered the leaders of the smaller families below to enter the city and seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. However, before they could join the fray, the demons ignited the flames, engulfing the entire outer city in fire, rendering the Dark Elves incapable of participating. This infuriated Chief Hermione, who vocally cursed the demons for their incompetence. Yet, with the situation as it was, further lamentation proved futile. They would have to wait for the flames to die down. Fast forward slightly, before the demon army launched its assault, a distress signal was transmitted through the communication array to Dominaria City. The human coalition had commenced a counteroffensive, and the demons in the no-man's land along the borders of the Iberian and Fran kingdoms had been eradicated, rendering further interception unnecessary. Kristin had returned to her territory. The Cantabrian Viscount found himself in a desperate situation. With the demon main forces' might, only a coalition of the continent's nations could contend with them. What could Kristin possibly do? Nevertheless, considering her half-elven lineage, she could not disregard the Viscount's plea for assistance. Thus, she penned a reply, assuring him of her utmost effort to aid their evacuation. Time was of the essence. Kristin summoned Elena, instructing her to relay the orders without delay. At Dominaria Port in the Stewart territory and Corona Port in the Corona territory, a large contingent of soldiers swiftly sealed off the port area upon receiving the commands. The leading knight rushed into the Port Authority office, and upon delivering the Lord's orders, every individual within the office dashed out, accompanied by soldiers toward the vessels docked at the wharf. According to the Marquis's decree, all ships in the harbor were requisitioned, immediately unloading their cargo to set sail for the Cantabrian half-elven territory to evacuate everyone there, with any resulting financial loss to be compensated by the Marquis. No merchant or shipowner dared to refuse this requisition, fully aware that unless they intended to abandon the western sea routes entirely, they would inevitably need to dock and resupply in the Marquis of Stewart's territory. Angering him could lead to far worse consequences than merely losing business. One might find themselves executed for a trivial reason. The port area was not lacking in manpower. With a single command, everyone joined the ranks of unloading. Stevedores, carters, shop assistants, mercenaries from taverns and inns, and local residents all contributed. The journey from Dominaria City to Astiro Port spanned 2 days, while from Corona City, it took merely a little over half a day. The remaining provisions and fresh water aboard were sufficient, requiring no resupply, and each ship was set to sail immediately after unloading. Corona Port dispatched a total of 16 three-masted merchant ships, 2 three-masted heavy cruisers, and 10 single-masted patrol boats. Dominaria Port, having more resources, sent forth 33 three-masted merchant ships, 13 two-masted merchant ships, 2 three-masted heavy cruisers, and 6 two-masted light cruisers. The Cantabrian Viscount, upon receiving Kristin's response, was uncertain of how she could orchestrate the evacuation of so many people. Yet, in a spirit of desperation, he resolved to follow her instructions. While fiercely resisting the demon's siege, the rear began distributing provisions sufficient for 3 days to everyone, prearranging groups of 100, each managed by several apprentice priests of the elven goddess, supplemented by soldiers to maintain order. That night, stationed beside the communication array at the Mage Tower, the Cantabrian Viscount heard the call from the duty mage. "My lord, ships." A large fleet approaches from the west. The Cantabrian Viscount hurried to the control room. Peering into the crystal sphere, which displayed multiple green dots representing vessels, he quickly magnified the image, revealing a fleet, with the leading warship proudly flying the banner of the Stewart territory. "Quickly, inform the port to prepare and organize personnel for boarding," the Cantabrian Viscount exclaimed with joy. At once, the duty mage hastened to relay the message. The vessels sailing at night were required to display illuminating lights, and as a multitude of twinkling lights drew near, the waiting populace in the port square could not help but rise, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. As the fleet approached and became visible, they erupted into cheers of jubilation. It was the rescue fleet. Salvation had arrived. The first group to arrive included 2 three-masted heavy cruisers, 5 single-masted patrol boats, and 5 three-masted merchant ships. Thanks to prior arrangements, the apprentice priests led the personnel aboard in an orderly manner, setting sail as soon as the ships were filled. Everyone had been repeatedly instructed to follow commands. Disobedient soldiers were met with lashes, and those who persisted in their defiance faced execution on the spot. After several individuals were killed and dozens were whipped, compliance ensued among the crowd. The heavy cruiser is, after all, a warship, capable of accommodating only a little over 100 individuals. In contrast, a single-masted patrol vessel can hold around 50, while a three-masted merchant ship can accommodate over 200. Although Kristin deduced that the demon army would not continue westward after breaching the territory of the Viscount of Cantabria, she lacked absolute certainty. Thus, sending the people to Corona City was too risky. Should her judgment prove erroneous, the subsequent withdrawal would be fraught with complications. On the other hand, Dominaria City was too distant, leading to the decision to evacuate to the port of Latesteed in the Aquitaine region of the Kingdom of France. The journey from Astiro Port to there would take less than half a day, allowing for a timely return to make a second trip. Once all personnel were evacuated, they could then be transported to Dominaria City. As for provisions, they had brought enough food for 3 days. A few days of hunger would not lead to death. And under such circumstances, concerns became secondary. With less than half a day's journey ahead, the conditions aboard, regardless of their discomfort, were manageable. Thus, every ship was filled to its capacity, resulting in the evacuation of nearly 1,500 individuals in this first batch. Shortly thereafter, the second and third batches of 5 single-masted patrol vessels and 11 three-masted merchant ships arrived in succession, evacuating an additional 2,500 individuals. The proximity of these locations and the brevity of the journey facilitated their navigation, especially since these merchant ships frequently traversed these routes. Otherwise, sailing at night would have been too perilous. As it stood, over 7,000 civilians remained in Astiro City, alongside nearly 5,000 soldiers, priests, and magic practitioners. The Viscount of Cantabria received another magical message from Kristin, informing him that an even larger fleet had set sail. He needed to hold out until the following night when the fleet would arrive. Furthermore, the first batch of evacuees would finish disembarking by the next evening and could then return, making it possible to evacuate everyone completely. Hence, the day that followed became incredibly crucial. Enduring it offered a glimmer of survival, while failing to do so would lead to inevitable doom. Chapter 265. A Critical Day. The demons had set fire to the entire outer city, and the flames cast a crimson hue across the night sky, generating vast amounts of thick smoke. The fire and smoke obscured the port's lights, and the presence of the Mage Tower precluded any possibility of the enemy using detection spells, allowing the evacuation efforts to proceed unnoticed. A heavy rain in the latter half of the night extinguished the flames, and by dawn, the outer city lay in ruins, littered with debris. Diligence and discipline bore no relation to the demons, although the fire had long been doused. The demon army did not begin to gather until after 9 o'clock. This news was favorable for the Viscount of Cantabria. But the troubling revelation was the sight of dark elves among the besieging forces. At that moment, it became evident to all that the demon assault on the half-elf domain of Cantabria was bolstered by the dark elves. Matriarch Hermione ruled over a dark elven city, effectively a small principality within the shadowy realm, and she had summoned over 400 dark elves and practitioners from subservient races for this war, ranging from the 7th tier to master level, representing a formidable elite. Such a desperate gamble would inevitably leave the city's defenses vulnerable, and those opposed to her and other city leaders would not miss this opportunity. Yet, Matriarch Hermione was unperturbed. Once she had sacrificed a significant number of elves and half-elves to the spider goddess, she would be favored and ascend to demigod status, at which point all resistance would be futile in the face of absolute power. As for collaborating with demons, the already tarnished reputation of the dark elves posed no issue. Moreover, the realm of the great spider goddess resided in the 66th layer of the abyss, which spoke volumes. Astero City's outer walls lacked a moat, but the inner city did. And due to its smaller size, the area requiring defense was significantly reduced. This posed a disadvantage for the attackers, indicating greater potential losses. The matriarch's objective was to slay elves and half-elves to please the spider goddess, a task that must be executed by dark elves themselves. With only a little over 1,000 elves remaining in the city, each dark elf killed by the demons represented one less elf to slay. As the siege battle unfolded with inevitable casualties, would Matriarch Hermione care about the losses among her dark elf kin? As long as she could ascend to demigod status, the deaths of her followers would matter little. The siege began with the filling of the moat. The inner city's moat spanned over 10 meters in width and was nearly 3 meters deep. Although it contained flowing water, the current was not swift. Lesser demons hurled wood, stones, and any available materials into the moat, while mages froze them together, reducing the consumption of magical energy. The defending forces would not allow the demons to fill the moat unimpeded. Archers maintained a relentless barrage, resulting in the deaths of a tenth of the small demons with each batch attempting to fill the moat, their bodies ultimately contributing to the fill. The mage forces employed fireball and hailstorm spells to suppress the archers, leading to a fierce exchange of fire. After the loss of over 2,000 lesser demons, a stretch of several hundred meters of the moat was filled, marking the official commencement of the siege. Employing their traditional tactics, they constructed a crystal bridge using a 3rd-tier spell, the Rainbow Bridge, directly leading to the city walls. Leveraging the numerical superiority of their mage forces over the defenders, they engaged in a war of attrition, rebuilding the bridge as it was destroyed. Among the first wave of demons scaling the walls were several dark elves, who, due to their higher levels, superior equipment, and agility, utilized lesser demons as shields to absorb damage, inflicting significant casualties upon the defenders. The first charge resulted in nearly 2,000 lesser demons perishing, while the defenders suffered over 400 casualties, half of which were caused by these dark elf practitioners. In the control room of the Mage Tower, witnessing this scene, the Viscount of Cantabria realized that they could no longer delay, otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. He promptly commanded the mages beside him, commence the operation. As you command, 5 mages placed their hands upon the crystal ball, channeling their magical energy. The Mage Tower erupted in brilliant light, and subsequently, over a dozen portals appeared along the city walls, from which emerged over 100 stone elementals of approximately 9th-tier strength. Upon their emergence, they unleashed a flurry of blows upon the crystal bridge, causing it to collapse entirely. Along with the demise of over 1,000 lesser demons and dozens of unfortunate lower-tier greater demons, the demons that had already ascended the city walls, bereft of reinforcements, were no match for the defending troops, resulting in their complete annihilation on the spot. Conversely, the Dark Elves, sensing the peril, promptly fled, sustaining minimal losses due to their superior levels. The summoning spell had been prepared the previous night, utilizing the elemental pool of the Mage Tower to open a portal to the elemental realm, summoning stone elementals to join the fray. Casting this group summoning spell required the Mage Tower to expend half of its stored energy. Consequently, A substantial fee in precious gems had to be paid to the leader of these elemental beings, an elder earth elemental, leaving the Viscount of Cantabria nearly destitute. Nevertheless, he still bore considerable debts. However, the effects were markedly evident. These stone elementals not only severed the demon's reinforcements, but also dismantled their siege equipment, primarily granting the defenders precious time to regroup. These selected stone elementals, despite their sluggish movements and lack of extraordinary abilities, were classified as 9th tier due to their immense strength and resilience. While we need not dwell on the 9th tier, even the damage inflicted by 11th tier greater demons was limited. Moreover, the stone elementals possessed a commendable magic resistance, rendering 3rd and 4th level spells ineffective against them. A single strike from these elementals could shatter bones, particularly detrimental for melee races like demons that rely on physical prowess. In another context, the attacking side could easily bypass these stone elementals, as their speed was woefully inadequate. Yet, given that they were defending a city, the attackers had no choice but to wait until the summoning duration concluded. Legendary Balrog Finkelman, upon witnessing this scenario, promptly commanded a cessation of hostilities. There was no need for confrontation with these elemental beings, as time was on their side. The Dark Elves found themselves similarly stymied. The Banishment spell, a 5th level incantation, held a certain failure probability against the 9th tier stone elementals. The collective might of all spellcasters present could not guarantee the expulsion of these elementals. Of course, with the agility of the Dark Elves, it was not an issue for them to weave through the stone elementals and ascend the city walls. However, with only a few hundred of them, any isolated attempt would prove futile. Thus, both sides settled into a stalemate. Typically, summoning elemental beings for battle lasts around an hour, but this particular batch of stone elementals, unwanted by all, lingered for over 2 hours, reluctant to depart the prime material plane. Chapter 266. A Crucial Day, Part 2. The demon army began to assemble shortly after 9, launching their assault around 10. By the time the summoned stone elementals vanished from sight, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Legendary Balrog Finkelman gestured for the attack to resume. The first to engage were the Master Tier demons, either soaring into the air or leaping to a section of the city wall, where they encountered their longtime elven adversaries in combat. 5 Master Tier elves could hold their ground against twice their number in Master Tier demons, owing not only to their superior equipment, but also to the demons' lack of vigor in their assault. Since the onset of the magical calamity, dozens of Master Tier demons had perished, including a recent loss of a 20th tier Balrog during an incursion into the kingdom of Fran. With such precedents, one could not help but wonder if the seasoned elves had any means to drag down an adversary before their demise, making avoidance prudent. Now, with their forces poised for victory, the objective was simply to stymie the opposing masters. The demon-born mage cast the spell Bilam's Rainbow Bridge, erecting a dozen crystal bridges. But this time, the half-elven spellcasters refrained from engaging, having exhausted their mental energy, spell slots, and scrolls. It was fortunate that elves and half-elves enjoyed lengthy lifespans, allowing their spellcasters to possess considerable mental fortitude and numerous spell scrolls. Otherwise, they would have faltered even in the initial wave of assaults. Now devoid of combat capabilities, they could only retreat to the rear. What ensued was a brutal clash of offense and defense, with demons relentlessly storming the city walls while the defenders valiantly leveraged their geographical advantage. Among the half-elven ranks, there were just over 30 mid to high-tier professionals. 7 had perished in the prior day's defense of the outer city, though the injured had recovered sufficiently to participate today, leaving roughly 20 still able to fight. But how many were the attackers? Among those who had breached the walls were over 100 mid to high-tier demons and more than 400 dark elves. Were it not for the shield of their assembled soldiers, the half-elven forces would have been entirely eradicated. The retreat signal sounded. The defenders ignited pre-prepared oil on the walls, creating fire breaks to mask their withdrawal. Yet, their efforts did not cease there. They set fire to the inner city as buildings and debris piled along the roads as they retreated. With less than 3 hours until dusk, the fleet was expected to arrive at the port around 6, though delays could occur for various reasons, which had become inconsequential. Ultimately, regardless of whether they could evacuate, the fate of Astolero City was sealed in the hands of the demons, rather than allow the enemy to raise it. They opted to ignite it themselves in a bid for time. Many greater demons were immune to fire, rendering the flames harmless to them. However, lesser demons could not traverse the fiery expanse unscathed, effectively halting the momentum of the demon army's assault. Whether it was the legendary Balrog Finkelman or the esteemed priestess Hemenai, they both viewed the Viscount of Cantabria's actions as the desperate struggles of a cornered beast. The inner city was significantly smaller than the outer, and the conflagration would not last long, allowing them to afford a brief pause for their advancing forces as they awaited the flames to subside. The entire Astolero city was encircled by the demon army. Although there was a harbor, it was under the watchful gaze of flying greater demons and dark elven mages. The port stood devoid of vessels, rendering escape impossible. Indeed, no ships remained. All had departed the previous night, laden with refugees, and had yet to return. As for the Viscount of Cantabria, counting reinforcements, he commanded 4,000 half-elven soldiers, 1,000 elven soldiers, over 30 mid to high-tier professionals, nearly 200 low-tier professionals, and over 100 spellcasters and priests. To fortify the defense for today's siege, an additional 1,000 young militia members had been integrated into the ranks the previous night. Upon tallying the casualties, it was revealed that nearly 3,000 half-elf soldiers, including militia, had perished out of 5,000, while over 300 of the 1,000 elf soldiers had also fallen. The elf soldiers, primarily archers, boasted superior equipment and ranks compared to their half-elf counterparts, resulting in fewer losses. Nevertheless, even this toll was predominantly inflicted by the dark elves. Among the higher-tier professionals, only 4 elves remained, with the remainder having succumbed in battle. The lower-tier professionals numbered less than 30. With only 20 or so mages and priests lost, the grievously wounded could not be evacuated from the battlefield, nor could they receive treatment, sealing their fate as they were unable to return. They had vanquished over 10,000 lesser demons, nearly 100 lower-tier demons, and a few mid to high-tier greater demons. However, such losses were negligible to the demonic army. The last bastion was centered around the Mage Tower, encompassing a circular area with a radius of 1,000 meters, which also included the port. The support of the Mage Tower's offensive spells made the demonic assault considerably more challenging, given the current strength of the demonic forces. Even at the height of its power, the Mage Tower would surely fall, moreover, having expended half its energy for summoning elemental stones. The duration of its defense rested solely on the intensity of the demonic onslaught. Meanwhile, the Human Alliance, after a brief period of rest, swiftly departed from the Leon County of the Iberian Kingdom, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the demonic forces from the rear. The Count of Cantabria was aware of the Alliance's movements, as such a large force could not easily remain concealed. Not only was he informed, but the demons were also cognizant of it. The previous morning, his distress signal had reached the capital city of Magret, delivered into the hands of King Alfonso, in hopes that His Majesty could expedite the Alliance's assistance. Subsequently, this plea for help was transmitted via a portable communication array to the Alliance's commander, the legendary knight Miguel de Saavedra, for his judgment. Thanks to the efforts of the aerial cavalry, ranger squads, and mercenary teams in clearing the demonic contingents and scattered demons, the movements of the human army became undetectable once they entered the uninhabited territory. In truth, they had already penetrated deep into the Count of Cantabria's domain. Yet the demons remained utterly oblivious. Upon reading the plea for aid, the legendary knight Miguel de Saavedra commanded the army to proceed methodically. The Alliance's mission was to eradicate the demons, not to rescue a local noble, especially one who was a half-elf. Furthermore, hastily altering the army's pace could create disarray among the various legions, risking premature detection by the demons. Miguel de Saavedra did not believe the Cantabrian territory could withstand beyond a day, even if the Alliance hastened their advance by the time they arrived. The city of Astero would likely be reduced to ruins. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. In his response to the Count of Cantabria, Miguel de Saavedra wrote, "Hold steadfast. There is a way. The Alliance is drawing near." Chapter 267, An Astonishing Turn of Events, Part 1. The flames of the outer city raged throughout the night. If the inner city's fires were to burn for just 3 more hours, they would endure until the fleet's arrival. Given the current circumstances, this seemed feasible, barring any unforeseen complications. And indeed, complications were imminent. In the direction of the port, flying greater demons and warlocks, along with dark elf mages, were keeping watch. Such a sizable fleet would surely be detected, and the situation promptly reported. Although the source of the Count of Cantabria's numerous ships remained a mystery, it was clear that a cooked duck would not take flight again. Upon receiving this intelligence, the legendary Balrog Finkelman and the legendary priestess Hyman ordered an immediate assault. At this moment, the fire had diminished significantly. Even though certain critical routes remained ablaze, a single spell from a mage could extinguish a considerable area. The front line was fortified by the Mage Tower's formidable defenses, while behind lay the port facing the sea. Under the guidance of the greater demons, the lesser demons advanced towards the port from both flanks, with the defenders intercepting under the Mage Tower's command. The distance from the Mage Tower to the port was merely 1,000 meters, requiring the defending soldiers to cover this span. However, the absence of walls necessitated a direct confrontation with the demonic horde, amplifying the soldiers' burden. Fortunately, this distance fell within the Mage Tower's range for spell support, compelling the greater demons to conserve some energy to guard against potential magical attacks, thus preventing the defense from being easily overwhelmed by a single charge. The Mage Tower's range extended only 1,000 meters, safeguarding the port, but unable to protect the waters beyond. Naturally, the demons and dark elves would not idly observe the rescue vessels entering the port. They dispatched nearly 100 flying greater demons and warlocks to intercept them. Docking at the port was not as simple as halting on the road. It involved lowering sails, reducing speed, and aligning the vessel with the gangway, steps that required even the most skilled sailors over half an hour. By this time, the ships had already slowed to their minimum speed, making evasion impossible amidst the assault. Fortunately, the Count of Cantabria had anticipated this scenario, instructing the elven archers to set out in small boats to provide support. These small vessels could accommodate no more than 10 individuals and relied on paddles for movement, making them relatively slow. However, dozens of them adrift near the port could still offer some measure of interception against the attacking airborne demons. It was a meager effort, but better than nothing. What the Count of Cantabria could conceive, Kristin was certainly capable of as well. At that moment, clad in battle armor and wielding a longsword, she stood upon the deck of the lead heavy cruiser. Behind her stood Carlatani, nominally a 10th tier but effectively a 13th tier mage, Monica Bellucci, 7th tier archer Floyd Thomas, 6th tier mages Olivia Magna and Ramos Aiken, 6th tier druid Roniste, as well as 8th tier mage Dupuy del Toro from the Brittany Mage Guild, 7th tier mage Valencia Ainer, and 17 high-tier mages who had arrived via teleportation from Elven Isle. With a generous supply of spell scrolls at their disposal, they could at least ensure the safe passage of the first batch of merchant ships to retrieve the people. For Kristin, these vessels were either her own or had been summoned in her name. Should they suffer losses, the burden of compensation would ultimately fall upon her. Thus, Kristin personally led the charge to their rescue. Do not mention the Viscount of Cantabria. Whether he will survive until that time remains uncertain. This endeavor is purely for the sake of my cousin, Eloise. One might wonder how Kristin dares to appear in person, given the inherent dangers. Even though she and Carlatani can fend off multiple archdemon-level threats, and even escape from an onslaught of over 10 such demons, does she not fear the legendary demons? Indeed, she does harbor fear, yet it is not absolute. When attacking the city of Astrolero, why did the legendary balefire demon, Finkelman, and the legendary priestess, clan matriarch Hermionii, refrain from intervening directly? Let us not speak of pride. The concept of face holds no significance for demons and dark elves. It is well known that the human coalition is en route, and a swift assault on the city would allow for a prompt escape. Their hesitation stems from the fact that the human side's legendary figures are concealed, monitoring their every move, preventing them from engaging in battle. With the power of a 20-tier balefire demon, had Savannah not been present, he could have annihilated 1/6 of the Galoran Knights and everyone in a town single-handedly. Should a legendary figure intervene, only those within a radius of 1,000 meters around the Mage Tower might escape unscathed. The human faction would never allow a legendary demon or dark elf to slip from their sight. In reality, from the moment they entered the main world, they were under constant surveillance by human legends. However, if the demons do not engage, the humans will likewise refrain from battle. For the legendary demons, their purpose in the main world is to reap benefits. Without assurance of defeating the human legends afterward, they would not act first. The same principle applies to the human legends. If they lack certainty, they will not seek to confront the demons recklessly. In such circumstances, neither side would squander energy, skills, or spell slots on mere minions, for any lapse could be perilously exploited by the adversary. This leads to legendary demons hesitating to participate in the siege, while human legends refrain from defending the city. Under the protection of Kristin and the elven archers, the first batch of 15 merchant ships has docked alongside the pier, beginning to accept refugees boarding. It is not that they wish to limit the number of ships. Astrolero port can accommodate only this many. The demon horde is nearly upon them, and if they fail to board now, they may never have another chance. Moreover, with spells from demons or dark elf mages occasionally raining down upon the crowd, maintaining order has become utterly impossible. Countless refugees are clamoring to board the vessels, and no amount of shouting or scolding from the soldiers can stem the tide. Some soldiers even join the fray to escape their fate. Observing the chaos, a captain, Fearing the throng might capsize his ship, cries out, "Hoist the sails, set sail, quickly. Untie the mooring lines. Raise the sails." The sailors, not daring to delay, hastily untie the lines, retract the gangplank, and raise the sails. Those unable to board grasp the ropes desperately, resorting to knives to sever them. While others push the gangplank down in their frenzy, many jump from the pier into the sea, attempting to swim to the ships, while others are jostled into the water by the crowd behind. Other captains, witnessing the scene, follow suit, urging their sailors to set sail promptly. The dock is filled with cries, curses, shoves, and the splashes of those diving into the water, creating a cacophony of chaos. Had the boarding been orderly, the 15 ships could have evacuated at least 3,000 people. However, in this desperate scramble, no captain dares to fill their vessels before departing, with some ships leaving with barely over 100 on board. Chapter 268, A Shocking Turn of Events, Part 2. Since the onset of the conflict, over 300 elves have fallen to the Dark Elves, with nearly 1,500 half-elves lost. Legendary priestess Hermione can already sense the joy of the spider goddess. Although significant flaws in the plan allowed some rescue ships to dock and evacuate a portion of the populace, the Mage Tower has exhausted its energy, and the defenders are in retreat. Those remaining have no time left to board. Hermione feels that if she can slay just over 2,000 more half-elves, she will be graced with ascension to demigod status. For the legendary balefire demon, Finkelman, while the assault on Astrolero was a deal with the Dark Elves, it is undeniable that during the attack, his minions relished the thrill of slaughter, reaping souls and feasting on flesh, which is immensely beneficial for his command over the army. At this moment, the human coalition is less than half a day's journey from Astrolero, and due to the presence of numerous high-level professionals and elite scouts, none of the spies sent by the demon army have managed to relay any information back, allowing the enemy to remain unaware of their proximity. Continuing to advance will undoubtedly reveal their presence, but it matters little. The human coalition has successfully encircled the demons from the south and east, with the sea to the north. As commander, legendary knight Miguel de Saavedra is well aware of the strategy of surrounding the enemy. Additionally, those sent to scout Astrolero have reported that the demons have breached the inner city, and the Viscount of Cantabria likely cannot escape. Such sacrifices are unavoidable in the struggle against the demons. Any loss is noble. Unfortunately, the half-elves do not worship the great god of courage. Otherwise, Knight Miguel would pray on their behalf. At the same time, in a certain area outside Astrolero, where a concealed array has been inscribed, the Master Tier's 6-armed serpent demon, Efreet Ashkenazi, has entered. Here, 2 Master Tier demons guard a severely wounded legendary demon. This demon does not bear the traditional appearance of the Tannery. But in the realm of demons, appearance is inconsequential. What matters is strength. The 6-armed serpent demon Efreet Ashkenazi speaks with utmost respect. Your Highness Benjamin, Finkelman's forces have pushed the enemy back to the port, and all our preparations are complete. His attitude is shaped by the fact that just days ago, the other party eliminated a human legend. Though currently gravely injured, no demon would dare test what remains of the opponent's power with their own life. The legendary demon Benjamin rises, declaring, Finkelman's performance has reached its conclusion. He must withdraw. All the major demons, including the 6-armed serpent demon Efrat, bowed and proclaimed, As you wish. Let us depart. The legendary demon Benjamin had just arrived in the city of Astrolero today, though he had been covertly orchestrating this operation for some time. Many of the high-ranking demons within the demonic army were his allies, a commonplace occurrence in a realm where betrayal was as routine as breathing. Just days prior, Benjamin had laid a trap for a human legend shadowing him, ultimately eliminating his foe at the cost of sustaining grave injuries himself, while losing 7 of his master-tier subordinates. He then hurriedly proceeded to conclude this plan personally. As the demonic forces breached the outer city, the raging inferno was ignited by Benjamin's minions, set ablaze upon their entry to the outer city and again upon penetrating the inner city, ensuring no suspicions arose. They intended to use the fire to obscure the magical circles and altars they had secretly established, unaware that the Viscount of Cantabria had inadvertently set the inner city ablaze himself. Nevertheless, as long as their objectives were met, the identity of the arsonist was of little consequence. From a vantage point in the sky, were one able to pierce through the cloaked magical formations, they would discern 6 malevolent altars arranged in a hexagram around the Mage Tower and the harbor, each altar surrounded by 10 offerings. Capturing 60 prisoners amidst such large-scale conflict was hardly a challenge, especially with dark elves or other races available to meet the quota. Concurrently, the throats of all the offerings were slit, their blood flowing into the altars. At the most significant altar, Benjamin recited incantations in the demonic tongue. He had infiltrated the area thanks to a relic that concealed his presence, which, after an hour of use, would enter a cool-down phase for 3 months. Without this artifact, he would have been discovered long ago by Finkelman or other legends. However, as the energy of the wicked altar surged, the relic could no longer mask his essence. Both the legendary baleful flame demon Finkelman and the legendary priestess of the Hemini clan suddenly sensed the dark energy emanating from the altars, along with Benjamin's presence. Alarmed, Finkelman, being a demon himself, immediately recognized the malevolent energy's purpose and rushed toward Benjamin's location. The legendary priestess, caught off guard, summoned her subordinates to follow suit. However, it was too late. Among the attacking demonic forces, some lesser demons, unaware of the impending doom, were ensnared by the sacrificial runes. Suddenly, the runes ignited, causing these lesser demons to explode into a mist of blood. Any creature touched by this sanguine mist would suffer burning symptoms, inevitably meeting the same explosive fate. As the blood mist spread like a plague, within the hexagram-encircled zone, there were over 4,000 casualties among half-elven civilians, soldiers, and adventurers, excluding those who had retreated or fallen in battle. Nearly 400 dark elves and their subordinate races, all at least Tier 7 professionals, were present. Additionally, there were over 30,000 lesser demons and several hundred mid-tier and low-tier major demons, along with over 100 mage descendants. This sacrificial rite demanded widespread slaughter, abundant blood, and the emotions of fear and souls of the deceased. The stronger the sacrifice, the more potent the ritual became, even if the sacrifices were demons themselves. Those high-ranking demons secretly loyal to the legendary demon Benjamin deliberately lagged behind during the assault, thus avoiding the sacrificial range. Now, they swiftly approached the wicked altars, kneeling and joining in the recitation of the incantations, thereby amplifying the effectiveness of the sacrifice. Anyone tainted by the blood mist, if unable to escape the sacrificial zone in time, would face the grim fate of transforming into blood mist, regardless of their strength. Ultimately, aside from the legendary baleful flame demon Finkelman, the legendary priestess of the Hemini clan, and the few individuals they managed to take with them, only 5 master-tier elves and 18 master-tier demons escaped, while the remainder perished in this malevolent sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 269, A Stunning Turn of Events, Part 3. Upon witnessing the wicked altar, the legendary baleful flame demon Finkelman immediately grasped the situation. The legendary demon Benjamin sought to sacrifice all life within the battlefield in exchange for immense power. Most of this demonic army comprised his subordinates, and the rest were hard-won recruits. Should they all perish, Finkelman would be left as a mere figurehead. Without his followers, he could not hope to defend his territory in the abyss, nor could he evade the wrath of the demon lord. Realizing this, Finkelman charged forward, bellowing, "Benjamin, you shall perish." Crack! He lashed out with his flaming whip, only to have it thwarted by the altar's protective magic. The sacrifice had commenced, and the wicked altar was naturally shielded by the magical formations. Even a legendary being could not easily dismantle it. "You fool," Benjamin mocked, a smirk plastered across his face. At that moment, the altar's power surged back, visibly healing his wounds at an alarming rate, bringing him closer to full recovery. Soon, he would be beyond Finkelman's grasp. "Hemini, those wishing to save you must join me in shattering this altar." Finkelman recognized that he could not single-handedly breach the altar's defenses in time. If the sacrifice succeeded and Benjamin regained his strength, Finkelman would face dire consequences. Thus, he called upon the legendary priestess Hemini for assistance. Benjamin laughed heartily. "It is too late. Hemini, if you leave now, you may yet save your life. Otherwise, you shall meet your end here." Furious at his words, the priestess brandished her hydra whip and charged forth. "I have already told you, it is too late." Though Finkelman and Hemini sensed the power of the wicked sacrifice and hastened their approach, the sacrificial area was predominantly filled with civilians and lesser demons. Those who came into contact with the blood mist perished instantly, their souls swiftly claimed for the sacrifice. As a result, Benjamin not only healed but also amplified his strength. Standing but a step away from demigodhood, he grinned maliciously as he advanced, standing against the two, while the 6-armed serpent demon Ephrat Ashkenazi and 2 other master-tier demons obstructed the 10 or so subordinates accompanying them. The malevolent sacrificial ritual unfolded like a rolling snowball, with each harvested soul amplifying the potency of the ensuing blood mist. Ultimately, even the last of the 12th-tier dark elves succumbed, bursting into a crimson haze, as a surge of abyssal energy reverberated through the air, marking the conclusion of the sacrificial rite. The matriarch, Hermione, contorted in rage, screamed, "I will fight you to the death." If she could vanquish a sufficient number of elves and half-elves, she would naturally be graced with ascension to demigod status. Yet now, she faced not only failure but also the loss of nearly 400 mid to high-tier practitioners. The consequences upon her return would be dire. Thus, she chose to perish alongside Benjamin in a mutual destruction. From her lower body emerged a venomous serpent, initially of ordinary size, but upon striking the ground, it transformed into a creature as massive as a python. As it lifted its head, its girth equated to that of a large water barrel. In a single gulp, it consumed Hermione along with her 9-headed serpent whip, subsequently sprouting 9 heads of its own, each as formidable as a connected trio of freight cars, its power rivaling that of the current Benjamin. Under the assault of this equally matched colossal serpent, compounded by the legendary Baylor demon Finkelman's assistance, Benjamin found himself at a disadvantage. However, he remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to flee. Meanwhile, the human legends covertly observing the legendary Baylor demon Finkelman and the legendary priestess Hermione recognized the fray between the demons as a fortuitous opportunity. They hastened to another altar, intent on disrupting the magical array's nodes to halt the sacrificial process. Yet they were unprepared for the rapid completion of the ritual. Witnessing the malevolent demons kneeling before the altar, absorbing the feedback power and ascending to mastery. Indeed, legends are formidable, but one was a legendary warrior and the other a legendary druid, lacking the assurance to confront dozens of master-tier demons and demon mages. Moreover, a single evil altar could elevate these demons, while the blood sacrifice ritual encompassed 4 altars. Should they be surrounded, even a multitude of ants could fell an elephant. And master-tier beings far surpassed mere ants. Thus, they conferred and swiftly sought out the human coalition to convey this critical information. The legendary priestess Hermione needed to slay 4,000 elves and half-elves to secure her ascent to demigod status. The legendary demon Benjamin, having sacrificed over 45,000 lives during the blood ritual, with over 30,000 being lesser demons, had nearly 1,000 mid and high-tier dark elves and greater demons among them. Yet, he barely grazed the threshold of demigodhood. This was due to the fact that the majority of the benefits from the blood sacrifice accrued to the greater demons and demon mages. Among those elevated greater demons, some had stealthily infiltrated alongside Benjamin to establish the altar, while others were members of his demon army who had secretly pledged their loyalty. The latter's betrayal of the legendary Baylor demon Finkelman stemmed from Benjamin's promise of elevation to master-tier status. A total of over 150 demons and demon mages ascended through this blood ritual. Notably, many were already of 12th or 13th tier, otherwise. Even with such a significant sacrifice, the emergence of so many master-tier demons would have been implausible. Upon their elevation, these master-tier demons and demon mages rushed to support Benjamin. Coincidentally, they encountered 18 master-tier demons that had narrowly escaped disaster, and with a slight intimidation, they immediately joined the ranks. For demons, this was an astute decision to switch allegiance, with no other demons deriding their choice. Demons primarily rely on their superior physical prowess. Once they attain master-tier status, their overall strength, agility, constitution, and regenerative capabilities are significantly enhanced, along with special skills and innate spells, though their fighting style remains largely unchanged. Whether equipped with weapons and armor or not, they can immediately wield considerable combat power. In contrast, human master-tier knights, lacking adequate armor and weaponry, would see their combat effectiveness diminished by at least 1/3. Similarly, human mages, upon ascending to master tier, gain merely a few additional skills and spell slots without learning the requisite spells. Thus, when the 170 master tier demons and demon mages arrived, the 9-headed serpent, along with the legendary Baylor demon Finkelman, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Particularly, the 9-headed serpent became a primary target due to its enormous size. It is no exaggeration to say that even if each master-tier demon unleashed a spell-like attack, the serpent would be gravely injured. Chapter 270, A Stunning Reversal, Part 4. This 9-headed serpent, a creation of the legendary priestess Hermione's own sacrifice, was indeed formidable. Yet even its power could not endure the collective assault of so many master-tier demons. On the other hand, Finkelman was already no match for Benjamin, and with the arrival of dozens more master-tier demons, his defeat was imminent. Seeing victory within his grasp, Benjamin proclaimed, "Finkelman, if you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall spare your life." Finkelman, while striving to fend off the attacks, retorted, "If you do not kill me, the demon lord will not spare me upon my return. I can resolve this issue for you. Truly, I swear by the abyss." Very well, I surrender. Finkelman, unwilling to meet his demise, found himself with no means of escape in the current situation. Benjamin's promise to assist him, regardless of its veracity, at least spared him from death. Although demon oaths are often as hollow as air, those of legendary status possess their own means of safeguarding against betrayal. They swore upon the abyss, with Finkelman pledging his allegiance to Benjamin, while Benjamin vowed to mitigate the demon lord's punishment. Finkelman became one of Benjamin's subordinates and immediately joined the fray against the nine-headed serpent, culminating in the serpent's demise. With over 170 master-tier demons and demon mages at his command, Benjamin sought to eliminate the human legends covertly observing. However, they had already vanished at the first sign of peril. In the port battle, due to spatial constraints, the demon army could not deploy their full strength at once. Thus, despite sacrificing over 30,000 lesser demons, more than 20,000 remained. While the creatures within the sacrificial area had transformed into blood mist, their weapons and equipment remained intact. After a thorough battlefield cleanup, over 5,000 elite warriors armed with weapons and shields were rallied. At this moment, the formidable forces were assembled, and the legendary demon, Benjamin, waved his hand towards the east to confront the human coalition. Time shifted slightly forward. High in the sky, intercepting the flying demons, Kristin witnessed the chaotic scene at the docks, where people were jostling and clamoring to board the ships, yet she felt utterly powerless. She could not command the captain to wait until a certain number of souls filled the vessel, for overcrowding could lead to chaos or even capsizing. All she could do was wait for the first batch of ships to depart before the second could hastily approach. At that moment, Benjamin's sacrificial ritual commenced, and the runes upon the small demons erupted, releasing a vast cloud of blood mist. As the saying goes, those who stand high can see far. And from her vantage point, Kristin perceived the ominous implications of this event. To amplify her voice, she cast an illusion spell, shouting for all ships to hastily depart. Both the flying demons engaged in battle above and the dark elves and their sorcerers noticed the unfolding chaos at the harbor, with uncertainty clouding their judgment. They ceased their attack on the fleet and fled with utmost urgency. As Kristin soared outward, she continued to call for the ships to withdraw. Those who heard her immediately halted their sails, reduced their speed, and turned back. Carlatani, Monica, and others also observed the dire situation at the docks and, upon hearing Kristin's voice, cast their own illusion spells, echoing her calls as they flew away. Fortunately, at that moment, the 15 ships carrying refugees had unfurled their sails and were making their way out, while the remaining vessels were slowing down in weight. Thus, those who heard the warnings were able to accelerate their ships in the briefest of time. The elves on the smaller boats intercepting the flying demons also caught wind of the cries. Although they could see nothing from their position, none were foolish enough to seek clarity. They fervently paddled towards the larger ships. The sailors aboard the grand vessels, upon seeing their approach, did not halt, but instead tossed down several ropes. Within moments, fewer than 10 elves aboard a small boat skillfully climbed up the ropes. Dozens of vessels occupied the waters near the docks, and with their prowess, the elves could easily maneuver their small boats alongside the larger ones, ensuring their salvation. The blood mist initially erupted from the demon army and quickly spread, yet the harbor, particularly the pier, lay the farthest from the front lines of conflict. By the time the blood mist approached, the slowest ships had already sailed several meters away, remaining untouched by its taint. The refugees at the docks, witnessing such horrors, desperately ran towards the pier. Those on the pier saw the ships raising their sails to depart. Some cried out, pleading for the vessels to return for them, while others cursed vehemently, and some fervently prayed for divine intervention. The result was a surge forward from the crowd, causing many to be thrust into the sea. Those who could not swim sank immediately, while others managed to gasp for air, only to witness the chaos on shore erupt into blood mist, prompting horrific screams. The sight from the ships of the ghastly scene on land terrified both sailors and refugees alike. The sailors' instinctive response was to fill the sails as quickly as possible, steering the vessel away from this hellish place. The refugees, trembling in fear, wept, knowing that had they not boarded the ships in time, they would share the same fate as those on the shore. Aboard the three-masted cruiser, the Sally, Kristin surveyed the gruesome scene ashore, feeling a profound sense of relief for her timely escape. Naturally, given the nature of the blood mist spread, even in the worst-case scenario, only a few ships that had not managed to depart would become tainted, while the others, maintaining their distance, would remain safe. However, avoiding any losses would be preferable. At that moment, she noticed 5 dark figures approaching the fleet from the sky. Instantly, she spread the wings of her angelic battle gear and took flight, joined by Carlatani. Monica, and others who similarly cast flight spells to accompany her. As they drew nearer, Kristin discerned that they were 5 masterclass elves, 2 sorcerers, a blade dancer, and 2 marksmen. Their survival was unsurprising. The sorcerers possessed flight magic and engaged primarily in aerial combat, allowing them to flee at the first hint of danger. One of the marksmen bore white wings, indicating he too wielded angelic gear, while the remaining 2 were presumably rescued by the sorcerers. Upon their approach, the leading sorcerer bowed, introducing himself as Marquis Stewart. Kristin returned the gesture, addressing him as Master Aswend of the Daylight, and invited all to board the ship for further discussion. The 4 other masterclass elves expressed their gratitude as well. The fleet split into 2. One portion journeyed to the port of Ladystede in the Duchy of Aquitaine to rescue stranded refugees before returning to Dominaria, while the other accompanied Kristin to the territory of Corona, along with Carlatani and the 5 masterclass elves. Chapter 271. The Final Battle, Part 1. From the events unfolding at the harbor, it was evident that a blood sacrifice by demons was underway. While the outcome remained uncertain, Kristin surmised that the city of Estero was undoubtedly doomed. She speculated that the demons would not advance further west. Yet she could not gamble the fate of life and death on their decisions. Thus, arrangements needed to be made in advance upon returning to Corona. The chief of the Hymanii had recalled several hundred high-level practitioners from the Dark Elves who had attacked the Elven Island to join the battle, not only undermining other Dark Elven families, but also enabling the elves to dispatch these 5 masterclass individuals to Cantabria. Consequently, nearly all participating Dark Elves had been sacrificed, and the 5 masters were in no rush to return to the Elven Island, accepting Kristin's invitation to temporarily stay in Corona. After all, Kristin's fleet had rescued nearly 500 elven warriors, making it both a matter of gratitude and reason for them to accept her offer. Carlatani disembarked midway, intending to investigate the movements of the demon army post-battle. For a masterclass assassin, if she maintained a safe distance, the risk was minimal, allowing Kristin to feel at ease with her departure. Upon returning to the city of Corona, Kristin encountered the surviving Viscount of Cantabria. He was a 6th-tier sorcerer who had been commanding the Mage Tower to attack the demons. Although the harbor was engulfed in blood mist following the commencement of Benjamin's blood sacrifice, it was inconceivable that harm could reach those within the Mage Tower. However, the energy of the Mage Tower had been completely exhausted. Viscount Cantabria and several other mages saw no need to fight to the death, thus activating the self-destruct sequence and using the last vestiges of energy to teleport to the nearest Mage Tower in Corona City. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Viscount Cantabria employed the teleportation array to travel to Dominaria City, where his troubles were just beginning, having lost his territory and half of his subjects. The more pressing concern was that not only had 1,000 of his soldiers perished, but 2,000 soldiers from the other 2 half-elf territories had also fallen. Moreover, the army comprised not only foot soldiers but also knights serving as commanders and squires leading smaller units, amplifying the losses significantly. The compensation for these losses would amount to a substantial sum. The 2 half-elf territories had been unfortunate. They initially dispatched troops to assist, partly due to the intervention of the elves and partly because of the generous remuneration provided by Viscount Cantabria. However, once the demons besieged Astillero City, it was too late to withdraw, leaving them with no choice but to resist until the bitter end, leading to this dire outcome. As if that were not enough, the expenses for the rescues sent by Kristin, as well as the costs for housing refugees, including compensation for the ship captains and merchant guilds for requisition vessels, and additional gratitude fees, all fell upon Viscount Cantabria. After all, it was he who had sought assistance, and now that Marquis Stewart had come to his aid, undoubtedly saving many lives, these expenses had to be settled according to noble customs. However, considering Viscount Cantabria's already tumultuous situation, Kristin was not in a hurry to bring up this matter. It could wait, as debts could not be evaded, and even if Viscount Cantabria were to perish, his heir would still be accountable for these debts. The immediate priority was to prepare for the possibility of a demonic assault on his territory. Kristin promptly issued orders. All villages and towns in the territory, with the exception of soldiers and the minimum personnel required to maintain the temple, were to evacuate, transporting all remaining people, food, and supplies to Dominaria City. Fortunately, the autumn harvest had already concluded. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. With the Lord's command, the officials at all levels began organizing the retreat. Thankfully, due to the recent disturbances caused by demons randomly teleporting through spatial rifts, every village and town had already devised evacuation plans. Coupled with a substantial number of cattle and handcarts available in the territory, The retreat proceeded with a sense of urgency, but without chaos. The merchant vessels that had been requisitioned to assist Viscount Cantabria were now perfectly positioned to continue transporting supplies. Although there was an increase in food and provisions, this sizable fleet could still transport over 6,000 individuals along with their belongings in a single trip. The losses incurred by these merchant vessels had already been accounted to Viscount Cantabria, so Kristin only needed to cover the shipping costs. The journey from Corona City to Dominaria City would take less than 2 days, yet transporting everyone who needed to evacuate would require over half a month. This urgency was precisely why Kristin was so anxious. If the demonic army turned westward, they would traverse the territory of Viscount Asturias in just 3 days. And at that point, it would be too late to retreat. Fortunately, the food for land agreement that Kristin had signed with King Alfonso of the Iberian Kingdom stipulated that the territory of Asturias would only be transferred to her after the calamity had passed. In essence, if the demonic army were to seize this territory now, it would bear no consequence for Kristin. After 3 frantic days of preparation, no news had arrived regarding the demonic army's movements. 2 days later, a messenger from Carlatani reported that the demonic army had turned eastward to engage in battle with the human coalition. This development was intriguing. The first batch of people and supplies had already been evacuated to Dominaria City. Now the question was whether to continue the retreat for the second batch. Ultimately, Kristin made the resolute decision to proceed with the evacuation, discreetly increasing the anticipated expenses for the bill she would present to Viscount Cantabria. If the demons were vanquished by the coalition, she would have merely wasted her efforts. However, if the demons emerged victorious, the entire Iberian kingdom would be left without any capacity for resistance, leaving them utterly at the demons' mercy. Similarly, let's push the timeline forward slightly. On the day of the blood sacrifice incident, 2 legendary human figures arrived at the coalition's camp to report to the commander, legendary knight Miguel de Saavedra, about their observations. They relayed that the demonic army currently boasted at least 150 master-tier demons. Mage did not dare to delay and promptly convened a meeting with the coalition's high-ranking officials, as they were less than a day's journey from Asturias City. A decision regarding whether to engage or retreat had to be made swiftly, although the legion commanders present were all of master tier. Such a significant matter was beyond their jurisdiction, prompting them to report back to their respective kings. Fortunately, with the communication array in place and the kings being reasonable individuals, they collectively decided to confront the demons in battle. From a tactical standpoint, these master-tier demons were newly promoted and likely not as formidable as their seasoned counterparts. Geographically, the demons had become encircled by the humans. The only disadvantage lay in the sheer number of master-tier demons on the demonic side. Nonetheless, if the coalition did not dare to engage the demons with their current strength, allowing these major demons to roam freely would render any individual kingdom incapable of standing against them. The kings understood the principle of mutual destruction. If they did not strive to eliminate these master-tier demons, once the Iberian kingdom fell to their rampage, other nations would not escape unscathed either. Chapter 272. The Final Battle, Part 2. The coalition's legions were comprised of the most elite forces from their respective nations, with equipment and combat morale far surpassing that of local noble armies. Thus, even knowing the formidable power of the demons, they did not falter. The following morning, the human coalition and the demonic army arrayed themselves on a plain outside of Asturias City. On the human side, including Commander Miguel de Saavedra, there were 4 legendary figures, consisting of 2 knights, a druid, and a mage. It was not that the humans did not wish to deploy more legendary figures. Rather, they were all preoccupied with countering the demons' threats. Any master-tier demon demonstrating an intention to attack a city necessitated the dispatch of 2 legendary figures for interception. In a one-on-one scenario, the human side could not prevent demons from turning cities into battlegrounds for 2 legendary figures. The coalition had 23 master-tier demons, of which only 6 were spellcasters. Below the master tier, there were over 1,500 knights of various ranks, though half of them were lower-tier knights of ranks 5 and 6. Nearly 600 practitioners of various legal systems, including over 300 priests, with the lowest rank being 5th tier. There are more than 17,000 soldiers, all elite, with half of them being heavy cavalry. Additionally, there are over 1,000 adventurers who do not participate in the decisive battle, but instead patrol the battlefield's outskirts to eliminate fleeing demons and prevent unforeseen incidents. On the human side, the Iberian Phalanx Legion comprises 3,000 spear-wielding soldiers, complemented by the Apennine Kingdom's Dorok Archers Corps consisting of 1,000 crossbowmen, forming the central army. Their task is to hold their ground against the demons' frontal assault. The left flank is constituted by 500 warriors from the Rhineland Kingdom's Lightning Legion and 500 winged cavalry from the Piast Kingdom. The right flank consists of 5,000 heavy cavalry from the Habsburg Kingdom. Their mission is to execute a pincer movement to strike from the sides. The 3,000 ordinary soldiers from the local Iberian nobility stand ready as reserves, poised to provide support as the battlefield situation dictates. Apart from the 400 knights tasked with command, over 1,000 knights, including masters, form a battle array, with 600 spellcasters and 300 priests positioned behind them to counter the master-tier demons. On the demon side, there are the legendary demon Benjamin and the legendary baleful fire demon Finkelman, as well as over 170 master-tier demons and demonkin led by the six-armed serpent demon Efrat Ashkenazi. Below the master tier, there are over 200 greater demons, with the majority being 5th and 6th tier. Additionally, there are more than 20,000 lesser demons, over 5,000 of whom are equipped with human weapons and shields. In terms of numbers, both sides are evenly matched. However, regarding equipment, the humans far surpass the demons. When it comes to advanced martial prowess, the situation is less certain, as this battle marks an unprecedented participation of so many master-tier beings. Just before the battle commenced, some high-ranking officials in the human coalition pondered how advantageous it would have been if the Teutonic Knights were present. The entire order boasts 6 knights of the 20th tier and 30 knights of the 15th tier. Their presence would have ensured victory in this struggle. Yet, reality offers no alternatives. As the horns of attack sounded, all engaged wholeheartedly in the imminent clash. Although both sides were already positioned, the actual confrontation devolved into a chaotic melee of soldier against soldier, commander against commander. It is no exaggeration to state that the 14th tier's sole Judge Demon, towering at 6 meters with skin as tough as iron, could easily slaughter nearly 1,000 soldiers led by low-tier knights if not countered by an appropriately leveled practitioner. However, such formidable demons, lacking the master-tier template and corresponding expertise, would fall to legendary knights within 3 exchanges. Thus, the involvement of higher-tier combatants at lower tiers serves only to complicate matters without contributing any meaningful advantage. The legendary demon Benjamin, merely a step away from demigod status, faced off against a legendary mage. The legendary baleful fire demon Finkelman kept the legendary knight and the legendary druid engaged in a standoff of equal measure. The 6-armed serpent demon Efrat Ashkenazi, having gained benefits from blood rituals, ascended to the 20th tier, leading a cadre of over 20 master-tier demons to contend with the legendary knight Miguel de Saavedra. The elite human forces, numbering 17,000, would undoubtedly prevail against the more than 20,000 lesser demons, sustaining minimal losses. The decisive factor lay in the battle between the more than 150 master-tier demons and over 1,000 human knights. Should the demons emerge victorious, the human soldiers would stand no chance against the ensuing slaughter from the master-tier demons. Conversely, if the humans triumphed, they might have an opportunity to encircle the 2 legendary demons. Empower spells. At the command of the temporary commander, the spellcasters utilize scrolls to imbue everyone with enchanted weapons. Strength enhancement, while the priests bestowed blessings, protective shields, and resilience. In an instant, each individual gleamed with the radiance of protective spells. Advance. The knights urged their mounts into a slow gallop, the hooves of over 1,000 beast-blood steeds thundering against the ground, causing tremors beneath. The demons, utilizing their respective strengths, surged forward, the resilient at the forefront, the adept assassins flanking the sides, and the demonkin spellcasters soaring above, charging towards the human army. The demonkin, offspring of demons and other beings, possess unique advantages and disadvantages in their magical capabilities, while they are limited in the variety of spells they can learn. Particularly those involving nature or light, their offensive spells carry significant potency. The first to strike were the master-tier demonkin mages, who unleashed simultaneous 6th-tier spells of chain lightning, targeting the human spellcasters behind the knights. Although they had only recently ascended and lacked the time to master more potent spells, the benefit of their master-tier expertise greatly amplified the damage, resulting in the immediate obliteration of nearly 100 protective spells, with dozens more reduced to charred remains. Despite the human side boasting over 600 spellcasters, including mages, druids, bards, and warlocks, the majority are of mid to low tiers, with fewer than 30 exceeding the 10th tier. This disparity presents challenges, as many spellcasters lack sufficient range to retaliate against aerial foes. While mages possess flight spells, their limited numbers discourage them from engaging in aerial combat away from the main forces. It is no exaggeration to assert that should even one of the demon-kin mages possess the master-tier expertise of spell range extension, they could dominate over a dozen airborne human mages. The disparity in power between a master-tier fireball and one cast by a 5th-tier mage is stark. Even lower-tier spells can instill fear in mid-tier mages. Fortunately, the human side has access to numerous spell scrolls, and the priest can provide protective spells and healing, enabling them to withstand the onslaught of the enemy's magic. Chapter 273, The Decisive Battle, Part 3, as the 150 master-tier demons charged halfway through their advance. They unleashed their innate spell skills, casting a barrage of firestorms, summoned lightning, fearsome roars, and command spells towards the human knights. Despite the protective spells and armor, the minimum tier of these spells is 4th tier, and while master-tier and high-tier knights can endure, mid- and low-tier knights face dire consequences if struck, with the best outcome being severe injuries. This initial wave of attacks claimed dozens of lives, while many more were rendered infantry due to their steeds' injuries. The Soul Judgment Demon towers over 6 meters, the Alluring Demon approaches 5 meters, while the Baler Flame Demon nears 4 meters in height. The Frenzied War Demon and the Flawless Demon are nearly 3 meters tall. In terms of weight and strength, they can withstand a cavalry charge, and their power only doubles at the master level. As they charged toward the human cavalry, it was akin to a fully insured semi-truck barreling into a group of elderly men, causing chaos and devastation. The impact was such that many were thrown to the ground, some trampled to death, resulting in nearly 300 casualties within a single charge. However, the human side boasted over 20 master-level warriors. Moreover, the sheer number of human knights, armed with magically enhanced weapons, meant that even the robust forms of the great demons sustained injuries after enduring multiple strikes. 17 of these formidable demons fell to the knights' onslaught. The commander of the human forces understood that their advantage lay in the relentless cavalry assaults. Should the battle devolve into chaos, the demons would not stand a chance. Without hesitation, he led the entire army to regroup and continue their offensive. The wounded knights, having been thrown from their mounts, recognized the gravity of the moment. Ignoring their injuries, they hurled themselves at the nearby demons, sacrificing their lives to buy time for their comrades to charge. A 5th-tier knight was but a mere fly that a master-level demon could swat away effortlessly, yet even that fleeting moment was invaluable. As the human knights launched their second charge, the great demons preemptively unleashed their innate magical abilities, bombarding their foes with spells. Although the spellcasters from the Bardic Order valiantly attempted to intercept the magic, the protective spells on the knights had been depleted from the previous assault, resulting in nearly 100 casualties. Fortunately, the momentum of the charge remained unbroken. For honor, the cavalry commander raised his longsword. For honor, the knights collided with the great demons, and in an instant, over 200 were dislodged from their mounts, their fates hanging in the balance. The great demons were not unscathed either. Some knights, who had narrowly avoided falling during the initial charge, now threw caution to the wind, determined to stab their long swords into the demons despite the imminent danger. The human knights showed no fear in the face of their fallen comrades. They continued to assault the great demons in waves, their singular thought being to strike the demons down, even if it cost them their lives. The results of this charge were remarkable, with 26 great demons slain, many succumbing to injuries sustained during the first attack. Yet, the human knights were now fewer than 300. All knights turned their mounts, preparing for one final charge. For honor, with the commander and vice-commander slain, the highest-ranking surviving knight took the lead. For honor, all knights raised their long swords once more. Suddenly, a mighty shout rang out, for the glory of the gods. The voice belonged to a paladin clad in golden armor, wielding a two-handed sword. Enveloped in a multitude of enhancement spells, he radiated a dazzling light, rendering his features almost unrecognizable. It was Miguel Cervantes, the Wandering Justice, a master-level paladin. The sight of Cervantes brought immense joy to the human forces while instilling dread among the demons, as he was accompanied by 108 knights, adorned in armor cloaked with black crosses, marching resolutely. The Teutonic Order boasted 72 11th-tier knights, 30 15th-tier knights, and 6 20th-tier knights. They had activated the magical arrays on their armor, ensuring that any attack directed at one knight would be shared by all, rendering even legendary opponents incapable of slaying them all in a single blow. Behind the Teutonic Order marched 5 master-level elves, particularly 2 master-level mages who quickly subdued several master-level demon mages, as the latter had already exhausted much of their magical resources and mental fortitude in their prior skirmishes against the human mage contingent. A roar echoed through the sky as a silver dragon descended from the clouds. On its back, Kristin, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, radiated an aura of divine might. Just a day prior, Kristin had received word from Carlatani regarding the demon army's impending clash with the human coalition and made the audacious decision to join the fray. However, she knew that her presence alone would not sway the battle's outcome, even with Carlatani and 5 master-level elves by her side. Thus, she reached out to the commander of the Teutonic Order stationed in Toulouse, requesting their intervention. For the leader of the Teutonic Order, the offer was irresistible, especially since Kristin was willing to expend her promise. In unison, they utilized the teleportation array from Toulouse to arrive at Corona City. Kristin had previously met Miguel Cervantes during the Battle of Brittany and reached out to him, discovering that he was indeed willing to join the battle. Naturally, a grand entrance was in order. To facilitate this, Alicia hurried back from Dragon Island, as the teleportation array allowed for a brief absence without consequence. Thus, Kristin's title as Dragon Knight was solidified, and to make amends for Alicia's claimed honor, Kristin would have to fulfill Alicia's demands in bed afterward, which included but were not limited to 18 intricate positions. By day, the Dragon Knight rode her dragon, and by night, she would accommodate her Dragon Knight. The journey from Corona City to Astero City typically required 3 days, but thanks to their high ranking and master-level status, and with Kristin generously employing acceleration scrolls, they arrived at the battlefield in just 1 night. Fortunately, their arrival was timely. Upon witnessing reinforcements, the human forces' morale surged as they rallied with renewed fervor to launch a final assault against the demons. Chapter 274, The Final Battle, 4, For Honor. The human knights charged at the great demons one last time, and this time, the casualties reflected a striking reversal. The human side suffered only 50 or so losses, while 23 great demons were vanquished. It is hardly surprising that during a battle against a formidable boss, if the main tank can withstand the onslaught, even fragile or lower-leveled allies can comfortably deal damage from the rear. Previously, although human knights were numerous, their master-ranked fighters were scarce, rendering them incapable of enduring the assaults of all the great demons. However, the situation has changed. After 2 charges, over 100 great demons remain, while the Teutonic Knights boast a total of 108 members. Even the 11th-ranked knights, bolstered by the magic circle, can withstand the demons' attacks. In such circumstances, the remaining 300 knights simply need to focus on dealing damage from the sidelines, thereby altering the tide of battle. Despite Alicia's humanoid form being merely master-ranked, upon transforming back into a dragon, she rivals the legendary beings, especially when facing demons, a race reliant on physical prowess. She descended with a ferocious breath of fire, incinerating a demon mage, and then seized a master-ranked demon, tearing it asunder in midair. Such a gruesome spectacle would surely terrify children in ordinary circumstances, yet on the battlefield, it significantly bolstered the morale of the human side, eliciting resounding cheers. As Kristin cast spells, she whispered, "Alicia, refrain from such barbarity, be a lady." Alicia disdainfully exhaled another breath of fire, dispatching another demon mage, and retorted, "Am I being so unrefined solely for your sake? Kristin, your words wound me deeply. You must compensate for this. Do you not realize how outrageous your demands are? Compensation? That is merely a fee for damage to my reputation. You have mounted me. What a tremendous sacrifice that is. Do you truly believe I would accept such claims?" Despite suffering considerable casualties among the 600 human spellcasters fighting the master-ranked demon mages, they quickly regrouped for safe attacks from a distance, inflicting significant damage upon the great demons. It remains true that even master-ranked demons would sustain injuries from 200 or 300 magical projectiles, and their innate spell skills had been exhausted, leaving them incapable of retaliating. The reputation of the Teutonic Knights had reached even the ears of these master-ranked demons. Their attacks may lack sharpness, but their extraordinary defense posed a relentless headache for all. A Soul Judge demon struck forcefully against the chest of an 11th-ranked Teutonic Knight. Normally, such an attack would have pierced through, yet it only sent him flying several meters. Unfazed, the knight rose and continued his charge against the demons. In that brief moment, another 10 great demons fell to the hands of the humans. The turning point in the battle came when 2 master-ranked elven mages freed their hands and began casting spells. The reason the continent's mages are few in number, yet the Mage Guild ranks first among all organizations, lies in their formidable destructive power. Given sufficient time to cast, a 16th-ranked mage could unleash 2 8th-level solar explosions, 3 7th-level Finger of Death, and 3 6th-level disjunctions. These 2 master-ranked elven mages alone eliminated 16 master-ranked demons. At this moment, The battlefield had transformed into a bloody arena of carnage. The blood and entrails of demons splattered across the ground, intertwining with the bodies of humans to create a tragic and terrifying tableau. After slaying several great demons and demon mages, Alicia joined the fray alongside the legendary knight Miguel de Savada and the six-armed snake demon Efrat Ashkenazi. Initially, the demons could hold their ground against Miguel, but as soon as Alicia intervened, the demons were reduced to mere defense, unable to counterattack. Even Kristin managed to claim a kill amidst the chaos. Sensing the tide turning, the legendary demon Benjamin swiftly disengaged from his battle with the human legendary mage, shouting, "Hold him back." A few great demons abandoned their opponents to intercept. At this moment, the Teutonic Knight's vulnerability manifested. They could not fly and were powerless against the airborne great demons attempting to block the legendary mage. Seizing the opportunity, the legendary demon Benjamin withdrew a medallion from his robes and began to chant in the demonic tongue, his power swelling with each incantation. Benjamin had sacrificed countless lives in Astolero Harbor, ensuring that the benefits would not solely accrue to these great demons. His plan was to first obtain a cadre of master-rank demon subordinates through blood sacrifice, then lead them to annihilate the human coalition, leveraging the ensuing victory to beseech the abyssal will for ascension to demigod status. With such power, he would not only reap rewards but also gain a potent force of high-level subordinates, returning straight to Sardinia to seize command of the demon army in the material world. Despite the human soldiers having exterminated over 20,000 lesser demons with fewer than 1,000 casualties, the high-tier combatants were overwhelmingly in favor of the demons. Had Kristin not arrived in time with reinforcements, the master-rank demons would have slaughtered the remaining soldiers after dispatching the human knights, thus ensuring Benjamin's planned success. Unexpectedly, this forced Benjamin to risk an immediate ascension. As of now, the demon side had already killed over 1,000 human knights, spellcasters, and priests, thus meeting the minimum criteria for his ascension. The 4 human legendaries present understood Benjamin's intentions. Should he successfully ascend, the hard-won advantage could be lost. They fought desperately forward, shouting, "Stop him!" Kristin made a decisive call, exclaiming, "Bomb!" Alicia comprehended the cue and forcefully hurled a spiked bomb. Simultaneously, Kristin cast a 4th-level spell, creating a portal. The bomb flew through the portal and emerged beside Benjamin. With a thunderous explosion, a cataclysmic inferno erupted, consuming not only the legendary demon Benjamin, but also the surrounding demons. The immense shockwave sent nearby human knights reeling. A mushroom cloud ascended, followed by the dismembered remains of the great demons raining down. In their attempt to shield Benjamin, these great demons clustered around him, resulting in the demise of over 20 more. However, as the smoke cleared, the legendary demon Benjamin, situated at the epicenter of the explosion, astonishingly remained alive. Chapter 275, The Final Battle, Part 5. The time required for the legendary demon Benjamin to conduct his promotion ceremony was not extensive. With so many master-tier demons present, a brief delay would suffice to buy him time. Yet, despite the malevolent ritual not placing great emphasis on formalities and the abyssal while being indifferent to the outward appearance, it was imperative that he remain motionless during the ceremony. The human side was not devoid of thorn bombs, but their absence in this skirmish stemmed from the fact that high-tier demons typically possessed innate spells of superior teleportation, allowing them to evade just as the bomb was about to detonate. Utilizing such precious explosives against lesser demons seemed inappropriate, although powerful. Their blast radius was limited to just over 100 meters, a feat easily matched by a few fireball spells. Now, due to the ceremonial proceedings, Benjamin was rendered immobile, effectively making him a fixed target. Although he would receive the protective power of the ritual during this phase, thorn bombs had the potential to obliterate even a mage tower shielded by magical barriers. So why did Benjamin, at the heart of the explosion, not perish? The answer lay in the promotion ceremony itself. When the bomb suddenly appeared beside him, and evasion was impossible, Benjamin transformed all the energy of his promotion into a protective force. Despite being on the brink of semi-divinity, crossing that threshold required an immense amount of energy, and channeling such formidable strength solely for defense rendered his survival unsurprising. While the thorn bomb was indeed formidable, it was insufficient to inflict a lethal blow upon a semi-divine being. However, though Benjamin's quick thinking allowed him to survive, his promotion ultimately failed. While the possibility of encountering a similar opportunity in the future could not be entirely dismissed, it was fair to say that hope was exceedingly dim. Seizing the moment while the human forces were momentarily stunned, Benjamin took flight, calling out, "Retreat!" Upon hearing his shout, the demons fled, and the awakened humans hastily pursued. This chase extended from Cantabria to the eastern coastline, concluding only when the demons boarded pre-prepared ships and escaped into the sea. Due to the human legends fixating on eliminating master-tier demons during the pursuit, they encountered the Order of the Divine's Knights of Punishment and the agricultural goddess's Knights of Abundance at the seaside, resulting in the escape of only a handful: the legendary demon Benjamin, the legendary Balroth Flame demon Finkelman, the six-armed serpent demon Evrad Ashkenazi, and over 20 master-tier demons. The humans achieved a significant victory, yet their losses were grievous. In this battle, the surviving knights of the human coalition numbered barely 500, including 4 master-tier, over 30 mid to high-tier, with the remainder being 5th tier. The reason for such a considerable number was largely due to nearly 400 lower-tier knights leading soldiers against lesser demons and not engaging in high-level combat. Of the over 600 mage practitioners, only a little over 200 survived, while more than half of the 300 priests perished in battle. Some fell in confrontations against demon-infused mages, while others were lost in subsequent encounters with master-tier demons. Although the Teutonic Knights held the front line, the harsh reality was that demons were not akin to game bosses. It was a normal tactic for them to abandon the seemingly invulnerable Teutonic Knights to target the spellcasting professions. The fearless Knights of the Courage God and the Singers' Troop of the Goddess of Joy suffered near-total losses, having been engaged against the powerful demons from the outset. Conversely, the ordinary soldiers experienced minimal losses, as their battles against lesser demons were swift and decisive. Nevertheless, the eradication of the Knights, who served as the backbone of the human coalition's might, significantly weakened these formidable armies. The aftermath of the conflict was no longer Kristine's concern. The immediate task was to facilitate the return of the populace who had retreated to Dominaria City. This round trip incurred considerable expenses, but it was an unavoidable necessity. In Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower's master bedroom, I am utterly exhausted. Kristine cast off her high-heeled shoes and, still clad in her attire, collapsed onto the soft bed. This battle had been fraught with twists and turns, particularly the shocking moment of Benjamin's attempted promotion, which left everyone aghast. She had not even participated in the pursuit and had teleported back instead. Alicia, having removed her shoes, lay beside her and remarked, "You simply meddle too much, creating troubles for yourself. I wish it were different, but look at those people. Are any of them reliable? Had I not intervened in time, they would have perished." Alicia pulled Kristine closer, loosening her clothing as she spoke. "Do not worry. Throughout history, there have been demons more cunning than Benjamin. The wisdom of the gods is beyond our comprehension." Kristine pressed her hand down, stating, "Do not fidget. So I am the one being troublesome, am I? You could have told me sooner. I would have preferred to observe the spectacle. My father advised me against interfering with your decisions prior to my arrival. Who can decipher the thoughts of the gods? Perhaps your actions are precisely the solution they seek. TCH, a bunch of old riddlers." That evening, Alicia fulfilled her promise to Kristine, engaging in a role-playing game of a wicked dragon abducting a princess. The torn dress and stockings scattered across the floor suggested a fierce resistance from the princess and a ferocious demeanor from the dragon. It was already late morning when they finally awoke. Alicia stretched, revealing her perfect silhouette, and announced, "Time to rise, let us bathe." Kristine rolled over, burying her head in the pillow. "I do not wish to bathe. I want to continue sleeping." "Oh wait, it is cold." Without hesitation, Alicia scooped her up and carried her toward the bathroom. "I will be leaving shortly. You will not accompany me for a bath." "You are departing so soon? Is there not much to do on Dragon Island?" They frequently exchanged letters, so they were well acquainted with each other's situations. Alicia activated the magic circle, preparing warm water, and they both settled into it. Not only was there nothing pressing, but the situation with the evil dragons remained unchanged. They were too fearful to initiate direct combat, yet refused to retreat, persistently causing annoyance with their sporadic harassment. Why the rush to return? You know how lazy our dragon kind is. Initially, I was only responsible for master-tier tasks, but now even some legendary tasks have been assigned to me. Is this something you can accept? The more I toil, the less burden those elders in my family must bear. What can I do? It is truly pitiable. When you utter such words, can you refrain from laughing? Is there any? Is there not? Is there? Alicia forcefully pulled Kristine over. "Watch how I handle you." Chapter 276. The Final Confrontation, Part 6. While Kristine and her companions' rescue efforts were voluntary and could be regarded as contributions to the fight against the demon horde, they succeeded in saving several hundred knights and nearly 20,000 elite soldiers, thus necessitating a gesture of gratitude from the nations involved. Primarily, the Teutonic Knights, being the most significant contributors to the rescue, had already attained their respective titles and lacked for wealth. thus they could only bestow land as a reward. The nearby realms of the Rhine Kingdom, the Piast Kingdom, the Habsburg Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Bohemia each offered a share. Additionally, the transportation costs incurred in transferring 108 individuals from Toulouse to Corona were to be shared among these four nations, as each individual required 1,000 gold coins, a considerable sum. With the demon army vanquished, the Viscount of Cantabria could dispatch troops to reclaim his territory. However, due to the blood sacrifice, all soldiers and a significant portion of the able-bodied populace perished, rendering the reclaimed territory indefensible. The soldiers from the other two half-elf territories also fell victim to the blood sacrifice. They were not only unwilling to assist further, but lacked the capacity to do so. The elven race also suffered the loss of over 500 soldiers in this battle, including dozens of those above the 5th tier, leading to divisions within the Elven Island regarding support for the Viscount of Cantabria. In light of this, 5 elven masters negotiated with the Iberian Kingdom to exchange their compensation for the deployment of 1,000 elite soldiers from King Alfonso to assist in defense until the calamity of the demons was resolved. After all, those masters willing to come to aid were generally inclined to support the Viscount of Cantabria. Alicia utilized a thorn bomb during the conflict to thwart the ascension of the legendary demon Benjamin, thereby meriting compensation from the human side. Such alchemical artifacts from the era of the ancient Nazaral magical empire were plentiful even after the passage of time, with many still in existence, collected by various nations. However, the efficacy of these items could only be ascertained through use, hence too were compensated. Regarding labor costs, 50,000 gold coins sufficed, which was a reasonable sum for the dragon race, with the Apennine Kingdom assuming responsibility for this payment. The Wandering Justice, the Paladin Miguel Cervantes, would provide compensation in accordance with customary practices funded by the Iberian Kingdom. Kristin, being the planner and organizer of this support mission, necessitated adequate remuneration, as others were present due to her influence. Ultimately, the Iberian Kingdom also allocated a baronial territory adjacent to Corona for her, and other nations contributed to the purchase of 4,000 sets of exquisite armor produced by the dwarves. This reward was hardly excessive. The situation had become dire, and had timely assistance not arrived, the human forces would have faced annihilation, leaving nearly 100 formidable demons remaining. Considering the current state of war, the importance of nearly 20,000 elite soldiers to the nations cannot be overstated, particularly in light of the devastation that a few demons could wreak upon several cities. These rewards merely express gratitude for their prompt assistance. The calculation of demon-slaying credits for those vanquished in battle follows a comprehensive system that need not be elaborated upon here. In Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower Castle's parlor, the Viscount of Cantabria was preparing to return to his territory, yet he had to settle accounts before departing. All present were distinguished nobles. Even if unable to produce such a sum immediately, they were obliged to draft an acknowledgement of debt. At that moment, Victor, the interior minister of Stewart territory, was calculating the various expenses with the Viscount Steward. Before long, the results were in. Victor held up a piece of parchment and said, "My Lord Marquis, my Lord Viscount, the calculations yield the following. Please proceed." The initial group of over 9,000 elderly and infirm arriving in Dominaria City incurred a shipping fee of 2,000 gold coins, with housing costs amounting to 3,000 gold coins. The monthly food costs reached 20,000 gold coins, totaling 80,000 gold coins due by this month. The Viscount of Cantabria had to concede that given the current price of grain, a little over 2 gold coins per person per month was indeed reasonable, as it was known that even with gold coins, acquiring such a quantity of food was nearly impossible. Upon receiving the Viscount's plea for assistance, the Marquis ordered all merchant ships at port to unload their cargo and evacuate personnel, resulting in a loss of 40,000 gold coins in goods. The shipping costs amounted to 5,000 gold coins, heightened due to the captain and crew facing demon attacks during their approach. The Viscount could not contest this. The merchant ships were originally en route with cargo when Kristin issued her summons, and failure to deliver the goods promptly would incur penalties. Furthermore, as these were merchant vessels rather than naval warships, the increased shipping costs under duress from demon attacks were to be expected. The second group evacuated nearly 5,000 individuals, incurring food costs of 1,000 gold coins, while housing expenses were waived as per the Marquis's discretion. "Thank you, Marquis Stewart." The Viscount of Cantabria expressed his gratitude. As he found himself in dire financial straits, even a few hundred gold coins less was significant. According to noble customs, the Viscount was also obliged to pay a gratitude fee of 10,000 gold coins. This was entirely customary. The willingness of other nobles to assist was as crucial as their capability. Regardless of the outcome, The gratitude fee was a requisite for any assistance rendered. Victor concluded, "My lord Viscount, the total comes to 150,000 gold coins." The Viscount of Cantabria anticipated a hefty bill, yet was taken aback by the actual amount. However, each item had been meticulously verified by his steward, representing the lowest figures possible. It is no exaggeration to assert that he had completely drained his resources while still accruing substantial external debts. The two half-elf territories that provided support necessitated a payment of 10,000 gold coins, and with the loss of soldiers, an additional 20,000 gold coins in compensation was required. The various forms of support from the elven race, including the deployment of master-tier combatants, totaled 60,000 gold coins. This did not account for the devastation wrought upon his lands by the demons, with the cost of resettling his subjects back home amounting to at least 20,000 gold coins, all borrowed from the elven race. Why did the elven race resort to such measures? It was merely to safeguard the territory of the half-elves. Only with land can there be a populace, and only with a populace can the faith in the elven pantheon be expanded. The Viscount of Cantabria, displaying a troubled countenance, addressed the Marquis. "My lord, to be candid, I currently lack the means to cover this expense. Might I request to convert this into a loan?" Kristin nodded slightly, and the Minister of Internal Affairs, Victor, understanding the unspoken communication, inquired, "My lord, what interest would you be willing to pay?" The Viscount replied with resolve, "Whatever you deem appropriate, my lord." Under the circumstances, he recognized that he was at their mercy and had no choice but to acquiesce to any terms. "Then let us proceed with an interest rate equivalent to half that of the gold merchants," was the final agreement. Chapter 277. The second new year after the cataclysm in the Stewart territory, Dragonclaw Town. After 2.5 years of construction, a remarkable transformation had taken place, and it could now be described as a fully fledged city. Privately, the people of Brittany County had begun to refer to it as Stewart City. Due to the long-term support of handicrafts and its reliance on the Brittany River, it had become one of the foremost iron production sites in the entire Kingdom of Fran. Nearly 1/3 of the kingdom's military equipment was procured from this locale. In addition, the town boasted numerous workshops, with carts lined up daily to deliver raw materials, followed by merchant carts transporting goods throughout the region. The shops brimmed with merchandise, and the pedestrians appeared rosy-cheeked, clad in clean and tidy attire, strolling with an air of calmness that starkly contrasted with other territories. Although the cataclysm had raged for 2 years, the subjects under Kristin's governance faced no food shortages, nor had the prices of essential goods surged, which was a considerable source of satisfaction. Today marked the new year, and the city had been thoroughly cleaned, with the banners of the Stewart family adorning significant buildings. The circus, street clowns, and minstrels had prepared their finest acts for the day, hoping to earn a few extra coins. The celebratory activities organized by various religious institutions had been announced a week in advance, providing an opportunity for all believers, regardless of their professions, to participate. Presently, an array of priests from different deities could be seen throughout Stewart territory, some of whom had divine powers so faint that the locals had never even heard of them. These priests traversed the streets, proclaiming the tenets of their faith and spreading the glory of their gods. Following the cataclysm, some noble territories had fallen to demons, with priests sacrificing themselves, while others had their lands ravaged, leading to diminished harvests. In stark contrast, the Stewart territory not only remained unaffected but gradually flourished, naturally attracting priests eager to spread their teachings. This year, like those before it, Kristin led her people to the temple for prayers in the morning. With the establishment of the newly formed Dragon God Church in the Brittany Diocese, she was welcomed by Cardinal Tronic Clark, its first head. The Dragon God Church was already aware of Kristin's agreement with King Alfonso of the Iberian Kingdom, and after the conclusion of the cataclysm, the Corona Diocese would be established, encompassing a count's territory, 3 viscouncies, and a barony, larger in area than the Brittany Diocese, but not comparable economically. Kristin's remarkable achievements had earned her the title of a great benefactor of the Dragon God. Henceforth, should any deity's church or kingdom dare to treat her unjustly, it was likely that the Dragon God would intervene on her behalf. The festivities commenced at noon with a grand banquet, followed by various activities. Given that Kristin monopolized the majority of high-end wine sales, along with tea and fruits from Elven Isle and ingredients procured through gold merchant channels, the opulence of the banquet was beyond question. In the afternoon, a ceremony of titles took place. Savannah publicly announced her master rank and had slain multiple master-tier demons and dark elves, thus gaining a new village as a fief, with 5 villages already under her name. Kristin petitioned the noble council of the Fran Kingdom to elevate her status to that of Baron Brandon Carlatani. who had previously masqueraded as an ancestor of the Stewart family at the master level, reverted to her true identity as a 6th-tier mage after completing her mission. However, her genuine accomplishments in slaying master-tier demons warranted the granting of another village as a fief, conveniently attributing the ancestor's disappearance to travel. Additionally, a group of 4th-tier knight attendants had advanced to 5th tier through their battles against demons, along with several practitioners of 5th tier and above who had pledged allegiance to her. All were simultaneously honored with titles. The Lord bestowed lands upon knights as fiefs, expecting their service in return, while others without significant deeds were not entitled to additional rewards. However, during the New Year's gifting, generous rewards were given to please the subordinates and servants who had toiled throughout the year. Traditionally, on New Year's Eve, the region's highest-ranking noble would host a banquet, attracting the most attendees, akin to a grand noble gathering. Following that, the remaining nobles would hold their own celebrations according to their ranks, with others choosing to attend based on their relations with them. It was not uncommon for New Year celebrations to extend for half a month. Although the cataclysm had persisted for 2 years and conditions were less than favorable for many, nobles had their own dignity to maintain. The New Year banquet was of utmost importance throughout the year, and holding it was imperative, albeit possibly adhering to the minimum standards. Naturally, nobles like Kristin, who had largely escaped the cataclysm's impact, became highly sought after within the noble circles. For instance, the hereditary honorific Count and Countess Babus Magna were among them. Not only were they related to the prominent Marquis Stewart, but their eldest daughter, the Mage Olivia Magna, had sworn fealty to the Marquis and was bestowed the title of Lord, gaining a village near the capital as her fief. In such circumstances, even nobles of higher rank were obliged to treat them with courtesy, especially since the Magna couple had access to coveted goods that were in high demand, making them even more popular among the nobility. Whether it was wine, tea, sugar, ham, or cheese, essentials for noble banquets, or silks, furs, tobacco, and jewelry, luxuries that one could procure with sufficient funds, were never an issue. For the grand nobles of the capital, these items were trivial, as they had their own channels. But for hereditary and honorific nobles, the Magna couple were indeed esteemed guests at their tables. Leaning against Dominaria City, the largest commercial hub of the Western continent, one finds no shortage of goods. Often, the scarcity that prevents others from acquiring items does not apply to Olivia. For the nobility, it is a matter of course to seek profit for their families, provided it does not infringe upon the interests of their superior lords. It is precisely this situation that has led to a steady stream of nobles seeking to form alliances through marriage with Count Magna. Some have come directly to propose, being the eldest sons and future heirs of prominent families, possessing the means to wed a mage. Others have taken a more subtle approach, mentioning acquaintances who are dashing adventurers, eager to visit Dominaria City and meet the Count's daughter. Many scions of lesser noble houses are even willing to become dependents, merely to secure favor from such an esteemed lineage. It is noteworthy that Olivia has ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier mage. Even if she were to cease her progress at this point, she could safeguard a barony or even a viscounty for nearly a century. Not to mention her familial ties to the esteemed Marquis Stewart. It is no exaggeration to say that her status serves as a protective talisman, making her a highly coveted match among the nobility. Chapter 278. The Second New Year After the Catastrophe, Part 2, in Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower Castle. The master bedroom. Upon noticing that Kristin had awakened, the fox girl Melissa promptly approached and bowed, saying, "My lord, shall you rise? I am at your service for your morning ablutions." Kristin, running her fingers through her disheveled hair, replied, "I have mentioned countless times that there is no need for a night watch after a long evening." "My lord, it is quite all right," Melissa assured. Following the grand battle at the master level, Kristin had ascended to the 12th tier as a dragonblood sorceress and the 17th tier as an arcanist, while publicly declaring herself a 2nd-tier dragonblood sorceress and a 9th-tier mage, thus able to openly utilize the secret cache. However, this advancement came with the unfortunate side effect of increasingly severe bloodline impulse symptoms. Had Carlatani been present, her master-level prowess would have allowed them to engage in a fulfilling confrontation. In her absence, it was necessary to rely on Alina, the fox girl's sisters, the cat girl, and the centaur to assist Kristin. After a night of tumultuous activity, Kristin was able to sleep soundly, but her maids could not afford such luxury. Even if they had fainted from the overwhelming impact, upon awakening, they were obliged to tidy themselves and continue their duties. Kristin had indeed instructed that, under such circumstances, the night watch was unnecessary, yet the concern of the lord did not justify the maid's indulgence. As a highborn noble, Kristin could easily delegate her daily routines to her servants, allowing them to manage everything while she simply followed their lead. Nonetheless, she remained accustomed to dressing herself. In the dining room, a group of catgirls arranged breakfast on the table, standing by in wait for summons. The catgirl bladers skillfully divided the food and placed it on small plates, delivering them to the lord as needed. If one were to be lazy, they need not lift a finger to eat, with merely a glance. A maid would deliver food to their mouth. Yet, Kristin preferred to dine independently. At this moment, Alina stood outside the dining room, holding a magical letter. As the housekeeper, she was well aware of which matters could interrupt the lord's meal and which could wait. Once Kristin exited the dining room, she approached to report, "My lord, a letter from His Majesty the King. Take me to the study." Once seated, Alina presented the letter, while the centaur girl Trelia served freshly brewed tea. Upon reading the letter, Kristin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She tossed the parchment aside and reclined on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. And the room fell silent. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Alina, respond to King Louis, stating that I am unwell." Understood. Even before the New Year celebrations had concluded, the esteemed king had already sent a missive, naturally due to another major incident. In the Loire River County, adjacent to Brittany, demons had besieged the castle of Baron Lumans, conducting a blood ritual that resulted in the ascension of several powerful demons. By the time the news reached them, the demonic army had already begun its march southward, wreaking havoc and pillaging towards the domain of Viscount Angers. Previously, if demons had randomly appeared through spatial rifts, local nobles had gained considerable experience in dealing with such occurrences and were not overly fearful. Even if they could not defeat them, timely retreats were possible, preventing the downfall of baronial castles. However, the situation was drastically different when blood rituals summoned demons. The Burning Hand, a legendary demon cult led by a hood, had been secretly cultivating its influence in the main world, targeting the often overlooked slaves. It is well known that nobles do not regard slaves as human. Following the outbreak of the cataclysm, their lives had become even more miserable. The common populace barely had enough food, let alone the slaves. Although the church's mandates prevented outright starvation, it was commonplace for slaves to live in conditions worse than those of livestock. Nevertheless, for the Burning Hand, slaves were also suitable offerings for blood rituals. After careful selection, they set their sights on the Baron Lumans domain due to its ample supply of slaves. It was previously noted that if demons appeared randomly through spatial rifts in a certain area, they would not reappear during this catastrophe, thanks to the self-repair mechanisms of the main world's barriers. The Lumans domain housed several mines situated within areas where random demons had previously manifested, and by sheer luck, they remained undamaged. Thus, after the demons were vanquished, Baron Lumans felt secure in summoning slaves for mining operations. Due to the cataclysm, the guards overseeing the slaves had been reassigned to replenish battle losses, leaving only the elderly and infirm to oversee the operations, resulting in a markedly lax defense. Consequently, the Burning Hand launched a surprise attack on these mines, establishing an evil altar to conduct blood rituals on the slaves and summon a host of demons. The areas where random spatial rifts would not reappear were indeed viable for constructing altars to summon demons, yet this crucial detail eluded many nobles and even numerous lower-tier mages, allowing the Burning Hand to exploit this oversight successfully. Thus, this demonic contingent hastened toward the town where Baron Lumans resided. Coincidentally, it was New Year's, and not only were the nobles and officials under Baron Lumans hosting festivities at his estate, but there were also significantly more townsfolk than usual, a fact that the Burning Hand had deliberately timed for their assault. The town's defensive forces were undoubtedly formidable, yet the practitioners of the Burning Hand, coupled with the summoned demons, executed a sudden ambush that caught them off guard, leading to the town's downfall. Although Baron Lumans and the nobles attending the banquet narrowly escaped into the castle, the demons seized the town and conducted a blood ritual, resulting in the elevation of a major demon's rank and the summoning of even more demons, rendering the castle's defenses futile. Subsequently, the demons dispersed to assault other villages within the Lumans territory. Some fortunate survivors managed to escape and relay warnings, allowing certain villagers to evacuate in time. Unfortunately, others were not so lucky, facing direct attacks that resulted in further slaughter and blood rituals. With each successive blood offering, by the time King Louis received word, the demon army had significantly strengthened. Recognizing the necessity to eliminate threats in their infancy, King Louis ordered the local nobles of the Loire River region to form a coalition against the demons while mobilizing the royal army for a thorough purge. However, the entire Kingdom of France possessed only 3 knightly orders, The Bourbon Knights were engaged on the front lines against the demon invasion in Blue Coast County. The Valois Knights had suffered heavy losses in battles against the Iberian Kingdom, leaving fewer than 2,000 cavalry, who were currently recuperating in Languedoc County. The Carolingian Knights had lost nearly one-fifth of their ranks while intercepting demons advancing from the north, and those remaining were tasked with defending the capital, Franconia, making them unavailable for deployment. Thus, King Louis penned a letter to the most powerful and nearby Marquis of Stewart, only to be regretfully declined by Kristin. In this realm, the relationship between the nobles and kings of various nations resembles that of shareholders in a company. The king, as the largest stakeholder, serves as chairman, yet lacks the authority to command the others unless they violate established protocols. Nobles have an obligation to dispatch troops at the king's behest to safeguard the realm. But should they choose not to, they must pay a shield tax annually, 1,000 gold coins for a baron, 2,000 for a viscount, 100 for an honorary baron, and 200 for an honorary viscount, and so forth. This shield tax can be rendered in either currency or equivalent goods. Nobles prefer to pay it, as it simplifies matters, since sending troops requires them to manage logistics, which is impractical for those far from the borders. The king also favors accepting shield taxes, as it essentially allows him to fund his army with others' resources. Otherwise, how could King Louis of France sustain 3 knightly orders? Yet, having accepted funds, the king is obliged to fulfill his duty to protect the nation's security. The royal army is not limited to the 3 knightly orders. It also comprises regular infantry legions, with a backbone of standing forces supplemented by militias during wartime, ensuring combat readiness. Despite this, King Louis still reached out to Kristin, indicating the formidable strength of the demon army and the precariousness of relying solely on the royal army and the coalition of Loire River nobles. There is a strong likelihood that multiple master-tier demons are involved, and the kingdom's supply of master-tier fighters is insufficient. The king seeks to leverage the high-end combat capabilities of Stewart's domain. It is worth noting that during the climactic battle at Asteros in the Iberian Kingdom, the human side lost over a dozen master-tier fighters, while the legendary demon Benjamin led more than 20 master-tier demons, many of whom were of high rank. Now, with the Iberian Kingdom ravaged, it has little to offer, and the demons have redirected their main offensive towards the Kingdom of France and the Apennine Kingdom, leaving humanity's high-end forces stretched thin and unable to respond effectively. Yet, the demons targeted the Loire River region. Local nobles organizing their coalition was a matter of protecting their territory, and Kristin felt no obligation to involve Brittany. Responding to the call was a courtesy, while ignoring it was simply prudent. Of course, even in refusal, one must be tactful, for the king's dignity must be upheld. As for the proximity of Brittany County to Loire River County and the potential for the demon army to shift its focus, Kristin remained unconvinced. The successful summoning of demons through blood rituals by the Burning Hand was a glitch exploit, and now that the human side had responded, the demons could only capture scattered humans for minor sacrifices. Organizing large-scale blood rituals would be unfeasible. This indicated that the overall strength of the demon army would no longer see significant changes. The events of the climactic battle at Asteros were widely publicized by human nations and the church to bolster morale. Despite the loss of over 1,000 knights and magic practitioners, nearly 140 master-tier demons were slain, a feat deemed glorious. Kristin, as one of the top 3 contributors to this achievement, became a celebrated figure. Her noble status, coupled with her personal involvement in the battlefield and impressive accomplishments, instilled a sense of pride within the entire noble class, who provided substantial support for the promotion of her deeds. Thus, it is impossible for the Burning Hand not to be aware of Kristin's pivotal role in the battle. Given that this Marquis of Stewart could summon the Teutonic Knights for assistance once, who could guarantee there wouldn't be a second occasion? Choosing Brittany County as a target seemed tantamount to courting disaster, even if the Teutonic Knights refrained from intervening. Stewart's domain boasted a master-tier elven sword dancer capable of slaying 20-tier demons, alongside a family elder who had already defeated several master-tier demons. Kristin's participation in the battle riding a dragon became legendary across the continent. They would not struggle against fewer than 5 or 6 master-tier demons. While the demon army is undeniably powerful, it pales in comparison to the strength of the legendary demon Benjamin at that time. In such circumstances, why would they choose to assault the most formidable stronghold when there are so many weaker, noble territories available? Strategically underestimating the enemy while tactically respecting them, Kristin must prepare in advance for a potential demon assault. Even if the demon army were to abandon their attack on the Viscount of Angers and redirect towards Brittany County, they would require half a month to traverse the distance, providing ample time for the evacuation of residents along the border of the two counties. The plan remains the same. Leave behind only the soldiers necessary for defense and the minimum number of villagers to maintain the faith in the temple while evacuating everyone else. Should the demons attack, the villagers will flee immediately, and later, concentrated forces can reclaim the villages. Brittany County, characterized by its peninsula geography, initially required passage through the city of Rennes for ingress and egress. However, with the increase in local nobility, two additional routes were established, one to the north of Rennes, passing through the town of Mondo, and another to the south, leading through the city of Dominaria. The defensive capabilities of both Rennes and Dominaria are unquestionable, bolstered by the presence of mage towers, rendering them impervious to the onslaught of the demon horde. Consequently, Kristin need only evacuate the several villages situated between the city and the county border, which would not pose a significant impact. As for Mondo, a greater deployment of soldiers would suffice, especially since a portable communication array has been set up to ensure prompt contact in case of emergencies. In truth, this route is the least likely for the demons to traverse, as it is the most distant and necessitates a detour through Normandy, diverging from the demons' current southern assault direction. Various nations have pledged funds to Kristin for the purchase of 4,000 exquisite suits of dwarven armor, with the first batch of 500 already delivered. She has preemptively recruited 4,000 soldiers, ensuring a robust military presence. She instructed her intelligence organization, the Tulip Thorn, to dispatch personnel to the lower county to timely monitor the movements of the demon army, subsequently issuing the same mandate to the Mercenary Guild and the Thieves Guild. It appears there is little else to be done at this juncture. Thus, the festivities continue, with music and dance, as the New Year celebrations persist. Throughout Brittany County, whether among nobility or commoners, the composed demeanor of the Marquis alleviates any concerns, including those of the retreating vassals, who appear equally unperturbed. Meanwhile, King Louis Capet, upon receiving Kristin's reply, displayed a knowing expression. He did not anticipate that a mere letter would elicit a military response, yet many matters are open to discussion. For nobles, all excuses are merely a means to garner greater benefits. Chapter 280, A New Wave Emerges, Part 2. In the city of Dominaria, within the Mage Tower's reception hall, Kristin was hosting the king's envoy, Count Hartmann Segura, a hereditary noble who had arrived via a teleportation array. Matters concerning dealings with the Stewart territory are primarily overseen by Count Segura, making him an old acquaintance. Thus, he was received with considerable hospitality, which included not only the customary tea and snacks, but also coffee and fresh fruits. It is noteworthy that, despite the winter season, while nobles may preserve fruits through various means, fresh produce can only be sourced from the druids' greenhouses or the arcane gardens of the mage towers. However, the yield from either source is limited, and prices are exorbitantly high, making fresh fruits inaccessible even to affluent nobles. This, however, does not apply to Kristin, who possesses several mage towers and cultivates favored fruits. Moreover, a druid is specifically tasked with caring for these plants, a privilege akin to that of royalty. Out of politeness, Count Segura sampled only a small portion before saying, "Marquis Stewart, His Majesty the King has learned of your illness and has sent me to inquire after your well-being. Please extend my gratitude to His Majesty for his concern. I am feeling much improved," Kristin replied. The Count produced a small box, revealing a gem valued at approximately 500 gold coins, a gift befitting their respective statuses. "It is a beautiful gem. I am quite fond of it. Please convey my thanks to the Queen, and I would appreciate it if you could return with a token of my gratitude." As the saying goes, gifts often carry ulterior motives, and the Queen's gesture was no exception, intended to facilitate subsequent discussions. Indeed, after some casual conversation, Count Segura remarked, "Marquis Stewart, the lower county is currently besieged by the demon army, and given its proximity to your Brittany County, I wonder if you have taken any preventative measures." "While the demon army is unlikely to advance westward into Brittany County, I have nonetheless arranged for defenses," Kristin responded. Curiously, Count Segura inquired, "Oh, what gives you such confidence?" "There are only 3 routes into Brittany County, 2 of which necessitate the conquest of Rennes and Dominaria. The final route lies to the north. Should the demon army choose this path, they would be unable to launch a southern offensive." Kristin's analysis mirrored the conclusions of the kingdom's military leadership. After the demon army's southern attack on the Viscountcy of Angers, they could either continue south through the barony of Chaoying and into Charente County or veer east into the capital county, a territory directly governed by the royal family. Although King Louis has ordered the military to swiftly eliminate the demons, intelligence suggests that over 3,000 lesser demons and nearly 50 greater demons are present, necessitating the mobilization of at least 3 infantry legions. However, these forces are currently dispersed throughout the royal lands, stationed to counter small incursions of demons appearing through spatial rifts. Gathering them will take time, and proceeding to Lower County will require additional time. Should delays persist, this demon army might pivot and invade the capital county, leaving the noble coalition in Lower County to fend for themselves, resulting in the royal army fighting alone. For King Louis, it is preferable for the battlefield to be situated within the territories of other nobles, and it is advantageous to involve local noble coalitions in the conflict. To achieve this, swift engagement with the demon army is essential, along with robust external support. Count Segura continued along this line of thought. Your territory is undoubtedly fortified. Yet other nobles may lack the means to withstand the demon army's assault. To expedite the eradication of this menace, His Majesty hopes you will consider sending troops to the battlefield. Rest assured, His Majesty will ensure you do not incur any losses. Kristin feigned earnestness. What did His Majesty say? He instructed me to convey that should you be willing to deploy troops, you may stipulate your conditions, and he will respond promptly. Kristin smiled at this, saying, You suggest I make demands? His Majesty is quite generous. Marquis Stewart, His Majesty is indeed sincere. Count Segura, I trust you are aware of the number of demon-slaying points I have accrued since the onset of the demon disaster. Your score currently ranks first across the entire continent. Known to all, Segura confirmed. With my current tally of demon-slaying points, while it may not suffice to secure the land of a county, it is not far from that mark. Given that the demon crisis is set to conclude within a year, it is not beyond possibility that I may meet the required threshold. Indeed, you have a point. In truth, Kristin's demon-slaying points still fell short by 2 baronies in her quest for land exchange in the next district. For others, a single barony is a monumental challenge. Yet she remarked it was not far off, with Count Segura finding her assertion quite reasonable. With a year remaining until the end of the demon calamity, should this noble lord agree to deploy troops, acquiring a substantial amount of demon-slaying points would be a foregone conclusion. Kristin further articulated her position. You are well aware of the land for grain agreement I signed with King Alfonso of the Iberian Kingdom, are you not? Indeed, I am aware, was the reply. It is good that you understand. Once the calamity concludes, the probability of my elevation to Duchess is at least 90%. Yet I am unwilling to wait that long. The noble covenant does not stipulate that all lands of a duke must reside within a single kingdom. This is one of my demands. My other request is to forge a rescue agreement with the nobility of the Loire Valley. Count Segura responded earnestly, Marquis Stewart. I shall promptly relay your requests to His Majesty the King. This is the Mage Tower, and the message will reach him post-haste. The elevation of nobility on the continent adheres to stringent standards inscribed within the Noble Covenant. The criteria for territorial nobility hinge upon land area. The extent of one's dominion dictates the rank one may attain, a straightforward requirement that proves challenging to fulfill. The number of hereditary noble titles is limited. The higher the rank, the fewer the titles, and the king cannot arbitrarily increase them. For instance, there are only 3 hereditary dukes in the Kingdom of France, all stemming from the founding monarch's brothers. Honorary titles beneath the rank of earl can indeed be conferred at the king's discretion, serving as a significant source of income for the crown. However, all nobles, while enjoying their privileges, must also fulfill their obligations. Paying shield taxes annually in accordance with their rank, nobility is not a position one can simply assume. The standard for a territorial duke requires the possession of 2 counties, which Kristin undoubtedly does not currently meet, yet post-calamity, she should suffice. Historically, no territorial duke has emerged. Hence, the Noble Covenant fails to specify that these 2 counties must exist within a singular kingdom. As such, lacking explicit prohibition, it does not contravene the rules. Moreover, Kristin's prowess has already reached a commendable level, and with her renowned victory in the decisive battle against the demons in the Iberian Kingdom, her elevation to duke is entirely feasible, contingent solely upon King Louis's willingness. Chapter 281, A New Wave, Part 3. After Count Segura, the king's envoy, relayed the news back to the capital, a swift response was received. King Louis consented, yet the specific details required face-to-face negotiation with Marquis Stewart. Consequently, Kristin, accompanied by Carlotani and Elena, transported to the city of Fran, dedicating a day to discuss the terms of troop deployment with King Louis. In truth, King Louis likely anticipated the conditions Kristin would propose, revealing a knowing expression upon receiving Count Segura's message. According to the Continental Accord, only those of sacred bloodlines can establish kingdoms, while legendary bloodlines are requisite for dukedoms. Thus, regardless of one's strength. Failing to meet either criterion precludes the founding of a state. Conversely, possessing the necessary bloodline without the requisite strength is equally futile. Numerous legendary bloodlines exist on the continent, yet none possess the requisite might. This implies that even if Kristin were to be bestowed the title of Duke, she would still be obligated to fulfill her duties to the Kingdom of Fran. In such circumstances, what distinction lies between being a Marquis or a Duke? The King's commands hold weight irrespective of her title. Moreover, based on Marquis Stewart's demon-slaying points, there exists a 90% chance of acquiring an additional county post-calamity. Since nobility is conferred by the nation of origin, the new territory will assuredly be within the Kingdom of Fran. Thus, even under the most stringent standards, the criteria for her elevation to Duke will be satisfied. Securing a title a year in advance in exchange for military support would minimize the kingdom's losses and potential upheaval. A strategy King Louis is well aware is the most advantageous. Certainly, the elevation of a territorial duke is unprecedented in the kingdom's history, necessitating numerous procedures. King Louis assured swift processing, yet the urgency of war mandates that Kristin must first mobilize. This was, of course, agreeable, as King Louis had acquiesced to her terms, and Kristin was eager to honor his trust. She pledged to the king that upon her return, she would promptly arrange for the elimination of at least 3 master-tier demons and over 10 greater demons. King Louis found this promise exceedingly satisfactory, as his primary concern lay with the high-end combatants among the demon horde. Kristin's commitment to obliteration rather than mere defeat left little room for dissatisfaction. As long as such results were achieved, it mattered not whether the Stewart territory sent forth 1 soldier or 1,000. As for the rescue agreement with the nobility of the Loire Valley, King Louis immediately surmised Kristin's intentions. This avaricious dragon surely had her sights set on someone else's land. The standard provisions of such agreements dictate that I shall bear the costs of deploying troops to reclaim your lost territory, with the spoils of war belonging to me. And I shall retain half of the reclaimed lands, while you will cover the compensation for any losses incurred during the conflict. Others may hesitate, but the surviving members of the Lumans baronial family would undoubtedly acquiesce, given their current plight, akin to annihilation, leaving them without the capacity to reclaim their lands within 3 months. Should they fail to recover their lost territories within that time frame, such lands would revert to the king, effectively allowing Kristin to seize land from King Louis. Yet, this is merely one of the conditions for military engagement. Granting her a single barony is hardly a significant concession. Why does Kristin insist on being elevated to Duchess a year in advance? For someone of her age, waiting an additional year bears little consequence. Rather, she seeks to vigorously propagate her renown and enhance her stature. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge, and associating one's deeds with a significant historical event invariably amplifies their impact. An adventurer discovering treasure, a mage vanquishing beasts, a noble eradicating bandits, or combating pirates. Such tales are commonplace. However, the narrative of Kristin Stewart, Duchess combating demons, coupled with her rise to prominence, begins on a legendary note. As for the necessity of such elevated prestige, one need only consider why true deities require worship to comprehend. However, the Pact of the Gods stipulates that those who have not ascended to divinity by igniting the divine fire and propagate their faith are considered false gods. Any church, state, or organization bears the obligation to eradicate these false deities. Nonetheless, venerating heroes is a commonplace occurrence, and throughout history, many heroes have ignited the divine fire due to extraordinary circumstances. Given the opportunity presented by the demonic disaster, it would be remiss to overlook it. However, no one could fathom Kristin's intentions, as her publicly acknowledged rank was that of a second-tier dragonvein sorceress and a 9th-tier mage. Advancement in magical professions becomes increasingly arduous, with the mage class being the most challenging. Achieving the rank of Master Mage before turning 50 would be considered a mark of genius. Upon returning to Dominaria City, Kristin promptly arranged for the guards to set forth for Nantes in the Loire River County, where the local noble coalition's command center was located. She and Carlotta and others would teleport directly there shortly, as the 2 counties were in close proximity, and the cost of teleportation was minimal, thus saving considerable travel time. A few days later, in the Mage Tower's reception hall, Kristin was leisurely enjoying fruit while petting her cat girl, Blador, who lay contentedly on her lap, basking in the gentle caresses of Kristin's delicate fingers. Occasionally, Kristin would offer pieces of fruit to Blador, who would eagerly lick her fingertips in response. Elena entered quietly and spoke in hushed tones. "My Lord Marquis, a magical letter from Sir Bella has arrived." Kristin patted Blador's small head and instructed, Please take the fruit to share with the others." Obediently, Blador donned her little shoes and departed with the platter of fruit. The remaining catgirls would each receive a piece of fruit, a delightful reward for the maidens during this season of fresh produce. As Kristin sat upon the sofa, Elena approached and knelt to present the letter to her. The correspondence contained two crucial pieces of information. Firstly, Lord Pierre Rogran, the diplomatic envoy from the Stewart territory who had arrived in Nantes with the guards, had signed a rescue agreement with all the local nobles. The reason it encompassed all was tied to the second matter. Following the breach of the Angers Viscountcy by the demonic army, they had surged into the Shaoying barony, subsequently redirecting their main forces toward Nantes, while two other factions ravaged the Nantes Count's domain. The entirety of the Loire River County was governed by 6 major nobles: the Count of Nantes, the Viscount of Angers, the Baron of Le Mans, the Baron of Shaoying, the Baron of Laval, and the Baron of Nazaire. Presently, with the exception of the Baron of Nazaire, who remained unscathed, the Count of Nantes had suffered nearly half of its territory's destruction, and the others had all fallen victim to the invasion. Particularly, the northern Baron of Laval, believing himself safe as the demonic forces had advanced south, was caught off guard by a surprise attack from the Burning Hand, leading to the demise of his entire family. This was followed by raids on villages and large-scale blood sacrifices. Had it not been for the considerable number of refugees that had previously evacuated and had yet to return, the losses would have been even more devastating. Nevertheless, this calamity allowed the Burning Hand to summon over 30 major demons and nearly 2,000 lesser demons. Chapter 282, A New Wave Arises, Part 4. After perusing the letter, Kristin was at a loss for words. The actions of the Baron of Laval were nothing short of a perplexing display of human folly. The demonic army had yet to vacate the Loire River County, and such celebratory behavior was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the nobility operates on a primogeniture system, where the emergence of a few irregularities is routine. Witnessing the diversity of the human species hardly comes as a surprise. However, her agreement with King Louis was to eliminate 3 master-tier demons and several major demons. The increase in lesser demons was of no concern to her, but this unforeseen event could certainly be exploited. Thus, she commanded, "Elena, inform Uncle Liam, Olivia, Victor, and Harlan to come here at once." "As you wish," Elena replied. The military affairs of the territory were overseen by Liam Stewart. Magical practitioners were managed by Olivia Magna. Internal affairs were the responsibility of Victor Duran, and the Tulip Merchant Guild was under Harlan's purview. Although the various systems within the territory worked in close collaboration, they did not possess overlapping jurisdictions. As the territory developed, Dominaria City not only constructed 4 additional low-tier mage towers at the corners of the inner city, but also established a magical formation with Kristin's residence, a high-tier mage tower, along with communication magic formations at critical locations such as the town hall, military camp, and guild headquarters. Consequently, they arrived promptly at the Mage Tower Castle. "My Lord Marquis," the group greeted respectfully. "Please take a moment to review this magical letter," Kristin instructed, handing the correspondence from Sir Bella to them. After they perused it, Harlan respectfully returned the letter. Kristin continued, "You are all likely aware of the general situation. Lord Pierre Rogran has signed the rescue agreement on my behalf with the nobles of the Loire River County. Aside from the Baron of Le Mans and the Viscount of Angers, the other nobles likely did not anticipate their territories would fall to the demons. It is imperative that you execute my orders without delay." "Understood." They all responded in unison. "Uncle Liam, please give your orders." "I shall provide you with 600 cavalry and 4,000 newly trained infantry to reclaim the lost villages and towns of the Loire River County." "As you command." With the demonic army advancing toward Nantes, Kristin was resolved to take action, ensuring victory was inevitable. The villages and wilds they had previously ravaged were now inhabited solely by scattered lesser demons. As long as their forces were sufficient, recovery would pose no issue, and deploying new recruits would serve as practical combat training. "Olivia," Kristin called, "please proceed. I shall deploy magical practitioners to accompany the troops, ensuring they are not ambushed by the demons." "As you desire." "Harlan," she continued, "please provide Uncle Liam with detailed intelligence regarding the Loire River County and send guides. You shall be credited for this military endeavor." "Understood." "Thank you, my Lord Marquis. I shall personally lead the charge." The prospect of military merit leading to noble status and land ownership spurred Harlan to brave any peril. The Loire River County, bordering Brittany, had been traversed by merchant caravans from the Tulip Merchant Guild, which meant they possessed extensive knowledge of the villages, roads, rivers, and bridges. "Victor," Kristin addressed, "have many refugees fled to the Loire River County?" "Indeed," he replied. Select the young and strong to settle in the reclaimed villages. We shall provide all necessary supplies. As you command, Elena. My lord, please issue your orders. Inform the various churches to send priests alongside the army. I assure you that the reclaimed villages will see the restoration of their original temples. Understood. After the demons breach the villages, they will undoubtedly destroy the temples and desecrate the altars. Thus, the standard for reclaiming the villages is to reconstruct the altars and connect to the divine energy network. This process requires at least one first-level priest, along with approximately 50 faithful followers. Naturally, since the original temples have been destroyed, any new temple dedicated to a true god can be constructed upon the recovery of the villages. Now that Kristin wishes to restore the original temple, it is only fitting that the churches send priests to assist the army, thus resolving the issue of healing during combat. Once the rescue agreement is signed, Kristin's deployment of troops to assist the nobles in reclaiming their lost lands is entirely lawful and appropriate. Perhaps after vanquishing the demon army besieging Nantes, other nobles will have the capacity to reclaim their occupied villages. However, one cannot disregard my swift actions. The more territory we seize now, the greater our share of villages will be in the future. Additionally, since these villages must be returned in part, even if we construct a new temple to the dragon god, sustaining faith will be a challenge. It would be wiser to seek favors from other churches. Simultaneously, news of the fall of Baron Laval's territory reached the commanding officer of the kingdom's army, Sir Matthew Lauren of the Carolingian Knights, a hereditary honorary baron. A legion of infantry, comprised of only a handful of low-ranking knights, would undoubtedly be no match for the greater demons, compelling the Carolingian Knights to dispatch a squadron for support. This included 10 7th-level knights, nearly 100 5th and 6th-level knights, over 200 3rd-level knight attendants, and more than 200 cavalry. Furthermore, there were 2 master-level knights, 1 master-level ranger, and 1 master-level druid, totaling 4 high-caliber combatants in attendance. The kingdom's reinforcements traveled by boat down the Loire River, and upon arriving in Nantes, they received this dreadful news, greatly disheartening Sir Matthew Lauren, who extended his sincerest regards to Baron Laval and his ancestors. Nantes is home to a branch of the Mage Guild and a mid-level mage tower. Making a surprise demon attack impossible, they would have to assault directly. After 2 years of conflict, the Earl of Nantes commanded over 30 knights and 1,000 elite soldiers, with the ability to mobilize an additional 1,000 militia. Other nobles could easily muster a dozen knights and 500 soldiers. The major true god churches in Nantes boasted over 10 10th-level bishops and more than 50 priests above 5th level, although while they excelled in healing, they were ill-equipped for battle. The churches also maintained over 20 temple knights and more than 200 guards. Organizations such as the Mage Guild, Warrior Guild, and Mercenary Guild contributed over 10 practitioners of 5th level or higher. Given the previous prowess of the demon army, the combined forces of the kingdom's reinforcements and the original strength of Nantes could be deemed superior, except for the fact that the number of master-level combatants on the human side was 2 fewer than that of the demons. However, the current situation has resulted in a balanced contest between mid to high-level practitioners and common soldiers. Although victory may be achievable, the casualties could be significant. Just one day before the arrival of the demon army, Kristin and Carlatani, transformed into the family elder, teleported to Nantes. Chapter 283. A New Wave Emerges, Part 5. Sir Matthew Lauren had previously fought alongside Kristin while resisting the northern demon incursions in the Pyrenees, and he was well aware of the capabilities of both Marquis Stewart and the elder Carlatani. Upon their arrival, his concerns were alleviated. The other inhabitants of Nantes rejoiced, for the name of Marquis Stewart was widely celebrated, and their presence indicated a strong likelihood of victory. The next morning, scouts reported that the demon army was approaching, and soldiers atop the city walls could already see the distant clouds of dust. As the human forces prepared, the demon army reached the foot of the walls. Over 5,000 minor demons gathered in a dark mass, led by more than 80 greater demons and a dozen demonkin. These were members of the Burning Hand, once human, now having revealed their identities and undergone transformation through malevolent energy infusion. 6 master-level demons stepped to the forefront, with one sole judge demon bellowing towards the city wall. "Come forth, master-level humans, and let us determine our fates." On the wall, 4 master-level beings turned to Sir Matthew Lauren, the commander of the battle. With the opposing force consisting of 6 master-level demons and only 5 on their side, including Carlatani, the distribution of responsibilities naturally required the commander's input. Before Sir Matthew could speak, Kristin interjected, "Let us handle those 2 master-level berserkers. I did not anticipate the demon army would be of such magnitude." The others nodded in agreement, understanding Kristin's implication. While she had indeed pledged to eliminate 3 greater demons, the human side had previously outnumbered the demons in mid- and high-level practitioners. If they could merely restrain the enemy, everything would be manageable. However, with the demons now doubling in strength, Marquis Stewart willingly assumed the responsibility of confronting 2 master-level demons, invoking gratitude from the others. According to the book's setting, any greater demon can elevate their rank through blood sacrifice, yet their inherent racial types remain unchanged. Only their attributes gain the master-level template, enhancing their corresponding specialties. Among the 6, these 2 berserkers were the weakest, though even the weakest are still master-level. With the roles assigned, the priests of the human side bestowed protective divine spells upon the master-level combatants, who then leaped beyond the city walls to confront their respective foes. The 5,000 minor demons could not hope to breach the city, thus the demons initiated a challenge involving their master-level warriors. Should even one master-level demon remain in the end, the mid- and high-level demons would sweep through the human ranks. The reason the humans engaged in battle was that if these 6 master-level demons disregarded the humans and rushed into the city, the numerical disadvantage would make it impossible to stop them, turning the city into a battleground. Even if the demons were ultimately slain with the aid of the Mage Tower, countless civilians would still suffer casualties. 2 human Master-Tier knights faced off against 2 Master-Tier seducing demons, towering nearly 5 meters tall, relying on their tough hide and brute strength to charge and strike ferociously. In terms of raw power, the knights were certainly outmatched. Even one wielding a double-bladed axe dared not withstand the demons' assault head-on. However, clad in full armor, the knights possessed a distinct advantage in agility, maneuvering around the demon while evading its attacks and seizing opportunities to strike with a sword or axe, instilling a sense of caution in the formidable demon. Meanwhile, the Master-Tier Ranger battled a Master-Tier 4-winged bat demon, which also stood over 4 meters tall, equipped with massive bat wings for flight and 4 arms wielding various weapons. One soared above while the other darted below. The former would dive in for an attack, while the latter would unleash arrows upon noticing an opening. Utilizing nimbleness to evade assaults on the ground, the ranger found fleeting moments to retaliate, while the demon deflected arrows with its 4 arms, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation. The Master-Tier Druid faced off against a Master-Tier Soul-Judging Demon, a towering creature over 6 meters in height, renowned for its physical prowess and its ability to summon lightning, coupled with immunity to both lightning and poison attacks. Ordinarily, the Druid, adept in fire, electricity, and summoning spells, would find themselves at a disadvantage against such a foe. Yet, with no other magic users present on the battlefield, the Druid had no choice but to engage in this combat. The scarcity of Master-Tier mages on the front lines rendered the situation dire. Had even one mage been present, these Master-Tier demons would not have posed a threat. The Druid, protected by a 3rd-level protective spell against elemental damage and several defensive incantations, prepared for any sudden lightning strikes from the soul-judging demon. Employing the classic zoo tactic, the Druid summoned a ferocious earth dragon using an 8th-level spell slot. This was not a lesser creature, but one akin to a Tyrannosaurus rex, nearly 10 meters long, standing toe-to-toe with the soul-judging demon. Additionally, 2 7th-level spells called forth 4 aggressive tigers. With the earth dragon leading the charge, the tigers focused on delivering powerful strikes, inflicting grievous wounds even on the resilient demon. For a time, even the soul-judging demon found itself overwhelmed by the 5 summoned creatures, while the Druid seized an opportunity to cast a 4th-level spell, Stone Spikes, inflicting significant damage upon the demon. However, this strategy had its evident drawbacks. Summoning spells are time-limited, and failing to dispatch the enemy swiftly could lead to complications. As both sides were still in the initial probing phase, once they became familiar with each other's combat styles, the Druid might need to unleash a decisive strike, determining life or death. Kristin and Carlatani engaged 2 Master-Tier berserkers, certain of their victory, but contemplating how to win without revealing their true capabilities. Carlatani, transformed into an agile magic swordsman, and Kristin, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, initially employed tactics similar to the knights. After a pretense of combat spanning several exchanges, Kristin began to reveal her prowess. First, she swiftly cast a 4th-level spell, Dimensional Anchor, immobilizing the Berserker's innate teleportation ability, ensuring it could not escape. Although a 9th-tier mage is unable to utilize 6th-level spell scrolls, Kristin compensated for this limitation with sheer quantity, retrieving a 5th-level spell scroll of Bigby's hand from her hidden cache. Upon casting, a giant magical hand surged toward the demon. With the Berserker's agility, it initially evaded the strike, But as Kristin unleashed a second and third Bigby's hand spell scroll, avoidance became increasingly challenging. Ultimately, after deploying her 10th scroll, the Master Tier Berserker was summarily crushed. The spectacle of 10 magical hands attacking in succession created a tremendous commotion, visible to both the engaged masters and the human observers on the city walls. Collectively, they could not help but comment on the wealth displayed, swiftly followed by remarks of extravagance. The established lore dictates that a 5th-level spell scroll costs no less than 3,000 gold coins, with the current market price nearing 5,000. Thus, 10 scrolls would total nearly 50,000 gold coins, often unavailable for purchase. The reward for slaying a Master Tier demon is 1,500 points, redeemable for 3 villages. A mage can transcribe only 1 spell scroll per day, and 5th-level spells carry a 50% failure rate. Should a failure occur, all materials are wasted, and the mage cannot transcribe similar scrolls in the short term. These scrolls had been painstakingly transcribed by Kristin and Monica, particularly Kristin, who, as an archmage, could resume her efforts the following day even after failures. Yet, to outsiders, the sheer number of 5th-level scrolls she possessed suggested significant additional sacrifices. Considering all this, while Kristin's expenditure on the Berserker might not incur a loss in points, it certainly did not yield a substantial profit. Adding to this the noble status of a marquis personally venturing into battle, the situation became even less favorable. After vanquishing her opponent, Kristin promptly joined Carlatani in combat. Following the established routine of casting Dimensional Anchor, she began producing spell scrolls, casting Weakening Ray, Blur, Slow, and Blindness, applying all conceivable debilitating effects on the Berserker. Despite these being low-level negative spells, Kristin's status as a Master Tier Archmage ensured that her crafted scrolls would effectively reduce the Berserker's combat capability by a 5th. To maintain the facade, the two engaged the Berserker for several more rounds, culminating in Carlatani delivering a decisive blow, severing the demon's head and concluding the battle. Upon Kristin's defeat of the first Master Tier Berserker, the demon faction recognized that they could no longer delay their actions, uncertain of the opposing mage's remaining high-level spell scrolls. No one desired to become the next victim of such overwhelming force. Thus, under orders, the mid-tier and high-tier demons surged forward, aiming to collaborate with the Master-tier demon to neutralize the human elite fighters. The humans stationed atop the city walls, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, felt compelled to intervene. Consequently, practitioners of the 5th tier and above leapt from the fortifications to join the fray. Although the demons generally boasted a higher level by 1 or 2 tiers, the human combatants entered the battlefield fortified by a myriad of protective spells bestowed upon them by the priests, thereby tipping the scales slightly in favor of humanity. Furthermore, should the opportunity arise, they could retreat to the city below for healing and status restoration from the priests stationed above, rendering the demons even less formidable. As for the reason the several 10th tier bishops on the human side refrained from direct involvement, it was due to the priests' limited mobility. Should the demons abandon their warriors to target the healers, the priests would find themselves unable to flee. Reality diverges from the realm of games, where one can recover with sufficient healing if they are not felled instantly. In contrast, a single blow could shatter a priest in the real world, leaving them incapable of self-healing. By the time Kristin and Carlatani vanquished the second Master Tier Berserker demon, the dynamics of the battlefield had transformed dramatically. The Master Tier Soul-Reaving demon suddenly executed a high-level teleportation spell, appearing directly beside its adversary. The druid had anticipated such a maneuver, summoning an Oak Guardian for protection while clutching a 4th-tier spell scroll of Dimension Door in hand. As the demon materialized, the druid activated the scroll to escape, having awaited this precise moment. Subsequently, he unleashed a 6th-tier spell of Disjunction from another scroll. The druid, lacking the Dimension Anchor spell, refrained from deploying such a scroll to bait the demon, for demons are hardly foolish. An initial lockdown of their teleportation would surely precede an assault with high-level spell scrolls. Now, having taken the bait, the demon activated its teleportation, providing the druid with an opportune moment to strike with Disjunction. However, the sheer size of the soul-reaving demon meant that the spell only inflicted severe injuries rather than a decisive blow. Unbeknownst to the druid, while he was scheming against the demon was likewise plotting its own strategy. Typically, combatants engaged in duels maintain a considerable distance, rendering mutual support impossible. Yet, as the soul-reaving demon and the druid exchanged blows, the druid found himself perilously close to the battlefield of a human knight. Observing what appeared to be an ally approaching, the knight felt no immediate concern. However, the soul-reaving demon swiftly teleported over, unleashing a bolt of lightning upon the knight's head, only to then be met with disjunction itself. While a 4th-tier spell is insufficient to slay a Master-tier knight, the electrical spell's paralyzing effect caused a momentary pause. In the high-stakes clash, a single opportunity can determine life or death, and the alluring demon seized this moment, extending its claws towards the knight. Under normal circumstances, a Master-tier knight's armor would withstand a few strikes without significant consequence. However, the alluring demon's 2 claws ensnared the knight's arms, yanking him apart with a force that no amount of struggling could resist, ultimately tearing him asunder. Leaving behind a bloodied corpse, the alluring demon strode towards another knight. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining knight turned to flee, recognizing that while he might fare well in a one-on-one encounter, he stood no chance against 2 foes. It was not that the human Master-tier knight was inadequate. Rather, the demon race is renowned for its superior physical prowess, thus rendering it a natural counter. The alluring demon, nearly 5 meters in height, felt the knight's blade strike 4 times and slice twice. Yet these blows had inflicted little substantial harm due to their lack of precision. Meanwhile, the druid was unable to offer assistance, for the soul-reaving demon, though severely wounded, was still alive and pursuing him, a testament to the demon's resilience. A few knights aligned with local nobility, buoyed by their recent victory over a formidable demon, felt emboldened to confront the alluring demon, emboldened by their array of enhancement spells. The result was grim. A single swipe from the demon left them cleaved in 2, serving as a stark reminder to all why lower-tier combatants should refrain from engaging in battles against Master-tier foes. At this juncture, what were Kristin and Carlatani doing? Naturally, they were engaged in a relentless slaughter. The agreement with the king entailed the elimination of 3 Master-tier demons and a dozen greater demons, armed with their long swords. The duo plunged into the fray, where the greater demons found themselves at a disadvantage, and the sudden onslaught from the 2 Master-tier combatants left them utterly defenseless. Often, as they battled, a sudden strike from behind would sever a head, resulting in instant death. As the battle raged on, the numbers of the greater demons were roughly equal to that of the human practitioners. However, bolstered by the support and healing from the priests on the walls, the humans had gained the upper hand, with Kristin and Carlatani's stealthy assaults leading to the demise of several greater demons. The advantage for the humans expanded significantly. Recognizing their precarious situation, the greater demons hastily ordered the lesser demons to launch an offensive to cover their retreat. Observing this shift, the human commander, Knight Matthew Lauren, ordered his soldiers to pursue the fleeing demons. Meanwhile, the Master-tier druid, after exhausting the Master-tier soul-reaving demon, turned to assist his fellow Master-tier ranger. In the meantime, Kristin and Carlatani set their sights on the alluring demon. Though the druid's versatility allowed for a broad range of spells, even at the Master-tier, their offensive capabilities remained modest. Nevertheless, as a spellcaster, their access to high-level spell scrolls could yield significant power, provided they possessed the wealth to procure them. A 6th-tier disjunction scroll, during times of calamity, could cost around 20,000 gold coins, a worthwhile investment against a Master-tier demon, yet the cost was not without its burdens, as such scrolls were scarce and not easily acquired. The 2 alluring demons, originally focused on pursuing the human Master-tier knight, abruptly halted upon noticing Kristin and Carlatani's approach. Quickly opting to flee, they remained perplexed by Kristin's ability to wield high-level spell scrolls while clad in armor and wielding a longsword, but wealth often dictates power. Impoverished demons had little choice but to retreat. With the appearance of reinforcements, the human knight regained his resolve and joined Kristin and Carlatani in the pursuit of the greater demons. Kristin, noticing the 4-winged bat demon attempting to escape, turned to Carlatani and declared, "You remain here. I shall pursue and slay that bat." "Understood," Carlatani replied. With that, Kristin unfurled her angelic wings and soared after the 4-winged bat demon. The necessity to vanquish the adversary arose from Liam's efforts to reclaim lost territories in the region of the lore. Allowing such a flying masterclass demon to escape could lead to disastrous consequences for his army. The distinction between flying and not flying is paramount. A grounded opponent, regardless of their prowess, must adhere to the path, making them easily detectable by scouts. However, a creature capable of flight poses an unpredictable threat. Who could foresee its next target? The formidable nature of mages lies in their mastery of flight spells at the 5th tier. Naturally, those of higher tiers possess even greater capabilities. The onlookers observed Kristin pursuing the masterclass demon alone without a shred of concern. After all, a wealthy mage holds significant power, while those masterclass demons, having ascended through blood sacrifice upon entering the main world, are often bereft of resources. How could they possibly contend with her? The four-winged bat demon, swift in flight, found Kristin to be even faster. Despite having flown several kilometers, it could not shake off its pursuer, prompting it to turn back and attempt to eliminate her. In its estimation, as a master-class demon, it had the upper hand. Although Kristin brandished 10 fifth-tier spell scrolls, an intimidating sight, it was likely a bluff. Upon witnessing the bat demon not fleeing but instead approaching her, Kristin suspected it possessed some advantage and promptly prepared to cast an 8th-tier spell, the Frost Ray. She refrained from using the 7th-tier Finger of Death, knowing the demon had resistance to instant death spells. The bat demon, possessing a talent for silence, planned to cast it before attacking, but was taken aback when Kristin unleashed a beam of white light, leading to its demise. Kristin, having acquired the spell range extension feat at the 15th tier, surpassed the demon's range. The bat demoness silence spell never had a chance to manifest before it fell. Confirming her victory, Kristin, wary of potential trickery, approached the slain demon to ensure its complete destruction. What she initially presumed to be a formidable foe turned out to be nothing more than a stubborn bronze. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion from the direction of Nantes startled Kristin, prompting her to hasten back for a closer inspection. Midway, she beheld a rising mushroom cloud. She mused to herself, could it be that the Mage Tower has exploded? Upon her return, the dust had settled, revealing her initial suspicion was indeed correct. The Mage Tower of the Nantes Mage Guild had met with destruction. The battle with the demon had concluded, and some knights and priests were directing soldiers in clearing the battlefield, while many others rushed toward the city. Upon landing, Kristin inquired, I witnessed the Mage Tower in the city explode from above. What transpired? Carlatani feigned ignorance, replying, I am not certain. I was engaged in combat with the demon when the explosion resonated from the city. I could not see as clearly from the ground as you did. Let us investigate, she suggested. Thus, one unfurled angelic wings while the other employed a flight spell, soaring toward the city. The accompanying guards, having participated in the earlier pursuit of the minor demon, quickly rallied their comrades upon the return of the Marquis. The explosion's magnitude had utterly devastated the Nantes branch of the Mage Guild, leaving a vast crater exceeding 100 meters in diameter where the Mage Tower once stood. The priests who arrived first were rescuing survivors, yet only a handful of guards and servants had escaped unscathed. The core mages and apprentices had perished. Given the explosion originated from the Mage Tower, the magical elements in the vicinity were in disarray, obliterating all traces and rendering predictive spells ineffective, at least. None of the mages present possessed the capability to utilize them. Kristin surveyed the ruins, perplexed. It did not seem plausible that a demon was behind this. Setting aside the heightened scrutiny that followed the destruction of the Mage Tower in the port of Barcelona, which had effectively curtailed the entry of contraband, the timing of this explosion also appeared illogical. It should have occurred prior to the demon army's assault or during the skirmish, yet at the moment of detonation, the human forces had already triumphed over the demons. What purpose could there be in destroying the Mage Tower then, if it were not the demons? What motivation would anyone have to obliterate a Mage Tower? Moreover, such structures are not easily demolished. She turned to Carlatani and asked, what became of the two masterclass alluring demons? Carlatani responded, both were slain, one was brought down by me. What of the demon kin? Kristin pressed. Not a single one escaped. The knights harbored a deep-seated animosity towards those traitors, preferring to let the greater demons flee than allow any of them to survive. This raised more questions. With the powerful demons eliminated and the few that fled unable to threaten the city, why then the destruction of the Mage Tower? Carlatani, seemingly unconcerned, replied, why fret, my lord? We shall await the findings of the Mage Guild's investigation. Chapter 286. Another wave emerges upon hearing this. Kristin felt Carlatani's words resonated with wisdom. Why should she be troubled by matters not directly affecting her? Simultaneously, she reflected on whether her recent responsibilities had become excessive, leading to this habitual concern. Although the Mage Tower and the Nantes Mage Guild had been destroyed, the majority of mages were engaged in battle against the demon forces at that time, resulting in only a handful of formal mages perishing. The surviving mages were simultaneously reporting to headquarters and investigating the incident. The city guard was conducting thorough searches and interrogations of nearby residents, while the mages had enlisted the help of the Thieves Guild and the Adventurers Guild to seek any possible leads. A prompt reply from headquarters indicated that they had dispatched a mage proficient in divination spells. However, it was unfortunate that a masterclass mage was unavailable to assist. Despite the catastrophic explosion at the Mage Tower, the Count of Nantes still hosted a grand banquet that evening to celebrate the defeat of the demon army. Kristin, along with Knight Matthew Lauren and several masterclass mages, became the focal point of the festivities. Particularly Kristin, not only a marquis but also hailing from a family with 2 masterclass mages, now held a status second only to the king, making her a notable figure on the continent. The following morning, the Count convened a meeting of the nobility to discuss matters related to the reclamation of lost territories. It was not so much a testament to their diligence, but rather a matter of personal stakes. The thought of missing an opportunity to reclaim their lands could lead to a lifetime of regret. Baron Lumans and Baron Laval initially arranged for their second sons to reside in Nantes to mitigate risks. Now, with both families nearly decimated, these 2 individuals are present at the meeting, poised to inherit the baronies. Although the territories of Viscount Angers and Baron Shouing have been ravaged and destroyed by demons, their families had long since evacuated, incurring no significant losses, allowing them to attend in person. Additionally, several lords and their heirs, along with representatives from various churches and organizations, filled the municipal meeting room to capacity. Kristin had initially planned to return today, but received a magical missive from her uncle Liam in the morning, stating that all the villages in the Laval, Le Mans, and Angers territories, as well as half of Nantes, previously besieged by demons, had been reclaimed. This effectively means that 3/5 of the land in the Loire Valley has been regained, and the reaction of the assembled nobles upon the announcement of this news is sure to be intense. Considering that the territorial diplomat, Lord Pierre Rogrand, may not be able to contain the uproar, Kristin resolved to attend the meeting personally. According to the letter, approximately 70 villages and towns in the Loire Valley had fallen to the demons, including those of lords and knights. To expedite the process, Liam divided 600 cavalry into 60 squads, supplemented by guides and several mercenary adventurers, who are making their way to these villages day and night. 2,000 infantry are following in wagons for support, while another 2,000 infantry are tasked with protecting the returning refugees on their slow journey. At Kristin's request, the Tulip Merchant Guild's caravans are gathering all useful information outside, making them second only to the local lords in terms of familiarity with the terrain of the Loire Valley. Harland, in pursuit of military merit to gain a title, dispatched the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the roads to accompany the soldiers, while he himself remained close to Liam, ready to receive orders. After the demon army devastated the villages, they departed, yet there are inevitably straggling lesser demons remaining. The risk of a small group attempting to reclaim a village is still considerable. It is only due to the well-equipped cavalry of the Stewart territory that Liam dares to take such risks. Moreover, Olivia has assigned a spellcaster apprentice or even a fully fledged spellcaster to each of the 20 most distant cavalry units, armed with a plethora of magical scrolls, effectively augmenting their combat capabilities. The spellcasters from the Stewart territory are not mere delicate flowers. They are seasoned warriors who have previously vanquished demons in battle. The current situation is that all lost villages have been reclaimed by the soldiers of the Stewart territory, regardless of whether they had only a handful of soldiers remaining. As for the re-establishment of altars and the reconnection to the Divine Power Network, even starting from the first lost village, there are still 2 months left. Ample time for the task. Thus, after the Count of Nantes concluded his opening remarks, Lord Pierre Rogrand signaled his desire to speak. Lord Rogrand, do you have something to say? At this moment, it was not yet time for comments. Any lord attempting to speak would likely face rebuke. However, as a noble from the Stewart territory, the Count of Nantes could not disregard Kristin's presence. After standing and bowing, Lord Rogrand stated, "Esteemed lords, I have just received a magical missive indicating that the troops of the Stewart territory have eradicated the evil occupying the villages and reclaimed all lost lands." What? Please repeat that. The news was so astonishing that many nobles displayed expressions of disbelief. Esteemed lords, I have just received a magical missive. Lord Rogrand reiterated his earlier statement. How can this be possible? While many abandoned villages no longer harbor demons and could simply be occupied by sending troops, the fact that the soldiers of the Stewart territory accomplished this feat in merely a few days was truly shocking. Some astute nobles speculated that the cavalry had been hastily mobilized day and night. Yet finding a noble capable of sustaining such a number of cavalry during a calamity was exceedingly rare. They could not have achieved it themselves. Soon, the assembled nobles contemplated a grim reality. They had entered into a rescue agreement with the Marquis of Stewart, and half of the reclaimed villages were to be ceded to him. When the demon army initially advanced, the king had dispatched troops for assistance due to the explicit obligations outlined in the Noble Covenant, which mandates the king's duty to protect the safety of subordinate nobles. However, the Marquis of Stewart bore no such obligation. Thus, the nobles of the Loire Valley had entered into a rescue agreement with the Marquis of Stewart, which was procedural. Though the king had paid for the assistance rendered, this marquis had indeed vanquished 3 master-level demons and numerous greater demons. Without her intervention, Nantes might have fallen. Yet none anticipated Kristin's swift action, reclaiming all territories by the following day. Normally, discussions on how to recover lost lands would be held at this meeting. And even if troops from the Marquis of Stewart were required for assistance, it would necessitate an invitation from the concerned nobles. However, they found themselves at a loss to challenge Kristin's actions because, having signed the rescue agreement, her actions were deemed both reasonable and lawful. You sought my assistance in your time of need. One cannot dismiss the legitimacy of my swift action that drove the invaders away the very next day, can they? Consequently, all eyes turned to the Count of Nantes, the highest-ranking noble present, as everyone hoped he would take a stand. Chapter 287. I have a proposal, Part 1. While the Count of Nantes had only lost half of his territory, in reality, it far exceeded the combined holdings of 2 or 3 barons. Should the villages be allocated as rewards according to the rescue agreement, he would bear the greatest loss. Thus, he rose, bowed to Kristin, and said, Marquis Stewart, we extend our sincerest gratitude for your assistance, yet your subordinate's actions seem somewhat inappropriate. Although the Count's tone was not particularly kind, he dared not directly accuse the Marquis of Stewart, instead opting to express his discontent with her subordinate's conduct. At this juncture, if Kristin wished to avoid escalating tensions, she could deflect the issue onto her subordinates, allowing for private discussions later. However, she retorted, my subordinate's actions are inappropriate? What is amiss? Who holds such a belief? The Count of Nantes, upon hearing these words, realized the opposing party was unwilling to relinquish their vested interests. However, he too was reluctant to forfeit such extensive lands and continued, Marquis Stewart, the assembled nobles share this sentiment. Your subordinates may wait until after this meeting to take action. Correct? Kristin, non-committal, inquired, Baron Nasal, do you concur with this view? The Baron promptly rose and bowed, stating, my Lord Marquis, my Lord Count, I am of advanced age, and many matters require considerable contemplation for me to grasp. His domain had not been besieged by demons, nor had it suffered losses. Thus, he could not afford to offend either the Marquis Stewart or the Count of Nantes. Kristin then directed her attention to Viscount Angers, saying, in 2 months, the weather will warm. I wonder how your subjects will endure this interim? The Viscount was rendered speechless by the inquiry. His territory bordered that of Baron Le Mans, and although he had managed to evacuate most of his subjects, the late warning had resulted in a retreat akin to a panicked flight. Many villages had emptied, with little food taken. He had hoped to discreetly procure supplies from Kristin after the meeting, but this unforeseen event had thwarted his plans. Kristin turned to the Bishop of the Order of Divine Justice seated beside her, asking, Bishop Colito, according to the Continental Covenant, if a noble fails to protect his subjects, the Church may designate another noble to take in these individuals, correct? Bishop Colito nodded respectfully before replying, indeed, such a provision exists within the Continental Covenant. In this world, the gods reign supreme, and they require followers. Hence, this stipulation was established. Should a significant number of believers find themselves unable to subsist within a noble's domain, the Church of their true God will intervene, either to provide assistance or to assign these individuals to a noble capable of sustaining them. The implication of Kristin's words was unmistakable. The villages within Age territory had been largely devastated by demons, and now, in the depths of winter, with no food, his subjects faced dire straits, while she possessed the means to sustain them. She continued, Viscount Angers, under the demon-slaying decree, if a village remains lost for over 3 months, it will be deemed forfeited. With the villages now in ruins, I wonder if your resources can support the simultaneous restoration of the great true gods' altars across all villages? The expression on Viscount Age's face had grown increasingly grim. The criteria for reclaiming the villages required the restoration of the altars to reconnect to the divine power network, necessitating at least 50 believers. A Viscount's domain typically encompassed over 20 villages, including subordinate lords and knights, demanding a workforce of around 1,000 to 1,300 individuals. Could their livelihoods be ensured? Without sufficient food and warm clothing, the subjects would not survive the coming months and might be reassigned to other nobles by the Church. Moreover, without believers to meet the reclamation standards, these villages would ultimately remain lost. Seeing the situation unfold, Kristin smiled and proposed, Viscount Angers, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? The Viscount hastily rose and bowed. Please, my Lord Marquis, go on. You shall entrust your lands to me. Once the calamity concludes, I will exchange demon-slaying credits for new territories and return to you half the current area of your lands, allowing you to relocate your people. In exchange, I shall assume responsibility for all food and supplies for your subjects this year, and when you relocate next year, I will provide an additional year's worth of supplies along with 50,000 gold coins. Kristin added, this includes the lands of your vassals. After a moment of serious contemplation, the Viscount replied, My Lord Marquis, I accept your proposal. His vassals, seeing their lord's agreement, also expressed their consent as they faced similar hardships. The Viscount had no choice. Agreeing would allow him to retain half his lands and all surviving subjects, while refusal would result in the loss of most of his territory and people. The prospect of relocating post-calamity was not insurmountable. After all, once the demons had ravaged the lands, all villages were now mere ruins, and even reconstruction would not restore them within a year. However, agreeing to the relocation would not only secure a year's worth of supplies, but also provide funds for rebuilding. Kristin brushed her hair aside and asked, Viscount Angers, do you believe my subordinate's actions are inappropriate? My lord, I find no fault in your subordinate's actions. The Viscount had fully relinquished his reservations, preparing to relocate his entire family to Dominaria, where conditions were more favorable. With the inevitability of leaving the Loire Valley, there was no longer a need to spare the Count of Nantes any consideration. Kristin praised, Viscount Angers, you are indeed a reasonable man. She then addressed Baron Lumans, heir, and Baron Laval, heir, stating, your subjects have also not managed to escape in great numbers. Even if the villages were returned to you, restoring the great true God's altars would be unfeasible. Entrust your lands to me. Once the calamity concludes, I will exchange demon-slaying credits for new territories and return to you half the current area of your lands. What say you? The two exchanged glances before rising and bowing in unison. We agree, and we thank you for your generosity, my Lord Marquis. Though Kristin sought to partition half their lands, they still stood to benefit. Both lacked the means to sustain their surviving subjects or reclaim lost territories. If they did not agree, they would ultimately gain nothing. What do you think of my subordinate's actions? Kristin inquired once more. My lord, I find no fault in your subordinate's actions. Finally, Kristin addressed Baron Shaoying. You and your vassals might also consider my proposal. The other terms remain the same. Though I can only provide 1 year's worth of supplies and 30,000 gold coins for your relocation. The demon army had advanced against Baron Shaoying's territory after breaching Viscount Age, so his subjects had managed to carry away more provisions during their retreat, enough to last. Yet, having witnessed Kristin's relentless pursuit of lands, he feared that refusal would lead to future repercussions at the hands of this avaricious dragon. Thus, Baron Shaoying responded, My lord, I accept your proposal. I too believe your subordinate's actions are entirely appropriate. Chapter 288. I have a suggestion, Part 2. Kristin then turned her gaze towards the independent lords and knights, asking, What are your thoughts? Several noble lords and their vassals have expressed their positions, leaving the remaining individuals with little room for maneuver. However, neither the Marquis nor the Count can afford to offend each other, thus they dare not take sides, opting instead to lower their heads and act like ostriches. Finally, Kristin, with a playful glint in her eye, turned to the Count of Nantes and inquired, Do all the nobles present share this sentiment? Count of Nantes, do you not find your words rather intriguing? After the Viscount of Angers acquiesced to Kristin's terms, the Count of Nantes sensed that the situation was amiss. When the nobles present were systematically dismantled, the Count of Nantes realized that the matter had spiraled beyond redemption. Seizing the moment, Kristin reached for the signed rescue agreement and declared, Bishop Coletto, this document, notarized by the priest of the Great Order, bears the signature and seal of the Count of Nantes. Yet he publicly asserts that my subordinates have acted improperly. I wish to inquire, have my subordinates indeed transgressed the agreement? Marquis Stewart, based on the current information, your subordinates' actions appear to be in full compliance with the agreement. Bishop Coletto serves as the notary. How could he be unaware of the agreement's contents? Kristin surveyed all present and asked, Servants of the divine, representatives of the guild, do you believe my subordinates have acted inappropriately? Those from other churches and guilds attending the meeting hesitated, casting furtive glances and refraining from voicing their opinions. Oh, Count of Nantes, the other nobles who signed the agreement do not share your view, nor do the servants of the Great Order, nor do the others present. What then is the meaning of your statement? Do you believe me to be young and easily intimidated? The Count of Nantes found himself in a precarious position. As he had initiated the confrontation, retreating would cost him face among the nobility, yet persisting alone left him isolated and vulnerable. In his moment of hesitation, Kristin rose and proclaimed, Count of Nantes, amidst a demonic invasion, I extended my hand to rescue you, only to be met with ingratitude. Let us then allow war to resolve all matters. I shall petition His Majesty the King and the noble council for a declaration of war." With that, Kristin departed, her heels echoing like a heartbeat in the stunned silence of the assembly, leaving all present momentarily speechless. This young woman, younger than many of their granddaughters, was lauded as the most beautiful in the kingdom of Fran. Many were beguiled by her youth and beauty, overlooking the fact that she had ascended to the rank of Marquis in less than 3 years after inheriting her title. Just yesterday, she had single-handedly slain 2 master-tier demons and numerous greater demons. Could such a formidable individual truly be harmless? Some even harbored dark suspicions that Marquis Stewart's display during the meeting was a ruse to ensnare a hapless noble, and the Count of Nantes had fallen victim to this trap. After signing the agreement with the Viscount of Angers and other nobles, Kristin returned to her territory, accompanied by various nobles. Should a conflict arise between the Stewart and Nantes territories, safety in Nantes would be compromised. The destruction of the Mage Tower further diminished security. It would be wise to seek refuge elsewhere, and the city of Dominaria seemed an excellent choice. Warfare between nobles of baronial rank or higher requires notification to the king and the noble council for approval, given the extensive implications of such a conflict. Thus, on the very day of her departure, Kristin dispatched Lord Pierre Rogrand to the capital. Almost simultaneously, rumors began to circulate regarding the Count of Nantes' accusations against Marquis Stewart's subordinates. The core of the discourse revolved around 2 points. First, that Marquis Stewart had come to offer assistance, and second, that the Bishop of the Great Order had publicly stated that Stewart's subordinates had not violated the agreement. The Count of Nantes found himself ill-equipped to counter these rumors, as many asserted with unwavering conviction that they could swear to their truthfulness. In reality, it was indeed true. Anyone who heard the news was initially astonished, but after a few discussions, they lost interest, for once war commenced, the Count of Nantes was destined for defeat. The disparity in strength, particularly in military might, was staggering. The presence of the elder of the Stewart family, a master-tier swordsman, assured victory. Disregarding notions of ambush, a direct confrontation with dozens of knights leading over 2,000 soldiers would still falter against a master-tier opponent, especially one adept at countering lower-tier professions. The Countess allies distanced themselves from his plight, unwilling to waste time on a lost cause. His only recourse was to devise a means to persuade the king or the noble council to avert war. Upon receiving the declaration of war between the Stewart and Nantes territories, King Louis was equally astounded. He had anticipated that Kristin sought 1 or 2 baronial territories as recompense for her assistance, but instead, she demanded a substantial portion of the Loire region. Yet, what troubled King Louis was that this situation ought not to have escalated. Why did the Count of Nantes publicly provoke such an esteemed figure? While the exchange involved Stewart's subordinates, anyone with a modicum of sense recognized the underlying truth. Ordinarily, conflicts among nobles could be resolved with an apology, as invoking war over minor disputes would tarnish one's dignity and leave a poor impression. However, the Count of Nantes had branded Stewart with the heavy accusation of breaching the rescue agreement. "I came to save you, adhering strictly to the notarized agreement of the priest of the Great Order, and yet you have raised unfounded grievances. Can I simply overlook this? Under different circumstances, the king might have been able to mediate, especially considering the ongoing crisis of demonic incursions. Perhaps peace could have been maintained. However, with Kristin's declaration of war, King Louis, reluctant though he may be, had no choice but to acquiesce. As a scion of the Great Order, he could not publicly defend the Count of Nantes against the charge of violating a notarized agreement, even though the reason provided by the Marquis of Stewart for not adhering to the agreement seems rather tenuous. Who could contest it when the Earl of Nantes articulated it in a public forum, accompanied by numerous clergy members? Chapter 289. The Power of the Old Nobility, Part 1. Upon her return to Dominaria, Kristin's first order of business was to reward merit. She elevated Harlan Coy to the rank of knight for his valiant efforts and bestowed upon him a village as a fief, acknowledging her uncle, Liam Stewart, with a village for his remarkable recovery of extensive territory. With Alicia absent, much of the soul energy emanating from Kristin was infused into Carlatani, who had now ascended to the rank of a 17th-tier assassin and a 7th-tier arcanist, masquerading as a 7th-tier mage. During the calamity, the accomplishments of a mid-tier mage were not for Kristin to casually declare. Thus, she sought an excuse to grant Carlatani another village. The subsequent focus turned to the development of the newly acquired territories along the Loire River. The disaster had left countless individuals displaced, with ordinary civilians suffering greatly, let alone the slaves. Many nobles, purchasing supplies from the Stewart territory, resorted to using slaves as a form of debt repayment, given the scarcity of food to sustain them. Kristin promised that any slaves who demonstrated good conduct after 3 years would be liberated as ordinary subjects, with the earliest batch still a year away from that promise. Consequently, they were relocated to various villages and towns. Although the villages lay in ruins, the Stewart territory was not lacking in construction tools, and timber and stone were abundant. The slaves were informed that this was their new homeland, tasked with building their own shelters, ensuring a high level of motivation and efficiency in their labor. More importantly, the costs of reconstruction were minimal, primarily requiring provisions. The baronies of Le Mans and Laval suffered devastating assaults from demons, leaving a mere fraction of their populace alive. The Viscounty of Angers had a delayed response to the news, resulting in significant casualties among its residents, whereas the Baron of Shaoying retained a comparatively larger number of survivors. Although Kristin had pledged to oversee the food supply for these noble territories, the combined population barely equated to that of a Viscounty and a barony. She assured them of another year's worth of provisions and resources upon their relocation, a promise for the following year, but she preemptively disbursed the promised gold coins, earning her the enthusiastic praises of several nobles. Her generosity was not an act of altruism. Rather, these noble families had already moved to Dominaria, and they were likely to exhaust the funds before their departure. With wealth in hand and shops brimming with various goods and luxuries, few nobles could resist such temptations. A week later, Kristin received 2 magical missives. One, from the capital city of Fran, confirmed that the king and the noble council had sanctioned the Stewart territory's declaration of war against Notts, prompting her to send an official declaration of war to the Earl of Notts. The other correspondence, from the headquarters of the Mage Guild, pertained to the investigation of the explosion at the Mage Tower in Notts. This inquiry stemmed purely from Kristin's curiosity about the circumstances surrounding the explosion, leading her to request updates from the Mage Guild once they had gathered information. As a prominent figure on the continent and a mage in her own right, Kristin had established connections within the guild, and the matter was not shrouded in secrecy. The findings were communicated to her promptly after being reported. Despite the explosion having obliterated much of the evidence and adversely affecting prophetic spells, there remained sufficient means to uncover the truth in a world steeped in divine and arcane arts. The guild's investigative team indeed unraveled the reality. The explosion was not related to demons, but was orchestrated by a mage named Countess, who had since fled. Speculations regarding his motives suggested a desire to facilitate a demonic victory. While this revelation sounded fantastical, understanding the underlying reasons rendered it plausible. Decades prior, a hereditary honor baron named Megan in the Loire River region fortuitously acquired a treasure map detailing a relic from the ancient Nazarel magical empire. The Megan family, once elevated to nobility due to a high-ranking mage in their lineage, had since fallen to the status of hereditary honor barons, yet retained dominion over 3 villages. With a legacy of magical heritage and a measure of economic strength, the family sought to explore the treasure's whereabouts, dispatching the eldest son of Baron Megan to lead the expedition. However, for reasons unknown, news of this venture reached the Earl of Notts, who secretly dispatched his own agents to follow. The outcome was tragic, as Baron Megan's son and his companions vanished without a trace, while the elder from the Notts family, who had accompanied the expedition, soon transitioned into a magic-wielding warrior, a clear indication of his nefarious intent to seize the treasure. No secret remains hidden indefinitely. While the Megan family might have caught wind of the events, the absence of concrete evidence rendered them powerless to accuse a baronial family. Although divine and arcane powers could discern falsehoods, such measures could only be employed during interrogation post-conviction for nobility and their kin. In the absence of evidence, the Megan family's suspicions were futile. What could they do against the Earl of Notts? They would have to await another opportunity for revenge. In the ensuing years, the Earl of Notts relentlessly suppressed the Megan family, ultimately forcing them into exile. Thereafter, no further news about the Megan family surfaced, with rumors suggesting they fell victim to bandits during their migration. Over a decade had elapsed, and the events of that time had long faded from collective memory. A year ago, a 7th-tier mage named Countess was transferred to the Notts branch of the Mage Guild. Due to his high rank and willingness to engage in mundane affairs, he gradually assumed control over the guild and the management of the Mage Tower. Recently, when the demonic army besieged the city, while other mages from the guild took to the battlefield, Mage Countess remained at the Mage Tower, providing support alongside a group of apprentices. In a private Mage Tower, the tower spirit serves as the mage's familiar, obediently following its master's commands. However, the guild's Mage Towers operate differently. Since mages are transient, no mage remains at a single branch for life. Consequently, The guild's towers utilize various magical tokens, granting the bearer the authority to command the tower spirit corresponding to their rank. The demonic army has launched an assault, and the mage Kartukov must possess a token of the highest authority. Otherwise, how could he provide full support? At this moment, if he harbored malevolent intentions, he could simply initiate the self-destruction sequence of the mage tower, which, in fact, he has done. But why did he not detonate it earlier or later? But precisely when the demonic forces attacked? The answer lies in his false identity. Kartukov is merely a guise for the true heir of the Megan family, returning to exact vengeance upon the Earl of Knots. The investigation team has also uncovered several mysterious disappearances linked to the Kartukov mage and members of the Knots family. It is speculated that he intended to destroy the mage tower during the demonic onslaught, thereby significantly weakening the defenses of Knots. Should the demons breach the city, the Earl of Knots and his household would likely face dire consequences. However, due to Kristin's timely intervention, the demons were swiftly defeated, rendering Kartukov's plan ineffective. Chapter 290. The Strength of Old Nobility, Part 2. The contents of the magical letter contain some verifiable information, such as the Megan family's discovery of a treasure map and their subsequent quest, the Earl of Knots' oppression of the Megan family, and the true identity of Kartukov. Other details are conjectures drawn by the investigation team, including the motivations behind the tower's destruction. Regardless, the mastermind has been identified, prompting the Mage Guild to issue a warrant for Kartukov's capture. In this realm, locating an individual can be both challenging and straightforward. It is challenging because much of the land remains in its primordial state, rendering it nearly impossible for a warrant to reach every settlement of various races. As a mage, Kartukov could easily find a secluded place to evade detection. Conversely, with the existence of magic, employing a modest cost and limited wish spells, or even a wish spell could facilitate immediate location of the individual. The Mage Guild deems that while Kartukov is indeed a significant criminal, it is not prudent to expend excessive resources in his pursuit, at least not until traditional methods of apprehension have been tested. For the Earl of Knots, the early revelation of Kartukov's conspiracy has spared his family from substantial losses, with only a few clan members perishing. However, for Kristin, this inadvertent information has heightened her vigilance. It suggests the possibility of a high-ranking or even master-level magic warrior within the Knots family. This suspicion proves to be accurate. In Knots City, within the Earl's manor, a secret chamber houses the Earl as he reports to a middle-aged man across from him. "Uncle, news has arrived from France City. The king has approved the request from the Stewart fief to declare war on us." The Earl of Knots, nearing 60, is conversing with his uncle, who, despite appearing youthful, is undoubtedly older. Achieving such a status as a professional requires mastery. The middle-aged man responded, "Since war is unavoidable, what do you need from me?" The investigation team of the Mage Guild should uncover your past as a magic warrior, yet they will not realize that you have changed since then. I cannot ascertain whether Marquis Stewart is aware of this. Once the conflict begins, I would like you to eliminate the knights within his forces. If a master from her family arrives, it would be best to eliminate them as well, thereby coercing her into negotiations. The middle-aged man readily agreed. "Very well. It is regrettable that I took a misguided path in my pursuit of mastery. Otherwise, my mere presence would have compelled Marquis Stewart to reconsider the war." The Earl of Nantes counseled, "Uncle, it has been many years. You should not dwell on past grievances. Moreover, you have contributed significantly to the family over the years." The middle-aged man chuckled softly and replied, "Let us not speak of that. Notify me when it is time to battle." Both the magic warrior and the magic knight professions date back to the era of the ancient Gunnith Sarel magic empire. The former specializes in physical combat, supplemented by low-level magic, donning armor that grants immunity against second-tier spells. Even during the height of magical prowess, individuals possessing magical aptitude among physical classes were scarce, leading to the emergence of the magic knight. This profession involves wearing armor inscribed with magical arrays, with all offensive and defensive spells activated through these arrays powered by magic stones. The unique magical runes etched upon the warrior enable the transformation of combat energy into magical energy, sufficient for activating the magical arrays, albeit inadequate for spellcasting. In comparison to magical items such as angelic armaments designed for ordinary use, and even magical accessories, the cost of magical armor remains significantly lower, allowing for the arming of an extensive battalion of magic knights. After all, the smaller the magical array, the higher its expense. Thus, larger armor surfaces facilitate easier engraving and permit the use of lower-tier magical materials. Knights equipped with the same budget may not necessarily be weaker than magic knights. Yet in terms of versatility, they fall short, A single flight spell grants magic knights an advantage over the vast majority of traditional physical classes. Moreover, this profession, aside from its higher initial equipment cost compared to traditional knights, bears no significant drawbacks, as the spells are cast via the magical arrays on the armor. Thus, knights require no additional time to learn spells, and even without magical armor, they remain competent physical warriors. As for the eventual extinction of professions such as magic knights and magic warriors, along with the spell breakers, this is primarily attributed to the fact that many materials for crafting equipment originate from other planes. Nowadays, no one can replicate the mining exploits of the ancient Gunnith Serrel Empire's great archmages. 3 days after submitting the declaration of war to the Earl of Nantes, the Stewart fief's army marched into the territory of the Earl. The commander was Eric Bernard, a 9th-tier knight, accompanied by Carlotan, the captain of the guard, a 6th-tier knight, and the newly appointed deputy captain, Agnes, a 5th-tier knight, leading 100 guard soldiers and 500 cavalrymen. Accompanying them were Olivia and 4 other spellcasting professionals. The Earl of Nantes had lost nearly half of his villages, which, upon being recaptured by the Stewart soldiers, were simultaneously undergoing resettlement and reconstruction. Geographically, these villages were certainly closer to Nantes City. Kristine's reluctance to mobilize her forces stemmed from her desire for the Earl of Nantes to first attack these villages, thereby swaying public opinion in her favor. Unfortunately, the Earl did not take this course of action, setting forth from Dominaria City towards Nantes City. The journey traversed areas untouched by the demons. Even upon arriving at the first village within the Stewart territory, they encountered no enemy forces and easily seized control of the settlement. The village chief's dwelling was naturally vacated to accommodate Master Carlatani, while the other mages and knights found their own lodgings. Knight Eric, however, did not let his easy conquest of the village breed complacency. He not only stationed double the guard, but also summoned a druid to assist with the night watch. When Carlatani returned to her chamber, Kristine was already waiting there. Suspecting that the Count of Nantes might possess a master-level individual, they could not afford to be careless. On the surface, Carlatani was in the field with the troops, but secretly Kristine had followed her. During the day, Kristine remained hidden within the carriage, so much so that even her allies were unaware of her presence. At night, she employed the spell of Duncan's Mansion, which was far more comfortable than residing in a mere wooden structure. Thus, the first night in the domain of Nantes passed quietly, devoid of any incidents. The following day, the party continued their journey as planned, only to be halted unexpectedly in a desolate area. A lone figure, cloaked with a hood obscuring their face, stood boldly in the path of the cavalry. Sir Albert Loasso bellowed, "Advance, troops! Clear the way at once, or we shall not be courteous." At that moment, Carlatani's voice echoed from behind him, "Sir Loasso, you are no match for him. Allow me to handle this." Upon hearing her words, Sir Loasso promptly withdrew, for only those of master rank could contend with another of the same caliber. The cloaked figure remained unfazed as Carlatani approached, speaking with an air of confidence. "You should turn back. Advancing further will lead to your demise." Carlatani drew her longsword, declaring, "Who do you think you are? A coward who dares not reveal their face, yet attempts to intimidate me?" The cloaked individual cackled, "If you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Carlatani had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She activated the magic ring upon her finger and unleashed a fireball spell. The fireball erupted, incinerating the cloak of the figure and revealing a form clad in magical armor, with a full-closed helmet concealing their visage. The magical sigil emblazoned on the chest of the armor shimmered with a protective spell against elemental fire damage, effectively absorbing the impact of the fireball. Carlatani swiftly followed up with a thrust of her sword, her own protective spells of mage armor and shield shimmering with a glow against fiery elemental damage. She transformed into the elder of the Stewart family, a dragon-blooded lineage, with a primary vocation as a swordsman and a secondary as a dragon-blood sorcerer, enabling her to cast instant spells with ease. Her attacks were met with the opponent's longsword, yet Carlatani, leveraging her initial advantage, struck again and again with increasing speed. The opponent struggled to keep pace with her rapid assaults, gradually finding themselves on the defensive, yet they exhibited no signs of panic. First, a radiant light enveloped their left leg as a second-tier spell of agility was cast upon them. A similar glow graced the right leg, enhancing their strength with another second-tier spell. Next, a flash illuminated their left arm, granting them a first-tier spell of preemptive strike, followed by a similar glow on the right arm, bestowing mage armor. With the aid of these supportive spells, the cloaked figure matched Carlatani's speed, transforming the battle from one-sided aggression to a fierce exchange. Savannah possessed an extensive knowledge of the magical rune warriors, even more detailed than that of the elder of the Nance family post-transformation, allowing Carlatani to counter with ease. However, supporting spells are time-limited, and while a mage's casting enhances duration with level, those relying on magical sigils have a fixed time of merely half an hour. Once that time elapses and the spells dissipate, recasting would necessitate changing the magical stones embedded in the armor. In the era of the ancient Nazril magical empire, this was not a concern. Even without spell enhancements, magical rune warriors retained their combat capabilities at corresponding levels. Back then, they often acted in groups of dozens or even hundreds, swiftly exchanging their magical batteries in under a minute while covering for one another. Thus, Carlatani needed only to endure for half an hour. Once the opponent was deprived of their spell enhancements, they would certainly become much easier to handle. Since the runes could convert fighting spirit into magical energy to activate the sigils on the armor, they could also energize magical items. During the skirmish, the opponent's magical ring glimmered, casting a blinding spell. Carlatani's eyes were momentarily dazzled by the brilliance, but she swiftly activated the healing spell of her ring, restoring her vision at once. After all, it was the specialized armor of a magical rune warrior. The sigils on the helmet provided resistance against blinding, deafening, and disorienting spells. In contrast, Carlatani, as merely a transformed elder of the Stewart family, wore armor that, while ostentatious in appearance, offered only average protection with no extraordinary properties. Of course, as an assassin by trade, she had little need for armor. The elder of the Nance family grew increasingly astonished as the battle progressed. Magical rune warriors are inherently agile fighters, and with the activation of supporting spells, their speed surged even further. Previously, he had relied on his agility to dominate others, yet he found himself evenly matched against Carlatani. Aware of his own disadvantage, he realized that should the battle extend too long, the disappearance of his supportive spells would spell danger. Knowing Carlatani's reputation for dispatching numerous master-level demons, his daring to obstruct her could not solely stem from his rare magical rune warrior status. He must have had other advantages. His advantage was the bloodfire technique, which allowed him to enhance his strength by igniting his blood. Originally a survival skill of the vampire clan, it had been deciphered by sorcerers of the Bloodline City and became a service offered for a price. Anyone willing to pay a satisfactory price could acquire this skill. The Nance elder had once traveled to other planes seeking to transcend to master level, fortuitously acquiring this skill, which enabled a 14th tier practitioner to experience the power of a 15th tier. However, the reputation of Bloodline City in the multiverse was not much better than that of demons, making it prudent to conceal this ability from others, even avoiding prolonged contact with true divine priests to prevent exposure. However, this time the interception of Stewart's forces did not encounter such an issue, as the helmet concealed his face. Although everyone was aware of the connection between his actions and the Count of Knots, no evidence existed to substantiate it. By eliminating the master-level fighter under Stewart, the opposing forces would inevitably retreat. The blood-burning technique had augmented the strength of the elder from the Nance family by a third, elevating his prowess to the 20th tier, rendering Carlatani no longer a match for him, as he relentlessly struck her back with successive blows. Kristin, concealed within the carriage, recognized the necessity of intervention. After all, Carlatani's primary vocation was that of an assassin, and confronting her adversary as a swordsman meant she was exploiting her weaknesses against their strengths, relying solely on her agility to endure thus far. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Kristin opened the carriage door and descended, unfurling the wings of her angelic combat gear to ascend into the air. The Marquis of Stewart had not anticipated Kristin's presence among the ranks, yet his expression swiftly transitioned from shock to elation. Capturing Kristin not only promised immediate victory, but also the acquisition of vast territories as recompense. The elder of the Nance family activated the magical array hidden behind his armor, bestowing flight upon himself, and launched towards Kristin, abandoning his opponent. To avoid revealing her true strength in front of the crowd, Kristin soared into the distance while casting magical missiles to draw aggro. Such attacks were trivial against her foe, as the missiles were effortlessly dispelled by his long blade. Carlatani also imbued herself with flight to pursue, eager to witness the spectacle. Chapter 292, The Strength of Old Nobility, Part 4. Both their speeds were commendable, swiftly distancing themselves from the main body of troops. During this time, Kristin unleashed 2 fireballs, both of which were shattered by the opponent's aura strike. For physical class practitioners, attaining the 5th tier significantly enhances physical attributes, allowing them to don full knightly armor and move with ease, sustaining prolonged combat. At the 10th tier, they could imbue their weapons with aura for increased lethality, even wielding a mundane longsword with formidable effectiveness. However, if augmented by a priest or mage with magically enhanced weaponry, they would refrain from squandering their aura. At the 15th tier, they could project their aura to create an aura strike, providing a means of ranged attack, albeit with considerable expenditure and a limited range of 50 to 60 meters, equating to the strength of a full-force strike. Thus, it was seldom employed, yet served practical purposes in intercepting difficult attacks. After all, the elder of the Nance family, having harnessed the blood-burning technique, had attained the 20th tier. Being vanquished by a low-level spell such as Fireball would be a tremendous disgrace for a high-tier physical practitioner. Yet, his fortunate streak ended there. The magical knight was ultimately a profession birthed from the ancient archmages of the great arcane empire, and against Kristin, an authentic archmage, he would only face overwhelming defeat. While eliminating him was effortless, Kristin harbored hopes of capturing him alive to extract the origins of the blood-burning technique. No one harbored a greater animosity towards Bloodline City than Bloodline Sorcerers. Any opportunity to obtain information about it could not be overlooked. Thus, she continued to chant spells while evading the distant attacks behind her. As she reached the final syllable of her incantation, she suddenly pivoted. A beam of white light emanating from her fingertip, instantly illuminating her opponent. An advanced spell, Great Disintegration. This spell could nullify magical effects, dismantle magical arrays and equipment, and even held a chance of destroying artifacts. Consequently, the armor worn by her opponent began to disintegrate under the glare of the white light. No. The elder of the Nance family emitted an incredulous roar, for this armor was his lifeline. Its sudden destruction before his eyes dealt him a staggering blow. Yet, more than shock, fear reverberated in his voice. Only a mage of at least the 17th tier could cast a 9th tier spell, which was terrifying indeed. Kristin then cast a 3rd tier spell, Human Restraint, to immobilize him, and without the enhancement of his armor, his flight spell faltered, causing him to plummet. To prevent his death from the fall, Kristin swiftly cast a 1st tier Feather Fall spell. The elaborate effort was necessitated because the magical array on his helmet conferred immunity to control spells, necessitating the destruction of his gear first. The decision to employ a control spell instead of simply defeating him stemmed from the peculiarity of individuals emerging from Bloodline City. One could never predict their reactions, lest he chose to take his own life. Observing Carlatani descend as well, Kristin commanded, "Interrogate him." She hoped he would prove to be a rational individual. Otherwise, no form of punishment would suffice. Carlatani, too, was aware of the matters concerning Bloodline City. As an assassin, interrogation was an inevitable skill, and with Kristin's spellcasting support, the elder from the Nance family divulged everything, only to be eliminated outright, his body incinerated to ashes. To conceal their true capabilities, he had to be silenced. Otherwise, his testimony could lead to the annihilation of the Nance family. Kristin's reasoning held merit. Various Bloodline sorcerers roamed the continent, all enemies of Bloodline City. If evidence surfaced proving that the Count of Nance was complicit, the attitude of these sorcerers would undoubtedly result in the eradication of the entire family. Carlatani smiled enigmatically and replied, "There are indeed other methods." Curious, Kristin inquired, "Oh, what methods?" "Let this elder of the Stewart family perish in this battle, and you can then vent your wrath upon the Count of Nance." Kristin rolled her eyes dramatically. "I thought you had a better plan. Are you unwilling to continue the charade? Do you prefer to keep calling me your great-great-grandmother? Very well. The loss of a master-level fighter in this battle should alleviate some of the defenses against me." Carlatani sighed in exasperation. "Aren't you weary from constantly concealing your strength and scheming against others? It hardly consumes much energy, yet the results are undeniably effective. Just look at this unfortunate soul, who was so easily deceived. Had he known my true rank, would he still have stood there so naively? All right, as long as you're content." They utilized several fireball scrolls in succession to create a magnificent explosion, after which Kristin returned to the group alone, sorrowfully declaring that their adversaries had resorted to self-destruction in the face of defeat. The clan elder, her great-great-grandmother, had tragically perished while attempting to save herself, leaving no trace behind. The ensuing conflict held no suspense. The cavalry led by Stewart hastily arrived at Nance. The Count of Nance firmly believed that the clan elder could surely eliminate the master of the Stewart family, and indeed, it would have been so. Had Kristin not been present, Carlatani would have stood little chance. However, reality is not governed by hypotheticals. Kristin preemptively employed flight and invisibility spells to infiltrate Nance, bombarding the residences of all members of the Nance family with fireballs, leaving none of the Count of Nance or his direct lineage unscathed. A master-level figure is of utmost importance to any family. Although there was no evidence linking the intercepting master to the Count of Knots, it was clear to all that something was amiss. After all, the blockade was not posed by a mere commoner, but by a master-level individual. Why did they not arrive earlier or later, but precisely when Stewart's forces entered Knots? Had this master truly eliminated the master of the Stewart family, or even the Marquis Stewart, the hundreds of cavalry present would have been no match for him, rendering the use of blood-burning techniques inconsequential. Even if a few managed to escape, no one would dare provoke a master-level figure based on the words of mere soldiers. Yet now, he and the master of the Stewart family had perished together. Though there was no evidence of the blood-burning technique, the hundreds present had witnessed it. In a fit of rage, Marquis Stewart sought to eradicate the Count of Knots, and the other nobles would not voice opposition to such actions. For had it been their own family that lost a master, they would have pursued revenge with even greater ferocity. Ultimately, a distant relative of the Knots family inherited the title of Count and signed a truce with the Stewart territory. Thus, the domain of Knots ceased to exist. Chapter 293, The Noble Assembly, Part 1. In the city of Fran, within the Noble Assembly Hall, the architecture featured a circular staircase structure. At the front, facing the main entrance, was the king's position, elevated by several steps, adorned with a massive emblem of the kingdom. To either side were the seats of the assembly members, with higher-ranking nobles seated closer to the center, while the back wall was draped with flags embroidered with their family crests. The podium, centrally located, was equipped with an amplification spell array. Only earls and hereditary honorary marquises were eligible to become assembly members, yet the former were often enjoying leisure in their own territories, leaving little inclination to travel to the capital for meetings. In truth, this institution primarily served to provide a respectable role for families of noble lineage that had fallen from grace. After all, throughout the year, there were few matters requiring their deliberation, and even those were typically straightforward, involving mere procedural voting. However, due to the recent submission of a proposal for the elevation to Duke by Marquis Stewart, this idle assembly finally found itself with a purpose, gathering daily to express their opinions. The points of contention revolved around two main issues: whether land transfer agreements that had been signed but not yet executed should be considered existing territory, and whether lands divided between two nations could meet the criteria for promotion. Since the establishment of the continental nations, there had never been an actual duke, and the original agreements, the Continental Pact and the Noble Pact, had not accounted for such complexities, resulting in a lack of relevant regulations. With no precedents to follow, the matter required deliberation by the Noble Assembly, significantly prolonging the process. At this juncture, some noble members had already turned the refutation of opposing arguments into their primary objective, straying far from the original topic regarding the promotion of Marquis Stewart. King Louis found himself quite vexed. Although he was not required to attend every significant meeting, he felt compelled to make appearances from time to time, sitting above and observing the feudal debates below, a true waste of time. A servant entered, first bowing to the king seated above, then approaching the presiding official to report, Marquis Brady Golden. The Lord Pierre Rogran of the Stewart territory has arrived to submit a territorial division application. Upon hearing this, the hereditary honorary Marquis Brady Golden leaned closer to the amplification array and announced, Your Majesty, the Lord Pierre Rogran of the Stewart territory has arrived to submit a territorial division application. King Louis, already troubled, immediately commanded, Admit him. Shortly thereafter, Lord Pierre Rogran entered the assembly hall, accompanied by the Knight Jules Weber of the 7th rank. I salute you, esteemed king, they both greeted, bowing respectfully before addressing the other nobles. Marquis Golden inquired, Lord Rogran, please state your purpose. Lord Pierre Rogran took a small wooden box from Knight Jules Weber, opening it to reveal several scrolls of parchment within. Esteemed king and honorable gentlemen, my lord, Marquis Kristin Stewart, has achieved victory in the war against the Count of Knots and has now signed a truce. I am here to submit the territorial division application on behalf of the Marquis. Marquis Golden briefly perused the parchment documents from the box, then summoned a nearby servant to publicly read them aloud. The noble assembly members, neither numerous nor sparse, understood that reviewing each document individually would consume far too much time. Thus, the servant, trained for this task, read with a clear and resonant voice. Any transfer of land exceeding that of a village, including grants and transactions, must be submitted to the noble assembly in the capital for approval and issuance of a land deed to be deemed legitimate. Of course, this was merely a formality, as such agreements had been notarized by priests of the God of Order, making approval by the noble assembly virtually guaranteed. The Count of Nantes and many of his direct and collateral relatives had perished in the war, and a more distant relative had inherited the title of Count. The assembly members were well aware of this, as the inheritance of titles also required approval from the noble assembly in the capital. However, the specific results of negotiations between Marquis Stewart and the newly appointed Count of Nantes were only revealed to them today. The content of the armistice agreement is rather straightforward. The Count of Nantes surrenders unconditionally, with all lands belonging to Nantes being ceded to the Marquis of Stewart, retaining only 3 villages in foreign territories. It is entirely reasonable for such an outcome to occur, as the newly appointed Count of Nantes was previously only a modest merchant. He inherited the title solely because those with prior claims to it had all perished. By acquiescing to the terms of the armistice, he secures 3 villages abroad. Refusal would inevitably lead to his demise and the forfeiture of his claim to the title. In addition to the territorial division application, there exists a copy of the armistice agreement, including the land transfer agreements concerning the Stewart territories and those of the Baron of Laval, the Baron of Le Mans, the Viscount of Angers, and the Baron of Chaoying. Kristin, unperturbed, submitted everything at once after resolving the matter. Once the attendant finished reading the documents, the hereditary Marquis of Golden looked towards King Louis, seeking his counsel. Your Majesty, do you have any opinions regarding the Marquis of Stewart's territorial division application? King Louis replied. If there are no issues, proceed as per usual. The Marquis of Golden slightly bowed, saying, as you command. He then followed the protocol and inquired, Gentlemen, do any of you have objections? The assembly unanimously expressed their lack of dissent, agreeing to process it as customary. The transfer of land for 1 village follows the same procedures as that for 100 villages, and officials would handle the specifics thereafter. King Louis cleared his throat, prompting everyone to sit up straight and listen attentively. Ladies and gentlemen, given that the noble assembly has approved the Marquis of Stewart's territorial division application, once the formalities are completed, all of Loire County, except for the territory of Baron Nazir, shall belong to her. I believe we need not continue discussing the qualifications of the Marquis of Stewart for promotion to Duke. The noble representatives exchanged glances, feeling regret over the prolonged debate, yielding no clear resolution. However, as the king had spoken, the majority acquiesced to the situation. Yet, there remained a steadfast voice. An elderly hereditary marquis rose to address the king. Your Majesty, the criteria for granting a dukedom stipulate possession of lands from at least 2 counties. Although the Marquis of Stewart has acquired most of Loire County's territory, she still lacks the area of Baron Nazir's domain. King Louis regarded the old marquis with a sense of exasperation, as the latter stubbornly insisted that the 2 counties must reside within the same nation. He began to suspect that the discussions within the noble assembly had reached the ears of the Marquis of Stewart, prompting her to create such a significant issue. Chapter 294, The Noble Assembly, Part 2. Despite his personal disdain for the obstinate marquis, King Louis recognized the latter's lineage as a founding figure alongside his ancestors. And aside from his conservatism, the old marquis posed no other concerns. Thus, the king maintained a courteous demeanor. Marquis Jalric. While not all of Loire County is under the Marquis of Stewart's control, she only lacks the territory of 1 baron. And do not forget, she also possesses an earldom in the Iberian kingdom. Marquis Jalric firmly responded, the absence of 1 baron's estate still constitutes a deficiency. Furthermore, the issue of whether foreign territories count is precisely what we are deliberating. There is no need for your Majesty to be so hasty. Let us reach a conclusion. This statement incensed King Louis. How could he possibly be anxious? As king, he least desired to witness a practical duke arise within his realm. But he also recognized the necessity of maintaining amicable relations if he could not prevent it. From his perspective, the Marquis of Stewart had fulfilled her obligations to him, while he had yet to fulfill his commitments to her. How could he afford to lose face? In another light, the Marquis of Stewart had secured an entire county's territory to spare him from embarrassment, now only lacking the area of a baron. If matters were to be further obstructed, the king's dignity would be irreparably compromised. Thus, he stated earnestly, Marquis Jalric, I believe this matter need not be discussed any further. It is merely a matter of 1 baron's territory, and I will decide it thus. Jalric, bristling, replied loudly, Your Majesty. The noble charter clearly stipulates that such contentious matters should be determined by the noble assembly. King Louis gritted his teeth in frustration, yet maintained his composure, responding, Marquis Jalric, let us allow a vote to decide the matter. Jalric rolled his eyes and retorted, Your Majesty, how could such a significant issue be resolved by a mere vote? Does the number of voices equate to righteousness? This provoked another hereditary marquis, who interjected loudly, Marquis Jalric, your assertion is flawed. If a multitude does not equate to reason, does a scant few then represent truth? King Louis buried his face in his hands, pondering the unfolding chaos. The Marquis who had just spoken was not an advocate for Kristin's elevation to dukedom. He was an old adversary of Jalric, opposing him solely out of a personal vendetta, regardless of the merits of the argument. Nevertheless, Jalric's point held validity. The noble charter explicitly mandated that contentious issues be settled by the noble assembly. If the assembly remained tacitly accepting, it would be manageable, but as long as there were dissenters, the king could not impose his will. The two marquises represented the conservative and progressive factions of the nobility. Even if King Louis were to enforce a vote, a significant opposition would render his decision ineffective. 3 days later, at the noble assembly in the council chamber, when King Louis once again attended the meeting, an attendant entered to inform the presiding officer, Marquis Brady Golden. The Marquis of Stewart has arrived. The hereditary Marquis of Brady Golden involuntarily glanced toward the king seated at the head of the table. Upon hearing this, King Louis realized the predicament but could not refuse entry. Thus he said, "Please admit the Marquis of Stewart." Moments later, Kristin entered. Accompanied by Lord Pierre Rogran and Sir Jules Weber, she had deliberately chosen to arrive today via the teleportation array. Kristin led with a courteous greeting. "Good day, Your Majesty." King Louis smiled in response. "Good morning, Marquis of Stewart." Kristin then extended her greetings to the several dukes present and acknowledged the salutations from other nobles. The hereditary Marquis of Golden Glory inquired, "My dear Marquis Stewart, may I ask what brings you to the noble assembly today?" Kristin, with a grave demeanor, responded, "I have come to inquire about the progress of my application for a peerage elevation. It has yet to advance, and I wish to address any concerns face to face." Upon hearing this, some nobles raised their gazes towards the ceiling, others cast their eyes to the floor, while a few scrutinized the room's decor with keen interest. The hereditary Marquis of Golden Glory glanced at King Louis before asking, "Gentlemen, do you have any queries regarding Marquis Stewart's elevation to duke? If not, we shall proceed with the matter." Slowly, the hereditary Marquis Jorek stood, first bowing to King Louis before stating, "Marquis Stewart, your territory falls short of the area required for elevation by 1 barony. We are currently deliberating whether your overseas lands should be included." Kristin feigned surprise, asking, "Should they not be considered?" Marquis Jorek replied leisurely, "A conclusion has yet to be reached." Kristin pressed, "When can we expect a resolution?" Marquis Jorek shrugged, "That remains uncertain." Kristin's expression turned cold. "So, are you suggesting that as long as there is no resolution, I shall remain incapable of advancing?" Marquis Jorek retorted nonchalantly, "Marquis Stewart, there is no need for such impatience." Ignoring him, Kristin addressed King Louis, "Your Majesty, if one noble unjustly assaults another, does that not justify warfare between the two parties?" King Louis, grasping the implication behind Kristin's words, quickly interjected, "Marquis Stewart, as your king, I would prefer a resolution through negotiation." Kristin turned to Marquis Jorek. "What is your stance, Marquis Jorek?" Despite his advanced years, Marquis Jorek was not oblivious to Kristin's underlying threat. However, he could not afford to appear intimidated by a young girl in front of such a distinguished assembly. Thus, he responded with firmness, "Marquis Stewart, the Jorek family possesses a legendary status, and I have no concern for the issue you raise." Upon hearing Marquis Jorek's words, King Louis internally lamented the unfolding situation. He understood the temperament of Marquis Stewart. She was amenable to discussion, yet opposing her could lead to dire consequences. He hastily urged, "Marquis Stewart, please remain calm." However, it was too late. A gold coin flew from Kristin's hand, striking Marquis Jorek squarely in the chest. Fortunately, she had shown restraint, as the blow did not kill him, but the force knocked him to the ground and fractured a rib. Kristin, with an air of disdain, declared, "Marquis Jorek, I await your declaration of war. Was it not said that my territory's area is inadequate for elevation? Your family possesses an additional barony. Combined, it should suffice." Chapter 295, Arrogance and Hubris, Part 1. The assembled nobles were left in stunned silence, astonished that anyone would dare strike another in the presence of the king, especially given that the victim's family boasted a legend. It was no wonder these hereditary nobles were taken aback. They resided in the capital, France City, where their interactions were primarily with the elite. Even amidst the demonic disaster, the capital had remained untouched, leading to a lack of psychological resilience among them. The host, Brady, the hereditary Marquis of Golden Glory, rushed to assess Marquis Jorek's injuries, calling out, "Cleric, cleric, come quickly." Several older, noble members present included clerics, who hastened to provide aid upon witnessing Marquis Jorek's collapse. As it was an external injury, The cleric's healing of moderate wounds restored him almost immediately. As Marquis Jorik was helped to his feet, his first exclamation was a wail, "Your Majesty, you witnessed Marquis Stewart assaulting me before your very eyes." However, when the assembly looked towards the head of the room, they discovered King Louis had already fled amidst the chaos. Only a fool would remain in such murky waters. Marquis Jorik turned to curse Kristin again, but found she had already departed, causing him to lose his breath and faint anew. The assembly scrambled to revive him. What secrets could possibly be concealed within the noble circles, especially in such a public affair? By afternoon, not only the nobles of France City, but also those from the provinces were aware of the incident. The hereditary Marquis Jorik had been gravely injured by Marquis Stewart within the hall of the noble assembly. Had the cleric not intervened, he might have perished. While this assertion was somewhat exaggerated, sensational news attracts attention. Upon hearing the news, all local nobles expressed a singular sentiment. It was deserved. How fortunate that the old fool was not killed. Although there was no severe conflict between royal and local powers on the continent, local nobles inherently stood as allies. Kristin's elevation to duchess was merely a barony's area away, yet she also held a countship in the Iberian kingdom. Marquis Jorik's nitpicking oppression, regardless of its motives, would undoubtedly rally the support of fellow local nobles behind Marquis Stewart. Furthermore, the noble elite, various churches and organizations, though silent in public, internally condemned Marquis Jorik as foolish. What concern was it of his that Marquis Stewart aspired to dukehood? By obstructing her elevation, he was fortunate not to have been killed for his actions. The overwhelming consensus arose primarily from Kristin's commendable reputation. Following the outbreak of the demonic disaster, she had repeatedly led forces against the fiends, her lands earned through valorous combat. The noble charter explicitly states that noble titles are conferred only for military merit. And Kristin's persistent acquisition of land through battle resonated with the prevailing values of the continent, particularly among the nobility. Thus, all perceived her elevation as a rightful expectation. Since it is evident to everyone, could it be that Marquis Jorik does not comprehend? Is he truly foolish? Such a notion is implausible. While he is aware, he nonetheless rallied a faction within the noble assembly to act as such, ultimately stemming from an imbalance in his heart. The ancestors of the Jorik family were founders who fought alongside the royal lineage to establish the kingdom, and at the height of their glory, they were indeed marquises. However, as time passed, the family's fortunes waned, leaving them with a territory only slightly greater than that of a mere baron. Nobles, who once basked in ancestral glory, naturally looked down upon newly emerged aristocrats like Kristin, thinking, "My forebears fought valiantly for a marquisate, yet you, in your youth, presumed to claim the title of duke?" Of course, if it were merely this, Marquis Jorik would not dare to act so brazenly, but the legacy of a legendary ancestor from over 2 centuries ago loomed large. Since then, both kings and other nobles have shown considerable deference to the Jorik family, leading to an inflated sense of self-importance by the time of Marquis Jorik. He believed it prudent to seek an excuse to hinder Marquis Stewart's ascension to duke. Ideally, he hoped for an appeal for clemency from the latter. If that did not materialize, he could simply delay the process for a time. He sought to make this upstart noble aware of the might of the old aristocracy, teaching the young one to respect their elders. In the case of other local nobles, they typically would not dare offend Marquis Jorik, often choosing to await the outcome of deliberations. However, Kristin was not one to indulge his arrogance. Upon returning home, Marquis Jorik summoned his family to voice his grievances against Kristin, yet he pondered how to restore his dignity. He had been publicly humiliated, with a rib fractured in the altercation. This matter could not simply be dismissed. Yet, he lacked the courage to wage war against Kristin, for the vast disparity in their respective powers was glaring. A baron engaging in conflict with a prospective duke would be tantamount to courting death. The highest-ranked practitioner in his family was merely a 12th-level knight, while Stewart himself was a 9th-level mage, capable of dispatching all of Jorik's practitioners single-handedly. Nonetheless, surrender was not an option. To remain silent would mean the Jorik family could no longer navigate the noble circles. Relying on his own power was futile. Thus, Marquis Jorik resolved to write to his legendary ancestor. In the kingdom of Fran, in the county of Blue Shore, within the city of Marseille, there lay a manor. A servant knocked upon the study door, reporting, "Your Highness, there is a magical missive from France City, sent by your family." "Bring it forth, let me see," commanded a middle-aged man clad in armor, John Jorik, a 22nd-level legendary knight. The status of legend is akin to that of a duke, yet they may address him as Your Highness. "Your Highness, please take a look." The servant presented the letter. In essence, the missive conveyed a single sentiment. The current Jorick Marquis had been insulted and sought assistance in reclaiming his honor. Marquis Jorick dared not fabricate tales, recounting the events of the noble assembly truthfully, yet he omitted any mention of his own thoughts, instead portraying himself as a victim of Stewart's disdain for the Jorick family and the humiliation he had endured as an elder noble. John Jorick was familiar with the Stewart Marquis, a hero against demons, largely due to his connection with the most beautiful woman in the Kingdom of Fran. He casually instructed his servant, "Investigate the circumstances surrounding this matter. At once, Your Highness." Chapter 296, Arrogance and Hubris, Part 2. Soon, the entire sequence of events was reported in its entirety. John Jorick's first reaction upon reviewing the account was disbelief. Is this current hereditary Marquis of Jorick truly a fool? Regardless of motivation, such actions are typically beyond the grasp of even the dimmest of minds. How dare he seek my intervention? Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, what recourse remained? For the honor of the Jorick family, John Jorick felt compelled to engage in discourse with Marquis Stewart. Indeed, it was merely a conversation. For the legendary covenant stipulates that once one attains legendary status, they are no longer bound by the constraints of nations. Yet they are also prohibited from participating in mundane affairs. Moreover, this Stewart Marquis was a favored servant of the great dragon god. Thus, resorting to violence was out of the question. However, prior to that, he intended to administer a thorough reprimand to the troublesome current Marquis, lest similar incidents arise in the future and jeopardize the family's reputation. In France City, at the Tulip Manor, which was originally the Stewart family's estate in the capital, Kristin had ordered renovations. Although she had arrived alone via a teleportation array, all her needs were seamlessly met. The steward, Marie, who had managed the estate in Rain City, had been reassigned 2 years prior and was now knocking on the study door with a letter in hand. "My Lord Marquis, the Jorick family has sent an invitation." An invitation? Kristin found it peculiar. Should it not have been a declaration of war? Upon receiving it, she discovered it was an invitation from His Highness John Jorick to visit. "Reply to them, stating that I shall attend as scheduled." "As you command." Having chosen to publicly humiliate Marquis Jorick, Kristin naturally took the initiative to investigate the background of his family, particularly that of John Jorick, of whom she was well informed. A 22nd level legendary knight, he possessed legendary weaponry and armor, along with 2 legendary grade treasures, placing him within the mid-tier of the continent's legendary echelon. According to the book's lore, any profession that ascends to the 21st level is deemed legendary, yet the path is fraught with difficulty, with only 1 in 100 master-level practitioners achieving such status. However, upon successful ascension, they are granted a lifespan of at least 500 years. Ordinary practitioners gain a specialty at the 5th level, with 4 specialties by the 20th level. And upon reaching legendary status, they not only transform into a legendary attribute template, but also acquire a legendary specialty. Nevertheless, even among those who are legendary, distinctions exist. Mages are undoubtedly in the highest tier, followed by sorcerers, druids, and other spellcasting professions in the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier comprises warriors, paladins, and bards. The potency of priests largely depends on their deities. Different gods bestow varied divine spells, encompassing healing, destruction, and support, leading to a diverse range of combat capabilities among priests. Professions like bards, which blend martial and magical prowess, tend to see a decline in combat effectiveness at higher tiers due to their inability to master advanced spells. However, once one reaches the legendary tier, interplanar travel becomes rather commonplace. It is quite ordinary to possess artifacts or treasures, and at this juncture, one's combat prowess cannot be solely assessed by their profession. Kristin, as a 13th tier dragon blood sorceress and an 18th tier archmage, indeed, she has ascended once more, would not fear a legendary knight in battle. At the very least, she could ensure her own safety. Nevertheless, due to the inability to accumulate professional levels, her highest rank remains the 18th tier. Given her current nobility and her status as a favored of the great dragon god, her adversaries would undoubtedly think twice before engaging her, though they might still contemplate the potential for verbal threats. After all, in the legendary tier, even if they dare not confront her directly, what if they threaten to eliminate those close to her? Despite the existence of the legendary accord, who would be willing to provoke a legendary figure over a few ordinary nobles or professionals? Furthermore, should His Highness Gianni Jorick utter a few unflattering remarks, Kristin could hardly guarantee her restraint. Thus, for the sake of her safety and the smooth progress of this meeting, Kristin resolved to summon reinforcements. And it had to be Alicia. Although Alicia bore only the strength of a master in her humanoid form, Transforming into her dragon shape would enable her to contend with legendary tier warriors without issue. Moreover, rumors of Kristin being a dragon knight had spread far and wide. Though she was the one being ridden at night, that was inconsequential. To her dismay, upon riding to Dragon Isle, she learned that Alicia was patrolling offshore and would not return for several days. However, the Silver Dragon clan leader assured Kristin that assistance would be found. The following morning, just before her departure, the estate's steward, Mary, hurried in, reporting, "My Lord Marquis, a prince has come to see you." Kristin responded, "I shall go to greet him at once." A cheerful voice called from outside, "There is no need to trouble yourself, Marquis Stewart, let us depart directly." It was evident that, even from behind several doors, this prince could hear the voice of an ordinary person. Kristin led her entourage to the courtyard, where they encountered a golden-haired youth clad in battle armor, whose handsome visage was complemented by a warm smile. Kristin promptly bowed, "Your Highness Casaplevant." The young prince replied with a smile, "Kristin, you are indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggest." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness," Casaplevant suddenly remarked. "Alicia is quite fortunate." Kristin was at a loss for words, feeling quite awkward. Casaplevant laughed heartily, "Just a jest, let us be on our way." Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Choric family estate, where the steward and servants had already gathered to welcome them at the grand entrance. Given that His Highness Gianni Choric held a higher status than Kristin, he would not greet them at the door. Yet, upon sensing the legendary aura emanating from the carriage, he promptly left the reception room to meet them at the main entrance, inadvertently giving the impression that he had come out specifically to welcome them. After disembarking, Kristin elegantly curtsied, "Good day, Your Highness Gianni Choric." "Good morning, Marquis Stewart," Gianni Choric replied with a composed demeanor, though internally, he was stirred. "Good morning, Your Highness Casaplevant." As Gianni Choric had gained renown after Casaplevant and was of a lower rank, he was obliged to extend his greetings first. "Good morning, Your Highness Gianni Choric." Casaplevant responded with a smile. Gianni Choric gestured, "Please, follow me." Given that it was an invitation from a legendary tier, all provisions for the guests were of the highest quality. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Had Kristin attended alone, even if her counterpart was a marquis, Gianni Choric would have had to engage her earnestly. However, with Casaplevant accompanying her, he promptly abandoned his initial intentions. As a legendary figure, Gianni Choric understood the principle of respecting strength. If one possesses great power, their words become the truth. Yet, with Prince Casaplevant present, he was compelled to adhere to universally accepted principles. If this matter were to be examined rationally, it would be clear that Marquis Choric was in the wrong. Although Kristin had publicly reprimanded Marquis Choric during the noble assembly, it did not imply that the one who was struck was justified. Ultimately, the issue stemmed from his own underhanded actions. The king himself had spoken, yet he persisted in clinging to the matter, making the beating he received a consequence of his own making. Originally, Gianni Choric had intended to suppress his opponent's arrogance, but with Prince Casaplevant in attendance, he could not proceed in such a manner. Therefore, he stated, "Marquis Stewart, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. I believe the current actions of the Marquis Choric are indeed misguided, yet the two families need not escalate to the point of war. Do you not agree?" Naturally, as the other side was willing to ease tensions, Kristin too was inclined to show deference. "Your Highness, I admit I acted impulsively at the time." Observing Kristin's willingness to reconcile, Gianni Choric graciously remarked, "You are still quite young. It is understandable to be hot-headed." He then continued, "The current Marquis Choric is not without age. Should he unexpectedly pass away tomorrow, how would you perceive the matter between the two families?" Kristin immediately grasped the implication behind his words. Resolving the issue by eliminating the source of trouble would serve as a private settlement for her. Thus, she replied, "Your Highness, my sole concern is whether my title can be smoothly elevated. If something were to happen to Marquis Choric, I would only express my regret." Gianni Choric understood Kristin's words as well. If an unfortunate incident were to occur, she would merely express sorrow and not pursue further actions, thereby allowing the notion of conflict between the two families to fade, as long as neither party brought it up again. As it appeared that this matter would yield no further consequences, no one could accuse the Choric family of cowardice, although the nobility were well aware of the underlying truth. Yet, without evidence, it would not be considered valid. As for the current Marquis Choric, he was but a shadow of a bygone era, a mere relic of generations past. Aside from blood ties, he bore no distinction from a stranger. An elderly man nearing death, Gianni Choric would have no hesitation in sacrificing him. Even the Choric family name is the only thing that still lingers in the heart of Gianni Choric. He is willing to make an appearance if it requires little effort. but he is also reluctant to invite trouble if the stakes are too high, with His Highness Johnny Jorrick personally addressing the matter and providing a satisfactory explanation. Kristin would refrain from making further demands. Thus, this affair could be considered concluded. Legends are quite busy, and as long as a mutually acceptable solution is reached, that suffices. After departing from the Jorrick family estate, Kristin arranged for a bag of magical stones valued at 3,000 gold coins to be delivered, expressing her gratitude to His Highness Prince Cassapri Vincent. The prince, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the bag and assured her, "I have dealt with Johnny Jorrick before. He will certainly uphold his word, so rest assured." Kristin found herself at a loss for words. She believed in His Highness's promise and felt it unnecessary to broadcast that he had once struck Johnny Jorrick. After all, does one not wish to maintain a semblance of dignity? The following day, news spread that the Marquis Jorrick had passed away peacefully in his sleep due to old age. Upon discovery, a priest was summoned for last rites. But alas, it was to no avail. This was indeed a confirmed truth. In the noble circles, it was well understood how the Marquis's demise had come to be. It seemed rather fortuitous that he had not passed away sooner or later, but rather just after enduring a beating. With the absence of Marquis Jorrick's leadership, the other conservative nobles naturally ceased to delay Kristin's ascent to Duchess. They too feared the peril of meeting a sudden demise in the night. Thus, the application for her promotion was expedited with utmost swiftness. Next came the arrangements for the coronation ceremony. As the first duke in the history of the Kingdom of France, the celebration could not be taken lightly. A propitious date must be chosen, and ample preparations made well in advance. Kristin selected her birthday for the occasion, which was more than a month away, ample time indeed. As for the necessary preparations, the noble council would oversee them. Her only obligation was to provide the funds. The council had dispatched invitations to observe the ceremony in the name of King Louis to all nations across the continent, to various divine churches, and to guilds. At the event, the kingdom would send an hereditary honorary duke, the church would dispatch a cardinal, and various organizations would send their masters. The documentation for renaming Dragon Claw Town to Stewart City had also been submitted to the noble council in the capital, France City, and would be officially unveiled on the day of Kristin's investiture as Duchess. Fortunately for Kristin, she need not prepare anything herself, as the Dragon Church had arranged her ceremonial attire, a legendary robe as a gift to celebrate her elevation to Duchess. The Starlight Robe, a relic from a female high elf grand astrologer of the ancient Nazaril magical empire, boasted exquisite materials and splendid design. The 5 magic circles etched upon it could rival those of a demigod artifact. The first circle is a fortification array, a variant of magical trickery, primarily designed to maintain the integrity of the robe. It is this very enchantment that has preserved the garment. The second is a cleansing array, aptly named, ensuring the robe remains pristine as new. The third is a detection avoidance enchantment, a level 3 spell that, once inscribed by a grand archmage, can evade detection spells of lesser legendary status. The fourth is arcane armor, a spell unique to this archmage and absent from standard spell lists, combining a triple defense spell with a level 3 protective element against damage, usable once per day. The fifth is astral transition, allowing the wearer to instantaneously enter the astral realm and return to any location within a 100-meter radius of their entry point within half an hour. Also usable once per day, even if not employed for astral travel, it serves exceptionally well for evading ambushes and attacks. However, it bears the drawback that all magic circles on the robe automatically regenerate their magical power and cannot be manually recharged once depleted. One must wait until the following day for reuse. The Dragon Church's willingness to bestow such an exquisite robe as a gift stems from 2 factors. Firstly, Kristin's elevation to Duchess signifies that the church now oversees 3 counties, a considerable contribution warranting substantial reward. Secondly, the majority of the church's members are priests and temple knights, with few mage practitioners, even fewer being female mages. Hence, this robe would find no suitable wielder within their ranks, making it more prudent to gift it away. Chapter 298, Duke of Stewart, Part 2. With the Dragon Church having presented their gift, it was only fitting that the dragons should follow suit. However, Kristin chose to extend this opportunity to Alicia. Given Alicia's considerable assistance, it was only right to express her gratitude through this gesture. Moreover, as fellow dragons, Alicia would undoubtedly be aware of the treasures possessed by various clans on Dragon Island, ensuring that the finest selections would be made, which Kristin could borrow when needed. Alicia, of course, did not hesitate to accept a pseudo-artifact, which differed from a true artifact only in that while the materials were identical, the creator was a demigod rather than a divine being. Naturally, such precious items were scarce on Dragon Island and could not be freely given away. However, a long-term loan could be negotiated. In the capital of the Kingdom of France City, the grand celebration for the elevation of Marquis Stewart to Duke was in full swing. The palace hall was adorned with banners and flowers, and even the guards donned freshly polished cloaks, armor, and weapons. A red carpet stretched from the square into the hall, flanked by low-ranking honorary nobles on either side. While within the hall, the carpet's left side was occupied by landed nobles of baron rank and above, alongside high-ranking honorary nobles, with the right side reserved for representatives from various kingdoms, duchies, churches, and guilds. The assembly included over 20 dukes, and no fewer than 15 masters of the level above would be present, rivaling even the royal succession ceremonies. As a melodious fanfare sounded, the grand metal doors of the hall swung open, and Kristin, clad in the starlight robe, gracefully entered. The celestial patterns on her blue robe shimmered with a mysterious glow under the sunlight, complemented by her exquisite beauty, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Her enchanting figure seemed like a divine masterpiece, with even the most fastidious observers unable to discern any flaw, only gazing upon her with envious admiration as she approached the throne. King Louis Capet, adorned with the divine crown, clad in a resplendent gold robe embellished with precious gems, and wielding the majestic scepter, sat regally upon his throne. Behind him, an imposing royal crest was intricately carved, flanked by 6 high-ranking royal knights, which accentuated the king's formidable presence. Kristin approached the elevated dais of the throne and respectfully performed a mage's bow. King Louis, smiling, descended 2 steps from his throne, resting his scepter upon Kristin's shoulder, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "By the gods above, I, with the power of a king, hereby confer upon Kristin Stewart the hereditary title of Duke, with the honorific of the Duke of Tulip. May strength and glory accompany you." It was customary for a noble to possess 2 counties to be granted a dukedom, and 3 counties for an additional title. Evidently, the noble council had included her territories within the Iberian kingdom in their considerations. With her head bowed, Kristin replied with equal fervor, "By the gods above, I, in the honor of the Stewart family, pledge to uphold the 3 great covenants, remain loyal to the kingdom, and protect the populace. Congratulations, Duke Stewart," King Louis said with a smile. Following this was the church's blessing ceremony, presided over by the priest of the true deity in whom the noble held faith. For this occasion, His Holiness Pope Anaclet had traveled from the central headquarters to the city of France. He was a venerable elder, his white hair and beard framing a gentle visage, garbed in a flowing white robe adorned with purple patterns, with 2 wide sashes cascading from his collar, inscribed with the doctrines of the great dragon god. A necklace decorated with a dragon's eye, an artifact that rendered its wearer immune to any soul or mental magical influence, while allowing them to see through all illusions and deceptions, rested upon his chest. With Kristin elevated to the rank of Duke, she now ruled over the counties of Brittany, Loire, and Galicia, the Corona domain, capable of establishing 3 legitimate parishes, not to mention the vast lands she was destined to acquire in the future, which would exponentially expand the realm of the great dragon god's faith. His Holiness, with a gesture, dipped from a golden vessel held by Cardinal Tranaclark behind him, sprinkling holy water thrice upon Kristin's forehead. "Duke Kristin Stewart, may the dragon god bless you." As the Pope's words resonated, a silver light shone from the void onto Kristin, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. It was indeed a divine miracle. The assembly gasped in awe, recognizing this as a sign of the great dragon god's favor. Duke Stewart was truly one of the chosen. Kristin, with closed eyes, fervently prayed, "O great dragon god, may your name reverberate across the lands." The witness was the Pope of the Order Goddess Church. As the Kingdom of France was established on the bloodline of the Order God, with the church's headquarters residing in the capital, this towering elder, clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns and crowned with a triple-tiered artifact crown, held a scepter of power. A cardinal presented documents upon a golden platter, and the Pope, as a witness, signed a series of noble conferment documents. Each document was showcased to the audience by the cardinal upon completion, and once all were signed, the cardinal presented them to King Louis Capet. As the Pope passed by Kristin, he remarked, "Congratulations, Duke Stewart." Kristin immediately bowed and responded, "Praise the great Order God, and my gratitude to your Holiness." The entire ceremony was both sacred and solemn. When Kristin received the documents of her dukedom from the king, a fervent cheer erupted from the onlookers. The first territorial duke in the history of the Kingdom of France had emerged. What followed was a grand celebration feast. Kristin's territorial holdings now surpassed those of the Duchy of High Mountains, Duchy of Luxembourg, and Duchy of Windy, second only to the Duchy of Flanders. Thus the banquet was prepared to the specifications befitting a Grand Duke's ascension. The feast featured delicacies such as foie gras and bread from the Kingdom of France, ham and seafood from the Iberian Kingdom, steaks and pastries from the Apennine Kingdom, pork knuckles and sausages from the Rhine Kingdom, vegetables and fruits from the Habsburg Kingdom, roasted and stewed meats from the Piast Kingdom, pancakes and cakes from the Bohemian Kingdom, cheeses from the Duchy of High Mountains, desserts from the Duchy of Flanders, and deep-sea fish from the Duchy of Windy, complemented by elven tea and red wine, dwarven beer, and strong liquor from the Slavic Empire, alongside coffee from the Rhine Kingdom, rendering the banquet an epitome of luxury. The dining utensils were a treasured collection from Savannah, crafted during the era of the Grand Arcane Empire of Nazaril. An entire set of banquet ware. Only 10 sets existed across the continent, with the remaining 9 held by the Churches of the Gods, the Elven Kin, and Dragon Isle. None possessed by the royal house of France. Even the hereditary duke was cautious while dining, as any damage could lead to ruin. After the banquet, the two holinesses and King Louis departed, leaving the subsequent social proceedings to Duke Stewart, the focal point of the celebration. Representatives from various kingdoms, duchies, churches, and guilds engaged in conversation with Kristin, offering their congratulations, as there were numerous areas for potential collaboration across her 3 counties. Amidst cheers and accolades, a territorial duke was born, with the chronicler diligently recording the day's splendor. Chapter 299, Dragon Knight, Part 1. The momentous occasion of Kristin's elevation to duke necessitated the presence of Alicia, Savannah, and Carlatani, who were busy throughout the day. Upon returning to the Mage Tower in Dominaria, Kristin found herself utterly exhausted. The morning had been consumed by the promotion ceremony, followed by an afternoon filled with a banquet and myriad discussions with various individuals. In 6 months, she had scarcely spoken so many words. There were church representatives eager to preach in her territories, nobles wishing to enhance trade, and guilds seeking to deepen cooperation, all deserving of her earnest attention. Not to mention the lower-ranking nobles vying for favor. After returning from the capital of France, she hurriedly presided over the renaming ceremony of Dragonclaw Town to Stewart City, which involved numerous rituals and speeches. "I am utterly spent," Kristin lamented, collapsing onto the sofa and tossing off her high heels, propping her legs upon the armrest. Despite her current physical condition allowing her to run all day without swelling or blistering, exhaustion was a sentiment she felt deeply. "Allow me to give you a massage." Alicia moved closer, first removing Kristin's stockings, then gently cradling her foot and beginning to massage it. "Don't touch there. It tickles," Kristin shuddered, attempting to withdraw her foot. But Alicia held on firmly, preventing her escape. "I won't touch it." Then, Alicia declared, repositioning her hands to continue her playful exploration. The foot before her was as exquisite as porcelain, with toes rounded like pearls and nails neatly shaped like shells, a veritable masterpiece of art. "Kristin, I have no intention of leaving this time." "Oh, has the wicked dragon retreated?" "Not exactly, but the prolonged pursuit has dulled the dragon's fervor, and many have begun to take things easy. The dragon doesn't hinge on my presence alone." Knowing their efforts bore little fruit, why should the wicked dragons continue their toil? Sleeping peacefully seemed a preferable option. The dragon kin had grown so lethargic that some wicked dragons even neglected their malevolence, seizing the opportunity of the calamity to organize collective activities, thus making a name for themselves. Kristin found herself at a loss for words to critique such peculiar behavior. "My father has said that upon my return, we should solidify our relationship." "What?" The words startled Kristin, causing her to jolt upright. Yet with her foot still in Alicia's grasp, she could only half rise and then fall back, bumping her head. "That hurts." Alicia couldn't help but laugh at her predicament. "What is so funny? I find your clumsiness amusing." "Humph." Kristin turned away, ignoring her. "Hey, Alicia, let go." Unexpectedly, Alicia tugged at her ankle, pulling her into an embrace and immediately leaning down to kiss her. What followed was a natural progression as Kristin was swept onto the bed, her garments discarded one by one. 36 positions omitted here. Hours later, Kristin lay sprawled on the bed, motionless, eyes closed, murmuring, "Alicia, are you finished yet?" Alicia, with an expression of unquenched desire, responded, "Practice makes perfect." Kristin kicked out in frustration, "Go to hell." Yet Alicia caught her foot, saying, "Stop fooling around. Let us discuss serious matters. My father insists we establish our bond as dragon riders." Kristin feigned realization. "Oh, that kind of relationship?" Alicia released her, lying beside her and inquiring, "What did you think it was?" "I thought you intended to marry me, with your father bestowing upon you a treasure trove of artifacts." This remark elicited a fit of giggles from Alicia, who replied, "You have quite the imagination. He wouldn't part with even a single gold coin as a dowry. However, if you could procure an artifact from him, I would consider marrying you, provided the artifact belongs to me." With her eyes still shut, Kristin replied, "I lack the ability to request an artifact from the Silver Dragon Chief. That said, upon my elevation to Duke, I was promised a gift. What would you like?" Upon hearing this, Alicia displayed a contemptuous expression. "What gift? Those miserly beings wouldn't have offered anything without the dragon goddess intervention. Ultimately, they decided that allowing me to serve as your mount would suffice as a gift. Did you agree? The clan agreed to lend me a pseudo-artifact, and I accepted. It seems your Silver Dragon clan is quite sincere. Is sending me off considered sincerity? You received a pseudo-artifact, yet you speak as though you've been wronged." Alicia retorted, "A dragon rider is responsible for the dragoness needs, including food, clothing, shelter, and a monetary contribution to the Silver Dragon clan. What? I have to pay? Such is the custom, though it was established only after I arrived. The elders mentioned that previous dragon riders were not wealthy, and demanding payment would tarnish the dragon clan's reputation. But you, on the other hand, are affluent." Kristin, upon hearing this, protested, "How can that be? My wealth has been earned through hard work." Alicia chimed in, "Exactly." Kristin declared, "If that is the case, I'd rather not be a dragon rider." "That is not an option." "Why not?" "Since they've given me a pseudo-artifact. If you refuse, I must return it." Upon hearing this, Kristin reached out to tickle Alicia. "How can you do this? How can you conspire with outsiders to take my money?" Alicia dodged while saying, "I don't wish to, but the offers are too generous." After a playful scuffle, Kristin, panting, suggested, "I have a plan. We'll announce our bond as dragon riders without signing a contract. If the clan demands something from you, you can say the matter has been publicly declared, and if they ask me for money, I'll claim the contract isn't valid." Alicia hesitated. "That doesn't seem right." Kristin unveiled her trump card. "The sum will be substantial, and I was hoping to save some to make you a dress." Alicia promptly agreed. Then it's settled. Although rumors of Kristin being a dragon rider had circulated, they were merely for publicity. True dragon riders were exceedingly rare. Typically those who had rendered great service to the dragon kin or possessed extraordinary luck. Official recognition from Dragon was necessary for one to be a legitimate dragon rider, allowing their dragon to participate in human conflicts. And conversely, if the dragon perished in such battles, Dragon could not retaliate. Chapter 300, Dragon Riders, Part 2. The two women reached a decision about this matter while in bed. The following day, Alicia wrote a reply to Dragon Isle. The Silver Dragon Chief had not anticipated that his daughter would conspire with another to deceive him, and before long, he officially announced the relationship between Kristin and Alicia. They then awaited the financial rewards, yet time passed without any news. Only after inquiring through correspondence did they discover they had been deceived. However, given the circumstances, retracting an officially announced matter was not feasible. Moreover, as Alicia was his daughter, the Silver Dragon Chief could hardly demand the return of the gifts. Thus, the matter concluded without resolution. As the news of Kristin's status as a Dragon Knight had already circulated, the official announcement from the Dragon Clan was perceived by all as merely a procedural formality. The nobility, unlike the ignorant commoners, recognized the deeper implications of Kristin attaining such a legendary vocation, particularly given the intricate web of interests surrounding the continent's sole territorial duke. Duke Stewart's rapid ascent had resulted in a deficiency of elite warriors within his domain. Despite numerous knights gaining promotions through battles against demons, the highest rank achieved was merely 9th tier. While there were numerous magical practitioners within the territory, their development required time, and they could not provide substantial assistance in the short term. Thus, it appeared to them that the arrival of Savannah and Alicia by Kristin's side was no mere coincidence. Savannah's ability to vanquish a 20th tier Balroth flame demon spoke volumes of her prowess, yet upon her initial appearance, the Elven clan had proclaimed her a lost kin. Elves are not like humans. Their population is inherently sparse, and Savannah, bearing the surname of one of the 3 royal families, the Starlight, makes such a scenario implausible. It is evident that she is an elite combatant secretly nurtured by the Elven clan. Many speculated that Kristin's maternal lineage belonged to the elves, with Savannah sent to protect her. In retrospect, the Elven investment has proved immensely profitable, whether in the gains from trade between the parties, the formation of a joint fleet to intercept sea demons, or the rescue of half-elven territories. The elves have reaped considerable benefits. Not to mention, Savannah's elevation to a territorial baron has expanded the influence of the elven deity's faith. Alicia's arrival bore a similar significance. The blood of the dragon line is not as prolific as that of ordinary humans, thus placing the entire stake of the Stewart territory upon Kristin, necessitating comprehensive protection. Furthermore, while the longevity of dragonline descendants is notable, the lifespan of dragons far exceeds theirs. Alicia could even safeguard the Stewart family across generations. As long as she remained, unforeseen calamities would not befall the Stewart territory, and the faith in the great dragon god would remain steadfast. Should Kristin become aware of their thoughts, she would find amusement in their complexity. The truth is often simpler than imagined. However, this did not prevent others from wearing expressions of wisdom while enviously acknowledging the elven and dragon investments, rushing to curry favor with Duke Stewart. Among the nobility, the most common method of alliance is through marriage. Many hereditary noble families, despite their modest titles, lack wealth and personal capability, yet flourish due to having married off a few talented daughters to powerful nobles. Regrettably, this method does not apply to Duke Stewart. Another approach is for younger sons and daughters without inheritance rights to seek positions within the Stewart territory. An emerging territory naturally requires a multitude of officials, predominantly filled by the educated noble class. Honorary nobles with titles can serve as mid-level officials, while educated younger sons and daughters can assume grassroots roles, making it a commendable choice for them. Being selected as attendants or maids in the Duke's household would be even more desirable. The hereditary honorary count from the Iberian kingdom, Makita Este, secured a deal for grain procurement, thus earning a village as a reward. It would be hard to believe that this arrangement had nothing to do with his daughter serving as the deputy head maid in the Duke's household. However, Duke Stewart has always maintained exceptionally high standards when selecting maids, making it quite challenging to be chosen. The simplest method remains to join the military of the Stewart territory as a practitioner. Anyone who pays the requisite fees can learn combat skills at the Warriors Guild, a necessary path for aspiring mercenaries and adventurers. Following the outbreak of the demon calamity, the Warriors Guild lifted restrictions on using demon hunting points to exchange for knight training, encouraging mercenaries and adventurers to hunt demons. For these untamed fifth-tier practitioners, pledging allegiance to Duke Stewart is an excellent option. At the Stewart Castle Square, a ceremony of conferment is underway. Many attendants have been promoted to fifth tier through their battles against demons, and numerous fifth-tier practitioners have flocked to join, leading to this conferment event. The first to be conferred is the Minister of Internal Affairs, Victor Duran. Under Kristin's prolonged infusion of soul energy and the substantial investment of resources, Elena has finally advanced to become a fifth-tier mage. Fifth-tier mages who pledge allegiance to the nobility can receive the title of Lord, and Elena hopes to attain this title through her father, Victor. Although Victor Morn has already received a hereditary honorary lordship, there exists a significant disparity between honorary nobles and territorial nobles. In formal occasions and documents, territorial nobles are directly referred to as lords or barons, whereas honorary nobles must include the term honorary. Nobility is fundamentally about strength. A territorial lord presiding over a village may look down upon an honorary count who governs merely a manor, without delving into all the other differences. Suffice it to say that territorial nobles are akin to civil servants. Hereditary honorary nobles resemble career employees, and honorary nobles are comparable to contract workers. Thus, the populace harbors a considerable fixation on territorial nobility. Should Victor inherit this title, he would become the genuine founder of a noble lineage, a profound honor indeed. Kristin comprehends Elena's filial piety well. Moreover, having served the family for decades, Victor's modest wish can certainly be fulfilled. Although such an action may not adhere strictly to regulations, it poses no issue for a duke, merely requiring a slight adjustment. Elena's brother has long since embarked on knight training and joined the military. Should he attain fifth-tier status and receive a conferment, she intends to bestow the village upon him, thus ensuring the family qualifies as a respectable noble lineage. Elena is aware that marrying is not in her future. The duke has treated her exceptionally well, rendering the retention of the village unnecessary. Would it not be better to enable the family's prosperity? Chapter 301. The Reconstruction of the Mage Tower, Part 1. In the city of Dominaria, within the Mage Tower Castle. In the reception hall, Elena bowed and reported, "My lord, Bishop Bilodily Greenleaf from the Elven Church has arrived. Please let her in." "As you command." Although Elena is a mage, she never adorns herself in the traditional robes of her order. Instead, she opts for the attire of a common noblewoman, a choice that underscores her esteem for her role as steward. Of course, her status as a fifth-tier mage, signified by her mage emblem, ensures that she is never looked down upon. Even the Duke of the Principality would not dare to employ a fifth-tier mage as a mere steward, a practice that the Mage Guild strictly prohibits for those of such rank. The only exception being if the Lord himself is a mage, wherein lower-level mages serving higher-ranking ones is a natural arrangement. Before long, Bishop Bilodalai Greenleaf entered, guided by Elena. "Greetings, Your Grace," she said. "Good afternoon, Bishop Bilodalai." The catgirl blader brought forth tea and delicacies. Under the continuous influence of soul energy imparted by Kristin, she had attained the prowess of a fifth-tier rogue. Were she a human slave, she would automatically be granted freedom. However, as an orc, she is not protected by human laws. After some brief pleasantries, Bishop Bilodalai presented a beautifully crafted wooden box, stating, "Your Grace, this is the item you requested." Kristin opened the box to reveal a necklace, another piece of angelic combat gear. Nodding, she remarked, "I appreciate your efforts." Bishop Bilodalai bowed slightly, replying, "Your Grace, you are overly gracious." The battle armors worn by Kristin and Savannah grant immunity to spells of level 5 and below. However, this comes at the cost of being unable to receive auxiliary spells, meaning they cannot utilize flight spells. This highlights the significance of the angelic combat gear for them. Currently, possessing only one, it proves inconvenient as when Savannah is using it, Kristin cannot. Hence, she proposed to the elves to exchange a reduction of the Cantabria Viscount's debt by 50,000 gold coins for an angelic combat necklace. This trade was particularly appealing to the elves, for the sole ability of the angelic gear is to enable the wearer to fly, something ordinary folk cannot afford nor need, thereby keeping historical transaction prices low. Upon hearing this, the Elven Queen promptly rejected the deal. The angelic combat gear could serve as a congratulatory gift for Marquis Stewart's elevation to Duke, but monetary compensation was out of the question. Clearly, the Elven Queen valued her relationship with Kristin far more than 50,000 gold coins. Although there are remnants of angelic combat gear, they are not easily found when needed. Moreover, even if found, there is no guarantee the sellers would be willing to part with them, despite the elves' attempts to expedite the delivery through connections in other realms. The gift only arrived yesterday. Closing the box, Kristin remarked, "Bishop Bilodalai, I understand that the elves have invested considerable effort in locating this item. So please convey to Viscount Cantabria that I waive the interest on the debt." Bishop Bilodalai expressed her gratitude, saying, "Your Grace, I will relay your generosity to Viscount Cantabria." With a debt totaling 150,000 gold coins, the interest alone amounted to several thousand, which is indeed a substantial concession. Henceforth, the resolution of the remaining debt will be a matter between the elves and Viscount Cantabria. Bishop Bilodalai continued, "Your Grace, all the magical materials you ordered from us have been delivered." "So soon? I appreciate your diligence," Kristin replied. "It is our duty. Such a significant order merits our utmost commitment." Additionally, Master Adreath Morningstar is unable to oversee the construction of the Mage Tower due to other obligations. That is truly unfortunate. But please extend my gratitude to Master Adreath, Kristin requested. "Certainly. With the Loire River County now in Kristin's possession, it is customary for her to proceed with the construction of a Mage Tower. 5 locations, Nantes, Laval, Le Mans, Angers, and Saumur, are all to have advanced Mage Towers erected. The standard cost of an advanced Mage Tower is 120,000 gold coins, with 30,000 allocated for blueprints and labor, and 90,000 for magical materials. Excluding the costs of civil engineering materials and equipment for advanced laboratories, which alone can amount to 50,000 gold coins. Except for Dominaria City, Stewart City, and Corona City. All other locations where Kristin builds will be simplified versions lacking laboratories, arcane gardens, and libraries, costing approximately 80,000 gold coins, as blueprints can be reused after the initial purchase. Previously overseen by Master Adreath, the current absence of the Master does not hinder progress. Whether Kristin or Alicia is in charge, it remains efficient, saving an additional 20,000 in labor costs for each tower. Nonetheless, the total cost of magical materials for 5 towers, exceeding 300,000 gold coins, cannot be overlooked. Orders for all portions that the elves can supply have been entrusted to them, yielding considerable profits. After Bishop Bilodalai departed, Elena next ushered in Bishop Leroy of the Wealth Goddess Church. Nearly half of the magical materials required for the Mage Towers had been ordered from the Gold Merchant Guild, a subsidiary of the Wealth Goddess Church. The elves had already prepared their supplies for transport, ensuring that the Wealth Merchant Guild would not be left behind, as this was a crucial moment to demonstrate their capabilities to a partner. Once discussions regarding the magical materials concluded, Bishop Leroy stated, "Your Grace, prior to my visit, His Holiness instructed me that if you permit us to construct temples dedicated to the great goddess of wealth in Laval, Le Mans, Angers, and Saumur, we shall consider this batch of magical materials as a gift to you." Kristin smiled and replied, Allow me to contemplate this. Bishop Leroy bowed, well aware that contemplate was a euphemism for a polite refusal. In villages ravaged by demons, all temples would be destroyed and altars dismantled. Nobles reclaiming the villages could establish a temple for any true deity of their choosing. When Kristin reclaimed the villages of Loire River County, in the interest of expediency, she declared that the temples would be re-established in honor of the same deities that were previously worshipped. Typically, a village would host only one temple, as maintaining multiple would be unsustainable. However, towns and cities differ. Due to their larger populations, a town may have 5 or 6 temples, while a city could have a dozen. Nonetheless, upon reclamation, it is unnecessary to restore every temple. As long as one temple is rebuilt and connected to the divine power network, that suffices. In the present day, apart from the majestic temple of the great dragon god, no other temples have been constructed in these cities, making the wealth goddess church's interest entirely understandable. Chapter 302. The reconstruction of the Mage Tower, Part 2. The construction of a Mage Tower requires an expenditure of over 300,000 magical materials. Kristin has declined the proposal from the wealth goddess church, yet the question remains, can she afford such an amount? For her, it poses no challenge whatsoever. All maritime merchants traversing the Western Grand Route must inevitably stop at the ports of Dominaria and Corona when passing through the Bay of Biscay. The daily docking fee for a single ship amounts to 1 gold coin, resulting in annual revenues of several tens of thousands of gold coins. Merchants, sailors, mercenaries, and travelers alike are compelled to spend at the port during their stay. Taverns, inns, casinos, and brothels all contribute to the tax revenue, yielding additional tens of thousands of gold coins each year. Dominaria port stands as a commercial hub rivaling Rotterdam, with taxes imposed on the goods traded there, generating nearly 100,000 gold coins annually. The burgeoning handicrafts of the territory yield substantial profits. 1/3 of the goods in the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Iberia originate from the Stewart territory, as do 1/3 of the weapons and armor. The financial gains from this year alone are staggering. Kristin controls 3 of the continent's 4 premier wine-producing regions, despite being able to maintain this for only 3 years. The profit from a bottle of premium wine is exceptionally high. Additionally, Kristin has established her own luxury jewelry and clothing brand, catering to the affluent wives and daughters of nobility. Savannah possesses a wealth of documents from the era of the Gunazerial magic empire. Even a modest selection, modified by several elven artists, could yield immense profits. The previously scattered sales of grain to other nobles, amounting to over 100,000 gold coins, are not included in the current calculations, as those funds have already been invested in the construction of the demiplane. After extensive development, the demiplane has begun to generate returns for Kristin. Regarding armor and weapons, the local blacksmith workshops lack sufficient production capacity. In reality, a portion of the output originates from the demiplane. Iron ingots are transported in from outside, processed by golems, and subsequently blended into the products sold by the blacksmiths, remaining undetected. Thanks to the presence of the mithril core to energize the golems, there are no additional costs beyond that of the iron ingots. Thus, she can offer weapons at lower prices than her competitors while still maintaining higher profits, given her ability to provide affordable prices and ensure a steady supply. The king has naturally entrusted her with 1/3 of the kingdom's military orders. This does not even account for the revenues from food and other taxes within Kristin's territory. Even without taxing the common folk, her annual income far surpasses that of many territorial marquises. Finally, it is worth noting that the Viscount of Cantabria still owes Kristin 150,000 gold coins. Despite Kristin having been merely a baron a few years prior with limited family wealth, the expansion of her territory has led to a substantial increase in income, placing her financial standing on par with that of established marquises. Moreover, the recent magical disaster has inflicted significant losses on the majority of the nobility across the continent, further highlighting the contrast of her burgeoning wealth. While some noble territories possess undesirable locations and average resources, they thrive due to the presence of gold, silver, iron, and even magical metal mines. Kristin currently governs 3 counties, undoubtedly including gold mines. A considerable portion of the gold extracted is minted into coins. Each kingdom and principality on the continent has its own currency, with varying weights and a specific exchange system, which need not be elaborated here. However, the most widely recognized and highest valued currency is the gold, silver, and copper coins minted by the Wealth Goddess Church. Typically, the value of goods is measured in relation to these coins. Nobles of baron rank and above are permitted to mint their own currency, often incorporating their likeness. Yet few undertake this endeavor due to its unprofitable nature. Minting currency incurs costs and losses, and the local currency may not be recognized beyond its territory, rendering it largely a self-indulgent exercise. Kristin stands apart. Her dominion spans 3 counties, surpassing most principalities, thus meeting the necessary conditions for minting her own currency. However, due to current limitations, she has initially minted gold coins that adhere strictly to the Wealth Goddess Church's standards in size and weight, featuring her profile on one side and a tulip on the reverse. The gold produced from her mines alone is insufficient. She has also utilized gold acquired through trade for coinage, which is crafted by golems, resulting in minimal loss. These coins, known as golden tulips, are employed for various expenses and rewards for her subordinates, rapidly circulating throughout her territory. Even foreign merchants are amenable to transactions involving golden tulips, recognizing them as genuine gold coins that can be exchanged for desired goods within the Stewart territory. This initiative is not a mere whim of vanity for Kristin, but rather a strategic endeavor to amplify her reputation. As golden tulips are disseminated by merchants across the land, her name will inevitably gain prominence. Though this is merely the beginning, she remains unhurried. The saying "preparing for a rainy day" aptly applies here. Preparatory work for the Mage Tower commenced well before the newly appointed Count of Nantes formally signed the surrender agreement. With the first tower being erected in the city of Nantes, the Stewart territory boasts a specialized construction crew. Having already built nearly 10 high-level Mage towers since commencing from Dominaria, no other group on the continent rivals their expertise. Additionally, numerous slaves are engaged in foundational tasks such as quarrying, excavation, and transport. Kristin, Alicia, Carlatani, and Monica take turns overseeing the project, supported by a cadre of lower-tier mages diligently attending to various tasks, thereby ensuring swift progress. All Mage towers within the Stewart territory belong to Kristin, and the tower spirits have been awakened by her. Others may operate the towers according to their rank and authority, yet any improper conduct will be promptly curtailed, preventing incidents akin to the explosion at the Mage Tower in Nantes. Moreover, the incorporation of ancient gunazerial magic empire technology enables Kristin to remotely control any Mage Tower within her territory from any other tower. This control does not necessitate her direct involvement. She merely issues commands to the tower spirits. Moreover, with the integration of numerous Mage towers and portable communication arrays, Kristin can ensure that her commands disseminate throughout all villages and towns within her territory in a mere 2 hours. Conversely, any urgent messages can also be reported to her within the same time frame. Presently, only the high pontiffs of major churches possess the capability to convey their messages to every temple via the divine network, albeit limited to those temples that worship their respective deities. Chapter 303, The Demon-S Scheme, Part 1. The demonic calamity has plagued the land for 2.5 years now. In the initial year, a multitude of minor demons emerged through the small spatial rifts, catching the nations of the continent off guard, with every territory suffering from their relentless assaults, resulting in numerous noble families being eradicated. However, due to the self-repairing mechanism of the primary world, once a location, approximately the size of a village, experiences a spatial rift, it will not face a second incursion during this demonic disaster, except for portals opened by evil altars through blood sacrifices. Consequently, as time has progressed, the number of randomly teleported demons has diminished significantly. Similarly, the villages that have yet to witness these minor demons have also become scarce, allowing local lords to concentrate their forces for defense, thereby reducing the resultant losses. The majority of these randomly teleported major demons are typically of the 5th or 6th tier. They assault villages and towns, capturing humans for blood sacrifices, and once they ascend to the 10th tier, they can return to the abyss through the portals of the evil altars. High-ranking demons in the abyss constitute the backbone of their forces, attaining considerable status and privileges. Thus, many lower-tier major demons willingly join the ranks of those invading the primary world in hopes of a better fate. The elite subordinates of the demon lords blend seamlessly within the vast invading army, assuming roles as commanders and mid-level officers while executing clandestine missions. Organizations of malevolence, such as the Sinking Mire, the Red Rose Society, the Burning Hand, and the Shadow of Darkness, have been cultivated by these demon lords' trusted followers, playing a significant role during the demonic calamity. However, due to the joint deployment of multiple demon lords, while they share a common objective, coordinating their actions has proven impossible. Currently, the demons continue their offensive against coastal nations, yet they lack the capability to penetrate inland, while humanity is equally incapable of completely driving the demons back into the sea, resulting in a stalemate characterized by attrition. exchanging the lives of minor demons and lower-tier major demons for those of human soldiers and professionals. The six-armed serpent demon queen, Chatalia, and the evil organization cultivated by the major demon, Coriet, launched an attack on Kristin under the guise of the Hunsan monastic society, subsequently orchestrating the incident involving the demonic serpent's assault on the estate, suffering heavy losses upon discovery. They later conspired with the Red Rose Society to deceive Count Galicia of the Iberian Kingdom into declaring war on Kristin, with only the succubus, Gladys, managing to escape. Gladys, a survivor from the evil organization of the succubus queen, Myconshut, recruited the serpent demon Kin and, in alliance with the sinking mire, instigated a conflict among numerous nobles in the Piast kingdom, thereby reducing obstacles to the demonic invasion. They eventually received orders to assassinate Kristin, resulting in their complete annihilation. Under the command of the Lord of Shadows, Glast, the six-armed serpent demon, Efrat, devised a plot to destroy the Mage Tower at the port of Barcelona in the Iberian Kingdom. The legendary demon Benjamin, in collaboration with Dark Elves, obliterated the human fleet of the Duchy of Belgium, allowing the main forces of the demon army to successfully land in the Iberian Kingdom, marking one of the greatest victories for the demons since the onset of the calamity. Benjamin secretly orchestrated the wicked sacrifice in the city of Astorello, and had it not been for Kristin's timely arrival with reinforcements, the human coalition would have faced total annihilation. The minions of Azraelis from the Burning Realm, led by the legendary demon Ehud, formed the evil organization known as the Burning Hand, which attacked the barony of Le Mans in the Loire Valley, advancing relentlessly and nearly conquering the entire county, only to be thwarted by Kristin's timely intervention. Numerous organizations devoted to various demon lords are enacting insidious plots across the continent, achieving varying degrees of success. Without their involvement, the demons invading the primary world would not have inflicted such substantial losses upon the diverse races of the continent. However, one can never fully comprehend the chaotic mindset of the demons. Some perceive Kristin as a formidable adversary, while others believe that the most vehement opponents must be eliminated. The minions of Demon Prince Demagogen, particularly the legendary demon Neftali, consider the Duke of Stewart a significant threat, as she has disrupted numerous demonic schemes and stands as a symbol of humanity's resistance against the demons. Therefore, eliminating her would certainly garner the favor of the demon lords. Of course, regardless of the realm, assassinating an individual of such high standing is no trivial task. Coriet once meticulously planned an assassination but ultimately failed and was subsequently eliminated by her own adversaries. According to the investigations conducted by the Sinking Mire, this Duke of Stewart resides primarily within the Mage Tower in Dominaria, accompanied by a substantial entourage of guards, and as a 9th-tier mage, is invariably equipped with numerous spell scrolls. Furthermore, she is presently protected by a formidable elven ally, Savannah, who surpasses the 20th tier, as well as a dragon of comparable prowess, Alicia, making any assassination attempt evidently impractical. Moreover, the Stewart territory lies deep inland, rendering it impossible for the demon army to advance militarily. Thus, Neftali, after careful deliberation, conceived a brilliant strategy to strike decisively when the Duke of Stewart leaves the protective confines of her Mage Tower. In his view, previous failures were attributed to insufficient strength among the assailants. Why did Coriet not deploy legendary tier individuals during her assassination attempt? Oh, it is because he himself is merely a master tier and cannot command legends. No matter. When the legendary demon Benjamin failed, was it not due to the presence of only 2 legendary demons on the scene? Why not summon more? Oh, it is because demons cannot unite, lest others secretly undermine their efforts. No matter. Thus, Neftali resolved to take matters into his own hands, and after incurring significant costs, he summoned 2 legendary beings from other realms and arranged for 5 master-tier subordinates to accompany him. It must be said that had it not been for Benjamin's slaying of a legendary human and simultaneously bringing back over 20 high-ranking master-level demons, which significantly restrained the human forces on the front lines, Neftali would have found it quite impossible to implement his plan. In his view, Savannah had the capability to defeat the 20th-tier Baylor Flame Demon, and Alicia was on par with legendary strength. The team had prepared 2 legends to contend with them. If not to eliminate them, at the very least, they should be able to restrain them. Even if the Stewart territory had hidden strength, Neftali believed he could manage to hold his ground, and with the remaining 5 master-level demons converging, they could certainly overpower the Duke of Stewart. While the main world indeed boasted a fair number of legends, when distributed among various churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guilds, the numbers dwindled considerably. Some principalities had none at all. Thus, Naphtali felt he had overestimated the high-end strength of the Stewart territory to the level of a kingdom, leaving no room for failure. Chapter 304. The Demoness Scheme. Part 2. Legendary demon Naphtali had crafted an excellent plan, yet executing it proved to be a formidable challenge. The legends summoned, lured by substantial rewards, could confront Duke Stewart, but they could not remain in the main world indefinitely, nor could they be summoned at will. This meant that even if they learned today that Duke Stewart had departed from Dominaria City by the time the other legends arrived, the opportunity for attack would have slipped away. The reason for not striking within Dominaria City was that even 3 legends and 5 master-level demons would struggle to breach the defenses of the Mage Tower in a short time frame. Currently, Kristin had constructed 4 lower Mage Towers surrounding the High Mage Tower, forming a defensive array. If they delayed, even for a moment, the human legends would arrive via the teleportation array, and not only would they fail to achieve their objective, but they might also face their own demise. It was only upon receiving news that Kristin was overseeing the construction of the Mage Tower in Nantes that Naphtali felt the opportunity had arisen. The explosion of the Mage Tower of the Mage Guild in Nantes indicated that once he launched his attack, reinforcements from the human side would be unable to arrive in a timely manner. Likewise, Duke Stewart would find it impossible to escape. Of course, legendary demon Naphtali could not stealthily breach the coastal surveillance of humans and infiltrate the interior, but that did not imply there were no alternative strategies. He would conduct a large-scale blood sacrifice on Sardinia Island to open a teleportation passage, while simultaneously executing another blood sacrifice near Nantes to serve as a guiding coordinate, allowing him to teleport directly to the location. This method had not been employed by demons previously due to its exorbitant cost, and the challenge of teleporting master-level or legendary beings into a city protected by a mage tower was formidable, while slaughtering a few ordinary villages yielded little reward. However, the situation had changed. During the last siege of Nantes, the only loss incurred was the explosion of the Mage Guild's tower, which also obliterated a significant portion of the guild's buildings. Nonetheless, despite the devastation, it remained the property of the Mage Guild and could not be claimed. Thus, Kristin's newly constructed Mage Tower was built within the confines of the castle, as had been customary. The estate of the Count of Nantes, after renovations, was renamed Tulip Manor and became Kristin's temporary residence. She found it tedious to name every estate in all the towns, hence she referred to them uniformly as Tulip Manor, simply appending the city name when necessary for distinction. Alicia, due to her need to absorb soul energy, had to stay close to Kristin, who, because of the symptoms of bloodline impulses, required Caratani to remain by her side, thus forming a trio. Savannah and Monica formed another team, although Savannah lacked spellcasting ability. Her theoretical knowledge of magic rivaled that of a Grand Archmage, making her adept at directing a group of lower-tier mages in their tasks. When Kristin's group was overseeing the construction of the Mage Tower, the other group remained stationed in Dominaria City, with both teams rotating weekly. At this moment, they were supervising the construction within the castle when they suddenly heard the warning bells ringing from the temple of the God of Order within the city. Almost simultaneously, other temples also began to sound their alarms. The citizens, initially taken aback by the tolling bells, swiftly sought shelter, with those close to home rushing back and those outside finding refuge in the nearest taverns or inns, while street shops hastily closed their doors. Wooden watchtowers had been erected on the city walls, and the soldiers atop them widened their eyes, scanning the surroundings as they began to prepare for battle under the guidance of their attendants. Kristin commanded, "Bella, gather the troops and follow me. Agnes, assemble the remaining forces. At your command." The accompanying cavalry maintained their usual readiness, 100 soldiers fully equipped and prepared to follow Kristin to the temple to ascertain the situation. The remaining 100 would complete their preparations, including armor for both soldiers and horses, under the leadership of Deputy Commander Agnes, within half an hour. While en route, they encountered a priest from the Church of Order delivering the news, revealing that Bishop Colito had sensed an ominous aura of blood sacrifice emanating from outside the city, thus ringing the alarm bells. Upon reaching the temple square, Bishop Colito had already gathered the temple knights and soldiers, and the combined forces set out toward the city's outskirts. Along the way, they met other bishops and priests from various churches, all sensing the malevolent energy and preparing to eradicate the source. In truth, the location of the blood sacrifice conducted by the Hand of Burning was not close to the city. Yet the overwhelming evil aura required to open a passage for legendary demons could still be felt by the bishops within the city. Recognizing that the large contingent would take at least half a day to arrive, Kristin proposed, "Esteemed bishops, let us fly ahead." Agreed. Accompanying them were the 6th-tier mage Ramos Aiken and the 6th-tier druid Ronister, who produced flight scrolls to enhance the bishops and temple knights. Kristin then unfolded the wings of her angelic armor, and the group took to the skies towards the direction of the evil altar. The Hand of Burning had chosen this location for their evil altar, likely intending to lure the townspeople out. Otherwise, they could have easily found a more secluded spot. As the party soared above the malevolent altar, the legendary demon Naphtali emerged, flanked by his minions. Without hesitation, Kristin activated her magical ring, unleashing 4 fireballs upon the altar, hoping to disrupt the teleportation, but alas, they were thwarted by the altar's formidable power, only managing to incinerate a few nearby demon worshippers. Upon spotting Kristin among the skyward figures, Naphtali erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Duke Stewart, are you surprised? Did you not expect this?" However, Kristin had no time to engage with him. Realizing the fireballs had been ineffective, she swiftly urged her companions to flee. Following Naphtali through the portal were 2 legendary figures, a Death Knight and a Lich. The Death Knight brandished his runic longsword and declared, "Naphtali, enough of this banter. Let us pursue and eliminate them swiftly. Our safety is at stake." After all, they found themselves deep within the heart of the human kingdom, a place they could not ordinarily access without the calamity that had unfolded. Every passing moment increased their peril. Thus, the 3 legends, accompanied by 5 masters, employed their flight abilities to give chase. In flight, Kristin instructed, "Let us separate. Whoever escapes must seek aid." Chapter 305, Battle of Legends, Part 1. Despite the bishops being high-tier professionals, in a legendary battle, they were more of a hindrance than a help. Kristin proposed the idea of fleeing separately, fearing that if a confrontation ensued, they would become a liability. The dilemma of whether to assist them would be untenable. Saving them while struggling to safeguard oneself was a daunting prospect, and not saving them would leave several bishops present. Kristin led Alicia and Carlatani in one direction, while the others split into smaller groups, each taking a different path. Naphtali's sole objective was Kristin. He disregarded the others entirely and pursued her, wielding the pseudo-artifact, the Sphere of Binding. This artifact created a spherical area with a radius of 1,000 meters, wherein all individuals, save for the wielder, were unable to utilize any teleportation, phasing, or blinking spells. Not even Ilminster's escape could be invoked. Having put forth such effort, Naphtali was thoroughly prepared to prevent his target's escape. Witnessing this scene, the bishops felt a deep sense of admiration for Duke Stewart's selfless act of diverting the demon's attention to ensure their escape. Vowing to pray for her well-being in the realm of the divine, none believed Kristin could survive the onslaught of 3 legends and 5 masters. Alicia had resumed her dragon form, swiftly carrying Kristin and Carlatani. Under normal circumstances, a dragon's flight speed would easily outpace the demons, but their foes, unbound by spatial constraints, were able to utilize advanced teleportation, drawing ever closer. After a considerable distance, Alicia, realizing they had not shaken off their pursuers, asserted, "I will hold them off." "You must flee." Kristin shot her a disapproving glance, replying, "You intend to confront 3 legends and 5 masters alone? That is madness." Alicia, flustered, replied, "What shall we do? We cannot all perish here." Kristin glanced back and asked, "Carlatani, can you hold off that lich for a moment?" "Yes," came the response. Though a mere master-tier assassin would struggle to contend with a legendary mage, Carlatani, being a 7th-tier arcanist, could manage it with the aid of magic. "Alicia, you deal with the major demon. I will handle the rest." "Kristin, you have lost your mind. This is beyond your capabilities." Alicia shouted, "Have faith. I have never taken a risk without assurance." "Carlatani, pass me the Temporal Disruption Pearl." The Temporal Disruption Pearl, charged for 7 days, could be activated for 1 hour, creating a 50-meter radius of interference, within which any spatial spells, items, or magical arrays would be rendered ineffective. However, the Sphere of Binding's domain remained unaffected by this restriction. "You fear I will escape using spatial magic, yet I fear you may flee as well. Alicia, employ your dragon's roar to cover my incantation." Utilizing her spellcasting specialization, Kristin began to chant her spell, while a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, masking the initial part of her incantation. Alicia could clearly hear Kristin's chant. Astonished by her ability to cast such advanced magic, yet with imminent danger looming, she set aside her shock to focus on the battle. Holding the Sphere of Binding, the legendary demon Naphtali executed an advanced teleportation spell, bringing himself and the others within 200 meters of Kristin. In a sudden maneuver, Alicia spun, launching Carlatani into the air. In mid-flight, Carlatani vanished from sight, Utilizing the assassin's skill, Shadow Step, Alicia, in her dragon form, charged at the legendary demon Naphtali. The Death Knight, attempting to intercept, was met with the completion of Kristin's spell as a radiant sphere enveloped him. The 9th tier spell, Binding, could imprison the target within a separate spherical space until released by the caster or rescued by another. If the caster attempted to bind another, the previous target would be automatically freed. The success rate diminished with the disparity in attributes between caster and target. Typically, an 18th tier mage would struggle to bind a legend. However, Kristin, as both a Dragonblood sorceress and an arcanist, boasted superior attributes, considerably narrowing the gap with the legendary Death Knight. Moreover, the arcanist's hidden attribute enhanced spell success rates, thus she succeeded in her casting. The choice to target the Death Knight stemmed from the Lich being a mage himself, leaving uncertainty regarding his means of escaping the binding spell. Furthermore, it remained unclear whether Naphtali's sphere of binding would influence the effectiveness of her spell. Infuriating. The legendary demon Naphtali gritted his teeth in frustration. He had meticulously planned every detail, yet he never anticipated that Kristin would conceal her professional rank, implying she was at least a 17th level mage capable of casting 9th level spells. However, he could hardly be blamed, as throughout history, few mages in their 20s have reached such heights, with the exception of the first generation of divine offspring and a handful of heroes. Naphtali could scarcely fathom such possibilities. Even more critically, he had unwittingly granted his adversary ample time to cast her spell. The threat posed by a mage able to chant incantations with such composure was inconceivable. At this moment, there was no time for further contemplation. Alicia unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards him, necessitating an immediate evasion. In her dragon form, Alicia indeed matched the legendary demon Naphtali in power, especially in aerial combat, where she held a distinct advantage. The legendary Lich possessed the capacity to intercept the spells cast by Kristin, but Keratani had already appeared behind him, her silver-inlaid dagger lunging forward, leaving him no time to react. This legendary dagger's sole attribute was its ability to disrupt magic, capable of piercing any protective spells of 3rd level or lower, a hallmark of Keratani's celebrated career. Ordinarily, a Lich could simply cast a 4th level Dimension Door spell to create distance, rendering the assassin a negligible threat. After all, even the most formidable Shadow Stride could not outpace teleportation. He had sufficient time to retaliate with a counterspell. However, due to the pseudo-artifact, the Binding Sphere, held by the legendary demon Naphtali, the Lich's spatial spells were rendered ineffective. Chapter 306, Battle Against Legends, Part 2, of course. Even with her spatial spell suppressed, a legendary Lich was not easily vanquished by an assassin of the Master Tier, even one wielding a legendary dagger. Swiftly casting a 3rd level hold person spell, Kristin's legendary prowess ensured its success against the Master level opponent. Indeed, Keratani's dagger struck from behind. Yet the Lich was ensnared only by an illusion. At the moment she executed her Shadow Stride, Keratani had simultaneously cast a 2nd level invisibility spell upon herself and created an illusion with a 1st level silent image to divert the Lich's attention. Initially clad in robes adorned with the insignia of a 7th level mage, Keratani had been perceived as a mere spellcaster. Unbeknownst to the Lich, her Shadow Stride revealed her true form, a disguised assassin. Furthermore, even an assassin dabbling in magic was still required to chant their spells. Who could have anticipated that Keratani was an arcanist with the expertise to cast spells of 0 to 3rd level instantaneously? Thus, the Lich was successfully deceived. Keratani's dagger aimed directly for the Lich's soul flame within its head. In a critical moment, the Lich activated a magical ornament, casting a 4th level stone skin spell just in time to withstand the assault. With no opportunity left for further spellcasting, the legendary Lich, whose body was as resilient as steel, reached out to grasp Keratani, knowing that a successful hold would result in grievous wounds. With a resounding crack, Keratani severed the Lich's attacking hand, having swiftly cast a 3rd level Dispel magic, nullifying the Lich's stone skin. Although the Lich's arm was as strong as iron, it proved insufficient against the legendary dagger. Boom, boom. The Lich, enraged at being successfully ambushed by a Master Tier assassin, retaliated with a close-range fireball spell, opting for a mutually destructive strategy. This forced Keratani to employ her Shadow Stride to escape. Nevertheless, she could not entirely evade the flames and explosive remnants, but thanks to her protective spells like Mage Armor, she emerged unscathed. The loss of a hand was inconsequential for the Lich, as it flew away from the Binding Sphere's influence. It cast a floating spell on its severed hand, enabling it to return and reattach itself. After casting the Binding spell, Kristin did not hastily deploy the time-space interference gem, reserving it for a crucial moment. Instead, she activated several magical ornaments, unleashing a barrage of magic missiles that obliterated the protective spells of a master-tier demon mage. Simultaneously, the opposing forces retaliated, using magical ornaments to instantaneously cast several low-level attack spells. However, Kristin's battle armor rendered her immune to spells of 5th level or lower, rendering their counterattack futile. Following this, Kristin retrieved a scroll containing a 6th level disjunction spell from her hidden cache, activating it. This scroll, valued at around 20,000 gold coins, was a rare acquisition even for someone of Kristin's current stature. The outcome was immediate and devastating, eliminating the master-tier demon mage, the most significant threat neutralized. With the most dangerous master-tier mage dispatched, the remaining 4 lesser demons posed little threat, particularly in aerial combat. Kristin soared ahead while the demons pursued. Yet this did not hinder her from utilizing her expertise in mobile spellcasting to chant her incantations. She extended a finger, casting an 8th level ray of frost, which dispatched one master-tier demon, followed swiftly by a 7th level finger of death that eliminated another. Normally, even with the demise of the demon mage, the remaining master-tier demons possessed similar spell-like abilities. During the chase, several spells were unleashed upon Kristin, including summoned lightning, command spells, fireball, and scorching rays. Despite their formidable nature, Kristin, clad in armor that negated spells of 5th level and lower, did not evade these attacks, leaving the demons to suffer the consequences. Adding to their frustration was the fact that, aside from the legendary demon Naphtali wielding the Binding Sphere, all others within a 1,000-meter radius found their ability to use teleportation or similar spatial spells severely restricted. Originally intended to prevent Kristin from fleeing via teleportation, this limitation inadvertently confined the demons themselves. The advantage of the great demon lies in its physical prowess. Its close combat abilities are exceptionally formidable. Coupled with its innate skills in advanced teleportation, it is unperturbed by ranged attackers. However, now that its teleportation abilities are rendered useless, it is forced into an unfamiliar aerial combat against Kristin, causing considerable frustration. Among those present, the most disheartened is undoubtedly the legendary Death Knight, who, after making a single remark upon his arrival, was promptly confined to a dark chamber. His armor possesses certain magical resistance attributes and includes several treasures and magical items that defend against spell attacks. If the adversary were to employ offensive spells, even a 9th level spell might not lead to certain death. Yet, against confinement spells, those that impose restrictions, the Death Knight finds himself utterly helpless. With only a master-level demon and a master-level demon-blooded rogue remaining, the two recognize the dire situation. The demon seizes the rogue and hurls him towards Kristin, who, in turn, utilizes Shadow Step to instantly appear before her. Simultaneously, the rogue activates a one-time magical talisman. With a crack, the talisman shatters, enveloping him in a magical shield. This 6th level spell grants its bearer immunity to spells of 5th level or lower for a brief moment. If crafted into a talisman, even an ordinary person unable to cast spells could employ it. However, such artifacts from the era of the ancient Ganatheral magical empire are not only exorbitantly priced, but also exceedingly rare. The demon-blooded rogue contemplates that Duke Stewart might indeed be a magical prodigy, having fortuitously acquired a set of armor that grants immunity to spell attacks. Yet, now that he has magical immunity, can he not triumph in close combat? Tragically, he discovers that he truly cannot prevail in melee. In terms of physical capabilities, Kristin's unique ability, Dragon Form, acquired at the 15th level, allows her to transform into a colossal dragon in human guise. No matter how formidable the demon-blooded rogue may be, he is not a demon, and thus cannot compare. In terms of combat skills, even Carlatani pales in comparison to Kristin, let alone a mere rogue. Consequently, this legendary demon-blooded assassin meets his demise at the hands of Kristin. Chapter 307. Confronting the Legendary, Part 3. Although it may seem that the battle transpired over an extended period, in reality, it unfolded in mere minutes, during which Kristin eliminated 4 out of 5 master-level demons. The remaining demon hesitates to continue fighting, but with the legendary demon Naphtali present, he dares not flee, opting instead for a passive approach. Naphtali is taken aback that not only did the 5 master-level demons fail to vanquish Duke Stewart, but they were also bested by her. Particularly the demon-blooded assassin, who, despite his magical immunity, was dispatched by a sword thrust from a mage, an occurrence so incredulous that few would believe it. Yet, it is the truth, and he must adjust his tactics, directing his flight toward Kristin. His objective is now to slay Duke Stewart. Once she is dead, Naphtali can retreat. At this moment, Kristin is soaring toward the legendary Lich, as she can employ spatial spells now that she is out of the confinement sphere's range. The Lich swiftly creates distance from Carlatani, who dares not approach to attack. Thus, Kristin and Carlatani switch adversaries, with Kristin confronting the legendary Lich and Carlatani facing the master-level demon. With no opponent to contend with, the Lich begins to cast a spell, intending to free the imprisoned Death Knight. As Kristin approaches, the Lich continues his incantation, momentarily diverting a fraction of his mental energy to activate several magical adornments. Consequently, 2 4th-level spells, Lightning Spear, and 2 3rd-level spells, Fireball, are unleashed upon Kristin. However, after a burst of electric light and smoke, Kristin remains unscathed and continues her advance. Faced with this outcome, the legendary Lich is compelled to cease his spellcasting. An armor capable of completely resisting spells below the 4th level is indeed a remarkable artifact. The origin of this Duke Stewart's armor is a mystery, but eliminating her necessitates the use of higher-level spells. The legendary Lich commences his incantation, while Kristin also prepares her own spell. The Lich completes his spell first, sending forth a red beam from his fingertips that strikes Kristin. This 7th-level spell, Finger of Death, is capable of instantly slaying its target. At the precise moment the spell makes contact, a glimmer emanates from the earring Kristin wears in her right ear, nullifying the spell's effect. This ancient artifact, a gift from the death god Yegas, grants immunity to all necromantic spells, including Finger of Death. Kristin acknowledges that there was an element of chance in her decision. She wagered that the legendary Lich would opt for this commonly used necromantic spell, and her gamble paid off. Kristin's spell, however, is slower to cast than the Lich's because she is invoking a 9th-level implosion spell. The Lich's 2 triggered magical items activate automatically, bestowing him with a mage armor and a protection against elemental damage. Yet, these inferior protective spells prove utterly ineffective. Following this, the chain trigger spell activates, including an immediate enhancement of a mage armor, a necromantic healing, and a teleportation for escape. However, Kristin activates the time-space disruption pearl she possesses, thwarting the Lich's spatial escape attempt. The Lich, struck by the implosion spell, is instantly inflated like a balloon before bursting with a resounding pop. This obliterates his physical form. Yet his soul retreats to the phylactery, allowing for revival after a period of recuperation. Nonetheless, the loss of his equipment is significant, even for a Lich with a millennium of resources. In truth, legendary Liches are not so easily vanquished. However, Kristin, being both a sorceress and a mage, possesses formidable strength. Equipped with 2 artifacts and several high-level treasures. Most critically, she emerged victorious in her gamble for survival. The legendary demon Naphtali, who was pursuing Kristin, is momentarily stunned upon witnessing her obliterate the Lich with an implosion spell, nearly falling victim to a Lich's dragon fire as a result. With the Lich defeated and the last master-level demon dispatched by Carlatani, only the legendary demon Naphtali remains, alongside an imprisoned Death Knight. A dragon can ensnare itself, and a mage with ample time to cast advanced spells wields tremendous destructive power. Although Naphtali boasts a formidable physique as a demon and possesses several protective artifacts, he dares not continue the fight. In such circumstances, there is little to discuss. Fleeing is imperative. With the containment orb in Naphtali's possession, no one within a radius of 1,000 meters, except for him, can cast teleportation spells. Thus, if he were to employ high-level teleportation to escape, even the transformed dragon Alicia would be unable to pursue him. However, Kristin would not allow the demon, who had already discerned her secret level, to flee. She promptly hurled the temporal disruption orb she held, interrupting Naphtali's teleportation spell. This was swiftly followed by a barrage of spells. 8 first-level spell slots unleashed 40 magic missiles instantaneously, while 10 spell scrolls launched 50 more, resulting in 90 blue projectiles that shattered all protective magical shields surrounding Naphtali. Had it not been for the legendary demon's immunity to fire and lightning spells, he would have faced further assaults from Fireball and Lightning Spear scrolls. Utilizing spell instant casting, the combined spell slots of the Dragonblood Sorcerer and the Mage expended 6 6th-level spell slots to instantaneously cast 3 disjunctions, 6 5th-level spell slots for 3 Bigby's protective hands, and 8 4th-level spell slots for 4 Isaac's lesser missile storms. Following this, Alicia unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon him, sparing no effort and ensuring a direct hit. Despite the legendary demon's remarkable resilience, enduring such an onslaught led to his immediate demise. After the battle, Alicia reverted to her human form and quickly pulled Kristin close, pressing her face forcefully against her chest, delivering a punishment laden with pressure. Kristin, you have attained the rank of an 18th level mage yet concealed it from me. This deeply saddens me. No, I didn't. Please let go and allow me to explain. Alicia loosened her grip slightly and replied, you have caused me great anxiety. You must provide me with a satisfactory answer today. Kristin gasped for air and responded, I told you. You simply forgot. When did this occur? If you mentioned it. I could never have forgotten. It was at that time when we were. Upon hearing this, Alicia vaguely recalled Kristin mentioning her rapid ascension due to her soul energy, suggesting she could soon reach the 17th or even 18th level. However, at that moment, as they were tangled together on the bed, Alicia had assumed Kristin was merely babbling in excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, Kristin had indeed broached the subject with Alicia, which could not be deemed intentional concealment. Yet, even setting aside the unique situation at hand, it was difficult for Alicia to believe that a mage in her 20s could genuinely be an 18th level practitioner. Nevertheless, Alicia could not admit her own lack of attentiveness and insisted, I don't care. You have concealed the truth from me. I haven't. You have. If I say you have, then you have. As a dragon rider, you have deceived your mount and must offer compensation. Fine, fine, fine. You can choose from the spoils first. No, they are all worthless. I will not be so easily deceived. Then what do you want? I don't know, but don't think you can placate me with trifles. How about a village? You can collect taxes yourself. One village is insufficient. I want two. Do not be greedy, just one. Do you realize the psychological toll this has taken on me? Two. Two it is, but we shall never speak of this again. Agreed. In reality, their exchange was merely playful banter. According to the Continental Accord, dragons are prohibited from holding human titles or lands. Yet this did not prevent Alicia from savoring the joy of tax collection. The next task involved cleaning the battlefield. Upon the demise of the legendary Lich, his treasure chest vanished, leaving the contents a mystery. Fortunately, they managed to recover all magical equipment, which included a legendary staff amplifying necromancy, 2 fireball rings, 2 lightning spear rings, an automatically triggered mage armor ornament, and an automatic protective elemental damage ornament, along with a few scattered items. The legendary demon Naphtali had sustained so many spell attacks that his equipment, including the containment orb, was rendered useless, resulting in no spoils of war. However, the other master-level demons possessed a dozen magical items, including 2 legendary artifacts, which were quite commendable, to eliminate 2 legendary foes and 5 master-level demons. Kristin and Carlatani had nearly exhausted their spell slots, and their magical equipment had been depleted. They were left with 1 captured legendary Death Knight. The remarkable achievement they had accomplished could be considered extraordinary, ranking among the heroic deeds in the annals of the continent's history. Normally, they could have awaited reinforcements to surround the Death Knight, but Kristin, wishing to conceal her strength, needed to eliminate him before others arrived. The legendary Death Knight, ensnared by the containment spell, was unaware of the events transpiring outside, including the defeat of the legendary demon Naphtali and the Lich, rendering him susceptible to their plans. After careful arrangements, the 3 surrounded the orb containing the Death Knight, each preparing for an attack. Carlatani held a 4th-level dimensional anchor spell scroll, intending to unleash it immediately after releasing the Death Knight's confinement to prevent him from using spatial magic items to escape. Alicia transformed into her dragon form, tasked with seizing the Death Knight upon his emergence to prevent flight and control any potential counterattack. Kristin wielded the pseudo-artifact Lightning Lance, responsible for slaying the Death Knight. This weapon, borrowed from the Dragon Kin, spanned 2.5 meters in length, extendable to 5 meters if needed. Clearly a lance suited for a dragon rider. It was entirely reasonable and undeniably impressive for Kristin, despite being a mage, to don armor and engage in battle with such a spear. The pseudo-artifact, being an artifact in its own right, possessed indestructible qualities alongside 3 additional attributes. Firstly, this lance possesses a sharpness of 2, which escalates to 4 when enhanced by high-level magical weaponry, enabling it to pierce the legendary armor of a Death Knight with ease. Furthermore, this lance is imbued with the skill to anticipate an enemy's movements, usable 3 times a day, providing a complete prediction of the opponent's next action, effective against legendary beings and those of lesser ranks. However, while foreseeing the adversary's subsequent maneuver is one aspect, successfully striking them is another. Thus, the efficacy of this skill hinges on its application. Wielded adeptly, it is a divine technique, but misused, it becomes futile. Lastly, this lance possesses teleportation abilities, usable 3 times daily, akin to a level 4 spell of a mage's gate. As the trio prepared, at the instant Kristin dispelled the binding spell, an invisible wave emanated from the point of confinement, activating the dimensional anchor. The Death Knight that appeared before them shimmered with teleportation light, indicating he indeed possessed a spatial escape artifact, albeit it proved ineffective. This was anticipated by the Death Knight, who exhibited no sign of panic, simultaneously unleashing a fear aura and abyssal inferno. The former is a mass fear spell that can render the weak-willed paralyzed by profound dread, during which they are unable to act or cast spells. The latter, centered on the Death Knight, releases a ferocious wave of fire, with a radius of up to 150 meters when cast by a legendary being, also possessing a certain repelling effect. The trio had long anticipated these two moves from the Death Knight. Both Alicia and Carlatani were fortified with Kristin's level 8 spell, Mind Barrier, granting immunity to mental attacks. In her dragon form, Alicia is immune to spells of level 3 and below and is additionally shielded from elemental damage, thus unperturbed by the fire wave. Carlatani, having cast her spell scroll, vanished with a shadow step. Kristin, clad in armor that grants immunity to spells of level 5 and below, found herself unaffected by these two spells. As the Death Knight cast his spells, he brandished his runic longsword and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Alicia's dragon claws. Naturally, the strength of a Death Knight of the same rank could not rival that of a dragon, yet Alicia, merely a master tier, would inevitably be shaken off. However, that fleeting moment proved sufficient. Kristin's lightning lance pierced the soul fire of the Death Knight. The adversary attempted to evade, but the proximity, combined with Alicia's grip and the lance's predictive skill, rendered him unable to escape. No, the Death Knight let out a wretched scream just before his demise, followed by a tremendous explosion. Chapter 309. Aftermath of Battle. Although Alicia hurled the Death Knight away at the moment of his explosion, he was a legendary being, and the event occurred too suddenly for her and Kristin to evade the aftermath. Both plummeted amidst the smoke of the explosion. Alicia, in her dragon form, bore formidable magical and physical defenses, sustaining only moderate damage, and safely landed at the last moment. Kristin, despite her armored protection, was grievously injured due to the explosion's overwhelming force, far surpassing a level 5 spell. Fortunately, she was caught by Carlatani, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Carlatani promptly produced a purity amulet to heal Kristin. This artifact allows for 1 moderate healing per day. The divine effect was immediate, swiftly transforming Kristin's severe injuries into moderate damage. "Quick, drink this," Kristin urged, retrieving 3 vials of moderate healing potions from her secret stash to administer to Alicia. Despite her own significant injuries, she knew the priest would arrive soon to remedy them. Alicia, being a dragon with magical resistance, would not benefit much from divine healing spells, even upon reverting to her human form. Nevertheless, the healing potions, crafted from special herbs and augmented with divine spells, would yield 50% efficacy when ingested. Despite the necessity for large doses due to her dragon physiology, and each vial was costly. Finally, "It is over," Kristin sighed, reclining on the grass. "I'm utterly exhausted. Let us await rescue." Regardless of the circumstances, the incoming foe had been vanquished, and her true level information remained undisclosed. As for the fleeing lich, it would take years for it to recover, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Alicia lay beside her, stating, "A lich has escaped. I shall write to my clan to have them exhume his grave." Indeed, Kristin concurred. Carlatani, having scoured the area, returned with only a legendary runic longsword, her expression one of disappointment. The self-detonation was too thorough. Nothing else remains. Kristin accepted the longsword and handed it to Alicia. "Take this back to your father. I believe it would be improper for us to deceive him without offering something in return." Alicia, placing the longsword into her secret stash, replied, "What is wrong with that? If I don't give it to him, I shall keep it as a memento." Kristin shrugged nonchalantly. "I am indifferent. I've offered it to you. And should the clan leader inquire, I shall not bear the blame. Rest assured, I shall convey your goodwill to my father. But the item shall not be given to him." Would anything acquired by a dragon be relinquished so easily? The first to arrive were the cavalry of the guard. During their escape, mages Ramos Aiken and druid Ronister had teamed up. Upon encountering the cavalry, Bella swiftly gathered her forces and hastened to their aid. While 200 cavalrymen may seem inconsequential against legendary beings, their duty was to protect the Lord, and knowing the Duke was in peril, they would charge into danger regardless. Thus, Ronister the druid led the way back, while Ramos Aiken the mage remained behind not out of cowardice, but rather to seek assistance. Fortunately, they had left traces in their flight, and Ronister utilized his tracking abilities within the forest to guide them swiftly to their destination. "My Lord Duke." Bella gasped in shock upon seeing Kristin lying on the ground and rushed towards her. Kristin reluctantly sat up and spoke. "I am fine, do not worry. You frightened me." "My Lord Duke, I am relieved you are unscathed." Kristin feigned a weary tone and continued, "It is all over now. Please search the surroundings to see if there are any remnants left from the battle." "As you command." While the legendary demon Neftali, the renowned Lich, and the infamous Death Knight met their demise in a violent explosion, the armor and items they bore were of exceptional quality. Even the scattered fragments could be fashioned into exquisite daggers, making them highly valuable. However, Kristin would not share the true situation with her subordinates. She had already devised a story. Under the meticulous search of 200 individuals, they managed to recover nearly 90% of the scattered remnants, if not perfectly intact. Two fortunate souls even stumbled upon magical items that had likely been overlooked by Carlatani during her initial sweep of the battlefield, a common occurrence in the forest. Shortly after the guards located Kristin, Savannah arrived. Ramos Aiken, the mage, and several bishops who had scattered during the chaos reached Nantes simultaneously, promptly sending out distress signals to Dominaria and France City through portable communication arrays. Upon receiving the news, Savannah immediately requested Monica Bellucci to use the 7th level spell, Greater Teleportation, to transport her to Nantes, and she flew directly there. As per the book's lore, the 5th level spell, Teleportation, allows a mage to transport themselves to recorded coordinates, with each level permitting a 50-kilometer distance. The 7th level spell, Greater Teleportation, can carry up to 7 individuals, including oneself, with similar effects. Although teleportation is accessible to 9th-tier mages, many masters struggle to master it due to the precision required. Even a slight miscalculation could result in dire consequences. If one were to appear thousands of meters off their intended coordinate, they might survive if they materialized in the sky, but would have a high chance of perishing if they emerged underground. Fortunately, Monica Bellucci had been a master mage in life and continued her studies in spellcraft in her spectral form, giving her the confidence to perform the spell. Upon seeing Savannah arrive, Kristin curiously inquired, "How did you arrive so swiftly?" Savannah, relieved to see everyone safe, explained, "I teleported here." Kristin mused aloud. "I must devise a solution. Relying solely on the Mage Tower's teleportation arrays is not sustainable. It is important to clarify that teleportation arrays are not exclusive to the Mage Guild. Major churches and kingdoms also possess them. However, only the Mage Guild has established branches and towers in every county of each nation, while churches and kingdoms only set up arrays at significant locations as needed. The rationale behind this is twofold. The establishment and maintenance of teleportation arrays are costly and unnecessary to duplicate, and the feudal structure of the continent makes it impractical for kings to build their own arrays in noble cities. Thus, Nantes hosts only one Mage Guild tower, which has now been destroyed. Savannah's timely arrival was ultimately facilitated by Kristin's portable communication array, which served as a coordinate point. The challenge remains that after teleporting, one must still fly to the destination. While this time the distance was manageable, future emergencies could lead to delays if the distance is considerable. Chapter 310, Post-Battle Matters, Part 2. Not long after, several dark figures appeared in the sky, revealing themselves to be reinforcements. Although they arrived later than Savannah, their response was remarkably prompt. King Louis and several high-ranking church leaders issued rescue orders immediately upon receiving the magical communication. However, the attacking demons included 3 legends, necessitating at least an equal number of legendary defenders in the rescue party. Fortunately, France City, being the capital, typically housed a legendary mage, and the headquarters of the Order of the God of Order was located there, ensuring at least one legendary paladin was present. The presence of 1 or 2 additional legendary figures from other churches would suffice. Consequently, the legendary mage cast Greater Teleportation, bringing along 4 legendary and 3 master-tier individuals to Nantes, along with those who had come to deliver the message. As they soared through the sky, they spotted Kristin and her companions. Although they were baffled by how she had survived and where the enemies had vanished, the sight of her alive was the most reassuring news. Upon landing, they promptly arranged for several bishops to provide her with healing. Kristin, feigning endurance against her wounds, rose with Savannah's assistance and bowed, stating, "Your Highnesses, esteemed masters, I am grateful for your timely rescue." The legendary mage, Michel Montan, spoke on behalf of the group. "Duke Stewart, please do not rush to rise. Allow yourself to be treated first." "Thank you, Your Highness." With several bishops present, Kristin's injuries were swiftly healed, leaving no trace of her affliction. However, her pallor remained strikingly pale, enhancing her delicate appearance. Alicia's injuries required rest, as dragons are rarely wounded, yet when they are, the healing process is considerably intricate. Legendary Mage Michelle Monton inquired, Duke Stewart, could you recount the events of the battle? The others adopted attentive expressions, eager to understand how Kristin had survived the assault of 3 legendary demons and 5 master-tier foes. Kristin recounted the prearranged tale. At that moment, Alicia, Carlatani, and I realized escape was impossible. I then told the pursuing legends that I possessed a treasure map, which incited discord among them as they vied for its possession. The listeners displayed expressions of astonishment. It was indeed a novel occurrence to witness legends quarreling mid-battle. Kristin continued, I informed them that I had discovered a relic from the ancient Nazriel magical empire, from which I had acquired immense wealth and treasures, enabling my rapid rise. If they spared me, I would lead them to the site. Legendary Mage Michelle Monton responded, Duke Stewart, while your claim may be credible, mere wealth and treasures would not typically incite legends to turn against one another. Both the legendary demon Neftali and the Lich and Death Knight he had summoned would have conducted thorough investigations into Kristin prior to their actions, as it was implausible for a newly minted duke to deceive them solely based on her claim of a treasure. Kristin explained, if it were merely treasure, it would hardly be so alluring. But what if I were to discover a floating city left behind by the ancient Nasarima magical empire? The legendary mage, Michelle Montaigne, firmly dismissed her claim, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. The ancient Nasarima magical empire left no floating cities behind. How could anyone believe such a thing? Kristin produced an object and replied, Your Highness, you are indeed correct. It is common knowledge that floating cities from the era of the Nasarima magical empire could not possibly remain. However, that legendary lich chose to accompany me in search of treasure upon seeing this, and a legendary demon desired it as well, leading to their internal conflict. The legendary mage Michelle Montaigne gazed intently at the object in Kristin's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stammered, Duke Stewart, you cannot be serious. Kristin smiled and said, Your Highness, if you believe my words could hold truth, it is no wonder the others fell for it. A look of embarrassment crossed Michelle Montaigne's face as he admitted, Duke Stewart, I indeed lost my composure. The item you presented is simply too precious. May I be so bold as to examine it? Kristin graciously replied, Your Highness, feel free to take a look. Michelle Montaigne carefully took the object from Kristin, studying it earnestly, while the other 3 legends gathered around, their intrigue palpable. The reason the others chose to believe Kristin's words upon her revealing the object was due to its nature as the key to the floating city of the ancient Nasarima magical empire. Its provenance was straightforward. It was a gift from Savannah to Kristin. With the floating city now gone, the key had lost its utility, even if the gods forbade it. Any mage who advanced in skill would invariably delve into the lore of the ancient Nasarima magical empire. Liches, in essence, are mages who pursued immortality, often being more obsessive in their studies than ordinary mages. Some liches do not even believe in deities, residing in neutral or even abyssal planes, rendering the gods' prohibitions ineffective. Consequently, their research into the ancient Nasarima magical empire's lore could be conducted without restraint. Upon Kristin's revelation of the key, lower-tier mages might not recognize it, but legendary mages, even if unfamiliar with specific texts, had certainly heard of them. Despite knowing the improbability of floating cities surviving, the mere possibility intrigued them. Moreover, a legendary mage could discern the authenticity of the key at a glance. The number of keys to a floating city is unknown, but they are undoubtedly rare. The individual qualified to possess this key is certainly not ordinary. Could the place where this key was found harbor other valuable artifacts? Faced with such certainty, should they choose to eliminate her immediately or allow her to live until after the exploration of the ruins? Those present felt that, had they been in a different situation, they would undoubtedly choose the latter, as Kristin's words were too enticing, and the object she presented indeed bore persuasive weight. Demons, liches, and death knights simultaneously uncovered this monumental secret, and their ensuing discord was entirely predictable. As for Kristin, she merely needed to provide a plausible explanation. The escalation from internal strife to mortal combat among the 3 was beyond her comprehension. In this context, the assembly had largely accepted Kristin's assertions. With minimal inquiry into finer details, their attention fixated on this key to the floating city. It is worth noting that only one such key is known to exist, safeguarded at the headquarters of the Mage Guild, and now a second had emerged. Merely touching it would provide ample fodder for boasting. Chapter 311, Aftermath, Part 3, The legendary figures exhibited a far greater interest in the key to the floating city than in how Kristin had escaped peril, naturally prompting inquiries into the origins of her acquisition. Kristin did not withhold the truth, revealing that it had been bestowed upon her by Savannah. When questioned about Savannah, she stated it was a relic of her father, though she was unaware of its origins. The legends were well acquainted with Savannah's exploits and prowess. If she could produce such a formidable offspring, her father must have been at least a legendary figure himself. It is a common practice for legends to traverse various planes in search of further opportunities, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the key's acquisition. And thus the matter was settled. With 4 legendary figures and 3 master-tier mages coming to her aid, Kristin felt compelled to express her gratitude, typically through the offering of gold coins. However, legendary mage Michel Montaigne awkwardly proposed, "Might I borrow the key to the floating city for research purposes?" The other legends readily concurred. The key to the ancient Nasarima magical empire's floating city was not the typical metallic key. It was, in essence, a magical artifact and thus possessed significant research value. Given that Kristin could produce such an item, she anticipated the subsequent events and agreed to lend each legendary figure the key for a month. This delighted them, even though one of the legendary figures was a paladin. There were mages within the church who would regard borrowing such an object as a notable accomplishment. The legends departed joyfully with the key, and the 3 master-tier mages' remuneration would be covered by the legendary figures, effectively strengthening their ties. After bidding farewell to the assembly, Savannah suggested that the forthcoming construction of the Mage Tower be entrusted to her and Monica Bellucci. After all, the recent attack had been aimed at Kristin, and no one could guarantee there wouldn't be a second attempt. Even if replacements were made, it would have to wait until Alicia had recovered from her injuries. Kristin readily acquiesced. The victory in this battle was attributable to various factors, including equipment and fortune. It could be said that had another been in their place, the outcome might have differed. First and foremost was Alicia, who, despite being a master-tier mage, possessed a racial advantage due to her draconic heritage. Thus, the legendary demon Naphtali decided on a strategy of containment rather than elimination, assigning her a legendary lich as her opponent, which indicated a significant level of regard. The legendary Death Knight's opponent in the plan was Savannah. However, what came as a surprise was that Kristin was, in fact, an 18th-tier mage, becoming the most significant variable in this battle. An even greater miscalculation occurred when the demons underestimated her capabilities, allowing Kristin to successfully cast a spell that imprisoned the Death Knight, thus depriving the demonic faction of a major force. Carlatani was able to restrain the legendary lich due to her mastery as a 7th-tier archmage, possessing the ability to wield spells. The demons further erred in their judgment, believing the battle to be simple. Consequently, even though the lich was similarly constrained by the confinement sphere limiting its teleportation abilities, it paid little heed. Once the lich exited the confinement zone and regained its teleportation capability, Carlatani dared not approach, fearing an immediate demise. The unexpected turn of events forced the legendary demon Naphtali to confront the dragon form of Alicia alone, a confrontation that was inherently disadvantageous for the demons, who relied heavily on physical prowess. In a clash against the dragons, even a legendary being facing a master was merely a contest of equals. Naphtali had envisioned a scenario where 5 master-tier demons would contend with Kristin alone, a strategy devised due to her status as a 9th-tier mage, equipped with a spatial artifact known as a treasure chest. For spellcasters, despite their exorbitant cost, spell scrolls possess no significant drawbacks. Their high price stems from the increased failure rate of transcribing higher-level spells, coupled with their expiration. If not utilized by the due date, they become ineffective. Thus, most mages prepare primarily low-level spell scrolls, yet one can never anticipate what treasures a wealthy mage might store within their chest. Naphtali had mentally prepared to lose 3 to 4 master-tier demons to eliminate Kristin, yet he still underestimated her, as Kristin possessed an artifact armor that granted immunity to 5th-tier spells. In terms of profession, level, and equipment, the demons were at a disadvantage, and the battlefield favored aerial combat, an arena where demons were ill-equipped. It was no surprise that Kristin managed to slay 4 of the 5 master-tier foes. Regarding the swift demise of the Death Knight, it was a consequence of being outmaneuvered. However, even without the ambush, victory was beyond reach. In its dragon form, Alicia was able to withstand the Death Knight's assaults, providing Kristin ample time to cast her spells. The disparity in power between a mage able to cast in safety and one who cannot is monumental. The former resembles soldiers of a rocket brigade launching nuclear missiles, while the latter is akin to them charging with rifles. Similarly, It is unsurprising that the legendary demon Naphtali fell to the relentless barrage of Kristin's spells. In a certain neutral plane, a grand castle stood majestically upon the hills. Within the hall, a plainer merchant was eloquently presenting his wares to the legendary lich before him. In this realm, there existed no being more formidable or affluent, and the merchant sought to secure a favorable price for his goods. Abruptly, the lich interrupted the merchant's discourse. "That is enough for today. Return tomorrow." The merchant immediately bowed and replied, "As you wish, I shall take my leave." With a flash of teleportation, the lich moved from the hall to a chamber, thereafter opening a concealed door to enter a secret room. She removed her outer robe, revealing her true form, a beautiful woman with flowing white hair. Reaching for a jewelry box on the vanity, she opened it to reveal a reflection of another woman, identical to herself. The lich inquired, "I did not expect you to have been slain. What was the outcome?" The woman within the box replied, "Oneria. I took the opportunity of being employed by the legendary demon Naphtali to journey to the primary world, where I encountered that Duke Stewart. She is undoubtedly the person mentioned in the prophecy." The lich Oneria asked, "Can you be certain?" The woman responded, "I dropped my pendant there yesterday. There can be no mistake. Moreover, I was slain by her. Had I killed her, she would not be the one from the prophecy." "Then it is worth my while to meet her," the lich remarked. The woman displayed an indifferent expression and said, "If there are no further matters, I shall retire to rest." "Very well, none remain." As the woman began to fade away, she added, "As a mere avatar, I must reiterate, you are indeed miserly, even reluctant to gift me a few treasures, leading to my demise." Chapter 312. Master Tier Dragonblood Sorceress in Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower's master bedroom. Kristin stood before the mirror in her closet, allowing Alicia to dress her in an array of outfits, her expression one of utter disinterest. "I believe this one is quite satisfactory. No need for further changes," she stated. Alicia handed her a dress, saying, "Try this one on. Since you promised to compensate me, you must adhere to my arrangements. Besides, I am currently injured and deserve special treatment." As Kristin changed, she muttered softly, "I see no signs of injury on you." Alicia pulled her closer, pressing her against her chest, saying, "Listen to your heart. Is it not wounded?" "Let go of me. I concede," Kristin replied. Alicia finally released her, casually fixing Kristin's tousled hair. Once Kristin finished changing, Alicia nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. This shall be the attire. No need for accessories. We wouldn't want you to injure yourself." In the time that followed, Kristin sought to soothe Alicia's wounded heart and care for her, partaking in a role-playing game where they acted out a scenario of an evil dragon abducting a princess. As expected, the conclusion was grim. The princess endured relentless torment at the hands of the dragon, only to be released once the malevolent creature was satisfied. In the latter half of the night, Kristin was abruptly awakened by excruciating pain, a sudden wave of agony sweeping over her body. Seizing the opportunity to move, she carefully extricated herself from Alicia's embrace, and the weight of her limbs draped over her waist, staggering to the bathroom. Once the soundproof door closed behind her, the pain intensified, rendering Kristin incapable of standing. She could not even grasp for support, collapsing to the floor in convulsions, eventually crying out in anguish. The severe agony caused her to lose track of time. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, Kristin finally ceased her convulsions, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. She had finally ascended to the 15th tier Dragonblood Sorceress, and the torment was a result of the transformation of her bloodline upon her body. Uncertain if others experienced the agonizing pain of being nearly overwhelmed upon ascending to the 15th tier, it is undeniable that the abilities acquired post-promotion will not mirror her own. According to the lore of this narrative, the lineage of Dragonblood is derived from colossal dragons, and the so-called promotion is a continuous purification of one's bloodline. The higher the tier, the closer one draws to the source of the bloodline. Upon reaching the legendary level, one effectively becomes a diminished version of a dragon. Thus, upon ascending to the 15th tier, Dragonblood sorcerers often exhibit certain ancestral traits. The dragon eye manifests as vertical pupils akin to those of dragons, solidifying the true eye's power, enabling the sorcerer to see through invisibility, disguises, and other arcane arts, as well as to perceive spiritual entities, ethereal beings, and concealed magical portals. The dragon horn appears as two curved horns adorning the head, granting the Dragonblood sorcerer 2 additional proficiencies. Much like wizards, a 15th tier Dragonblood sorcerer possesses 3 proficiencies. However, with the addition of these 2, their power significantly amplifies. The dragon scale covers the body, save for the head, in fine scales. While aesthetically unpleasing, This confers formidable defensive capabilities, akin to wearing a suit of armor, along with immunity to spells of the second tier and below. However, this immunity extends to enhancement spells as well. The dragon wing manifests as a pair of wings sprouting from the back, granting the sorcerer the ability to fly unaided by spells, with speed, altitude, and agility that far surpasses flight spells, providing a considerable advantage in aerial combat. The dragon body is characterized by a physique that is notably more robust and imposing than that of an ordinary human, exhibiting remarkable strength and resilience. Capable of grappling with cyclopean giants. The spells of dragon blood sorcerers are not acquired through study, but are innate abilities. While they can easily become wizards, some may lack the necessary intellect, leading them to pursue a life as warriors instead. These traits are relatively common. Rare and unique abilities will remain unmentioned. Any dragon blood sorcerer achieving the 15th tier may acquire one or two of these abilities, largely determined by their fortune. Yet, Kristin, in stark contrast, lacks these characteristics. More precisely, her manifestations deviate from those of typical dragon blood sorcerers, resembling instead the transformation into a humanoid dragon. Her eyes burn with clarity, capable of perceiving the illusory, while her delicate fingers can effortlessly pierce through heavy shields. With a clenched fist, she can send charging earth dragon knights flying. Despite her seemingly fragile skin impervious to blades and spells of the 3rd tier and below, cascading locks of hair can snap the necks of magical beasts with ease. Conversely, other dragon blood sorcerers may find themselves unable to attain such abilities even at the legendary level due to sheer misfortune. Of course, with these extraordinary gifts come significant drawbacks akin to those of dragons. The efficacy of healing spells is drastically reduced or may prove entirely ineffective. Following her recent battle with the legendary foe, Kristin's mage level ascended to the 20th tier, a mere step away from the legendary status. This rapid progression is attributed to her unique attributes as an arcanist, the tutelage of Savannah, who possesses the arcane knowledge of the ancient Nazriel Empire, and the companionship of Alicia, well-versed in magical lore. Having endured numerous life and death encounters, the most pivotal aspect remains the spark within her. Kristin's foremost concern regarding her bloodline's impulsive symptoms has been alleviated, though regrettably. The complete resolution of issues that other dragon blood sorcerers achieve at the 15th tier will necessitate her ascension to the legendary tier. In her current form, she appears as an ordinary girl, endowed with the ability to transform once daily, though she can revert at will. Regular monthly treatments will prevent the resurgence of her bloodline's impulsive symptoms, allowing her to live free of fear during those few days of the month. Upon returning to her transformed state, Kristin activates the control array of her bathtub, filling it with warm water, and begins her cleansing ritual. Since arriving in this world, she has encountered a myriad of beings, both biological and non-biological, witnessing an array of peculiar phenomena that have dulled her sense of astonishment, even when such occurrences transpire in her own life. As she soaked, Kristin succumbed to slumber, only to awaken later in her bed, turning to find Alicia gazing intently at her. "Kristin, why did you sneak off to bathe in the middle of the night, and why did you fall asleep?" Alicia inquired, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. "When I noticed your absence, I searched for you and was taken aback by what I found. Fearing you might have drowned in the bathtub." Kristin playfully pinched Alicia's nose, retorting, "Could you possibly refrain from speaking such nonsense? How could I drown in a bathtub?" "Yet it indeed appeared as such," Alicia countered, launching an attack on Kristin's vulnerabilities, forcing her to relinquish her hold in defense, resulting in a prolonged bout of playful banter before they finally rose. Chapter 313. The Onslaught of Demons, Part 1. The island of Sardin, now overrun by demons, has been utterly transformed. To the west, north, and east, the shipyards serve as the epicenter of devastation, with trees felled for miles around, exposing barren earth and stone, marred by various signs of burning. Under the relentless push of the archdemons, hordes of lesser demons emerge from the spatial rift at the island's center, having trampled the forest into 3 distinct paths due to their sheer numbers. Beneath the rift, beyond the already constructed pyramid-shaped platform, stands a grand stone assembly hall. This structure towers over 10 meters, supported by numerous stout columns adorned with abyssal-style carvings, exuding an aura of sinister beauty. Within the hall, seated in succession are the commanders of the invading demon forces, alongside the underlings of the Lord of the Fractured Domain, the red-clad servant of the legendary demon Isaac, and the minions of the Lord of Darkness, Grast, the legendary demon Benjamin, the subordinates of the Flame Domain Azrael, and the legendary Fire Beast Ehud, as well as the minions of the Flame Lord Azrael and 8 other legendary beings. They do not represent the entirety of the elite forces of the invading demon army. 7 additional legendary demons are stationed at the front lines, for even demons require intervals for rest and replacement. Isaac spoke candidly. I have summoned you all to inform you that Naphtali is dead. The assembled demons, each possessing their own channels of information, had already been aware of this event and showed no outward signs of surprise. He continued, Naphtali's subordinates, those at the master tier, are off limits. You may subdue the other archdemons as you see fit. Instruct the lesser demons to launch an all-out assault on humanity tomorrow. Agreed. Several legendary demons echoed in unison. The legendary demon Naphtali has perished. The formidable demons he brought shall inevitably be divided among other demons, while the lesser demons, deemed worthless, can be sacrificed to humanity. However, the Master's rank holds significance even for the demon lords, and thus, out of respect for the formidable reputation of Prince Demagogen, they cannot act too recklessly. So it is decided. Isaac continued, the spatial rift will close by the end of this year at the earliest, and by early next year at the latest. I am preparing for one final assault. Do you have any objections? There were none. Despite Isaac's authoritative tone, the assembled great demons did not genuinely acquiesce. Rather, they would adhere to their own agendas once turned away from his gaze. The reason for their apparent compliance was their fear of Isaac's higher rank and the punishment it could entail. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. My arrival is quite timely. Upon seeing the figure in the black cloak entering the hall, Isaac was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, Lord Munekim, you have graced us with your presence. The other great demons also rose and bowed, greeting him, Lord Munekim. If I had not come, your forces would have been consumed by these few, he remarked, referring disdainfully to the armies, which he considered of little worth. The great demons present dared not speak further, and Isaac respectfully relinquished the prominent seat to Munekim. As he was a demigod-level demon, though legendary in status, such demons remain within the realm of humanity. Crossing into the demigod tier signifies an entrance into the realm of deities, a fundamental distinction. The legendary demon Benjamin was nearing the demigod threshold. Yet until he crossed that line, he could not rival Munekim. It would take the combined efforts of 8 legendary demons to contend with Munekim, and uniting demons was an arduous task. In the multiverse, demigods are not uncommon, yet many beings possess demigod-like power without having ascended to true divinity. While the path from legendary demon to demigod lacks the igniting of divine fire as a prerequisite, the conditions remain exceedingly stringent. Prince Demagogen's decision to send Munekim was indicative of a significant plan. Isaac respectfully inquired, Lord Munekim, what brings you here? Munekim answered without preamble, stating, I have 2 matters at hand. First, to retrieve an artifact from the Eternal City, the capital of the Apennine Kingdom. Second, to eliminate Duke Kristin Stewart of the Fran Kingdom. The great demons present exchanged incredulous glances, for the Eternal City was not only the capital of the Apennine Kingdom, but also the headquarters of the Church of Light. Though it lay a mere 30 kilometers from the coastline, its defenses were formidable. The value of the artifact was undeniable. Its storage would likely be within the palace or the church's headquarters. For demons to acquire anything from these locations, breaching the Eternal City seemed the only option. Yet, it was not that they lacked the desire, but rather the capability, as evidenced by their current predicament. In contrast, the task of eliminating Duke Kristin Stewart appeared considerably simpler. Naphtali's demise, as reported, resulted from a human conspiracy, which seemed reasonable given that a duke who rose during a calamity could hardly possess great strength. Munekim, observing the expressions of those present, discerned their thoughts and stated, I have devised a plan to procure the artifact from the Eternal City. You need only follow the instructions provided. The assembly responded in unison, as you wish. Then he continued, now, let us discuss the means of dispatching Duke Kristin Stewart. I am aware of Naphtali's situation. Do you have any superior suggestions? Isaac bowed and asked, Lord Munekim, may I inquire why the elimination of Duke Kristin Stewart is imperative? Having researched the Duke, Isaac noted that the initial attempts on her life were made by the subordinates of the 8-armed serpent demon Queen Shatarli, followed by the minions of the succubus Queen Mykenshut. However, after their failure, no further actions were taken. Thus, he found it perplexing that Munekim would focus on a noble from a human kingdom, even one as rare as a duke on the continent. This is the will of our Lord, Prince Demagogen, stemming from an uncertain prophecy. The Lord cannot definitively ascertain whether this Duke Kristin Stewart is the subject of the prophecy. Yet her existence has thwarted many of our plans. Without her, Benjamin would have likely already ascended. Upon hearing this, the legendary demon Benjamin rose and declared, You are correct. Lord Munekim, I, too, Wish to eliminate this Duke, Kristin Stewart, who obstructs my ascension. Monakim nodded to Benjamin and continued, since our Lord deems this Duke, Kristin Stewart, must perish, and she stands as a hero opposing us from the human side, then let us proceed with her execution. With the demigod Monakim declaring the assassination of Duke Kristin Stewart as a directive from Prince Demagogen, there were no further objections. Prophecies are often nebulous, and even the involved parties may remain uncertain of their implications. Since the onset of the calamity, numerous legendary figures from both sides have fallen, rendering Naphtali's death less surprising. Reports from nefarious organizations active in the human realm indicated that Naphtali succumbed to a human conspiracy. The Duke had lured Naphtali into conflict with hired legendary liches and death knights using a key to a floating city from the ancient Gunseral magical empire, leading to his downfall. Now, with Monakim seeking their opinions, the legendary demon Benjamin remarked, Lord Monakim, although the intelligence suggests Naphtali was slain by this Duke Kristin Stewart's machinations, I propose we regard Naphtali as having been killed by her. We merely require a stronger force to ensure success. This exemplified the typical demon mindset. While they appreciated cunning, they revered strength above all. Regardless of whether Naphtali was indeed killed by the Duke, dispatching a force exceeding 3 legendary beings would suffice. Other great demons unanimously concurred. For scheming indeed requires time, yet what they lacked was precisely that. Monakim's so-called consultation was merely a formality, for among demons, strength dictates authority. Thus, it was declared, let us swiftly eliminate Duke Stewart, then concentrate our efforts on seizing the artifact in the Eternal City. Thereafter, he produced a faux artifact, proclaiming, My lord, the demon prince is generous. Whoever slays Duke Stewart shall claim this artifact. These legendary beings were vassals of different demon lords, and even Monakim, a demigod, knew that to sway them without offering sufficient incentives was futile. Clearly, a mere faux artifact was enticing enough. The legendary demon Benjamin was the first to speak. Lord Monakim, I am willing to lead a group to slay Duke Stewart. The unruly Prince Talzarkaz's subordinate, the legendary assassin Simon, also expressed his willingness. Lord Monakim, I too am eager to lead a team to eliminate Duke Stewart. The other great demons echoed their sentiments, for who would not covet a faux artifact? No rush. I will notify the others on the front lines, and we shall select 4 to embark together. Monakim understood that the more participants there were in the contest, the more advantageous it would be for the completion of the task. Although the other great demons were reluctant to increase their competition, the proposal originated from Monakim, and thus he held the authority to decide. A week later, the chosen assailants to eliminate Duke Stewart were determined. The legendary demon Benjamin, the legendary fire demon Finkelman, the legendary assassin Simon, and the legendary succubus Alona, each accompanied by 2 master-tier subordinates. Whoever succeeded in slaying Duke Stewart would claim the faux artifact. The arrangement was clear. Complete the task first, then receive the reward. Having sworn allegiance to the abyss, they were not concerned about Monakim going back on his word. Being demons, they could not outmaneuver one another without being detected during their oaths, thereby ensuring the validity of this pact. In the calamity of war, the legendary and master-tier combatants from both demons and humans could abstain from direct engagement, yet they were required to maintain a strong presence in the ranks. As long as they emanated a hint of their formidable essence, the rest could battle fiercely below. Take the port of Marseilles in the kingdom of Fran as an example. The demon side currently had 4 legends among their forces, while the humans had an equal number of legends plus the Mage Tower, sufficient for defense. Should circumstances change, both sides could swiftly redeploy their elite forces via teleportation arrays. Therefore, even if one side had a temporary surplus or deficit of high-tier combatants, as long as it was brief, the situation would remain stable. This also elucidates why the legendary knight Johnny Kyrick could teleport back to the capital, France City, to meet with Kristin. However, if one side's elite forces were significantly outnumbered for several days, the situation would become perilous, prompting the larger force to initiate probing attacks. If reinforcements arrived in time, it would be manageable. Otherwise, the larger force, unrestrained, would inevitably prevail. The excess legendary tier combatants would not merely join forces with their allies to outnumber and besiege the opponent. They could also wreak havoc upon lower tier officers and common soldiers without anyone being able to stop them, leading to the collapse of the army. Thus, if the demons were to dispatch 4 legendary and 8 master tier combatants, those resting in the rear would have to step up, which they would naturally resent. Nonetheless, with the demigod Monakim overseeing the operation, their reluctance was of no consequence. Next came the crucial issue: how to infiltrate deep within the continent and eliminate Duke Stewart. The former was straightforward. The malevolent organizations lurking within the continent could utilize blood sacrifices to open a portal, a method well known to humans yet impossible for them to prevent. Since the attempted assassination, Duke Stewart had ceased visiting cities without mage towers, and even if a city possessed a mage tower, she would not venture beyond its scanning range. Complicating matters significantly, the mage tower could teleport individuals to any location within its scanning range, and conversely, could also return anyone from that range. Setting aside the fact that demons would be detected upon entering the mage tower's scanning perimeter, even if the demons employed high-level teleportation spells for a surprise attack. A slight delay by the guards would allow Duke Stewart to escape. The 4 legendary and 8 master-tier demons were certainly capable of breaching a mage tower. Yet this would require time. The mage tower housed teleportation arrays, and reinforcements from other cities, not to mention other nations, could arrive swiftly. Thus, they needed to acquire an artifact capable of disrupting spatial spells, but unfortunately, none were available in the short term. As for spells like dimensional anchors, while useful in ordinary circumstances, they could not halt the teleportation initiated by a mage tower. Even a level 4 spell would be ineffective. Therefore, they had to devise a strategy to create an opportunity for an attack, at least to compel Duke Stewart to leave the mage tower's scanning range. Once the opponent was unable to flee, Benjamin and his allies remained confident. Even if human legends arrived for immediate reinforcements, it would take them several minutes. And with 4 legendary demons on the demon side, even 2 or 3 legendary combatants from the human reinforcements would be of little consequence. Moreover, considering that Duke Stewart was a dragon knight, 4 of the 8 master-tier demons were 4-armed bat demons, capable not only of flight, but also of magic suppression. The remaining 4 were demon-blooded mages, each equipped with numerous spell scrolls. Everything was in place. They merely awaited an opportunity. Chapter 315. The Demon's Full Assault, Part 3. In Dominara City, within the castle of the Mage Tower, in the reception hall, Elena entered and reported, "My lord, the envoy from Baron Nasal has arrived." A knight following closely behind stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I salute you, esteemed Duke." Kristin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The knight respectfully presented an invitation, stating, "My lord, the Baron's eldest son is to wed next week, and he hopes to invite you to attend." Elena accepted the invitation and presented it to Kristin, who glanced at it and replied, "Please inform Baron Nasal that I will be in attendance." "Thank you, my lord. I shall certainly convey this to the Baron." For a noble family, the birth and marriage of the eldest son are significant events, necessitating invitations to fellow nobles within the county for the celebratory banquet and wedding. Kristin is not only the most prominent noble in the Loire Valley, but also the highest-ranking noble beneath the kings and grand dukes on the continent. According to tradition, the legitimate heir of Baron Nasal must send invitations upon marriage. Other great nobles in the county, due to territorial exchanges, currently reside in Dominaria City. A knight under Baron Nasal's command diligently delivered invitations to each noble house, completing the task within a single day. However, this was merely the beginning, as invitations were to be sent to lesser nobles and honorary nobles starting the next day. After all, a wedding is best celebrated with a lively gathering. Nasal town is situated at the mouth of the Loire River as it flows into the Bay of Biscay, making it a port town. Although the rise of Dominaria City has led to a decline in maritime traffic at this small port, the Baron's income remains relatively stable as goods from upstream Loire must be transferred from riverboats to seagoing vessels here. The boat ride from Dominaria City to Nasal town takes approximately 2 hours. Due to the impossibility of random demonic appearances at sea, the nobles from the former Loire County accepted the invitation, many arriving a day early. The wedding ceremony was scheduled for just before noon, and Kristin was set to arrive in time. As the old ships had been sold and new ones were yet to be built, she traveled aboard the Sari, a 3-masted heavy cruiser, accompanied by another cruiser for protection and several merchant vessels carrying horses. Her entourage included Carlotani, Elena, and Olivia. Kristin did not invite Alicia and Savannah, the former being a princess of the Silver Dragon clan and the latter an elven master. Their status was beyond what Baron Nasal could rightfully extend an invitation to. Carlotani, now publicly recognized as a 7th-tier mage, posed no issue, while Olivia had also attained the same rank, merely seeking to join the celebration for leisure. As Kristin ascended to the dukedom, her power grew, and Olivia's family prospered through collaboration with the Tulip Trading Association. Her father, Count Babuz Magna, had cultivated relationships with numerous nobles from the city of Fran, ensuring Kristin was informed of any significant happenings in the capital. At this moment, Nazarport was impeccably clean, with all unnecessary personnel cleared away. Baron Nasal awaited the arrival of Duke Stewart alongside his officials. Two warships slowly docked beside the pier, prompting the port manager to direct the crew to secure the ropes and set up the gangway. First, the guard soldiers, led by Knights Bella and Agnes, disembarked in an orderly fashion and proceeded to the port square. Following them, Kristin approached with Elena and others in attendance. As the sound of a long horn resonated, Baron Nazar and his accompanying officials approached Kristin, bowing respectfully. "We salute you, esteemed Duke Stewart, and welcome you to the Nazar domain. Your presence is a great honor." Kristin smiled in response. "Good morning, Baron Nazar." In typical circumstances, as the host, Baron Nazar would introduce his officials to the guest. However, given Kristin's elevation to Duchess, such formalities were deemed unnecessary. They thus proceeded directly to the carriage destined for the temple of the agricultural goddess where the wedding would take place. The carriage and the cavalry's mounts had been transported from the accompanying merchant vessels. As they were prepared to return the same day, only 50 cavalrymen were brought along. The streets surrounding the temple were secured by soldiers, meticulously cleaned and adorned with flowers at strategic locations. Upon the arrival of Kristin's carriage, guests lined up according to rank at the entrance to welcome her. 20 cavalrymen dismounted first, flanking the red carpet under the guidance of Knight Bella. Once the carriage came to a halt, the driver lowered the footstool and opened the door, allowing Elena to step out first, standing by as Kristin gracefully descended. Nobles present bowed in unison. "We salute you, esteemed Duke Stewart." Kristin nodded in acknowledgement. "Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies." Due to the limited capacity of the temple's main hall, only nobles were permitted to witness the ceremony, while attendants and guards remained outside. A 7th-tier priest, responsible for the ceremony, approached Kristin promptly to offer his respects. As the wedding commenced, amidst the apprentice's praises of love, the bride and groom entered the main hall to stand before the divine statue. The eldest son of Baron Nazar was strikingly handsome, a warrior by profession, tall and robust, clad in a fitting noble attire. The bride, the daughter of a Viscount, wore an elaborate gown and possessed a captivating beauty. In a society governed by primogeniture, the daughter of a Viscount was nonetheless regarded as an educated and cultured free citizen, and marrying a baron's heir to become a future baroness naturally required an appealing appearance. The bride's parents were present, thrilled that Kristin attended the ceremony, an opportunity no one could decline, given her rapport with the Duke. The wedding proceedings involved first consulting the couple, then their parents, followed by the guests, before swearing oaths to the deity, conducting the baptism, and concluding the ritual. Next came the banquet, held at Baron Nazar's estate, where decorations of colorful flags adorned the buildings, and flowers were laid from the entrance to the main hall. The territory's flourishing economy allowed for an extravagant celebration, and due to the proximity to the commercial hub of Dominaria City, all necessities were readily available at a reasonable cost. Before the banquet commenced, guests presented gifts to the newlyweds according to their status. Kristin gifted a fine wine from Elven Island, which brought considerable prestige to the Nazar family. As the fleet docked and Baron Nazar welcomed Kristin's party, a man disguised as an ordinary citizen observed the entire scene from a modest 2-story house in the distance. Once the procession departed the port and nothing unusual caught his eye, he feigned nonchalance as he ventured onto the street, soon disappearing into the winding alleys. When he re-emerged, he had changed into the attire of a thief, lurking near a secluded wall within the town. Although the villages that have previously experienced spatial rifts will not face a second occurrence, certain forests and wastelands remain susceptible to the random arrival of demons. Thus, soldiers continue to guard the entrances and exits of the town, and watchtowers are erected at regular intervals along the town's walls. However, due to the prolonged absence of demon attacks, the on-duty soldiers have grown complacent, allowing a man disguised as a thief to easily scale the walls and slip into the adjacent woods. Not far from the town of Nazir, a figure lay in ambush atop a large tree, and upon seeing the thief, he promptly leapt down to greet him. "George, quickly report the situation to our lord," he urged. George nodded silently and followed him to a hastily constructed wooden hut. Inside, they were greeted by the formidable demon, Benjamin, whose presence was concealed by an inscribed cloaking array on the ground. In a low voice, George reported, "Lord Benjamin, Duke Stewart has arrived at Nazir, accompanied by the 9th-tier mage Carlotta, the 7th-tier mage Olivia, the 5th-tier mage Elena, along with 2 knights and 50 cavalry. However, I did not observe the dragon princess Alicia, nor the elven master Savannah, nor any other individuals who appeared to be high-tier professionals." "Excellent," Benjamin replied. George continued, "Duke Stewart's fleet departed the port after disembarking its passengers. An intelligence suggests she will leave Nazir today. I suspect the fleet is lingering just offshore." "This is your reward," Benjamin said. placing his hand on George's head as a surge of dark power flowed into him. As they prepared to confront Duke Stewart, the demon faction intended to mobilize the forces of their malevolent organization towards Brittany and the Loire region. With the imminent marriage of the Baron of Nazir's eldest son, it was imperative to ascertain the guest list. Hence, the demons planned to strike during the wedding. One could only wonder why Duke Stewart dared to arrive with such a small entourage. Perhaps the safety of traveling by sea reassured her. Or perhaps she intended to remain at the wedding for only a brief time. Reports indicated that the Baron of Nazir had instructed his subordinates that Duke Stewart would only stay for about 2 hours, setting aside the possibility of an ambush. Even if an attack were to occur, the guards would likely buy enough time for Duke Stewart to withdraw. The fleet's strategy of remaining offshore rather than docking was to minimize departure time. Upon sensing danger, they could swiftly employ flight spells to escape, unless pursuers maintained relentless vigilance. Once the fleet was out of sight, it would be nearly impossible to track them across the vast ocean. Clearly, Duke Stewart had meticulously considered her safety for this journey. In terms of practicality, even if she had previously suffered from a traumatic encounter with the legendary demons, the likelihood of facing such an assault again was minimal. The entire demon invasion force contained only a limited number of legendary entities. It was implausible that they would squander their time plotting the demise of a singular human duke, especially after an unsuccessful attempt. However, propelled by the ephemeral prophecy of a demon prince, they proceeded with their plans. The original intention was to wait for Duke Stewart's arrival before the malevolent organization conducted a blood ritual to open a portal, allowing 4 legendary demons to bring along 8 master-tier demons. Yet, Benjamin possessed an artifact that concealed his aura, which had previously enabled him to infiltrate the half-elf city of Astolero in Cantabria. Now, he utilized this artifact to penetrate Nazir. He commanded, "Proceed with the blood ritual as planned." The members of the malevolent organization acknowledged his orders in unison. Benjamin's strategy was to act first if Duke Stewart's guards were weak, and when the portal opened, the arrival of others would effectively cover his retreat. After all, the stakes involved a pseudo-artifact, and he had no desire to share it. The blood ritual required the sacrifice of 10 individuals, with the primary source of energy provided by Sardinia. For the malevolent organization, this posed no challenge. They could discreetly abduct 10 individuals from nearby villages without drawing attention. As the demon followers began preparations for the ritual, Benjamin soared toward Nazir. Kristin was the first to sense the approaching demonic presence and promptly declared, "Demons are attacking. Evacuate immediately." The guests, caught in a state of merriment, were startled by her sudden outburst, their utensils frozen in midair. Unfazed by their reactions, Kristin stood and announced, "I apologize, but I must take my leave." She swiftly exited the banquet hall, accompanied by Carlotta, Elena, and Olivia, leaving the guests in bewilderment. In the manor's courtyard, Bella and Agnes were resting with the cavalry, as they had only been instructed to stay for 2 hours, and none had dismounted to dine. Upon seeing Kristin emerge in haste, they immediately rose to salute her. "Your Grace, demons are attacking. We must leave at once," Kristin urged, and with that, she unfurled her angelic wings and ascended into the air, with Carlotta casting a flight spell to follow, having previously been instructed on how to respond to such situations. Elena and Olivia boarded the carriage while the cavalry swiftly mounted their steeds, escorting the carriage in another direction, dividing into 2 groups for retreat. If the demons pursued the carriage, Kristin would find safety. As for Elena and Olivia's fate, they understood the risks and accepted them. It was not until the sound of galloping hoofs faded that the guests in the banquet hall regained their senses. The priestess of the agricultural goddess, a mere 7th tier, only realized Benjamin had already flown outside the manor when he shouted about the impending demon attack, but it was too late. Benjamin had spotted 2 figures darting toward the port and ignored the landbound convoy, pursuing them instead. As he flew past the manor, he carelessly cast a fireball toward the main building, resulting in the deaths and injuries of dozens. Chapter 317, The Full-Scale Assault of the Demons, Part 5. Meanwhile, at the evil altar, following the blood sacrifice, the island of Sedine immediately received a signal. A large number of cowardly demons were offered as sacrifices, opening a portal through which the legendary Beloyan demon Finkelman, the legendary assassin demon Simon, and the legendary succubus Alona emerged, accompanied by master-tier demons. They were aware that the legendary demon Benjamin had gained the upper hand by stealthily infiltrating with a relic that concealed his presence. Yet they could not afford to hesitate, as they had sworn an abyssal oath with the demigod demon Meinhard. Sensing Benjamin's aura, the 3 legendary demons hastened to pursue him. As they passed the estate of Baron Nasal, Alona, in a fit of rage, unleashed an area attack spell. resulting in the deaths of several guests who were already in despair. Kristin and Carlotta relied on angelic gear and flight spells, respectively. Although their speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the legendary demons, and the distance between them continued to diminish. Even more astonishing was the emergence of 3 additional legendary demons, accompanied by 8 master-tier demons, trailing closely behind Benjamin. Did these demons have nothing better to do? Kristin mused, quickening her flight. Initially, she had intended to engage only after reaching the sea, thereby concealing her true strength. Having encountered the legendary demon Benjamin before, she believed she could handle him, given her advantageous equipment. However, the arrival of 4 legendary demons and 8 master-tier demons necessitated a change in her strategy. Benjamin, unable to merely follow silently, raised his hand and cast a talent spell, Lightning Javelin, striking Kristin. However, due to her armor's immunity to 5th-level spells, the attack was rendered ineffective. Suspecting that she possessed some relic that protected against lightning, he switched to a Scorching Ray spell, only to find it equally futile. Realizing that Kristin's armor could at least negate 4th-level spells, he acknowledged its status as a formidable artifact. In a long-distance pursuit where offensive spells failed to have an effect, his task became significantly more challenging. Benjamin then cast a talent spell, Greater Teleportation, aiming to close the distance for melee combat, but was taken aback when his opponent simultaneously employed the Dimension Door spell to widen the gap. Lacking any artifacts to restrict her teleportation or spells like Dimension Anchor, he found himself at a loss. Fortunately, Benjamin possessed superior flight speed, allowing him to catch up relatively quickly. The 3 legendary demons that followed, accompanied by master-tier demons, continuously utilized Greater Teleportation to maintain proximity, striving to avoid being outpaced by Kristin and Benjamin. Although Benjamin had hidden himself at a considerable distance from Nasal Town to avoid detection, the legendary demon's flight speed was remarkable, typically enabling them to reach Baron Nasal's estate in just over a minute. However, no one anticipated that Kristin, having leveled up and enhanced her perception, would detect Benjamin the instant he exited his concealment spell, prompting him to flee without hesitation. This brief moment of initiative allowed Benjamin to chase for quite a distance, eventually reaching the sea. In the half-plane, within the control room of the Mage Tower, Savannah and the spirit Vanifa stood side by side, gazing at the crystal orb before them. Soon, 3 luminous points swiftly entered the orb's field of vision. Vanifa immediately recognized their identities and stated, "Lady Savannah, our master and Lady Carlotta are fleeing ahead, pursued by a legendary peak demon." Savannah promptly commanded. As soon as Kristin and the pursuing legendary peak demon enter the designated range, initiate forced teleportation. Understood. A circular marker indicating the range appeared in the center of the crystal orb. The moment Kristin, Carlotta, and Benjamin entered the designated area, Vanifa activated the forced teleportation. Not far from the half-plane Mage Tower, a flat surface was laid with obsidian slabs, upon which a vast magical array was inscribed. Surrounding the array were 9 stone pillars, each adorned with different magical symbols. This was a replica of the ultra-long-distance teleportation portal from the ancient Nazrul magical empire. During the era when great archmages dominated the continent, countless spellcasters, warriors, constructs, and other war machines were deployed through such portals to annihilate their foes. Of course, due to limitations in magical materials, the current magical array was merely a simplified version of a simplified version, with a severely restricted teleportation range. However, centered around Dominaria City, its radius conveniently encompassed Nasal Port, which was why Kristin had felt secure bringing a few individuals along. In the event of an emergency, they could escape. After Kristin was ambushed, she began contemplating a strategy for retreat and support in areas devoid of mage towers. Savannah proposed the ultra-long-distance teleportation portal, which had finally been completed 2 weeks prior after over a month of construction. Thus, Kristin accepted Baron Nasal's invitation, viewing it as an excellent opportunity for a test should she encounter another demonic assault. She was determined not to merely use this portal for escape, but to wield it as a potent weapon. Within the Mage Tower's power chamber, the robust energy of the mithril core was continuously channeled into the magical array, unleashing an unstoppable force of spatial energy that transported Kristin, Carlotta, and Benjamin into the half-plane. The legendary demon Benjamin, airborne, found himself in an unfamiliar locale, where a colossal mage tower loomed amidst verdant hills and clear waters, with a vast magical array beneath his feet. Attempting to depart, he discovered he was ensnared by a formidable binding force, rendering him utterly immobile. The long-distance teleportation portal was undoubtedly equipped with defensive mechanisms to prevent enemies from infiltrating the returning forces. The energy for the binding array was derived from the mithril core. Even as a peak legendary being, Benjamin could not escape its grasp. Kristin and Carlotta bore protective talismans that identified friend from foe. Thus they were unaffected and swiftly exited the range of the magical array. Subsequently, under Savannah's orders, Vanifa activated the Mage Tower's weaponry to launch an attack on Benjamin. Once bound, not only could one not move, but also could not wield any spells or supernatural abilities, nor could one utilize magical artifacts. Purely relying on physical resilience to withstand the assaults of the Mage Tower, even a legendary peak demon could be extinguished in an instant. Chapter 318, The Demon's All-Out Assault, Part 6, Legendary Beloyan Demon Finkelman, Legendary Assassin Demon Simon, and Legendary Succubus Alona, accompanied by Master-Tier demons, were in pursuit of Kristin and Benjamin. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the trio vanished without a trace. Although the demon-born mages present could distinctly sense the spatial magic energy of the teleportation spell, the whereabouts of the three were a mystery. They found themselves in an unshielded expanse over the sea, where, with their keen eyesight, they could see for dozens of kilometers, yet no sign of Kristin, Carlotta, or Benjamin could be found. This perplexed all the great demons, as they had never heard of a teleportation spell capable of such vast distances. Searching was futile, and remaining in place was a folly. They had pursued Kristin and her companions for quite some time, and the townsfolk of Nasal, if not blind, would have already sent word to the cities with mage towers. This was the heartland of the Fran kingdom, if they did not hastily retreat. Even legendary beings would meet their doom upon detection by humanity. As for the destruction of several villages during battle, the humans would find it a fair trade to sacrifice 3 legendary demons and 8 master-tier ones. Thus, they turned back towards Nasal to capture humans for a blood ritual. The demons' blood rituals were notoriously versatile. As long as the number of sacrificed humans was sufficient, they could facilitate communication, teleportation, and power enhancement. With the town's population around 3,000, sacrificing about 100 individuals could open a portal to Sardin Island, allowing their return, and even grant them additional power if they sacrificed more before leaving. Elena and Olivia, leading the cavalry, returned to Dominaria City in less than half a day, promptly reporting the legendary demon attack on Nasal to Fran City. Thanks to the previous assault on Kristin, countries, including the Fran Kingdom, had prepared contingency plans for such events. Since Nasal lacked a mage tower and portable communication arrays to serve as teleportation coordinates, the 5 legendary and 5 master-tier reinforcements first teleported to Dominaria City before employing flight to reach the scene. As a result of this delay, by the time the human reinforcements arrived, more than half a day had passed. Most of Nasal's inhabitants had been sacrificed by the demons, with only a few fast runners or well-hidden individuals managing to escape, while the demons had long since fled. As for why the same method used to eliminate the legendary demon Benjamin was not employed against the great demons, it was due to the absence of a talisman for precise localization. The crystal ball of the half-plane mage tower did not allow one to see any desired location. It could only reveal the area within 100 meters of a talisman bearer. Similarly, it could only teleport the bearer and those within that radius back. Achieving this required the talisman bearer to be present within the teleportation range. For Kristin, this trial not only resulted in the annihilation of a legendary peak demon, but also confirmed the viability of this method. In the future, within 100 kilometers of Dominaria City, she would be secure and unafraid of high-level assaults from enemies. The greatest gain from eliminating the legendary demon Benjamin was the artifact in his possession that concealed one's presence, which was naturally entrusted to Carlotta, the assassin. As for the other assorted spoils, they need not be mentioned. Kristin had vanquished numerous demon-born mages and demons, acquiring an abundance of magical items, equipping her mages with powerful gear, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. During the previous assault, while Kristin had indeed defeated a legendary demon, a legendary lich, and a legendary death knight, she could only assert that a conflict had occurred, with the defeated perishing and the victors fleeing. Similarly, the details of her elimination of the legendary demon Benjamin could not be disclosed. When the human legendary reinforcements inquired about Kristin, she merely stated that she had sensed the danger early and fled quickly, claiming ignorance of the demon's actions post-pursuit. This explanation was met with universal belief. For if the demons had not been evaded, how could they have ceased their chase midway to return to Nasal and slaughter the populace? Furthermore, those who learned of the incident were astounded by Kristin's extraordinary fortune. If her luck was favorable, she encountered 2 legendary demon assaults. If her luck was unfavorable, she successfully escaped both times without a scratch. For both assaults, outsiders did not perceive them as targeting Kristin, even as a duke of the Fran kingdom. She was not deemed worthy of such concentrated demon effort. As the original nobles of the Loire River County had attended the wedding of the Baron of Nazel's eldest son, and were gathered in the banquet hall, they suffered significant casualties from 2 spell attacks, leading to their demise. Subsequently, the great demons returned for sacrifices, leaving no survivors. This resulted in the nobility of the entire Loire River County being transformed from fathers to sons overnight, particularly the family of Baron Nazel, which faced total annihilation, with the title now passing to a distant relative. Moreover, the visiting Viscount, who had come to attend the wedding, also perished. The newly appointed Baron of Nazel's first act was to sign a land exchange agreement with Duke Stewart, under conditions akin to those of Baron Shaoying. Under the noble convention, inheriting a title necessitated the payment of an inheritance tax, amounting to 1,000 gold coins for a baron. While not excessively burdensome, it depended on comparisons. This distant relative, being a petty merchant, could not afford such a sum. Failing to pay the inheritance tax would preclude the inheritance of the title, leading to a succession delay. If all eligible individuals were unable to pay, the territory would ultimately revert to the king. In general, it is permissible to defer the payment of inheritance tax until after the inheritor has assumed their title, as the presence of land guarantees repayment. However, due to a private leak from a certain unnamed official associated with the Stewart domain, no one dared to lend money to this heir. Upon receiving a kind warning from a friend, the heir realized his predicament and promptly traveled to Dominaria to request the Duke of Stewart to sign an agreement. Thus, with the funds provided by Kristin, the new Baron of Nazareth was born. Chapter 319, The Comprehensive Assault of Demons, Part 7, The Legendary Baylor Demon Finkelman. The assassin demon Simon and the succubus Alona returned to Sardinia, where they informed the demigod demon Munachim about the sudden teleportation of Kristin, Carlatani, and Benjamin. Munachim found this quite peculiar, for even at the legendary level, one must remain stationary to cast long-distance teleportation spells. How could a person simply vanish? As for the super long-range teleportation portals of the ancient Gunazirial magic empire, no one even considered that possibility. The current multinational teleportation arrays can cover vast distances, but they require a coordinate-providing magic array, akin to needing a mobile phone to make a call. The teleportation arrays of the Gunazirial era effectively eliminated this necessity. As long as one was within communication range, they could converse freely. This technology, desired by races in both the primary world and other planes, has yet to be replicated, save for the use of divine power. Initially, the demons were not overly concerned, believing they could simply inquire with Benjamin upon his return. However, the Duke of Stewart returned the next day, and yet a week passed with no sign of Benjamin. The evil organization lurking in the human world had not uncovered any news of his demise. Could a legendary figure truly vanish so easily? Although this matter was exceedingly strange, the demons could not question the Duke of Stewart about what transpired or why he returned without Benjamin. Moreover, Munachim lacked the time to investigate Benjamin's whereabouts. He had 2 missions in the primary world, and eliminating the Duke of Stewart was merely one of them. Following the unsuccessful attack, Kristin remained in Dominaria, refraining from further action. With no better strategies available, the focus shifted to seizing the artifact from the City of Eternity. The artifact Munachim sought was named the Revelation, which purportedly enhances prophetic spells and abilities. It is said to be stored in the Pope's Hall at the headquarters of the Church of Light, the very place where the Pope conducts his affairs. Stealing it would be impossible. This was the headquarters of a formidable and powerful church, not to mention the well-equipped temple knights guarding it. Furthermore, there was always at least one legendary figure stationed there, and the 5 mage towers formed a defensive array that rendered theft unfeasible. No creature could escape the scans of the mage towers, and the entrance to the important palace featured a detection array for evil. Certain areas containing valuable items required the divine magic of the god of light to access. As for a direct assault, while Sardinia is closest to the western coast of the Apennine Kingdom, the speed of the ships crafted by demons would necessitate at least a day's journey. The seas were swarming with human aerial scouts, who, riding their speedier mounts, could monitor vast expanses of ocean with ease. The demonic fleet would undoubtedly be detected. Thus, even though the demons attempted to repeat their previous tactics, merely constraining the Kingdom of Fran and the Iberian Kingdom while deploying their main forces against the Apennine Kingdom, the movements of their army would still be detected at least half a day in advance. This provided the other human kingdoms ample time to prepare their high-level forces for reinforcement through teleportation arrays. A dozen masters, accompanied by numerous high-ranking professionals and local troops, could easily withstand the onslaught of several hundred low-ranking greater demons and their thousands of lesser minions. For the demons, breaching a city requires either overwhelming high-end military strength or the capacity for rapid troop transport, preventing human forces from providing timely support. Since the demigod demon Munichim had arrived in the primary world, it signified that he had a strategy in place. One night, while besieging the port of Marseille in the kingdom of Fran and distracting the Iberian kingdom, the demons suddenly launched an offensive. For humans, this was not surprising. The demons had long been known for their erratic assaults, often initiated by the whims of their commanders. Simultaneously, over 50 low-ranking greater demons, accompanied by more than 5,000 lesser demons, set sail on wooden vessels to attack the city of Eternity within the Apennine Kingdom. As the defending knights and soldiers presumed this was merely another ordinary battle, the Mage Towers detected 5 ships, known as Chaos Vessels, racing towards them like lightning. Setting of the book, Chaos Vessels, also referred to as entropy ships, are the means by which demons traverse planes. These vessels are constructed from shattered bones, subservient souls, and the prayers of supplicants. Often employed in bloodshed against devils, they possess a frenzied power specifically designed to counteract order. The 5 Chaos Vessels, bolstered by protective spells such as fortification and light protection, traversed a spatial rift and arrived above Sardinia. Such demonic creations are prohibited from appearing in the primary world, especially those involving souls and supplicants, which are incompatible with the laws of existence and would dissolve like melting snow. Even with protective spells in place, Chaos Vessels would naturally disintegrate within an hour. However, this was sufficient. The cover of night significantly reduced the reconnaissance range of human aerial scouts, while the lightning-fast speed of the Chaos Vessels surpassed that of the scouts returning to relay the warning. In mere minutes, the Chaos Vessels could cross the Tyrrhenian Sea and hover above the City of Eternity. As the defenders gazed in astonishment at the massive flying objects appearing in the sky, a beam of white light descended from above, striking one of the Chaos Vessels. This light was so brilliant that it transformed the night into day. This was the divine retribution from the God of Light. The Chaos Vessel struck by the white light rapidly melted away, along with the greater demons and lesser demons aboard, who had no time to abandon ship before being consumed by the radiant energy, vanishing as if they had never existed. Immediately following, a second divine punishment manifested as a blinding white light, striking a nearby chaotic vessel. However, at that moment, the demons aboard had already leapt to safety, leaving behind only those sluggish enough to be consumed alongside the ship. In truth, all the demons on the vessel were making their descent, as the chaotic ship was hurtling forward at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of deceleration as it barreled towards the Mage Tower of the Church of the God of Light. This mode of transportation, employed by demons for interdimensional travel, was alarmingly swift, so much so that the protective magic array of the Mage Tower had no opportunity to activate. The intercepting spells launched against the chaotic vessel had some effect, but it was merely a trifling impact. Another chaotic ship was obliterated by the divine punishment's white light, and simultaneously, a tremendous explosion erupted as the 4th chaotic ship collided with the central Mage Tower, reminiscent of a meteor's descent. This was not the end. The clash of negative energy from the chaotic ship and the positive energy of the church's headquarters resulted in a violent explosion. The immense force not only created a crater nearly 100 meters in diameter, but also sent shockwaves that demolished structures within a 500-meter radius. Chapter 320. The Demon's Full Assault. 8. A defensive array comprised of 1 high-level mage tower and 4 mid-level mage towers was intended to envelop the core area of the church's headquarters in a magical shield. Yet, with the impact and subsequent explosion of the chaotic ship, the central high-level mage tower was annihilated, alongside critical buildings such as the Pope's Hall, resulting in significant casualties. As if that were not enough, a 5th chaotic ship simultaneously crashed into a mid-level mage tower, rendering the defensive array utterly ineffective and creating a breach for the attacking demons. These 5 chaotic vessels carried nearly 100 major demons and over 3,000 elite minor demons. Aside from the losses of more than 20 major demons and over 1,000 minor demons during the 1st and 2nd divine punishments, the remainder successfully infiltrated the headquarters of the Church of the God of Light. In this dire situation, the God of Light could no longer wield the formidable divine punishments, and sending an avatar would require some time. After all, avatars only manifest when necessary, each preoccupied with their own matters. Even true deities cannot instantaneously summon their avatars from distant realms. While the primary defenses of the Eternal City were concentrated in the port area, this was still the Church's headquarters, manned by numerous priests, temple knights, and soldiers. Thus, the extermination of these invading demons was merely a matter of time, albeit at a considerable cost. However, alongside the demons assaulting the Eternal City aboard the chaotic ships was the demigod demon Melek, leading 14 legendary demons, over 50 master-level demons, and demon hybrids. Although 2 legendary and 7 master-level demons perished in the aforementioned divine punishments, this force remained beyond what the Eternal City could contend with. Prior to launching this offensive, the demonic armies from the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Iberia constructed sinister altars in their camps, opening portals to transport both legendary and master-level demons back to Sardinia, then immediately boarded the already activated chaotic vessels. The fluctuations produced by a single evil altar were inconspicuous, and it wasn't until the legendary and master-level demons vanished that the human side became aware. At that moment, the demonic forces were mounting a massive assault, and the sudden disappearance of high-ranking demons left the defenders bewildered, uncertain of the demons' true intentions. With the legendary and master-level demons departed, the remaining mid to high-level major demons could not remain to face certain death, resulting in a chaotic retreat that fragmented the demonic army. The human defenders, seizing the opportunity, swiftly dispatched troops to pursue the fleeing adversaries. However, shortly thereafter, the defenders received a magical distress signal from the capital of the Apennine Kingdom, indicating that the demons had breached the Eternal City with their chaotic ships, destroying 2 mage towers. More crucially, the message revealed that the demon forces included a demigod, 12 legendary demons, and over 40 master-level demons, excluding the deceased. The people of the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Iberia quickly grasped that the transported high-ranking demonic forces were now attacking the Apennine Kingdom, prompting immediate efforts to send reinforcements. For legendary figures from the city of Marseille and the Kingdom of Fran were swiftly transported to the Eternal City, one of whom was affiliated with the Church of the God of Order. The remaining deities, the God of War, the Goddess of Agriculture, the Goddess of Magic, the God of the Sea, and the God of Justice, each contributed a legendary figure in support. As for the master-level demons, only a handful remained due to the recent demonic rout on both battlefronts. The master-level defenders tasked with pursuing the fleeing high-ranking demons could not leave their posts. To mitigate further losses during the pursuit, reinforcements had to be dispatched from the rear lines of various nations. Yet, a dilemma arose. The decision to send reinforcements rested solely with the king and the various church leaders. However, it was the middle of the night, and even if attendants were to rouse them immediately, the time required to assess the situation and make decisions, followed by the arrival of reinforcements, would inevitably be prolonged. The demons, however, would not grant humanity the luxury of time for support. In reality, their objectives were quite clear. Upon infiltrating the headquarters of the Church of the God of Light in the Eternal City, the mid and high-level major demons, accompanied by elite minor demons, were tasked with sowing chaos through indiscriminate slaughter and arson, while the demigod Melek and the legendary demons focused on eliminating the church's upper echelons. The master-level demons were to seize the artifact known as the Revelation and plunder any treasures they could find. The Eternal City, serving both as the capital of the Apennine Kingdom and the front line against the demonic invasion, boasted formidable defenses. In addition to 4 legendary figures, the royal family and the church each had a hidden demigod. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice. However, the demigod demon Melek had restrained the church's demigod, while 6 legendary demons held the royal family's demigod at bay, leaving the additional 2 legendary demons to pursue the church's leadership. The first chaotic ship that collided with the central Mage Tower during its explosion impacted the Pope's Hall. Had it not been for a life-preserving artifact worn by the Pope, which was activated and teleported away in time, he might have become the highest-ranking casualty of this assault. Others were not as fortunate. A legendary demon fortuitously descended upon the chambers of a certain cardinal, making him the first master-class practitioner to fall victim to a demon's wrath. In the master tier, humans were outnumbered by demons by a factor of 2, as humans needed to disperse their forces across 3 locations for defense, while the demons had bet everything on this singular assault. Additionally, with 2 extra legendary demons in their ranks, had the demons not prioritized the search for artifacts, several human masterclass individuals might have perished on the spot. The artifact Revelation is a tome crafted from an unknown metal, its pages inscribed with characters and illustrations, bound together by metallic rings. As an artifact, it was inherently resilient to destruction, and its storage was fortified and secure. Thus, even when the Chaos ship exploded, affecting the papal chamber, the artifact remained unscathed. The archdemon merely needed to seize a few moderately ranked priests to employ mental spells, thereby revealing the location of the treasury. rendering subsequent brute force breaches trivial. Not only was the artifact revelation seized, but also several other pseudo-artifacts, a dozen legendary treasures, and numerous peculiar items from various planes were swept away by the demons. Having secured their haul, the demigod demon Munikim, alongside legendary and master-tier demons, executed a swift retreat, leaving behind other greater and lesser demons as mere cannon fodder for their escape. Chapter 321, The Demonic Onslaught, Part 9, from the Mage Tower in the Eternal City. The discovery of 5 chaos ships to the ensuing explosion, the demons' assault on the city, and the subsequent dispatch of reinforcements by other nations in response to the distress signal occurred in less than half an hour. Yet, within this brief time frame, the demons not only successfully acquired treasures, but also made their escape. 9 legendary figures from various nations and churches, 2 legendary angels dispatched by the God of Light, and over 20 master-tier humans along with celestial beings could only watch helplessly as the demons fled, unable to give chase. They were compelled to eliminate the remaining demons with utmost haste to mitigate casualties on their side and minimize damage to the Eternal City. Even if they had pursued, it would have been futile. The disparity in strength was not significant enough to prevent the determined escape of the archdemons. The headquarters of the Church of the God of Light was situated in the noble district of the inner city, where only the affluent resided. Although the noble estates were guarded, the numbers were meager, often no more than a dozen, and sometimes even fewer. After all, this was the capital, with the Mage Tower scanning the area and city guards patrolling, thus security was ostensibly assured. However, calamity struck when over 80 archdemons and more than 2,000 elite lesser demons directly descended upon this region. These archdemons ranged from the 6th to the 8th tier. From the outset, there were no expectations for them to return alive, so naturally, the true elite were not sent to face destruction. The lesser demons, however, were the creme de la creme, equipped with metal weapons and armor, boasting commendable combat prowess. Upon landing, these demons rushed into the nearest houses, where the guards were unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to a massacre of those within. Numerous lesser demons immediately began to feast on the souls of the living, the allure of delectable souls irresistibly tempting. Following the slaughter, fires were set. The noble residences, constructed of wood and stone, adorned with numerous hides and fabric decorations, ignited easily. By the time the rescue soldiers entered the noble district, several fires had erupted, and cries for help, wails, and screams filled the air. These demons were not foolish. Upon witnessing the approaching human practitioners and soldiers, those capable of combat charged forward, while the rest fled, resulting in a chaotic scene throughout the inner city filled with the shadows of demons. This forced the human reinforcements to abandon the pursuit of the fleeing legendary demons and master-tier foes, redirecting their efforts to eliminate the smaller demons wreaking havoc until the city was finally cleansed by dawn. In the aftermath, the toll was grim. 6 master-tier practitioners killed, 14 high-tier practitioners, over 200 mid to low-tier practitioners, nearly 1,000 soldiers, and close to 1,000 nobles along with their families, servants, and guards lost. Most of the priests were officials from the church's headquarters, and the nobles were at least honorary barons, leading to significant losses for both the Church of Light and the Apennine Kingdom. Hundreds of homes were destroyed, some by fire, most during the battles, as the demons showed no restraint once conflict erupted. Given that the residents were nobles, each household contained several valuable artworks, resulting in staggering material losses. Among the stolen artifacts, including the revelation, pseudo-artifacts, and legendary items, while not representative of the Church of Light's entirety, they were nonetheless the essence of its treasures. Furthermore, the destruction of the papal chamber led to the irreplaceable loss of numerous precious tomes, an irretrievable blow. At this moment, Pope Stephen of the Church of Light sat within an undamaged palace, his countenance ashen as he listened to the cardinal's report. The losses from the battle felt like daggers piercing his heart. Since the establishment of the Church of Light, its headquarters had never allowed evil to breach its sanctum, let alone suffer the desecration of its papal chamber. The humiliation was beyond description. As the events transpired during Pope Stephen's tenure, he was effectively nailed to the pillar of shame, destined to be reviled for centuries to come. The sole comforting news was that the grand temple housing the magnificent statue of the great God of Light remained unscathed. Had it been destroyed, Pope Stephen would have had no excuse. After the demons were purged, he immediately proceeded to the main temple to confess his sins to the great God of Light. The deity, in his mercy, did not cast judgment upon him, yet Pope Stephen could not forgive himself. The reason he did not take his own life in supplication was that he yearned for vengeance, to make the demons pay a heavy price. A priest entered to report, "Your Holiness, His Majesty the King has arrived. Please." Moments later, King Emmanuel of the Apennine Kingdom entered the hall, accompanied by a legendary knight and a legendary mage. Pope Stephen rose to greet him. "Your Holiness." Though King Emmanuel was of the sacred bloodline of the God of Light, the Pope acted as the divine's earthly representative and thus initiated the formal greeting. "Your Majesty." Pope Stephen reciprocated courteously. The royal palace and the headquarters of the church stand in stark contrast, separated by the noble district. Last night, during the demonic assault, the palace activated its protective barrier at the first sign of danger, yet the brilliance of the spells unleashed during the battle remained vividly visible, accompanied by the towering flames consuming buildings. A few minor demons even ventured close to the palace, and although they were swiftly dispatched by the guards, it is inconceivable that King Emmanuel remained untroubled. With the dawn, he hurried to the church headquarters, disregarding the possibility of any remaining demons. As a devotee of the sacred bloodline and the great God of Light, witnessing the devastation, King Emmanuel could only propose vengeance. He declared, "Your Holiness, the demonic assault on the Eternal City has inflicted tremendous casualties and losses. This matter cannot be left unresolved. We must exact retribution upon the demons." Pope Stephen gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Majesty, you speak the truth. The demons must pay for this transgression." After a brief discussion, the two resolved to jointly issue an invitation to the major churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds, urging them to send representatives to the Eternal City to deliberate on a concerted attack on Sardinia. The demonic forces from the Kingdom of Fran and the Iberian Kingdom, having lost their legendary and master-tier leaders, faced a calamitous defeat. In the wake of the human defenders' pursuit, half of the greater demons fled back to Sardinia, while the majority of the lesser demons were annihilated. Though a few managed to escape, they posed no significant threat, and their extermination was merely a matter of time. The continent is now devoid of large groups of demons. Although minor demons still occasionally arrive by sea, they are swiftly eradicated due to an efficient aerial reconnaissance system, rendering any substantial change unlikely. Chapter 322, The Comprehensive Assault of the Demons, Part 10, in the Eternal City, within the palace's conference room. Pope Stephen and King Emmanuel sat side by side at the head of the table. To their left were the high-ranking officials of the church and the kingdom, while to their right were representatives from various other churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the strategy for attacking Sardinia. All present held the privilege of accessing historical records of previous demonic calamities, thus understanding that demons would return to the abyss before the spatial rift closed. Therefore, an assault on Sardinia was deemed unnecessary. It would suffice to wait for the demons to depart and subsequently destroy the remaining malevolent structures. However, given the recent attack on the Eternal City, which resulted in significant casualties and particularly devastated the headquarters of the Church of Light, an offensive against Sardinia was deemed essential for Pope Stephen. The demonic faction boasted a demigod, 12 legends, and over 40 master-tier demons. In contrast, the Church of Light and the Apennine Kingdom could muster 2 demigods, 4 legends, and 5 master-tier beings, with 6 master-tier casualties from the previous day, along with 2 legendary angels and 6 celestial entities dispatched by the Church of Light. Relying solely on the might of the Church of Light and the Apennine Kingdom would not suffice for an assault on Sardinia. Assistance from various churches, nations, and guilds would be imperative. However, despite sending representatives to the meeting, many were reluctant to commit their elite forces to the cause. First, it was impossible for the various churches and kingdoms to deploy their legends, as the demonic disaster was not yet over and the headquarters and capitals required personnel to remain vigilant. Thus, although the human legends held a numerical advantage, it was not overwhelmingly decisive. Warfare invariably incurs casualties. Even with a numerical edge, losses are inevitable. Since the onset of the demonic calamity, both sides have suffered legendary casualties, but such losses were due to unavoidable circumstances. Presently, however, an attack on Sardinia was not deemed a necessary conflict, and the associated risks were unwarranted. Furthermore, following the decisive Battle of Astiro, the human side had suffered grievous losses among mid- and high-tier combatants, particularly among the master tier. Even if every single one was rallied, it would amount to little over 100, with a third of them being less effective cardinals. The demonic side, on the other hand, fielded over 40 master-tier demons, particularly adept at countering physical combatants such as knights. In a confrontation, the forces would be evenly matched, and even a victorious outcome would result in unacceptable losses for the nations involved. Most critically, the spatial rift resided in Sardinia, allowing demons to summon reinforcements from the abyss at any moment. It is common knowledge that the exit of the spatial rift in the main world is situated on Sardinia, while the abyss's exit lies in the plains of the abyss, specifically at the uppermost level of the bottomless abyss. Upon the emergence of the spatial rift, an entry point would form in a region known as the Stone Wasteland, from which the invading demonic forces would launch their incursions into the main world. Should other demons from different layers wish to join the fray, they must first arrive at the Stone Wasteland in the plains of the abyss. Any greater demon of 5th tier or above could traverse the spatial rift to the main world in search of fortune. Upon reaching the 10th tier, they would be eligible to return to the abyss. In truth, each time a calamity occurs, a marketplace spontaneously forms on the abyss side of the portal, where the surviving greater demons sell their plundered goods in exchange for resources usable in the abyss. Various demonic factions maintain a long-term presence there to recruit these returning demons. Thus, should humanity truly launch an assault on Sardinia, it remains uncertain whether the demons would retreat through the spatial rift or send reinforcements from their side. Moreover, with winter's onset, the demons on the continent have been eradicated. As the closure of the spatial rift approaches in a few months, no one is inclined to take further risks. Pope Stephen, well aware of the representative's sentiments, understood that for him, or rather for the Church of Light, this war was indispensable. Given the imminent closure of the spatial rift, this battle must be waged swiftly. The demons must not be allowed to escape. Although the assault on the Church of Light's headquarters in the Eternal City was a source of great shame and humiliation, should they retaliate successfully, it could be redeemed to some extent. They could claim that the demons were cunning and that they were caught off guard, but ultimately, they would have avenged themselves. However, if the demons were allowed to flee, what would others think? That the Church of Light displayed cowardice, allowing the demons to strike without daring to retaliate? Though no one in the principal world dares to voice such sentiments, it is important to remember that humanity is not the only race inhabiting this realm. Hostile beings such as orcs, dark elves, gray dwarves, and evil dragons also exist, and they certainly lack any sense of restraint. Should the situation culminate in such a dire outcome, the Church of the Light would be subjected to mockery for centuries, if not millennia. Furthermore, the multiverse encompasses other planes, and such news would undoubtedly spread, necessitating an immediate offensive against Sardin Island. Consequently, Pope Stephen proposed an initiative to individually invite legendary figures and masters from various churches, nations, and guilds to partake in the assault on Sardin Island, leaving their participation entirely to personal volition, with the hope that their respective nations would not impede them. After consulting with their superiors, the representatives conveyed the sentiments of the popes and kings, expressing their agreement with Pope Stephen's proposal, affirming that as long as the legends and masters were willing, they would not obstruct them. In this context, a modicum of deference to the Church of the Light was imperative. The rationale behind Pope Stephen's suggestion lay in the legendary covenant, which stipulates that once one attains the status of a legend, they are no longer bound by the constraints of their original nation. In other words, even if the king of their homeland consents, a legendess refusal would render such approval moot. Thus, it would be more prudent to engage directly with the legends, bypassing national affiliations. Masters, however, are often more constrained by their kingdoms, as many serve in military roles or act as magical advisors to the monarch. Nevertheless, a significant number of masters possess considerable autonomy, making them more amenable to negotiation. Additionally, races such as dragons, elves, and dwarves may also be swayed as adversaries to demons. If the Church of the Light and the Kingdom of Apennine offer sufficient rewards, these races' legends or masters may also join the fray. Time was of the essence, and upon securing the tacit approval of various churches and kingdoms, the Church of the Light promptly dispatched numerous envoys to persuade the legendary and masterclass practitioners. Following the demonic attack on the previous night, 9 legends had already come to the aid of the Church of the Light, and they had yet to depart. Pope Stephen and King Emmanuel personally visited each of them to extend an invitation to participate in their fervor to conquer Sardin Island. The Church of the Light and the Kingdom of Apennine spared no expense, presenting offers that legends and masters alike found irresistible, leading them to agree to fight. Chapter 323. The Church's Invitation, Part 1. In the city of Dominaria, at the Mage Tower's reception room, Alina entered to report, "My Lord Duke, Cardinal Timothy Cassapa of the Church of the Light has arrived." A golden-haired man clad in a white robe stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Good day, Your Grace." "Good afternoon. Cardinal Cassapa, please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Grace." Blarador, accompanied by his feline companions, served tea, coffee, and snacks. Cardinal Cassapa politely sipped his tea and expressed his appreciation before stating, "Your Grace, I presume you are aware of the recent demonic assault on the Eternal City. Kristin replied earnestly. Indeed, I have heard of it. I express my sorrow over such a tragedy befalling the Eternal City. Cardinal Cassapa, filled with indignation, declared, Your Grace, we cannot allow the demon's actions to go unpunished. I come on behalf of His Holiness the Pope to invite Lady Alicia and Lady Savannah to join the assault on Sardin Island. Kristin responded, I will summon them. You may discuss the matter privately. Cardinal Cassapa bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Grace. Kristin instructed, Alina, please fetch Alicia and Savannah. As you command. The news of the demons attacking the headquarters of the Church of the Light on the chaotic ship reached Kristin the following day, as did the invitations from Pope Stephen and King Emmanuel for various churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guild organizations to send representatives to the meeting. Later, as the Church of the Light sent envoys to rally legends and masters across the continent for battle, Kristin was well prepared, having Alicia and Savannah, both of the master class. Under her command, the elder of the Stewart family, disguised as Carlatani, had already perished under pretenses. The former, being a dragon, could rival legends, while the latter had the capability to slay a 20-tier Baylor demon, making their formidable strength too enticing for the Church of the Light to overlook, hence her readiness. Before long, Alicia and Savannah arrived at the reception room. Cardinal Cassapa stood to greet them. Good afternoon, Lady Alicia, Lady Savannah. The two women returned the greeting. Good afternoon. Cardinal Cassapa. Kristin also rose, saying, Cardinal Cassapa, you may discuss the particulars. I have some magical experiments to attend to. Cardinal Cassapa replied, Thank you, Your Grace. Nodding, Kristin departed the reception room with Alina. The foxwoman Melissa approached, pouring tea for the two ladies, adding ingredients according to their preferences, before standing by. Cardinal Cassapa then reiterated to the two women what he had discussed with Kristin, concluding, Ladies, if you are willing to participate in the assault on Sardin Island, the reward will be 2 legendary treasures. I have brought a catalog for you to choose from at your leisure. A priest accompanying him presented a book bound in parchment, each page adorned with illustrations of legendary treasures, accompanied by descriptions of their functions. Alicia did not peruse the book, but, with a hint of regret, said, Cardinal Cassapa, I am grateful for the Church of the Light's generosity. Unfortunately, I have yet to recover from my injuries sustained in the previous battle with the demons, and thus I am unable to participate this time. Cardinal Cassapa, upon hearing this, quickly replied, Oh, I understand. The incident involving Kristin and others being attacked by 3 legends outside Nantes was widely known, although the official report claimed that the 3 adversaries perished due to infighting. The consensus was that Alicia, being a dragon, played a crucial role in ensuring their survival against the 3 legends. It was precisely for this reason that the Church of the Light offered the 2 women the reward of a legendary treasure, a privilege not typically afforded to ordinary masters. However, it was equally well known that Alicia was gravely injured, due to the dragon race's inherent vulnerability to magic. She was unable to receive divine healing and required time to recuperate, making her claim of being unable to participate a perfectly reasonable one. Savannah did not peruse the album, instead stating, Cardinal Cassapa, I am currently on the brink of a legendary breakthrough and, regrettably, cannot partake in this endeavor. Very well, I understand, he replied. Despite Savannah's youthful appearance, resembling one in her 20s, elves are long-lived, often reaching ages of 100 or even several hundred years. Thus, it is quite natural for them to possess formidable strength and high levels. She is presently focused on her pursuit of a breakthrough, making her absence from the affairs of the Church of the Radiant God entirely reasonable. Although the 2 powerful masters could not be invited, Cardinal Cassapa did not display disappointment, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he said, Lady Alicia, Lady Savannah, I thank you both, and I shall not impose further. With numerous legendary and master-level professionals, it was not uncommon for individuals to decline participation, and this was not the first instance of Cardinal Cassapa facing rejection. After their departure, Kristin returned to the reception room. Alicia and Savannah had prearranged their refusal, and Kristin had excused herself, fearing that the others might seek her out as an intermediary upon receiving rejection. Fortunately, Cardinal Cassapa left promptly. Kristin embraced Alicia, resting her head against her bosom, and said, The Church of the Radiant God has offered a legendary treasure as a reward and even presented an album. I had to muster considerable willpower to refrain from perusing it. Why did you instruct us to decline involvement in this matter? Savannah remained silent, finding little allure in such offerings, yet she maintained an air of detached curiosity. Despite Kristin and the others possessing artifacts and pseudo-artifacts, as well as multiple legendary treasures, It is essential to consider their origins and the formidable foes they have vanquished to attain them. In reality, legendary treasures are quite rare for those at the master level. The classification of equipment across the continent is straightforward, corresponding to professional levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, master, legendary, artifact, and pseudo-artifact, with the latter two being exceptionally scarce and thus excluded from consideration. The quality of equipment corresponds with the user's level. Magical equipment, due to the necessity of inscribing magic circles, is generally tenfold the price of corresponding physical equipment. Ordinary physical professionals, unable to wield magical gear, find that even master-level armor only possesses anti-magic properties due to the inclusion of rare materials. However, at the legendary level, all equipment is magical. Armor either provides immunity to lower-tier spells or possesses passive protective spells. Moreover, equipment with passive trigger spells can be utilized by anyone, albeit at a price exceeding that of corresponding magical gear, making it unaffordable for ordinary mages. Hence, even Alicia perceived the Church of the Radiant God as being quite sincere. Chapter 324. The Church's Invitation, Part 2. Previously, Kristin had merely instructed Alicia and Savannah not to accept any request from the Church of the Radiant God for assistance. Yet she had not anticipated they would offer 2 legendary treasures as recompense. Nonetheless, she did not regret her decision. Shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position, resting her head against Alicia's chest, Kristin explained, "The demons, having successfully brought the ship of chaos from the abyss to assault the Eternal City, indicate that this scheme has been in the works for quite some time. They cannot possibly overlook the inevitable retaliatory actions from the Church of the Radiant God." The 2 women expressed their agreement. While chaotic, demons are not devoid of intelligence and would certainly consider the potential consequences of their actions. Kristin continued, "In such a situation, the only course of action for the Church of the Radiant God is to counterattack Sardin Island. Given that this is a foregone conclusion, the demons will likely adopt one of 2 strategies: either set an ambush or make a hasty retreat." Alicia gently stroked Kristin's long hair, saying, "I believe, based on the demons' historical behavior, that the likelihood of them laying an ambush is quite high. Indeed. However, this is something you can deduce, as can I. And undoubtedly the Church of the Radiant God will also be aware. Still, they are compelled to launch a counteroffensive." Alicia, somewhat perplexed, replied, "The Church of the Radiant God is certainly cognizant of this. Since they must advance upon Sardin Island and confront the demons' ambush, they will inevitably have countermeasures in place. They would never permit another failure in this counteroffensive, as evidenced by the generous rewards they have offered. Such a battle, one that they know they can win, is precisely the kind that should be engaged in." Kristin responded, "In warfare, casualties are inevitable. Even in battles that seem assured, unforeseen events can occur. Who can guarantee their own safety? Others may participate in search of better resources, and the rewards offered by the Church of the Radiant God are indeed substantial enough to justify the risk. However, we are not lacking in a legendary treasure or 2. Therefore, it is unnecessary for us to involve ourselves in this affair." She continued, "I am now a duchess, possessing lands across 3 counties, and my commercial ventures yield considerable wealth daily. Anything I lack can be purchased or exchanged for corresponding benefits. Naturally, I do not wish for you to take unnecessary risks." Hearing this, Alicia felt a warmth in her heart and said, "Your words bring me great joy. They affirm that I did not err in choosing you as my dragon knight. Yet, do you not frequently embrace danger in battle as well? Just as you did when intercepting the northern-bound demons in the Pyrenees County." Kristin replied, "Though my actions may appear perilous, I am always acutely aware of the situation. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to conceal my professional level? It is to ensure that my enemies underestimate me." Alicia caressed Kristin's abdomen, saying, "I wonder where you acquired such intricate thoughts, and what is even more infuriating is that you have kept them from me." Kristin gently removed Alicia's hand, stating, "Do not touch indiscriminately. What do you mean by intricate thoughts? Can their foolishness be blamed on me? Besides, this matter is in the past. Why do you still bring it up?" Alicia retorted, "What harm is there in a gentle touch? If you disapprove, you may return the gesture." With no means to counter her, Kristin ultimately surrendered, saying, "While we have not acquiesced to the Church of the Radiant God, it does not imply that we cannot engage in this matter." Alicia perked up, asking, "Oh, how so?" "Naturally, we shall discreetly venture to Sardin Island, remaining hidden, seizing opportunities as they arise, and retreating promptly if danger presents itself." Alicia found this curious. Then why not accept the Church's invitation? One can still flee from danger, and we would receive a legendary treasure without effort. Kristin elucidated that while at your level there is no need for formal agreements, it is prudent to consider one's reputation when taking something from others. fleeing in times of danger would tarnish one's name. Such concerns may be trivial for minor factions, but one ought to exercise caution when dealing with a formidable organization like the Church of the Radiant God. Indeed, you present a valid point. Let us proceed accordingly. Alicia responded. As a member of the Dragon clan, she often found herself unencumbered by such considerations, prompting her inquiry. However, Kristin, now a duchess, naturally aspired for perfection in her endeavors. It is worth noting that their current circumstances had improved significantly. Treasures of the legendary tier no longer seemed daunting, whereas in the past, they might have hastily acquiesced. Kristin cautioned, "You have already informed the Church of the Radiant God about your injuries. It is implausible that you would recover so swiftly. Therefore, you cannot participate in this matter." Alicia's countenance fell instantly. How frustrating to miss out on such an exhilarating event. Had I known, I would have concocted a different excuse. I could have gone with Savannah, claiming we had ascended to the legendary tier ahead of time and were simply concerned enough to check it out. If we were to seize the opportunity to slay a few major demons, the Church would surely express their gratitude, and some form of compensation would be expected. Upon hearing that she could accompany them to Sardinia as an observer, Savannah immediately affirmed, "I have no objections." In truth, she had already ascended to the legendary tier following her recovery, but her enchanted armor concealed her status from any detection spells or abilities, leaving others unaware. Ascension to the legendary tier varied among individuals. Some experienced sudden enlightenment, while others struggled to comprehend it. Therefore, as long as Savannah demonstrated her legendary prowess when the time came, her claims would hold water. Kristin, on the other hand, was eager to discover if she might find the opportunity to break through to the next level in battle. Historically, she had consistently challenged opponents beyond her level, a significant factor contributing to her rapid ascension. However, finding suitable adversaries became increasingly challenging after reaching the 20th tier, necessitating that demons contribute more before their departure. Presently, the elite forces of the Stewart territory rivaled that of several duchies and guilds. Alicia, in her human form, stood as a 16th tier mage and warlock, equipped with both a lightning spear and a lightning necklace, two pseudo-artifacts, alongside several legendary treasures. In her dragon form, she could engage physical legendary adversaries. Savannah, a 21st tier legend, wielded two artifacts, granting her substantial combat power even against demigods of physical might. Moreover, her armor rendered her immune to spells below the 5th tier, complemented by the protective charm of a pseudo-artifact and the flight capabilities of angelic gear, ensuring she had no fear even when facing high-tier spellcasters. Although Carlatani had yet to reach the legendary tier and lacked artifacts, her dual role as an arcanist allowed her to wield spells, augmented by numerous magical items that significantly enhanced her combat abilities. Additionally, it was noteworthy that Monica Bellucci had regained her mastery-level prowess. As a traditional mage, she could not compete with Alicia and her peers, but her extensive magical arsenal enabled her to dominate opponents of equal standing. Chapter 325, Counterattack on Sardinia, Part 1, in Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower, in the Master Suite. Since the timeline for treating the symptoms of bloodline impulse could now be controlled by herself, Kristin felt an end to her anxiety. However, due to her ascent to the Master tier as a dragon mage, she could only engage in combat alongside others. Kristin's current situation was akin to possessing a firearm without ammunition. Nevertheless, this posed no obstacle, as her internal ammunition generation system ensured a continuous supply of firepower, eliminating the need for reloading. Elena, possessing only the physical capabilities of an ordinary mage, fell with a single shot. The twin Fox sisters, Melissa and Misa, despite their telepathic coordination, would both succumb if one was struck. Brattle, now a 6th tier assassin, exhibited improved physical attributes typical of his profession. Yet it would take only 2 shots to dispatch him. The centaur maiden, Trelia, relied solely on her racial advantages to endure until the 4th shot. However, engaging her in combat resembled stationary target practice, offering little to enhance tactical skills. Thus, she was seldom included. The primary combat strength rested upon Carlatani, whose experience against Kristin exceeded that of the others combined. As a master-tier assassin, her physical prowess was unquestionable, and her shape-shifting abilities allowed her to adopt any form for combat, ensuring tactical versatility. The over 100 maids within the Duke of Stewart's household not only possessed exceptional beauty and physique, but hailed from diverse nations and regions, each with their unique style. Carlatani had taken on the forms of all these maids to spar with Kristin, allowing for a plethora of combat styles to emerge. After such extensive training, Kristin's claim of being battle-hardened was indeed modest. With a thought, Kristin reverted from her transformed state. After a refreshing bath and changing her attire, she exited her chamber. And with a flash of teleportation, she arrived in the study of the Mage Tower Castle. The maid assigned to the study, accustomed to her presence, immediately bowed and greeted. "Your Grace." "Summon Tam," Kristin commanded. At once, the maid replied. One of the functions of the Mage Tower was to teleport individuals to any location within its scanning range. And conversely, it could also summon anyone from within that range back. Should Kristin wish to summon someone, she would first notify them through a message spell and then teleport them directly. As long as they were within the city, they would surely arrive within 10 minutes. Tam Tyak, a 7th-tier rogue and the leader of the intelligence organization known as the Tulip's Thorn, entered the study dressed in typical rogue attire and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects, esteemed Duchess, at your summons." Kristin inquired directly. "What is the progress of the Church of the Radiant God and the Apennine Kingdom's counteroffensive plan against Sardinia?" "Your Grace, I was just about to report to you. The latest intelligence indicates that they have prepared personnel and vessels, and they are merely awaiting favorable sea conditions to set sail in the next couple of days." Kristin gestured for him to continue. "Pope Stephen of the Church of the Radiant God has transferred his position to Cardinal Sixtus and will personally lead the expedition. Accompanying him is a legendary figure, and the Apennine Kingdom will also send a legendary participant. Additionally, 2 legendary angels and 6 master-tier celestial beings have been dispatched by the Church." "Oh, Pope Stephen has surprisingly abdicated, yet no formal notification has been dispatched. The succession of a pope from the true God Church is indeed a significant affair, necessitating official communication to other churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guilds, alongside a grand ceremony, with representatives from various factions in attendance. My Lord Duke, it has been whispered that although the abdication is official, the coronation of the new pope will only occur after Pope Stephen's campaign to reclaim Sardinia." Kristin was slightly taken aback, yet soon came to terms with it. Pope Stephen's personal expedition was a quest for redemption, and it appeared he did not wish to return alive. The news of victory would arrive, and the new pope's ascension could restore considerable prestige to the Church. Tam leaned slightly forward and remarked, "The Church of the God of Order, the Church of the God of War, the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, the Church of the God of Justice, the Church of the Goddess of Magic, the Church of the God of the Sea, and the Church of the Goddess of Wealth each contributed 1 legendary and 2 master-tier combatants. The Church of the God of Courage, the Church of the Goddess of Rangers, and the Church of the Great Dragon each sent 1 legendary combatant. The Churches of the God of Knowledge, the God of Craftsmen, the Goddess of Joy, the Goddess of Happiness, and the God of Travel collectively dispatched a total of 16 master-tier warriors. In total, there are 10 legendary and 30 master-tier fighters, indicating that the various benevolent and neutral gods of the Pharaon pantheon have dispatched personnel commensurate with their capabilities. This is a customary practice, as these churches have supported one another for millennia. When one faces trouble, others are sure to lend assistance, not merely due to Pope Stephen's stature or the rewards offered. Conversely, the Church of the God of Light and the Apennine Kingdom have only managed to send 2 demigods for legendary and 5 master-tier warriors. It would be imprudent to send all available forces into battle. Each kingdom has dispatched 1 legendary warrior, while the Mage Guild, the Warrior Guild, the Druid Guild, the Thieves Guild, and the Mercenary Guild each contributed 1 legendary warrior. The remaining 5 kingdoms have sent 5 legendary warriors, and 5 principalities have dispatched 5 master-tier fighters. This is largely due to the significant casualties suffered by the master-tier fighters in the war against demons, leaving them unable to contribute more. Additionally, these kingdoms, principalities, and guilds are participating in the conflict partly to lend credibility to the Church of the God of Light, for the same reasons as before. Tam continued, "The Dragon Isle has 2 master-tier dragons participating, alongside 3 free legendary and 7 free master-tier warriors. What species of dragons are involved?" In response to the Duke, "It is 2 copper dragons." Upon hearing they were not silver dragons, Kristin lost interest. It is quite common for dragons to serve as mercenaries in the multiverse for substantial rewards, with good dragons battling evil ones. As for the free legendary and master-tier warriors, they refer to those who have risen through their own efforts and fortune. Though they are rare, they do exist. It is entirely reasonable for these individuals to join the counteroffensive against Sardinia for lucrative compensation. Kristin inquired, "And what of the elves and dwarves?" In response to the Duke, "The elves have sent 1 legendary warrior, while the dwarves have dispatched 1 legendary and 2 master-tier warriors. The high-end combat strength of the elven race has not suffered significantly in the calamity, and sending only 1 legendary warrior signifies a mere gesture to honor the Church of the God of Light. As for the dwarves, Their losses in battles against the Grey Dwarves were moderate, and to align with other churches in sending representatives is a clear demonstration of their sincerity. Kristin calculated in her mind that this counteroffensive against Sardinia comprises 31 legendary and 51 master-tier warriors, representing approximately half of the current high-end military power on the continent. At least half of that of the human realm. The demonic faction is currently known to have 1 demigod, 12 legendary, and over 40 master-tier warriors. In terms of high-end military strength, humanity now enjoys a decisive numerical superiority, which likely explains the willingness of major churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guilds to participate in this endeavor. It appears to be a battle destined for victory. Upon observing the human side's formidable lineup, Kristin began to question whether she had been overly cautious. For in the face of absolute power, any schemes would prove futile. Currently, the human faction boasts twice the number of legendary warriors compared to the demons. To counterbalance this, the latter would need to summon additional forces, yet the movements of legendary demons are mostly monitored, even across different planes. While a few might manage to slip through undetected, it would be impossible to conceal the arrival of dozens. Since the onset of the calamity, intelligence efforts targeting demons have become paramount among all races in the main world. Even the Abyss has sources of information, yet the human side has heard nothing. As for employing magical traps, that is even less feasible. Setting aside whether the demons can procure sufficient magical materials and whether they would be willing to use them, among the numerous legendary warriors, several are mages. Thus, any hastily arranged magical traps would not escape their notice. It seems she may have indeed been overly cautious. However, at this juncture, it is too late to join the counteroffensive against Sardinia. As a duke, Kristin cannot afford to be inconsistent. She can only arrange for ships to proceed privately as per the original plan, hoping to glean some advantage. She and Savannah are aboard the 3-masted heavy cruiser Sari, personally commanded by Admiral Jerem Tansend, ensuring that all personnel and supplies meet the maritime needs first, leaving behind all unnecessary items to achieve maximum speed. Due to the earlier machinations of the legendary demon Benjamin and his 6-armed serpent demon Efrod Ashkenazi, they not only seized the fleet of the Iberian kingdom docked at the port of Barcelona, but also conspired with dark elves to destroy the fleet of the Duchy of Bihor, leading to a drastic decline in human naval power. Were it not for Kristin's sale of several sailing battleships and battlecruisers to King Louis of the Frankish kingdom, ultimately annihilating the demonic fleet, the maritime routes of various nations might still be under siege. Although coastal nations have since been vigorously reconstructing their naval fleets, the demons had already landed, and resources needed to be prioritized for the army. Therefore, the Frankish kingdom and the Apennine kingdom managed to muster 20 heavy cruisers to escort the human troop ships for the counteroffensive against Sardinia. In addition to the legendary and master-level forces, the backbone of the Church of the Light comprises the Knights of Light and the Dawn Clerics. However, they suffered considerable losses during the battle for the Eternal City and must retain a portion of their forces to defend the Church's headquarters. Thus, only a little over 200 men are dispatched for this expedition. The Apennine Kingdom has sent 2 infantry legions totaling 4,000 soldiers, along with over 2,000 mercenary adventurers recruited with substantial rewards. The kingdom's own soldiers have sustained too many casualties to support an expedition, compelling them to spend money on hiring adventurers. These forces will not land directly, but will wait in the waters near Sardinia for updates. Once the human elite has defeated the demon's legendary and master-level fighters, they will land to clean up the aftermath. Despite the legendary figures from various churches, kingdoms, and duchies participating as allies, there remain numerous free legendary beings and master-level mercenaries whose rewards must be settled. The Church of Light and the Apennine Kingdom have indeed bled profusely for this counteroffensive. The journey from the Apennine Kingdom's Eternal City to Sardinia takes merely a day. With forecasts of clear weather for the next 3 days, the expeditionary forces embarked, setting sail with 50 3-masted merchant ships under the protection of 20 heavy cruisers. The demons could not possibly be unaware of such a significant movement from the humans. They have ceased sending troops across the sea to attack coastal nations and have begun consolidating their forces for defense. Human aerial scouts not only secured the expedition fleet with meticulous vigilance, but also daringly approached Sardinia to gather intelligence, ensuring no ambushes would befall the army along the way. Meanwhile, news of the demons' entrenchment was relayed back. Both sides understood that, despite the presence of hundreds of mid to low-tier major demons and tens of thousands of lesser demons on the island, the outcome of the battle ultimately hinged on the superiority of elite forces. The expeditionary fleet successfully reached the eastern coast of Sardinia without encountering any demons. In fact, The vessels the demons had sent to cross the sea occasionally fell apart mid-journey, let alone engaging in naval combat, even against civilian merchant ships. As for deploying aerial forces, that would be tantamount to sending them to their doom, considering the number of legendary and master-level beings within the fleet. 3 heavy cruisers were the first to touch the shoreline, subsequently deploying small boats to ferry dozens of scouting teams and mercenary adventurers onto the island. Each scouting team consisted of 5 to 6 members at most, tasked with conducting detailed reconnaissance from the coastline to the spatial rift. Sardinia's area is but 1/10 that of Brittany, taking a long, narrow shape from north to south, and the distance from the landing point to the island's center is merely a day's journey. The demons had clearly anticipated that the human expedition would send scouts for reconnaissance before launching a full-scale attack, thus leaving numerous demon squads to obstruct their path. Although the human scouts held advantages in equipment and class levels, the onset of night inevitably inflicted some losses upon them from the demons. Kristin and Savannah landed on the western coast of Sardinia, perfectly aligning with the eastern and western flanks of the human expeditionary forces. Given that traveling by ship from Brittany required circumventing the entire Iberian kingdom before crossing the Mediterranean, the journey was lengthy, prompting them to set sail ahead of time. While the two utilized a teleportation array to arrive at Montpellier port before boarding, they reached Sardinia a day earlier than the expedition, and due to their strengths, it was impossible for the demons to detect their presence, as they concealed themselves on a mountain peak with a view of the spatial rift. Waiting for the spectacle to unfold, their lodging was naturally in the enchanted mansion of Duncan, sufficiently distanced to evade detection by even demigod-level demons. Chapter 327. Counterattack on Sardinia. 3. Historically, wars have favored swift resolutions. The following morning, upon receiving reports from scouts indicating no issues, the legends and masters utilized flight spells to reach the location of the spatial rift. Upon landing on the island, they found themselves amidst a vast swath of felled forests, with countless tree stumps littering the ground, yet not a demon in sight. As they ventured deeper, they encountered scorched patches, revealing the demons' lack of fire safety awareness. The exit of the spatial rift hovered in midair above a flat-topped pyramid, surrounded by other stone structures, standing out prominently. Beyond that lay the demons' encampment, a chaotic array of wooden shanties where lesser demons idly lounged, shouted, or engaged in fights. The demigod demon Munikim, accompanied by 12 legendary demons, stood atop the pyramid, displaying no sign of trepidation in the face of the numerous human elite forces. Cardinal Stephen, who had relinquished his title and could now be referred to as Cardinal Stephen, soared to the forefront of the ranks, addressing Munikim with a commanding voice. Munikim, you vile demons have desecrated the eternal city. Today, I stand before you as the representative of the great god of light to judge your transgressions. Munikim erupted into laughter, replying, Cardinal Stephen, I never imagined you would come to your own demise. Demons, meet your end. Despite Cardinal Stephen's composed demeanor, being publicly mocked by Munikim ignited his fury. He raised his staff, casting a level 5 divine spell, Flame Strike, toward his adversary. Munikim raised his hand, casting a protective spell that neutralized the attack, and without further ado, signaled toward the spatial rift. Attack! Cardinal Stephen bellowed. Recognizing the imminent threat, the demons were certainly lying in ambush within the spatial rift. With their numerical superiority, the human forces were compelled to act first to seal off the rift. The spellcasters among the human ranks immediately unleashed a barrage of spells from their scrolls, launching dozens of attack spells toward the demons atop the pyramid, each of at least level 4. Meanwhile, the physical combatants, shielded by the magical onslaught, flew toward the pyramid. A blood-red magical shield rose above the pyramid, protecting both the spatial rift's exit and deflecting the humans' offensive spells. The demons had anticipated the need for defensive formations. 3 legendary mages joined forces to cast a level 9 spell, Greater Dispel. The brilliance of the dispel struck the magical node, shattering the magical shield like glass. However, at that moment, demons concealed within the spatial rift surged forth. The human side gasped in horror as they beheld the demonic ambush before them. Emerging from the rift in space were a total of 20 legendary tier demons and over 60 master tier demons. The human forces comprised 31 legendary tier and 51 master tier beings, while the demons boasted 1 demigod, 32 legendary tier, and more than 60 master tier demons, an evident advantage for the demonic faction. How could the demons possess such a multitude of legendary and master tier entities? Some could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A few astute individuals began to fathom the reason. The reinforcements that emerged from the rift were not the established legendary and master tier demons, but rather those who had been elevated through blood sacrifices. This method allowed them to amass such a formidable force in an exceedingly short period without being detected by human intelligence. Naturally, this approach was not without its flaws. The first being that blood sacrifices required a substantial number of offerings. Reflecting on the past, the legendary demon Benjamin had sacrificed countless lives, including many high-ranking dark elves, merely to elevate a few demons on the verge of mastering their craft to the master tier. Now, to raise demons to the legendary tier required even more substantial and superior offerings. Nonetheless, these master tier demons, under the leadership of Myrakim, attacked the Eternal City, destroying numerous significant structures, including the Papal Hall, and seizing countless treasures, including the Revelation. Such deeds merited the favor of the demon lords. Throughout the centuries, few demons have achieved such monumental feats. Such actions garnered the admiration of the Abyssal Will, which have the costs of the blood sacrifices. Furthermore, these master-tier demons belonged to various demon lords, thereby distributing the burden of these costs. The second flaw was that those legendary-tier demons forcibly elevated through blood sacrifices would find themselves unable to advance further, forever stagnating at their current level. However, even so, the allure remained for these master-tier and even 20-tier demons, setting aside the mages, whose advancement required extensive learning and accumulation. Most demons relied primarily on physical prowess and pseudo-magic abilities, with only a minority being professionals, serving merely as enhancements. The legendary-tier demons, even when forcibly elevated, still surpassed their master-tier counterparts in attributes and legendary specialties. In the abyss, where power reigns supreme, even a legendary demon incapable of further advancement was preferable to a master-tier with potential, for the former had a far greater chance of survival, and survival begets future opportunities. As for why the humans had not received intelligence regarding the demonic faction's enhancement of such a vast number of legendary and master-tier demons, it was because the blood sacrifices occurred near the rift's exit on the abyssal side, and the demons had sealed off the information. Apart from those who remained trapped in the stone wilderness market, all surrounding life within 1,000 miles had been captured for the sacrifices, rendering communication impossible. Not to mention the communication arrays, which had a diameter of several meters within the same plane, let alone across planes. The demons, unless blind, would have been unable to overlook such activities. In this context, the legendary and master-tier demons elevated through blood sacrifices lay in ambush on the other side of the rift, and thus the inhabitants of the main world were completely oblivious. Their sudden emergence disrupted the plans of the human forces. The principle remained the same. The demons relied on their formidable physical qualities, allowing them to unleash 90% of their combat prowess immediately upon elevation, each equipped with legendary tier weapons, enabling them to engage effectively with human knights, rangers, and rogues. As for the human spellcasters, particularly the mages, who posed a more significant challenge, there remained 12 authentic legendary tier demons to hold them at bay for a while. The demon strategy was straightforward: to initially distract the human forces, granting the demigod Myrakim the opportunity to strike. Once he eliminated a few of the human legendary beings, victory would be assured. Upon witnessing the appearance of the demonic reinforcements, the observant quickly deduced certain reasons. However, retreat was no longer an option. They had to engage in battle. With a resounding roar, 2 master-tier dragons regained their draconic forms, each confronting a legendary tier demon, thereby equalizing their numbers. Yet, this was merely a negligible advantage, as the demigod Myrakim wielded 3 pseudo-artifacts, requiring at least 6 of the strongest legendary beings to counter him, a number the humans could not muster. Fortunately, among the remaining human legendaries, a few possessed pseudo-artifacts, allowing them to temporarily contend with 2 opponents. Nonetheless, should the battle prolong, they would be unable to sustain their defenses. A solution was imperative. On a distant hill, Kristin and Savannah hid behind a massive rock, observing the combat between over 60 legendary tier and nearly 100 master tier demons near the rift, witnessing a dazzling display of spells, divine arts, arrows, and combat energy soaring through the air, lightning, flames, whirlwinds, and frost alternating in a breathtaking spectacle. Despite Kristin having witnessed far grander scenes in her past life and Savannah's experiences during the Godslayer Wars of the ancient Nazareel magic empire, they were nonetheless captivated as spectators. This monumental battle, destined to be etched in history, provided Kristin with invaluable combat experience. Every participant on the battlefield fought with fervor, employing their most potent skills and techniques, knowledge that could not be imparted in ordinary circumstances. The human faction, compelled to contend with the demigod Myrakim, had already visibly begun to falter, losing 6 legendary beings in the process. However, since the humans had organized an expeditionary force, they had undoubtedly accounted for such extreme scenarios and devised countermeasures. Indeed, after issuing the attack orders, Pope Stephen retreated to a corner to begin reciting prayers, soon radiating a divine light. "Stop him!" the demigod Myrakim shouted as he turned toward Pope Stephen, soaring in his direction. Upon hearing the call, the other demons immediately soared towards Pope Stephen, while the humans desperately attempted to intercept them. Despite having slain 2 legendary figures and 6 masters, the demons, including Myrakim, found themselves unable to breach the line. Suddenly, an aura of divinity emanated from Pope Stephen, radiating a blinding light akin to a sun igniting in the sky. The brilliance struck the eyes of the legendary and master-level demons, causing them extreme discomfort, while the mid-tier and high-tier demons wept blood, hastily bowing their heads to avoid direct gaze. The lower-tier great demons and lesser demons, upon being illuminated by this light, shrieked as if scalded by boiling water, scrambling to find cover. "It is the descent of a deity. Run!" Myrakim, the demigod demon, shouted in vain, realizing it was too late to intervene. At that moment, Pope Stephen's eyes transformed into a golden hue, and his skin gleamed like precious jade as he declared in an emotionless tone, "I proclaim that demons shall be punished." He then pointed his hand, unleashing a beam of white light directed at Myrakim. No. Myrakim immediately conjured multiple layers of protective spells, positioning a defensive pseudo-artifact before him. As the white light approached, the artifact shattered first, followed by the protective spells, like bubbles bursting, ultimately leaving Myrakim grievously wounded. The true form of a deity cannot depart from the divine realm. Thus, it can only manifest through avatars and descents. Each level of divinity can project an avatar, with divine power allocated according to purpose, more for combat, less for mundane tasks. The advantage of this method lies in its unrestricted combat prowess, provided there is sufficient divine power. However, creating an avatar consumes divine energy, limiting the number of avatars a true deity can manifest. Moreover, the process requires time, making it impractical for urgent matters. The descent involves utilizing a follower's body as a vessel on the earthly plane. All churches have a selection of fervent devotees who rarely appear in public. Once a deity descends, their presence raises no suspicion. The benefit of this method is its immediacy, but due to the limitations of the human body, the highest power attainable post-descent is that of a legendary tier. However, if an artifact or pseudo-artifact is wielded during the descent, the combat capacity is recalculated. There are 2 types of temporary descents. One involves only the deity's consciousness descending without any accompanying power, essentially devoid of combat capability, usually employed for mundane tasks or important engagements. For instance, the goddess of love often descends into the bodies of priestesses to bestow indescribable rewards upon those who contribute to the church. The other type, as exemplified by Pope Stephen, involves devoted followers sacrificing their lives to facilitate the deity's descent, allowing the true goddess avatar to unleash its combat might, albeit with a time constraint and the certainty of the vessel's demise post-descent. Thus, the demons now faced not merely Pope Stephen, but the avatar of the God of Light, which inflicted severe injury upon Myrakim with a single strike. This was still a testament to Mynakim's demigod status and the defensive pseudo-artifact he wielded. A lesser being would have perished on the spot. Following this devastating encounter, Myrakim retreated among the ranks of demons, losing the opportunity for further attack. Yet the inflicted wounds sufficiently incapacitated him. Pope Stephen pointed once more, casting another beam of white light that struck a legendary demon, whose protective spells proved utterly ineffective, disintegrating instantly like snow under intense heat. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous demonic abilities struck Pope Stephen, but a shield of divine energy, glowing with white light, absorbed them effortlessly, rendering them ineffectual. With another flash of white light, yet another legendary demon fell lifelessly to the ground. While divine descent is not invulnerable, it can be harmed or slain by advanced spells, artifacts, or special legendary weaponry. Yet, with many legendary and master-tier humans present to shield him, the demons found themselves unable to approach Pope Stephen or chant incantations for high-level spells, falling one after another. The remaining demons, stricken with terror, could no longer continue the fight and fled towards the spatial rift. Chapter 329, Counterattack on Sodden Island, Part 5. Due to Pope Stephen's divine descent, the demon forces fell into utter disarray, hastily retreating towards the spatial rift. Meanwhile, the humans pursued relentlessly, having already dispatched several legendary and numerous master-tier demons, their bodies plummeting like dumplings. The mid-tier and high-tier demons had long since fled, fearing the divine descent, while the lower-tier great demons and lesser demons, once their hiding places were compromised by the aftermath of the battle, melted away under the unintentional illumination cast by Pope Stephen. Several swift legendary demons had already slipped into the spatial rift, and the pursuing humans were not far behind. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of crimson light shot forth from the spatial rift, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread, and its target was none other than Pope Stephen, Prince of Demons, Demogorgon. Upon witnessing the blood-red light, Pope Stephen immediately recognized the source of the assault. However, the demon prince would not manifest his true self in the abyssal planes. It was merely an avatar launching the attack. Though the demon prince's avatar could not traverse the spatial rift, it could lure its target and strike from afar, with a clear aim at the god of light post-descent. This type of descent consumes the vessel's life force from the onset, and attacking accelerates this depletion, allowing the descent to persist only due to the fervent faith of the original host. Yet, having frequently vanquished legendary demons, Pope Stephen had already expended a significant portion of his strength, rendering him vulnerable to the prince's ambush from the other side of the spatial rift. It is easy to envision the triumphant laughter of the demon prince upon vanquishing a descending true god's consciousness. Such an achievement would be immensely glorious, even for a demon lord, allowing him to boast for millennia. In a moment of dire peril, a radiant beam of golden light erupted from the hands of a female master-tier priestess behind Pope Stephen, colliding with the crimson radiance of the demon prince and instantly triggering a monumental explosion. With a deafening roar, the explosive shockwave propelled both demons and humans alike into the air. Even the legendary figures were tossed about like leaves in a tempest. All spells of spatial manipulation, flight, and phasing became utterly ineffective in that moment. The distinction lay in the proximity of the demon forces to the rift in space. The explosion occurred behind them, sending the majority of demons hurtling into the fissure like cannonballs. It is worth noting that this rift contained numerous smaller gaps, through which various demon squads had previously infiltrated the continent. However, these minuscule apertures were insufficient for powerful entities like legendary and master-tier demons to traverse. Those unfortunate demons, thrust into the rift by the force of the explosion, found their bodies torn asunder, some parts crossing through while others remained trapped, resulting in gruesome fatalities. A few fortunate ones were blasted through to the other side of the rift, sustaining heavy injuries upon impact with the ground, but ultimately saving their lives. The explosion occurred before the pursuing humans, and while the shockwave scattered them, the effects were less catastrophic. Most were thrown a considerable distance, but suffered minimal harm. Only a handful met their demise by being thrust headfirst into the ground, their fate tragically sealed. The entire spatial rift collapsed, and in that fleeting moment of collapse, the anguished voice of the demon prince echoed, "Tamora, you have thwarted my plans." Indeed, the female master-tier priestess was a disguised avatar of the goddess of fortune, Tamora, prepared for any unforeseen contingencies. While the demon prince might have anticipated the movements of the god of order, the god of war, the goddess of agriculture, or even the dragon god, he could hardly have foreseen that an avatar of the goddess of fortune would intervene. As the smoke cleared, not only had the rift vanished, but the pyramid beneath it had also crumbled. The shockwave obliterated all surrounding structures and a significant portion of lesser demons. Along with this destruction, Pope Stephen vanished, dissipating into a beam of light, atoning for his mistakes through sacrifice. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, the avatar of the goddess of fortune had already departed. Among the human contingent, composed of legendary and master-tier beings, those who had not perished on the spot were immediately healed. Even those who had died were resurrected if they met the criteria for the spell. The subsequent task was to tally the casualties. 31 legendary and 51 master-tier warriors had participated, with 2 legendary and 6 master-tier fatalities, plus 7 master-tier casualties from the explosion. The demon forces included 1 demigod, 32 legendary, and over 60 master-tier demons. The demigod Melek was gravely injured, 11 legendary demons were slain, and over 20 master-tier demons perished. With 6 more lost to the explosion, the deaths of those trapped in the rift remained uncounted. Hundreds of mid-tier and low-tier demons, along with tens of thousands of lesser demons, suffered nearly half their numbers in casualties, while the remainder fled desperately. Yet, they were on an island. Where could they escape? This glorious victory, an undeniable triumph, restored the reputation of the Church of Light and rendered the death of Pope Stephen sacred and monumental. A legendary paladin of the Church of Light stepped forward, stating, "With your assistance, the demons have received their just punishment. On behalf of the Church of Light, I extend my gratitude." Please return to the ships to rest. We shall set sail tomorrow." As the situation settled, others approached to exchange pleasantries. And soon they all ascended back to the vessels anchored at the shore. The expedition fleet had long received the signal of victory and was now docked in shallow waters, transporting soldiers to the shore. The 2 infantry legions of the Apennine Kingdom, totaling 4,000 men, along with over 2,000 mercenaries and adventurers, would embark under the leadership of the Knights of Light and the Dawn Clerics to eradicate the remaining demons on the island. However, they had only one day to accomplish this task, as they needed to return to their ships by the same time the following day. The collapse of the spatial rift was temporary. It would reopen, causing magical elements on the island to become chaotic and rendering spells, divine arts, and magical formations ineffective. It was crucial to note that nearly 20 legendary demons and around 30 master-tier demons might still be alive among the survivors. Should the human forces fail to retreat in time, they would be left to engage in hand-to-hand combat, resulting in significant losses. Chapter 330. Counterattack on Sodden Island, Part 6. From a distant hillside, Kristin and Savannah witnessed the entire battle unfold, the chaotic clash of legendary and master-tier beings, the divine descent of the God of Light, the demon prince's ambush, and the involvement of the Goddess of Fortune's avatar. Truly an epic confrontation. Due to their clever concealment and the enchanted armor that evaded detection, even as several legendary and master-tier figures were propelled past them by the explosion, none noticed their presence as they recovered and returned to the fray. The avatar of the Goddess of Fortune's strike had collapsed the rift, effectively concluding the battle and thwarting Kristin's hopes of seizing an opportunity. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of contentment in witnessing such a momentous conflict, and thus, the 2 stealthily returned to their ship, setting sail for home. Although the remaining demons on the island outnumbered the human expeditionary forces by more than double, their frantic flight rendered them incapable of forming an effective resistance. The soldiers disembarked and, under the knight's command, split into several groups to clear the path, while the mercenaries and adventurers divided into nearly 100 teams to hunt down scattered demons. After a day and night of battle, the human expeditionary forces succeeded in slaying over 10,000 demons at the cost of only a few hundred casualties, returning to their ships with the honor of victory. Once the spatial rift is restored, the demonic faction refrains from deploying legendary and master-tier forces for retaliation, nor do they send large armies to Sodden Island, seemingly abandoning their invasion of the main world. This decision is quite understandable, as the spatial rift is set to close in a few months. Any further troop deployments would yield little more than the loss of lives among both soldiers and lesser demons, proving to be futile. However, while the official demonic invasion has ceased, the underground incursions have not. Numerous abyssal creatures, driven by opportunism, continue to traverse the spatial rift to Sodden Island, crafting vessels to reach the human continent. Some engage in plunder and pillage, elevating their ranks and amassing wealth before returning triumphantly to the abyss. Others, upon landing, are swiftly eradicated by humans, transforming into demon-slaying points. There are also those who choose to remain hidden in the main world, even at the cost of living in secrecy, as the conditions in the human realm far exceed those in the abyss. Likewise, some human mercenaries and adventurers who participated in the expedition choose to remain on the island rather than returning with the ships. Upon realizing that the demonic forces are not launching a counterattack, they embark on the hunt for scattered demons. As some return laden with spoils, news of the situation on Sodden Island spreads, attracting more adventurers. The demon opportunists establish encampments beneath the spatial rift, while human mercenaries set up camps in the west, north, and east of the island, leading to a continuous clash between the 2 factions. Humans earn demon-slaying points by vanquishing demons, while demons collect souls and equipment from slain humans, providing both sides with a motive to battle. The day after the conclusion of the Sodden Island conflict, the first verses lauding this epic confrontation are composed and begin to resonate across the continent, subsequently giving rise to an array of artistic expressions, including paintings, sculptures, heroic epics, and dramas. A week following the battle, the Church of the Light sends formal invitations to other major churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds on the continent, inviting them to send representatives to the upcoming coronation ceremony of the new pope a month hence. In Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower's reception hall, Alina enters to report, "My Duke, the emissary from the Church of the Light, has arrived. A 9th-tier priest clad in white vestments, adorned with the emblem of the light, bows and greets. Good morning, my Duke. I come on behalf of the church to present an invitation for you to attend the Pope's coronation ceremony." Alina hands over the invitation, and after a brief glance, Kristin remarks, "I shall attend." The priest bows once more, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my duke. As the only current field duke on the continent, the Stewart territory surpasses several minor duchies, thus making Kristin a necessary invitee. After bidding farewell to the Church of the Light's emissary, Kristin meets with bishop-level priests from the churches of the God of Order, the Goddess of Agriculture, and the Goddess of Commerce. Given the prevailing circumstances, although the spatial rift has not yet officially closed, the scattered demons emerging from it no longer pose a significant threat to the continent. Likewise, the random demonic incursions through the rift have largely ceased, and the catastrophe seems to have dissipated, allowing life to gradually return to normal. Due to the prosperity of Dominaria's city, various churches have established sizable temples here, deploying bishop-level priests. Smaller churches, despite their limitations, have constructed standard temples as well. Kristin treats all churches with equal respect, recognizing that even the smallest church is backed by a true God and deserves due reverence. Under these circumstances, missionary activities among the churches have intensified. Naturally, the Stewart territory, now the most expansive, has become the prime target for these churches. Priests, like revolving lanterns, approach Kristin with various proposals, seeking to establish temples dedicated to their respective deities in the villages and towns reclaimed from demonic control. According to the Pact of the Gods, all individuals must have faith. Furthermore, the Continental Pact mandates that villages and towns within noble territories must house temples. Previously, the severity of the demonic catastrophe served as an excuse to postpone these requirements. However, with the demons now reduced to mere remnants, further delays are untenable. Kristin's reluctance to expedite the establishment of temples stems from a desire to ensure that the Church of the Dragon God can erect more temples across the villages, thereby widely disseminating the glory of the great dragon god. Before the demonic calamity, the territories of the dragon-blooded lineage comprised only 3 countships and 1 barony, the Stewart territory. Not all inhabitants of these lands worshipped the dragon god, resulting in a limited number of priests. With the acquisition of 3 counties, however, the need for priests from the Church of the Dragon God has surged. Although the qualifications for priests are among the least demanding among spellcasting professions, primarily relying on faith, there remains a scarcity of qualified individuals, particularly those associated with spellcasters. Moreover, the training of priests is not an easy endeavor, making it implausible to produce a sufficient number of competent priests within a mere 3 years. It is no exaggeration to say that the Church of the Dragon God has dispatched all available priests from its headquarters, leaving only those who bear multiple responsibilities, causing the Pope daily concern over personnel shortages. Chapter 331, Guests from Afar. The abyssal plains represent the pinnacle of the countless layers of the bottomless abyss. This desolate expanse, barren and devoid of life, is enveloped in a thick layer of dust, scorched beneath the relentless crimson sun. Interspersed across the dusty plain are 3 distinct terrains: the vast abyssal passages on the surface, colossal iron fortresses constructed by demons, and the river of the underworld. The uppermost abyssal passages serve as gateways to deeper layers. By descending through certain specific abysses, travelers quickly reach related realms. Most abysses feature bidirectional entrances, though some are one-way only, rendering the act of carelessly leaping into an unfamiliar passage perilous and prone to entrapment within that dimension. The iron fortresses typically house high-ranking demons and their minions, frequently serving as gathering points for the demonic legions en route to their ceaseless blood-soaked campaigns. Some of the largest battles of that war have transpired within this layer and deeper, as well as in the adjacent outer realms. During the calamity, these iron fortresses served as the assembly points for the demonic legions invading the primary realm. The river Styx meanders through this layer, with some tributaries cascading into the abyss, while others discharge foul waters as branches of the main river. After the various demon lords abandoned their attempts to invade the primary realm and ceased sending forth their armies, the fissures in the stony wasteland became a paradise for abyssal opportunists. The nearest iron fortress lies over 100 kilometers away, and the demons stationed there have little inclination to manage this perilous locale. After all, if the demons can traverse the fissures, so too can humans. Without a significant military presence to control the opportunists, the potential for catastrophic losses should a high-ranking adventurer appear is substantial. Moreover, the risks far outweigh any potential gains. However, what the true demon leaders disdain, some underground factions see as a boon. The camps in the stony wasteland are controlled by 3 demonic factions. While they do not refer to themselves as gangs, the essence remains the same. Today, a figure clad in a black hooded robe approaches the camp. The gatekeeping demon, accustomed to such visitors, is unperturbed. Daily, all manner of beings, be they demons, undead, or abyssal humans, attempt to pass through the fissures to seek fortune in the primary realm. As the robed figure draws near, a lazy demon remarks, "Entry fee is 1 gold coin, or an equivalent item." The entrance consists merely of 2 imposing stone pillars, standing about 4 meters tall, while the camp is surrounded by a low wall of stones, remnants of the demon army. A coin from the abyss is tossed by the robed figure, and upon its receipt, the demon steps aside. Within the camp, numerous small stone enclosures serve as shops, where merchants acquire goods brought back by opportunists and sell various supplies. There are no guards at the fissure entrance. After all, it is not something that can be easily destroyed, and if creatures from the primary realm are capable of breaching it, the presence of guards would be futile. Various beings traverse between the 2 realms, yet this seemingly convenient passage is fraught with danger. Should the omnipresent spatial storms arise, those lacking sufficient power risk being swept into the fissures, with those unfortunate enough to fall into the primary realm considered fortunate. Many are instead drawn deep into the astral void. The robed figure does not linger but strides directly into the fissure's entrance and soon emerges from the fissure on Sardin Island, unscathed. Below lies a platform constructed of wood and stone. The fissure is elevated several dozen meters above the ground, and the once mighty stone pyramids built by the demon army now lie in ruins. Without a platform, how would one return? Looking down from the platform reveals the demon camp on Sardin Island, devoid of walls, filled with haphazard wooden and stone structures, bustling with various creatures. Below the platform, several large demons are stationed to collect tolls from returning individuals, casting not a glance at the robed figure from the abyss. After departing the camp for some distance, the robed figure removes the hood, revealing a beautiful young woman in her 20s with flowing white hair. She is the legendary Lich Onelia. Though this form is merely a facade she uses for her daily excursions, there are numerous routes from her realm to the primary world. Yet traversing the fissure across the abyssal plains is undoubtedly the quickest and most economical method. The sole drawback is the potential for minor dangers. Should she be discovered by human mercenaries or adventurers, it could spell doom. However, for Onelia, this is of little concern. She casts invisibility and flight spells upon herself and soars toward the human camp in the north. Shortly thereafter, she encounters a returning mercenary team of 6. Claiming to be from the eastern camp, Onelia fabricates a tale of her comrade's demise, presenting herself as the sole survivor. The human camp is constructed far more robustly than the demons, featuring a 2-meter-high wooden palisade designed to deter beasts, though the island's wildlife has long been consumed by demons. Soldiers man the 10-meter-high watchtowers, and the entrance is not only guarded but also monitored by priests. All who enter the camp must undergo an evil detection test. A second-tier priest casts the divine spell, which Onelia easily evades. The camp boasts weekly departures to the port of Marseille in the Kingdom of France. But her timing is unfortunate. She must wait an additional 3 days for the next sailing. A brief delay poses no significant issue, as merchants have established inns within the camp, ready to profit from newcomers. These inns consist of simple wooden cabins, rudimentary in construction and amenities, specifically catering to those newly arrived on the island. Veteran mercenary groups typically build their own lodgings, a task easily accomplished within 2 or 3 days. Accommodations are certainly pricier than on the mainland, yet food costs even more. The island's beasts have been entirely hunted down by the demons, necessitating that most sustenance be transported from the continent. However, the demons and other beings arriving through the fissures typically possess an average level of around 3. Dispatching 3 or 4 should suffice to earn demon hunting points for a manor, a principal reason why mercenaries and adventurers flock to this place. Given this context, inflated prices for supplies are somewhat acceptable. Chapter 332, A Distant Visitor, Part 2. Onelia presents herself as a second-tier mage, albeit having lost her mage's insignia during battle. This detail bears little significance. After paying double the fare, she promptly secures a small yet tidy single room. The allure of the primary realm's azure sky, white clouds, and vast sea captivates her. Indeed, the ship reaches Marseille port before she tires of the view. Upon disembarking, passengers are subjected to another evil detection inspection, this time conducted by a third-tier priest, yet the outcome remains unchanged. The human side has implemented these basic preventive measures due to the bizarre appearances of creatures living in the abyss, making it impossible for them to board the ship unnoticed. The only ones with a chance are the demon-blooded and abyssal humans. To evade the detection of evil spells cast by the priests, one must possess at least a master-level proficiency, while simultaneously eluding the scanning of the Mage Tower in Marseille. necessitating at least a legendary status or possessing treasures that conceal one's aura. Honoria, being both of legendary status and in possession of such a treasure, successfully entered Marseille. However, due to the siege by demons, the city was rife with the scars of war. The recently returned civilians had little to offer in terms of attractions. Traveling from Marseille to Dominaria City essentially meant traversing the entirety of the Fran Kingdom. Although Honoria could not utilize the Mage Guild's teleportation circles, she found long-distance flight spells to be quite expedient. Moreover, as she was in no rush, she leisurely indulged in the journey, taking over 2 months to reach her destination. By this time, Kristin had returned from the grand coronation ceremony of the new Pope of the Church of Light, being a significant event for a major church. The ceremony was magnificent, with esteemed guests and attendants, and everything unfolded perfectly. For Kristin, however, it was merely a ceremonial participation. Her presence and the gifts she offered marked the conclusion of her involvement. Compared to attending such events, Kristin preferred to remain in Dominaria City. This city, which she could call her own, surpassed the renowned France City in terms of architectural planning and urban facilities. After all, France City had gradually developed from a small town, lacking the cohesive design that Dominaria City boasted. In addition to the traditional outer districts, inner city, and castle area, the thriving maritime trade had warranted the establishment of a separate port district. Uniquely, the castle area was not situated at the city center, but rather atop a small hill to the south. The streets were laid out in a meticulous grid pattern, and due to its proximity to the Brittany River, a comprehensive water supply and drainage system ensured that the city remained clean and tidy at all times. Thus, upon entering the city, Honoria immediately recognized the distinctions that set Dominaria apart from other cities. Setting aside the remarkable municipal construction, the cities she traversed in the Fran Kingdom during the 3 years of the magical disaster were desolate due to obstructed roads, whereas Dominaria thrived. Dominating over half of the Western continent's maritime trade, the city boasted a public carriage system with fixed routes, offering affordable fares as a civic benefit. For those in need, various levels of rental carriages were available. Most of the drivers worshipped the god of travel and were as talkative as taxi drivers in certain cities. When Honoria inquired about attractions in Dominaria, the driver promptly took her to Gold Coin Avenue. As the most bustling commercial street in Dominaria and a well-known shopping destination on the continent, it was certainly not named so for its triviality. However, due to its prosperity, that was the name by which it was commonly referred, while the official name remained largely unknown. Gold Coin Avenue featured a thoroughfare wide enough for 4 carriages, flanked by pedestrian streets and shops selling a variety of goods, along with restaurants and taverns of diverse styles. Every so often, small squares, gardens, and sculpted fountains adorned the landscape, with the grand fountain in the central square capable of shooting water dozens of meters high, driven by magical arrays, leaving many local nobles in awe. For the driver, who had catered to numerous guests, he was certain that no woman could resist the allure of Gold Coin Avenue. And indeed, this was true. As Honoria stepped onto the street, a well-dressed merchant approached her respectfully, inquiring if she required a guide. With her ample wealth, she naturally did not refuse, and the merchant conjured a selection of a dozen male and female guides for her to choose from. These professionally trained guides were not only physically appealing but also adept at reading the room, providing attentive service throughout. Although Honoria had her own castle and numerous subordinates, as a legendary lich, the nature of her followers was evident. She had never encountered such lavish and warm hospitality. Whatever her needs, the guide would swiftly procure the appropriate services. The street was lined with dozens of shops showcasing diverse attire from various races, countries, and styles. One could stroll from shop to shop, ride in a carriage, or even remain in a hotel room while having shops bring clothing for selection, as long as one could afford the gold, typically appearing in her lich form. Honoria found it unlikely that an interdimensional merchant would offer clothing of little value in her castle. Thus, when hundreds of varied garments were suddenly laid before her, no woman could resist such temptation. The moment she beheld the dazzling array of jewelry, her eyes sparkled with excitement. While she possessed numerous magical items, predominantly in the form of jewelry, these functional magical artifacts paled in comparison to the exquisite jewelry on display here. It is worth noting that these jewelry shops belonged to Kristin, with nearly half the designs sourced from Savannah, inspired by patterns from the ancient Gunazeral magical empire. The great archmages of Ur had seized countless treasures from various realms, including a myriad of exceptional jewelry that could dazzle the nobility of the continent. The culinary delights were equally commendable. Any chef capable of opening a shop in Dominaria undoubtedly possessed true skill. Several grand theaters showcased a variety of classic performances, with elven troops regularly gracing the stage. Honoria, being affluent, received a treatment akin to that of royalty on Gold Coin Avenue. Yet, even with varied meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, different shops to explore daily, and an array of entertainment options, she remained for a full fortnight. At this point, her original purpose for the journey had faded from her mind. Indulging in feasting, entertainment, and shopping had become her primary focus. The sudden influx of wealth that Honoria represented naturally caught the attention of the Tulip Thorn, with its head, Tam, reporting the situation to Kristin. Chapter 333, The Ancient Prophecy, Part 1. Many nobles, like Honoria, reveled in the delights of Dominaria City, yet none spent money quite like her. Given that demons could not appear at sea, many nobles residing in coastal territories or near ports would still vacation here, even during the magical disaster. Especially now that transportation had largely resumed. Upon receiving the report from Tam, Kristin did not pay it much heed. With the current defenses of the city, even a legendary being could be vanquished, and should the powers of the demi-plane be invoked, even demigods would pose no threat. Thus, she felt quite at ease. Having dined sufficiently and indulged in various amusements, and after acquiring several boxes of goods, Onelia finally recalled the purpose of her visit, to meet Duke Stewart. However, a formal visit was unnecessary, as long as she remained within the scanning range of the Mage Tower. Onelia could ensure her escape even if her soul were to be taken. Yet, entering the Mage Tower would leave her no chance of escape, not even for her soul. The individuals Tam had dispatched to covertly monitor Onelia could hardly elude her keen perception, yet they did not disguise themselves, as their presence was merely a precaution for a valued client. In such circumstances, it was quite simple for Onelia to reveal her identity and send a message to Duke Stewart. The meeting was arranged at a quaint cafe run by a halfling on Gold Coin Avenue. While tea remained the predominant beverage across the continent, coffee was gradually gaining acceptance among the nobility. The sound of hurried hoofbeats approached, prompting all the coachmen on the road to steer their vehicles aside upon sighting the Duke's banner, for this was the procession of His Grace. The roads of Dominaria City could accommodate at least 4 carriages side by side, and pedestrians had designated walkways. So anyone obstructing the Duke's entourage would promptly be escorted by the city guard for a stern reprimand. Nobles faced fines while commoners served sentences. Of course, this was contingent upon survival. If one were to be slain outright by the guards, there would be no further consequences to consider. The procession halted before the cafe, and the attendant at the door immediately rushed inside to summon the proprietor. In truth, there was no need for such an announcement, as the halfling owner had already scurried out in a flurry. Those who operated establishments on Gold Coin Avenue were hardly of ordinary status. This particular halfling was the son of the tribal chief, yet without a title, he remained a commoner. Half the cavalry stood guard while the other half dismounted, approaching under the command of Captain Bella. Upon seeing the proprietor, they stated, "His Grace the Duke wishes to see Lady Onelia. Please clear the establishment of patrons." At once, the halfling owner replied, hastily nodding in agreement before instructing the attendant to inform the guests. Given the significant expenditure Onelia had made on Gold Coin Avenue, the owner would certainly recognize her name. Once everyone, including the owner, had vacated, Kristin entered the cafe accompanied by Carlatani. One of Onelia's avatars had been slain by Kristin. Thus, she was acutely aware that the mage's 9th-tier insignia the other wore was merely a facade, concealing a formidable power equivalent to that of a legendary being. Therefore, she inclined her head slightly and said, "Good afternoon, Duke Stewart." Kristin immediately discerned the legendary strength of her counterpart and responded with a courteous bow. "Good afternoon, Lady Onelia." After taking their seats, Carlatani personally served coffee to the two. Onelia spoke first. "Duke Stewart, I must apologize for not requesting this meeting until 2 weeks after my arrival in Dominaria City. You are too kind, Lady Onelia. Your presence has indeed invigorated commerce in the city, for which I am grateful." With only Kristin, Carlatani, and herself present, Onelia continued candidly, "Duke Stewart, I owe you another apology. The legendary lich that ambushed you at the behest of the legendary demon Naftali was my avatar." "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I would have remained unaware," Kristin replied, concealing her surprise behind a mask of calm, while Carlatani subtly heightened her vigilance. Onelia, displaying utmost honesty, stated, "Duke Stewart, you would learn of this matter in due time. Why should I conceal it?" Kristin remarked, "Lady Onelia, I appreciate your candor. But your journey here was not solely to reveal this truth, was it?" "Duke Stewart, my avatar's assault was to validate a prophecy. If you survive the encounter, you would be the individual foretold." Upon grasping the situation's essence, Kristin exhibited little reaction, Her victory over Onelia's avatar had not been a loss for her. Now that Onelia spoke of prophecies, it seemed prudent to listen to what she had to say next. Thus, she inquired, "If I understand correctly, did you send your avatar to test me?" Onelia waved her hand in denial. "Duke Stewart, I am not qualified to test the one spoken of in the prophecy. I merely sought confirmation." Kristin chose not to take a stance on this. Even liches who were once ordinary humans rarely retained their normality after enduring a prolonged existence, making such peculiar notions somewhat comprehensible. Onelia pointed to the earring adorning Kristin's right ear and said, "Duke Stewart, if I am not mistaken, this is the ornament from yesterday. A gift from the illustrious record keeper of death." Recognizing that she had identified the origin of the earring, Kristin graciously affirmed, "Indeed, as you say, Lady Onelia. The record keeper of death is another name for the ancient god of death, Yegas. The reason they refrained from uttering Yegas's name was that anyone who spoke a god's name would be heard by the deity. With the extent of their hearing contingent upon the god's divinity, those of higher divine rank could perceive more words. Only in the domains of other gods, such as sanctuaries or temples, could this ability be rendered ineffective. Onelia was quite pleased with Kristin's openness and remarked, "Duke Stewart, your rise bears resemblance to the heroes of yore. My avatar ventured to the main world to seek verification. Upon witnessing this ornament, I concluded you might indeed be the one foretold by the prophecy. My purpose today, naturally, is to fulfill the prophecy's contents." "Lady Onelia, please proceed," Kristin replied, harboring a deep disdain for the enigmatic ways of soothsayers. Yet, there was little she could do, for in this world, both gods and demons delighted in invoking prophecies, as though it bestowed upon them an unparalleled significance. Chapter 334, The Ancient Prophecy, Part 2. Onelia adjusted her posture to appear more formal and began. "This prophecy dates back to the collapse of the arcane empire of Nazarel. At that time, I was merely a fledgling arcanist, traversing a certain plane. When I heard the news of the empire's downfall and the persecution of arcanists, it was then that the great Deathkeeper approached me. The great Deathkeeper said that if I was willing to worship him and perform a single task on his behalf, he would bestow upon me knowledge for my continued ascension, not as an arcanist, but as a mage and a lich. At that moment, as a mere 9th-tier arcanist, I had no choice but to accept this condition in order to survive. Is the task he assigned you related to the prophecy?" Onelia nodded and replied, "Indeed. It seems my guess was correct, Lady Onelia. Please, continue," she urged. Onelia continued, "He told me that one day, a being known as the Void of Destiny would emerge, and I would only need to serve her for 100 years to repay his favor." Even though Kristin had cultivated a calm demeanor, she was still profoundly shaken by this revelation. She could not fathom why this ancient god of death, Yegas, would go to such lengths, first sending her a divine artifact, and now arranging for a legendary lich to serve her. Curiously, she inquired, "Lady Onelia, why would he do such a thing?" Onelia shook her head, saying, "I asked him, but he did not respond." Feeling exasperated, Kristin remarked, "This is truly the sort of enigma that Yegas would conjure. May I then interpret this as you believing that I am the so-called Void of Destiny, to whom you will serve for a century?" "Yes, that is precisely how you should understand it." Kristin probed further, "Did the great Deathkeeper mention what price I must pay for this?" "You need not pay any price," Onelia replied, adding, "At least, the great Deathkeeper did not mention any price you would need to pay." Kristin was acutely aware that anything that seemed too good to be true often harbored hidden dangers, even if the prophecy regarding the Void of Destiny were genuine. She found it hard to believe that she deserved such attention from a true deity. After all, Yegas, as an ancient god of death, had weathered countless storms. What could possibly challenge him? However, the very fact that he was a true god necessitated her acceptance of this seemingly generous gesture. In her view, if Yegas truly wished her harm, he would not need to orchestrate such elaborate schemes. Even if a price were to be paid in the future, evasion would be impossible. Thus, why reject the benefits presented to her? Consequently, Kristin stated, "Lady Onelia, since this is the will of the great Deathkeeper, I shall comply. However, how may I be convinced that this is indeed his design?" Onelia, with a serious countenance, replied, "I can swear before the great Deathkeeper. Swearing to one's deity is a strong affirmation of truth. Otherwise, it would be blasphemous, inviting divine retribution." Thus, Kristin immediately accepted this assurance. Subsequently, Onelia swore to the ancient god of death, Yegas, that her words were true and that her service to Kristin for 100 years was by his design. Concurrently, Onelia requested that Kristin swear to treat her new subordinate kindly, given that her avatar had previously participated in an ambush against Kristin and she feared potential future complications. As Yega's insignia manifested in the air, signifying his acknowledgement of their oaths, the matter was settled without question. With their relationship now defined, their titles evolved accordingly. Curiosity piqued. Kristin asked, "Lady Onelia, if I may be so bold, why did the great Yega select you as the executor of this prophecy, or one of its executors?" Onelia responded with delight. "The great Yega stated that this future void of destiny has a fondness for beautiful maidens, and I am quite confident in my appearance. Naturally, I feel honored to receive his praise. However, what you see before you is not my true form. My true self is far more exquisite." Kristin was momentarily taken aback by this response, her first thought being whether Yegas, the ancient enigma, had been observing her. Yet, considering that Yegas likely spoke those words long before her own birth, she found solace in the notion that a true god would not indulge in such triviality. Nevertheless, doubts began to creep in. Could she truly be this so-called void of destiny? Regardless, Onelia's presence would significantly enhance the combat prowess of Stewart's domain, a fact worthy of celebration. However, Kristin chose not to broadcast this news widely. She merely informed Savannah and Alicia, omitting any mention of the prophecy or Yega's involvement, deeming it unnecessary to involve them in such perilous matters. If Onelia did not reveal her true nature, no one would discern that she was a lich, as this was a gift from the ancient god of death. Furthermore, even if discovered, there would be no issue, for liches could belong to various alignments: good, evil, or neutral. Onelia, being a follower of Yega's, fell within the neutral alignment and could traverse the material world freely. However, due to the stipulations of the legendary accord, which dictated that legends do not belong to any nation and must adhere to this rule within the human realm, Onelia could not publicly declare herself as Kristin's subordinate. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Duke Stewart from having a legendary ally. It was agreed that Onelia would conceal her identity, emerging only when necessary, at which point her target would undoubtedly fall outside the protection of the legendary accord. Days later, Onelia departed from Dominaria City. Her return was to reclaim her original body and manage affairs at home, leaving an avatar to oversee the castle. Additionally, she intended to bring back a plethora of jewelry and garments she had acquired, ensuring that her true self could enjoy a leisurely existence in the material world while soothing her avatar, aware of its temperament. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, such optimism proved illusory. As unforeseen events transpired, Kristin received a magical missive from the capital. France City. Chapter 335, The Unveiled Calamity, Part 1. Upon reviewing the magical correspondence from the capital, Kristin could not help but empathize with King Louis. As the calamity of magic had yet to subside, and now the kingdom of France faced yet another crisis. In truth, numerous affairs plagued the nations during this period, though she had paid little heed to them. However, when compared to King Emmanuel of the Apennine Kingdom, none could rival the misfortunes that had befallen this unfortunate soul. The situation unfolded as follows. In the Normandy county of the Kingdom of Fran, a certain Baron Mess, possessing rich iron or resources in his territory, had consistently supplied the kingdom with semi-refined iron ingots. When the ironworking industry flourished in Dragonclaw Town, now known as Stewart City, Baron Mess began to supply it as well. Following the outbreak of the calamity, small factions of demons randomly teleported from spatial rifts onto the continent, wreaking havoc. And Baron Mess' iron mines were not spared, suffering extensive destruction. Even if production could continue, the obstructed roads rendered transportation impossible, leading to a catastrophic plunge in Baron Mess' income. With the situation now stabilizing, Baron Mess hastily summoned a group of slaves to rebuild the mines and restore production. The losses during the calamity were significant, and without any income, he risked impoverishment to the point of selling his land. The closest routes from the continent to the Elven Island originated in Normandy and Calais, both coastal and adjacent counties. This raised a pertinent issue. The Underdark and the surface world were interconnected by passages, some of which had been discovered and either sealed or fortified to prevent subterranean races from causing harm to humanity. However, it was certain that undiscovered secret passages remained. The Drow elves of the Underdark often sent hunters to the Elven Island, making Normandy and Calais the counties with the greatest number of secret passages. Yet, in order to maintain secrecy, the Drow elves refrained from attacking the humans in these two counties, ensuring that the existence of these passages remained concealed. Now, Baron Mess faced the dual challenge of restoring mine production and excavating new tunnels to expand output. To him, iron ore was essentially free from the depths, and the slaves incurred minimal costs. The only expense involved in transportation was borne by the Tulip Merchants Guild, which was akin to counting wealth while seated at home. Brittany County bordered Normandy, with Baron Mess territory situated to the west of Normandy, in reasonable proximity to Stewart City. For the Tulip Merchants Guild, purchasing iron ingots from Baron Mess yielded modest profits. Yet the advantage lay in the fact that the gold coins spent were largely reinvested by Baron Mess into goods from Stewart. The situation deteriorated during the expansion of the iron mine when, by sheer misfortune, they breached a passage leading from the Underdark to the surface world. The miners, unaware of the significance of their discovery, merely noted the presence of an unfathomable abyss. This, however, was not deemed alarming. It was customary for the church to dispatch investigators upon being informed. The distance between the Underdark and the surface world was not akin to two adjacent rooms, where a simple wall could be demolished to create access. Often, traversing a passage could take a day or even several, allowing ample time for resolution. Nevertheless, the overseer of the mine dismissed the situation, perhaps due to ignorance regarding the existence of the Underdark. Consequently, a month later, slaves began to mysteriously vanish from the mine. Under the arduous conditions of mining, it was not uncommon for individuals to perish from exhaustion, and such occurrences were often overlooked. Ultimately, this negligence culminated in a disaster as countless undead creatures surged forth from the depths, including, but not limited to, skeletons, zombies, ghouls, bodaks, and colossal remains. The mine was primarily inhabited by slaves, with only a handful of overseers. Had they only faced skeletons and zombies, they might have held their ground for a while, as their combat efficacy was limited. However, with the introduction of ghouls and other undead, the situation drastically worsened. Not only could they not defend themselves, but escape became impossible. Lower-tier undead were averse to sunlight, causing them to remain dormant during the day and emerge under the cover of night to march and mount attacks. By the time the news reached Baron Mess, more than a day had passed, and the undead army had already begun assaulting the nearest villages. However, the calamity of magic had not yet dissipated. Sporadic appearances of wandering demons kept the villages on high alert. Moreover, fortifications had been established, allowing the militia to momentarily repel the undead attacks. Yet, none anticipated that the undead they thwarted were merely the vanguard. When the main force arrived, the villages fell swiftly, and not a soul escaped into the night. Baron Mess dispatched a knight accompanied by 200 soldiers to eradicate the undead. This was not a matter of underestimating the threat. Rather, the messenger had reported only a few hundred undead, predominantly skeletons and zombies. Upon their arrival at the assaulted village, they discovered that all had perished. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they retreated, only to find themselves surrounded by over 1,000 undead creatures, with the outcome all too predictable. In truth, the attacked village was not the sole victim. The undead emerged from the passage and surged in all directions, ruthlessly slaying any living beings they encountered. The reason for such a vast horde of undead emerging from the Underdark remained unknown, pending investigation. Within a matter of days, Baron Mess' entire domain succumbed to the undead. Fortunately, experience gained during the calamity enabled many to evacuate the villages and towns, albeit with initial chaos. The refugees predominantly fled towards the northern city of Cannes and the royal domain in the neighboring eastern county. To the west lay the coastal territory of Viscount Cantabria. Should the Viscount fail to withstand the undead, escape routes would vanish. To the south was the lower county, previously ravaged by demons. And who could say whether the journey in that direction would lead to starvation? The undead army pursued the fleeing refugees, most advancing towards the earldom of Cannes to the north and the royal domain to the east, while a smaller faction meandered towards Viscount Cantabria and the lower county. The king's letter was a call for Kristin to prepare for the impending onslaught of the undead, with the hope that she might also dispatch troops to engage in their eradication. This predicament is unavoidable. Although the demonic army has been vanquished from Sardinia, the precedent of the eternal city of the Apennine Kingdom being attacked looms large. As long as the spatial rift remains unsealed, the Kingdom of Fran dares not withdraw its troops stationed in coastal towns. While the redeployment of soldiers from other regions poses no issue, it ultimately requires time. The principal concern lies with the three knightly orders of the kingdom. The Valois order has nearly perished in the battle against the demons at Astillero. The Capetian order must remain stationed along the coast, and the Carolingian order has suffered significant losses in its efforts to intercept the demons advancing from the north, leaving them to defend the capital. King Louis finds himself in a precarious situation regarding troop strength. Chapter 336, The Uncovered Catastrophe, Part 2. Upon receiving news of the undead from the refugees, Count Can promptly reported it to King Louis through the communication array, requesting assistance. King Louis swiftly relayed this information to Kristin. The members of the Tulip Commerce, tasked with gathering intelligence, upon hearing of the undead in Normandy, immediately notified headquarters using the portable communication array set up in the border village as soon as they entered the Stewart territory. The news from Harlan Coy, head of the commerce, reached Kristin in tandem with the information from the capital. Kristin instructed, "Please inform Uncle Liam, Eric, Albert, Tam, Victor, Pierre, Monica, and Olivier to come here. Additionally, invite Bishop Selamanclos of the Order of Order, Bishop Jurgen Hills of the War God Church, Bishop Vanessa Bonnet of the Agriculture Goddess Church, and Bishop Diolier J.E. from the Church of Death." Elena bowed and replied, "As you command." In the castle of the Mage Tower, in the reception hall, upon Kristin's entrance, all rose to greet her. "Your Grace, the Duke. Please be seated. I have summoned you for an urgent matter." Everyone promptly took their seats. Adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness, Kristin ordered, "Elena, please read the letter." At once, Elena read the magical letter from King Louis, and the assembly was taken aback by the startling news of the sudden emergence of undead creatures. Kristin, without soliciting opinions, stated, "You are all aware of the situation. I shall now outline the arrangements." The subordinate from the Stewart territory bowed and said, "Your Grace, please instruct us." The bishops inclined their bodies and expressed, "We are willing to follow your directives." Kristin inquired, "Sir Albert, how goes the training of the new recruits?" "Your Grace, the training of the new recruits has been completed. You may rest assured." Anticipating the potential rewards of land in exchange for his demon-slaying achievements, Kristin had proactively arranged for Sir Albert to recruit and train 3,000 infantry, 1,000 city guards, and 250 cavalry. While the total may seem substantial, a county typically yields around 12 baronial territories, which translates to approximately 350 soldiers per barony, including the city guards, thus proving to be rather modest. "Lord Pierre, please contact the nobles of Normandy to secure authorization for the army's entry into battle." The diplomat, Lord Pierre, rose and affirmed, "As you command." "Sir Eric, as the military commander of the Loire County adjacent to the Mise barony, I am assigning both infantry and cavalry to you. Ensure the border remains secure." Sir Eric stood and replied, "As you command." "Monica, you shall lead the Mage Corps of Loire County to provide support." "As you wish." Monica Bellucci, a master-level mage, commands over 10 certified magic practitioners, including 3 of 5th rank. "Uncle Liam, the border between Brittany and Normandy is small. As the military commander, I am assigning the city guards to you to secure the boundary." Sir Liam stood and stated, "As you command." "Cousin Olivier, you shall lead the mages of the Brittany Mage Tower to provide support." "As you wish." Olivier Magna, now an 8th rank mage, has a cadre of magic practitioners akin to Monica's. Sir Tam, dispatch scouts to Normandy to ascertain the movements of the undead army. The rogue Tam stood and affirmed, "As you command." "Victor, proceed with the usual arrangements for any potential refugees." The Interior Minister, Victor, rose and stated, "As you command." "Bishops, as you are adept at combating the undead, I hope you can send personnel to accompany the forces." The bishops all expressed, "As you wish." Kristin finally asked, "If there are no further inquiries, then it is settled." With her growing power and the development of her subordinates, many matters no longer necessitate Kristin's direct involvement. She can simply delegate to her subordinates. With a command, the army was immediately dispatched. The soldiers of the Stewart territory, now fully mobilized, advanced rapidly, reaching the border of Normandy in less than a week. The major churches collectively dispatched 70 official priests, the weakest among them of 3rd rank, which was deemed more than sufficient. While such commendable news was met with the sorrowful lamentations of Cardinal Tronic Clark of the Dragon God Church, who, upon hearing the news, wept in her chamber. The Dragon God Church's priests were already stretched thin, presiding over the temple and the villages, leaving no personnel available to participate in the eradication of the undead. It is not an exaggeration to state that were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of the church, Cardinal Tronic would have considered sending the reception priests from the great temple of Dominaria to the villages while personally attending to the faithful. The Church of Death, venerating Clanver, holds the doctrine of allowing the undead to return to eternal rest. Thus, upon learning of the undead's rampant devastation, the priests of the Dominaria Great Temple nearly emptied their ranks to join the crusade. The Mise barony family fled to Cannes, and upon receiving Lord Pierre's magical letter, they promptly issued authorization for the Stewart forces to enter their territory to exterminate the undead. Viscount Calentang, lacking a communication array, took a little longer to respond but also granted authorization. The demon-slaying order is only effective against demonic calamities. There are no stipulations that villages and towns destroyed by the undead cannot be reclaimed by the royal family within 3 months. Furthermore, the authorization does not equate to a plea for help, nor does it risk the Duke of Stewart seizing their territory, thus providing them with peace of mind. For these nobles, the soldiers from the Stewart territory coming to purge the undead from their lands was indeed a significant assistance. For Kristin, this not only allowed the soldiers to gain invaluable combat experience, but also cleared out a secure area. It has been half a month since the incident, and 2 legions of 3,000 troops from the kingdom have arrived at the border of Normandy County and the Royal Territory, commencing the eradication of the undead that pursued the fleeing refugees. Due to the fact that none of the miners escaped, several nearby villages soon fell under attack, and few managed to flee, leaving the source of the undead shrouded in mystery. It was not until the accident investigation team dispatched by the Church of the God of Order arrived at the domain of barren mines that they discerned the relentless emergence of undead from the mines, leading them to deduce that they originated from underground. To uncover the remaining circumstances, it would be necessary to send individuals into the dark depths through the tunnels, a task that the investigation team could not undertake under the watchful eyes of the undead. Chapter 337, The Rampage of the Undead, Part 1. In Normandy County, at the domain of Baron Mise, in the village of Weir, Knight Jules Weber, an 8th-tier knight, arrived at the entrance of the village with a dozen cavalrymen and 10 horse-drawn carriages. He surveyed the village ahead and commanded, "Scout the area. The rest of you dismount and rest." Understood. The aide in charge of the cavalry led a group into the village for reconnaissance, while the aide responsible for the infantry instructed the soldiers on the carriages to disembark and rest, while the drivers tended to the horses. These double-horse carriages, besides the driver, could carry at least 10 fully armored soldiers along with 3 days' worth of supplies, making them quite efficient for logistics. However, the upkeep of horses is certainly not inexpensive. Yet, the wealth of the Stewart territory mitigated this concern. Before long, the cavalry returned, and the aide reported, "My Lord Weber, there are only scattered undead in the village." Upon hearing this, Knight Jules Weber commanded, "Enter the village, but exercise caution." Understood. 100 infantry soldiers marched through the village's main entrance, beginning their methodical search for the undead, progressing systematically from house to house. They moved in groups of 10, ensuring they did not disperse. Occasionally, the sounds of battle echoed from within the houses, and after searching dozens of dwellings, they had vanquished over a dozen lurking undead, sustaining no casualties. Setting of the story: undead creatures also require energy replenishment. In the underworld or certain special places in the abyss, they can absorb negative energy to survive. However, upon entering the main world, devoid of negative energy, they must rely on their own reserves. Furthermore, sunlight accelerates the consumption of negative energy in undead. Thus, low-tier undead can only operate during the night. Creatures like skeletons and zombies, being low-tier undead, will perish automatically when their negative energy is depleted. In contrast, mid to high-tier undead, such as ghouls, bodaks, and specters, can replenish their energy by absorbing the life force of the living. Low-tier undead operate solely on instinct, and during their attacks on the village, some became lost, forced to hide in houses during the day and wander out at night, now becoming the training foes for the new recruits of the Stewart territory. There is a ghoul. A sharp-eyed soldier shouted upon spotting one. "Withdraw from the house." The squad leader ordered. The soldiers immediately retreated, forming a defensive formation with those outside. Ghouls range in levels from 1 to 4, and their external appearance does not reveal their strength, necessitating caution. It was daylight, and the sunlight greatly discomforted the ghoul. However, the presence of living humans reignited its thirst for flesh and blood. Ultimately, it succumbed to temptation and lunged at the soldiers, displaying a speed indicative of at least a 3rd-tier creature. Thrust. Among the 10 soldiers, 5 armed with spears executed a simultaneous thrust at the command of their squad leader. Thud. The leaping ghoul was pierced mid-air by the spears, unable to advance further. Finish it. The 5 spear-wielding soldiers then forcefully slammed the ghoul to the ground, while another 5 armed with hand axes rushed in and swiftly dismembered it. The squad leader, a veteran of the magical disaster, observed as the new recruits, hardened by at least 3 months of rigorous training, effortlessly dealt with the low-tier undead that acted solely on instinct. Seeing the soldiers dispatch the ghoul, Knight Jules Weber relaxed his grip on the sword hilt. The offensive was intended as a training exercise, and he would not allow his soldiers to be harmed. He would intervene only in the face of formidable foes. This village, neither too large nor too small, was thoroughly searched over the course of half a day, and the eradicated undead were piled in the square. A priest from the Church of the God of Death stepped forward, reciting a prayer in praise of the great god Clanwo and asking for the repose of the dead before igniting the corpses. Some undead carry diseases or corrosive negative energy. While brief contact poses no risk, it was prudent to have the soldiers gather for the priest to cast a spell to expel negative energy. After the battle concluded, Knight Jules Weber commanded, "Board the carriages, we return." The journey from the nearest village on the Loire River side to Baron Mise's domain in Weir village would typically take a full day. However, with the carriages, this time was reduced to a third. Yet, after the search and combat, it was now nearing 3 o'clock, and they had to depart. With the journey from the Loire River County into Normandy County limited to a day, the soldiers of the Stewart territory would conduct regular patrols in this area, purging any encountered undead, but would not venture further. Buller Village lies along the road from Normandy County to the capital district of the Royal Territory, where a large influx of refugees has fled, pursued by a horde of undead. One legion of 1,500 royal soldiers is stationed here, utilizing the village walls to fend off the undead army. Most of these soldiers had faced the magical disaster and found dealing with these undead, in contrast to the cunning demons, to be far less daunting. Firstly, the undead only attack at night, allowing for safe rest during the day without the fear of ambush. However, this also poses challenges for ordinary soldiers, as visibility is poor at night, necessitating illumination. Secondly, their methods of attack are exceedingly simplistic. The majority of the undead army comprises skeletons and zombies, whose combat style involves a relentless horde surging towards the walls, attempting to claw at the living. Unless the battlefield becomes overwhelmed, they will not target other areas. However, correspondingly, they will not evade the attacks. It is a matter of each engaging in their own combat, where a moment's carelessness could lead to injury or infection. Fortunately, a swift treatment by a cleric would mitigate any issues. The sole concern for the royal army lies in the overwhelming number of adversaries. Soldiers cannot endure prolonged intense combat without rotation, rendering the current forces, even with the addition of militia, more than sufficient for defense, but lacking in offensive capability, thus relegating them to a passive stance. Additionally, the mid to low-tier undead mixed within the attacking forces account for the majority of the soldiers' casualties. Nonetheless, for the royal army, defending the two routes from Normandy County to the royal capital remains completely feasible. However, the situation appears dire for Viscount Carentan and Count Can. The Viscount's territory is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with only one side bordering Baron Mise's domain. Initially, small-scale undead could be repelled, but as their numbers swelled, this became untenable, resulting in the loss of 2 villages, although the inhabitants managed to evacuate. The Count's domain is another primary target of the undead army, and neither his soldiers nor his knights can compare to the royal forces, leading to the loss of several villages. While the undead can afford to lose 1,000 or 2 each day without concern, the Count's soldiers, even suffering losses in the dozens daily, cannot sustain this for long. As the undead menace proliferates, Sir Liam is compelled to alter his strategy, deploying troops to garrison the villages of Vale and 2 others. This plan, while slightly extending the supply line, poses little challenge for Stewart's forces, which are well equipped with numerous wagons. The advantages are manifest, as these villages belong to Baron Mise, thereby entrenching the conflict within another's territory. Following reports from the Order of the God of Orders investigative team, King Louis of the Fran Kingdom and the Pope of the Order commenced efforts to acquire intelligence regarding the shadowy region. Initial estimates indicate that nearly 10,000 undead have surged into the surface world through the portal. Such a number of undead cannot simply materialize without drawing attention. Identifying the source of these undead would be ideal, providing a means to address the issue, but even a rough tally would facilitate subsequent planning. Ultimately, intelligence from the Elven race was procured, as they maintain a vested interest in the Dark Elves. Initially, the Dark Elf leader, Hymenai, commanded the elite of her city to collaborate with demons in an assault on the half-elven stronghold of Astolero in Cantabria, hoping that by sacrificing elves and half-elves, she might gain the favor of the spider goddess, Lolth, and ascend to demigod status. Unfortunately, she fell victim to the machinations of the legendary demon Benjamin, resulting in the blood sacrifice of her entire retinue and her own demise. Had she ascended to demigod status, the loss of her followers would have been inconsequential. However, her failure rendered her city prey to other powers, as a city devoid of high-level military protection becomes an irresistible delicacy for any aspiring conqueror. As various factions began to mobilize their forces, a legendary figure named Valtus Leitniger, a devotee of the Lord of Lies, Shar, preemptively enacted a plan, utilizing a magical array in conjunction with an artifact to transform every living being within the city into undead. Shar's substantial following, inheriting from the 3 gods of death, had previously experienced a period of madness, rendering such extreme actions by her adherents somewhat ordinary. The environment of the shadowy region is exceptionally conducive to the undead, allowing these beings to persist for an extended duration, which consequently transformed the ambitions of nearby factions from eager aggressors to fearful defenders. The desire to launch attacks for wealth and slaves became futile, as Valtes had already claimed the riches, and the population had been transformed into undead, initiating an offensive now bore no merit. Moreover, there was the looming threat that these undead might be directed to assault their own cities. Even should they successfully repel the invasion, the toll on their soldiers would yield nothing of value. Seemingly preparing for some ritual, Valtes departed, leaving behind a multitude of undead, akin to a powder keg poised to explode. Surrounding factions possessed the capability to exterminate the undead independently, yet none were inclined to undertake such a thankless task. A coalition was utterly unfeasible. Ultimately, a particularly clever strategist proposed a solution to lure these undead into the nearby portal leading to the surface world, thereby allowing them to wreak havoc upon the inhabitants above. This idea garnered unanimous consent from all factions, each seeking to redirect the undead towards rival cities while simultaneously preventing others from diverting them to their own. The specifics of the plan are less significant. In essence, the undead were lured away, granting a temporary reprieve to the region. In simple terms, the shadowy region resembles a series of interconnected underground caverns, some capable of housing an entire city, while others can only accommodate a village or a few hundred individuals. The connecting passages vary in size, large enough for dragons to traverse, while others are merely crawl spaces for small creatures. Moreover, expansive caverns may possess multiple entrances, with channels that intertwine. Thus, the route to the surface is but one of many ascendant passages, and the initial kilometers are rife with countless forks. However, as one ascends, the number of bifurcations diminishes. Once these undead are drawn into the labyrinth, they cannot return to the surface, ultimately becoming lost among the myriad paths, expending their energy until they succumb to death. Fortuitously, Baron Mice inadvertently unearthed a passage while mining, releasing these undead. The news of this development caused considerable distress for King Louis and the Pope of the Order. According to Elven intelligence, at least several tens of thousands have been transformed into undead, and this number pertains solely to the city's populace, excluding the far greater number of slaves. Preliminary estimates suggest that the total of these undead approaches 70,000, even if a majority are skeletons and zombies. They pose a formidable challenge. Normandy County, bordered by the sea on two sides, lies adjacent to Stewart's territory to the south and the royal capital to the east. Should Count Can and Viscount Carantang fail to withstand the assault, the undead army will undoubtedly advance toward these two directions. Had it not been for the calamity of the demons, the royal army would have easily vanquished these undead creatures, even after suffering significant losses. Had the forces defending the southern coastal regions from demonic incursions been able to mobilize, eradicating these undead would not have posed a challenge. However, reality offers no such alternatives. The king has an obligation to protect the kingdom from external threats. Thus King Louis must dispatch troops to aid the city of Cannes, and he must do so swiftly. Yet, he finds himself devoid of mobile forces, compelling him to seek assistance from the nobles beneath him. In a feudal kingdom, this is not an act of shame. It is akin to a chairman and the largest shareholder soliciting aid from the second or third largest shareholders, all for the greater good of the company or kingdom. Consequently, Count Hartmann Segura, a hereditary honorary count and envoy of King Louis, arrived at the city of Dominaria. After a customary exchange of pleasantries typical among nobles, Count Segura presented a letter, stating, "Your Grace, this is a personal missive from His Majesty the King." Upon receiving the letter conveyed by Elena, Kristin perused its contents with care. The letter expressed a desire for Kristin to provide assistance by swiftly mobilizing troops to eliminate the undead in Normandy, with King Louis promising a substantial reward as compensation for her efforts. While it was necessary to honor the king's request, Kristin sought to negotiate the terms of the reward. "Count Segura, I am not lacking in gold coins. If His Majesty would agree to exchange the reward for an equivalent value in livestock, with at least 1/10 being war horses, I would be amenable to the proposal. Based on the exchange rates prior to the calamity, this, I shall report to His Majesty. Livestock constitutes crucial strategic resources during the demon disaster. Both military and civilian sectors suffered considerable losses, naturally inflating their prices. Should the compensation adhere to previous exchange rates, it would incur an additional third of the cost, a matter that must ultimately be decided by the king." Chapter 339, The Battle Against the Undead, Part 1. After Count Hartmann Segura relayed the message, King Louis deliberated and ultimately acquiesced to Kristin's terms. After all, as a king, gathering equivalent livestock, despite the increased expenditure, was a relatively simple task. The repercussions of failing to rescue the city of Can far outweighed the additional costs incurred. Once the agreement was formalized, Kristin dispatched over a dozen knights, 2,000 infantry, and 600 cavalry to commence the official extermination of the undead. Had Onilia been present, these abominations would hardly have posed a threat. No one understands undead creatures better than a lich. Even if she could not openly assume command, she could have acted discreetly. Alas, circumstances do not always align with our desires. While the skeletal and zombie entities were not overly formidable, the presence of ghouls, specters, and other mid to high-tier undead posed a significant threat. The army of Stewart possessed three distinct advantages, resulting in minimal casualties. Firstly, all soldiers were clad in full armor, making it difficult for lower-tier undead to breach their defenses. Secondly, the presence of mages, though numbering only a handful, could eliminate the most significant high-tier undead threats. Lastly, the abundance of priests ensured that, barring immediate death, most soldiers could be revived. The two infantry legions of the Royal Army were second-line troops, equipped with iron helmets, half-plate armor, and long spears or swords. While they could hold their ground behind defensive structures, taking the initiative in an assault could lead to catastrophic losses. With only 3,000 men remaining as the kingdom's mobile forces, any further losses would necessitate the deployment of militia, which is precisely why King Louis sought Kristin's assistance. With the elite forces from Stewart engaged in battle, the campaign against the undead became markedly easier. Yet, this was merely the beginning. King Louis's minimum requirement was to secure the city of Cannes, thereby fulfilling his obligation to the local nobility. In the city of Cannes, within the Mage Guild's teleportation hall, the magical array shimmered, and four mages, Olivia, Ramos, Nazan, and Bennington, materialized. The Count of Cannes and a gathering of nobles, already awaiting their arrival, hastened to greet them. "Good evening, Count of Cannes," Olivia and her companions greeted with courtesy. "Good evening, Mage Olivia." "Good evening, esteemed mages." The Count and his retinue responded with equal politeness. "Count of Cannes, I come on the orders of Duke Stewart to assist you in repelling the undead assault." "Thank you, Duke Stewart, and thank you all," the Count replied, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding King Louis's request for Kristin's intervention. For the king, dispatching reinforcements sufficed to fulfill his duty. For the Count, the mere presence of reinforcements was sufficient, regardless of their origin. Due to the calamity, mages of the 5th tier and above had been relocated to the front lines, and while the branches in Cannes and other counties would not close their doors entirely, the remaining mages represented only a minuscule defense against the overwhelming tide of the undead. The mages Olivia brought were all of at least the 5th tier, much to the Countess' delight and satisfaction. "Count of Cannes, I have heard the situation here is dire, so I shall lead my people to the front lines immediately. We can discuss other matters later." Very well, very well. The carriages are prepared. Please, do come," the Count exclaimed, quick to arrange matters. His greatest fear was that Olivia and her companions might use the long journey as an excuse to rest for a day. Although the teleportation took less than half a minute, if the mages chose to delay, he would have little recourse. Given the urgency of the battle, any further delay might cost many lives. Due to the calamity, the walls of Cannes had undergone repairs. The Count had at his command a dozen knights and nearly 1,000 soldiers, equipped comparably to the Royal Army's second-line troops, ensuring a robust fighting capability. Nonetheless, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. Currently, nearly 20,000 undead were amassed below, predominantly skeletons and zombies, presenting a daunting sight. Their method of assault involved forming human ladders against the castle walls, a slow and inefficient endeavor, allowing the defending soldiers to manage them with relative ease. Once the ladders were constructed, they could be repelled with long spears or even stones, and despite the relentless efforts of the undead to rebuild their ladders, the process would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to complete. The most significant threat to the soldiers emanated from the mid and high-tier undead, as the limited visibility of night hampered their ability to detect them in advance. The setting of the book, ghouls. They can suddenly leap up while the human ladder is halfway constructed. If one fails to evade in time, they are either captured or grievously harmed. Their agility is commendable, and once they infiltrate a crowd, even if ultimately vanquished, the soldiers suffer considerable casualties. The corpses, primarily transformed dark elves, instinctively wield their former weapons and armor. Though they are merely of the 3rd tier, they prove to be exceedingly challenging adversaries. An opponent who is swift, ferocious in attack, and unyielding to pain or death can inflict numerous fatalities on the defending side, even if ultimately defeated. Spectres, though scarce in number, possess the ability to float and can ascend the city walls from any location. Their method of attack involves draining the life force of their targets as they pass through, leading to immediate demise for ordinary individuals and requiring 2 or 3 encounters for soldiers. Despite appearing to pose minimal harm, they are immune to standard physical assaults, rendering soldiers' swords and blades ineffective, and their presence on the battlefield induces significant panic. The means to combat them includes priests empowering holy weapons or magic users employing elemental spells. However, even if ultimately dispatched, specters still inflict substantial losses upon soldiers. The Boda corpse, a seemingly frail and emaciated creature, is tightly wrapped in charred, blackened skin. Its combat prowess rivals that of a more formidable ghoul, yet it possesses a unique talent, the Death Gaze. This is a remote instant death spell usable once a day. Simply put, it kills its target with a mere stare. However, the higher the target's level and willpower, the greater their immunity to it, rendering it ineffective against formal magic users. Additionally, those who succumb to the Death Gaze transform into Boda corpses after a day. In the chaos of battle, it becomes impossible to discern which soldier fell victim to the Death Gaze, necessitating meticulous handling of all corpses, thereby significantly increasing the defender's burden. There exists a plethora of other mid to high-tier undead creatures, so despite Count Kaon commanding over 1,000 soldiers and mobilizing nearly 1,000 militiamen, it is commonplace to witness casualties nearing 100 after a single battle, making resistance exceedingly arduous. Chapter 340. Confronting Undead Creatures, Part 2. The carriage bearing Olivia and a cadre of magic users arrived at the city's foot, where knights and mages from the Kaon City Mage Guild awaited to greet them. Let us not stand on ceremony. We should swiftly repel this wave of attacks, Olivia stated. After you, one of the mages replied with a respectful demeanor, promptly leading the way. It was not merely Olivia's eagerness that prompted this. The stench emanating from the undead was notoriously foul, and upon their demise, the resulting odor became even more nauseating. Were it not for the protective spell she bore, she might have retched on the spot. This was a place she wished to vacate immediately, hastily casting her spells before departing. Though her companions were somewhat more resilient, they too were not much better off, and thus the group hastened to the city walls. They initially employed low-level spells like Magic Missile and Web to assist the knights and soldiers in dispatching the mid to high-tier undead that had surged upon the ramparts, clearing a safe zone. Subsequently, they began to chant for more powerful spells. 5th-tier mages can cast Fireball once a day, while the 7th-tier mage Ramos can unleash 2. Olivia, being an 8th-tier mage, can cast 3, and she had brought along several magical rings containing fireball spells. A barrage of fireballs erupted amidst the undead horde, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of awe-inspiring for the defending soldiers. The densely packed undead, when struck by these fireballs akin to large-caliber mortar shells, saw nearly 2,000 of their ranks obliterated. Out of nearly 20,000 undead, 1/10 were decimated in that instant. Although Count Kaon understood that those magical items required recharging to be reused, and that such results would not be repeated the following day, the sight invigorated the morale of the soldiers present, solidifying their resolve to hold the line. After casting her spells, Olivia hurriedly departed, eager to cleanse herself of the repugnant odor. The accompanying nobles also distanced themselves from the walls due to the stench, and as they gazed at the retreating carriages, whispers began to circulate. A middle-aged noble murmured, "I have often heard mention of Mage Olivia. Today, I finally behold her. And indeed her beauty is as the rumors have claimed." An elder noble responded, "She is the Duke's cousin. The Stewart family is of draconic lineage, and thus beauty is to be expected." The middle-aged noble sighed. To be so young, yet already an 8th-tier mage, is truly enviable. The elder noble remarked, "A noble bloodline, innate magical talent, and the Duke's willingness to invest in her education. Such is the difference." A portly noble interjected, "Indeed, the Duke provides generous treatment to mages. If one of my kin were to become a mage, I would have him pledge allegiance to the Duke." Nearby, a bald noble, likely closely acquainted with the portly noble, jested, "What lineage do you possess that your family could produce a mage? Besides, would any mage remain within the family?" The portly noble chuckled, "I speak merely in jest. You all know the expense of nurturing a mage. If a family were to produce one with potential, it would be wiser to serve the Duke, as advancement would ultimately benefit the family." The elder noble concurred, "You speak truth. The Magna family, to which Mage Olivia belongs, has been well supported by her father, Count Magna, is now a prominent figure in the capital, Flan City." The middle-aged noble inquired, "I have heard that Mage Olivia is still unmarried?" The bald noble replied, Not even betrothed. What of it? Do you have designs? Do not say I did not warn you, for the eldest son of Baron Campbell and Brittany, Yaskin Campbell, has shown interest in Mage Olivia. The middle-aged noble chuckled wryly. I am well aware of that. However, I have also heard that Mage Olivia has shown no interest in Yaskin Campbell over the past 2 years. Of course, she is an 8th-tier mage, far beyond the reach of us mere honorary nobles. Yet the portly noble remarked, do not focus solely on Mage Olivia. There are several other mages who accompanied her. Those with lovely daughters should ensure they are exquisitely adorned for the banquet tomorrow. Many found his words quite reasonable. Yet one could not help but ponder why such noble thoughts needed to be spoken aloud. Should one not act discreetly instead? However, upon beholding the appearance of the portly nobleman, they surmised he had likely relinquished all hope, thus emboldening him to voice his thoughts freely. The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listeners were attentive. Nearby, Count Caon, having overheard the conversation, found his mind racing with ideas. Though he himself was over 50 and had no inclination towards younger companions, his eldest son, a 6th-tier knight, would inherit a title that would place him above an 8th-tier mage. Furthermore, the esteemed Mage Olivia was a relative of the Duke. A union with her would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for the family. With this in mind, Count Caon resolved to discuss the matter with his son upon their return, urging him to make a good impression at the banquet the following day. Meanwhile, the situation surrounding Caon City appeared relatively stable, yet the circumstances for Viscount Carentan were dire. His territory, bordered by the sea on 3 sides and adjacent to Baron Mize's domain, found itself besieged by an ever-increasing horde of undead, effectively severing the connection between his lands and the outside world, rendering escape impossible. During the calamity of the magic disaster, he had already lost nearly 1/3 of his population due to geographical disadvantages, and now he faced a similar plight, leaving Viscount Carentan in a state of despair. Fortunately, being coastal allowed the populace some chance for escape by boat, and opportunistic shipowners capitalized on the situation by selling tickets at exorbitant prices. Whether heading north to the port of Le Havre or south to the Stewart territory, a round trip could be managed within a day and night. The only drawback being the inadequacy of vessels to evacuate everyone. Given the resources of the Stewart territory, they were more than capable of organizing a fleet to rescue those stranded in Carentan or dispatching soldiers to assist in defense. Yet, why would they undertake such an endeavor without any tangible benefit? Maintaining the defense of Caon City and methodically eliminating the undead would fulfill their obligations to King Louis. After all, Viscount Carentan had not sought their aid. Why concern themselves with his troubles? In truth, Viscount Carentan had been overly optimistic, believing that King Louis and the Duke of Stewart had an agreement, and that the proximity of his territory to Stewart's naval routes, coupled with their formidable fleet, would compel them to send support. However, the root of the issue lay in his unwillingness to incur significant costs. After all, the greedy moniker of the Stewart Duke's Mother Dragon, which no one dared to mention anymore, had once been uttered for good reason. Chapter 341, Nothing Ever Comes Easy, Part 1. In Normandy, at Carentan Castle, a relentless swarm of undead climbed the castle walls. Soldiers valiantly thrust their spears, sending skeletons and zombies tumbling down, while knights hurriedly engaged any ghouls or corpse demons that managed to breach the parapets. These undead, driven solely by instinct, were fixated on annihilating every human in their path, resulting in a continuous assault on the castle. Fortunately, a half-day's journey beyond the castle lay Carentan's largest port town, where over 5,000 refugees remained unable to flee. It was not for lack of desire to escape, but rather the limited capacity of merchant ships, which prioritized those who could pay a premium. Despite being a mere viscountcy and having already lost several knights and numerous soldiers during the magic disaster, the current onslaught of the undead was proving overwhelming. From the castle's tower, Viscount Carentan gazed upon the battlefield, filled with anxiety, yet powerless to act. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the chamber, and the steward approached to open the door. A knightly squire entered, bowing deeply. I salute you, my lord Viscount. Is there any news? Have the king and the Duke of Stewart's reinforcements arrived? The Viscount hastened forward, his urgency palpable. My lord Viscount, here is a letter. The squire produced a wooden box sealed with wax. Seizing it eagerly, Viscount Carentan crossed to the table, using a letter opener to break the seal and retrieve the letter, scanning its contents swiftly. Since learning of the pact between the king and the Duke of Stewart, he had organized the retreat of his subjects to the town, awaiting rescue. Yet, as time passed without word, the undead had reached the castle, leaving him no choice but to send his eldest son to the nearest port of Le Havre. This port, at the mouth of the Seine, had once been the largest in the Western Kingdom and housed a mage tower capable of communication with other cities. Upon arriving at Le Havre, the Viscount's son immediately sent a message to Dominara City inquiring about the status of reinforcements. The response indicated that the Stewart forces had already entered Normandy and begun purging the undead. However, he urgently needed to ascertain when aid would arrive for Viscount Carentan's lands, prompting him to write again. The reply he received stated that the frontline commander was responsible for the operation, and if he wished to know specifics, they could inquire on his behalf, promising a response in 2 days. This reply was clearly a mere evasion, yet the Viscount's son found himself at a loss. His inquiry regarding the dispatch of reinforcements by sea had gone unanswered. Nonetheless, this response was not entirely unexpected. Operational command lay with the front lines, and it was entirely reasonable for them to conduct affairs as they saw fit without interference from the rear. Moreover, communication in the field relied primarily on mounted messengers, with the possibility of deploying flying units or mages with flight capabilities in emergencies. Utilizing birds for message delivery was out of the question, as they would likely fall prey to magical beasts along the way. Thus, the Stewart response, indicating they could send someone to inquire, meant a 2-day wait for communication, which would be much longer if using mounted messengers. Everyone was aware of the wealth of the Stewart Duke. Any army of such scale would undoubtedly be equipped with portable communication arrays, which, while requiring a dedicated cart for transport, posed no significant issue for a military operation. However, the fact that they were willing to inquire on his behalf was already a considerable favor, and the Viscount's son had little choice but to agree to wait 2 days and express gratitude. The eldest son of Viscount Carentan felt an innate sense of unease regarding the situation, prompting him to compose a magical missive destined for the capital, France City. He sought the assistance of well-connected nobles to ascertain the particulars of the agreement between the king and the Duke of Stewart. Once the pact was signed, it would be binding, irrespective of subsequent difficulties, unless one party received understanding from the other. Thus, the eldest son of Viscount Carentan surmised that there must be a compelling reason behind the Duke of Stewart's actions. It had previously been noted that local nobles often cultivated relationships with certain honorary nobles in France City. The former would provide a sum of money or lucrative opportunities annually, while the latter would furnish the former with various tidings from the capital. Indeed, some well-informed individuals served more than one prominent local noble. These honorary nobles held official positions, often managing significant governmental affairs, while their offspring served as attendants or low-ranking officials within the royal palace. Moreover, intermarriage among many families created a web of connections, making it relatively easy to procure non-confidential information for a reasonable reward. Given the generous compensation promised by the eldest son of Viscount Carentan, the noble who provided the information promptly drove to the noble assembly, meticulously transcribing the archived agreement without deviation, and returned with it in just over 3 hours. Upon reviewing the contents of the agreement, the eldest son was struck with dismay. The terms diverged slightly from what he had been led to believe. The document explicitly stated the deployment of troops to rescue Cannes and to exterminate the undead forces in Normandy. Yet it contained no clauses pertaining to the rescue of the Carang territory. This contradicted the information he had received, which indicated that the king had entrusted Duke Stewart with the task of aiding all nobles in Normandy. The agreement itself could not be erroneous. Rather, the misinformation had originated from the communication received by the Viscount's domain. Naturally, neither King Louis nor Kristin would stoop to disseminating falsehoods, leading to the question of where the miscommunication lay, specifically with Count Cannes. Following the signing of the rescue agreement, France City dispatched an official document via magical means to Cannes, which Count can then announce to the other nobles. While he would not dare to conceal or distort the truth, he could employ linguistic nuances to create a misleading impression. With Baron Mize's territory having already fallen, and the undead forces besieging both Count Cannes and Viscount Carentan's lands, it was evident who the ruse aimed to mislead. But what motivated Count Cannes to act thus? It was, of course, to mitigate losses. Should Viscount Carentan become aware that no aid was forthcoming, he would undoubtedly hasten to evacuate his people and belongings. His territory was bordered by the sea on 3 sides, and once it fell, the undead would have no alternative but to return, likely advancing on Cannes. If Viscount Carentan could hold out for a time, allowing Count Cannes to address the immediate threat, the remaining undead forces would then be more manageable. For Count Cannes, it was merely a matter of uttering a few words. Why not give it a try? Chapter 342, Nothing Ever Comes Easy, Part 2. As the undead forces advanced, Viscount Carentan could not abandon his territory. Thus it was his younger son who attended the meeting. Local nobles typically stationed representatives in their county cities, akin to a corporate branch office. It was far easier for Count Can to mislead a young man of limited experience with his words. Consequently, the news regarding the agreement between the king and Duke Stewart became distorted upon reaching Viscount Karangtang's domain. Hence, the Viscount remained under the impression that reinforcements would arrive, and he chose to hold his ground rather than retreat. The eldest son of Viscount Karangtang could not fathom the underlying causes of this discrepancy. He lacked both the time and means to investigate why the information he received diverged from the agreement's content. The most pressing matter at hand was to promptly inform his father, which led to the writing of this letter. Upon reading the letter and realizing that reinforcements were impossible, Viscount Karangtang collapsed into his chair, resembling a deflated balloon, and remained motionless for a time. The blow was devastating. All hope had vanished in an instant. The steward and the knightly messenger dared not speak, standing silently by. After a prolonged silence, the Viscount weakly commanded, "Organize the evacuation." "As you wish," replied the steward, bowing in obedience. Even though he had been misled into believing that aid was en route, upon discovering the impending assault of the undead forces, Viscount Karangtang still sent his family and valuables to the port town. As a coastal noble, he possessed his own merchant vessels, making it feasible to evacuate his family, including key subordinates and their kin. Before long, the steward reported that the carriages were ready. With the assistance of attendants, Viscount Karangtang boarded the carriage, and the convoy carrying important figures was escorted by knights to the port town. The soldiers left behind withdrew 2 hours after their lord's departure, led by a knight, leaving behind an empty castle. The undead army, hindered by the encumbrance of skeletons and zombies, marched at a pace comparable to that of an ordinary human, albeit without the need for rest. Already, an attendant riding at full gallop had reached the port town, discreetly notifying the sailors to prepare for departure and alerting the Viscount's family to board the ship. Since it was nighttime, the initial stages of their escape did not arouse suspicion, and by the time others noticed, the vessel was already setting sail. The flight of Viscount Karangtang suggested that the undead army was insurmountable, throwing the townsfolk into a panic. Some hid within their homes, locking doors and windows. Others hastily gathered belongings to flee to the wilderness. Some shouted defiantly, ready to confront the undead, while others cried out in despair, lost and bewildered. On the third night, the undead army easily breached the port town, slaughtering its inhabitants before turning their attention towards Cannes. Kristin dispatched a contingent of over a dozen knights, 750 cavalry, and 5,000 infantry. Although high-level mages had been taken by Olivia to support Cannes, master-level mage Monica remained to command the forces. This army swept through their path with ease, quickly reclaiming the territory of Baron Mise. Had it not been for the precaution of eliminating scattered undead along the way, their advance would have been even swifter. Upon the establishment of defensive fortifications near the discovered underground passage and the deployment of 1,000 soldiers for its protection, the army advanced westward into the domain of the Viscount of Karangtang. Thus, it can be asserted that if the Viscount can withstand a few more days, reinforcements will undoubtedly arrive, as the forces of Stewart will not venture to rescue Cannes while enemies remain in their rear. The ensuing battles require little elaboration. This undead entity is considered a formidable force against the Viscount's realm, yet merely represents a slightly greater number to the soldiers of Stewart, who could vanquish them with ease. At the port of Le Havre, the temporary residence of the Viscount of Karangtang, a detachment of cavalry arrived at the manor's entrance. The leading knight proclaimed, "By the king's command, I must see the Viscount of Karangtang. Open the gates." The gatekeepers, recognizing the royal banner and the presence of a priest from the Great Order of the Divine, dared not question further, hastily opening the gates while dispatching a messenger to inform the Viscount. However, as the gates swung open halfway, the cavalry charged inside, their mounts outpacing the messenger's legs. Upon reaching the main building, the knights dismounted and strode inside, while the attendants dared not impede their passage, rushing to inform the steward. Hearing of the intrusion, the Knights of Karangtang hurried downstairs to investigate. Upon seeing the knight clad in royal insignia and the priest of the divine order, they could only stand aside, hesitant to approach. Fortunately, the royal knight merely instructed his men to halt in the reception room without advancing further. Shortly thereafter, the Viscount of Karangtang, accompanied by the steward and others, arrived in the reception area. "I salute you, Viscount of Karangtang. I am Knight Baraka of the royal court," he stated, observing the requisite courtesies and introducing his companions. The Viscount, his expression clouded with displeasure, inquired, "Knight Baraka, what brings you here?" Standing erect, Knight Baraka unfurled a document and declared, "By the king's decree, following deliberation by the noble council. It has been determined that the Viscount of Carentan has failed in his duty to protect his subjects. Thus, you are requested to proceed to the city of Fran for an inquiry. The document bore the king's signature and seal, along with the signatures and seals of the noble council, and with the priest of the divine order present. The authenticity of the matter was beyond doubt. Although the Viscount was perplexed, having dispatched his eldest son to the capital of Fran, he wondered why the king would issue such a command. He had no recourse but to comply. After arriving in the capital, he would still have room for negotiation. However, refusal could result in immediate execution. In this world of true deities, the faith of the believers in their gods and church holds paramount importance. Wars between nations and nobility are inconsequential to the common folk, who will not be armed to fight, regardless of which side claims dominion over a village. The civilians are treated with kindness. Thus, losing territory would only result in a noble becoming a hereditary honorary title holder. Even if captured, as long as a ransom could be paid, they could still retain noble status. However, should the negligence of a noble lead to the mass death of their subjects, causing the divinity to lose a significant number of believers, the church would intervene. Mistakes made by nobles that result in the death of their subjects have precedence on the continent. Typically, the church of the deity most worshipped among the deceased would petition the king. Such matters, once brought forth by the church, are invariably backed by irrefutable evidence. The king and noble council would not only refrain from questioning, but also expedite the proceedings. This explains the swift arrival of the royal knight. The Viscount of Carentan was summoned to the capital of Fran to assist in an investigation, an eventuality for which he was psychologically prepared. These matters could easily be negotiated as long as reparations satisfied the church. Otherwise, he would not have sent his eldest son to engage in activities. However, the death toll this time was excessively high, and no noble in Fran dared to advocate on behalf of the Viscount. In the city of Dominaria, within the castle of the Mage Tower, Lord Pierre was briefing Kristin on recent diplomatic matters. Elena entered to report, "Your Grace, Bishop Selimon and Baron Mess have arrived." Selimon, the bishop of the Church of the Divine Order, respectfully greeted, "Good day, Your Grace." Baron Mess followed suit with a bow, "Good day, Your Grace." "Good afternoon. Bishop Selimon and Baron Mess, please take a seat." After a customary exchange of pleasantries, Baron Mess spoke, "Your Grace, Lord Pierre has conveyed your intentions to me. After consideration, I am willing to sign the territorial exchange agreement." Kristin nodded, replying, "Baron Mess, I trust you will not regret this decision." She then instructed, "Lord Pierre, please prepare the agreement." At once, the agreement had, of course, been drafted in advance, in quadruplicate. After the maid arranged the signing table, all took their seats. Baron Mess scrutinized the agreement to ensure it matched the terms previously discussed with Lord Pierre, and after confirming its accuracy, he signed and sealed it. Subsequently, Kristin signed and sealed it as well, with Bishop Selimon acting as a witness, signing and sealing the document while casting a divine supervision spell to register it with the deity. Following the engagement of the Stewart forces, the eradication of the undead was carried out with remarkable efficiency, swiftly lifting the siege of Cannes and reclaiming the fallen villages, thereby fulfilling the agreement with the king admirably. The crisis was averted. However, the passage leading to the Dark Territories posed a significant concern. Numerous passages had been discovered across the continent. The common resolution involved sealing those easily blocked and establishing defenses with stationed troops for the more challenging ones. The passage within Baron Mess' domain was particularly difficult to obstruct, as it connected to a network of mines. Over years of excavation, the entire mining area had evolved into a subterranean labyrinth. As the relentless army of the undead surged forth from the depths, not only did they expand the original exit, but they also breached new openings from various locations. The true nature of the underground realm remains an enigma. This mine, having undergone over a century of exploitation, poses a formidable challenge to seal. However, with sufficient manpower, it is indeed feasible. The estimations made by Baron Mai's men suggest that at least 100 strong laborers would be required over the course of a year to achieve a substantial blockage, all while soldiers must be stationed for vigilance and defense during construction. More critically, this mine would become unusable henceforth, essentially burying a ticking time bomb nearby. No one can ascertain whether the creatures of the Dark Realm might attempt to reopen the passage. Upon learning of this dire situation, Kristin dispatched Lord Pierre to negotiate with Baron Mai's concerning a territorial exchange. Should the mine remain operational, the Baron would naturally be reluctant to part with such a lucrative asset. Yet, given that it no longer promises any income and would instead require expenditure to manage the Dark Realm, the circumstances have changed significantly. Moreover, the rampaging undead, while not deliberately setting ablaze like demons, have wrought destruction upon the villages. Presently, in December, the refugees have fled without sufficient provisions. Thus, after Kristin pledged to cover relocation costs, provide half a year's worth of sustenance for the refugees, and offer 30,000 gold coins, Baron Mage acquiesced to the territorial exchange. Following the signing of the agreement, soldiers from the Stewart domain began to occupy various villages, while mercenaries and adventurers sporadically hunted down remaining undead. A fortress equipped with a mage tower was to be constructed adjacent to the mine. For Baron Mage, lacking the means to restart the iron mine and secure the Dark Realm, it was a daunting prospect. However, for Kristin, it posed no insurmountable challenge. The mine could readily satisfy the workshop's demand for iron or for the foreseeable future, and a passage leading to the underground could also serve as a trade route. As for the dangers from below, they were of no concern. As long as Kristin refrained from engaging them, it would suffice. After bidding farewell to Baron Mage, Kristin welcomed another guest, Viscount Cantabria, who had come to finalize the territorial exchange agreement. Misled by Count Caon, the Viscount had believed reinforcements would arrive, resulting in the failure to relocate his subjects who had sought refuge in the port town. His error had led to the tragic loss of numerous followers, for which he must bear responsibility. However, with lives lost, even incinerating the Cantabria family and compensating the church would yield little solace. During the calamity, nobles had expended vast sums on weapons and provisions, selling their artworks at meager prices. Consequently, the collective wealth of the Cantabria family now amounted to less than 10,000 gold coins. Regarding territorial matters, the Divine Covenant prohibits the church from directly owning land, while the Continental Treaty stipulates the specific land allocation for each tier of temple, strictly forbidding excess. This is due to the inherently exclusive nature of a theocratic regime. Apart from the worship of the true deity, other faiths cannot flourish within such a nation. Should this trend persist, the weaker deities would inevitably perish due to a lack of followers, prompting them to unite in resistance. This explains why, even in nations founded by the descendants of gods, the number of adherents to the true deity remains less than half. Thus, for the church, it is most prudent for Viscount Cantabria to sell portions of his territory and allocate the proceeds as compensation to the church, while the noble purchasing the land vows to maintain the villagers' original faith. Every noble harbors an intense desire for land. Many wealthy individuals are eager to acquire villages, yet none dare to compete with Duke Stewart for business, not even the king. The Cantabria territory, bordered on three sides by the sea and connected to the mainland on one, lies adjacent to the Stewart domain. If desired, there are countless methods to ensure this region remains perpetually unsettled. Ultimately, Kristin acquired the entirety of the Cantabria domain by exchanging 10 villages and compensating 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 344. The end of the calamity. As the spatial rift was on the brink of closure, the passage became increasingly unstable, prompting the abyssal creatures to retreat. With no quarry left to hunt, human mercenaries and adventurers found no reason to linger. At this juncture, Sardinia had entirely lost its former vibrancy. The camps of human adventurers in the west, north, and east, as well as the encampments of abyssal creatures beneath the spatial rift, had been deserted, leaving behind only devastation. The only presence remaining was the joint observation team organized by various kingdoms and church factions, awaiting the disappearance of the spatial rift. Suddenly, innumerable bolts of lightning erupted around the open passage, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder, as the rift gradually constricted, ultimately shrinking to a minuscule point before bursting forth. Much like its opening, the closure of the rift caused a tumult in the magical elements of Sardinia. A cardinal of the light goddess church gazed at the cloudless sky and lamented, "The calamity has finally come to an end." A master-level mage beside him echoed, "Indeed. After 3 long years, it is finally over." Following the rift's disappearance, all the church leaders across the continent received divine messages, as did all kings and dukes, a divine oracle proclaiming the end of the calamity. The bells of victory first resonated from the church headquarters and the royal palace. And as the news of the calamity's conclusion spread through the church, kingdoms, and mage guilds via their communication arrays, jubilant bells and cheers reverberated throughout the continent. After 3 years, countless valiant warriors had sacrificed themselves, and innumerable innocent civilians had suffered. At long last, the demons had been driven away. The calamity has indeed concluded. The emotions that had long been suppressed by the populace yearned for release, necessitating a jubilant celebration. All churches, kingdoms, principalities, and noble domains began to orchestrate various festivities in unison. Coincidentally, With the new year approaching in just a few days, the scale of these celebrations grew ever grander under the double auspices of joy. In Dominaria, at the City Hall and Grand Auditorium, as more and more nobles took residence, it became the designated venue for grand banquets. At this moment, hundreds of nobles and their families, adorned in splendid new attire, stood along the sides of the red carpet, awaiting the entrance of Duke Stewart. A herald proclaimed aloud, "The esteemed dragon knight of the illustrious dragon blood lineage, Duke of Tulips from the Kingdom of Fran, Countess Corona from the Iberian Kingdom, and Lord Stewart from the Slavic Empire, has arrived." Two knights pulled open the grand doors of the hall, and Kristin, clad in ceremonial robes, entered first, followed closely by Alicia, Savannah, Carlatani, Onelia, and others, as she traversed the crimson carpet towards the podium. The nobles on either side bowed in deference, expressing their respect for the Duke. "O divine beings above, esteemed gentlemen and ladies, today, at this momentous New Year's banquet, Kristin delivered a brief yet profoundly meaningful address, extending her gratitude to the great churches of genuine deities that provided assistance during the calamity, lauding the sagacious leadership of His Majesty the King, commending the merits of the gathered nobles, and paying homage to those who sacrificed their lives to protect the territory." Following this was the grand banquet. To accommodate hundreds of guests while ensuring the quality of the dishes, Minister Victor summoned all the chefs of the territory, as well as those from every restaurant and tavern on Gold Coin Street. The results were nothing short of remarkable, showcasing the strength of the Stewart domain. At Kristin's table, which hosted the most esteemed guests, 30 exquisite dishes were served, including 6 culinary delights from the human kingdom, 6 from the elven kingdom, 6 from the dwarven kingdom, 6 from the orc kingdom, and 6 specialties from other races. Other tables, depending on their rank, were served 25 or 20 dishes. As for the beverages, they included tea from Elven Isle, Bordeaux wine from the Fran kingdom, dark beer from the Rhine kingdom, spirits from the Slavic Empire, light beer from the Dwarven kingdom, and coffee from the Stewart domain. A troupe of bards, comprising 1 fifth-tier and 2 fourth-tier performers, provided accompaniment for the banquet, their harmonious melodies amplified through an enchantment, ensuring that all in the hall could savor the beautiful tunes they had cultivated within the Stewart realm. Naturally, following the banquet was a dance. Those who were either unwilling or unskilled in dancing could engage in conversation in the adjacent chambers, on the balcony, or even on the outdoor lawn, as each banquet served as a platform for nobles to communicate. However, Kristin chose to abstain from these activities, as her superior status would render others uncomfortable in her presence. On the same day, grand celebrations took place across all cities and villages within the Stewart domain. Each village, organized by the village head and the priest, gathered the townsfolk for communal prayers and praises for their lord, followed by feasting to celebrate the end of the calamity, bringing great joy to all. Due to the larger populations in cities and towns, large gatherings were impractical. Thus, the municipal halls and mayors invited circuses to perform during the New Year festivities. All adult subjects received a 2-meter length of linen as a gift from their lord, while children received a copper coin. And those in cities and towns additionally received 2 loaves of black bread. In addition to the celebrations organized by noble lords, various churches held distinctive activities in accordance with their doctrines. In summary, the entire New Year period was filled with revelry, and everyone was immersed in joy. As the New Year dawned, King Louis dispatched formal documents through message arrays to all counties, inviting individuals with a demon-slaying score of 500 or more to the capital, Fran City, for an accolade ceremony a month later. According to the demon-slaying edict, a score of 500 would grant knighthood and a village as a fief. Those below this threshold would be considered retainers, not noble enough to warrant a trip to the capital. Instead, the king would send envoys to each county for bestowal. A single small demon yields 1 point, while a 5th-tier major demon grants 50 points. Typically, a small horde of demons arriving through spatial rifts consists of 1 major demon accompanied by over 100 small ones, necessitating the elimination of at least 3 such groups to secure a village. A single small horde could devastate a lord's territory or harry a baron's domain. According to the demon-slaying edict, a village or town lost for 3 months without recapture would revert to the kingdom, leaving the king with vast tracts of unclaimed land for bestowal and rewards. Chapter 345, Feudal Grants, Part 1. Not only the Fran Kingdom, but other nations similarly arranged their affairs, as the 3-year calamity had devastated countless villages and displaced multitudes. Order urgently needed restoration. Moreover, a month's time was sufficient for nobles from various regions to journey to Fran City. In truth, the number of individuals qualified for accolades was limited. Major demons of at least 5th tier do not act alone, and mercenary adventurers of that tier generally lack the opportunity to slay them. Accumulating 500 points solely through the elimination of scattered small demons is nearly impossible. This explains why mercenary adventurers flock to Sardin Island, where major demons operate independently, hoping to accrue at least 100 points for a retainer-s status and a manor. Of course, there are exceptions like the wandering justiciar Miguel Cervantes, but those instances are numerous across the continent and need not be elaborated upon here. The small hordes of demons attacking villages and towns are not foolish. They wreak havoc when capable and retreat when not. For ordinary nobles, being able to withstand demonic assaults through their defenses is commendable, and few possess the ability to launch counterattacks. This, however, does not prevent the nobility from treating the upcoming accolade ceremony as a nationwide social event. Accordingly, those who could attend gathered, with early arrivals already engaging in mutual feasts and socializing. Nobles and adventurers who qualified for accolades, upon arriving in France City, received a document jointly crafted by the Church of the God of Order and the Noble Council. This document listed all participants' demon-slaying scores, ranked from highest to lowest. For the selection of fiefs, as it was understood that if the king were to allocate lands, he would undoubtedly retain the most desirable locations for himself, a course of action that others would vehemently oppose. Kristin ranked first on the continent with an astounding score of 45,170 points, far surpassing the second place, and even exceeding the combined total of all others in the Fran Kingdom by several multiples. Eliminating a formidable demon of the 15th rank yields a staggering 1,500 points, while a 20th rank demon brings in 4,000 points. Throughout the calamity, Kristin has vanquished over 10 demons of master rank or higher, alongside numerous lesser demons. Not to mention the demon transport vessels sunk by the Navy during the early stages of the disaster. This is without accounting for her legendary demon kills, as she has chosen to conceal her achievements to maintain her level. Otherwise, her score would have been even greater. Such a remarkable score could procure the lands of 90 villages, while a county typically comprises around 80 villages. The immense points accrued have left King Louis of the Kingdom of Fran disgruntled, as per the provisions of the demon-slaying edict. Any individual slaying demons in any location is ultimately rewarded by their nation. This regulation was originally instituted to alleviate complications for all, yet it inadvertently birthed a hero like Kristin, whose score rivals that of several noble houses combined. King Louis, unable to supplement his royal estate with additional lands, can only lament the significant territories lost by the nobility during the calamity. Many noble families faced annihilation at the hands of demons, and their lands reverted to the crown. It is unreasonable to expect benefits without contributions. After a month, as all nobles convened in the capital, France City, the Church of the God of Order and the Noble Council commenced the selection of territories based on the order of demon-slaying points, proceeding from highest to lowest. The formal awarding ceremony was merely a formality, otherwise, it would take an entire day to complete. To ensure that the recipients comprehensively understood their options, the Noble Council prepared a kingdom map indicating available lands, accompanied by detailed descriptions. However, due to the limitations of cartography, a village was merely represented as a dot, with positional inaccuracies reaching up to 100 kilometers being quite standard. Consequently, many nobles arrived early in France City, ruminating over their land choices. Those with higher points would select first, and the fear of a neighboring noble snatching their desired location necessitated preparing 2 or 3 alternatives. However, Kristin was spared such concerns due to the land exchange agreements. She was obligated to return lands to Baron Campbell, Baron Brest, Viscount Brieux, Viscount Angers, Baron Le Mans, Baron Laval, Baron Chauing, Baron Nazir, Baron Maese, and Viscount Caranton, totaling 83 villages. After mutual offsets, she would ultimately retain only 7 villages, slightly exceeding the holdings of a baron. Thus, during the selection process, she allowed the nobles to choose first. Once they made their selections, Kristin would sign the land grant agreement with the king, subsequently transferring the lands to the nobles as per the exchange agreement. She herself opted for a barony in Dunkirk, located in the northwestern county of Calais. This port is the closest to the Elven Isles across the sea, and mastering this locale grants her an unparalleled advantage in maritime trade with the Elven race. Let us not forget that she possesses an entire county in the Iberian kingdom, all coastal territories, which enables her to command a quarter of the entire western coastline of the continent. Henceforth, any vessel traversing between the southern and northern nations must dock in her domain to pay docking fees, with at least half of the cargo offloaded at her port, incurring transaction taxes on the goods. Kristin's rationale for establishing the land exchange agreements was twofold: to consolidate her territories for easier management and to achieve this very objective. Following the signing of the agreements, the 10 nobles commenced the relocation of their subjects. Since the onset of the calamity, although these noble subjects have been supported by Kristin, the costs incurred were merely a fraction of provisions, allowing her to rebuild the entirety of Brittany and the Loire Valley. As for the promised gold coins to these nobles, they had long been spent in Dominaria, the second most prosperous city in the Kingdom of Fran, which is no idle claim. Although the agreement stipulated that Kristin was responsible for the relocation of these noble subjects, the large-scale operation would not impose significant costs on her. Kristin had signed an agreement with King Louis to dispatch troops to Normandy to eliminate the undead, thus acquiring a substantial number of cattle and horses, effectively resolving transportation issues during the relocation process. Additionally, the Tulip Trade Association dispatched merchant caravans to accompany her, selling various goods produced in the Stewart fief and transported by sea along the way. While not excessively profitable, the earnings were sufficient to cover the fodder for the cattle and horses throughout the journey. As a qualified descendant of dragon veins, Kristin deems any undertaking that fails to yield at least double the profit as a loss. Chapter 346, The Land Grant, Part 2, in France City. Within the royal palace's main hall, a ceremony is currently taking place to honor the meritorious individuals of the calamity. King Louis sits majestically upon his throne, flanked on either side by 4 elegantly adorned knights. Representatives from various true God churches, typically cardinal bishops, and representatives from various guilds, generally masters, are seated to the king's right. To his left are the landed nobles of baron rank and above, along with hereditary nobles of viscount rank and above. Other nobles and distinguished commoners stand along the sides of the red carpet. The meeting is presided over by a hereditary marquis, who, after remarks from King Louis and representatives from the churches and guilds, begins to summon individuals forward to select their awarded territories based on their accumulated points. The map, originally situated within the noble council, is placed centrally. Kristin is the first to approach, clad in ceremonial robes. She pretends to peruse the map for a moment before declaring her choice. All necessary documents had been signed in advance, with only one copy retained for this ceremonial display. After Kristin signs and affixes her seal, King Louis descends from his throne to solemnly sign, subsequently receiving the royal seal from the Chancellor of Seals to affix it as well. Following this, the cardinal bishop from the Church of the God of Order approaches to sign and seal, employing a divine spell of stringent oversight in person. The entire process exudes a profound sense of ritual. Once completed, a servant holds the agreement aloft for all to see, and the attending nobles and guests erupt in applause, creating a vibrant and grand atmosphere. Next in line is the Marquis of Francia, ranked second in demon-slaying points. Although far inferior to Kristin, he too receives a viscount's land. The subsequent acquisition of land by the nobility diminished considerably. To expedite the process, selections were made in groups of 5, who collectively signed agreements. Ultimately, those whose demon-slaying points exceeded 500 were rewarded with the grant of a village as mercenary adventurers, given their status as commoners. The ceremony assumed the form of a knightly investiture. The majority of these newly appointed knights hailed from physical disciplines, adorned in pristine knightly armor, while a few spellcasters donned robes. Rather than pledge allegiance to a particular noble for their rewards, they claimed their territories through their own prowess. One by one, they approached and knelt before King Louis to receive their investiture. The king first placed a sword across the shoulders of each recipient before engaging in the customary exchange of oaths, primarily pledging loyalty to the kingdom. Subsequently, he accepted a tray from his attendant, containing a banner, a signet ring, and soil, which he presented to the newly honored, thus completing the ceremony. From that moment onward, these individuals became knights directly under the royal household, with the king later selecting the most distinguished among them to join the knightly orders. This is one of the reasons why the kingdom's 3 major knightly orders boast such a multitude of knights. Another reason, of course, is the numerous royal knights who receive pensions. Regarding the rewards for attendance, the king would later dispatch envoys to the various counties to address that matter briefly. After the investiture ceremony concluded, all attendees moved to the adjacent banquet hall to partake in a celebratory feast marking the end of the demon catastrophe. Such a grand banquet was not something King Louis would skimp on. The richness of the dishes and the quality of the beverages were unparalleled compared to previous gatherings. Joy permeated the atmosphere, especially for the newly honored knights, who reveled in the opportunity to celebrate alongside the king and numerous nobles. A tale they could share for a lifetime. For some, this investiture ceremony was merely the beginning, as after signing the agreements, priests from the major true God churches soon approached them, naturally with the intent of fostering faith. Following the demons' invasion of villages, temples were inevitably destroyed, and the lands that remained unrecaptured were devoid of inhabitants and shrines. In such circumstances, whether old nobility acquiring new lands or newly ennobled nobles, the establishment of a shrine to any particular true god was at their discretion. It was entirely normal for old nobles to erect a temple to the deity they worshipped in the lands they acquired, while newly ennobled nobility had the opportunity for negotiation. To develop a territory laid to waste, funding and population for reconstruction were imperative. Formerly mercenaries and adventurers, they lacked such capabilities, yet the church possessed them. For instance, if a priest from a certain church approached a noble, stating that as a devout believer, the noble must now establish a temple to the great true God in their newly acquired lands, the church would certainly assist in overcoming the challenges, providing both funds and populace. Alternatively, a priest from another church might propose that if the noble converted to the worship of a certain great god and established that god's temple in their lands, the church would offer substantial financial and populational support, with negotiation possible if the initial offer seemed inadequate. All was in pursuit of spreading the faith of the great true God without shame. In the brief span of just over 3 years since inheriting his title, Kristin ascended from a baron to the illustrious Duke of Tulip, presiding over the entirety of Brittany County in the Kingdom of Fran, the entirety of the Loire County, the Viscountcy of Corentin in Normandy, the barony of Dunkirk in Calais, the earldom of Corona in the Iberian Kingdom, and the lordship of Kazan in the Slavic Empire. It could be said that apart from the royal families of various kingdoms, Kristin was the most powerful individual. Even the grandest duchy, that of Duke Philip of Bohemia, commanded only 4 direct earldoms. Upon Kristin's return to Dominici, a guest arrived from afar, the hereditary honorary earl of the Slavic Empire, Sergei Viktorovich. Good day, Duke Stewart. Good morning, Earl Sergei Viktorovich. My lord, on behalf of Empress Alexievna, I present this to you. Viktorovich placed an exquisite wooden box upon the table. Before departing, His Majesty instructed me to convey that this was meant to be a gift for your elevation to Duke, but due to certain circumstances, it is only now presented to you. Kristin opened the box to reveal a sheathed single-handed sword. Upon lifting it, she immediately recognized its name, the artifact of revenge, possessing a sharpness equivalent to 2. This sword inherently granted the wielder the ability to anticipate their opponent's next move once per day. The sword-bearer could sense any malicious intent within a radius of 100 meters, meaning that any assassin attempting to stealthily approach within that distance would be detected. Additionally, the sword bore a trample ability, usable once daily, inflicting half damage even if the opponent blocked the attack. The wielder's agility was elevated by 1 level, meaning that a legendary tier of nimbleness could reach demigod status. All effects were equally applicable to demigods. Setting the sword down, Kristin remarked, Earl Viktorovich, this item is too precious, I cannot accept it. Please take it back and convey my gratitude to Empress Alexievna. Earl Viktorovich solemnly replied, My lord, this is a gift from His Majesty on behalf of the great deity Svenevit. Taken aback, Kristin inquired, What oracle does the great Svenevit wish to convey to me? Viktorovich shook his head, stating, None. Ah, yet another enigma. Chapter 347, The Grand Archmage, Part 1. Setting of this book. In a year of turmoil, the 3 death deities, Bane, the god of strife, Milko, the god of the deceased, and Baal, the god of murder, sought to obtain power surpassing that of the other gods. Thus, they stole the fateful tablet of the god of gods, Io, in hopes of unraveling its secrets. Io, enraged, cast the gods down to the material plane to search for the tablet, decreeing that they could not return until it was found. Ultimately, the tablet was acquired by a mortal named Sirik, who was subsequently exalted by Io as a new deity, inheriting the divine portfolios of the 3 death gods. This historical account remains largely undocumented, whether due to the passage of time or other reasons, even within the church's texts. Kristin occasionally learned of it from Savannah, who, in turn, had heard it from her father, Khan. Yet regardless of its veracity, the god of lies, Sirik, indeed exists as a true deity, and not long ago, his followers orchestrated a significant event. A mere mortal became a powerful true deity due to the fateful stone tablet, while Kristin, who possessed a spark, took over 3 years to ascend to the legendary tier, a pace that was undeniably sluggish. In the city of Dominaria, within the Mage Tower's master suite, the bedroom bore witness to this transformation. Now a master-tier dragon-veined sorceress, Kristin's physical prowess matched that of the transformed Alicia. In close-quarters combat, she no longer found herself at a disadvantage. Both contenders could engage in a balanced exchange. Their battles would stretch for hours, and even a day's duel posed no challenge. Yet the essence lay in the experience and the sense of achievement. Mere time-wasting held no value. However, one crucial point remained. According to the customs of the continent, noble maidens may frolic before marriage, but must not breach the barrier, not even if they belong to the dragon kin. This brings to light Carlatani's advantage as a shapeshifter. She could only transform into the form of her target at a specific moment. Thus, if she had transformed yesterday into a target with all limbs intact, but today that target had lost an arm, without re-imitating, Carlatani would still appear as she did when she was whole. This enabled Kristin to envision that not only could she drive different vehicles daily, but she could also indulge in new ones each day. On a certain day, after a grueling battle of 3,600 rounds with Alicia, Kristin dreamt of the time she first acquired her spark. She traversed the multiverse, witnessing various civilizations and wars, yet upon awakening, the dream's details eluded her. Upon rising, she sensed an energy on the verge of eruption within her, a precursor to her advancement. Carefully, she lifted Alicia from her embrace and moved her legs from atop her waist, then tiptoed out of bed. With a mere thought, her battle armor enveloped her, and in a flash of teleportation light, she found herself outside a warehouse within the castle. Here, an elven-looking high construct accompanied by 10 knightly metal automatons stood guard, along with various defensive magical arrays, with golems tasked with transporting goods. The high construct recognized her arrival and bowed, addressing her. "We salute you, your grace. Open the gates." At once, 2 knightly automatons pushed open the door, a metallic barrier unmovable by anything below a 10th-tier knight. Once closed, the entire warehouse's alert array would activate, making infiltration impossible. As Kristin entered, the passageway to the demiplane lay ahead. Stepping through, she emerged into a realm of azure skies, white clouds, and verdant hills. A puppet stationed by the teleportation portal floated over to her, saying, "Master, you have arrived. Go about your business. I shall not require your assistance." "As you command." This puppet was Vanifa, the spirit of the demiplane's magical tower, created for ease of movement. There were 9 other similar constructs, all reaching the 11th tier, and when united, they possessed unique skills to guard the spatial passage on the demiplane's side. Kristin pondered whether her ascension to legendary status would create a significant stir, but within the demiplane, she felt secure and devoid of worry. Her cautious nature proved prudent, for suddenly, the energy within her erupted, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were engulfed in the fiery embrace of the sun. Thankfully, it subsided almost instantaneously. An invisible wave of magical energy surged forth, rapidly spreading several kilometers before dissipating. She had never heard of anyone causing such a commotion upon achieving legendary status, yet here in the demiplane, no disturbance bore consequence. Upon further reflection, Kristin realized that all her talents were reset upon her legendary ascension. As per the book's lore, her first-tier talent as an arcanist transformed into advanced spell-casting material immunity, allowing her to cast any spell below legendary tier without material costs if the spell's material fees were under 50 gold coins. Her 5th-tier talent became advanced spell instantaneous casting, enabling her to cast any spell of 6th tier or lower without incantation, gestures, or delay. Her 10th-tier talent evolved into advanced mobile casting, permitting the casting of 8th tier and lower spells while in motion. Her 15th-tier talent morphed into advanced spell range extension, doubling the casting range for both attack and support spells. The unique 20th-tier arcanist talent was upgraded to advanced combat casting, ensuring that spells cast below legendary tier would not fail, remaining immune to backlash even if interrupted. She acquired 2 legendary talents. One was the legendary spellcasting ability accessible to all spellcasters upon ascension, allowing her to learn and utilize legendary spells. The other was her unique legendary arcane mastery, facilitating a deeper understanding of magical knowledge, expediting spell learning, and enhancing the success rate of magical item creation. Most significantly, her legendary template emerged post-ascension, dramatically augmenting all her stats while providing substantial immunity against any spells, divine arts, skills, or talents below the legendary tier. This immunity was consistent across all legendary tiers. However, legendary arcanists and legendary mages shared equal physical and agility attributes, while the former's intelligence, spirit, and willpower were 1.5 times that of the latter. During the era of the arcane empire of Gunnath, arcanists did not particularly regard the legendary tier as noteworthy, preferring to refer to themselves as grand arcanists. For those capable of contending with the gods, the legendary tier held little allure. Chapter 348, Grand Arcanist, Part 2. What? You have already reached the legendary tier? Surely you jest. Upon hearing Kristin declare her ascension to legendary status, Alicia's expression reflected disbelief. Indeed, I have attained the legendary tier. Such a momentous event is hardly a jest. I am the first to inform you, Kristin replied, her large eyes wide with innocence. But how could you possibly have ascended to legendary status? I am a genius. Why shouldn't I reach the legendary tier? Alicia retorted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Jealousy? Not at all. I am merely a tad surprised, just a smidge. She responded, gesturing an almost imperceptible gap with her fingers. In any case, I am now legendary, and you are now informed. Kristin displayed an expression that conveyed indifference. As if to say, believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. How did you suddenly get promoted? I don't know. I just woke up this morning and found myself elevated. Alicia was at a loss for words, while others envied the dragonkin for their ability to ascend through slumber. Such transitions typically span centuries. Despite Kristin's lineage as a scion of dragons, her age was still quite young. In fact, achieving the rank of a legendary being at her stage of training was a feat reserved for geniuses, let alone advancing merely through sleep. Who would believe that? What changes do you feel since your promotion to legendary status? Alicia chose to abandon her skepticism, as it was too disheartening. I feel my physical attributes have enhanced. I now possess legendary specialties, and I've gained more spell slots. Beyond that, I haven't noticed much else. Why don't you spar with me to test it? Very well. At their level, even routine practice could no longer occur within a training ground, as there simply wasn't one spacious enough for their needs. Fortunately, Dominaria City was coastal, allowing them to fly over the sea. However, they returned shortly thereafter. As soon as they entered the room, Alicia pressed Kristin against her chest and began to tease her. Wah, you bully a dragon. How could you be so ruthless? I can't breathe, let go? Kristin had not anticipated Alicia's underhanded assault and was caught off guard. I want to let go. Although Alicia claimed this, her grip loosened just a tad. It's my fault. I was wrong. I accept my punishment. Kristin quickly admitted her fault, acknowledging that her control over her newfound power was still somewhat lacking. Tonight you cannot resist. No way. No resistance? If you don't resist, you'll end up posed in 360 different ways. I can't agree to that. This is utterly unreasonable. A dragon knight is bullying a dragon. To be honest, Alicia's performance was rather theatrical. She lacked any innate talent in that regard. But you mustn't go too far. Kristin relented slightly. Although Alicia could match legendary demons in her dragon form, as demons primarily relied on physical prowess with innate spells as a secondary tool, she found herself at a disadvantage against legendary mages due to the inherent level disparity. While she could withstand third-tier spells, if a legendary mage seized the opportunity to cast high-level spells, her proud dragon scales would not serve as a reliable defense. Moreover, Kristin was no ordinary legendary mage. She was a grand arcanist with high-level specialties, making Alicia even less of a match. Furthermore, Kristin had yet to disclose that her bloodline sorcerer level had also reached the 20th tier, which would have been even more daunting. A month later, in a demi-plane, Kristin pointed at a mountain before her and inquired, "Are you certain this mountain poses no issues?" Savannah replied with unwavering assurance, "Absolutely." She then gestured to a slightly shorter peak beside it, saying, "Do you see that mountain over there?" Kristin responded, "I do. That mountain was originally taller, but my father, Khan, had it flattened, which is why it appears as it does now. I'm just a bit apprehensive, you know. I understand, but even if we fail, it's of little consequence. The demi-plane is vast, nothing will go awry. All right." Thus, Kristin and Savannah began to arrange magical materials on the ground to create a magical circle. They then placed a magical wing and a crystal orb in position, after which Kristin commenced her incantation. She was about to cast the improved version of the 10th level spell, Ploktiv's Mountain Moving Spell. As per the book setting, this 10th level spell, which had a casting time of 24 hours, allowed the caster to flatten a mountain within their line of sight and suspend it upside down in midair. If a miststone core could be placed within it within 2 weeks, the caster would acquire a floating city as foundation. Originally, this spell required 3 casters. But Kristin could find no trustworthy legendary mages. The secret of the demi-plane was known only to her, Savannah, and Carlatani. Alicia and Onelia remained oblivious. This was not merely a matter of trust. The demi-plane concealed the secrets of the ancient Nisral Empire's arcanists, and should these secrets be revealed, those aware of them could fall prey to the wrath of the goddess of magic. Kristin was reluctant to involve too many individuals. Alicia and Onelia were aware that the Mage Tower castle housed a heavily guarded repository containing unspeakable secrets, yet neither expressed interest nor brought it up. At their level, they understood that some truths were best left undiscovered, as it served their own interests. Fortunately, Savannah provided an improved version of the spell that allowed for single-person casting using the magical circle, and the mountain that could be flattened was significantly larger. As for who possessed such genius to enhance a 10th-level spell, that remained unknown, yet it did not impede Kristin from utilizing it. Even if others learned this spell, it would be of no use to them because the severed mountain would plummet if a mist stone core was not placed within it in 2 weeks. And where could contemporary mages procure a mist stone core? Ironically, Kristin possessed one. While the demi-plane could also be moved, the sheer size made such mobility exceedingly time-consuming. Additionally, its defenses were quite fragile. Previously, during the relocation process, had it not been for the supplementary energy provided by the Miststone core, the protective barrier would have been insufficient to withstand the onslaught of astral creatures. However, the floating city was different. It could be likened to a space fortress capable of interplanar travel, allowing it to navigate the astral realm and enter the prime material plane or other dimensions. It is no exaggeration to say that once fully constructed to standard, even the weakest divine powers or lesser deities would pose no threat. Of course, attempting to assault a divine realm solely with a floating city would be tantamount to seeking death. Nevertheless, for Kristin, it at least provided a safeguard for her life. Chapter 349, Constructing the Floating City, Part 1. Though the 24-hour casting time may seem lengthy, it was but a trifle for legendary mages. At their level, even the weakest races possessed physical attributes surpassing those of 5th-tier knights, not to mention someone like Kristin, a scion of dragons. Is it any wonder that legendary mage Gandalf seldom resorted to casting spells, opting instead for sword or staff in battle? Physical attacks were often sufficient to deal with foes, rendering the expenditure of precious spells unnecessary. Though I have witnessed countless grand spectacles prior to my rebirth, the sight of a colossal mountain being cleaved, levitated, and inverted by my own magic compelled me to once again marvel at the formidable might of sorcery. Legendary mages possess the ability to move mountains and part seas. Yet one can only speculate on the extraordinary strength of the divine beings that surpass them. Kristin and Savannah unfurled the wings of their angelic armaments and soared toward the suspended mountain. The area of the inverted mountain spans approximately 7.5 square kilometers, equivalent to 50 Forbidden City complexes. Thanks to the power of magic, the mountain's cut surface is remarkably even, eliminating the need for further leveling after its inversion, save for a deliberately elevated hillock left at the center to serve as the foundation for the control tower. Ordinary Proctive's mountain-moving spell could never have shaped such a vast mountain, but an upgraded version can. Similarly, the standard mithril core would be incapable of supporting a floating city of this magnitude, yet the one left by Khan is more than sufficient. After all, this mithril core is capable of accelerating such a large demiplane, let alone a floating city. Shortly thereafter, Kristin and Savannah retrieved the mithril core from the power chamber of the demiplane's Mage Tower and placed it within the inverted mountain, officially completing the base of the floating city. The next steps involve laying out the magical arrays, constructing underground facilities, erecting superstructures, and establishing transportation routes, all of which will be overseen by the tower's spirit Vaniafa, with the golems executing the construction. In this narrative, the golems of the demiplane lack intelligence and are entirely controlled by Vaniafa. Their advantage lies in their low cost, while the disadvantage is their immobility outside the demiplane. These golems derive their energy from the mithril core, which can be likened to a controllable nuclear fusion engine, capable of powering airships and generating electricity. The golems function like robots, requiring only periodic recharging. The various types of golems differ in cost based on their intended use. For instance, the 9 guarding the teleportation portal are currently the most advanced, boasting a combat power of level 11 and costing 30,000 gold coins. The most numerous stone golems move slower than an average person and serve little purpose beyond tireless labor, costing merely 100 gold coins. Yet, these seemingly rudimentary stone golems have cultivated vast fields and produced an abundance of weapons and armor. However, these costs are for the non-sentient models. Should one wish to awaken them and install intelligence, the price would at least double. Despite the demiplane's size being comparable to that of a barony, its farmland is only equivalent to the arable area of 10 villages. However, the climate here is favorable, yielding 2 harvests a year without pestilence, resulting in naturally high yields. Moreover, since golems do not require sustenance, the annual output is more than sufficient to feed the populace of a county without strain, as large-scale habitation is not yet necessary. Aside from the Mage Tower and the adjacent town that have undergone repairs, the remaining landscape consists of untouched forests, rivers, and meadows, with only fields and essential facilities present. After the demiplane was relocated, Savannah captured numerous wild animals, and after 2 years of breeding, many species multiplied significantly, only to be later collected by Veniafa to be transformed into jerky. Fresh meat cannot be preserved for long, and transporting live animals out of the demiplane poses a challenge in terms of explaining their origin, making jerky the most suitable option. Of course, some animals produce meat that is quite unpalatable, and the jerky derived from them is even more difficult to eat. Yet, back then, during the calamity of magic, any food was a blessing. Even such jerky was beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. In truth, most of the jerky was sold by the Tulip Consortium to the royal armies of the Fran Kingdom and the Iberian Kingdom. After all, one must be well fed to have the strength to combat demons. Do not inquire about the origin of this jerky or complain about its cost. Simply consider whether you wish to partake. It is essential to clarify that humanity is indeed capable of producing exquisite weapons and armor that rival those of the dwarves. However, the costs are prohibitively high for mass production to equip ordinary soldiers. The strength of the golems, coupled with their lack of need for rest, allows a single ingot of metal to be hammered repeatedly, resulting in weapons and armor of quality that meets the standards of dwarven craftsmanship. Anything of higher caliber falls into the realm of magical armor, which cannot be produced without the addition of rare metals, an unnecessary expense for equipping regular soldiers. With the high-quality weapons and armor produced in the demiplane, the Stewart army no longer needs to import equipment from the Dwarven Kingdom, thereby saving substantial funds. Moreover, the products from the smithy in Stewart can now be sold entirely to other nobles, including the royal family. With the acquisition of the Mage territory's mines, the supply of iron ore has significantly increased, while costs have decreased considerably. Why mention these seemingly unrelated matters concerning the floating city? Because even though the golems responsible for construction are not paid, and building materials such as stone and timber can be sourced from the territory at no cost, the expense of purchasing magical materials needed for construction far exceeds that of building 10 ordinary cities. Without a strategy to generate income, one cannot fund the construction of a floating city. This is why Kristin has established mage towers, particularly advanced ones, in all towns within her territory. First, it solidifies her rule. And second, many of the magical materials required for constructing the floating city are discreetly acquired through these towers, as they share numerous foundational materials. Furthermore, Dominaria Port is the largest trading city on the western continent, with an incalculable volume of transactions occurring daily, through which some necessary materials have been procured. In essence, since the relocation of the demiplane, Kristin has been employing various methods to gradually amass the resources needed for constructing the floating city. Even so, there are still many items she has acquired on credit from Onelia, a testament to the value of a lich's collection. After all, the construction of a floating city cannot be conducted overtly. Otherwise, Kristin's identity would make the procurement of these magical and construction materials a mere formality. The reality is not akin to a game. One cannot simply amass enough gold and have the desired items appear on the merchant's shelves. Chapter 350. The Construction of the Floating City, Part 2. Kristin guided the base of the floating city near the town and then beckoned, saying, Veniafa. A golem controlled by Veniafa flew over, responding, Master, how may I assist you? Are the materials required for the construction of the floating city prepared? Master, I have meticulously counted all the materials against the blueprints, and everything is in order. The next steps are entrusted to you. Rest assured, there will be no issues. The design of the floating city is inspired by Savannah and is essentially a replica of Khan's. However, Kristin prefers not to have it cluttered with buildings, especially since she does not have many subordinates to accommodate. Therefore, not only has she altered the architectural style to suit her taste, but the number of buildings also occupies merely 1/5 of the total area, leaving the remainder to lush forests and serene lakes. As long as the 9 pivotal nodes and the magical array remain unchanged, the quantity of buildings above is of no consequence. For Vanifa, replicating the architectural plans is a straightforward task. Although she may not grasp the significance, it suffices to follow the blueprints precisely. As for the activation of the magical array during construction, Kristin can handle that when the time comes, which will not take long. Given that the Meson core has been utilized in the floating city, the long-distance teleportation array will naturally need to be relocated there. Consequently, without an additional power source, while the demiplane can still move, both the preparation time and speed of movement will be considerably slower. However, with the floating city in place, who would still require a demiplane? Henceforth, this floating city shall be named, let us call it the Sky City. Kristin initially considered naming it Dalaran, but it felt too reminiscent of other narratives, prompting a change of heart. TCH, Naming is such a chore. Savannah expressed her disdain for Kristin's choice of name for the floating city. During the era of the arcane empire of Gunnetheral, when the indigenous inhabitants of other planes first beheld the floating city, their immediate reaction was to call it the Sky City. Even after learning its official name, they would still refer to it as such. In that era, calling it the Sky City was akin to using the names Xiaoming or Xiaohong today, utterly cliché. Why not let you name it? Kristin humbly welcomed suggestions, adept at passing the ball. Never mind, let's settle on this name then. Let it be a bit mundane. It's easy to remember. Savannah adopted a nonchalant attitude, indifferent to the name's simplicity. So be it, that shall be its name. For someone who struggles with naming, the decision was made pleasantly. Kristin continued, from now on, this demi-plane shall be known as Frakesia, and the town shall be named Moreau. As you wish. Vanifa harbored no doubts regarding her master's commands. Just as Kristin uttered the name of the demi-plane, in a certain ancient palace in the underworld, a figure sat upon a throne, cloaked in a dim robe that obscured most of his form, absorbing the surrounding light as if it were devouring the very air. From the visible parts, it was evident that this was a withered, fragile corpse, its gray skin tightly clinging to its skeletal frame. A pair of bulbous, pale yellow, lifeless eyes adorned its elongated skull, rendering the ears and nose nearly indistinguishable. Clad in white gloves, he covered his claw-like hands and forearms. One hand grasped an ink-filled quill, while the other clutched a thick tome filled with incomprehensible script. The tome turned its pages automatically before halting at a largely blank page. Save for a single name, Kristin Stewart. He murmured to himself, the flow of fate quickens. In a vast divine realm, an expansive group of palatial structures stretched from the foothills to the summit, where elegantly clad and armored supplicants traversed between them. Before the palaces lay a plain where two armies clashed, legions of supplicants fiercely engaged in battle. They feared not death, for on the morrow following the battle, all the fallen would be resurrected. The victorious commander would earn the favor of the divine, a supreme honor, basking in the adulation of all for a year before embarking on the next season for eternity. Atop the highest and most resplendent palace, a tall, robust figure clad in silver armor withdrew his gaze from the battlefield. This description, however, is inadequate, for he possessed 4 heads and 4 faces, enabling him to observe any direction at all times. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens, as if he could see the astral plane beyond the divine realm. He murmured, the flow of fate quickens. Somewhere upon Mount Heaven stood a radiant palace, its windows adorned with gemstones set in gold and silver, its walls embedded with copper and emerald, and its floor crafted from refined mithril. A colossal dragon, entirely covered in silver scales, lay in slumber. Even in the faintest azure light, it shimmered with brilliance. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes, its irises shifting between deep blue, reminiscent of the azure summer sky, and indigo, as profound as the frigid winter ocean. It murmured, the flow of fate quickens. It then closed its eyes once more, returning to slumber, recognizing itself as merely a diminutive dragon amidst the vast multiverse filled with powerful deities, leaving their concerns to them. Kristin's pretext for visiting the demi-plane was a magical experiment, a common occurrence for a sorceress to remain in her laboratory for 10 days or even half a month. In reality, she and Savannah returned in just over a week. Yet turmoil still beset the territory. Upon Kristin's teleportation back to the Mage Tower laboratory, she feigned the act of emerging from within, only to encounter Elena waiting outside the door. Your Grace, has your experiment concluded? There is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Despite the urgency, Elena maintained a composed demeanor, embodying the qualities of a competent steward. Moreover, in the Stewart territory, responsibilities were clearly delineated, ensuring that any issue could be directed to the relevant party. Thus, this situation was not so urgent that only Kristin could address it. What is it? Dark elves have emerged from the passage in the mess mine of Normandy, killing several miners and soldiers. The adversaries are formidable, and the station knights immediately sent out a distress signal. Master Monica has gone to provide assistance, having slain 6 and captured 1. The mine is temporarily shut down. Kristin was not surprised by this occurrence. She had anticipated such a scenario when she left the passage open. Yet she had not expected the denizens of the Underdark to emerge before the Mage Tower was even completed. Where's Monica? Reporting to your Grace. Master Monica is at the mine. I shall go and take a look. Chapter 351. Exploring the Shadowy Realm, Part 1. The Mage Tower at the Mice Mine in Normandy County, although still under construction, was manned by troops equipped with portable communication arrays. Upon discovering that the enemy was overwhelming, the knights promptly called for reinforcements. Soon after, guided by the coordinates from the communication array, Monica Bellucci arrived with her 7th tier spell, Greater Teleportation. As a master-level mage, her presence assured the demise of the Dark Elves. Kristin, publicly recognized as a 9th tier mage, while her individual teleportation was merely a 5th tier spell, wielded it with such prowess that it was quite formidable. A feat not easily mastered even by many of her peers. However, it was more customary for Alicia to cast Greater Teleportation, escorting Kristin and Elena along. Upon their arrival in the chamber housing the portable communication array, the knightly attendant promptly approached to pay his respects. "Salutations, Your Grace, Duke." "Lady Alicia, Stewart Elena." Kristin inquired, "Where's Monica?" "Master Monica is resting. I shall notify her immediately." "No need. Simply lead me to her quarters." "As you command." This small fortress, perched atop a hill, offered a sweeping view of the entire mining area. The Mage Tower was housed within the fortress and was currently under construction. The communication room was located on the 1st floor, and as the knightly attendant guided them to the 2nd floor, they soon encountered Monica approaching. "Good day, Your Grace." "I sensed the spatial fluctuations and surmised it was your arrival," she greeted. "Indeed, I was just about to seek you out. Shall we proceed to the parlor?" As they entered the parlor, the fortress commander, Knight Icoberg, an 8th tier knight, arrived following notification. Elena brewed tea for the gathering using the provided tea bricks and utensils. One should not expect trained attendants in such a fortress, and the knightly attendant's tea was merely drinkable. "Please, elucidate the specifics of the situation," Kristin requested. Monica glanced at Knight Icoberg, signaling him to report. Standing, Icoberg bowed slightly before addressing, "Your Grace, the matter is as follows. 3 days ago, in the afternoon, miners suddenly fled from the tunnels, shouting of Dark Elves. I immediately led the soldiers to investigate. At that moment, one Dark Elf was fleeing ahead, while 6 pursued from behind. The fleeing one was solely focused on escape, while the pursuers, due to their numbers, occasionally struck down obstructing miners. Including myself, there were 3 knights and 300 soldiers. These 7 Dark Elves evidently did not anticipate our numbers. I commanded their surrender, prompting the leading elf to change direction and flee elsewhere, while the remaining 6 continued their pursuit, and I directed my soldiers to surround them. When the fleeing elf realized escape was impossible, he surrendered, while the 6 aggressors engaged in combat. They were all at least 7th tier, to minimize losses. I called for reinforcements while commanding my soldiers to fight and retreat. Kristin nodded, approving of Icoberg's actions. Calling for aid when outmatched was a fundamental strategy. Monica continued. The distress signal sent by Knight Icoberg reached Dominaria City. The duty mage informed me, and I came at once. Since one had surrendered, I did not allow any of the 6 to live, concerned that other creatures from the shadowy realm might emerge through the passage. I ordered a temporary halt to mining operations, remaining here to await your decision post-experimentation. Monica spoke with ease, for when she arrived, Icoberg and his soldiers were still engaged in tactical retreat. With warriors at the forefront, it was a simple task for a master-level mage to eliminate several Dark Elves. Kristin inquired, what was the outcome of the interrogation of the surrendered Dark Elf? Monica replied, he claims to be Daiwag Durin, and upon learning that this is your territory, he stated he would divulge everything only to you. I thought it prudent to confine him in the dungeon for the time being, Your Grace. If you prefer not to meet him, I shall conduct the interrogation myself. Then bring him forth. At once. Shortly, a knight accompanied by 2 attendants entered, escorting the prisoner. He was a quintessential male Dark Elf, with disheveled white hair and a gaunt figure clad in leather armor fashioned from some subterranean creature. Despite being imprisoned for several days, his spirit appeared undaunted. Upon seeing the occupants of the room, he greeted them in the common tongue of the Drow. Salutations, Duke Stewart. Salutations, Lady Alicia. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Daiwag Durin, an 11th tier assassin from the 2nd family of Darkhall City. Why have you come to the surface world? And why were you pursued? Reveal all that you know. Before I comply, may I take a moment to commend your beauty? You are as captivating as the legends describe. Enough, speak directly to what I wish to hear. Though interrupting was impolite, Kristin would not allow such awkwardness to persist. She was not accustomed to flattery like other nobles. As you wish. I have long traveled between the cities of the shadowy realm, aspiring to become a legendary ranger like my ancestor, Trist Duthin. Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to venture to the surface world. Monica questioned. Every Drow city possesses at least one passage to the surface. Claiming to come from the 2nd family of Darkhall, you cannot possibly be unaware of this route. Indeed, you are correct. Darkhall has a passage to the surface, and I have accompanied hunting parties to the surface more than once. However, upon hearing of the legendary tales of my ancestor, Trist Duthin, my perspective shifted, leading me to part ways with my family, thus severing my access to that passage. That sounds reasonable. Please continue. When I learned that the legendary mage, Valtis Lightning, who worships the Lord of Lies, had transformed all inhabitants of the city of cold shadows into the undead, and that the surrounding cities had unleashed the undead army upon the surface, I perceived this as an opportune moment. You may not be aware, but any city with a passage to the surface will invariably have guards. However, where the undead army traverses, there should be no one. I could follow the traces to locate this passage leading to the surface world. Trist Duthin, a dark elf, departed from his family due to various circumstances and ultimately became a ranger on the surface, embodying the archetype of redemption. His legendary tale has been recounted for over a millennium. It is hardly surprising that Devo Jerdurian emulates the actions of his predecessor, for over the years, numerous dark elves have forsaken evil to venture into the surface world. Chapter 352, Exploration of the Underdark, Part 2. Kristin inquired, "Why are you being pursued?" The beautiful Duke replied, "Esteemed Duke, this involves a grand conspiracy, and I hope to exchange this information for my freedom." Devo Jerdurian stated his terms. "There are many matters that, just because you do not wish to reveal them, I cannot know. Of course, esteemed Duke, I trust that, should you desire, even in death, I could not conceal this information, yet I believe your benevolence will not hold a minor figure like me accountable, especially as I have not caused any harm to your domain." Kristin turned to Sir Icoberg, who immediately affirmed, "Duke, Devo Jerdurian speaks the truth. The casualties were caused by the 6 dark elves pursuing him." Devo Jerdurian, "How can you convince me that your words are truthful?" Esteemed Duke, "I can swear by the great Elithria, and I am willing to await your verification of the truth before departing," Devo Jerdurian solemnly declared. Elithria is a goddess filled with melancholy and sorrow, who not only protects all benevolent dark elves, but also safeguards those who yearn to return to the surface world for a peaceful existence. Most malevolent dark elves harbor a burning hatred towards this kind goddess. However, for those striving to escape the web of the Spider Queen, she is a delightful beacon of hope. Elithria's followers relentlessly encourage dark elves to return to the surface world. Devo Jerdurian's contact with them led to his faith in this true deity, making his desire to ascend to the surface world entirely reasonable. I can assure you that as long as the information you provide is valuable, you shall be granted your freedom. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed Duke." Before all present, Devo Jerdurian swore an oath to the great goddess Elithria, affirming that his forthcoming words would be true, or he would accept punishment. The binding power of an oath is immense, as no true god, even an evil one, permits their followers to deceive them. Esteemed Duke, those pursuing me are subordinates of the legendary mage Valtis Lightning. They intend to scout the surface world. I overheard their conversation, but was unfortunately discovered and pursued. Valtis Lightning requires a series of nefarious rituals for reasons unknown, intending to sacrifice sufficient sentient beings in the prime world, with Cold Shadow City merely being the commencement. Kristin found this puzzling. What a strange stipulation. Why must the sacrifices occur in the prime world? Have you heard of such evil sacrifices? Moreover, does the Underdark meet the requirements? Monica pondered before responding, "Esteemed Duke, I have not heard of such requirements for evil sacrificial rituals." Alicia, unfazed, remarked, "I believe that for such deranged individuals, murder requires no justification. Even if Cold Shadow City does not meet the criteria, he would not pass up such an opportunity." Kristin found this reasoning compelling but decided to consult Onilia later, perhaps yielding new insights. Devo Jerdurian, this information is indeed valuable. You are now free. But you must wait until the information is confirmed before departing. Devo Jerdurian bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, the knight attendant escorted him to the designated chamber. The Underdark is not insular. Significant events occurring in the surface world are quickly learned by the well-informed, and as the sole field duke on the continent, news about Kristin would naturally be abundant. In such circumstances, even if Devo Jerdurian were granted freedom of movement, he would not dare entertain thoughts of escape. Should a field duke issue a bounty, countless professionals would be eager to eliminate a fleeing dark elf, even if Devo Jerdurian sought refuge in the Underdark or other realms. Kristin commanded, "Sir Berg, resume mining operations, as you wish. Monica, you need to stay here a bit longer to oversee the construction of the Mage Tower. As you desire." A basic Mage Tower is being constructed, comprising 5 above-ground and 3 underground levels, lacking facilities such as libraries, laboratories, and arcane gardens, thus allowing for rapid completion. Elena, inform the priests of the Church of Death about this matter. Understood. The priests serving Clanver regard all undead as abominable beings. striving to return them to eternal rest by any means necessary. They are also dedicated to eradicating those who create undead beings, making this task perfectly suited for them. Organize an exploration team to investigate the tunnels and map the area. Monica suggested, perhaps we could entrust this to mercenaries and adventurers? Kristin dismissed the idea. Their actions are unpredictable. I do not wish for them to cause trouble for me. Even in war, we must hold the moral high ground. Moreover, the accuracy of maps created by such individuals is questionable. Alicia proposed, we could enlist the priests of the Church of Travel and Exploration. Kristin found this suggestion agreeable. But since 2 churches were already involved, she decided to make it public, saying, Elena, inquire with all the churches in the territory. Those willing to join the exploration team may send representatives. Understood. Who among us should oversee this matter? Without hesitation, Monica volunteered her own student. Let Olivia handle this. She is an 8th-tier mage and ought to experience the world. Then it is settled. During the magical calamity, Olivia had slain numerous demons, possessing ample combat experience. After the war, she had resumed her old habits of flirting with noble youths, so sending her away would certainly alleviate some trouble. Upon hearing the news that Duke Stewart intended to organize an exploration team to the Underdark, interested churches and guilds promptly came forward to enlist. The Church of Death Clanver wasted no time, dispatching a priest and 2 paladins, all of whom were 9th-tier professionals. The Church of the God of Order dispatched a similarly equipped and leveled team, along with the Church of the Goddess of Commerce. They also enlisted 2 priests from the Church of the God of Travel and Exploration, along with Olivia, a 7th-tier druid, and a 9th-tier knight. Thus, this exploratory team, entirely composed of mid to high-tier professionals, was formed. Knight Eikoberg organized 100 soldiers, tasked with trailing behind the exploration team to establish a watch at a distance equivalent to a day's journey from the mine, allowing for early warnings against creatures emerging from the Underdark. Chapter 353, Exploring the Underdark, Part 3, in the Messier mining area. The underground passage revealed an exploratory team advancing cautiously. Leading the way was the dark elf Diwagdal, who had traversed this very path previously, making his role as a guide exceedingly efficient. The priests accompanying him from various churches welcomed the sight of a dark elf redeemed, treating him with equal respect. Beside him, a member clad in light leather armor, adorned with the emblem of the Church of Travel and Exploration, wielded a staff topped with a 0-level spell, Light. Despite carrying a substantial backpack, he navigated the rugged tunnel with ease. Following him were 2 9th-tier knights, one bearing the insignia of the Church of the Reaper, and the other clad in the Duke of Stewart's cloak. Both were similarly burdened with large packs. Trailing closely behind were 11 others, including armored knights, druids in leather, and robed priests and mages. Among them, a priest from the Church of Travel and Exploration, also clad in leather armor, wore a hat that emitted light from a spell, while skillfully sketching a map with a specially designed board and feather quill. Though the undead forces had carved numerous exits from the passage to the mine, they ultimately converged upon this route. Many of the side paths proved shallow, leading to dead ends within mere steps, allowing the team to progress without undue haste. However, as they descended further, they soon encountered their first lengthy branching path after a day, consuming over an hour of their time. The number of side paths continued to increase, causing their pace to slow. It was imperative to thoroughly explore all branches within a 2-day journey of the mine to avert any potential dangers lurking in those routes. Let us halt here for the day and set up camp, suggested the priest from the Church of Travel and Exploration, who served as the deputy leader of the team. Agreed, came the consensus. Having been in the passage for several days, they were well versed in the nuances of camping. The priest selected a suitable spot and cast a spell to repel insects, guarding against hidden toxins lurking underground. Fortuitously, the chosen area was devoid of any threats. Subsequently, Olivia stepped forward, casting a 4th-level spell, Leomund's Tiny Hut. This spell, which required 10 minutes to cast, conjured a 6-meter square stone dwelling complete with a clean, flat floor, a fireplace, and 4 bunk beds, suitable for 8 individuals. The underground passage, even at its narrowest, exceeded 4 meters in width, with some areas spanning over 10 meters, thus accommodating the stone structure comfortably. Given the damp and chilly conditions of the tunnel, the shelter provided a welcome reprieve and protection against serpents and other creatures. Though there were priests present, being bitten would still pose complications. One knight remained on watch while the others entered the hut. They laid down their burdens and began to prepare their bedding, with priests, mages, and druids taking the bunks while knights alternated on the floor. One knight retrieved pre-split firewood from a designated pack, placing it in the fireplace to ignite. For them, Carrying firewood to ensure a comfortable camp was a trivial task. Soon, warmth enveloped the entire dwelling. The priest from the Church of Travel and Exploration produced a pot, adding dehydrated vegetables, jerky, and salt, then invoked a zero-level spell, create water, pouring it into the pot before placing it over the flames to heat. They then set bread atop the pot to warm as well. As the food neared completion, Olivia added some spices. These precious seasonings were a boon of this mission. The enticing aroma quickly filled the hut. Druid Ronest, merely a reserve in the team, found that everyone preferred regular food over the divine berries, especially with the added spices. A knight, the first to finish his meal, went out to replace the guard. Although all were mid to high-tier professionals, none were complacent. As Olivia reclined on her bunk, she grumbled about her misfortunes before sleep. Just days earlier, she had been basking in the admiration of young nobles at a lavish banquet, indulging in carefree shopping along the gold avenue of Dominaria, and now she found herself burrowing through the earth with a motley crew, a task set to last a month. Olivia understood well the principle of preparing soldiers for a day of battle after 1,000 days of nurturing, and while she typically reveled in luxury, she would not falter when the moment demanded action, though it did not preclude her from lamenting in silence. The subsequent journey progressed more swiftly. As there was no need to explore side paths, they simply followed the traces left by the undead. Due to the creature's propensity to eliminate any living beings they encountered, the team faced minimal threats, at least in the immediate future, as few creatures would dare approach their path. Days later, as the team continued onward, the subterranean passage suddenly opened into a vast cavern, seemingly endless in its expanse. Illuminated by the faint glow of luminescent plants, they beheld the remnants of an underground city, Cold Shadow City. The city was supported by several colossal stone pillars, each serving as the dwelling for a drow elf family. Yet the entire city had succumbed to a haunting stillness. According to their plan, the exploratory team needed to venture into the city to search for the location of the legendary Mage Valdeslighten's evil altar, as even the Church of the Reaper had never heard of such a ritual requiring the sacrifice of a substantial number of creatures from the material world. As Daiwagdal led the way, he cautioned, "When I passed through here before, I encountered scavenging parties within the city. We must proceed with utmost caution and refrain from using any illumination spells henceforth. Matters concerning personal safety are never taken lightly." Thus, the priest of the travelers swiftly extinguished the light spell, opting instead for dark vision. All donned hooded robes to obscure their identifying emblems, while Olivia and Ronest placed their spell scrolls within easy reach. As they journeyed toward the city, the priest easily discerned the tracks of various creatures, evidently recent. Clearly, although most valuables had been scavenged by Valdis Lightninger, the remnants left behind could still render anyone an overnight fortune, for this was the wealth of an entire city. Under the guidance of Devo Gujuan, they proceeded along the edges of the buildings, when suddenly he halted, prompting the others to cease their advance and prepare for battle. Silence enveloping them. Chapter 354. Exploration of the Shadowed Realm, Part 4. In a typical dungeon, luminous stones or phosphorescent crystals are embedded in significant structures at intersections, serving as makeshift lanterns. Their faint glow suffices for creatures endowed with dark vision. The opposing party had evidently detected the exploration team. Following a rustling sound, Devo Gujuan remarked, "They are weaker than us. They have retreated." Many subterranean beings possess keen hearing, and with such a large exploration team, especially with armored knights, silence was an impossibility. They encountered several other groups, but all chose to avoid one another without confrontation. "I suspect the evil altar is situated in the city square," one priest of the Death Goddess Church stated after surveying several locations. "The largest column marks the square, which is also the residence of the most prominent family in Cold Shadow City. We may well encounter formidable scavengers," Devo Gujuan cautioned. "Understood," everyone responded, readying themselves for battle as they advanced toward the city square. Any scavenger group arriving in Cold Shadow City would inevitably seek out the residence of the most powerful family. Even if they were aware that many had come before them, luck would still be on their side. Compared to other areas teeming with traps and hazards, entering through the main gate facing the city square was undoubtedly the best choice. That should be the evil altar. The priest from the Death Goddess Church indicated the center of the square. There once stood a high platform, typical of dark elf architectural style, likely intended for ceremonies. Now, atop it lay a stone altar. Let us proceed with caution. The team swiftly approached the platform. A priest cast a zero-level detection spell to avert potential magical traps. Following this, Devo Gujuan and the priest of the traveler led the way, vigilant for any emerging mechanisms. Upon reaching the platform, They discovered intricate magical runes etched into the ground, with the altar positioned centrally within the array. Even scavengers seeking treasures in Cold Shadow City would refrain from disturbing such an evil altar. The risk of dire consequences was too great. Even a minor curse left by a legendary mage would be beyond their endurance. The priest of the Death God's church cautiously refrained from stepping into the confines of the magical array, instead utilizing his dark vision spell to scrutinize the area. Any sacrificial altar is designed to ensure that a specific entity receives the offerings, and thus it must bear a unique emblem of that entity. Initially, the priest presumed it would be the insignia of the Lord of Lies, Cyric, given that the legendary mage Valdis Lightninger, who oversaw the sacrifices, was his follower. However, upon arrival, he discovered an entirely unfamiliar emblem, an open book accompanied by an hourglass. This priest, specially dispatched, was well versed in the insignias of various true deities, even the lesser-known ones with minimal divine power. Yet this emblem bore no affiliation with any known true god, nor with any notorious demons or devils. "I have never encountered this emblem. Have any of you?" he inquired of the nearby priests. "Not I," came the responses in succession. "I shall sketch the emblem in the array to present to His Holiness for examination." The priest produced special parchment and ink. Some malevolent insignias could invoke ill fortune merely through their depiction, but this particular parchment, cleansed by divine power, mitigated such risks. The designs would be taken back for scholarly review, and if necessary, the Pope would beseech the divine for guidance. As the priest of the Death God's church began to illustrate the emblem, a band of over 30 emerged, storming into the square with lethal intent. This group comprised dark elves, gray dwarves, and subterranean humans, each diverse in race and armament. The others were evidently taken aback by this sudden turn of events. How could they charge in without a sound? Only Devo Gujuan understood this to be the nature of the Shadowed Realm. Either they sought to plunder their armaments or capture them as slaves, or perhaps both. He promptly warned, "This is the modus operandi of the Shadowed Realm. Murder requires no justification. Engage the foes with full force, do not fear exposure, and protect the priest as he sketches." Olive, upon hearing this, decisively commanded, having led her team against demons on numerous occasions. She was no mere ornament. 7 knights immediately charged toward the enemy, and the priest revealed his strengths, first bestowing a first-level spell to enhance their weapons, followed by a shield of devotion. All donned their hooded cloaks, concealing their identities and ranks from the adversaries. In truth, this band of scavengers was motivated by the weapons they coveted. Yet, halfway through their charge, upon witnessing the glow of divine spells, they realized they had encountered formidable opposition. Previously, they had underestimated their adversaries, presuming that those who ventured here were not particularly powerful. Little did they know that several priests were present, complicating matters. These scavengers, at most of the 6th tier, faced opponents bolstered by enhancements of the 9th tier. In a mere exchange, half of their number fell. A few, sensing disaster, attempted to flee but were swiftly pursued and cut down by the knights. The swiftest among them, a dark elf assassin, managed to gain some distance, but even he fell victim to Olive's magic missile, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "It is complete. We may depart." The Grim Reaper priest responsible for the drawing declared, "Let us return." Without hesitation, the exploration team sprinted back in the direction they had come. When the band of scavengers launched their attack, it was clear that others lurked in the shadows, observing, and could ascertain that they were not natives of the Dark Realm. However, being discovered now mattered little. The evil altar had been thoroughly investigated, and the map meticulously drawn. Let those who dare to follow come forth. Indeed, many scavenger teams realized that they likely hailed from the surface world, yet none dared to pursue them due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. As for alliances, such a notion was utterly impossible in the Dark Domain. Yet, this did not guarantee the exploration team's safe return to the surface. Not long ago, 6 dark elves tasked with reconnaissance in the surface world had seemingly vanished without a trace, prompting their superior, a master-tier dark elf assassin, to personally investigate the matter. Coincidentally, both parties were advancing towards the subterranean passage almost simultaneously. Chapter 355, Exploring the Dark Realm, Part 5. The actions of the legendary mage Valdis Lightning were premeditated. He had established his own organization in the main world long ago. He controlled a mercenary group of a dozen individuals on the surface, the natives of the Dark Realm. With their ingrained survival instincts, boasted high average professional levels, including a master-tier assassin named Malik. The missions of these 2 organizations were to gather intelligence for him. And for a legendary mage, a mere token of reward was sufficient to ensure their loyalty, resulting in their enthusiastic cooperation. The news from Cold Shadow City was unearthed by Malik's organization. After conducting a nefarious ritual, Valdis Leidening commanded Malik to gather hundreds of individuals to plunder the wealth of the city, after which these hundreds were sacrificed. Upon learning that the undead had been lured to the surface by the inhabitants of nearby cities, Valdis Leidening instructed Malik to send someone to investigate for any further opportunities. However, time passed with no word from the 6 dispatched individuals. Their demise mattered little, yet failure to complete the task would result in punishment for even a master tier like Malik. With no other recourse, he embarked on the path to the surface himself. Though he had never traversed this route before, his skills and speed as a master tier assassin allowed him to traverse the underground passage with the swiftness of a galloping steed. Suddenly, Malik halted, sensing the presence of someone ahead, an instinct innate to assassins. Drawing his dagger and lowering his stance, he advanced stealthily. Indeed, after rounding a bend, the cave widened, revealing stone cottages within and knights stationed outside. Intriguingly, there was a mage of no less than 7th tier. Malik instantly recognized the spell Leomond's Sanctuary, a level 4 spell, and after inspecting the traces on the ground, deduced that this group consisted of no fewer than 10 individuals. He did not find their numbers daunting. After plundering Cold Shadow City, Malik had acquired 4 legendary pieces of equipment and several auxiliary treasures. Being an assassin, he was confident in his ability to execute a surprise attack, and thus he stealthily approached. The sentinel was a 9th tier knight from the Church of the Goddess of Wealth, clad in a hooded cloak with the hood down. This heavy cloak not only concealed one's identity, but also muted the clanking of armor while traversing the passage, serving as a versatile travel garment even for sleeping. Malik easily maneuvered behind the knight. The disparity in levels rendered any caution futile. With a swift thrust, the poisoned dagger found its way through the gaps in the armor, piercing the knight's neck. The toxin induced paralysis. Although the knight struggled fiercely, he could not utter a sound. Malik gently lowered the knight's body to the ground, and, upon pulling back the cloak, discovered the emblem of the Church of the Goddess of Wealth. The presence of the Church of the Goddess of Wealth? Malik felt a fleeting surprise, but would show no mercy. The magically constructed stone cottage had a door and 2 windows, all secured with magical locks, inaccessible to non-magic professions. However, Malik surmised that since the sentinel stood beside the door, it was highly probable that it was unlocked. Because the cottage had windows and no light emanated from within, he decided to initiate his attack. Upon inspection, he confirmed that the door was neither locked nor booby-trapped. With his left hand, he gently opened the door a crack and, in an instant, slipped in like a ghost, his dagger accurately finding its mark in the body of a sleeping knight of the Church of the God of Order. At that moment, a bell chimed sharply, signaling the intrusion. The source of the sound was a magical doorbell, connected to a door that would ring whenever someone opened it within 100 meters. While Malik could detect physical traps, he was no mage and thus failed to notice this. All were immediately roused, and someone shouted, "Enemy attack!" The knight's first instinct was to assault the intruder, while the spellcasters instinctively cast protective spells. Malik's immediate reaction was to turn and flee. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed 6 spellcasters activating their protective spells, all equipped with instant cast magical gear. In the 36 square meter room, including Malik, there were 14 individuals crowded together, not counting the one who was dead. Though he was indeed a master tier, he could not possibly eliminate them all in an instant. If even one spellcaster managed to injure him, his fate would likely be sealed. His choice proved prudent, as the druids Olivi and Ronist cast protective spells upon themselves using their magical gear. They promptly activated the magical rings on their fingers, 3 rings per person, each capable of launching 3 magical missiles, totaling 18 missiles hurtling toward Malik. Had he not retreated in time, even clad in legendary leather armor, he would have suffered greatly from such a barrage of magical missiles. Let us not forget the several knights nearby, no more than half a meter away. Capture meant certain death. Just as Malik rolled to evade the magical missiles, a fireball erupted beside him. Startled, he quickly leaped aside. Boom! The fireball detonated. However, this was merely the beginning, as the second fireball spell swiftly followed, forcing him to leap aside once more. Simultaneously, a shield that resisted elemental fire damage materialized around him, triggered by a passive protective magical item. In his heart, Merrick lamented, "The priests of the Goddess of Wealth are truly affluent." Judging by the speed of spellcasting, it was undoubtedly a magical artifact rather than a scroll. As fireball spells are quite popular, any item capable of casting such a spell is valued at 2,000 gold pieces, making it a total of 4,000 for 2. In truth, this was just the onset. Anyone startled awake by an intruder who nearly brought about their demise would naturally feel trepidation. prompting everyone to reveal their most powerful items. Seizing the opportunity while the adversary dodged the fireball, several priests had already approached the doorway. The priest of the god of order activated the magical ring upon his hand, unleashing a third-tier divine spell, a scorching ray. Another passive protective magical item on Merrick was triggered, successfully deflecting this assault. The priest from the goddess of wealth first activated the magical ring on his left hand, casting a third-tier divine spell, blindness, upon his opponent. A flicker of magical light enveloped Merrick, as another passive protective magical item activated, countering the control spell. Realizing the control spell had failed, the priest promptly activated the magical ring on his right hand, launching a second-tier spell, Shatter, which Merrick withstood with his legendary leather armor. Emerging unscathed, the priest from the Church of the Reaper was decisive. With a flash of magical energy, he cast a third-tier divine spell, Grievous Wound, upon his foe. Merrick's fourth and final passive protective magical item absorbed this attack. Chapter 356, Exploring the Shadowed Realm, Part 6. Although Merrick was a master-level assassin with top-tier equipment, the exploration party comprised many spellcasters and an abundance of magical items capable of instant spellcasting. This situation was akin to a world-class boxing champion facing a group of elementary school children, while he could easily dispatch them one by one. If they were armed and held advantageous terrain, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Stewart's team included only a handful of spellcasters of 5th tier or higher. Thus, each member was equipped with several magical items. Ronus activated his magical ring, casting a second-tier spell, Web, towards his opponent, but Merrick deftly evaded using Shadow Step. He then activated another magical accessory, casting a second-tier spell, Blur, which caused Merrick's thrown dagger to miss its vital target. At this moment, several knights charged forward, causing the dagger to strike one of them instead. Instantly, 2 divine spells of toxin removal enveloped the knight, neutralizing the poison before it could take effect. Knights of the 9th tier in the church are also known as paladins or holy knights. They inherently possess low-tier divine spells, and with so many comrades nearby, it would be utterly embarrassing to succumb to poison. At this juncture, Olivie completed her incantation, unleashing a 4th-tier spell, Lightning Spear, which struck Merrick with blinding speed. While evasion was impossible, Merrick promptly employed a legendary item, the Simulacrum, to absorb the blow, sustaining no harm. The exploration party's assault ceased there, as Merrick had already fled to a distance, turning the corner of the cavern and disappearing from sight. Do not pursue, let us depart swiftly. Surviving this ambush was already a sign of divine protection, and it would be unwise to chase a master-level assassin in the darkness of the underground. Retreat was the wisest course of action. A minute later, the members of the exploration party, having gathered their belongings and the body of their fallen comrade, began their swift ascent to the surface world. Merrick, realizing his pursuers did not follow, sought a concealed spot to recuperate. He remained perplexed as to why entering the room had triggered an alarm. The 1st-tier spell, Magical Alarm, could create a 12-meter radius of alert. But it was clear that with so many beings within the room, it could not have been activated by the caster. The mystery remained unsolved. Yet the current reality was that the ambush had claimed only 2 of the enemy. While he had lost 4 precious passive protective magical items and a legendary simulacrum capable of withstanding 1 ordinary attack of legendary caliber. Naturally, Merrick could not let this matter rest. He resolved to follow stealthily, seeking the opportunity to launch a covert counterattack. One could say the idea was splendid, but the execution proved to be quite another matter. The paths within the shadowed realm were interconnected and labyrinthine. Familiarity with the terrain would allow for strategic ambushes. Yet this passage to the surface world was Merrick's first encounter, and he dared not wander aimlessly, opting instead to trail behind the exploration party. The passage varied in width, and Olivie would wait for her team to pass before placing magical alarms in the narrower sections. This alarm spell, with a detection height of no more than 2 meters, would not trigger if Merrick traversed along the walls. However, with so many narrow spots along such a lengthy corridor, he had no way of knowing where they were placed. If triggered, the alarm sound would reverberate throughout the underground cavern, alerting the exploration party to the enemy's proximity. An assassin lurking in the shadows was most fearsome. Once his position was revealed, he would be far more easily dealt with. This arrangement afforded the group precious moments of respite, allowing them to relax rather than remain perpetually vigilant, even if only for a few minutes, which proved significantly beneficial. Merrick had no means to counter the exploration party strategy. Lacking the capabilities of a spellcaster, even with his mastery, he was unable to dismantle it. As for a direct assault, that was out of the question. The opposing party boasted several knights, and even a slight delay in their casting could spell his defeat. However, as an assassin, Merrick possessed remarkable patience, trailing the exploration party unhurriedly and even creating noises to disrupt their rest. After several days of continuous travel, with only brief respites, Olivie and several priests began to falter. As for their provisions, apart from essentials, they had long since discarded non-essentials, and they had no time to cook, relying solely on divine berries to stave off hunger. Merrick discerned from the footprints that some of the opposing spellcasters were experiencing fatigue, with two requiring assistance to continue moving forward. Especially since the Methodist no longer set up the annoying magical alarms, it was evident that the spellcasting materials had been exhausted, and he realized that his opportunity had arrived. Ahead lay a narrow passage, more than 5 meters wide and over 3 meters high. Beyond it was a vast cavern where the exploration team rested, guarded by 2 knights and a priest at the narrow entrance. Malik employed another legendary item, the spider silk armor, which allowed him to crawl along the walls and ceiling of the cavern like a spider, albeit at the pace of an average human. His objective was to stealthily approach and eliminate the 3 sentinels above him. With so few members in the exploration team, each death would diminish their defenses. After activating his stealth, even with the illumination spell in the corridor, the 3 sentinels failed to detect him, allowing him to ascend unnoticed to their vantage point. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at the priest, prioritizing the elimination of the spellcaster. However, midway through his assault, he suddenly felt a constriction, as if something had bound him. Alarmed, he realized it was a human hold spell. There was a master-tier mage nearby. The success of such control spells is contingent upon the caster being of a higher level than the target, and he knew that the opponent was an 8th-level mage. Setting aside the question of whether the spell could be cast instantaneously, even if it could, success seemed improbable. The fact that it had succeeded indicated that a master-tier mage was indeed lying in ambush. As the spell took effect, the figure of Monica Bellucci gradually materialized beside him. The 3 sentinels were merely bait. She had been lurking invisibly, preparing to ambush Malik. Almost simultaneously, the dark elf Devo Golden charged in, disarming Malik, binding him with specially crafted ropes, and conducting a thorough search. Capturing him alive would serve future purposes, and he must not be allowed to take his own life. With a day and a half's journey to the surface remaining, Devo Golden had made contact with Monica in the mining fortress, setting this trap. Chapter 357. Pursuing the Murderer, Part 1. Malik had anticipated that surface dwellers would establish defensive measures at the passage's exit, but he could never have imagined the presence of a master-tier mage. After all, such mages are rare, and his encounter with the exploration team was purely coincidental. They could not have prepared for it in advance. Regardless of his thoughts, the reality was that Malik had been captured and brought to Dominaria City. In the Mage Tower Fortress, within the hall on the 1st floor, present were not only Kristin but also Bishop Selamanclos of the Order of the Divine, Bishop Leroy Kabuchi of the Goddess of Wealth, Bishop Dieliorge of the God of Death, and Bishop Balodalai Greenleaf of the Elven Goddess. Kristin courteously addressed Malik, esteemed Drow Master. Please introduce yourself and explain your reasons for attacking my exploration team. Malik, with a haughty demeanor, replied, I am Malik Quirus, a 15th-level assassin, and I have nothing more to disclose. Kristin then turned to the others. Do any of you wish to inquire further? The others shook their heads. Since Malik was unwilling to speak, the next step would involve interrogation. Unexpectedly, Kristin declared, Let us not waste time. Bella, take him out for execution. As you command, replied Bella, the captain of the guard, signaling the nearby soldiers to drag him away. I wish to donate 100 gold coins for each of the 2 knights who perished at the hands of this drow elf. Thank you for your mercy. Bishop Selamanclos and Bishop Leroy Kabuchi bowed slightly in gratitude. Under normal circumstances, the casualties from a team exploration would be borne by themselves. So Kristin's willingness to pay additional compensation was indeed a benevolent act. Bound by special shackles, Malik found himself unable to struggle, allowing the soldiers to lead him to the outdoor square. At that moment, he was bewildered. His earlier bravado was merely a facade to avoid showing weakness before the surface elves. In his mind, he considered himself a master-tier individual, and whether through coercion or enticement, he thought he could take his time. How could they simply ask one question and proceed to execute him without further ado? Perhaps this was a method of interrogation designed to compel him to beg for mercy. Malik pondered many possibilities, believing this to be the most plausible, thus remaining silent along the way. However, when he was pinned to the ground, and the leading knight raised their long sword to deliver the fatal blow, he realized that if he did not speak now, he would truly perish. Stop. I have something to say to Duke Stewart. The sword clanged against the ground beside Malik. When Bella heard him speak, She could no longer restrain her sword, and it fell at an angle to the ground. This scene nearly terrified Malik. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been dead. Once brought back into the hall, Malik had shed his earlier defiance. As a drow elf, the realization of the danger to his life dispelled any notions of loyalty. Bishop Salamanclos of the Order of the Divine cast a detect lie spell to ensure he would not deceive them. Malik began to respond truthfully. I have been serving the legendary Mage Valtis Lightning, leading a band of scavengers through the Underdark to gather intelligence and handle affairs for him. After Valtis sacrificed the people of Cold Shadow City, he departed, and subsequently, an undead army was drawn to the surface by the inhabitants of nearby cities. Upon hearing this news, he ordered me to send someone to investigate the surface. I dispatched 6 individuals, but after a long period without any news, I had no choice but to go myself. It was during my journey through the passage to the surface that I encountered the exploration team and engaged them. The dark elf Devo Gul'dan had followed the exploration team through the Underdark, and the assembly was well aware of the incident where he had been pursued by 6 dark elves. Upon hearing Malik's account, they pieced together the events. Kristin then inquired, Malik, since you are a subordinate of Valtis Lightning, do you know the identity of the being he sacrificed and why he needed to sacrifice so many lives in the material realm? Malik was taken aback by the question. Your Grace, you are indeed privy to certain details of the matter. It is truly remarkable. Certainly, as the one being interrogated, he was aware that he had no right to question how the other party acquired such knowledge. After offering a compliment, he resumed answering the questions. When Valtis Lightning initially approached me to form a scavenger organization, he merely instructed me to gather intelligence and seek opportunities for sacrificial ceremonies, without revealing the reasons behind it, and I dared not inquire further. The assembly did not find his statement surprising. Such significant matters could not be casually disclosed to subordinates. Kristin's question was merely rhetorical, with no expectation of a genuine answer. Malik continued. He asserted that the defenses of the surface noble territories would undoubtedly be insufficient following the undead army's assault, urging me to explore the possibility of sacrificing another town. How was he able to sacrifice everyone in Cold Shadow City? This inquiry stemmed from the understanding that any malevolent sacrifice adheres to its own rules. For instance, the previous sacrificial event orchestrated by the legendary demon Benjamin required multiple altars and an environment rife with slaughter and death. The area designated for the sacrifice was not vast. Cold Shadow City is considerable in size. Establishing a single malevolent altar would not suffice to encompass all its inhabitants. Would they not flee? As for erecting a barrier that would prevent anyone from escaping, that would exceed the capabilities of even a legendary figure. Valtis Lightning possessed a relic known as the Gate of Summoning. Typically, he would select appropriate creatures to transform into undead and store them within, when needed. He could summon them forth to assist in capturing individuals for sacrifice. The attendees nodded in understanding. This explanation made sense. The patriarch of the Hermanii family had evacuated the mid to high-tier professionals, leaving behind a generally weaker force, making it considerably easier for the undead army to deal with them. As for the few remaining powerful individuals, Valtis Lightning could handle them as well. Where was Valtis Lightning? He instructed me to investigate and, upon gathering information, to visit an establishment in Hondan City called the Poison Dagger to relay the news to the bartender. Upon hearing this, Kristin glanced at the others, her inquiry clear. Should they pursue this lead to ascertain Valtis Lightning's whereabouts? Several bishops fell into contemplation. Dispatching individuals to a tavern in the Shadow Realm to apprehend an informant was not beyond their capabilities. Rather, it was a matter of worth. What if they mobilized a significant force but ultimately failed to acquire the desired intelligence? Such a monumental issue could not be decided by a mere few bishops. Consequently, they reported to the higher-ups of the church, receiving the response that the matter would end here, with the church no longer participating. The previous formation of an exploratory team was prompted by the immense value of a passage leading to the Shadow Realm. Even if they did not possess it, they required maps and records for future reference. Should they send someone to Hondan City, at least one legendary mage would be needed, and for safety's sake, another legendary figure should accompany. This was due to the lengthy journey from the surface world to Cold Shadow City, and then to Hondan City. Should the bartender divulge the legendary mage Valtis Lightning's location, action would need to be taken immediately. Delaying to summon others would likely result in the target escaping upon sensing danger. Kristin intentionally concealed her and her subordinates' true strengths. Currently, outsiders were only aware of Alicia, a master-tier dragon, and Savannah, a 20-tier sword dancer, along with Monica Bellucci, a master-tier mage. Carla Tani publicly identified as a 9th-tier mage, having recently advanced. Onelia also publicly claimed to be a 9th-tier mage, and generally, those below the legendary tier could not see through her disguise. Moreover, even if someone were to see through it, as a legendary lich, she would willingly maintain her charade. This situation necessitated that if they decided to capture someone in Handan City, the church would need to dispatch legendary figures. Given the scarcity of legendary mages, sending them on a quest with such a slim chance of success seemed unworthy. As for the dark elf Malik Queries, he was temporarily detained due to his utility. Yet ultimately, he would be delivered to the Order of the Divine for execution. However, for him personally, every additional day of life was a blessing. After bidding farewell to the bishops, Kristin sought the opinions of others, ultimately deciding to send Onelia, Carlatani, and the dark elf Daiwag Dwin to Handan City's Poison Dagger Tavern to interrogate the bartender for clues. Valdis Lightning, a legendary necromancer, wielded artifacts capable of summoning undead, making Onelia, as a lich, a perfect counter to him. Carlatani, now elevated to a 20-tier assassin, would handle any of his minions. The dark elf Daiwag Dwin was now of free status but, lacking a place to go, had temporarily joined the Stewart fief. Kristin was determined to locate Valdis Lightning because he had plundered all the wealth of Cold Shadow City, a treasure accumulated over centuries by the Dark Elf City. Even if he had only taken the most valuable items, the sum was still considerable. She had invested astronomical amounts in constructing a floating city and hoped to recover this wealth to support her endeavors. Were the bishops of the True God Church not envious of the wealth in Valdis Lightning's possession? Of course they were, even when reporting to their respective church hierarchs. The Pope could not deny feeling a pang of desire. Yet, they also understood that a legendary mage was not easily dealt with if he wished to flee. Even another legendary mage might not be able to restrain him. Ultimately, a prolonged pursuit would consume vast resources, leading several churches to opt out of involvement. In Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower's master suite, given that Carlatani was set to enter the Shadow Realm, Kristin intended to take advantage of her presence today to address her own bloodline impulse symptoms, as she had ascended to the rank of Master-Tier Dragonblood Sorceress. A monthly treatment sufficed. Here, 3,600 words are omitted. It must be acknowledged that the women had made such rapid progress due to the absorption of the soul energy emanating from her. Elena, originally an ordinary person, had gained the qualifications of a spellcaster through the transformation of soul energy, achieving the rank of 6th-tier mage and granting her family a tangible title of nobility. Trelia, the Centaur Maiden, was originally a shaman. Upon her arrival in the human realm, she could no longer venerate the beast gods and, in order to survive, was compelled to embrace the worship of the dragon god. Due to her continuous absorption of soul energy, she has now attained the prowess of a 1st-tier druid. The Kitsune sisters, Melissa and Misa, have not only developed their racial talents, but have also recently acquired druidic qualifications, becoming practitioners of magic. It appears that orcs tend to gravitate towards becoming nature-oriented spellcasters. Despite her appearance resembling that of a petite girl, the Catgirl Blader possesses the strength of a 7th-tier assassin. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed long ago. Enduring this long, due to her exceptional abilities, Carlatani and Kristin demonstrated remarkable resilience during their battles, reaping substantial rewards, which allowed them to swiftly ascend to the 20th tier. To illustrate, Kristin is akin to a colossal ship that requires an immense amount of fuel for a single voyage. In contrast, the other women, comparable to automobiles, even supercars, consume a mere fraction of the fuel in comparison to the ship. This elucidates why Kristin's advancement is so gradual, while the others have progressed rapidly merely by absorbing dissipated soul energy. Furthermore, Alicia can be likened to a passenger aircraft. Her fuel requirements surpass those of a sports car, yet still fall short when compared to the ship. Currently, Kristin has achieved the status of a legendary archmage, with a singular ambition to achieve immortality. In this narrative, it is established that an ordinary legend can touch upon divinity after reaching the 25th tier by comprehending the rules, subsequently igniting the divine flame through the divine trials to become a demigod. The rank of legend itself is rare, and among them, those who can reach this milestone are exceedingly few. Each individual's journey is unique, devoid of replicable experiences. However, due to the longevity of demigods, their overall numbers are not particularly scarce. Divinity can be bestowed, yet if one fails to comprehend the gift, it holds no value. Once divine flame is acquired, one can transmute collected faith into divine power, and as this power is refined and crystallized, it culminates in divine rank. Given that faith is provided by followers, it cannot be pure. It invariably contains a degree of obsession. Thus, every divine rank exhibits a specific inclination towards certain domains. When a demigod amasses enough divine rank with a particular inclination, they obtain the corresponding divine office. For instance, if the majority of followers are farmers, the divine office relates to agriculture. If they are warriors, it pertains to combat. And if they are thieves, it naturally concerns thievery. The distinct nature of divine offices consequently gives rise to deities of varying moral alignments: good, neutral, and evil. Any being that collects faith without igniting the divine flame is deemed a false god, and all true deities hold the obligation to vanquish these impostors. Only those possessing a divine office are considered true gods, capable of bestowing divine spells and claiming a seat in the pantheon. Chapter 359. Diverting the Tiger from its Mountain Den, Part 1. The following morning, a revitalized Kristin bid farewell to Oneria, Carlatani, and the Dark Elf Dywogder. As they prepared to penetrate the shadowy realm through the passage from the Mage mine, heading towards the city of Cold Pool. It would be ideal to trace the legendary mage Valtis Lightninger, but even if they fail to locate him, the pursuit of such vast wealth is worth the journey. A fortnight later, while Oneria and her companions were in the Poisoned Dagger Tavern of Cold Pool, abducting the bartender, their movements caught the attention of a figure in a black robe, none other than the legendary mage Valtis Lightninger they sought. Indeed, Valtis resided in Cold Pool, and the supposed rendezvous was a complete trap. The location divulged by the bartender was a premeditated ambush site. Should the dark elf Malachiles manage to gather intelligence, it would be optimal. If he did not return, it would either mean his demise or capture. If he perished, all discussions were moot. However, if captured, he would undoubtedly reveal the contact point, and the opposing party, eager for the riches of Cold Shadow City, would likely dispatch someone to seek out the bartender, an opportunity for intelligence delivery. Naturally, if Malik were captured and no one came for him, what loss would it incur for Valtis Lightninger? He had other matters to attend to in Cold Pool and was not solely waiting for them. The operation to extract the bartender by Oneria and her companions was executed with considerable stealth. Nonetheless, this was Valtis's domain, and they were ultimately discovered. However, to Valtis's chagrin, despite having set a trap and successfully ensnaring the prey, the sheer magnitude of the target rendered the trap ineffective. Oneria's disguise might have worked on others, but it was of no avail against a legendary figure such as Valtis, particularly one of the necromantic discipline. He had not anticipated the arrival of a legendary lich. This was beyond his capacity to confront. Moreover, to prevent the revelation of his trap, Valtis needed to vacate Cold Pool swiftly. Fortunately, the misleading information he had disseminated would delay the opposition by about a week, providing him ample time to act. Thus, with the resolve to take action, since they had come to the shadowy realm in search of him, Valtis decided to venture to the surface world instead, following the passage leading out of Cold Shadow City. Although the Stewart territory had established checkpoints, constructed defensive structures, and stationed soldiers, there was no way to impede a legendary mage. Valtis emerged onto the surface without the checkpoints detecting his passage. He looked up to behold the towering fortress nearby, as well as the partially completed mage tower. Oh? They intend to build a mage tower here? Clearly, the nobility of this territory not only values the passage but is also quite affluent. Cloaked in invisibility and bolstered by a flight spell, Valtis gracefully infiltrated the fortress, seeking someone to inquire about the local circumstances. Intriguingly, there was even a master-tier mage present. It seemed prudent to change locations. As he approached, Valtis sensed the presence of Monica. In such circumstances, casting spells within the fortress would inevitably draw attention, prompting him to swiftly retreat to the nearby miners' quarters. He could easily eliminate all the miners, but that would serve no purpose and only expose himself. Valtis's intent in coming to the surface world was to seek an opportunity to sacrifice a densely populated town. There was no need to invite unnecessary complications before achieving this objective, originally intending to inquire with a knight or someone of higher status. As those of elevated rank tend to possess greater knowledge, I found myself compelled to approach the manager of the mine instead, to avoid alarming any potential informants. Employing a subtle enchantment, I extracted the desired information from him. The mine he oversees is situated within the territory of the Duke of Stewart in Normandy County, and I was not surprised to learn that a master-level mage is stationed at the fortress. I also inquired about the distribution of nearby villages and the local customs, but the mine manager's limited perspective offered little more. However, I was undeterred. The nearest town, Mise, surely harbors nobility, promising a wealth of information. Upon my arrival in Mise, I marveled at the sight of the castle and the partially constructed Mage Tower, exclaiming in admiration at the wealth of the Duke of Stewart. The Mage Tower in the mining area, a mere apprentice-level structure, cost 80,000 gold coins, while the one here is a master-level tower, valued at 120,000 gold coins. This is only a fraction of the Duke's holdings, as she must have constructed several towers prior, even if they were of lesser quality, summing to a considerable expenditure. I had initially believed myself affluent after plundering the riches of the City of Cold Shadows. Yet in comparison to the Duke, I felt rather insignificant. I confess, for a fleeting moment, envy stirred within me. Though Mage had once fallen to the undead, the devastation was not as severe as one might expect, for the undead do not intentionally set fires, and after renovations, the town regained its former splendor. Since Kristin ascended to the dukedom, numerous noble families have sought her favor, desiring positions, and since only those of noble birth can hold office, the mayor of the town is an honorary baron. Before the completion of the Mage Tower, Mage had also established a portable communication array, manned by 2 apprentice mages for message transmission. However, these apprentices could hardly detect the magical fluctuations of a legendary mage, allowing me to easily extract the information I sought from the mayor. The revelation that every town within the Stewart territory boasts a Mage Tower left me profoundly astonished. Such an extravagant endeavor seemed utterly reckless, a display of wealth with no apparent purpose. In times of peace, the utility of Mage Towers is limited to the transportation of personnel and goods, both costly and rarely utilized, while communication can be managed through portable arrays. Regarding laboratories, surely one tower suffices. Yet, I must concede that the advantages of establishing towers far outweigh the financial burdens. Within the scanning range of a Mage Tower, any criminal activity is swiftly detected, greatly benefiting the Lord's governance. Even a legendary mage like myself would find it impossible to conquer a town defended by a Mage Tower. The defensive capabilities, coupled with the constant threat of reinforcements arriving through teleportation arrays, present an insurmountable challenge. As I contemplated my predicament, the populous city was fortified by Mage Towers erected by the Mage Guild, leaving me unable to conduct my sinister rituals. Smaller villages would expose me post-ritual, leaving no choice but to flee or face the consequences. I had initially sought a larger town, but encountered the audacious Duke of Stewart instead, who was fervently constructing Mage Towers. Although the tower in Mage remains unfinished, the population has dwindled to just over 1,000 due to the transfer of the former baron and his subjects. While it would be effortless to sacrifice the townsfolk, such an act would be inappropriate. This left me in a quandary. Should I venture to another noble's territory in search of a larger town? After careful consideration, I resolved to devise a plan to kidnap the Duke of Stewart, compelling her to pay a hefty ransom. With no immediate opportunity for sacrifice, I would instead seek to reap benefits from other avenues. Given the Duke's evident wealth and her status as a dragon rider, she would likely be inclined to offer a pseudo-artifact as ransom to preserve her life. The legendary Lich in the shadowy regions was most certainly summoned at the Duke's behest, yet she would not return promptly. Thus, I resolved that if an opportunity arose within the week, I would act. Otherwise, I would seek to sacrifice a town in another noble's domain before making my escape. I had gathered that the Duke of Stewart is a 9th-tier mage, with her dragon, Elysia, comparable to a master-level mage, and the elf, Savannah, a 20-tier sword dancer. Even should they unite against me, I felt confident in my ability to contend with them. Bolstered by the artifact known as the Gate of Summoning, this spatial artifact serves solely to house undead creatures, capable of containing up to 1,000. Possessing it is tantamount to carrying an army of the undead, albeit it cannot conjure them from thin air. The user must place them inside beforehand for summoning. The might of this artifact is contingent upon the quality of the undead within. 1,000 skeletons or zombies would yield little value, whereas a horde of bone dragons or skeletal knights would prove formidable. The undead within recognize only the artifact's bearer, allowing the wielder to command them. Upon acquiring this artifact, I discovered it already contained several undead, and I subsequently selected and stored additional specimens. I surmised that even if the Duke's entourage was grand, comprising her dragon and a cadre of guards, it would suffice to deter ordinary legendary assaults. No one would be paranoid enough to travel with an army, and even if they did, they would be ill-prepared for the threat posed by the Gate of Summoning. As a seasoned rogue, Valtus Leitninger possesses a wealth of experience. He cleverly masquerades as a wandering 2nd-tier mage, successfully gaining entry into the city of Dominaria. The esteemed status of spellcasters affords them privileges wherever they venture, allowing them to evade numerous troubles, while low-tier mages remain inconspicuous. It is commonplace for spellcasters to travel, and when he informed the gate guard of his fascination with the prosperity of Dominaria, he was promptly granted passage. It must be acknowledged that, despite having traversed many realms, the splendor of this city ranks among the finest. It It is astonishing to contemplate how this marvel emerged from nothingness in merely a few years. He sought accommodations befitting his identity as a second-tier mage, and indeed, his status allowed him to secure lodgings from which he could gaze upon the castle perched majestically upon the hill, as well as the winding paths below. Valtes, of course, had no need to surveil the movements of the Duke of Stewart personally. With a modest sum of coin, he could enlist someone to provide such services. The continent's solitary territorial duke, the most exquisite beauty of the Fran kingdom, and the proprietor of numerous high-end brands, coins bearing her visage circulated across the lands. Kristin's current popularity eclipsed that of top-tier celebrities, and many ventured to Dominaria solely to catch a glimpse of her. Her presence invariably incited fervent crowds. Were it not for the constraints of time, Valdes would have relished the opportunity to further indulge in the city's offerings, particularly the renowned Golden Avenue. A veritable paradise for shoppers. However, on the fourth day, the individual tasked with monitoring the road reported that the Duke of Stewart had departed. Like the other onlookers, Valdes observed the distant procession. While they admired the Duke's wealth and the formidable presence of his guards, he contemplated how to execute his heist. At the heart of the city lay the Mage Tower fortress, encircled by 5 mage towers that provided comprehensive protection over all of Dominaria, an arrangement exclusive to the capital of the kingdom. Within this jurisdiction, spatial spells were rendered ineffective, even for those of legendary status. Any spells of 3rd tier or above, divine spells, or innate abilities would be detected. The core of the entire procession comprised a carriage drawn by 6 horses, and Valdes easily discerned the protective runes etched upon it. Flanking it were 100 fully armored cavalry, clad in knightly armor, though their weight was halved due to the absence of fighting spirit. Nevertheless, the dwarven craftsmanship compensated for the difference. Low-tier, instantaneous spells could hardly achieve a killing blow, while higher-level spells necessitated incantations. As for advanced spell scrolls, one might question the feasibility of acquiring them, and even if they were procured, the opportunity to cast them was scarce. Within the scanning range of the Mage Tower, the tower spirit would immediately teleport anyone within the carriage at the moment it sensed a threat. This did not account for the protective artifacts possessed by the Duke of Stewart himself. He was, after all, a 9th-tier mage capable of wielding magical items. Were it not for such safeguards, kings and ministers could easily fall victim to assassination, as history bears witness to the existence of many malevolent legends akin to Valtes Leitninger. At this juncture, it is essential to mention that had Valtes not possessed an artifact capable of concealing his allegiance, he would have been unable to enter the city, for the gates bore intricate detection runes for malevolent magic. As for scaling the walls, one would be mistaken to believe the Mage Tower was merely ornamental. Even the sewers fell under its vigilant scrutiny. The silver lining was that the Duke of Stewart was set to leave the city today. Chapter 361. A Premeditated Abduction, Part 1. Kristin's purpose for this excursion was a leisurely outing, accompanied by the Foxgirl sisters, the Catgirl Blader, and the Centaur Tree, all of whom cherished nature. The prospect of a shared adventure was delightful. She had not anticipated Valtes Leitninger would venture into the surface world, let alone to the vicinity of Dominaria for the purpose of kidnapping. Achieving legendary status merely indicates a person's exceptional talent. It does not guarantee their sanity. Every world harbors its share of genius criminals. The chosen location for their outing was along the banks of the Brittany River, where a vast expanse of grass was interspersed with vibrant wildflowers, and the distant woods painted a picturesque scene. Upon halting the procession, the cavalry expertly extended the perimeter of their vigilance by several hundred meters, ensuring that even the farthest-reaching weapons and spells could not threaten the Duke. The Foxgirl sisters retrieved the picnic supplies from the laden cart, while the Centaur Tree prepared the food. The Catgirl Blader, however, had already dashed off in pursuit of butterflies. A large blanket was unfurled upon the grass, where Kristin and Alicia reclined side by side, basking in the midday sun, warmth lulling them toward slumber. Everything was so idyllic, until the arrival of a dark-robed mage drew near. Someone was casting spells nearby. Both Kristin and Alicia sensed the magical fluctuations, though they were faint, seemingly of only 4th-tier strength. "Halt! What is your purpose?" the vigilant cavalry demanded, only to have the inquiry cut short as a magical missile erupted, obliterating the guard's head. Enemy attack. The nearby soldiers, witnessing the scene, raised alarms and drew their weapons, but it was too late. An invisible wave emanated from Valtes Leitninger, expanding instantly. Legendary spell, Temporal Disruption. Book setting. Upon mastering 9th-tier spells, legendary casters begin to grasp the true principles of magic. Through extraordinary intellect, they can directly manipulate magical energy, which forms the foundation of legendary spells. Legendary spells are not fixed. A legendary caster may learn another's legendary spells, provided they possess the spell template, a feat that is evidently quite difficult to obtain. They may also endeavor to research legendary spells independently, albeit at the cost of considerable time and financial investment, with the potential for significant rewards. Since legendary spells emerge from the research of the caster, they do not occupy the caster's spell slots, nor are they forgotten after casting, eliminating the need for rememorization. This implies that legendary spells are unrestricted by magical networks, allowing them to be cast in realms where such networks cannot extend or reach, such as divine realms or specific locations within the abyss. The efficacy and power of legendary spells are entirely determined by the mage who researches them. Yet they invariably adhere to the law of conservation. The more pronounced the effect, the greater the power, the higher the cost borne by the caster. The cost of casting a spell can manifest in various forms, including the duration of the incantation, the materials required, or even the specific environment in which the spell is cast. The legendary spell Temporal Disruption, devised by Valdis Lightninga, possesses three notable advantages: a brief casting time, minimal magical fluctuations, and extensive coverage. Its effects include the prohibition of spatial teleportation, summoning, instantaneous movement, flying spells, divine arts, and psychic abilities, including those associated with magical items, lasting for 1 hour. The price, however, is steep, requiring costly materials and a lengthy cooldown period. Valdis Lightninga's motivation for developing this seemingly trivial spell lies in its synergy with the artifact known as the Gate of Summoning. He harbors no fear of opponents who fight to the death. Rather, he fears those who might flee. In a battle to the death, who could outmatch an immortal being? As a competent antagonist, Valdis Lightninga adheres to the principle of taking action without unnecessary dialogue, immediately employing the artifact after the temporal disruption takes effect. Despite its name, the artifact resembles a palm-sized metallic token and functions similarly to spatial storage, thus remaining unaffected by the temporal disruption spell. Before him materialized a spatial gate with a diameter of over 10 meters, from which a colossal zombie dragon emerged. Though not a true dragon made from the remains of a giant, it was an abomination of draconic descent, boasting combat prowess at the master level. Following it were death knights on warhorses, towering skeletal giants, soulbound corpses, and zombies, all possessing combat abilities ranging from master level to 5th tier. However, among the undead, their strength is often the weakest within their tier. A 5th tier zombie may surpass a 5th tier knight in brute strength, yet lacks the agility to match, making it unwise for its opponents to engage in a contest of strength. Each type of undead has its own shortcomings, yet they also enjoy the advantage of sheer numbers. As a throng of undead surged onto the battlefield, any army attempting to outlast them would suffer dire consequences. The higher tier undead possess intelligence, serving as officers commanding the lower tier undead that act solely on instinct. Meanwhile, on Kristin's side, she became alert upon detecting the magical fluctuations, donning her armor. She did not anticipate that a 4th tier spell's range would be so extensive, rendering spatial and flying spells ineffective. This was precisely the effect Valdis Lightninga sought when researching the temporal disruption spell. Many have fallen victim to its unexpected reach. As Valdis Lightninga dispatched the first vigilant cavalryman, several others charged towards him. After casting the temporal disruption, more than a dozen cavalrymen joined the fray. Yet they were tragically met by the oncoming tide of undead from the spatial gate, instantly reduced to mere fragments. "We will hold back the enemy, my Lord Duke. Please retreat." Knight Bella, the captain of the guard, rallied the cavalry, determined to buy time for their duke with their very lives. Faced with the relentless onslaught of undead, both Kristin and Alicia felt a rising sense of panic. The Grand Archmage's spell slots were limited. Their adversaries were not mere skeletons that could be dispatched with a single fireball. A cursory glance revealed dozens of master-tier undead, and once their spell slots were exhausted, how many could they vanquish? The flight of a dragon relies not solely on its wings, but also on the assistance of magical elements. In the current predicament, Alicia could not assume her draconic form and take flight. Even the thickest of scales could not withstand the multitude of undead attacks. The sheer size and strength of the skeletal giants and hill giant zombies rendered her a sizable target if she remained grounded. Moreover, lurking in the distance was the ever-watchful legendary mage, Valdis Lightninga. Chapter 362, A Premeditated Abduction, Part 2. At that moment, Kristin heard Savannah's voice in her ear. "We are experiencing interference. Spatial teleportation is not possible." "How extensive is the interference?" "I'm uncertain. It exceeds my detection range." Although Kristin had ventured out for leisure, she was prepared for unforeseen circumstances. She wore a locating talisman, and Savannah was situated in the floating city of the demi-plane. Should an emergency arise, they could utilize the long-distance teleportation gate to evacuate everyone. In comparison to losing their lives, revealing some of their secrets was an unavoidable necessity. As the current long-distance teleportation gate was a simplified version, it could only detect individuals within a radius of 100 meters from the bearer of the talisman, which was the scope Savannah referred to. Likewise, it could only teleport the talisman bearer and those within that 100-meter radius. It was impossible to forcibly teleport individuals through the interference. While the energy provided by the Meisner core was immensely powerful, the simplified long-distance teleportation gate was inadequate. Even the mightiest engine would be futile without competent output devices. Furthermore, Valdislightninga, being a legendary mage, had cast a legendary spell. It was implausible for a simplified teleportation array from the astral realm to counteract it. What shall we do? In a flash of inspiration, Kristin devised a plan and promptly declared, "Savannah, deploy a combat golem." Combat golem deployed. As a construct life form, Savannah's unparalleled execution capabilities came into play. Without wasting time questioning the rationale behind Kristin's command, she immediately complied. A portal appeared 50 meters above the ground, and a steel golem tumbled out, crashing into the grass and creating a significant crater amidst a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events left everyone present, including Valdislightninga, momentarily stunned. What was happening? Only Kristin felt a surge of triumph within her heart. Spatial restriction spells possessed defined ranges, implying specific lengths, widths, and heights of effect, generally taking the form of spheres or hemispheres. The larger the spell's effective range, the greater the casting requirements. Thus, how could one expand the area covered without altering the volume? By flattening the hemispherical shape. The temporal disruption spell has a range of 3 kilometers, and given its anti-flying nature, the spell's effective height need not also extend to 3 kilometers. 50 meters suffices. It was not a matter of feasibility, but rather an effort to minimize casting time. Otherwise, if the disruption spell were not cast in time, the target would escape, rendering the spell meaningless. This spell, when isolated, hardly deserves the title of a legendary incantation. However, when combined with the Gate of Summoning, its true power is unveiled. A vast multitude of undead creatures not only can contend with numerous low-tier opponents, but also ensnare high-tier adversaries, granting Valdislightning the crucial time needed to cast spells. The terror of a legendary mage who can cast spells with ease is self-evident. The pivotal aspect is that the opponents find themselves ensnared with no avenue of escape. They are trapped without a means of exit. Even ordinary spellcasters, fortified with enhancements like jump and agility, cannot leap as high. Moreover, in such a pressing situation, how many would think of the issue of height? Even if they did, they might not have the time to exploit this flaw to flee. Why mention only spellcasters? Because Valdislightning sees no necessity to employ this spell against physical class combatants. In contrast, for Kristin, who is a grand archmage, the situation is markedly different. She is acutely aware of the habits legendary mages exhibit in their spell research and instantly considers the potential flaws of the time-space disruption spell. Of course, recognizing a flaw is one thing, executing a plan is another. At present, Kristin cannot escape the confines of the restriction, at least not in the short term. Yet, the army of undead is drawing near, and time is of the essence. Her inability to escape does not preclude others from entering. The effective radius of the positioning talisman is 100 meters. In spherical terms, this height surpasses the scope of the restriction, allowing for teleportation positioning. Savannah, deploy the Construct Legion. As the army of undead collided with the cavalry guard, a massive, vortex-shaped portal opened in the sky, and hundreds of constructs of varying sizes and shapes descended upon the ranks of the undead. They are referred to as constructs rather than golems, as many of their forms do not resemble biological entities. Regardless of their peculiar shapes, their singular design purpose is to enhance combat effectiveness and lethality. The 2-meter-tall steel golem resembles a knight clad in full armor, wielding either a heavy knight's sword or a polearm, boasting power comparable to a 7th-tier knight. With a single strike, it can dispatch a low or mid-tier undead. The 3-meter-tall metal Rakshasa possesses 4 arms, each wielding a single-edged long knife. Upon landing amidst the undead horde, it immediately activates its skills, spinning its upper body as the long knives cleave through numerous low-tier undead like a meat grinder. A 5-meter-tall stone golem, crafted from specially refined obsidian and etched with anti-magic arrays, becomes immune to control and instant death spells below the 9th tier, as well as electric, fire, and ice spells below the 5th tier. They charge towards large, undead creatures like giant skeletons and mountain giant zombies, leading to a chaotic melee. Another construct, just over half a meter tall, features a metallic sphere body with 5 circular saws protruding from various angles, moving swiftly on 4 legs while also capable of leaping. Initially designed to attack cavalry, it proves even more efficient against the undead, forcing several Death Knights to dismount as their steeds are incapacitated. There exists yet another peculiar construct, which floats and moves while inscribed with various magical arrays, capable of casting spells to assist the construct legion. However, due to the restrictions, it cannot fly but can be lifted by other constructs to serve as a magical weapon. The variety of constructs extends far beyond these examples. Since the first batch was experimental, apart from nearly 100 knight steel golems, the remaining types number from a dozen to just 1 or 2. As constructs, they can withstand falls from heights exceeding 50 meters without significant damage. Even if some sustain damage, they still manage to crush several undead upon landing. Despite the army of undead numbering close to 1,000 and possessing formidable quality, they are immediately thrown into disarray against the legion of constructs. A single claw from an undead fails to breach their defenses, while a single slash from a construct cleaves the undead in 2. The diseases, curses, and necromantic spells that the undead excel in hold no sway over the constructs. On the cavalry guard side, the sudden emergence of the construct legion amidst the undead forces has disrupted their follow-up offensive. Consequently, aside from suffering a few casualties during the initial clash, they have stabilized their defensive line. Chapter 363, A Path to Ruin, Part 1. In terms of combat capability at the same level, an individual construct may not possess the highest overall strength. However, once a legion of constructs is formed, their combat prowess becomes unparalleled. They can endure prolonged battles, adapt readily, harbor no fear, and are unafraid of sacrifice, showcasing formidable strength. Otherwise, during the era of the arcane empire of Gunith, vast legions of constructs would not have been established, nor would the Mage Guild regard them as a deterrent force today. If one were to pinpoint a drawback, it is that constructs are not only expensive to create, but also costly to maintain. The strongest among ordinary stone golems is the granite golem, as its materials can be directly mined. Higher-tier stone golems require specialized processing of the stone and even the engraving of magical arrays, significantly raising costs. A standard steel golem can be fashioned from materials sufficient to create a dozen knight armors, while more advanced iterations necessitate the addition of magical metals or enhanced functionalities, further escalating expenses. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that even the most basic granite stone golem is remarkably durable, and in sufficient numbers, they can sweep aside ordinary armies. The steel golem legion excels in direct combat, surpassing even knightly orders of the same tier. A reckless fighting style instills fear in all. Moreover, consider the time it takes to train a qualified knight compared to the time required to manufacture a 5th-tier construct. Frequently, it is not the constructs that kill the enemy, but rather exhaust them. If constructs are so powerful, why do various nations not employ them? The answer lies in their exorbitant cost. The operational mechanism of constructs derives from magical energy, with 2 common forms of power. One involves inscribing energy accumulation arrays, which slowly absorb ambient magical energy for storage and utilization when needed, akin to solar-powered vehicles. The advantage is the absence of future electricity costs, while the drawback is the high initial production expense. Should the energy storage device fail, it becomes useless. The cost of producing a construct of 5th-tier strength amounts to around 20,000 gold coins. But investing that sum in the Church of the Wealth Goddess yields enough profit to support a knight of the same tier. And human knights are certainly far more intelligent than low-tier constructs. The other power source utilizes magical stones, akin to battery-powered vehicles. The source of the magic stones is the elemental pools within the mage towers, where the mage's own demand for magical energy often leaves little surplus to form these stones, resulting in their exorbitant prices. Whether for portable communication arrays or other daily magical constructs, a standard magic stone can be utilized multiple times. In contrast, when it comes to constructs, a mere handful may suffice for a single battle, while larger models could require dozens or even hundreds, making them unaffordable for the average individual. Moreover, a couple of constructs cannot sway the tide of battle. To harness their true potential, they must be deployed in numbers, which is even more financially prohibitive. Take this current skirmish as an example. The participation of several hundred constructs would incur a cost of hundreds of thousands of gold coins just for their magical energy. It is worth noting that when Kristin and the dragon bloodline master Margarita Drum unearthed a siege automaton in the ruins of the Kingdom of Ross, the magic stones consumed to animate it were valued at 50,000 gold coins. However, for the ancient Gunith magical empire, this was trivial. as their vast territories were rich in mineral resources, thereby lowering the cost of constructing these automata. Furthermore, they possessed the Mysterian core, akin to a nuclear fusion engine, which rendered recharging the constructs a negligible expense. Fortuitously, Kristin's domain is also expansive, allowing her to gather materials for the creation of these hundreds of constructs. And she too possesses a Mysterian core, ensuring a seamless provision of energy. Hence, if the Grand Arcanist of the Gunning magical empire can deploy a legion of constructs, why should I, the Grand Arcanist Kristin, be unable to do the same? Just moments ago, Valdis Leitner, having cast a time-space disruption spell and summoned an army of undead, felt confident in the stability of his position and refrained from engaging further, instead focusing on preventing the target from escaping by alternative means. After all, there are numerous ways to preserve one's life, and one cannot allow a cooked duck to fly away at a critical moment. 100 elite cavalry might defeat thousands of ordinary soldiers, yet they are incapable of resisting the onslaught of the undead, especially since they are constrained to protect Duke Stewart and cannot maneuver, sacrificing the cavalry's greatest advantage. The dragon Alicia is indeed formidable, but without the ability to employ spatial spells or take flight, she too cannot withstand the relentless assault of the undead. Valdis has commanded the undead to spare Duke Stewart and can only inflict wounds upon Alicia, as both are of significant value. Despite the intense mental struggle and the multitude of changes on the battlefield, from Valdis' appearance to the deployment of the Construct Legion, the entire sequence unfolded in less than a minute. Valdis observed the unfolding scene, yet what he felt was an overwhelming dread. As a legendary mage, the history of the Gunning magical empire is essential study, and he could not possibly be unaware of the illustrious reputation of its Construct Legions. Countless portals materialized, and innumerable constructs surged forth. These emotionless machines of slaughter pursued their targets tirelessly, ceasing only when all were vanquished. Such a classic scene has been depicted countless times in historical accounts of warfare from that era, and now it materialized before Valdis, inciting his fear. This was no illusion. The current Mage Tower lacked the capacity to simultaneously teleport such a multitude of constructs. Only the ultra-long-range portals supported by the Mysterian core could achieve this, symbolizing the most potent war machine of the Gunning magical empire, the floating city. Yet, the multiverse no longer harbors floating cities, and the gods would not permit such remnants to remain. How could this phenomenon occur? Valdis had no time to ponder the reasons behind such an astonishing and inconceivable event. He instinctively chose to flee. What does being a legendary mage matter if he could be outlasted by a mere legion of constructs? Should he fall into the hands of a Grand Arcanist, death would be the preferable outcome. Tragically, the legendary spell of time-space disruption cast by Valdis hindered his own ability to utilize teleportation or flight spells, leaving him only with the option to run on foot, augmented by various enhancement spells. He had never anticipated failure following the invocation of the summoning portal. Thus, he had not considered adding an exemption clause during his study of the spell, knowing that additional conditions complicate the research process and usage. Yet now, he faced the consequences of his oversight. Chapter 364, A Path to Self-Destruction, Part 2. One might wonder, regardless of the origin of the Construct Legion that appeared to aid Duke Stewart, it undoubtedly relates to Kristin. Why then did Valdis choose to flee instead of capturing her, which would have forced her to tread carefully? The reasoning is sound, but it hinges on his ability to execute it. Currently, both parties were positioned beyond the range of spells, separated by a battlefield where the undead and the Construct Legion clashed. To close the distance, Valdis had no choice but to either traverse the battlefield directly or circumvent it. Regardless of his choice, lacking teleportation and flight capabilities confined him to running, which was ludicrous. How could he expect the other side not to flee upon seeing him approach? Under normal circumstances, he would not need to intervene personally. Among the nearly 1,000 undead, many, like Death Knights, possess considerable speed, rendering escape impossible for the enemy. Yet now they were obstructed by the constructs, leaving him at a loss. Furthermore, the floating city's offensive capabilities extend beyond the Construct Legion. The longer he remained, the more perilous his situation became, making a decisive retreat the wisest course of action. Kristin too was caught off guard by the extremity of Valdis' time-space disruption spell, which even inhibited her teleportation and flight abilities. As she had assumed, he would surely escape via teleportation, just as Alicia had to assist the cavalry. Although the Construct Legion intercepted the remaining undead, and the cavalry managed to slay a few, many still remained. Following the usual protocol, she first employed magical items, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, then targeting with magic missiles, before she and Alicia drew their weapons and charged into the fray, intent on carrying away the wounded. After vanquishing the undead, Kristin issued a command for everyone to retreat swiftly. Why is he still here? Could it be that the spell he cast has ensnared him as well? Just as she was about to depart, Kristin spotted Valdis Slatewing dashing away, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. Shouldn't he be fleeing? Alicia pondered, her uncertainty growing. Surely, there cannot be such a fool among us. We must not allow him to escape. Let us pursue and eliminate him. A mere legendary mage like Kristin does not intimidate me. Agreed, Alicia responded decisively. Thus, the two of them circumvented the battlefield's periphery to chase after Valdis Slatewing. As Alicia infused herself with enhancement spells, she inquired, Kristin, you must provide me with an explanation today. Where did all these constructs originate? Kristin feigned ignorance. They were, of course, manufactured. Alicia shot her a skeptical glance. Manufactured? Where? I spend every day with you. How could I not know about this? Maintaining her composure, Kristin replied, Savannah created them. You know she enjoys tinkering with such things. Alicia was unconvinced. Did she truly craft them all by herself? Do you think I am a fool? Kristin feigned innocence. Perhaps. Alicia shot her a playful punch. Enough. Speak. What truly happened? Kristin deftly dodged her strike. First, we need to deal with Valdis Slatewing. We can discuss this later. Fine. But if you do not provide me with an explanation afterwards, you shall see what I am capable of. Kristin, too, began casting protective spells. Although her armor rendered her immune to 5th-level spells, enhancement spells like Mage armor were ineffective. Yet, with her ascension to a legendary archmage, she could now employ numerous protective spells exceeding the 5th level. Meanwhile, as Valdis Slatewing ran, he glanced back and was overjoyed to see Kristin and Alicia pursuing him. Are they seeking their own demise? Though he had enhanced himself with supportive spells, his speed still lagged behind theirs, negating the need to intentionally slow down to bait them. Thus, Valdis Slatewing continued to sprint while casting protective spells for himself. He planned to gain distance before turning back to capture the two. After all, as a legendary mage, he maintained confidence in his abilities. As the distance between them diminished, Kristin began to chant spells while running. Thanks to her advanced spellcasting feat, she unleashed an 8th-level spell. Frost Ray. Valdis Slatewing, being a legendary mage himself, could not miss the incantation's content. This startled him. The ability to cast an 8th-level spell indicated a minimum mastery of the Archmage tier, revealing that Duke Stewart had concealed his true power. If Kristin were merely a 9th-level mage, Valdis Slatewing could easily contend with her alongside Alicia. However, if she were of the Archmage tier, the stakes escalated. Higher-level spells meant greater combat utility and potential shifts in the battle's tide. Even a legendary mage would find it challenging to withstand an 8th-level spell. At this juncture, Valdis Slatewing abandoned his initial plan of abduction and resolved to eliminate both adversaries. He, too, possessed the mobility spellcasting feat and began to chant an 8th-level necromancy spell, Black Flame, while running. A chilling ray erupted from Kristin's fingertips. This is bad. Valdis Slatewing gasped. Startled yet again. Today had seen an abundance of surprises. This time, the cause was the opponent's spell range exceeding his own. Typically, spells have a basic range and duration. And as mage levels increase, so too does the enhancement to these base values. Thus, a fireball cast by an archmage would reach farther than one cast by a 5th-level mage, not to mention a legendary mage. However, it is rare for mages to exploit the maximum range during battle. Unless there is a significant level disparity, spells from both sides can still reach each other. Yet Kristin's advanced spell range feat allowed her theoretical range to be double that of her opponent's, and in actual combat, the distance was 1.5 times greater, providing ample redundancy. With a crack, the frost ray struck Valdis Slatewing. Although his 7th-level protective spell absorbed the energy damage, he was nonetheless alarmed. An advanced legendary mage. How can this be? She is so young. The spell's potency made it evident to Valdis Slatewing the caster's level. Unaware of Kristin's status as an archmage with superior intellect and spell power, he assumed she must be at least 24 or 25 levels deep. No longer able to flee, Valdis Slatewing, as a fellow legendary mage, recognized that being outranged made him a target. He had no choice but to devise a method to close the distance. Upon reaching the legendary tier, one comprehends the true strength of mages and why the archmage was capable of establishing the Nasiriel magical empire. Kristin also realized how fortunate she had been to defeat the legendary Lich O'Neilla's avatar, as it possessed only a third of the original's power. Seeing Valdis Slatewing turn back to shorten the combat distance, Kristin and Alicia could not allow him to succeed and quickly retreated while continuing to prepare their spells. Alicia, hindered by her spell's insufficient range, could only follow closely behind Kristin, feeling utterly helpless and frustrated. Kristin cast a third-level spell, Dispel Magic, erasing the protective spells surrounding Valdis Slatewing. Typically, such spells require consideration of the level disparity between casters, but with her high-level combat spellcasting feat, she was assured of success. At this moment, Valdis Slatewing's mental state was one of utter despair. As a fellow legendary mage, he knew that the acceleration spells he mastered, Kristin could wield as well. Given that he was merely human, he could not hope to match the physical prowess of a dragon-blooded scion. Thus, running in this manner would guarantee his failure to catch up. With no other options, he resorted to his ultimate skills. With a crack, a necklace around his neck shattered. It contained spellcasting materials. He invoked a legendary spell, Anti-Magic Protection, which created a shield rendering any legendary or lower-level spells cast against him ineffective for 10 minutes. Whether it be Dispel Magic, Hold Person, Magic Missile, or Implosion, let them come. Within a mere 10 minutes. Even enduring a barrage of 10 or 20 meteors would leave one unscathed. The pursuit was aimed at vanquishing the adversary. However, not all spells are constrained by the distance of casting. The gem atop the Valdis Slightninger staff shattered unexpectedly, revealing itself as a component for spellcasting. While feigning the chase, he chanted a necromantic legendary spell, Instant Death. The stipulation of this spell is that the target must be within the caster's line of sight. Requiring direct visual contact without any obstructions, even a wall would suffice. The casting time is 5 minutes, with the effect resulting in the immediate demise of targets of legendary status or below. Creatures slain by this spell can be resurrected. But if no cleric capable of resurrection is nearby, they are left to their misfortune. This is also why the legendary spell Time-Space Interference does not confer a self-exemption. With so many trump cards at his disposal, Valdis Slightninger could not possibly lose. Thus there was no need to complicate the study of legendary spells. Kristin observed the emergence of a shield around her opponent, followed by the chanting of incomprehensible incantations, instinctively sensing that this was an ominous sign. She promptly cast a greater Dispel Magic. To her astonishment, the spell proved ineffective. The shield remained intact. Undeterred, she unleashed another greater Dispel Magic, yet the outcome remained unchanged. She then chanted and cast an 8th-level spell, Bigby's Hand, choosing this spell in hopes that a force-based spell might penetrate the shield, fearing it might be immune to energy attacks. However, disappointment awaited her as the magical fist dissipated upon contact with the shield, only to reform when retracted. Next, she employed an 8th-level spell, Binding, directing an invisible force towards Valdis Slightninger, yet it vanished upon touching the shield, failing to achieve its intended effect. Following this, her 9th-level spell, Implosion, also ended in futility as the 5 minutes of casting time elapsed. Valdis Slightninger completed his final incantation, summoning a skull larger than a man behind Kristin. Just as the black skull opened its maw to consume her, the yesterday pendant adorning her ear glimmered, causing the skull to vanish, rendering the instant death spell ineffective. This artifact, bestowed upon her by the Death Overseer YG, is capable of countering all necromantic spells. How could this be? Though Valdis Slightninger is a legendary necromancer, he was unfamiliar with the yesterday pendant. It is worth noting that when the Grand Commander Albert von Hohenzollern of the Teutonic Order presented the item to Kristin, he had insisted on a magic circle to prevent any scrutiny, demonstrating the artifact's level of confidentiality. Regardless of the reasoning, the instant death spell had indeed failed, and Valdis Slightninger found himself devoid of any ranged defensive means. The appearance of the black skull had startled Kristin. After all, a spell requiring 5 minutes of chanting surely possessed formidable power, but fortunately, the yesterday pendant had nullified it. Valdis Slightninger's shield remained, rendering spell attacks ineffective against him. However, Kristin felt no trepidation, for the Construct Legion had secured victory. Undead creatures striking constructs is akin to bones and corpses attempting to assail stone and steel, an impossible endeavor. The prolonged engagement was primarily due to the sheer number of undead, many of which were of the master tier. With a pointed finger, Kristin commanded, "Do not let him escape. Eliminate him." How the tides had turned. The very Valdis Slightninger who once summoned an undead legion to confront Kristin now found himself on the receiving end of a Construct Legion's pursuit. The pride he once took in hunting others with his undead forces was now eclipsed by his own desperation. Numerous small constructs, such as those spherical ones with rotating serrated edges and those with 4 legs, raced across the ground, impossible to shake off, leaving him with no choice but to destroy them using spells. Yet, even a legendary mage's spell slots are finite. Even if he could obliterate one construct per spell, how many could he truly eliminate, especially when some could not be vanquished with merely 1 or 2 spells? Of course, time-space interference does not inhibit the treasure chest, as both the summoning gate and the treasure chest share the same nature, allowing Valdis Lightninger to retrieve spell scrolls from within. However, he found himself vexed by the auxiliary constructs, for while their flight was curtailed by time-space interference, their utility remained intact as they were cradled by other constructs. They typically bore 2 to 3 magical circles, capable of bestowing mage armor, haste, and elemental damage protection upon other constructs, as well as casting magic missile, dispel magic, fireball, and other spells. Given their ample size and energy storage, they could sustain the casting of numerous enhancement or offensive spells without issue, recharging later with Mithrin energy crystals, essentially at no cost. With such support, the number of spells Valdis Lightninger required to destroy a single construct doubled. Even a legendary mage cannot carry an infinite supply of spell scrolls and magical equipment. Chapter 366, A Path to Self-Destruction, Part 4. Valdis Lightninger considered dismantling these auxiliary constructs. Yet they were not only positioned at the rear of the construct legion, but also shielded by other constructs, rendering any attempt futile. He was left to utilize his spell scrolls and magical items to fend off the pursuing constructs while attempting to escape the confines of the time-space interference zone, at which point he could employ escape spells. Many large or heavy constructs lacked speed, allowing him some reprieve for the moment. However, any escape method Valdis Lightninger could conceive had already been addressed during the era of the Guntherthar Empire. If not significantly effective, then certainly ineffectual. How could a grand archmage overlook such considerations? Suddenly, several auxiliary constructs glimmered with magical sigils. As Kristin received a series of notifications, the dimensional anchor had been released. Designed to prevent escape via spatial spells, the Eye of Truth had been activated, preventing invisible escapes, and Dispel Magic was ready, thwarting any attempts at fleeing through flight or incorporeality. The astral interference has been unleashed, specifically designed to prevent escape into the astral realm. The soul-capturing mechanism is now prepared, intended to thwart mages from evading through cloning spells or similar incantations. Naturally, under normal circumstances, mere auxiliary constructs casting spells would be incapable of restraining a legendary mage. The methods employed during the era of the ancient Nazirial magic empire relied on the principle that quantitative changes could lead to qualitative transformations. A multitude of such spells cast simultaneously, dozens, or even hundreds, could disrupt the surrounding magical elements, rendering escape spells ineffective, even if the target could not be contained. Although the numbers are not as overwhelming now, Valdis Lightning's own temporal interference has ensnared him, granting the auxiliary constructs the opportunity to cast their spells. 5 minutes later, the grim news is that the legendary spell's anti-magic protection has dissipated. The silver lining is that Valdis Lightning has escaped the confines of the temporal interference. However, the more dire news is that the constraining spells of the auxiliary constructs still prevent his escape. Due to the limitations of energy levels, this constraint can only last for 3 minutes. Yet for Kristin, that is more than sufficient. Savannah, prepare for teleportation, she commands. Teleportation countdown, 3 seconds. 3. Kristin instructs Alicia. Have everyone wait for me here. 2. The Construct Legion launches an assault, holding Valdis Lightning at bay and preventing him from employing any further spells. 1. Kristin instantaneously activates a portal, narrowing the distance between herself and Valdis Lightning to less than 100 meters. Initiate. In an instant, Kristin, Valdis Lightning, and all constructs within a 100-meter radius are transported back to the floating city. In a mere heartbeat, Valdis Lightning finds himself in an unknown location, bound and helpless. To his despair, at that exact moment, the 9th-level spell, Ilminster's Escape, has also failed. This is an improved chain trigger spell, enabling the caster to be automatically teleported to predetermined coordinates when subjected to 6 preset threats. The failure of this spell indicates he has encountered a force of greater potency. Not even a divine avatar could elude capture here. While divine power is formidable, the essence of the mithril core is not to be underestimated. It is akin to a suitcase-sized nuclear bomb causing significant destruction, yet a city-sized cache of high-energy explosives would yield 100-fold greater devastation. A golem under Vanifa's control approaches. Bowing respectfully, Master. Kristin gestures towards Valdis Lightning. He is in your charge. Extract the location of the wealth hidden in Cold Shadow City. As you command. Given that this is a simplified ultra-long-distance teleportation array, A cooldown period is required before it can be used again. Thus, Kristin is not transported back until 10 minutes later. By that time, the Construct Legion has completed the cleanup, gathering damaged constructs together and disposing of the slain undead. Alicia has assembled everyone who came on this excursion, ensuring that the living see the living and the dead see the dead, safeguarding the secrets of this battle from exposure. Although she herself is unaware of the secret's nature, her ignorance only heightens the need for discretion. Kristin makes her rounds, teleporting all intact and damaged constructs, as well as the undead, to the floating city, ensuring not a single trace is left behind. Constructs can be repaired, and the corpses of the undead can be fashioned into flesh puppets. Though she is adamantly opposed to such a grotesque endeavor, all members of the Guard, including Knight Bella, vow to keep the events of this battle confidential. Their loyalty is unquestionable, and having sworn an oath, they are unlikely to falter. Furthermore, many matters remain opaque to them, rendering them incapable of articulating the details. As for the Fox Girl sisters, the Cat Girl Blader, and the Centaur Girl Trelia, they are even less likely to speak. To put it bluntly, a beastman slave revealing their master's secrets would face dire consequences, regardless of the outcome. In Dominarian City, within the Mage Tower's main suite, upon entering, Alicia promptly pushes Kristin onto the sofa. We're home. Now, tell me what is going on. Ouch, you're pulling my hair, Kristin protests. Alicia releases her grip. Humph. If you don't spill the beans, I might get angry. Angry enough that no amount of gold would appease me. Kristin gathers her hair and replies earnestly, Alicia, I did not intend to keep this from you. It pertains to a special repository within the castle. Once the truth is revealed, there will be no turning back. You must consider this carefully. Alicia understands the gravity of the situation and responds seriously, by the great dragon god, I swear I will not disclose your secret. No need for oaths. I trust you. But you must truly wish to know the truth. I have made up my mind. There are many burdens we can share together. Very well, follow me. Kristin leads Alicia to the repository guarded by golems, stepping through a teleportation portal. As the scenery shifts, they find themselves in a vast teleportation array situated in the center of an expansive square. In the distance, the main structure of the Mage Tower is under construction. And above, one can see twinkling lights in the sky. Is this the astral realm? Alicia wonders, uncertain. To be precise, they are in a half-plane located within the astral realm, and their current position is the Sky City, a floating city. Chapter 367, The Wealth of Cold Shadow City, Part 1. Alicia is astounded by Kristin's words. This is indeed a half-plane, capable of generating immense wealth and serving as a perfect sanctuary. It is important to note that legendary mages can create their own half-planes, though their sizes are generally modest, akin to private estates. Thus, when half-planes are mentioned, they typically exclude those of this smaller scale, focusing instead on those exceeding the area of a village. Each major kingdom and larger church possesses its own half-plane, storing various treasures and tomes within. The primary yield from these half-planes consists of agricultural products, as the conditions are ideal, free from pests and diseases, allowing for up to 3 harvests per year, with druids further enhancing productivity. However, the focus is mainly on cash crops. Kristin's extravagant cultivation of staple grains is quite rare. This is also related to the generally small size of the half-planes owned by churches and kingdoms. The 3 essential treasures for a king's coronation are the crown, the scepter, and the orb. Although their designs vary from nation to nation, their functions remain fundamentally similar. The crown symbolizes divine right, possessing the power to ward off all forms of mental, spiritual, and cursed enchantments. The scepter represents royal authority, serving as the basis for commanding armed forces. The orb signifies territorial rights and serves as the key to opening portals to demi-planes. Only a true king, recognized by the deities, possessing military strength, land, and wealth, can claim such status. However, when compared to the floating cities, demi-planes seem trivial. With overwhelming military might, nothing is beyond reach. As exemplified by the Grand Archmage of the Arcane Empire of Gun Israel, Alicia, holding Kristin's hand, exclaimed excitedly, A floating city? Kristin, do you truly possess a floating city? Kristin, feeling dizzy from the excitement, quickly responded, Stop shaking me. I do have a floating city, you are standing on it. Alicia continued to beam with enthusiasm. Take me to see it. Can I fly? Many significant locations prohibit teleportation and flight, and the danger lies in unauthorized travel, as failing to inquire beforehand could result in being struck down by defensive mechanisms. No worries, I can take you with me, Kristin assured, grasping Alicia's hand. They cast a flight spell and soared into the sky. As they ascended, the entire visage of the floating city unfolded before them. At the center, atop a hill, stood the main Mage Tower, the core area that resembled a castle complete with spires. Radiating from this central point were 4 pathways, along with 2 circular roads connecting to them, dividing the city into various functional zones. Beyond the city lay vast expanses of forests, lakes, and meadows, interspersed with 8 secondary Mage Towers. Currently, only the roads and underground pipelines were fully constructed, with the 9 Mage Towers still under construction, and other functional buildings merely planned without commencement. Yet, even these elements were astonishing, for it was a city suspended in the air. Alicia, with her keen eyesight, gazed further out and spotted the town of Moreau below, surrounded by extensive farmlands and workshops, with golems busily at work. She embraced Kristin, joyfully exclaiming, "The fact that you can build a floating city means you possess a mythical energy core." Kristin looked at her, incredulous. "It's just a mythical energy core. Is it really worth this level of excitement? Just a core? Do you understand how many have sought the remnants of a mythical energy core since the fall of the arcane empire of Gunizerl? Unfortunately, none have succeeded, leading everyone to believe this miraculous item has vanished." At this point, Alicia remembered to inquire, "Kristin, how did you acquire this mythical energy core?" "I found it," Kristin replied. Alicia, in disbelief, retorted, "Found it? Do I look like a fool to you?" Kristin, exasperated, asked, "If it wasn't he found, then how did you think it came to be? Have you ever heard of anyone possessing one?" Alicia shook her head, as she had previously stated. Countless individuals had searched without success, making it implausible for anyone to possess such a thing. If no one has it, and I cannot steal, rob, or buy it, then how could it be anything other than found? Surely, I couldn't have created it myself? A moment of realization struck Alicia, upon reflection. Finding it seemed the most plausible explanation, yet something still felt amiss. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, "But it's a mythical energy core. How could it be so easily found?" Kristin, with an innocent expression, replied, "But I did find it. This floating city is proof." But Alicia struggled to articulate her thoughts, as the evidence spoke louder than words. Despite her doubts, Kristin had indeed constructed a floating city. Raising the question of how to reconcile such a feat after a considerable effort to compose herself, Alicia, with newfound determination, declared, "Kristin, I have decided to marry you. Consider this floating city as my dowry." Kristin rolled her eyes dramatically. "I will only marry, not be married." Alicia promptly agreed, "I shall marry as well. Let this be my bride price." Kristin regarded her with a patronizing gaze. "Firstly, the matter of the floating city must remain confidential. You understand its significance. Even if we could disclose it, do you think your father, the Silver Dragon leader, would allow such a bride price to remain with you?" Alicia resolutely responded, "Absolutely not. My father would never grant me even a single gold coin, so let us elope." Kristin, feeling a sense of resignation, recognized the Dragon clan's obsession with wealth and treasures. Their hoarding was perhaps for the sake of boasting among their kin. Currently, with the last remaining floating city, Alicia merely wished to showcase it to her clan, earning her place in Dragon history as a figure of wealth. Kristin gently patted Alicia's head, stating, "The matter of the floating city must remain a secret. You know its implications, but I promise that if the opportunity arises, I will ensure you can return to your clan with it." Alicia then embraced Kristin tightly, ruffling her hair, exclaiming, "I am not merely after your possessions. You are of Dragon lineage, and I am part of the Dragon race. If this treasure resides in our hands, should the gods take action, the great Dragon God will surely intervene on our behalf. Furthermore, if the gods were capable of toppling the arcane empire of Gunizerl, they would not fear a mere floating city now." Kristin understood Alicia's point. For the protective Dragon God, why would a valuable treasure in the hands of their own kin be relinquished? To the gods, a floating city was merely an object. Its possession by the Dragon race would not disrupt the balance, and they would likely accept it. Chapter 368, The Wealth of Cold Shadow City, Part 2. Kristin's concerns about acquiring the floating city were indeed valid. Yet her understanding of the Dragon God was not as profound as Alicia's. In truth, given the relatively small number of benevolent dragons within the multiverse, their relationship with the Dragon God was not as intimate as that of other races with their deities. As their relationship deepened, so too did their understanding. She found Alicia's words to be quite reasonable. Even the gods of the once mighty Nazrul magic empire were not fearful. What then could a floating city instill in her? Moreover, attempting to seize treasures from the bloodline of dragons was akin to slapping the Dragon God in the face, a provocation that could very well lead to one receiving a literal slap in return. There have indeed been instances of deities being bested by Dragon gods. Since she had already disclosed the matters regarding the demiplane and the floating city to Alicia, it was only natural to reveal the details concerning the Archmage, excluding only the affairs related to Khan and Savannah. Everything else that could be shared was laid bare. Alicia imposed a severe punishment upon Kristin for her concealment of the truth, ensuring that she would be confined to her bed the following day. The Archmage of the ancient Nasral magic empire had captured numerous beings from across the multiverse and possessed a repertoire of methods to deal with obstinate individuals. Valdis Lightning, now in the hands of Vanifa, was wise enough to provide a full account of all matters in exchange for a swift demise. The artifacts of the Summoning Gate and over a dozen other treasures were claimed as spoils. The legendary mage's own equipment was, of course, of the highest caliber. Kristin, Alicia, and Savannah each took what they required. Information regarding the fate of Cold Shadow City's wealth was also extracted. After sacrificing the city's inhabitants, Valdis Lightning utilized a magical array to cast an 8th-level spell, the Fiston Portal, commanding the nearly 1,000 undead within the Summoning Gate to transport the wealth to his demiplane. With the coordinates of the demiplane now known, Vanifa could employ a long-range portal to deliver constructs directly. Thus, not only did the plundered riches of Cold Shadow City ultimately belong to Kristin, but Valdis Lightning's long-held treasures were also returned to her. Among these, the most precious were the tomes and experimental records. Many of the former were unique mage notes, while the latter required considerable investment to acquire. This matter concluded here. For the death of Valdis Lightning remained a mystery, with even his soul failing to ascend to the divine realm. This was due to the fact that, while he outwardly professed faith in the Lord of Lies, Cyric, he actually worshipped an evil entity and conducted sacrifices in its name. According to Valdis Lightning's account, after ascending to the rank of master, he traveled far and wide in search of opportunities to achieve legendary status. During his travels in the outer realms, he fortuitously encountered a traveler who perished in the wilderness, from whom he acquired a metallic shard inscribed with a prophecy and a sacrificial array along with incantations. The prophecy foretold of an impending apocalypse, claiming that those who worshipped the dead could be revived, while those who venerated the destroyer could attain salvation. As a mage, Valdis Lightning was acutely aware of the manipulative tactics employed by such evil deities, instilling anxiety and despair to lure followers into devotion, subsequently offering minor boons to secure their allegiance. However, when faced with numerous trials without discovering any opportunities for advancement, he found himself in dire straits, and the sacrificial array became his last hope. He successfully awakened the malevolent entity known as the Ancient Ruler, obtaining methods for ascension from it. All previous hardships and dilemmas were resolved upon his transformation into a legendary mage, yet at that juncture, Valdis Lightning could no longer turn back. As is the desire of all evil deities, the more beings he sacrificed, the greater the power he gained, and the closer the malevolent entity came to its return. The final ritual required the sacrifice of a sufficient number of souls in the material world for this evil presence to re-emerge. Naturally, even evil deities with a touch of refinement would concoct grandiose justifications for their actions, claiming that their return was to save the multiverse from the impending doom, and that the sacrifices were merely necessary tributes, spun in a manner that sounded noble and magnificent. Throughout his endeavors, Valdis Lightning could not divulge any information regarding this evil being, for true followers of the divine, no matter how deranged, would only invite retribution from the gods of order. However, to worship an evil entity demanding blood sacrifices marked one as a false god, warranting the full wrath of any legitimate divine order. Thus, he masqueraded as a follower of Cyric, the Lord of Lies, rationalizing that since Cyric himself had once succumbed to madness, it was entirely plausible for a deranged mage to arise among his adherents. Additionally, due to Cyric's chaotic handling of many of his followers, the likelihood of exposure was significantly diminished. Had Valdis Lightning invoked the name of another malevolent deity for his sacrifices, that true god would have long since informed the church that no offerings had been received, prompting an immediate pursuit. In Cyric's current state, even if he reported the matter himself, a response would be uncertain, or he might receive a completely irrelevant reply. It was evident that Valdis Lightning's disguise was remarkably successful. The Church of the Lord of Lies even reached out to him, seeking to incorporate him into their upper echelons. After all, he was a legendary mage, renowned in his own right. As for the heinous deeds committed by Valdis Lightning, the Church of the Lord of Lies showed little concern. Ultimately, he declined their offer. Valdis Lightning was not even a true follower. He merely acted under the pretense of being one, for in this world, every individual must have faith, and any contact with the Church's hierarchy could easily unveil his ruse. Upon hearing Valdis Lightning's confessions, Kristin and Alicia separately visited the Mage Guild headquarters and Dragon Island to conduct research, yet they found no information regarding this ancient ruler. The absence of evidence did not imply non-existence, as history had birthed and extinguished countless deities, many from the city-state era remaining obscure. The discovery of the metallic shard mentioned by Valdis Slightning served to bolster their belief in the existence of this malevolent village. Following the patterns inscribed on the shard, they traced its origins to a page from the artifact Revelation, as they bore identical motifs. According to reports from the Church of the God of Light, the artifact Revelation had been seized by the demigod Meinhard, and it was now highly likely in the possession of the demon prince, Demogorgon. Chapter 369. The Worship Commissioning Ceremony in the city of Dominaria. The port was a vibrant spectacle, adorned with fluttering red banners and throngs of people. The air filled with the resonant sound of trumpets, creating a jubilant atmosphere. 6 four-masted sailing battleships were entering the port in succession. The first 5, devoid of any flags, were the latest Vanguard-class vessels constructed by the Elven race for Kristin. They were named Vanguard, Duke of Tulip, Stewart, Corona, and Dominaria. This class had been jointly developed by the Elves and the Stewart territory, employing a variety of advanced shipbuilding techniques and materials, enhancing both defensive capabilities and agility while maintaining the original sailing speed. Each side was equipped with 20 large crossbow launchers, whose range and longevity had been significantly improved due to technological advancements. The deck featured 5 movable anti-air crossbow launchers that could also serve as ship-to-ship weaponry. Standard battleships were typically outfitted with a communication array and a spell range augmentation array. However, this class came with an additional spell range augmentation array, effectively doubling its spell attack power. The final ship, the Prince of Wales, proudly bore the flag of the Elven Kingdom and carried an Elven delegation, arriving to participate in the signing ceremony with the Kingdom of Fran. The sound of hooves drew near as carriages, escorted by cavalry, arrived at the port. All dismount and form a line, commanded Knight Bella, the captain of the escort, prompting the cavalry to dismount in unison, forming a welcoming procession. The coachman opened the carriage door, and Elena was the first to step out, standing beside the vehicle, followed by Kristin, clad in a robe of starlight. The noblemen and officials of the territory, who had been waiting, approached to pay their respects. The trumpet blared, announcing the arrival of the Elven envoy, Ilarigia Vamea, who, dressed in formal attire, led her retinue down the gangway of the warship to meet Kristin and the officials of the Stewart territory in the square. As she was a formal envoy of the Elven Kingdom, a set of welcoming protocols was requisite. Though not overly elaborate, it was nonetheless significant, and further details will be omitted. Next came the highlight of the ceremony, the commissioning of the warships. Kristin ascended the elevated platform, adorned with a red carpet and flowers, while the newly attired naval sailors, under the guidance of their officers, marched into formation in the square. The naval commander, the valiant knight German Tanzend, the vice commander, the distinguished knight Kelsey Max, along with knights Horatio Nelson, George Bridges Rodney, and Helrez, donned gleaming armor and capes embroidered with the Stewart insignia, approached the platform with pride. The officiant proclaimed loudly, "Knight German Tanzend, step forward to receive your title." German Tanzend advanced to the platform, bowing respectfully as he addressed, "I salute you, your grace." Kristin received a golden platter from Elena, upon which rested the territory's flag and the warship's identification flag. She solemnly presented it to German Tanzend, declaring, "In the name of the Lord, I appoint you as the captain of the Stewart sailing battleship, with the hope that you will defend our waters and bring glory to the Navy." Holding the golden platter aloft, German Tanzend vowed solemnly, "By the honor of a knight, I swear to the great dragon god that I shall not disappoint your grace's expectations." Kristin nodded in acknowledgement. After German returned to his place, the officiant called out again, "Knight Kelsey Max, step forward to receive your title." Kelsey Max approached the platform, bowing respectfully, and Kristin appointed him as captain of the Corona battleship. Subsequently, others followed suit to receive their appointments. Horatio Nelson was designated captain of the Duke of Tulip, George Bridges Rodney as captain of the Stewart, and Helrez as captain of the Vanguard. The 5 knights, holding their golden platters, again bowed to Kristin before proceeding, accompanied by sailors, through the cheering crowd as they crossed the gangway onto their respective warships. Before long, with the sound of the long trumpet, the flags representing the Stewart territory and their respective warships were hoisted on the 5 vessels. The port bells chimed, marking the triumphant conclusion of the commissioning ceremony for the Stewart Navy's new ships amidst applause and cheers. When focusing solely on the main vessels, the Stewart territory now ranked second among the continent's navies, surpassed only by the Elven Kingdom, a position that would likely remain unchanged for a considerable time. The previous maritime powers of the southern coastal nations, Fran, Iberia, and Apennine, had maintained formidable naval forces to counter the threat of the magical calamity. With the cessation of the magical disaster and no foreseeable recurrence for the next few centuries, these nations found little necessity in constructing numerous capital ships. As a single sailing battleship and perhaps a couple of sailing battlecruisers would suffice, with the majority opting for three-masted heavy cruisers or two-masted light cruisers. This was due to the understanding that future naval adversaries would primarily be pirates, who typically operated commandeered merchant vessels. Deploying heavy cruisers would be excessive, making the use of capital ships unnecessary. After all, the cost of a battlecruiser could fund the construction of 2 heavy cruisers. Yet a single battlecruiser could not simultaneously escort 2 fleets. The Duchy of Bay also shared a similar fate, possessing 6 sailing battlecruisers previously to combat the magical calamity. They now faced threats from the northern orc tribes. With their fleet devastated, even if rebuilt, they would not consider constructing such a significant number of capital ships again. Moreover, even if the duchy were to restore its fleet size, 6 battlecruisers would still be no match for 5 battleships. As for the northern nations, the Rhine Kingdom had only 1 sailing battleship and 1 sailing battlecruiser, while the Piast Kingdom had but a single sailing battlecruiser, primarily serving to showcase the kingdom's prestige. The 5 sailing battleships of the Stewart territory were obtained by Kristin through various negotiations, resulting in no monetary expenditure from her purse, rendering any concerns of waste irrelevant, as the territory's economic strength could easily sustain such a fleet of capital ships. That evening, Kristin hosted a banquet at the town hall for the Elven Kingdom's delegation. Alongside distinguished guests from the Fran Kingdom, Iberia, the Duchy of Bay, the Duchy of Wind, and the Rhine Kingdom, who had arrived 2 to 3 days in advance, along with the nobility of Dominaria and bishops from various church organizations within the city. In the name of King Louis of the Frankish Kingdom, an invitation is extended to various nations of the Western continent to dispatch delegations to Dominaria City to collectively deliberate on matters pertaining to maritime trade and the suppression of piracy. The choice of this venue is significant, as it is an initiative spearheaded by Kristin, albeit under the auspices of the King's name. As previously mentioned in Chapter 370 of the North Atlantic Treaty, the coastline governed by the Stewart territory comprises 1/4 of the entire Western continent. Dominaria City ranks among the top 3 port cities of the continent, thus relying heavily on maritime trade to generate substantial wealth for Kristin annually. During the calamity of demonic invasions, minor demons sporadically teleported through spatial rifts to various locations on the continent, obstructing trade routes between nations and compelling many merchants to resort to maritime transport, even if it meant navigating vast distances. However, with the conclusion of the disaster and the restoration of land transport, the demand for maritime shipping has naturally diminished, necessitating a strategic response from coastal nations. Kristin has adeptly leveraged this situation to invite delegations from across the Western continent under the guise of the king's authority. Initially, the monarchs of these nations were perplexed upon receiving the invitation, as there had never been a precedent for such a high-level meeting convened solely for the purpose of trade routes. The feudal system prevalent across the continent dictates that merchants must pay taxes when traversing the territories of various nobles, even within the same nation or county. This tax, colloquially referred to as tolls, translates to port fees in coastal cities, which are nominally low, emphasizing a strategy of earning small profits through volume. As long as merchants pay the requisite fees, they are granted free passage across noble territories. Nobles have rarely contemplated the consequences of diminished merchant traffic, as their primary revenues stem from agricultural yields and taxes. Even the Church of the Goddess of Wealth has not deemed this issue worthy of consideration, as the absence of merchants from one noble's domain does not significantly impact overall trade. Merchants would simply route through another noble's territory. Kristin is acutely aware of these dynamics, understanding that even if the coastal nations send delegations, they would only represent the royal interests, while the subordinate nobles would not feel compelled to adhere to agreements made by their kings. Nevertheless, her intention remains to establish a precedent through the signing of an agreement, seeking recognition for being the pioneer of an unprecedented initiative. The path to divinity necessitates followers. The nascent development of any new faith is fraught with challenges, requiring immense effort to cultivate each adherent. However, possessing a significant reputation prior to achieving divinity alters the landscape entirely. This phenomenon is akin to the realm of live-streaming commerce, where an ordinary individual, a new deity, may struggle to attract viewers, while a celebrity can effortlessly draw an audience willing to purchase their offerings, believe in them. Thus, It is clear why Kristin endeavors to cultivate a heroic persona amidst the calamity, introduce her own currency, establish a luxury brand, and attain the title of the most beautiful woman in the Frankish kingdom and the sole real duke on the continent. Despite the initial confusion surrounding her motives, the kings and dukes from various nations, out of respect, dispatched high-profile delegations. In the municipal hall's grand conference room, Kristin articulates her proposals, centered around maritime trade and anti-piracy measures. To counteract the decline in maritime shipping demand following the restoration of land transport, she advocates for a coordinated crackdown on piracy. A reduction in piracy would ensure safer navigation for vessels, thereby increasing the profits for coastal nobles, while also mitigating the threat of pirate incursions on coastal villages, which endangers noble governance. The representatives from various nations expressed their unanimous support for this proposal, albeit with reservations regarding the practicality of allocating substantial human and material resources for a piracy purge in the wake of the recent calamity. In response, Kristin offers a solution. The Stewart territory will provide warships, while the nations will supply intelligence. The delegates are taken aback by this unexpected proposition. The Duke of Stewart has not mentioned any associated costs, which is uncharacteristic of her, leading them to question whether they have misheard. However, given the formality of the meeting, it is inconceivable that the Duke would make such a claim lightly. Should this opportunity prove genuine, it would indeed be difficult to decline. After articulating her complete proposal, Kristin inquires if there are any further questions. Representatives exchange glances until Makedas, the hereditary Earl of the Iberian Kingdom, speaks up, expressing his agreement with Kristin's suggestions, but seeking clarification regarding the provision of naval support for pirate eradication. Would it indeed be without charge? Kristin responds, stating that aside from the normal docking and logistical support for which they would be responsible, no additional remuneration would be required. The attendees express their admiration, acknowledging the Duke's generosity. If they were to deploy their own fleets for piracy eradication, they would bear the costs of vessels, soldiers, and logistical support. Yet, with Kristin only requesting logistical support, they stand to save considerable sums. Moreover, a navy and warships are not akin to militias that alternate between agricultural labor and warfare. Once a navy is established, it incurs various maintenance costs, representing a significant financial burden. Should they have the opportunity to utilize the Stewart fleet, many nobles could downsize their naval forces, while some with limited resources might even forego a navy altogether. With consensus reached, Kristin presents a pre-prepared agreement. The delegation finds no apparent issues within its content, as it aligns perfectly with the Duke's assertions. Subsequently, they transmit the agreement back to their respective homelands for royal approval. Upon review, the kings and dukes express surprise at the agreement's terms. Although the proposal diverges from the Duke of Stewart's typical profit-driven approach, once signed, the agreement would be protected by the God of Order, rendering any reversal impossible. Thus, after ensuring the absence of discrepancies through professional scrutiny, they consent to the signing. On a certain day in the year XX of the mainland calendar, the Kingdom of Fran, the Kingdom of Iberia, the Kingdom of the Rhine, the Elven Kingdom, the Duchy of Mage, the Duchy of Wind, and the Duchy of Stewart jointly convened in the city of Dominaria to sign an unprecedented agreement aimed at safeguarding maritime trade and combating piracy. This accord, due to its relevance to the North Atlantic waters, became known as the North Atlantic Treaty, and the collective organization was formally designated as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This groundbreaking treaty propelled its initiator, Kristin, to newfound fame across the continent. However, many remained oblivious to the profound upheaval this organization would incite in the future. Chapter 371. Renowned. The naval fleet of the Duchy of Stewart initially comprised 4 three-masted heavy cruisers, 6 two-masted light cruisers, and 24 single-masted destroyers. In the wake of the magical calamity, the continuous influx of shipwrights led to the enhancement of shipbuilding workshops, thereby acquiring the capability to construct three-masted heavy cruisers. Consequently, they successfully produced 6 vessels of the Sari-class heavy cruiser and designed and built 4 ships of the Dato-class light cruiser. 1 week after the treaty's signing, the Navy of the Duchy of Stewart retained merely 24 destroyers for coastal defense, while the remainder divided into 2 contingents, one heading north and the other south, to collaborate with the navies of the treaty nations in a concerted effort to eradicate piracy. While the vastness of the sea is undeniable, navigation is not simply a matter of sailing wherever one pleases. There exist well-established shipping routes. These routes have been painstakingly charted to avoid treacherous reefs, ocean currents, and sea beasts, while also ensuring the shortest passage to supply ports. Such routes, honed through decades of experience, represent the most optimal choices. Of course, there are multiple routes between two ports, allowing merchant ships to make selections, yet pirates also seize opportunities along these pathways. Compared to known routes, the uncharted waters pose a greater threat. With the treaty nations' navies now engaged in a united campaign against piracy and providing convoy protection for merchant fleets, the opportunities for pirates to strike diminished significantly. Particularly, the navy of the Duchy of Stewart, with a single three-masted heavy cruiser capable of vanquishing a medium-sized pirate crew, boasted the advantage of having spellcasters aboard. Once a spellcaster reaches the 4th tier, they can wield fireball scrolls, with a single fireball capable of sinking a pirate ship. For pirates operating modified merchant vessels, severing the main mast would render escape impossible. The Duchy of Stewart is home to numerous mage towers, and spellcasters willing to venture out to sea could earn time in laboratories based on their contributions, thereby attracting a multitude of practitioners of the arcane arts to lend their services. In the event of skirmishes, how could pirates possibly contend with the navy of the Duchy of Stewart? Setting aside their superior weaponry and armor, the mere willingness to employ bows and arrows guaranteed a decisive victory. Pirates cannot perpetually dwell upon their vessels. They inevitably possess secret lairs, be it on an obscure island or in a secluded coastal enclave. However, once apprehended, these pirates could not conceal their secrets, and through diligent investigation, their hideouts were systematically purged. The elimination of numerous pirates yielded a significant haul of spoils, which helped offset military expenditures. A piece of silver, when minted into coins, acquires monetary attributes. When crafted into art, it can fetch prices many times its original value. And if it is an artifact of a foreign culture, it might even sell for 100-fold. The wealth of Cold Shadow City resided in Kristin's hands, and many of the artworks with dark regional or other stylistic influences were unsuitable for sale, while melting them down into ingots would be a wasteful endeavor. Taking advantage of the pirate eradication campaign, a collection of items suitable for sale discreetly emerged among the spoils, making a grand entrance into the marketplace. The origins of these items, sourced from pirate hideouts, remained untraceable as all pirates had perished, yet this did not impede their ability to command high prices. In light of such vigorous suppression, could it be presumed that piracy would be eradicated? Certainly not. The adage mountains provide sustenance for those who dwell within them, and waters nourish those who dwell by them rings true. During the magical calamity, the land routes became perilous, forcing many bandits to turn to piracy. Furthermore, the devastation wrought by demons led to the destruction of numerous villages, leaving refugees with no choice but to join the ranks of pirates. This was one of Kristin's motivations for implementing the United Eradication Initiative. The sheer volume of pirates had become untenable. Gradually, the surviving pirates discerned a crucial fact. The navy of the treaty organization focused solely on clearing the shipping lanes between their own ports and escorting vessels departing from their harbors, while turning a blind eye to ships from non-treaty ports. As previously mentioned, due to the feudal nature of the continent, apart from the powers granted to kings under the 3 great treaties, any agreements made by other monarchs represented only their royal houses and held validity solely within their direct territories. It ultimately depended on the local nobility's recognition. This instance was no different. The reason no one had previously initiated such treaties, and why the kings and princes of various nations were astonished upon hearing Kristin's proposal, lay in the limited efficacy of such agreements. Conversely, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization exists to safeguard the interests of its signatories. Thus, the tribulations faced by local nobility due to pirate incursions were of no concern to them. In this era, who possessed the most accurate information? The nobility and merchants. Consequently, the noble Duke of Stewart spearheaded the organization of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the noble endeavor of uniting against piracy to protect trade routes rapidly disseminated throughout the realm. It can be asserted that wherever maritime merchants tread, the deeds of the Tulip Duke are known. The swift dissemination of this news can be attributed, in no small part, to the Tulip Merchant Guild and the Tulip's Thorn. The goddess of wealth provided robust support for such flourishing commercial endeavors, while the god of order facilitated numerous conveniences for actions aimed at maintaining order. Naturally, in the midst of such jubilation, there were those who experienced disquiet, particularly the local nobility, who were tormented by pirates to the point of sleepless nights. In this context, the pirates were compelled to evade the ports and routes of the treaty organization, opting instead to assault the ports and routes of local nobility devoid of naval protection. Previously, resources were scarce, but now, with the more obstinate pirates eliminated, the surviving marauders resorted to plundering the merchant fleets of local nobility. Of course, these merchant fleets were not without their own escorts. as the seas remained perilous. Yet, prior to this, the more formidable pirates had deemed these smaller fleets beneath their notice, while the lesser pirates lacked the strength to launch effective assaults. Now, however, the dynamics had shifted. Attacking the convoy-protected fleets of the treaty organization posed too great a risk, compelling even the most notorious pirates to reassess their targets. Consequently, the local nobility found themselves in dire straits, as losses at sea encompassed not only cargo but also vessels themselves. Let us not dwell on whether the local nobility possesses the means to construct new vessels. Even if they could muster the funds, the ships would not materialize immediately. Moreover, the incessant incursions of pirates leave these nobles in a precarious position. In a state of desperation, some local aristocrats have contemplated joining the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. However, they were met with a polite refusal, as no new members were being accepted. Yet, as fellow nobles, they were offered a simple proposition. By signing a protection treaty, they would receive complimentary escort and anti-piracy services. The terms of the treaty were straightforward, primarily encompassing two stipulations. First, the commitment to free trade, ensuring that goods from the treaty organization would receive the same treatment as local products, and second, the requirement for fleet docking, as the organization's operations against piracy necessitated the use of their ports, with the understanding that they would bear 10% of the resupply costs. Some nobles perceived the 10% as a modest price to pay. After signing the agreement, they would no longer need to maintain a navy, thereby saving a considerable sum. With the treaty organization's fleet delivering supplies directly, the need for their own merchant vessels diminished significantly, leading them to readily agree. Those who resisted would soon be taught a lesson by the pirates. Chapter 372. Reactions from various parties. Originally, the Stewart domain controlled nearly a quarter of the western coastline. But the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, spearheaded by Kristin, extended their direct influence to nearly 1/5 of the entire human world's coastline, radiating their power to half of humanity. At this juncture, the participating kings and dukes began to grasp Kristin's true intentions, to dominate maritime trade and facilitate the sale of goods to coastal regions. Even within the context of a subsistence economy, there exists a demand for trade. If such demand is absent, it can be artificially created, provided that the goods offered are perceived as superior to those produced locally. The populace will lean towards purchasing them. Previously, the only obstacle was the nobility, who monopolized profitable enterprises within their territories, commanding their subjects to refrain from buying foreign goods. Now, seizing this opportunity, they compelled coastal nobles to sign free trade agreements. Even if only a fraction of goods were permitted for free trade, the cumulative income would be significant. As for those nobles who might later reconsider their decisions, did they truly believe that the Duke of Stewart was easily intimidated? While controlling overland trade routes may be an impossibility, the same does not hold for maritime routes, as shipping fundamentally relies on vessels. A single individual can engage in trade with merely a horse, but a seaworthy ship capable of long voyages is beyond the reach of average individuals or even common merchant associations. Only those local nobles and merchants who signed protection agreements could join the treaty organization's fleet and receive its safeguarding. Those who did not would find themselves vulnerable to pirate attacks. Although a complete monopoly was unattainable, the organization exerted control over nearly half of the maritime trade in the human world, yielding substantial benefits for all signatory parties. With such advantages, each member would instinctively safeguard the interests of the organization. In the absence of a larger pie to share, those who received a greater portion would inevitably leave others with less, who, then, would receive less. The Principality of Bihua and the Church of the Sea God. Before the calamity, the Principality of Bihua was the largest hub for maritime commerce on the continent, with numerous shipping companies headquartered on Cross Street. It also boasted the world's third-largest navy, following the Elven Kingdom and the Iberian Kingdom. However, the disaster obliterated Bihua's naval forces. Rebuilding would undoubtedly require substantial funds and time, coinciding with Kristin's advocacy for the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Although Duke Philip of Bihua and his advisors suspected ulterior motives, the agreement revealed no apparent issues, leading them to sign alongside others, unaware of the trap they were stepping into. Previously, Bihua relied on taxation for maritime transactions and fees for providing naval escorts to sustain its formidable fleet and cover operational costs. During the disaster, Dominaria emerged as a new commercial center, prompting some merchants to relocate their headquarters there. Now, with the promise of concentrated efforts against piracy and complimentary escort services, the allure of free support rendered Bihua's protective fees obsolete. Without these two primary sources of income, How could the principality possibly restore its navy to its former glory? Even if they were to muster the resources for reconstruction, sustaining such a fleet would be unfeasible. Furthermore, for various reasons, Bihua had previously emerged as the greatest beneficiary of maritime trade. Now that it had fallen into decline, the other signatory nations may not actively seek to undermine it, but they certainly welcomed its misfortune. Some might wonder why the nobility of Bihua, including Duke Philip, who possessed merchant associations and a significant number of ships, would not view the shift to treaty organization escorts as beneficial. Although their revenue had diminished, they had also reduced the substantial costs associated with building and maintaining a navy, which seemed a fair trade-off. However, one must not forget that the Principality of Bihua was established from the sacred bloodline of the sea god. As per the book's premise, the sea god, formerly known as the god of naval warfare, Velko, wields limited divine power, with dominion over sailors, ships, favorable winds, and naval battles. It is worth noting that the invincible fleet prepared to combat the calamity, although financed by various continental nations, was stationed in the Iberian Kingdom's port of Barcelona, where the majority of sailors worshipped the sea god, while the city was jointly governed by devotees of both the sea god and the god of courage. Now, with the disaster concluded, the fleet would undoubtedly not be rebuilt, and the Iberian Kingdom's own navy would largely consist of followers of the god of courage. Most priests of the sea god's church had served in the fleet of Bihua, while others were frequently employed by merchants for maritime ventures. With the loss of the invincible fleet and Bihua's vast naval forces, the divine role associated with naval warfare would become a hollow title. Moreover, a diminished navy naturally results in fewer personnel, which would adversely affect the roles of sailors and vessels. Velko, originally of limited divine power, had gained notoriety due to the calamity's naval conflicts, leading to an increase in his divine essence. If one of his primary divine roles were to be rendered obsolete and two others significantly diminished, he would not only revert to his former state, but might also forfeit any future opportunities for elevation, an unacceptable outcome. It is crucial to clarify that Kristin's actions are a manifestation of overt strategy. Even if the Principality of Bihua were to join the treaty organization, the outcome would remain unchanged. Her confidence stems from the control of a quarter of the western coastline and her vast fleet, as well as the expectation that other signatory nations would support the formation of the treaty organization due to their vested interests. The Duke of Brabant, Philip, and his advisors may not discern the implications following the establishment of the treaty organization. Yet as a deity, even one of diminished power, Velko is acutely aware of any changes that could potentially affect him. Once he becomes cognizant, through investigation, he would uncover the matters concerning the treaty organization, ensuring that the Duchy of Brabant would not commit to joining. Regrettably, Velko's perception has been obscured by an unknown force. Deities of higher rank possess the ability to veil his awareness, with each ascending rank allowing for an hour of concealment. Ultimately, this has led to an unavoidable outcome, and by the time the sea god Velko learns of it, it is too late for intervention. In his fury, Velko discreetly delivered a divine edict, granting Duke Philip an expedited passage into the realm of the gods. Although such actions cannot escape the notice of the pantheon, the gods are tacitly aware of these matters as per the deity's accord, ensuring that such information remains undisclosed. Thus, in the realm of humanity, the demise of Duke Philip is deemed an unfortunate accident. However, venting his wrath does not resolve any issues. The immediate priority lies in devising a strategy to counter the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Given that the Duke of Stewart's actions are deemed virtuous and that Brabant is a signatory, neither Velko nor the sea god's church can intervene directly without contravening the three major accords. Consequently, the Duchy of Brabant must rely on its own resources. It is indeed ironic that a member state must devise ways to combat the very organization to which it belongs. Chapter 373, The Strategy of the Duchy of Brabant, Part 1, in this narrative. The journey of an ordinary individual aspiring to ascend to divinity entails the realization of divine essence, igniting the divine flame, consolidating divine rank, and establishing a divine office. The realization of divine essence is the most formidable challenge. Achieving it is akin to discovering the path to ascension, thereby opening the gates of the divine realm. To ignite the divine flame requires a sufficient number of devout believers, a concern that does not trouble Kristin, as her domain is populated with countless officials and citizens, ensuring that she can gather the necessary support. The sole dilemma lies in selecting the appropriate divine office. A misstep in this regard could lead to lifelong regret. The divine office, by its very name, represents the profession of a deity, and akin to ordinary mortals, individuals gravitate towards popular offices, which promise greater rewards and benefits. Offices associated with war, agriculture, and nature are highly coveted, yet choosing such paths as a new god implies enmity with established deities. For instance, the sea god Vako's domain overlaps with that of the war god Tempus in aspects of naval warfare, while possessing diminished divine power may render such overlaps inconsequential. Upon ascending to a moderate level of divine power, Vako must confront a pivotal choice: abandon his naval domain or accept Tempus's martial domain. The war gods Tempus of the Pharaon pantheon and Svinovet of the Slavic pantheon represent extreme examples of differing divine systems. Moreover, the inherent adversarial nature of divine offices complicates matters. For example, the hunter god Mara and the unicorn goddess Lair are naturally opposed due to their respective domains. A poor choice in divine office could immediately invite attacks from rivals, independent of animosity. It is merely the consequence of the elemental forces at play. This predicament renders the selection of divine offices particularly arduous for new deities, as the more promising paths are already occupied, while those with adversaries are undesirable, and paths with limited potential are less likely to yield ascension. After all, once one has achieved divinity, having surmounted the most challenging hurdle, the subsequent desire is to grow progressively stronger, avoiding any self-imposed barriers from the outset. If the calamity solely resulted in the annihilation of the invincible fleet and the Duchy of Brabant's navy, it would not significantly perturb Vako. He could restore the Duchy's fleet in a matter of years, and his position would remain unshaken. However, the unexpected emergence of Duke Stewart, advocating for the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, complicates matters. Kristin is uncertain whether she will ever grasp divine essence and ignite the divine flame. Yet this does not preclude her from preparing in advance. The divine offices are limited. Those that are desirable are not available to her, while the less appealing options are not to her liking. Thus, she considers the office of the sea god to be quite favorable, due to limitations in continental development. The ocean remains largely untapped, which is why Vako's divine power is merely weak. However, as a time traveler, Kristin recognizes the immense future value of the ocean. The office of the ocean god has the potential to evolve into a formidable divine power. Although this transformation may take considerable time for a deity, time is not a pressing concern. More critically, the primary nation of worship for Vako, the Duchy of Brabant, has suffered significant losses during the calamity, suggesting a substantial likelihood of replacement. Her current objective is to diminish Vako's sources of worship while enhancing her own prestige. Of course, attempting to usurp a true god, even one of minor divine power, is perilously dangerous, especially given her current status as a legendary archmage. Yet, the rarity of such an opportunity compels her. Furthermore, the path to divinity is fraught with peril, making it impossible to proceed without risk. Should she succeed, the transformation would not merely be from bicycle to motorcycle, but rather from bicycle to airplane. In the capital city of Nederland, at the headquarters of the Sea God's Church, only Pope Saskia van Acte and the newly appointed Duke Ferdinand of Brabant are present, discussing strategies to counter the threats posed by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to the veneration of the great sea god. Although the late Duke Philip, Ferdinand's father, perished in an accident, Ferdinand is acutely aware of the true circumstances. Nevertheless, he understands that this is the will of the divine, and as a mortal, he bears the duty of execution. Moreover, had Duke Philip not ascended to the divine realm, Ferdinand would not have assumed control of Brabant so soon. After all, had the Duke maintained robust health, serving as a crown prince for 70 years would not have been inconceivable. Pope Saskia van Acte speaks first. Duke Ferdinand. Constrained by the three major accords, neither my lord nor the church can participate directly in this matter. Thus, we must rely entirely on you. Duke Ferdinand promptly rises, solemnly declaring, I swear by my lord, the great sea god Vako, that I would willingly face death for the honor of my lord. Pope Saskia van Acte nods and replies, while the church cannot intervene directly, we can provide some support in terms of intelligence. Based on our lord's deductions, it appears that Duke Stewart has already attained legendary status. Duke Ferdinand, astonished, exclaims, what? How could this Duke Stewart, at such a young age, possibly be legendary? His surprise is understandable. Rising from a baron to a substantive duke in one's 20s, albeit through the calamity, is indeed a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Achieving the rank of a 9th-tier mage at such a young age undoubtedly qualifies him as a prodigy. At present, Kristin has suddenly claimed 2 titles, and public opinion regarding her has reached its zenith, even surpassing that of Empress Alexievna of the Slavic Empire. After all, Kristine's dominion was won through her own endeavors, while this empress inherited hers. It is astonishing that the Pope now declares this Duke of Stewart a legend. How could that be possible? Even the most brilliant individual cannot excel in both politics and cultivation. Pope Saskia van Acton can empathize with Duke Ferdinand's feelings. He had a similar reaction when he first learned of this matter from the great maritime Velcourt. He continued, stating that since this Duke of Stewart is favored by the great dragon god, even our Lord cannot grasp the specific circumstances. However, her actions suggest that if the Duke of Stewart had not already ascended to legendary status and was preparing to embark on the path of divinity, there would be no reason for such behavior. Pausing, he posed a rhetorical question. If she were merely a ninth-tier mage, would it be necessary to provoke our sea god church and the Duchy of Holland in such a manner? Duke Ferdinand, being astute, quickly grasped the implication. If this Duke of Stewart were merely a ninth-tier mage, her ascension to legendary status would take an indeterminate amount of time. Why act so prematurely? What benefit would it yield other than inciting enmity? Yet, if she has indeed achieved legendary status, the situation becomes comprehensible. Thus, he stated, Your Holiness, I shall regard this Duke of Stewart as a legendary figure, and I shall not underestimate her. Pope Saskia van Acton nodded and remarked, Indeed, I have studied the rise of this Duke of Stewart and discovered that many of her opponents underestimated her strength, leading to their failures. Chapter 374, The Strategies of the Duchy of Holland, Part 2. To become a true deity, none attain such status without merit. Even Shirik's ascension was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Thus, the sea god Velcourt has issued a divine decree, instructing Pope Saskia van Acton to communicate certain matters to Duke Ferdinand. Although the Duke of Stewart is favored by the great dragon god, the affairs of the mundane world are beyond the purview of our sea god church, just as they are for the dragon god church. Otherwise, why would she be made a dragon knight and assigned a colossal dragon? Duke Ferdinand nodded in understanding. Pope Saskia van Acton continued, stating, Intelligence indicates that the elf accompanying the Duke of Stewart possesses at least legendary strength. This time, Duke Ferdinand was not as shocked. Responding, This elf named Savannah has only accompanied the Duke of Stewart for a few years. Does that mean she was legendary from the outset? Indeed, the Pope affirmed. Otherwise, how could she have ascended to legendary status in such a short span? This is a clear indication of the elf's early investment, which has evidently yielded substantial returns. Pope Saskia van Acton produced a parchment detailing the investigation of the Stewart territory. While it may not reveal any critical intelligence, at least the publicly available information should be reliable. Monica Bellucci, a master-tier mage, can be considered legendary, she noted. I have taken note of that. Carlotta and I, a ninth-tier mage. Onelia, a ninth-tier mage. Duke Ferdinand, have you discerned any issues? They, like this Duke of Stewart, are also ninth-tier mages. Yes, ninth-tier mages can utilize storage spells, possessing personal storage spaces. But the coincidence of 3 ninth-tier mages is rather suspect. I believe they should be classified as master-tier. Your Holiness is correct. The Duke of Stewart, Silver Dragon Alicia, Elf Savannah, Monica Bellucci, Carlotta and I. And Onelia, at least 4 with legendary combat prowess and 2 at the master tier. Duke Ferdinand lamented, I did not anticipate the strength of the Stewart territory. Even our Duchy of Holland cannot rival her. Pope Saskia van Acton, with a solemn expression, replied, That is why I assert that the enemies of this Duke of Stewart have failed due to their underestimation of her. Furthermore, the Stewart territory boasts nearly 10 practitioners at the 5th tier or above and close to 70 knights, a domain in which we cannot compete. Indeed, judging solely by this aspect, the Stewart territory appears as a newly ascendant region. Yet, even so, its power is formidable. Having conveyed all pertinent information, Pope Saskia van Acton inquired, Duke Ferdinand, what are your plans for the matters ahead? To spread the glory of our great sea god, we must expedite the construction of warships. With the duchy's strength, we can simultaneously commence the building of 2 sailing battleships and 4 3-masted heavy cruisers. Although new vessels, especially battleships, require a minimum of 2 years to be commissioned, it is a necessity. Pope Saskia van Acton endorsed this notion. That is indeed necessary. A fleet is fundamental. Duke Ferdinand continued, Were it not for the accursed dark elves, our duchy's fleet would not have been decimated. The Kingdom of Fran has 1 battleship. The Kingdom of Apennine has 1 battlecruiser. The Kingdom of Rhine has 1 battleship and 1 battlecruiser, and the Piast Kingdom has a battlecruiser. I plan to send envoys to negotiate the repurchase of these ships and to discuss the possibility of commissioning new ones. Pope Saskia van Acton pondered, given the current situation, these nations should be aware. Even if their kings are oblivious, the churches behind them are not. Thus, even if they are willing to sell. The price will not be low. Duke Ferdinand, with a demeanor of righteous resolve, declared, "For the glory of our Lord, monetary concerns are of little importance." Having engaged in maritime trade for many years, Duke Ferdinand's family has amassed considerable wealth. If fully utilized, they could construct at least 50 battleships. Were it not for the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, it might have taken the Duchy of Holland 3 to 5 years to launch a single battlecruiser and 2 or 3 heavy cruisers. Given the present circumstances, it is imperative to accelerate efforts. However, shipbuilding is a complex endeavor that cannot be resolved merely with financial resources, constrained by shipbuilding capabilities. Duke Ferdinand proposed purchasing warships to address the imminent threat. He further stated, "If I can successfully acquire the warships of other nations, the balance of power will shift, resulting in a reduction in the number of vessels under the treaty organization's command. Consequently, the number of protected merchant fleets and escort missions will diminish, allowing us to adopt similar tactics to vie for maritime trade routes." Pope Saskia van Acton remarked that if the Church were to engage not in direct confrontation with the NATO, but rather participate in the eradication of piracy and provide escort services, it could dispatch crusaders and priests to compensate for the deficiencies in naval strength. Duke Ferdinand, wearing a concerned expression, replied, "Your Holiness, such free escort services incur losses with every voyage. While we can momentarily contend with the Stewart territories through our accumulated wealth, over time, expenditures will outpace income, which poses a significant challenge." The United Provinces, being internally fragmented by the feudal divisions among other nobles, left Duke Ferdinand with merely 4 earldoms under his direct control. In the past, their maritime trade revenues were comparable to those of other royal households. Yet now, should a competitive financial drain commence, the income from his limited territories would be utterly insufficient against the revenues generated by the 3 counties of the Stewart territories. In essence, while the Duke of Stewart possesses the financial means to sustain such expenditures, the United Provinces rely on dwindling resources, and once their savings are exhausted, defeat becomes inevitable. Pope Saskia van Acton stated, "This is precisely why I have shared this intelligence with you. The advantages held by the Stewart territories are numerous, yet they all hinge on the Duke of Stewart alone. Should any misfortune befall her, the matter would be resolved." Duke Ferdinand immediately grasped the implication, saying, "Understood. I shall make arrangements. However, before that, we must create some trouble for her." According to the legendary covenant, once one ascends to the legendary status, they are precluded from managing worldly affairs. We must ensure that this Duke of Stewart cannot continue in her position. Excellent, let it be so. Although summoned by the Pope for a discussion, the underlying message conveyed was indeed the will of the divine, thus necessitating a prompt course of action. Upon departing from the church headquarters, Duke Ferdinand swiftly set plans into motion. Several delegations were dispatched to various nations to negotiate the purchase and construction of ships. The United Provinces could only claim 1 legendary figure, thus necessitating the recruitment of at least 3 more, and for prudence, he intended to double that number. The matter of reporting the Duke of Stewart's legendary status required a careful approach, prompting him to send a delegation to the Kingdom of France to present this situation to the Pope of the Order of the Divine. Chapter 375, The United Provinces Strategy, Part 3, in the Kingdom of France, at the Royal Palace's side chamber. King Louis Capet was meeting with the envoy from the United Provinces. The envoy respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, Duke Ferdinand wishes to purchase your navy's active sailing battleship and seeks your assistance in constructing several warships." King Louis replied slowly, "You must know that in our conflict against the demons, our navy has suffered catastrophic losses. Aside from this battleship, we possess only a handful of small vessels. Without the support of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, our maritime trade would be untenable." The envoy smiled and said, "Certainly, Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. Duke Ferdinand has indicated that we are willing to offer 1.5 times the price for this battleship, and we could also enter into a treaty akin to that of the North Atlantic Treaty." King Louis, puzzled, inquired, "The North Atlantic Treaty Organization ensures the interests of each member state, and indeed, it has accomplished much in combating piracy and providing escort for fleets. If I sell this battleship to the United Provinces, and you then leverage it to fulfill treaty obligations, what advantages would this bring apart from added expenses? I fail to comprehend the rationale behind Duke Ferdinand's actions." The envoy quickly explained, "Your Majesty, in the noble pursuit of eradicating piracy and safeguarding vessels, the United Provinces, as the sacred lineage of the great sea deity, feels an undeniable obligation. Thus, it is only fitting that we expend some resources in the propagation of our Lord's faith. Such a seemingly unprofitable endeavor by the United Provinces cannot be easily justified by mere excuses. Furthermore, considering the envoy was addressing the King of France, he likely sensed the underlying motives. Hence, it was prudent to speak more candidly, albeit in a subtle manner. King Louis responded, "I see. Then please allow me a moment to consider." The envoy promptly stood and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness." After dismissing the envoy, King Louis immediately arranged for a carriage to the headquarters of the Order of the Divine to meet with Pope Anatole. The headquarters of a true deity's church serves as a manifestation of their divine realm on earth. Thus, even when mentioning the names of other gods within, they go unnoticed. In the room where the Pope and the King convened, an idol of the Order of the Divine was present, as if under the watchful gaze of the deity. Even if a powerful god sought to eavesdrop, they would be detected. With only the two of them present, unnecessary formalities were dispensed with, allowing them to address the matter at hand directly. King Louis recounted the details of his meeting with the envoy from the United Provinces, concluding with, "Your Holiness." The envoy's words suggest a desire to leverage this opportunity of combating piracy and providing escort to propagate the honor of the sea deity. As it pertains to the true divine, I felt it necessary to consult with you. Pope Anatole replied, "Your Majesty, I, too, have matters to discuss with you." While you were meeting with the envoy from the United Provinces, another envoy arrived at the church headquarters to report that the Duke of Stewart has violated the legendary covenant by ascending to the legendary tier while still managing secular territories. King Louis exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Am I hearing this correctly? The Duke of Stewart is of legendary status? How can this be?" Pope Anatole shrugged and said, "I was equally astonished. Ascending to the legendary tier is one of the most arduous feats for any profession. The Duke of Stewart is still quite young. It would be implausible for her to have mastered magic from birth." Yet, the envoy from the United Provinces fervently swore this to their venerated sea deity. Thus it cannot be dismissed as false. King Louis still found it hard to believe, saying, "How can she be legendary? This is simply unreasonable." Pope Anatole understood the king's sentiments. Should this matter become public, other practitioners would lament their own stagnation, while the existence of a genius serves to overshadow the ordinary. However, what left King Louis even more astounded were the subsequent words of Pope Anatole. "Your Majesty, if we assume the Duke of Stewart has indeed ascended to legendary status, then her pivotal role in the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization becomes quite significant. After praying to our Lord, I have received a glimmer of insight." King Louis straightened his posture and spoke with gravitas. "Your Holiness, please convey the divine oracle of our Lord." Pope Anatole responded with equal seriousness. Since the onset of the calamity, Duke Stewart has relentlessly propagated her reputation. Now, among the nobility across the continent, she is a figure known to all. King Louis nodded in agreement, as the title of the most beautiful woman in the Kingdom of France was one that no noble could resist wanting to behold, even if only through whispers of her deeds. Pope Anatole continued, "In the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the Elven Kingdom and the Stewart domain possess the majority of warships. Together, the fleets of the Kingdom of France and other nations pale in comparison to theirs. The eradication of pirates has been entrusted primarily to their fleets, and it is their names that are celebrated and revered, with our own contributions being acknowledged only secondarily, and far less than that of the Duchy of Bihor. Indeed," the Pope affirmed, "Your Majesty, the Duchy of Bihor was founded upon the sacred bloodline of the sea god, and its primary faith is also in the sea god. Recently, their participation in naval battles against pirates has diminished due to a lack of vessels. Over time, this could significantly alter the dynamics of maritime warfare." King Louis, realizing the implications, exclaimed, "I understand now. Naval warfare is a branch of conflict. If Velko is the sole war deity, then regardless of the races or nations involved in war, the spiritual energy would be directed towards him. However, he holds dominion only over naval battles, and the victors of recent skirmishes will not extol his name. Thus, the essence of warfare is being fragmented. In time, who will remember Velko as the deity of naval conflict?" Pope Anatole pressed on. "Moreover, who do the rescued sailors and the escorted fleets express their gratitude towards?" King Louis replied instinctively, "Of course, they owe their thanks to their saviors." The Pope smiled. A significant portion of those saved were rescued by the navy of Duke Stewart. A debt of gratitude such as this is worthy of long-lasting acclaim. With a mix of fear and disbelief, King Louis pondered. The sea god's authority is being undermined, and Duke Stewart's renown is on the rise. Being a legendary figure, could she be aspiring for such power? Pope Anatole articulated the unspoken truth. She seeks apotheosis and aims to usurp the sea god's position. This revelation left King Louis at a loss for words. The prospect of someone plotting to ascend to divinity at such a young age was staggering. Chapter 376. The Strategy of the Duchy of Bihor, Part 4. Even as a king, the gravity of this astonishing news left Louis stunned for a considerable time. Throughout history, many mortals have ascended to godhood, yet none have dared to scheme against a true deity during their mortal phase as Duke Stewart has. Upon reflection, her approach indeed bears a high chance of success. Firstly, Duke Stewart is of draconic lineage and a favorite of the dragon god, which implies that as long as she does not commit sacrilegious acts, other true gods cannot interfere with her. After all, a favored one serves as a testament to the true god's influence. Any transgression against her would be tantamount to enmity with her patron. The dragon god is not known for a gentle temper. History recounts instances where he has clashed with other deities. Should the sea god find no valid reason to act against Duke Stewart, the dragon god would be willing to retaliate fiercely. One cannot use the pretext of aspiring for divine authority as an excuse. If a true god were to be outmaneuvered by a mere mortal, it would reflect only their own inadequacies. Furthermore, considering Duke Stewart's current maneuvers, it is plausible that she has the dragon god's tacit approval. After all, would a mere mortal dare to scheme against a true deity without such backing? As long as Duke Stewart abides by the three sacred treaties, the Treaty of the Gods, the Continental Treaty, and the Nobility Treaty, it is true that the Sea God's Church cannot act against her. Should they attempt to do so, the Dragon God's Church would inevitably intervene. Conflicts between churches are dictated by faith rather than race. Anyone who believes in the dragon god can fight for his church, and those who worship the sea god can do the same. While the dragon god's church may not match the sea gods in strength, the dragons residing on Dragon Island are all devout followers of the dragon god, rendering 10 sea god churches no match for them. Thus, as long as Duke Stewart does not ignite the divine flame, she remains immortal and can only be dealt with using methods appropriate for mortals, which is precisely what the Duchy of Bihor is currently undertaking. Upon hearing Pope Anatole's words, King Louis comprehended immediately. The Kingdom of Frank would not involve itself in this matter. Let them fight as they wish, as long as I am not splattered with blood. The following day, King Louis summoned the envoy from the Duchy of Bihor and made it clear, for the sake of the Kingdom of Frank's maritime defenses, I cannot sell warships. The shipyards are currently occupied constructing vessels for the Navy, and we are temporarily unable to accept orders from the Duchy of Bihor. The Iberian Kingdom and the Rhineland Kingdom provided similar responses, each offering various excuses to refrain from involvement. The Apennine Kingdom was preoccupied with plans to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and could not afford to offend Duke Stewart at this juncture. If even the larger kingdoms were reluctant to engage, it was only natural for a small nation like the Duchy of Wind to keep its distance. The Elven Kingdom, possessing both numerous warships and formidable shipbuilding capabilities, would not send envoys to the Duchy of Bihor unless Prince Ferdinand acted with reason. However, there were indeed those with less prudence. The Piast Kingdom sold its lone sailing battlecruiser to the Duchy of Bihor at twice the price and took on an order to construct 4 three-masted heavy cruisers. The reason for not accepting orders for battlecruisers was that the Piast shipyard lacked the capacity to build them. The solitary vessel they possessed was acquired from the Rhineland Kingdom. Nevertheless, upon selling one, they promptly placed an order for another from the Rhineland Kingdom, effectively obtaining a new ship for free. In any case, through the influx of gold, the Duchy of Bihor's navy now boasted a battlecruiser, 8 heavy cruisers, 23 light cruisers, and nearly 50 single-masted destroyers. Yet, even with such a fleet, they would still be outclassed by the forces of the Stewart domain, not to mention the Elven Kingdom's fleet. The current situation is as follows. The ports and shipping routes of the Duchy of Bihor, the Kingdom of Piast, and the Principality of Rodi are managed by the fleet of the Duchy of Bihor. The Kingdom of Apennine, not yet a signatory to the treaty, remains unattended, while the remaining responsibilities fall to the fleets of other nations within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The Duchy of Bihor's strategy to expand its fleet has indeed had some effect, albeit limited. We have now entered a phase of intense financial competition, characterized by free pirate eradication and escort services, with each passing day incurring substantial military expenses. The Duchy of Bihor has several years of savings at its disposal, and Kristin also possesses wealth from the shadowy city of Cold Shadow. Ultimately, it is the Duchy of Bihor that is unlikely to sustain this effort. The original intent behind the Legendary Covenant was to impose constraints upon the Legendary class. Given their immense destructive potential, a single Legendary Mage can obliterate a city, while a Legendary Knight can decimate an army. Should the Legendary class be permitted to own territories, Their prolonged lifespans and formidable powers would undoubtedly lead to significant territorial expansion, plunging the continent into chaos. Thus, the legendary covenant stipulates that once an individual ascends to the legendary rank, they no longer belong to a single nation but to the entire continent, their status equivalent to that of a duke, though they may be addressed as Your Highness. Regardless of their previous nationality or status, a legendary individual may designate a nation to provide a baronial estate for their residents, which will be governed and inherited by their appointed successor, free from taxation, including the church's tithe. Typically, a legendary individual resides in the nation of their origin, as wild legendary figures are exceedingly rare, predominantly hailing from royal or noble families. It is said that even commoners, let alone lower-tier nobles, have no access to the esoteric knowledge of such elite professions, and few can even aspire to become high-ranking professionals, much less reach the legendary tier. Achieving the legendary status is not a matter of mere practice at home. It necessitates extensive travel and exploration in pursuit of personal breakthroughs. Thus, even if one is a noble by birth, those who aspire to legendary status generally pass their titles to their heirs after attaining mastery and set forth on their journey of cultivation. Historically, since the era of the arcane lords of the Empire of Gunnatheril, no individual has managed to simultaneously govern a territory while ascending to legendary status. Nor has there been a precedent of someone achieving legendary rank in their 20s. The legendary covenant specifies that upon ascending to legendary rank, one must relinquish their territory to their heirs, and the legendary individual shall no longer engage in secular matters. However, it does not clarify what should transpire in the absence of descendants. After all, the youngest individuals to achieve legendary status are typically in their 60s or 70s. And given the continent's customs of early marriage, it is rare to be without an heir, let alone a great-grandson. Duke Stewart ascended to legendary status before reaching marriageable age. One cannot blame him for his rapid advancement. Pope Anatole of the Order of the God of Order is troubled by this matter, as the lack of clarity in the legendary covenant leaves him without legal grounds to make a determination. Chapter 377, A Shock to the Continent, Part 1, regarding whether Duke Stewart has indeed reached the legendary tier. Pope Anatole cannot rely solely on the claims of the Duchy of Bihor's envoy, but has personally penned an invitation, summoning Kristin to the headquarters of the Order of the God of Order in France City for a detailed discussion. The reason is clearly articulated in the invitation. The envoy of the Duchy of Bihor has reported that you have ascended to legendary status while still serving as a lord, and the Pope wishes to understand the situation. In his letter, Pope Anatole is exceedingly courteous, considering Kristin is the only existing noble of her rank on the continent, equivalent to a Grand Duke. Furthermore, Duke Stewart has begun to contemplate divinity. Should he succeed, the distinction would be monumental, and only a fool would dare to offend her. In response to Pope Anatole's invitation, Kristin willingly accepts, recognizing that certain matters require clarification, and the news of her legendary ascension, once disseminated, would further enhance her reputation. Pope Anatole receives Kristin in a private meeting room, and after an exchange of courteous pleasantries, an assisting pastor serves tea and snacks before excusing himself to leave the two to converse privately. Pope Anatole courteously states, Duke Stewart, the envoy from the Duchy of Bihor has reported that you have ascended to legendary rank while still holding the title of Lord. What is your perspective on this matter? Kristin, unfazed, replies, I have indeed ascended to the legendary tier. This is a fact, though I have yet to announce it publicly. To my knowledge, after the signing of the legendary covenant, there have been individuals who did not transfer their lordship for over 4 years after becoming legendary, while I have held my title for less than 4 years. Pope Anatole nods in agreement. Duke Stewart, it is precisely because of the envoy's suggestion that I invited you to clarify the situation. It is astonishing that you have achieved legendary status at such a young age. You are truly a prodigy, unmatched by ordinary individuals. Kristin merely smiles modestly, as if the matter were insignificant. The legendary covenant does not stipulate that upon becoming legendary today, one must relinquish their territory by tomorrow. Surely, some time must be afforded for arrangements. Historically, a noble who ascended to legendary rank coincidentally ventured forth to explore shortly thereafter, returning over 4 years later to conduct the ceremonial transfer of titles and lands with his descendants. As long as Kristin does not exceed this precedent, there exists no issue. Both Kristin and Pope Anatole are aware of this precedent, and it is inconceivable that the Duchy of Bihor remains oblivious to it. Yet, why would they report this to the headquarters of the Order of the God of Order, if not to vex her? After all, if this matter remains unspoken, given Kristin's current age, Announcing her legendary status in a decade or two would undoubtedly earn her accolades as a genius, allowing her to govern her territory for a considerable time. Furthermore, according to the Legendary Covenant, individuals of legendary status cannot engage in secular affairs. Only by publicly revealing Kristin's legendary identity can the legendary allies sought by the Duchy of Bihor take action against her. As conflicts among legends are deemed internal disputes of the same tier, Kristin smiles and inquires, "Your Holiness, even without your invitation, I would have sought to visit you. According to the Legendary Covenant, upon my ascension to legendary status, I am to cease managing secular matters. What then should be the fate of my title and territory?" Pope Anatole exhibited a rather conflicted expression. "Duke Stewart, I have discussed this matter with the elders of the church and the cardinals. Yet due to the absence of explicit stipulations in the Legendary Covenant regarding your situation, we find ourselves at a loss." Kristin, brushing her hair back, inquired, "Might your Holiness have any suggestions?" Pope Anatole, having contemplated the matter, proposed, "Duke Stewart, I have a suggestion for you. First, announce your ascension to the legendary tier and fulfill all associated rights and obligations. Subsequently, I shall convene representatives from various churches and nations to revise the Legendary Covenant. Until the revision is complete, you shall remain Duke Stewart, governing your territory, though you must refrain from engaging in secular conflicts. Once the treaty is amended, we shall proceed according to the new terms." After reflecting on this, Kristin recognized the advantages of Pope Anatole's proposal and consented. "Let us proceed as your Holiness suggests." Pope Anatole expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Duke Stewart." Knowing that Kristin's actions were entangled with divine beings such as the god of the sea and the dragon god, Pope Anatole had no intention of handling such a precarious situation. Maintaining the status quo granted Kristin a favor, while convening a meeting to amend the Legendary Covenant would allow the outcome to be a collective decision, thus absolving him of direct responsibility. This was no trivial matter. Incurring the ire of Duke Stewart could have dire consequences, especially if he were to achieve divinity. A true deity would not harm another deity's pope, ensuring Anatole's safety. But what of his family? As a member of the nobility, he too had a large family to consider, and retaliation from a genuine god would be all too simple. Rather than delaying, since Kristin was present, it would be prudent to facilitate her ascension. An assessment for her promotion was indispensable, and there was no need for warriors to travel to the Warriors Guild headquarters or for mages to journey to the Mages Guild. The headquarters of the Church of the God of Order had its own legendary figure to oversee the proceedings. The legendary figure sent by the church for the assessment was a paladin, and the outcome was evident. Had Kristin not held back, she could have easily vanquished him. Alas, mages are indeed the mightiest of practitioners, particularly when adorned with opulent equipment. A document, personally signed by Pope Anatole, confirmed the Church of the God of Order's recognition of Kristin's legendary status, signifying that she was legally acknowledged as a legend, though a coronation ceremony was still required to officially announce this across the continent. On that day, news of Duke Stewart's elevation to legendary status spread throughout the various churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guild organizations of the continent. Those who learned of this were initially incredulous, questioning whether they had misheard, for she was a legendary figure in her 20s, a mage who had achieved the most arduous ascension. After repeated confirmations, their astonishment only deepened. How could this be? Historically, there had been several who ascended to legendary status before Kristin, but they were all descendants of gods. Thus, after the fall of the arcane empire of Gunneth, she had reset the record for the fastest ascension to legend among mortals. Chapter 378, Shock Across the Continent, Part 2. In Dominaria City, the streets had been meticulously cleaned, and the flags of the Stewart territory adorned municipal and public buildings, with soldiers stationed at critical locations. Occasionally, patrols from the city guard could be seen passing by. Nobles and commoners alike donned festive attire, for today marked the legendary coronation celebration of their duke. At this moment, the Grand Hall was filled with guests of varying attire and accents, not only the nobility from the Stewart territory, but also many from neighboring counties and even foreign lands. Attending the coronation of a legendary sovereign was perhaps the most significant event in the lives of many present, with reports of numerous high-profile guests attending. An unprecedented occasion of grandeur. As the auspicious hour arrived, a line of heralds sounded their long trumpets in unison. Kristin, with her inky black hair cascading freely and an air of serene composure, entered the hall accompanied by Elysia and Savannah. She was adorned in a green robe with silver trim, embellished with gemstones, a gift from the Elven Church, known as the Robe of the Divine Nature. Amidst the adoring gazes and rapturous applause, Kristin ascended the platform, where the officiant began to announce the list of esteemed guests. The Church of the God of Order. Pope Anatole. The Church of the Dragon God. Pope Anacle. The Church of the Elven Gods. Pope Adriana. His Majesty King Louis Capet of the Kingdom of France. His Highness Prince Louis Capet. The legendary knight from the Iberian Kingdom, Prince Rodriguez Carlos. The legendary mage from the Rhine Kingdom, Prince John Sebastian. The legendary paladin from the Slavic Empire, Prince Ivan Stepanovich. The legendary angel from the Apennine Kingdom, Princess Angelica. The legendary druid from the Habsburg Kingdom, Prince Virgino Galvin. The legendary ranger from the Bohemian Kingdom, Princess Serena Dukakis. The legendary knight from the Piast Kingdom, Prince Cadro Montreux, the representative of the dragon race. The demigod silver dragon Styrianos Mishra, also Elysia's father, the Elven Kingdom's heiress, Princess Illyria Vimea Yobari. The legendary mage from the Mage Guild, Prince Graffit Collins. The legendary warrior from the Mercenary Guild, Prince Peter Sandel. Each of the great divine churches and guilds had sent a legendary figure, while each kingdom dispatched both a legendary figure and an honorary duke. Smaller churches sent a cardinal, and duchies sent a master-level representative. Additionally, Count Heinz William, Master Margarita Dram, Master Resiege Cece, and over 20 master-level individuals who had previously interacted with Kristin had come to witness the ceremony. The ceremony was presided over by Cardinal Casca of the Church of the God of Order, who began with an extensive introduction of Kristin's achievements, employing the most laudatory language, before formally announcing the commencement of the coronation ceremony. Under the auspices of the Dragon God Church, Pope Anaclet presided over a solemn ceremony where Kristin fervently prayed to the great dragon god and received the sacred baptism of holy water. Subsequently, Pope Anatole of the Order God Church adorned her with a pure gold crown, proclaiming, "Today, in the name of the great Order God, I crown you. Henceforth, you shall bear the title of your highness." Following this, King Louis of the Franconian Kingdom approached, presenting her with a land grant document for a barony, a privilege bestowed upon all of legendary status. "Today, in the name of the Franconian Kingdom, we acknowledge your highness." Finally, Prince Graphite Collins of the Mage Guild presented Kristin with the emblem representing legendary mages. "Today, in the name of the Mage Guild, we acknowledge your highness." Should there be legendary warriors, thieves, druids, and others, the corresponding guilds would be responsible for this step. Next, representatives from the various true god churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds across the continent stepped forward to express their recognition of Kristin Stewart's legendary title. The hall resonated with exuberant cheers, as those present bore witness to the crowning of a legendary figure. Following the ceremony was a grand banquet, where guests dined in accordance with their status. Yet every dish was exquisitely crafted, showcasing the immense wealth of the Stewart domain. After the banquet came the ball, providing an opportunity for guests to mingle and forge connections. A rare occasion to gather such influential figures. King Louis brought his eldest son, young Louis, to introduce him to these distinguished guests, emphasizing the importance of building relationships early as the primary heir to the throne. It was crucial to foster a good rapport with Kristin, the newly crowned legend, a scion of the dragon lineage, a legendary mage, and notably, a dragon knight. No one would doubt that Alicia would ultimately ascend to legend. With a legendary dragon at the forefront and a legendary mage behind, their combination could rival 3 to 5 other legendary figures. With the longevity of the dragon bloodline, Kristin could outlast numerous kings, but conversely, she could safeguard the kingdom for nearly a millennium. Moreover, as a duke in her own right, no matter how the Continental Covenant might be amended, her domain would remain untouched. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Kristin were not a woman, any king would be eager to wed her, for princesses are often seen as key to political alliances. In a secluded chamber, Kristin was meeting with the Silver Dragon chieftain, Stylianos Mishra, accompanied only by Alicia. Kristin courteously expressed, "Chieftain Stylianos, it is a great honor to have you attend my coronation ceremony." Stylianos waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for flattery in my presence. When you and Alicia conspired to deceive me, I did not see such respect from you. Chieftain Stylianos, you do me an injustice." Kristin began, but Stylianos quickly interrupted, "Duchess Stewart, you need not explain. Let us consider it my misunderstanding." At a loss for words, Kristin found herself momentarily speechless. "I bring you a gift from the great dragon god," Stylianos declared, presenting a walnut-sized orb of light. Kristin paused, having never encountered such a thing before. However, she refrained from accepting it immediately, inquiring, "Chieftain Stylianos, why would the great dragon god bestow such a precious gift upon me?" "The dragon god anticipated you would ask, yet instructed me not to reveal the reason," He assured you would come to understand in due time. Kristin felt exasperated. Why must matters be shrouded in such ambiguity? Chapter 379. Revising the Legendary Covenant in Dominaria City. Within the Municipal Hall's conference room, a meeting convened to discuss amendments to the Legendary Covenant. Kristin had dispatched invitations to various churches, nations, and organizations across the continent, inviting them to her legendary coronation celebration. The Order God Church, seizing the opportunity, had issued a meeting invitation which explained the unprecedented turnout at the celebration, surpassing previous grandeur. Many representatives from other races primarily attended to participate in the covenant revision discussions, with the ceremony being a secondary concern as they had come all this way. Ordinary citizens, however, were unaware of the underlying motives and simply attributed the large attendance to the influence of Duchess Stewart. This revision was not unprecedented. There had been similar instances in history, establishing a customary procedure. In essence, it was a matter of voting, where the majority's decision would prevail. Representatives from the major true god churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds were present, including those from the elven, dwarven, and halfling races. Any race backed by a true god, no matter how small, possessed voting rights. Those without divine support had no place in such discussions. The agenda had been communicated in advance to the attending nations and organizations, allowing the first item to pass smoothly. A new regulation stipulating that upon ascending to legendary status, one must announce it to the continent within a year, to prevent any concealment of such significant transformations. The announcement was not restricted to any specific format. If one lacked time to make a personal declaration, sending a magical message to a church or guild would suffice. The second item concerning Kristin posed a dilemma for all in attendance. According to the Legendary Covenant, upon promotion to legendary status, one's existing title must be passed down to heirs, and consequently, the associated lands would belong to the inheritor of the title. However, the Duchess Stewart had no heirs, leaving the question of whom the title and land should be passed to. At this juncture, one might foolishly suggest, but the Duchess Stewart has an uncle. Such a statement would surely come from an uninformed commoner, whispered in secrecy. Anyone bold enough to voice it publicly would likely face dire consequences from the noble class. The nobility of the continent adhered to a primogeniture inheritance system, where the eldest son inherited first, followed by the second son only if the first had died, and only when all sons had perished would the daughters inherit by age. The wealth of the nobility is predominantly inherited by the firstborn son. Once they reach adulthood, younger siblings must leave their homes to seek their own livelihoods, relegating them to the status of commoners. The system of primogeniture is explicitly detailed in the Noble Accord, wherein even siblings are denied their share of the inheritance, let alone uncles, who would dare openly contravene the accord by allowing Kristin to transfer her title and lands to her uncle. The God of Orders Church would be the first to condemn him to the flames. Lord Liam Stewart, Kristin's uncle, has also declared that should this assembly decide to bestow the title and lands of the Duke of Stewart upon him, he would not hesitate to take his own life on the spot. As a concerned uncle, he is fully aware of his niece's character and methods. Rather than becoming embroiled in a situation that could lead to the destruction of his entire family, he would prefer to sacrifice himself alone. No matter the power of the church or kingdom, could they truly prevent his death? Of course, while such circumstances could indeed arise, they do not hinder Lord Liam Stewart from expressing his loyalty. Kristin, sensing her uncle's disposition, promptly rewarded him with a village. Many nobles watched with envy, wishing they could take her place. After all, it was merely a matter of expressing support, with no real consequences. Let me take that chance. Across the continent, not limited to human nobility, the legacy and honor of a family are paramount. As long as one can afford it, they may have as many offspring as they desire. Hence the legendary accord states that titles and lands should be passed down to descendants, while others achieve legendary status in their advanced years. The Duke of Stewart became a legend in his 20s. Given the lifespan of Dragonblood heirs, it is hardly surprising that he remains unmarried. One cannot fault him for his exceptional talent and rapid ascension. Thus, this issue became a stalemate, with no viable solutions forthcoming. In the end, the Cardinal of the God of War's Church proposed that since this matter is so difficult to resolve, perhaps it would be best to leave it unresolved. As long as Kristin refrains from directly participating in the secular conflicts of the nobility, she may continue to govern her lands as the Duke. This proposal was met with enthusiastic approval from the Assembly, and the matter was settled amicably. However, the representative from the Duchy of Beha voiced his discontent, stating that he had reported the Duke of Stewart's elevation to legendary status while still serving as a lord, only for the Assembly to amend the legendary accord and allow her to retain her lordship. Was his report in vain? Was the treaty amended for naught? Upon hearing this, the representative from the dragon clan, the demigod silver dragon Stylinus Mishra, retorted, "If you disagree, then present a better proposal." The representative from Biha was left speechless. For had he possessed a superior solution, he would have presented it long ago. The other representatives showed little concern for the feelings of the Biha representative and swiftly voted to approve the proposal put forth by the God of War's church, thereby amending the legendary accord. If the representatives of all churches, states, and organizations across the continent failed to resolve the Duke of Stewart's issue, it would be a disgrace when news reached other realms. Swift resolution was imperative. Those who could attend this assembly were all high-ranking individuals with little time to engage in prolonged disputes. Moreover, there had been no comparable situation in thousands of years, and it was unlikely another would arise in the future. Thus, granting her an exception was hardly a concern. Subsequently, the representatives took advantage of this gathering to discuss other matters, which I shall not elaborate on further. All attendees, except for the representative from the Duchy of Biha, departed from Dominaria City with great satisfaction, not only because the meeting had successfully resolved issues, but also because the Duke of Stewart had prepared generous gifts for them. The Cardinal of the God of War's church did not conjure this proposal from thin air. It had been premeditated within the church prior to the meeting. The Duke of Stewart's aspirations to ascend to divinity and usurp the domain of the sea god were evident to both the sea goddess church and the Duchy of Biha, as well as the Church of the God of Order and the Kingdom of Fran. Surely, the God of War's church would not be oblivious to this matter. They were bound to stoke the flames of conflict, hoping for the two factions to escalate their disputes, ideally leading to warfare. After all, where there is war, the essence of conflict flourishes, which is advantageous for the God of War. Furthermore, the sea goddess' formal title is the God of Sea Warfare. Thus, inflicting losses upon him in this struggle would align perfectly with the interests of the God of War. Chapter 380. The plan in motion in the myriad realms of the multiverse. All legendary figures aspire to ignite the divine flame and achieve godhood. Yet, this step, once taken, leads either to triumph or obliteration, leaving few courageous enough to pursue it. Some rely on innate talent, others on sacrifice, and still others on conquest. Each path is distinct. While there have been groups of legends who have slain gods, they were typically comprised of demigods or deities from the city-state era. In contrast, individuals like the Duke of Stewart, who dare to covet the essence of a true god while still mortal, are unprecedented and may not be replicated in the future. Historically, there has been but one individual who has attained legendary status while also serving as a duke. Others may harbor such ambitions, but lack the requisite strength. Even with both desire and power, one must also encounter a cataclysmic event, possessing all three elements. One must also be fortunate enough to witness the Dark Elves attacking the fleet of the Duchy of Biha. With the convergence of opportune circumstances, timing, geography, and allies, the Duke of Stewart holds all the advantages. All the major churches, states, and organizations perceive that her audacity must be backed by some form of support. Thus, in this unprecedented conflict, they choose to adopt a wait-and-see approach, content to be mere spectators. The amended contents of the legendary accord were sent back to the Duchy of Biha, where Duke Fernandez, upon reviewing them, was incensed and shattered several items in his study. Throughout the entire assembly, the Dragon Goddess Church, the Dragon Clan, the gods of the elves, and the Elven Kingdom demonstrated a clear bias towards the Duke of Stewart, while others merely observed. The Sea Goddess Church and the Duchy of Biha were utterly powerless to oppose them. Furthermore, since the final proposal was put forth by the God of War's church, there was no need for others to offend these formidable powers, leading to a smooth passage of the proposal. In such circumstances, to resolve the issue, one must eliminate the source of the problem. Fortunately, the fundamental objective was achieved. The Duke of Stewart acknowledged her status as a legend, thereby rendering the Duchy of Biha's invitation for legendary intervention against her both lawful and appropriate. The persistent emphasis on legality and compliance stems from the clarity and straightforwardness of the three major treaties. Any transgression incurs a monumental cost. The sea god, Verkos, effortlessly eliminated Duke Stewart, yet the consequence was the wrath of the dragon god. In this narrative, although the dragon god possesses lesser divine power, inherent racial advantages allow it to storm into the sea god's divine realm and deliver a devastating blow, potentially leading to the sea god's demise. The Sea Goddess Church possesses a powerful scroll, akin to a one-time artifact, which, upon activation, can unleash a force equivalent to the Sea Goddess' full might, easily dispatching Duke Stewart. However, the price of such an action would be an all-out war between the Dragon Goddess Church and that of the Sea God. resulting in the annihilation of the sea goddess followers. Without devotees, faith would wane, inevitably leading to the sea goddess fall. Hence, it is most fitting for the Duchy of Bih to intervene. If they successfully eliminate Duke Stewart, all issues would be resolved. Moreover, as this matter pertains to the secular nobility, both the true gods and churches must refrain from interference, and only members of the Stewart family can seek vengeance for the deceased. Currently, the Stewart family comprises only Kristin, her uncle Liam, and his 2 children. Duke Fernand perceives no difficulty in eliminating 3 individuals. The immediate disintegration of Duke Stewart's domain would ensue, and the vast territories of the Kingdom of Fran and the Kingdom of Iberia would undoubtedly be tempted to act, simplifying subsequent matters. At present, the Duchy of Bih boasts a legendary mage and a legendary knight, yet according to the original plan, they require the additional hiring of 6 more legendary figures, with an emphasis on those proficient in arcane arts. Most legendary beings in the primary world are affiliated with various churches, nations, or organizations, and the remaining solitary adventurers would hesitate to offend Duke Stewart. However, those from other planes harbor fewer reservations. The Sea Goddess Church cannot openly engage in this conflict, nor can they covertly maneuver without being detected. As individuals within the church are acutely aware of a true god's power, they can, however, share their connections. The Duchy of Bih, being an established principality, particularly one driven by commerce, possesses robust networks. Swiftly, they established contact with 6 legendary figures from other planes, who, after being promised substantial rewards, agreed to attack Duke Stewart in the primary world. Given that the event transpires in other realms, and that the contacts are legendary beings, the Duchy of Bih kept the matter exceedingly confidential, ensuring that identities were not disclosed. Thus, even upon the arrival of these 6 legendary figures at the secret assembly point, the plot remained undiscovered. The group comprises a human legendary mage, a human legendary spellbreaker, a human legendary ranger, a legendary barbarian berserker, a legendary halfling rogue, and a legendary red dragon knight from the Jijin Isles. According to their strategy, the legendary mage, spellbreaker, and halfling rogue from the Duchy of Bih will confront Duke Stewart, while the Jijin red dragon knight and his dragon will engage with Alicia, and the legendary knight from Bih alongside the legendary berserker will contend with the elven savannah. The human legendary mage and ranger will hold Monica Bellucci at bay. As for Carlatani and Onilia, who are nominally 9th tier but may actually be master tier mages, the Duchy of Bih has assembled 10 master tier individuals to counter them, consisting of 2 mages, 3 warriors, 2 rogues, a ranger, a druid, and a bard. Extensive preparations have been made regarding weaponry, magical items, spell scrolls, and more, ensuring absolute success. To prevent Duke Stewart from fleeing, a level 8 spell scroll of Dimensional Lock has been specifically prepared to hinder teleportation and planar travel. Additionally, over 10 other spell scrolls aimed at preventing escape have been acquired. Furthermore, a pseudo-artifact capable of disrupting space has been discreetly purchased. As for the possibility of retreating to the astral plane, it is uncertain whether one could breach the spatial blockade, but the Jijin Red Dragon Knight is no mere ornament. The final challenge lies in luring Duke Stewart out, as he primarily resides in his mage tower and typically employs teleportation circles for travel. Even with 8 legendary figures, capturing the mage tower in a short time frame appears implausible, and any delay could allow the target to escape. However, this is not a significant concern. Duke Fernand of the Duchy of Bih has extended an invitation to Duke Stewart for a discussion regarding the eradication of pirates and the escorting of caravans. To avoid arousing suspicion, the meeting is scheduled in a territory of Stewart, specifically in the enclave of Dunkirk, which is adjacent to the Duchy of Bih, creating an illusion of proximity. The most crucial aspect is that the Dunkirk enclave has yet to construct a mage tower. Chapter 381. The Dunkirk Conference, Part 1. Both Dunkirk and Calais ports fall under the jurisdiction of Kristin's Dunkirk enclave, with the former being merely a stone's throw from the borders of the Duchy of Bih, while the latter serves as the nearest port to the Elven Isles. The planned developments and the Mage Tower are intended for construction in Calais. Kristin's orchestration of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization aims to seize the sea goddess priesthood, a bold strategy she is unafraid to reveal. It is evidently clear that Duke Fernand's invitation for a discussion is a guise for this objective, with the mention of eradicating pirates and escorting vessels merely a pretext. Nonetheless, as this invitation comes directly from Duke Fernand, Kristin must honor the courtesy by attending. As per usual protocol, 100 cavalry guards, led by Knight Bella, escort the carriage ahead, while Kristin, accompanied by Alicia, Carlatani, and Onilia, teleports directly to the city of Lille in Calais County. This occasion provides the perfect opportunity for the complete refurbishment of Dunkirk port, with 600 infantry, 200 city guards, and 50 cavalry forming a standard garrison for the town, sufficient for its defense. The meeting is set to take place in the Town Hall's auditorium, a wooden structure with stone accents that can comfortably accommodate over 100 individuals. As the host, Kristin must arrive in advance. Lord Pierre Rogran, responsible for the territory's diplomacy, awaits the arrival of the Lord alongside the mayor and other dignitaries outside the auditorium, having meticulously organized the meeting to ensure that no detail of etiquette is overlooked. Upon witnessing Kristin alight from her carriage, all present immediately bowed and greeted. "We pay our respects, Your Grace," Pierre Rogran then reported. "An envoy from the Duchy of Bihor has arrived to inform us that the procession of Duke Fernand is half an hour away from Dunkirk. The venue for the talks has been prepared. Please review it, Your Grace." Kristin waved her hand dismissively. "No need to inspect. You all may return to your duties." The assembly bowed and withdrew, leaving only Lord Pierre Rogran to accompany the Duke to the port area for a brief inspection. Shortly thereafter, a servant announced the arrival of Duke Fernand's convoy. 10 knights, accompanied by 200 elite cavalry, escorted several wagons into the town square. After the convoy halted, a red carpet was laid, and Duke Fernand disembarked to the sound of a welcoming fanfare. Kristin awaited him at the steps of the assembly hall, and after a round of ceremonial pleasantries, both parties entered the venue for discussions. The reason the Duchy of Bihor refrained from ambushing Kristin en route from Lille to Dunkirk was the uncertainty of whether the individual in the carriage was indeed the Duke of Stewart. The practice of feigning an open approach while secretly plotting a covert attack is a common stratagem among nobles to evade assassination. Even witnessing the target board a carriage does not guarantee the same individual remains throughout the journey. Given the formidable escort of the opposition, it would be impossible for Bihor to trail them without detection, and should they discover a switch of persons mid-journey, how could they notify the ambushers? Such an operation, if not assured of a lethal outcome, would not present a second opportunity. Furthermore, any act of assassination, regardless of justification, could severely tarnish Bihor's international reputation. Thus, Duke Fernand opted to proceed as planned, seeking personal confirmation of the Duke of Stewart's presence. His intention was to assess the negotiations' potential. Should it falter, he would declare war on the spot. Although subsequent aggression lacked decorum, it would at least occur post-declaration, providing some justification. Regarding his own safety, he surmised that amidst the assault of 8 legendary warriors, the opposition would scarcely have time to consider him. Should he tragically fall, it would be viewed as a sacrifice to the great sea god. One must take risks to eliminate the adversary. Reluctance only serves to embolden the wolf. 3 individuals from each side participated in the negotiations. Leading the Stewart faction was Kristin, alongside Lord Pierre Rogran, who served as the scribe, and Carlatani. The Duchy of Bihor was represented by Duke Fernand, the hereditary Baron Peter, responsible for foreign affairs, and a 9th-tier mage acting as secretary. With Kristin already a legendary figure, and Alicia transformed into her dragon form possessing the prowess of a legendary warrior, Bihor's legendary mage and knights were openly present. Shortly after the discussions commenced, an official disguised as a trusted aide used a portable communication array to send a message to the hidden legendary figures. It was entirely normal for Duke Fernand to carry such a device. While cumbersome for an individual or adventuring party, it posed no issue for an official convoy. The magical missive reached 6 hidden legendary figures, and upon reading its contents, a responsible chamberlain was filled with elation. Accompanying Duke Stewart were only Alicia, Carlatani, and Onelia. The latter 2 were presumed to possess master-level abilities, though even if they were legendary, it mattered little, as Bihor had prepared 8 legendary warriors for the contest. Originally, 10 master-level warriors were assigned to counter Carlatani and Onelia, but to maintain secrecy, they were not informed of the operation. Instead, they were instructed to remain vigilant and act immediately upon receiving the Duke's command, though such measures were now deemed unnecessary. All were prepared to act upon receipt of the second magical missive. In the town hall, Duke Fernand initiated the conversation. Duke Stewart, regarding the eradication of pirates and escorting vessels, I have a suggestion. Please, proceed, Your Grace. I wish to purchase the active warships of the Stewart naval fleet. Kristin inquired. Perplexed, Your Grace, I have heard that the Duchy of Bihor has been acquiring active warships from various nations. I am curious about your motives. The calamity has passed, and pirates have been largely dealt with. Such a multitude of warships would seem unnecessary in the immediate future. Furthermore, with your shipbuilding capabilities, you could produce sufficient vessels within a few years. Duke Fernand, recognizing the disingenuous nature of his own rationale, felt a pang of frustration at Kristin's apparent feigned ignorance, yet maintained an expression of calm composure. He could hardly admit that her actions were undermining the foundation of the great sea god. Such a statement would reveal weakness. For one is mortal while the other is a deity. Thus, he provided the prearranged excuse. Duke Stewart. The Duchy of Bihor intends to launch a concentrated campaign against the maritime forces of the orcs this coming summer, hence the need for a substantial fleet. The maritime forces of the orcs? Kristin paused, taken aback. Do the orcs possess naval capabilities? Their vessels consist largely of crude rafts and canoes, while they may transport soldiers. I doubt they would believe themselves capable of naval combat. Duke Fernand recognized the flimsy nature of his justification. After all, there had been no precedent for the Duchy of Bihor to undertake such extensive operations against orc fleets in recent years. If the orcs had a fleet, why was this year so notably proactive? However, his primary objective for attending was not to provide a solid rationale. Merely a plausible one would suffice. Duke Stewart. Should you be willing to sell, I would offer double the price for all your battleships and heavy cruisers, albeit with a small condition. What condition, Your Grace? That the North Atlantic Treaty Organization relinquishes its provision of free escort services. Kristin smiled slightly at this, replying, Your Grace. The Duchy of Bihor is also a signatory of the North Atlantic Treaty. How can you make such an amusing assertion? The treaty does not stipulate that escort services are to be provided free of charge. Duke Fernand's eyes widened as he retorted. Yet your Stewart Navy operates precisely in this manner, alongside the navies of the Kingdom of Fran and the Elven Kingdom. Kristin maintained her smile and countered. I am willing to do so. What of it? Does this contravene the 3 major treaties or the laws of my Kingdom of Fran? This statement nearly led to the demise of Duke Fernand, but I am unperturbed. What of it? There is little to be said, for no one can contest Kristin's actions. To put it plainly, this is a classic strategy of burning cash to seize market share, eliminate competitors, and subsequently raise prices to recover initial investments. Kristin, leveraging the substantial advantage of the Stewart territory, earns prestige through the eradication of pirates and the provision of free escort services. Should the Sea God Church and the Duchy of Bihai align, it would become a battle of financial resources, a contest she is most unafraid of. Ultimately, she plans to eradicate the Sea God, convert his followers, and transform the free services into paid ones. If they choose not to engage, they may as well await their demise. As for the support from the elves, it naturally stems from Kristin's half-elf lineage, ensuring her future friendship with the elven deities once she ascends to divinity. Furthermore, Kristin does not expect the elven fleet to serve without compensation. She has provided trade benefits, ensuring that the elves do not bear the financial burden alone. For the elven gods, a potential loss is a small price to pay for a true divine ally, especially when it does not equate to a loss at all. Once Kristin ascends as the sea god, she need not fear others attempting similar strategies. For the Stewart territory occupies over a third of the western coastline. Merchant vessels, whether heading north or south, must replenish supplies within her domain. A geographical advantage that guarantees continued revenue from maritime trade. A war of attrition requires financial resources. Without sufficient funds, one may face dire consequences. Duke Fernand, observing Kristin's demeanor, felt no obligation to show her deference any longer. He exclaimed, Duke Stewart, do not presume that your intentions are undisguised. If you can acquiesce to my terms, we can conclude this matter. Otherwise, you are provoking the Duchy of Bihai. Kristin feigned innocence, blinking with wide eyes. Am I provoking the Duchy of Bihai? Have I committed an error in eradicating pirates or escorting merchant ships? Your Grace, be cautious with your words, lest I bring forth a complaint to the God of Order. Fernand's ire was ignited, insulted by the repeated dismissals of a mere girl. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and declared, Duke Stewart, I hereby declare war on your Stewart territory on behalf of the Duchy of Bihai. Baron Peter, draft the declaration of war. This declaration was premeditated. As soon as he announced it, his confidant dispatched a message to the ambushed legends, summoning mages to teleport reinforcements. The act of drafting the declaration was merely a ruse to buy time. Upon hearing the declaration, Kristin regarded Duke Fernand with a look of condescension, wondering if he had truly lost his senses. In terms of fleet size, the Stewart Navy vastly outmatched that of the Duchy of Bihai. Should they blockade the ports, the latter would be unable to profit from maritime trade. In terms of land forces, given the proximity of the Kingdom of Fran to the Duchy of Bihai, the Stewart army could directly invade their territory. It is worth noting that the Duchy of Bihai had also suffered losses during the calamity. and the strength of its nobility had dwindled to roughly half of its pre-crisis might, whereas the Stewart territory had been expanding its military. It is no exaggeration to state that the Stewart army now numbered 3 times that of the Duchy of Beha, comprised not of makeshift militias but of well-equipped regular soldiers. Nevertheless, if it is war he desires, then let it be so. Kristin harbored no doubts about her victory. She would not refuse the land that was so graciously offered to her. Just as Duke Fernande extended the declaration of war, a sudden and violent fluctuation of spatial magic surged forth. Someone was utilizing teleportation. What was happening? Kristin and her companions rose to investigate, but unexpectedly, the legendary mage standing behind Duke Fernande employed an 8th-level spell scroll, casting Dimensional Lock, an invisible wave that nullified the teleportation spell. Simultaneously, the 9th-level mage serving as secretary activated a Dimensional Anchor spell scroll. Karatani's immediate response was to use Shadow Step to position herself behind the legendary mage, aiming her dagger at his heart. Alas, the dagger struck against his protective magic, conjuring mage armor and stone skin. Most critically, the legendary mage teleported away just before the Dimensional Anchor took effect, resulting in the dagger embedding only half an inch into him. Alicia promptly activated her magical ring, unleashing a 4th-level spell, Lightning Javelin, which struck down the 9th-level mage instantly. However, the Dimensional Anchor had already taken effect, meaning that even the mage's demise would not resolve their predicament. As the legendary mage activated the scroll, the legendary knight hoisted Duke Fernande and began fleeing. Although caught off guard, Kristin could not allow their escape. She drew her vengeance blade and charged forward. With the blade's skill activated, her strike could not be evaded, though it was parried. Seizing the moment, Kristin activated her trample skill, inflicting half the damage despite the knight's successful block. However, as the knight carried Duke Fernande, they bore the brunt of the attack together. The legendary knight merely sustained a minor injury, his physical prowess rendering it inconsequential, but Duke Fernande, a mere 5th-level knight, spat blood from the force of the blow and would likely perish without prompt medical attention. Chapter 383. A critical moment with a thunderous crash. A legendary barbarian berserker burst through the wall, closely followed by a legendary human spellbreaker and a halfling legendary rogue, transforming into a humanoid red dragon and a Jis Yankee. Outside, another legendary human mage and a legendary human ranger had engaged with Onilia. Truth be told, Kristin had indeed been remiss. As a reborn traveler, her mindset had yet to fully adapt. She had not deeply grasped that even Duke Fernande would willingly sacrifice himself for the benefit of the sea god, and might indeed be compelled to do so, leading her to underestimate the likelihood of an attack at this juncture. Most importantly, the shamelessness of Fernande's actions, declaring war and orchestrating an assassination almost immediately, was unprecedented in history. As Kristin turned and fled, she activated the magical items at her disposal, unleashing a barrage of spells such as Fireball, Magic Missile, and Web to hinder her adversaries. Alicia and Carlatani followed suit, employing their magical equipment to cast numerous spells. Even low-level spells, when launched in such overwhelming numbers, momentarily halted the advance of the legendary foes, forcing them to take refuge behind the Spellbreaker and the Red Dragon. The Spellbreaker, originally devised by the High Elves as a countermeasure against the ancient archmages of Nazaril, wielded a throwable double-edged dagger. Renowned for its ability to penetrate protective spells remarkably, its defense relied primarily on a shield nearly as tall as a person. Crafted from a unique magical wood soaked in alchemical potions and covered with anti-magic metal, granting immunity against 5th-level spells. The armor worn offered immunity against 3rd-level spells, and combined with its expertise in evading ranged attacks and resisting control spells, it was indeed a bane for mages. Although the onslaught of low-level attack spells posed no threat to the Spellbreaker, its wielder had no choice but to remain steadfast in place to protect others, allowing Kristin and her companions to escape outside. In the square, Oniria was engaged in a 1 versus 2 battle, gaining the upper hand and rendering the legendary mage and ranger unable to counterattack. This was hardly surprising, as a lich, Oniria possessed more combat experience than the combined lifetimes of her 2 opponents, and her magical equipment far surpassed theirs. The cavalry under Stewart's command, led by Knight Bella, was ruthlessly engaging the soldiers of the Duchy of Beha. The legendary mage utilized a teleportation spell, appearing at the convoy of the Duchy of Beha and immediately charging towards the meeting house. Upon witnessing this, Oniria wasted no time in responding, casting a flurry of spells that compelled the enemy to divert 2 of their number to intercept her. The cavalry maintained a traditional formation, with half dismounted on guard and half remaining mounted and ready. Noticing the situation, Knight Bella instinctively ordered her soldiers to attack the forces of Biha. Conversely, the forces of Biha, despite having 10 knights and 200 cavalry, were oblivious to the attempt on Duke Stewardess' life, and thus, while they were not allowed to abandon their posts due to the high-stakes meeting, they were caught off guard and bewildered, unsure how to respond. In contrast, Bella and her companions had faced demons and directly confronted undead armies, leading to the current predicament. "Retreat," Kristin shouted, tossing the Lord Pierre Rogrand to Knight Bella, before unfurling her angelic wings to ascend into the sky, closely followed by Alicia, Carlatani, and Oniria. The deployment of 8 legendary foes made their intentions abundantly clear. Among Kristin's group, only Carlatani remained at a disadvantage, while the others could each hold their own against 2 adversaries. However, the enemy, if not foolish, would undoubtedly seek to restrain 3 of them before concentrating their efforts to eliminate one. Thus escape was imperative. They could not afford to fight. A roar echoed as Alicia transformed back into her dragon form, carrying Kristin, Carlatani, and Oniria towards the city of Riel, where a mage tower stood, equipped with a teleportation circle to return to their territory. Even the 8 legendary figures of Biha would hesitate to assault the Riel branch of the Mage Guild. At least one would hope so. Simultaneously, another roar resounded as the red dragon revealed its true form, carrying the Jishin human, a legendary mage, and a legendary ranger in pursuit. The legendary mage from Biha summoned a flying carpet, accommodating the rest to follow closely, their speed rivaling that of the dragons. One side fled desperately ahead, while the other chased fiercely behind, with attacks exchanged throughout the pursuit. Biha's side included 2 mages, a ranger, and a spellbreaker, all capable of ranged attacks. On Kristin's side, only she and Oniria possessed such capabilities, with Carlatani being only partially equipped, leading to a situation where, despite Kristin's ability to cast spells while on the move, she was unable to maintain her concentration to cast teleportation spells due to the need to intercept incoming enemy spells. Moreover, due to their meticulous preparations, the forces of Biha possessed a greater array of treasures, magical equipment, and spell scrolls compared to Kristin's group, as they had mobilized the entire duchy's resources. Both sides hurled spell scrolls as if they were inconsequential. Having conducted prior reconnaissance, they were aware that Kristin's armor granted immunity against 5th-level spells. Thus their spells directed at her commenced from 6th level. Even the 5th-level spells targeting others were predominantly of the Force type, such as Isaac's Lesser Missile Storm and Thunderlance. This situation was akin to wearing a bulletproof vest. While it could stop bullets, it still had to absorb the impact, and being struck repeatedly could still result in injury. For them, if the Force could knock Kristin off the dragoness back, that would be the ultimate victory. If the current attritional warfare continued, Kristin and her companions risked being overwhelmed by the depletion of spell slots and scrolls. While intercepting enemy spells, Kristin urged Alicia, "Just hold on a few more minutes. Reinforcements will arrive." Alicia deftly dodged a thunder lance, replying, "Their attack came too suddenly. How could you possibly summon reinforcements in time?" At that moment, Carlatani chimed in. "Before we fled, I sent a distress signal using the communication array. The Duke of Fernandez's contingent was equipped with a portable communication array, and naturally, Kristin's group had one as well." After escaping the building, Carlatani utilized Shadow Step to reach the location of the communication array. Sending a message took but an instant, requiring no adjustment of coordinates. Chapter 384. The emergence of the floating city to the southwest of Dominaria lies Biscay Bay, and beyond it, the vast Atlantic Ocean. Hovering above the boundless sea was a dark spot, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a city floating in the Sky City. Thanks to the wealth acquired from the Underdark's cold Shadow City, particularly the rare magical materials obtained, the construction of the floating city progressed rapidly. With the main structures now completed, at this moment, it materializes here to test its spatial transition capabilities and navigability within the primary world, along with its other functionalities. Although constructed according to the blueprints of Khan's floating city from years past, theoretically, there should be no issues. However, with the passage of time, who can ascertain whether the rules of the primary world have changed? A trial voyage is essential for reassurance. The practical results have proven to be quite satisfactory. According to the book's lore, true gods reside within their respective divine realms, and they are not omniscient regarding the primary world or other dimensions of the multiverse. A true god, should they desire, can know of events occurring within a radius defined by their divine rank, centered on their temple, statue, altar, holy light, or sacred relic. Additionally, they can discern the number of words spoken by any being mentioning their name, equivalent to their divine rank. For instance, A god of rank 5 can perceive 5 words before and after their name in a sentence. Furthermore, a priest of this god employing related divine spells can also enable the god to know events within a radius defined by the god's rank, centered on the priest. But this must occur within the duration of the spell. Moreover, a god can descend into the primary world or other dimensions through incarnations, manifestations, or possession, thus gaining awareness of events within a radius defined by their own divine rank. Matters related to this god's domain or significant events concerning dimensional realms need not be elaborated upon. In places such as the abyss or hell, the perception of benevolent or neutral deities can be affected, with the degree of influence varying by region. Consequently, unless they happen upon an incarnation of the deity, the floating city, far removed from navigational routes in the depths of the ocean, would undoubtedly remain undetected during its trial voyage. Due to the urgency of the situation, the message sent back by Carlatani contained merely 2 words: help. Upon receiving this message, the spirit of the Mage Tower in Dominaria, Renata, promptly forwarded it. In the control room of the Sky City, the spirit Vanifa manifested. Lady Savannah, the Mage Tower of Dominaria, has relayed the Master's distress signal. Savannah's tone remained as unvarying as ever. What is the coordinate from which the distress signal was sent? The portable teleportation array carried by the Master indicates the location is in the Kingdom of Fran, Picardy County, Dunkirk Town. Knowing that Kristin had gone there to meet with Duke Ferdinand of the Duchy of Belgium, Savannah understood the urgency of the plea and commanded, "Calibrate the coordinates and initiate the jump immediately." Vanifa inquired, "Please confirm. Initiate the jump immediately?" Confirmed. Typically, the floating city's normal transition requires prior notification to prepare the personnel above, taking over an hour to complete the entire process. After all, a floating city accommodates numerous beings, many of whom are engaged in magical experiments within the Mage Tower, necessitating prior notice to avoid experimental failures. However, with Savannah alone and the situation being critical, time was of the essence. The countdown to the jump commenced. 10, 9, 1. Initiate. The floating city instantly became ethereal, disappearing in mere seconds, only to reappear over Dunkirk Town. Vanifa extended her hand, and the water curtain before her revealed the figures of Kristin and others. The Master's location has been pinpointed via the protective amulet scan, connecting to the remote communication array. Remote communication established. In an instant, Kristin heard Savannah's voice. "Kristin, I have piloted the floating city to the skies above Dunkirk. What should we do next?" "Eliminate the pursuers and teleport us back." "Understood. The long-distance teleportation array is about to be activated. Please prepare yourselves." The legendary mages of the Duchy of Belgium, in pursuit, sensed the intense spatial fluctuations ahead and immediately shouted, "Slow down, slow down." They were uncertain why such a phenomenon had abruptly occurred, but retreating seemed the safest option. Moments later, Kristin and her companions vanished without a trace, leaving everyone astonished, especially since they had been actively using dimensional anchor spell scrolls to disrupt their escape. Savannah showed no hesitation. After teleporting Kristin and her group back, she promptly commanded, "Activate the long-range attack array. The method of attack will be lightning. Accompanying effect, spatial disruption." Vanifa replied, "At your command." In the weaponry section of the floating city, a stone archway over 10 meters high activated immediately upon Savannah's order, revealing a spatial portal through which 8 legendary beings could be seen flying in the sky. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning struck into the portal from the top of the Mage Tower. From the position of these 8 individuals, a spatial vortex suddenly emerged in the sky, and before they could react, thick bolts of lightning erupted forth. Given that the targets were legendary tier, each bolt of lightning possessed an attack power comparable to a 9th-level spell. The sheer number of bolts rendered even legendary magic wardens incapable of enduring the onslaught. Notably, these lightning strikes carried spatial disruption properties, thwarting any attempt by the mages to evade via teleportation. The red dragon desperately fled into the distance, while the mages on flying carpets strained to escape. Yet, how could they outpace lightning? They could only run while deploying protective magical equipment and treasures for defense. Crack, crack. Each bolt of lightning shattered several protective spells formed by magical equipment. Although dozens of bolts were launched, the speed was so tremendous that it appeared as a single strike, resulting in the demise of 6 legendary beings amidst the thunderous uproar. 2 mages, relying on their legendary protective spells, survived the initial wave of attacks. However, the second wave of dozens of lightning bolts soon followed, with the targets solely being the 2 of them. Even their legendary protective spells could not withstand such a dense barrage of lightning, resulting in their downfall as well. Even at the legendary tier, before the floating city, They were but ephemeral beings. Otherwise, how could the archmages of the arcane empire of Gunazer suppress various dimensions or possess the strength to contend with minor divine powers, deities? Chapter 385. Divine Punishment. The floating city, encompassing an area equivalent to 50 capital palaces, suddenly appeared above Dunkirk town. Even at a distance of several thousand meters from the ground, those below felt as though the sky had suddenly darkened. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. Yet due to their positioning, they could only see the enormous base of the floating city, which resembled an inverted mountain of stone. The sudden appearance of such a massive mountain in the sky instilled a profound sense of dread among all present, whether they were officials or soldiers from the Duchy of Bihor, or the nobles and common folk of Dunkirk. In a frantic rush, they fled towards the outskirts of the town, fearing for their lives should this colossal structure come crashing down. Duke Fernand, accompanied by high-ranking priests, managed to survive the ordeal after receiving healing. Witnessing this scene evoked memories of tales he had heard about the legendary floating city of the ancient Nazaril magical empire. Now, those stories had manifested into reality, bringing not only astonishment but also fear to Duke Fernand. "Hurry, let us leave this place," he commanded, having narrowly escaped death and unwilling to tempt fate again. The people of the Duchy of Bihor were equally eager to distance themselves from this perilous sight, hastily following orders to flee, even abandoning their pursuit of the Stewart family. The floating city served as the site of an ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Although Onelia had been informed by Kristin about their imminent transport, she never anticipated they would be teleported to the floating city itself. Even as a lich with an extended lifespan, the floating city remained a legendary phenomenon, a remnant of the ancient Nazaril magical empire and its grand archmages. A floating city and a mystic energy core, it was simply magnificent. Upon seeing the floating city, Onelia's first thought was not of its grandeur, but of the energy the core could provide, enabling her to conduct experiments without restraint, fulfilling many of her past ambitions. However, despite her astonishment, she knew better than to exhibit it openly, as if she were a novice unaccustomed to such wonders, unbeknownst to her. The smile on her face betrayed her excitement. Within the floating city, unauthorized individuals were unable to teleport or fly. Thus, Savannah activated the internal teleportation to bring Kristin and the others to the core Mage Tower, from where they traveled via a magical disc to the control room. Upon Kristin's arrival, the tower's spirit Vanif bowed and greeted, "Good morning, my lord and esteemed guests." Kristin smiled in response. "Thank you, Vanif, for your efforts." She then added, "Savannah, thanks to you, we nearly escaped death from the ambush in the Duchy of Bihor. Was it not your arrangement to conduct tests on the floating city today? It seems you are boasting about your own planning." Kristin said with a playful laugh. "Oh, don't speak so bluntly." She then turned to Carlatani. "You have the declaration of war from the Duchy of Bihor with you, correct? Here it is. Since the Duchy of Bihor had declared war first, they could not let this opportunity pass. They would seize the port of Rotterdam. Vanif, prepare to depart. At your command." With the floating city now exposed, it was only prudent to seize this opportunity for greater advantage. Rotterdam, being the largest city of the Duchy of Bihor and the continent's foremost seaport, would be a significant blow to the duchy if taken. Suddenly, Vanif alerted, energy strikes detected in transit, classified as divine punishment. The floating city has activated its shield. Divine punishment? Kristin exclaimed, surprised. It seemed unusual for a true deity to initiate an attack without prior negotiation. Nevertheless, she swiftly issued orders. Withdraw to the deep ocean at maximum speed. Understood. Vanif immediately maneuvered the floating city towards the sea. Given the city's size, teleportation required charging the magical array, and a second use could only occur after at least an hour. With a crack, a blue energy sword descended from the heavens, striking the floating city above, only to be repelled by a transparent barrier. The sword's impact ignited a spectacle of colors, ultimately failing to breach the shield and causing no harm to the city. It is the sea god. He has personally intervened. A second blue sword quickly followed, striking the same spot, yet it too was thwarted by the barrier. Vanif, expedite the analysis of the divine energy composition, Kristin commanded, while also attuning herself to the essence of the divine punishment. Truth be told, opportunities to confront divine punishment directly were rare, and the chance to reflect upon it was even rarer. This experience would greatly aid her ascension. Savannah and Onelia followed suit, although Carlatani, due to her lower level, could not yet benefit from the experience. Despite the floating city's immense size, it traversed the skies at remarkable speed, soon reaching the coastal waters. During this flight, it had endured 5 strikes of divine punishment, all successfully blocked by the shield. Following the 6th attack, no further divine strikes were forthcoming, likely because the floating city had moved beyond effective range. However, there was no time to pause. They needed to accelerate their escape. Minutes later, the sea god Velkur's avatar appeared by the shore, but the floating city had vanished from sight. Even if it had not fled, he dared not pursue, as his weakened avatar might unwittingly provide the enemy with research materials. In this narrative, divine punishment refers to attacks issued by true deities. If delivered by the deity's actual form, the attack would be most potent. If by an avatar, its strength would depend on the power endowed at the time of its creation, limited to a third of the original's might. The range of divine punishment, as previously mentioned, is determined by the perception radius of the deity through temples, altars, and holy relics. Any being that mentions the divine name may also become a target. The high-ranking priests accompanying Duke Fernand instinctively called upon the divine name upon witnessing the floating city, thereby attracting the sea god's attention. With the divine crown worn by the Duke, the sea god could unleash divine punishment within a radius corresponding to the Duke's divine rank. As a true deity, the sea god Velkur, upon focusing, immediately comprehended the events leading to this moment and surmised with great probability that this floating city belonged to Kristin. Although he was unaware of how the Duke Stewart had acquired a floating city, having already established enmity, he resolved to bring it down. Wagering that despite its ability to fly, the floating city lacked the necessary defenses against divine punishment. It is evident that he has wagered incorrectly. Not only is this a well-preserved floating city, but it is also equipped with a new type of shield developed only in the later stages of the ancient Nazrul magical empire. Chapter 386, Divine Combat. The following are all based on the setting of this book. The floating city has fled. Yet the troubles of the sea god Verko have only just begun, for the avatar of the god of order, Cuthbert, has appeared at his side. Cuthbert is portrayed as a robust human male, with white hair and beard, clad entirely in armor, adorned with a golden scale cloak, wielding a war hammer and a rod of retribution. His divine domains encompass order, strength, protection, retribution, and justice. Dunkirk town is a territory belonging to the Kingdom of Fran, which was established by the sacred bloodline of the god of order. Regardless of the reasons, the sea god Verko's use of divine punishment here necessitates Cuthbert's intervention. Cuthbert immediately questions, Verko, why have you invoked divine punishment upon the territory of the Kingdom of Fran? With Cuthbert's immense divine power and Verko's relatively weak power, the latter responds with deference. Esteemed god Cuthbert, I apologize. Due to the urgency of the situation, I acted as I did, and I am willing to make amends. I accept your apology. As long as no harm has befallen the territory and people of the Kingdom of Fran, let it not occur again. With Cuthbert lowering his stance to accept the apology, he refrains from pursuing the matter further. After all, they are both true deities, and they will inevitably encounter one another again. The sea god Verko slightly bows in gratitude for Cuthbert's leniency. He then continues, God Cuthbert, Duke Stewart of the Kingdom of Fran possesses a floating city, which is evidently an artifact from the Nazrul magical empire. This contradicts the god's strict prohibition against the study of arcane arts. What is your opinion on this matter? Cuthbert, fully aware of Verko's implications, responds, the decree to prohibit the study of arcane arts was issued by the goddess of magic, Mistra. While the gods consented, they did not promise to punish those who violate it. Thus it does not pertain to me. He adds, Verko, I must remind you not to act in defiance of order. To this, the sea god Verko can only concede, I understand. In the past, the Nazrul magical empire was home to numerous floating cities and prodigious archmages, developing an illustrious magical civilization, only to be utterly obliterated by the united gods. Now, the emergence of a single floating city, even if filled with archmages, poses little threat to the deities. For the god of order, the floating city belongs to Duke Stewart, a tangible noble of the Kingdom of Fran, which is established by a sacred bloodline, making the floating city essentially a military asset of the kingdom. As for the fact that Kristin is a descendant of dragon blood, worshipping the dragon god, and possesses half-elf lineage, this is inconsequential. Cuthbert's final words to Verko serve as a caution against involving himself in the conflict between the Stewart territory and the Duchy of Bihor, especially since it was Duke Fernand who declared war first. True deities cannot contravene their divine mandates. Thus, should Verko violate order, Cuthbert would be compelled to declare war on him. In a flash of light, a beautiful human woman with flowing dark hair and lustrous skin appears. This is an avatar of the goddess of magic, Mistra, dressed in a simple yet elegant dark silk robe embellished with gem-studded mesh fastenings, symbolizing her possession of the highest authority over the magical web. Upon seeing her, the sea god Verko greets, Goddess Mistra. Cuthbert nods, acknowledging Goddess Mystra. Mystra responds, Cuthbert, Verco. After her arrival, she quickly comprehends the events that transpired and states, Verco, thank you for your report. A floating city has indeed appeared, and I shall investigate whether any mages from the Nazaril Empire remain. Goddess Mystra, it is my duty to do so. When the sea god Verco's first divine punishment failed to breach the floating city's shield, he realized he could do nothing further and immediately sent a messenger to the goddess of magic, Mystra, to inform her of the floating city's existence. Although the goddess of magic strictly forbids the study of arcane arts and knowledge from the Nazaril period, once a mage attains legendary status, they invariably delve into such matters. Typically, Mystra turns a blind eye to minor transgressions. However, with the floating city now manifest, she cannot remain passive. Who knows if there are remnants of mages? For the sea god Verco, if the goddess of magic, Mystra, were to pursue this matter and succeed in destroying the floating city and slaying Duke Stewart, his predicament would be alleviated. The Stewart territory, in disarray, could potentially yield benefits for the Duchy of Bihor. The god of order, Cuthbert, also perceives the implications of Verco's actions. However, as long as order is not violated, he will not interfere. Suddenly, the countenance of Verco's avatar shifts, and he hurriedly bids farewell to the god of order and the goddess of magic before vanishing. The two deities exchange a glance before also disappearing into the ether. The realm of warriors' slumber, characterized by perpetual combat, capricious terrain, and equally fickle battle loyalties, exemplifies chaos. Unlike the warfields or the lands of orcs, the participants in the realm of warriors' slumber lack steadfast loyalty, devoid of a singular alliance, and are not immune to death. They may indeed regenerate like trolls. Yet the only constant in this eternal battle is that when a warrior falls and rises again, he will join the side that vanquished him. The sea god's safe harbor is situated within the realm of warriors' slumber, yet at this moment, it is not necessarily secure. The reason being a colossal dragon, covered entirely in silver scales and sinuous in form, obstructs the entrance to the divine realm, hurling verbal assaults at the sea god. This dragon is the avatar of the great dragon god, while at a distance stand several avatars of true deities, observing the spectacle with the same curiosity as ordinary mortals. Even as the chaotic and malevolent deities stoke the flames of discord, the great sea god, or rather the god of naval warfare, can only retreat deep into his palace, ignoring the tumult outside. If the dragon god were to vent his frustrations, he might just evade a calamity. Merely retorting or showing his face could provoke a vehement response, resulting in a grievous beating. He is but a true deity with feeble divine power, even in his true form and on home turf. He stands no chance against the dragon god's avatar. Should the dragon god unleash his wrath, it would not be surprising if he were to be torn asunder on the spot, truly leading to his demise. Chapter 387, Divine Nature, Part 1, Kristin, a scion of the dragon lineage and a favorite of the dragon god, could not tolerate the sea god Verco's brazen assault upon her, which was tantamount to slapping the dragon god in the face. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the dragon god took action. The avatars of several deities, including the god of order, the god of light, and the goddess of agriculture, hastened to mediate. For it would be unseemly for the evil gods to revel in such a spectacle. The dragon god is not unreasonable, yet the sea god Verco had indeed overstepped his bounds, and the dragon god felt compelled to assert his displeasure. Ultimately, the dragon god stormed into the sea god's realm, demolishing numerous palaces and absconding with considerable treasures, and only then was the matter settled. Remarkably, no one was harmed throughout the ordeal, for the dragon god is benevolent. To deities, the destruction of structures is trivial, as they possess the extraordinary power to reshape reality. As for the lost treasures, they serve as a lesson for the sea god Verco. Never act so impulsively again. The goddess of magic, Mystra, observed the unfolding events with keen interest and deemed it necessary to engage in a dialogue with the dragon god. Even a mortal of noble rank, such as a duke, is insignificant. Yet, it would be regrettable if this mortal were to suffer a beating at the hands of the dragon god. In the astral plane, at a certain location, the floating city, having completed its charging, instantly transitioned to this place. While not absolutely secure, it was relatively safe, a realm where order and chaos coalesce. A domain undisclosed to the powers and gazes of all great beings. After months of analysis and study of the composition of divine punishment, Kristin has fully grasped the rules. It is now time for her to advance further. In a secluded chamber within the core Mage Tower, Kristin stood within a complex magical array. A white orb the size of a walnut hovering before her, a gift of divinity sent by the dragon god through the leader of the Silver Dragon clan. She donned an exquisite robe, a present from the elven high god, the robe of nature, and wielded a one-handed sword gifted by the Slavic high god Svenevit, the sword of vengeance. She removed an earring from her right ear, a gift from the death overseer Jaeger, the yesterday pendant. She also took off a bracelet from her wrist, a gift from Khan, the illusory battle armor. Kristin placed a gemstone into the center of the magical array, igniting the spell pathways across the floor, while the Mithrin core of the floating city began to supply energy to the array. Subsequently, she chanted an incantation, casting a 9th-level spell, the Great Disjunction. This spell can nullify magical effects, destroy magical items, and has a certain probability of shattering artifacts and anti-magic fields. Enveloped by the spell's radiance, the 4 artifacts before her disintegrated, not due to Kristin's fortunate triggering of a minuscule probability, but because such was the inherent nature of these artifacts. Upon the disintegration of the robe of nature, a green orb emerged, embodying the divine essence of nature, signifying life, growth, and brute strength. The sword of vengeance crumbled to reveal a red orb, representing the divine essence of chaos, denoting flames, fervor, and battle. The yesterday pendant shattered to disclose a black orb, representing the divine essence of darkness, signifying death, intrigue, and disease. The illusory battle armor disintegrated, unveiling a blue orb, representing the divine essence of wisdom, denoting arcane knowledge, understanding, and prophecy. Adding to this was a white orb, representing the divine essence of goodness, signifying justice, light, and order. 5 enigmatic orbs, 4 of which concealed divine essences within artifacts, awaited Kristin to meet the conditions for ascension to demigod status to unveil their secrets. As for the dragon god, desiring to be an enigma while unwilling to part with any artifacts, he directly bestowed the divine essence without uttering a word. Indeed, this is something the dragon god is capable of. Kristin found herself at a loss for words. Should she absorb the green divine essence, she would inevitably become a deity of nature, akin to the elven gods. Absorbing the red essence would lead her to embody war, forging, and all that pertains to blood and fire. The black essence would shape her into a deity associated with death and darkness. The blue essence would align her with magic, prophecy, and knowledge. The white essence would transform her into a deity of goodness and justice. The 5 orbs of differing hues circled slowly before Kristin, and with a mere thought, she could grasp the divine essence, stepping across the chasm that separates mortals from the divine. Suddenly, Kristin transformed into her ethereal form, becoming as still as if ensnared by a spell, while behind her, tendrils of illusory black smoke emerged, ultimately taking the shape of long, octopus-like appendages, reaching toward the floating divine essences. Just as the tendrils were about to make contact with the divine essences, the magical array below blazed with brilliance, rendering every appendage immobile. The divine essence that seemed within reach became utterly unattainable. "I have you now, old one." A voice, maddening to the ears, echoed in Kristin's mind. "Impossible. You cannot possibly perceive my presence. Nothing is impossible. I know not when you infiltrated my soul, even after traversing to this world with me. I was unaware of your existence. Yet, you have been careless. You should not have distorted my thoughts and body. Though it may ease your usurpation, it has exposed your vulnerabilities. Was your design aimed at drawing me out? Indeed, to avoid detection, you could not have borne any power when you entered my soul. You must have allowed yourself to slumber, growing stronger as I did. My only curiosity lies in how you managed to awaken through Vultus Lining's foolish sacrifice. I shall not divulge that. I suspect someone assisted you. The prophecy book must be a crucial artifact. Those who assist you will not solely rely on Valdis Lightning. Once the abyssal demon seizes the items, it will undoubtedly utilize them and awaken you as well. Feel free to speculate as you wish. Compared to ascending to divinity, the spark is far more enticing. Regrettably, your current power is insufficient to claim it. Absorbing divinity would equate to relinquishing the spark, a course of action you would never permit, thus prompting inevitable intervention. The frenzied voice indifferently declared, "Even if you discover my existence, it is already too late. I am you, and you are me. You possess no means to eliminate me unless you wish for mutual destruction." Kristin smiled faintly. Mutual destruction? Why not? With that, an invisible flame ignited around her. The voice, now distorted, pleaded, "Stop. You shall perish." Chapter 388. Divinity, Part 2. The flames emanating from the spark are unbearable for mortal souls. It is only due to Kristin's formidable soul as a traverser that she was not incinerated instantly. The nameless ancient entity has now fused with her soul, rendering escape impossible. The anguished screams of the ancient entity reverberated incessantly in Kristin's mind, Even a high-ranking practitioner would succumb to madness upon hearing such wails. Perhaps a considerable time passed. Or perhaps just an instant. The screams ceased, for the ancient entity had been refined by the spark, transforming into the purest essence of soul power, replenishing Kristin's fading spirit. She gambled her life, wagering that the ancient entity's proportion within her soul was minimal, hoping it would be consumed first. Victory would liberate her from its constraints. Defeat would mean mutual annihilation. Fortune favored her, and she survived. A crystalline soul emerged from Kristin's forehead in her final moments. She harnessed the spark's power to split her soul in twain, this being one half. Subsequently, the soul radiated a dazzling brilliance, and when the light faded, there stood a perfect doppelganger of female Kristin. To call it a mere doppelganger would be inaccurate. Typically, a duplicate is weaker than the original. Yet in terms of soul power, they were identical. For clarity, we shall refer to the original as Kristin and the doppelganger as Corona. Corona opened her eyes and immediately burst into tears. "Wah, I don't want to stay here. You're bullying me." Kristin approached, gently stroking Corona's hair, whispering, "Stop the charade. You know my thoughts, and I know yours." Corona bit Kristin's shoulder in a fit of pique, retorting, "You heartless one. Planning to abandon me here while you frolic freely? You must compensate me." Kristin, fully aware of her sentiments, replied, "Very well, I shall compensate you." Being two halves of the same entity, their thoughts intertwined, and their souls swapped forms. Although the ancient entity's soul had been refined, its inherent abilities remained. Now part of Kristin. Thus, the numerous octopus-like appendages sprouted from her back continued to writhe and undulate. Corona embraced Kristin, whispering, "Such a flawless body of mine shall never be squandered on another." The excruciating pain rendered Kristin unable to contain her cries. Initially, Corona and Kristin exchanged souls, only to revert multiple times, until the process culminated. Following the legendary ascension, upon reaching the 25th tier, one may comprehend the rules and thus perceive divinity, which can also be acquired through other means. Whether one can grasp it afterward depends on individual talent. Possessing even a fragment of divinity fulfills the basic criteria for igniting divine fire, hence the dragon god, Khan, Yurg, Svenowit, and the elven high god bestowed upon Kristin divinities aligning with their interests. Although she still could not fully grasp the essence of the void of destiny, she understood the intentions of the five. Regardless of whether she was a savior or a harbinger of destruction, forming a benevolent bond was undoubtedly wise. Khan, the traveling mage from another realm, though he glimpsed the future, remained uncertain of its trajectory. Thus, he left behind a blue wisdom divinity, a more arduous path to divinity, and a spark. 3 paths, 3 choices. Kristin had initially planned to usurp the position of the sea god. However, it now seemed unnecessary as she had already acquired all she needed. Even in her divine pursuits, she would eschew the mundane path in favor of a more challenging and potent route. Corona stepped forward, allocating a portion of her soul power amidst the slowly revolving 5 divinities: white for light, blue for wisdom, black for darkness, red for chaos, and green for nature. As the 5-colored divinities collided and fused around the central soul power, they ultimately transformed into a colorless essence, merging into Corona's forehead. A new demigod was born. Having absorbed the divinity from this world, she could no longer sever ties with it. Their fortunes intertwined, their fates linked. This was precisely why the true gods entrusted their divinities to her. No safer course existed. Kristin loathed the sensation of being manipulated by fate, yet was reluctant to forego the benefits she had obtained. Thus, she devised a strategy to split herself in twain. This also explained Corona's tearful reluctance. As one person, why should she remain while Kristin explored other realms freely? Of course, Kristin and Corona were inseparably intertwined, making their playful disputes mere expressions of their deepening bond. With divinity now in her possession, the next step was to ignite the divine fire and ascend to true godhood. A demigod requires approximately 50 devout followers to provide the power of faith to ignite their divine fire. A single zealot could equate to 5 devout followers, necessitating the demigod to nurture each one individually. According to the divine accord, demigods who have not ignited their divine fire are forbidden from establishing churches to preach. The regulations in place are due to the fact that the faith of the believers is often intertwined with a multitude of personal thoughts. For instance, one might beseech the divine, "O God, grant me the fortune to find gold coins," or "O God, bless me with victory." Without the divine fire, it becomes impossible to purify the strength of such beliefs. Consequently, over time, an excessive accumulation of these thoughts can taint the minds of demigods, leading them to madness. However, this presents no challenge for Kristin, as Stewart possesses vast territories and a considerable populace. Given her current renown, gathering sufficient followers is not a daunting task. Furthermore, since her days as a baroness, she had already begun selecting gifted children within her domain for cultivation. Over the years, most of them have become professionals who hold immense gratitude towards Kristin, easily transforming into devout followers. More importantly, the territory secretly nurtured a group of orphans whom Kristin personally educated in various fields of knowledge, without instilling in them the belief in any true God. This year, the eldest among them have reached adulthood, necessitating their devotion to a true deity. Kristin has dispatched Alicia, Carlatani, and Onelia back to the territory to prepare for the ignition of the Divine Fire. Chapter 389, The Divine Fire, Part 1, in the main world. The act of igniting the Divine Fire would undoubtedly attract the attention of other true gods. Once the Divine Fire is kindled, Kristin would no longer be a follower and devotee of the Dragon God, unless a master-servant divine contract is established, in which case the Dragon God would have no reason to continue protecting her. Kristin is uncertain whether the gods would grant her the time she needs. At the very least, she believes that the sea god Veilco would initiate divine warfare the moment she ascends to godhood. At that point, the sea god would employ means against the mortal Duke Stewart that he could not use previously. Moreover, Kristin remains unaware of the other gods' attitudes towards the emergence of a new deity. Beyond the benevolent and neutral gods, there are also malevolent deities who might seek to exploit the situation. Therefore, igniting the divine fire in the astral realm is the safest option, at least for her. Others may not share the same fortune. In the floating city, at the main square, Corona, adorned in a flowing black gown, hovers gracefully in the air. Nearby, Kristin, clad in a purple gown, mirrors her in appearance aside from the color of their garments. Igniting the divine fire requires no elaborate rituals or complex processes. It is entirely a matter of the mind, born from a single thought, rooted in the soul, sourced from divinity, utilized through faith, and protected by divine essence. It is forged into the immortal. In Dominara City, within the wizard's tower castle, Elena, the foxwoman Melissa, and her sister Mysa, the catgirl Blader, and the centaur Treya all sense a profound calling from deep within their hearts. They simultaneously recall Kristin and their myriad experiences, promptly kneeling to pray, "May I serve at my lord's side in this life." In Stewart City, within the castle, Carlatani leads dozens of individuals clad in matching uniforms in prayer. The eldest among them have just reached adulthood, while the youngest are merely in their early teens. All are orphans endowed with various talents. The calamity wrought by the 3-year magic disaster has caused untold suffering across the continent, and these rescued children vow their loyalty and lives to the beautiful Duke of Stewart. Simultaneously, similar events unfold in Dominara City and other towns and villages within the Stewart territory. Olivia Magna, Monica Bellucci, and even those far out at sea, such as Helrez, feel this inner voice. "May I serve at my lord's side in this life." As a spark ignites, it swiftly escalates, with the power of faith continuously fueling it. The sacred flames burn through the soul, body, and divinity, ultimately transforming into a dazzling radiance. As the flames envelop the body from without to within, they finally stabilize into pure white divine fire, unadulterated, embodying only the rules of the divine itself. This eternal flame, this immortal divine fire, signifies the birth of a new god. After igniting the divine fire, the development of the god must confirm 3 aspects. 1. Divine name, the essence of the believer's prayers, the channel of faith's source. Once established, it cannot be easily altered, lest one lose a substantial number of followers. The greater the number of individuals aware of the divine name, the more concentrated the primal force, thus amplifying the god's power. 2. Divine rank, the manifestation of power and rules. The higher the divine rank, the mightier the deity. The sole requirement for ascension is a devout following. Furthermore, once a divine rank exceeds 20, one can comprehend the rules of the world's primal forces, potentially becoming an ancient god independent of faith. However, the number of ancient gods permissible in each world is finite. If it is full, any subsequent efforts are in vain. 3. Divine authority, the embodiment of domain and path. This represents the direction of the god's development and, once determined, cannot be altered. The more powerful a divine authority, the fiercer the competition, failure results in downfall. The divine rank serves as the vessel for divine authority, and the process of condensing divine rank is also the process of forming divine authority. Typically, the process of ascension to godhood involves igniting the divine fire, establishing the divine name, subsequently condensing divine rank and authority and forming a church to propagate faith. Should there be fragments of divine rank available, they can be directly absorbed, inheriting the authority they embody. Divine name, Kristin Stewart. To distinguish from her true self, she shall continue to be referred to as Corona. Divine rank, level 1. Divine authority, under formation. As Corona commenced the ignition of the divine fire, Kristin too ignited a spark. Unlike before, where she harnessed its power to burn. This time it was a complete and unreserved explosion. The intangible flames erupted from within, naturally determining the outcome. Success means eternity, failure means dissolution. A planeswalker has emerged, also known as a mage traveler. These entities, born from various worlds and diverse life forms, share a common title, planeswalker. Their greatest strength lies in their ability to traverse any world and plane at will, swiftly adapting to the rules of their surroundings and wielding power comparable to the deities of that realm. Planeswalkers devote their lives to exploring the multiverse, uncovering peculiar secrets and experiences while delving deep into their own souls. The existence of a planeswalker is filled with choices and self-determination, unbound by the constraints of the world or fate. The spark inherited by Kristin comes from a great smith, a profession known in this world as a master of artifact crafting. True divinity springs from faith. As long as faith endures, true divinity remains eternal. The Phoenix Lock originates from within itself. The spark never extinguishes, and life is everlasting. Outside the floating city, points of light approach from the distance. These are the divine aberrations. They may be the grotesque offspring born from the union of gods, the failed creations of deities, or beings born from the mingling of gods and other creatures, or entities possessing powers akin to true gods. The former inherently harbor hatred towards the divine, while the latter yearn for greater strength through consumption. At this moment, sensing the birth of a new god, they come to destroy it. This is also the reason why others refrain from igniting divine flames in the astral realm. A newborn deity, while stabilizing its divine fire, must also contend with the onslaught of divine aberrations, significantly increasing the likelihood of its downfall. However, Kristin is fortified by the presence of the floating city. The Archmage Vanifa stands in the control room, observing the approaching divine aberrations, a smile gracing her lips as if a delivery has arrived. She launches a capture orb. With Vanifa's intent, a blue sphere hurtles towards the nearest divine aberration. The aberration, poised to attack the shield of the floating city, perceives the orb as no threat, but by the time it realizes its peril, escape is no longer an option. The Archmage of the ancient Nesseral magical empire has extensively captured divine aberrations for research, thus developing targeted weaponry. Regardless of the aberration's struggle, it proves futile. Ensnared by the capture orb, it is drawn to the weaponry zone of the floating city, where the magical array unleashes a precise assault spell, instantly rendering the aberration lifeless. The remains, infused with formidable power, are collected as materials for artifact creation. This scene awakens deep-seated memories within the other aberrations, recalling the legends of the floating city, causing them to scatter in fear, while Vanifa manages to apprehend a few unfortunate stragglers. In Chapter 390, Divine Fire, Part 2. Kristin's purpose in the astral realm is twofold: to ignite the divine fire and to utterly eliminate the ancient overlord residing within her soul. Uncertain of her adversary's strength, she is prepared to detonate the mithril core should she fail. Such an explosion, if it were to occur in the material world, would spell catastrophe. Thus, it must remain confined to the astral realm. Fortunately, her luck holds, and events unfold as planned. Fast-forwarding through time, at the Dunkirk negotiations, Duke Fernand of the Netherlands declared war on the Stewart territory, followed by an assault from 8 legendary tier individuals. Subsequently, the floating city made its appearance, culminating in divine retribution against the floating city. All of this transpired in plain sight, impossible to conceal, and swiftly spread throughout the continent, igniting widespread tumult. As for the incident involving the sea god Virkow being pummeled into the divine realm by the dragon god, the pantheon would naturally keep such details under wraps. Duke Fernand had learned from Pope Saskia van Acti of the Sea God Church that the floating city belonged to Duke Stewart, and the legendary assassins dispatched to eliminate him had met their demise. Upon hearing this news, Duke Fernand was so frightened that he fainted. It took him a considerable time to recover. His reaction is understandable, as the emergence of the floating city, a legendary entity belonging to his adversary, would instill fear in anyone. Had he known, Duke Fernand would have preferred death over declaring war, but it was too late for regrets. Pope Saskia van Acti's directive was for the Netherlands to proceed with their planned assault on the Stewart territory. Although this appeared to be the Pope's intent, it was, in fact, a decision made by the sea god Viscount, and Duke Fernand dared not defy it. It is worth noting that while the forces of the Netherlands are often referred to collectively, Duke Fernand declared war on behalf of his own family, marking a conflict between two noble factions. The only forces at his disposal are his direct knights, soldiers, and ships. Had he declared war in the name of the duchy, he could have summoned the entire nobility to arms. However, this would have prompted an equally formidable response from the Kingdom of France. Even if Duke Fernand were victorious, the territories he occupied would still belong to the Kingdom of France, where he could serve as a noble. This situation resembles Duke Fernand as the owner of a small enterprise, the Netherlands, while simultaneously holding an executive position in a larger corporation, the Kingdom of France. His executive role has significantly increased his wealth, the land he controls, elevating him into the ranks of leading enterprises, promoted to nobility. The goddess of magic, Mistra, has strictly prohibited research related to the ancient Nasseril magical empire. Now that Duke Stewart possesses a floating city, she cannot remain passive. Yet, with Kristin having ventured into the astral realm, even the combined efforts of the goddess of magic, the Mage Guild, and various factions have failed to ascertain her whereabouts. Even the extraordinary divine wish of the goddess of magic could not pinpoint her location, only confirming that the floating city lies deep within the astral realm. This is not surprising. The astral realm is boundless, and even the goddess of magic is limited. Furthermore, Kristin possesses a spark within her, equating her to a being of the same caliber as the goddess of magic. Thus, the sea god Viscount aims to exploit the war between the Netherlands and the Stewart territory to draw out the floating city. Should Kristin appear, the goddess of magic will deal with her. If she does not, the Netherlands will seize the opportunity to pillage and conquer. Despite the Netherlands having a long-established history, its comprehensive strength pales in comparison to that of the Stewart territory. In terms of territorial expanse, population, food production, and annual tax revenue, it falls short. The military is even more deficient, as the Netherlands has traditionally prioritized its navy over its army, given that the majority of national income stems from maritime trade. However, the naval fleet has suffered devastating losses in the magical calamity, rendering it inferior to the Stewart territory. Nevertheless, the outcome of war on the continent has never been determined by ordinary soldiers, but rather by professionals, in which the Netherlands holds a distinct advantage. Although previous intelligence was inaccurate and the identities of Carlatani and Onelia, both legendary tier, were unknown, they now accompany Duke Stewart in hiding within the floating city, unable to participate in the forthcoming conflict. At this juncture, the limitations of the Stewart territory's foundation become apparent, with only one possible legendary tier mage, Monica Bellucci, and a newly ascended 9th tier mage, Olivia, remaining. The highest among physical class professionals are a handful of 10th tier knights, and the total number of professionals above 5th tier in the Stewart territory barely reaches 100, with the majority being mid to low tier. As for Savannah, due to her elven nature, she is unable to participate in the wars among human nobility, which leaves Duke Ferdinand untroubled. In contrast, the Principality of Bihois boasts over a dozen master-tier professionals. If they can restrain the potentially legendary Monica Bellucci, they can deplete the forces of Duke Stewart's territory with mere master-tier warriors. For instance, employing guerrilla tactics in groups, they could easily slay nearly 1,000 soldiers in a day, amassing close to 10,000 kills in just a few days. Even the most elite soldiers would fall to a single strike from a master-tier knight, not to mention the devastating area of effect spells wielded by magic users, which could annihilate entire groups in an instant. Before long, the Principality of Bihois launched an offensive against the territory of Baron Dunkirk, which lies adjacent to Duke Stewart's domain, allowing their forces to cross the border seamlessly. To counter the threat posed by the possibly legendary Monica Bellucci, the Principality invested heavily in hiring a legendary mage from another realm, promising that should the floating city appear, he could leave without engaging in battle. If Monica were not a legend, he would also be exempt from combat, yet his compensation would remain intact. With such generous rewards, they successfully secured his services. Given that Dunkirk town lacks a mage tower, and that the mage tower in Calais, which will serve as the political and economic center of the barony, has only just begun construction, there was no way to thwart the advancing forces of Bihois, especially those master-tier warriors. Communication with individuals like Kristin and Carlatani has broken down, leaving all affairs of the Stewart territory in the hands of Uncle Liam, Stewart Elena, and the family's chief mage, Olivia. After a brief consultation, Liam ordered all officials and soldiers in the Dunkirk barony to withdraw with their supplies back to their homeland. The loss of territory was inconsequential. They could reclaim it in the future. The war between nobles bears no relation to the common populace, and the occupying forces would not plunder villages or towns. Nor would they skimp on payments for goods, as stipulated by the Continental Pact and the Noble Pact. Anyone daring to violate these agreements would find themselves facing the inquisitors of the Order of the God of Order at the stake. Though the navy of Stewart is indeed formidable, with 5 sailing battleships, their lack of advanced combat power and air support rendered them unable to blockade the ports of Bihois. With just a couple of master-tier spellcasters deploying high-level spell scrolls, they could obliterate all battleships without risking such an engagement. After capturing the Dunkirk barony, neighboring nobles from the Kingdom of Fran refused Duke Ferdinand's request to pass through their lands, effectively preventing the army of Bihois from launching a land assault on the Stewart territory. However, the Principality had ships, and after recruiting a substantial number of mercenaries at high prices, a fleet consisting of over 30 vessels set sail from the port city of Rotterdam, carrying landing troops. With the protection of master-tier magic users and reconnaissance from flying units, the Stewart fleet had no opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 391, Divine Power, Part 1. The Stewart territory had contingency plans for crises, so from the moment Lord Liam issued the retreat order, the evacuation of all officials, soldiers, and supplies was executed swiftly and methodically. The forces of Bihois, upon capturing Dunkirk, found little of value to plunder. The destination of the Bihois fleet was Cherbourg port in Normandy, the closest route from Rotterdam to the Stewart territory, requiring merely 3 days for the journey. Among the 30-plus ships, more than 20 were merchant vessels, transporting a landing force of 4,000, nearly half of whom were various mercenaries. The port of Rotterdam was a bustling hub for mercenaries year-round, and after Duke Ferdinand issued a recruitment order, many flocked from distant lands for the lucrative rewards. The only mage tower in the region was constructed in the former town of Calentang, and with no mage tower to defend Cherbourg, it was incapable of repelling the master-tier professionals of the enemy. To prevent unnecessary casualties, Lord Liam withdrew the garrison and supplies from there, allowing the army of Bihois to land with ease. The sudden influx of soldiers, including a significant number of mercenaries, would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the populace of Cherbourg. In a world where true gods exist, and these mercenaries had signed formal contracts, they dared not commit murder, arson, robbery, or violate the will of women. However, petty theft and opportunistic larceny were rampant. It could be said that on the day of landing, half the livestock in the town fell victim to these mercenaries, while the remainder, primarily large animals like cattle and horses, were spared, as the occupying forces required them for transport. The Stewart territory would not simply yield. The majority of Bihois' master-tier warriors had accompanied the army into battle, leaving only a few to safeguard Rotterdam. Thus, Liam commanded the fleet to split into 2 groups, patrolling areas a day's journey from Rotterdam. Any vessels, whether heading north or south, belonging to Bihois would be seized, and those attempting to flee would be sunk. Ultimately, the Principality of Bihois was merely a small nation with limited strength, unable to muster additional advanced combat power to address the situation. Yet Duke Ferdinand remained unconcerned, having ordered merchant vessels to refrain from sailing temporarily. Though this would incur significant losses, the potential rewards of conquering the Stewart territory would be unparalleled, and such temporary setbacks could be overcome. The outbreak of hostilities between the Principality of Bihois and the Stewart territory was a matter of considerable import, and the well-informed maritime merchants could not possibly remain oblivious. The conflict zone lay in the middle of the western continental shipping lanes, and neither ship owners nor traders dared to risk traversing the war zone, at least until the situation stabilized. This led to a near cessation of certain maritime routes, causing a temporary spike in prices for goods that coastal noble territories required by sea. The rapid ascent of the Stewart territory inevitably antagonized some nobles during its expansion and development. Previously, under Kristin's firm hand, all issues had been suppressed. Now that she, along with the high-tier military forces, had abruptly gone missing, some individuals began to stir restlessly. The Duke of Stewart possessed a formidable weapon from the era of the Arcane Empire, a floating city, which violated the edicts of the great goddess of magic. The Church of the Magic Goddess and the Mage Guild were vigorously conducting searches, a fact that was evident to all. The floating city is indeed so powerful that mere mortals cannot contend with it. However, the intervention of the goddess of magic changes the dynamics entirely. One must remember that even the arcane empire of Gunneth Serral fell at the hands of the gods, with only one floating city remaining, recognized as a formidable divine entity. It is inconceivable that the goddess of magic would be unable to handle it. Furthermore, the military forces of the Duchy of Bihor have successfully occupied vast territories since the onset of hostilities. In this scenario, The absence of Duke Stewart in the floating city has led some nobles to believe that the Stewart domain is doomed, prompting a few to take action. Naturally, their participation in the war is out of the question. They lack both the courage and the capability. However, they do feel emboldened to intercept merchant caravans belonging to the Tulip Merchant Guild. When it comes to relatively ordinary goods, they fabricate excuses to seize them, refusing to release the caravans unless a bribe is offered. For more valuable cargo, they resort to outright theft. They remain unconcerned about the repercussions of such avaricious acts, believing that with the Stewart domain on the brink of collapse, the Tulip Merchant Guild will soon follow suit, and any debts incurred will vanish with the demise of the deceased. While the actions of some nobles, akin to those of brigands, are indeed spurred on by individuals sent by Duke Ferdinand, the primary driving force remains the allure of wealth. A shipment valued at over 1,000 gold coins is negligible for the Stewart domain, yet substantial for certain lesser nobles, especially as it comes without cost. Harlan Coy, the esteemed knight and head of the Tulip Merchant Guild, finds himself at a loss regarding the actions of these nobles. The merchant caravans are protected by mercenary companies along the route, not due to a lack of soldiers from the territory, but rather because it is more cost-effective. While mercenaries can deal with bandits, they are hesitant to confront noble knights and soldiers engaged in plunder. Lord Pierre Rogran, responsible for diplomacy, has issued a formal letter of protest to these nobles on behalf of the Stewart domain, but his missives are met with utter indifference. With Kristin unreachable, the inability to declare war upon these nobles has transformed a minor issue into a significant problem. The military's concessions and economic inaction have led many to perceive the Stewart domain as a mere paper tiger, prompting a multitude to join the fray. Some originally wary high-ranking adventurers, who had sought to extend an olive branch to Duke Ferdinand for fear of retaliation, have now reversed their stance and enlisted in the mercenary ranks, swelling the ranks of masters within the Duchy of Bihor's forces to nearly 20. Although the Stewart domain has issued recruitment announcements for mercenaries, the absence of the Lord has made subordinates hesitant to promise substantial rewards, and even if they did, there is no certainty of credibility. Moreover, the current situation is unfavorable for the territory, and mercenary adventurers, known for their opportunistic tendencies, are unlikely to jump aboard a sinking ship. The series of military victories has greatly enhanced Duke Ferdinand's prestige. He now strides into various gatherings with an air of triumph, and has begun to envision elevating the Duchy of Bihor to the status of a kingdom, with himself as its inaugural king. There is little fault to be found in such aspirations, given that the military of the duchy has already seized the barony of Dunkirk and has landed at the port of Cherbourg in Normandy, poised to launch an assault on the Stewart domain's homeland. If this momentum continues, the outlook is not merely favorable, but exceedingly so, and it is no wonder that Duke Ferdinand is elated. Chapter 392, Divine Power, Part 2. The morning in the port of Cherbourg was roused by the clamor of the occupying forces of the Duchy of Bihor. Under the urging of their nightly attendants, soldiers who had recently toiled as farmers were compelled to rise, still weary from the previous day's voyage, to prepare for departure. In contrast, the mercenaries, many of whom had experience guarding merchant vessels, were unfazed by the 3-day journey. To accommodate more soldiers, the fleet of Bihor had carried minimal supplies, devoid of tents or similar provisions. Fortunately, Cherbourg boasted a number of warehouses and public facilities, with local residents required to provide half of their homes for the military. For these soldiers and mercenaries, the only silver lining was that the Stewart domain, due to its low taxation, offered an abundance of food, ensuring a satisfactory breakfast. It was not until nearly 10 in the morning that the army set forth. Given the diverse composition and lack of training among its ranks, this was commendable. However, no one harboring expectations of the ordinary soldiers and mercenaries saw them as anything more than tools for occupying villages, with the true strength lying in the masterclass professionals within the supply wagons. As the vanguard emerged from the wooded path onto a grassy field, scouts spotted a group of individuals standing across the way. They were clad in full armor, draped in white cloaks emblazoned with black crosses, and their hoods bore the same insignia. Only one army across the continent adorned itself in such a manner: the Kingdom of Rhine, the Teutonic Order. My Lord Parker, this is dire news. The Teutonic Order stands before us, blocking the road. A scout returned on horseback, reporting the sighting. What did you say? The Teutonic Order? The commander of the Duchy of Bihor's forces, the 13th tier knight, the Honorable Count Panscow Parker, instinctively inquired. The news was too perplexing. How could the Teutonic Order be present in the Stewart domain? The scout, recognizing the strangeness of the situation, urgently replied, I swear by the gods, my Lord Parker. I saw it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake unless they are impersonators. Order the troops to halt. We must investigate, he commanded. Yes, my lord. Several knights swiftly rode off to relay the order, while Count Panscott Parker led his men forward. Upon emerging from the woods, he indeed beheld the Teutonic Order standing in the middle of the road. Their attire and insignia left no room for doubt. Moreover, as a 13th-tier knight, he could sense that over 30 opponents were of greater strength than himself. If they possessed such might, there would be no need for impersonation. Thus, he spurred his horse for a swift approach and called out, I am Count Panscott Parker, commander of the Duchy of Bihor's forces. Might I inquire if you are the Teutonic Order of the Kingdom of Rhine? A knight, similarly adorned in armor, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with a black cross, and donning a hooded cape of pristine white, stepped forward and declared loudly, I am Frederick von Ernst, the current Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. The opposing party, both in rank and prowess, surpassed his own. Under normal circumstances, the hereditary Earl Skopak would have dismounted to pay his respects, but given the wartime context, and his position as commander of the forces of the Principality of Bihal, a mere bow sufficed. Skopak inquired, Grandmaster Ernst, may I ask why you have come to the Duchy of Stewart, and why you have obstructed our army's advance? Our purpose is to prevent the Principality of Bihal from waging war against Stewart. Should you continue forward, the Teutonic Order will initiate an attack. Skopak was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Had he not awakened from slumber? He was engaged in battle over Stewart, not the Kingdom of the Rhine. What concern was it of theirs? Grandmaster Ernst, forgive my ignorance. The Principality of Bihal has indeed declared war on Stewart and deployed forces, which I believe does not contravene the three great conventions. May I ask by what authority you impede our advance? The deployment of troops by the Principality of Bihal did not violate the three great conventions. Although the Teutonic Order was stationed in the Kingdom of the Rhine, they were not aligned with any power, thus their actions were in accordance with the conventions. Earl Skopak, momentarily speechless, asked, Grandmaster Ernst, is it not the case that the Teutonic Order can only leave their station upon receiving a divine oracle? It is precisely due to the oracle that we have come, Ernst replied. Skopak, the hereditary earl, fell silent. For those of the clergy, to defy the oracle was unthinkable. Even the slightest failure would warrant a grave penance. At this juncture, words were futile. Grandmaster Frederick von Ernst stated, for the sake of avoiding unnecessary casualties, I urge you to retreat. Earl Skopak found himself in a predicament. To retreat would imply that the forces of Bihal had been thwarted by mere words, a notion that would not sit well with outsiders. Furthermore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The former Duke Ferdinand had solemnly remarked that the Principality's ascension to kingdom status hinged upon this moment. To advance was equally perilous. The Teutonic Order comprised a total of 108 members, including 72 11th-tier knights, 30 15th-tier knights, and 6 20th-tier knights. Once the magical array embedded in their armor was activated, they would become a singular entity, sharing the brunt of any assault, rendering even master-tier spells ineffective against them. Should hostilities erupt, their forces would be annihilated in moments. Meanwhile, master-tier mages and other officials loyal to the Principality of Bihal arrived at the scene, equally helpless, resorting to a portable communication array to report the developments to Duke Ferdinand. Observing the situation, Grandmaster Frederick von Ernst remained silent, leaning on his sword as he watched. For them, as long as the forces of Bihal did not advance, their oracle was fulfilled. If the opposing side wished to linger, they would have ample time to do so. For the Teutonic Order's lowest-tier knights, even a week without sustenance posed no concern. It was merely a test of endurance. Upon receiving news from the magical missive, Duke Ferdinand was equally perplexed. The situation was unfathomable, yet he was at a loss for a solution. Thus, he hastened to the headquarters of the Sea Goddess Church to relay the matter to Pope Saskia van Ott. After a period of prayer, the Pope emerged, stating, The great sea god believes we will resolve this issue. The sea god Vilker found himself equally constrained. The Teutonic Order, while stationed in the Kingdom of the Rhine, was not subject to its governance. They revered the god of death but were not the armed forces of the Death Church, making their involvement in the conflict entirely legitimate. The sea god could neither intervene personally nor permit the church to act, leaving him with no recourse. Yet, the great deity could not be without solutions. Hence the response given. Chapter 393, Sea Beasts, Part 1. The sea god Vilker had no viable options. He had already been warned by the god of order, Cuthbert, for his punitive actions against the floating city. Should he again strike against the Teutonic Order, it would undoubtedly breach the order, inciting divine conflict. Unable to best the god of order and unwilling to face demise, he had no choice but to endure. As for the Sea Goddess Church, Aside from the implications of attacking secular nobility and armed forces in contravention of the divine conventions, even if a confrontation arose, victory was not guaranteed. The church comprised no more than 36 master-tier members. The notion of violating the conventions to deploy legendary figures was equally flawed. The Teutonic Order had previously vanquished legendary beings, and the Principality's own legends had already perished, making it implausible that hired legends would risk their lives. The forces of the Principality of Bihal found themselves obstructed by the Teutonic Order, on the verge of missing a divine opportunity to elevate from principality to kingdom. With Duke Ferdinand in a state of agitation, negotiation was futile, the oracle was immutable. To proceed with the assault necessitated overcoming the Teutonic Order, a feat that seemed impossible under normal circumstances. Yet, under certain specific preconditions, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. For Duke Ferdinand, should he successfully seize Stewart, he would achieve the most illustrious status in his family's history since his ancestors. Should he fail, even the great sea god would require a scapegoat. In such a scenario, previously unthinkable methods would be employed. At a clandestine harbor within the Principality of Bihal, the disguised Duke Ferdinand, accompanied by a few trusted confidants, boarded a twin-masted light cruiser. The sailors hoisted the sails, and as the vessel departed the harbor, accompanying mages activated the onboard magical array, instantly doubling the ship's speed. This method of magical acceleration ensured that even if enemy vessels detected them, they would be unable to pursue. As for mages employing flight spells or flying mounts, such feats could not be sustained indefinitely and would eventually fall behind. However, the limitations of this vessel were evident. It was only suitable for light cruisers and required special designs to reduce weight. Beyond its swift speed, it offered little else, and the expenditure of magic stones was significantly costly. At this moment, the function was particularly advantageous. What once took a week of sailing now only required 3 days for the vessel to reach a modest, nameless island deep in the ocean. At the heart of the island stood a small mountain over 100 meters high, surrounded by dense foliage with no visible paths. After bestowing the art of flight upon them, Duke Ferdinand and his companions soared directly towards the mountain. As they approached, they discerned a vast clearing at the summit, where a stone altar was situated. A peculiar force kept the surrounding vegetation at least 100 meters away from the altar, making it easily visible. The party landed in the clearing, and Duke Ferdinand produced a coral staff from his robe, reverently inserting it into the altar's center. He then proclaimed, "Offer the sacrifice." Those who had been granted the gift of flight were permitted to carry items weighing no more than their own weight. They had brought a live sheep, which the knights promptly placed upon the altar. Duke Ferdinand drew a dagger and personally severed the sheep's throat. As the blood flowed onto the altar, the ground trembled slightly. A deep voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Who dares disturb the slumber of Marogri, the wave walker? With immense pressure bearing down upon him, Duke Ferdinand bowed respectfully before the altar and replied, "Great Marogri, I am Ferdinand Ludwig, the current head of the Ludwig family. In accordance with ancient vows, I have come to request your fulfillment of a promise made long ago." The profound voice grew clearer. "I recall this matter. It is indeed true. Ludwig aided me, and I granted him a promise that as long as he and his descendants brought the sea goddess staff, I would fulfill my vow. You have brought the staff. Now tell me, how may I assist you?" Duke Ferdinand hastily responded, "Great Marogri, I require assistance in assaulting a coastal city. I beseech you to send forth legendary sea beasts under my command, the more capable of landing swiftly, the better." Descendant of Ludwig, did your ancestor not inform you that I promised to intervene only once, and you merely require my sea beasts to assist you? Great Marogri, I assure you, I need only the legendary sea beasts to follow my command. Very well, but this is limited to the destruction of a single city, or for the duration of 1 month from today. Are you certain? I am certain. Subsequently, an immense power surged into the coral staff, the sea goddess staff. Descendant of Ludwig, I have issued the summons for the sea beasts. Those of legendary status who can arrive within 5 days will come. You may command them with the sea goddess staff. Thank you, great Marogri. Marogri, the wave walker, was a demigod sea giant who owed a debt of gratitude to a former ancestor of the Ludwig family, hence his promise. Duke Ferdinand sought to obtain reinforcements here to confront the Teutonic Knights. The intervention of the demigod Marogri would undoubtedly secure victory. Although the Teutonic Knights could withstand the blow of a god once they formed their battle array, a god was not limited to a single strike. However, according to the 3 great pacts, conflicts among human nobility could not involve foreign intervention, while Marogri could eliminate the Teutonic Knights and retreat to the depths of the sea. The Duchy of Bihua and Duke Ferdinand would not escape unscathed. In such a scenario, Even the god of order would be unable to save them from the repercussions. Sea beasts, on the other hand, relied on their immense size and strength, possessing little intelligence, thus avoiding complications. After all, the Earth Dragon Knights, ground-dwelling dragons, and the winged cavalry's flying steeds were considered magical beasts. Those soaring through the skies or racing upon the ground could participate in battle. And it was only natural that the beasts of the ocean could do the same. 5 days later, 7 sea beasts arrived at the island. Duke Fernand then set sail ahead of them, guiding them toward the port of Cherbourg in Normandy. Given the colossal size of the sea beasts, it was estimated that the journey would take at least a week. Meanwhile, on the side of the Duchy of Bihois, upon receiving Duke Fernand's order to retreat to Cherbourg and await reinforcements, the hereditary honorary Earl Panskarpak promptly complied, while the Teutonic Knights established their encampment outside the town. The Stewart territory could not neglect to send scouts to monitor the movements of the Duchy of Bihois' forces. Following reports of the Teutonic Knights' actions, Lord Liam promptly arranged for a contingent of soldiers to escort supplies ahead, while he would lead the main force shortly thereafter. Chapter 394, Sea Beasts, Part 2, for the Knights of the Teutonic Order. Their experiences in harsher realms hunting down desecrators for months made camping in the wilderness seem trivial by comparison. Of course, they would not refuse the supplies and provisions sent by Lord Liam. They were knights, not ascetics, and there was no need to suffer unnecessarily. The Teutonic Order consisted of only 108 members. Even if they rinsed their mouths with red wine daily, Stewart territory could afford it. However, the Duchy of Bihois' forces numbered over 4,000. Over time, sustaining such a large contingent would become increasingly difficult. Cherbourg's stockpiled food supplies were indeed substantial, but it could not sustain so many able-bodied men indefinitely. A single soldier's appetite could rival that of an ordinary family of 3. Moreover, within the army were mid-level, high-level, and master-level professionals and officials. They could not survive on mere bread alone and required appropriate provisions. There were only a few noble families in Cherbourg. Even if they pooled their resources, it would not suffice to feed such a multitude. Purchasing supplies was out of the question, as merchant caravans did not venture to Cherbourg. As for raiding the town's residents for food, such an order would invite the wrath of the God of Order's church. Ultimately, with no viable options, half of the master-level warriors were dispatched to escort a fleet back to procure supplies, at which point all considerations of cost were abandoned. Survival took precedence. As the commander of the Duchy of Bihois' forces, the hereditary honorary Earl Panskarpak found great enjoyment in this situation. While war could lead to death, the current circumstances ensured that he would not suffer from hunger. He was content to simply endure. All those hired, from the legendary mage to the ordinary mercenaries, shared this sentiment. Each day they received their pay, and idleness was certainly preferable to battle. Having idled away nearly a month, the hereditary honorary Count Panskapa received a magical letter from Duke Fernando, informing him of an impending assault by a horde of sea beasts upon the Teutonic Knights' encampment the following day. His directive was to dispatch troops to eliminate the scouts belonging to the Stewart territory in the vicinity, while ensuring that his army remained firmly within the harbor of Cherbourg. Come what may, despite possessing the trident of the sea god, which granted him command over the aquatic creatures, their low intelligence posed a risk of indiscriminate slaughter. Thus, he resolved to keep his forces from engaging in battle. The honorary Count Panskapa deployed a squad led by master-tier professionals to carry out the extermination of the Stewart scouts. Under such circumstances, the scouts had no choice but to retreat to their camp. Meanwhile, within the camp, Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst and his fellow master-tier knights sensed a formidable presence emerging from the ocean. What was transpiring? They decided to investigate. With the arrival of the Stewart forces, the accompanying mages immediately bestowed flight spells upon several master-tier knights, who ascended into the sky. Boom, boom. Although Duke Fernando had chosen a landing site for the sea beasts far from Cherbourg harbor, the immense tremors reverberating through the ground caused soldiers and civilians alike to flee their homes in search of the source, prompting knights and attendants already under orders to shout for order. Crash, crash. Towering waves, reminiscent of city walls, surged ashore, instantly toppling a vast swath of trees. Soon, the heads of the sea beasts emerged from the depths, followed by their massive bodies. Though they were an array of bizarre forms, they shared a singular trait: their size. With parts of their bodies already towering over 10 meters above the water's surface, these sea beasts were capable of briefly coming ashore, and with their colossal physiques, they swiftly reached the beach. The Teutonic Knights, barely airborne, caught sight of the sea beasts and promptly reported back to Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst. While the origins of these creatures remained a mystery, Their intentions were unmistakably directed at them, and preparations for battle were imperative. Understood. Instantly, spellcasters stepped forward to enhance the Knights of the Teutonic Order with various buff spells. Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst addressed Knight Eric, the commander of the Stewart forces. Eric, you must immediately lead a retreat. These sea beasts cannot be dealt with through sheer numbers. Your presence will only hinder us. Understood. Knight Eric complied without delay, issuing orders for an immediate withdrawal, scarcely pausing to gather his belongings. In the sky, Duke Fernando, protected by several mages and wielding the trident of the sea god, silently commanded the advancing sea beasts. To prevent the Teutonic Knights from neutralizing the sea beasts by targeting him, Duke Fernando positioned himself far from Cerberg Harbor, ensuring he could not be seen from their encampment. However, following the previous magical communication, Count Panskapa had already reported, and now it sufficed to command the sea beasts to charge in that direction. Retreating without a fight was not the Teutonic Knight style. Even in withdrawal, they would first engage in battle. Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst, observing the approaching sea beasts that loomed like small mountains, knew this confrontation would be arduous. Knights were akin to tanks. The higher their ranks, the more advanced their capabilities, sweeping aside ordinary soldiers and lower-tier professionals. The sea beasts, now ashore, resembled massive mining trucks reinforced with armor, formidable in size and strength, but limited in offensive maneuvers and agility. Even so, should a tank find itself in close proximity to such a truck, it would surely sustain damage from the load of stones cascading down. This was the current predicament. Once the Teutonic Knights activated their damage-sharing magical formation, even the overwhelming force of the sea beasts would not guarantee a fatal blow. Similarly, the thickness of the sea beast's skin and shells rendered the Knight's longswords ineffective, causing minimal harm even when plunged to the hilt. Monica Bellucci, as a master-tier professional, was qualified to participate in this level of conflict. Yet even her 6th-level spell, Disintegration, proved futile against the sea beasts. Those with numerous tentacles could easily obstruct her spells, their massive appendages proving indestructible. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst decisively commanded a retreat. The knights sought to withdraw, and the sea beasts could not impede their exit. While the creatures could briefly come ashore, they were incapable of pursuing deep into the land. Nevertheless, having successfully repelled the legendary Teutonic Knights greatly boosted the morale of the forces of the Duchy of Baihola, leading to jubilant cheers. Duke Fernando, witnessing this turn of events from the sky, was filled with delight. He understood that relying solely on these sea beasts could not vanquish the Teutonic Knights. However, merely forcing their retreat would elevate his own stature immensely. His true objective lay in the city of Dominaria. Would Duke Stewart come forth when this paramount port city faced peril? Chapter 395. The Sea Beasts, Part 3. Emboldened by his triumph, Duke Fernando commanded his forces to embark and set sail for Dominaria Harbor. Such a grand mobilization did not go unnoticed, even from a distance, by the mages tasked with reconnaissance in the Stewart territory. They promptly reported their observations to Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst and Commander Knight Eric Bernard. The intentions behind the Duchy of Baihola's actions were readily apparent to the two commanders. The sea beasts could not remain ashore for extended periods, with the Teutonic Knights present. The enemy would not dare venture inland, but rather target coastal towns, even speculating an assault on Dominaria itself. After relaying the battle situation and their conjectures, Lord Liam, overseeing the command, proposed two recommendations. First, everyone should retreat to the town of Karantang, where a mage tower could facilitate teleportation. Wherever the forces of the Duchy of Baihola landed, the Teutonic Knights would immediately teleport to intercept. Second, he advised preemptively evacuating all coastal towns to prevent losses from surprise attacks. Both Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst and Knight Eric Bernard expressed their agreement with Lord Liam's suggestions, and they set about executing them forthwith. In the Stewart territory, another piece of good news arrived. The Master Margarita Dram, a 15th-level dragon mage and 11th-level wizard, along with Master Reseg Sessi, a 16th-level dragon mage, had reached Dominaria City. Following the outbreak of war, Lord Liam had reached out to both individuals. However, the former was engaged in laboratory work while the latter was traveling through other planes. Nonetheless, their arrival was timely. As for the other Dragonblood heirs, they were nobles from foreign lands and thus unsuitable for participation in the conflict between the Duchy of Bijou and the Stewart territory. Upon learning that the fleet of the Duchy of Bijou had landed at Morlui port in Brittany for repairs, everyone in the Stewart territory confirmed their suspicions. They were indeed heading toward Dominaria City. The retreat from Morlui port was thorough, with residents, supplies, and food evacuated. leaving only a handful of militia to guard against looting. Although troublesome, the distance they needed to retreat was not far, as the Teutonic Order was present, deterring the forces of Bijou from venturing too far inland without the protection of sea beasts. This rendered them unable to gather any food supplies, forcing them to rely on the provisions carried aboard their vessels. The fleet of the Stewart territory maintained a blockade of the shipping routes, without the protection of high-level mages. No supply ship could approach. This was the advantage of having a lengthy coastline. With a single command, they could render the enemy unable to find any supply points. Additionally, the construction of mage towers in the main towns of the territory proved beneficial, as no fleet could match the speed of teleportation by the time the enemy landed. Reinforcements would already be in place. The promise made by the demigod sea giant Morlogri, the wave breaker, to command the sea beasts was limited to a month, which included the 5 days spent waiting on the nameless island, leaving Duke Fernand less than half a month to prepare. Under these circumstances, even if he dispatched high-level mages to escort vessels back to Rotterdam for supplies, it would be too late. Thus, this offensive was a gamble with all stakes on the table. Should they breach Dominaria City, all would be well, and they could have whatever they desired. Conversely, if they failed, they would face starvation, even if they did not die in battle. Days later, when the sea beasts and the fleet from the Duchy of Bijou arrived outside Dominaria City, they still did not see the floating city. Duke Fernand was certain that the Stewart territory had a clear understanding of the fleet's movements, as their scout mages had been monitoring from a distance, ensuring they were aware of their target. In his view, the absence of the floating city and Duke Stewart in such a situation indicated a genuine fear of retribution from the goddess of magic. They might have even fled to another plane. Truth be told, possessing the floating city would allow one to live freely, even after leaving the primary plane, and establishing a larger territory elsewhere would not pose much of a challenge. In Dominaria City, at the Mage Tower, Lord Liam Stewart, Butler Elena Duran, and 9th-level mage Olivia Magner stood before a crystal ball, alongside Monica Bellucci, Commander Frederick von Ernst, Master Margarita Dram, and Master Reseg Sessi. The crystal ball displayed the situation of the fleet from the Duchy of Bijou in the outer sea. Elena spoke. The port and outer city have been evacuated, and the temples of the major churches are located within the inner city. Even Duke Fernand, bold as he is, would not dare to attack these places. So the personnel in the inner city remain. Given the immense size and low intelligence of the sea beasts, should they enter the inner city, their attacks would inevitably damage the temple structures, inviting the wrath of the churches. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to prevent the sea beasts from approaching the inner city. Olivia reported, the elemental pools of the 5 mage towers are sufficiently energized. Regrettably, there are few spellcasters above the 5th level in the territory, and those we hired have fled in the face of danger. Liam, his expression darkened, replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves with that now. We will settle accounts later." After the war began, the Stewart territory had indeed hired some mid to high-level spellcasters, but such contracts typically lasted only a week or a month. Upon witnessing the Duchy of Bijou commanding sea beasts and repelling the Teutonic Order, they chose not to renew their contracts and instead departed once their agreements expired. With a sigh, Liam remarked, "We have made all the preparations we can. Now, we can only pray for divine protection." Dominaria Harbor lay within a bay, its entrance scarcely a few hundred meters wide, with the Mage Tower situated on the western hillside, completely blocking the essential waterways for entry and exit. In this scenario, the attacking party must either seize the Mage Tower first or charge through while enduring its attacks. The sea beasts, with their tough hides and resilience to attacks, could manage to breach the defenses, but the fleet could never succeed in doing so. Furthermore, the bay within was vast. If the commander did not accompany the sea beasts, allowing them free rein, they might simply laze about in the water, failing to fulfill their purpose. This geographical advantage forced Duke Fernand to choose the route of demolishing the Mage Tower. With a command issued, spellcasters ascended to shield the skies above the fleet. Duke Fernand stood at the bow of the ship, wielding the sea god staff, urging the sea beasts to attack the direction of the Mage Tower. The combined might of 7 sea beasts unleashed colossal waves, yet due to the elevation of the hills, they merely toppled vast swathes of trees, failing to even graze the outer walls of the Mage Tower's castle. As for the innate spells of the sea beasts, they were limited to water arrows, sonic blasts, and fog spells. Under these circumstances, it would be best not to embarrass themselves by employing them, but rather to charge ashore and strike with brute force. Chapter 396, The Sea Beasts, Part 4. Observing the sea beasts approaching through the crystal ball, Olivia turned to the tower spirit, Renata. Initiate the final defensive magic array. The tower spirit, devoid of expression, responded. Activating the final defensive magic array requires authorization from 3 individuals. Lord Liam declared, I authorize the activation of the final defensive magic array. Elena added, I also authorize the activation of the final defensive magic array. With successful authorization, the final defensive magic array could be activated. The system requested the designation of a controller. The 3 spoke in unison. Designate the controller, Olivia. Controller confirmed. Energy transmission in progress. The crystal ball revealed a map of the entire Stewart territory, with each glowing point representing a mage tower. Dominaria City, Stewart City, Lowen, Labia, Zandica, and Cadras, totaling 16 towers. Why did Kristin construct so many mage towers, particularly at such a high level? Was it merely for the convenience of teleportation arrays and the ability to scan and monitor territory to strengthen her dominion? Certainly, these factors play a role, but there exists another, more significant reason: the ultimate defensive array crafted from the energy transmission technology provided by Savannah, originating from the ancient magical empire of Gunith. This technology enables each mage tower to transfer its energy to any other tower within the network, with greater energy transfer occurring between closer towers. For instance, the Mage Tower in Stewart City, being the nearest, possesses a total of 10 units of energy. If it retains 1 unit for itself and transmits 9 units to the Dominaria Mage Tower, initiating this process consumes half a unit, with further losses during transfer resulting in a final receipt of 8 units. The energy transfer diminishes with distance, becoming impossible beyond a certain range. The controller can determine how many towers to incorporate into the network and how much energy to transmit. It is imperative that this energy is utilized immediately, otherwise, any mage tower's elemental pool will overflow, leading to catastrophic explosions. Target locked. Olivia selected the largest and most formidable sea beast. Fire. An overwhelming surge of magical energy was converted into superheated light, and a beam as thick as a wash basin erupted from the apex of the mage tower, effortlessly piercing the shell of the legendary sea beast. To illustrate, the energy of a single mage tower equates to that of a fire truck. Its water supply is quickly depleted. A network of several mage towers resembles a fleet of fire trucks, capable of creating significant damage even to steel, given a continuous flow. Thus, the destructive potential of this beam is astounding. For an ordinary creature, even one of legendary stature, sustaining such a gaping wound would mean certain death. However, for a colossal sea beast, even a penetrating wound does not necessarily constitute a grave injury unless it strikes a vital area. Yet, if this were all there was to it, the arcane scholars of the ancient Gunith Empire would not have valued the technology so highly. The speed of light is exceedingly fast, and Olivia's mental prowess governs its trajectory. With a mere thought, the beam sliced horizontally, cleaving the sea beast, which spanned dozens of meters, into 2 segments. The extreme heat carbonized the edges, ensuring its demise was absolute. Without hesitation, Olivia directed the beam towards another sea beast, this time executing a diagonal cut, sealing its fate as well. Though the intelligence of these sea beasts is limited, they instinctively dodged upon sensing the threat of death, desperately diving towards the depths of the sea. However, such evasive maneuvers proved futile. Wherever the beam passed, the sea beasts were severed as easily as hot knives through butter. It must be acknowledged that the design of this array did not initially account for combating foes of such massive proportions. Consequently, despite the energy supplied by numerous mage towers, only 4 sea beasts were ultimately slain. Had this energy been directed against humans or demons of comparable size, even those clad in protective spells and bearing several defensive artifacts would likely have fallen in droves. The secrets of the ultimate defensive array are known to only a select few within the Stewart territory, and after this demonstration, its existence cannot remain concealed. Thus, Lord Liam and his companions were unperturbed by the presence of onlookers. The awe-inspiring power of this array indeed left the Grand Commander and the 2 masters of dragon bloodlines astounded. With such a defensive asset, it could be deemed fortunate that the demons did not assault Stewart during the magical calamity. This time, the Duchy of Bihor had unwittingly encountered an impenetrable barrier. With 3 sea beasts remaining, the assembled crowd felt emboldened. Grand Commander Friedrich von Ernst declared, I shall lead the charge and ensure the demise of one. Masters Monica Bellucci and Margarita Dram, along with Master Reiser Jessi, concurred, we too can restrain one. Knight Liam cautioned, please prioritize your safety. The group nodded in acknowledgement. Their spirits lifted as they departed from the Mage Tower. Meanwhile, on the side of the Duchy of Bihor, the scene was laid bare upon the sea. All, including Duke Fernando, witnessed the swift obliteration of 4 sea beasts by the beams emitted from the Mage Tower, occurring almost instantaneously, leaving no time for them to process the shock. How is this even possible? Duke Fernando's mouth hung agape in disbelief, and his companions shared his astonishment. Such a colossal sea beast, standing defenseless, could not be cleaved in twain by the hands of 1,000 men wielding axes for an entire day, yet here it was, reduced to mere halves in the blink of an eye. As the high-temperature beams struck the ocean, they caused a billowing mist to rise, shrouding the Mage Tower in an eerie aura, as if it were a terrifying entity poised to devour its prey. After a prolonged moment, Duke Fernando regained his composure and inquired of the legendary mage beside him. Your Highness Todokaruka, what course of action should I take now? Being a legendary mage, his insights were profound. He replied, though I cannot discern how the Mage Tower of Dominaria unleashed such a formidable attack. The fact that it only managed to slay 4 sea beasts suggests it is likely devoid of energy now, at least for the immediate future. I advise you to act swiftly. Duke Fernando gritted his teeth and commanded, order the soldiers to disembark and continue the assault. He was now committed, with no turning back, determined to stake everything on this gamble. As he urged the remaining 3 sea beasts forward, he simultaneously commanded the fleet to transport soldiers to the shore. He wagered that the legendary mage Todokaruka's assessment was correct, that the Mage Tower had exhausted its energy. Thus, today, he would employ sheer manpower to bring Dominaria to its knees. Chapter 397. Counterattack, Part 1. After Duke Fernando's orders were disseminated, the fleet began its advance towards the coastline where the Mage Tower stood. The attacking range of the Mage Tower extended to a radius of 1,000 meters, thus the vessels anchored beyond this limit. Upon receiving the command to assault the Mage Tower, the soldiers of the Duchy of Bihor appeared despondent, while the mercenaries grew boisterous. After all, conventional wisdom dictates that attacking a Mage Tower is tantamount to seeking death, especially considering that this particular tower had just dispatched 4 seemingly invincible sea beasts. Duke Ferdinand could only convey the words of the legendary mage Todokaruka and assured that the sea beasts would lead the charge, also promising a substantial bounty, which somewhat restored the morale of the soldiers and mercenaries. Most importantly, a formal employment agreement was signed, and any violations would incur the wrath of the Church of the God of Order. Moreover, the employer, Duke Ferdinand, was not someone to be trifled with. Merchant ships, being heavily laden, could not approach the shore closely. Typically, small boats would be used for transport, or soldiers would simply swim to the beach, as it was not far. However, in a bid to save time, Duke Ferdinand ordered the ships to run aground. This reckless action would leave the vessels stranded, making it impossible to depart under their own power. But at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Failure was not an option. The effect of this decision was immediately apparent, as soldiers and mercenaries marched in formation under the command of the knight attendants. The trees on the seaward side of the hill housing the Mage Tower had been uprooted by the waves stirred up by the sea beasts, their thick canopies intertwined chaotically, presenting additional challenges for the soldiers climbing upward. To hasten their advance, it became necessary to empower the path-clearing individuals with magical enhancements. The results were undoubtedly effective, albeit costly. The remaining 3 sea beasts, though bound by the commands of the sea god's staff, could not help but feel fear upon witnessing their kin perish before their eyes. Consequently, their advance became hesitant, taking 3 steps forward only to retreat 2. Duke Ferdinand dared not urge them onward, fearing that pressuring the beasts could provoke a backlash. Fortunately, the soldiers' landing required some time, so the beasts' sluggish pace did not significantly hinder progress. Whether it was Commander Frederick, Monica, or the 2 masters of draconic bloodlines, they were pleased that their adversaries were not hastily launching an attack, allowing them to conserve their strength. Upon witnessing the soldiers of the Duchy of Bihor begin to disembark, Lord Liam immediately ordered his troops to prepare for battle. The Mage Tower was regularly garrisoned by 100 cavalry from Kristin's guard, 100 infantry from the guard, and another 100 from the garrison, making them the most elite and well-equipped force in the Stewart territory, capable of effortlessly repelling 4,000 soldiers. After some hesitation, the 3 sea beasts, noticing that the Mage Tower did not retaliate, grew bolder and hastened their ascent onto the shore. At that moment, the teleportation array within the Mage Tower emitted a luminous glow, revealing the figures of Elysia, Carlatani, and Onelia. Following the division of souls, and allowing Corona to absorb divinity, Kristin began planning to ignite the divine fire, which required selecting trustworthy individuals within the territory to cultivate into devout followers for the provision of faith power. Thus, she had sent the 3 women back to oversee this matter, They had traversed several planes and only returned to the Stewart territory today. When the spirit of the tower, Renata, informed Lord Liam and the others of the women's return, they were overjoyed and hurried down to greet them. In the aftermath of the Dunkirk conference, Carlatani and O'Nelia had showcased their legendary prowess. With their presence, there was no fear of the legendary mage hired by the Duchy of Bihor. Although according to the legendary covenant, those of legendary rank could not engage in secular battles if their own legendary figures managed to defeat or drive away the opposing legendary. It would significantly demoralize the Duchy of Bihor. Even more encouraging was that Elysia, now merely a master, had the legitimate right to participate in battles among human nobility, especially following the official announcement of the Dragon Knight contract from Dragon Island. It would not be an exaggeration to say that as long as she could hold back the few master-level mages from the Duchy of Bihor, she alone could dispatch the remaining physical masters and their entire army. Upon their reunion, Elysia succinctly conveyed Kristin's situation. Noting that due to the presence of other mages within the tower, she refrained from elaborating, assuring them that the Duke was well and there was no cause for concern. Lord Liam, in turn, provided a concise overview of the current circumstances, summing it up as urgent. Elysia remarked, "I did not anticipate so much transpiring during my absence of a few months. Fear not, we shall take care of the rest. Renata, teleport us out." As you command. The three women, empowered by invisibility spells, were promptly teleported away. The Mage Tower could transport individuals to any location within its scanning range, and advanced Mage Towers could interfere with teleportation and instant movement within that range. Thus, although the landing point of the Duchy of Bihor's forces lay outside the 1,000-meter attack range, it remained within a 9,000-meter scanning range. Legendary Mage Toto Karuka stood beside Duke Ferdinand, tasked with confronting the legendary-level foes of the Stewart territory. The rest of the matters were not his concern. Other master-level mages and high-tier professionals remained at the rear of the army, as none knew the current state of the Mage Tower, and rushing in could prove detrimental. Suddenly, Toto Karuka sensed a spatial magical fluctuation nearby and instinctively waved his hand to release a dimensional anchor. This spell could prevent individuals within the area from teleporting or instant moving away, as well as block incoming teleportation and instant movement. Unfortunately, this response was already anticipated by O'Nelia, who, along with Carlatani, appeared in the air outside the spell's effective range. Oh no! Upon seeing the two women, Toto Karuka immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily dispelled the dimensional anchor with an unbinding spell before instant teleporting away. When initially hired, it was stated that he was to deal with the legendary mages of the Stewart territory, yet no mention was made of facing two opponents alone. There was no reason to linger. Due to the near depletion of the Mage Tower's energy, he was unable to activate spatial interference, allowing him to teleport away. However, his luck ended there. Carlatani, a 9th-tier arcanist, swiftly pursued him with her own instant movement, subsequently activating a time-space disruption orb and drawing forth a piercing dagger to strike. O'Nelia, meanwhile, unleashed instantaneous spells with abandon, ensuring that her skill level guaranteed no collateral damage. While Toto Karuka was indeed a legendary mage, he belonged to the more ordinary class within that tier and possessed few treasures. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily swayed by monetary gain. O'Nelia alone could contend with two of him, let alone with Carlatani joining in. Thus, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Chapter 398, Counterattack, Part 2. At this moment, the three sea beasts had ascended to the midpoint of the small hill, and the Teutonic Knights, Monica, and the two masters of Draconic bloodlines stood ready for battle. Suddenly, Elysia materialized before them, exclaiming, "I am about to unleash a thorned bomb. Stand clear." Although they were still a considerable distance away from the sea beast, the moment they heard her shout, they sprinted backward with utmost urgency. They were all too aware of the devastating power of the thorned bomb. Contact meant certain death, and even a mere brush could inflict grievous wounds. The sea beast, unable to comprehend the common tongue, must have assumed that the humans were fleeing in terror from its formidable presence. As for the object being hurled their way, it was so diminutive in size that the beast scarcely registered it. After all, who pays heed to pebbles falling upon them? However, this was no ordinary projectile. It was a thorn bomb, a potent weapon specifically crafted by the ancient Gunnith Serail magical empire to dismantle fortresses shielded by magical barriers. Once it detonated, escape would be impossible for the sea beast. The explosive radius extended over 100 meters, and Elysia had targeted the space between the two nearest sea beasts, obliterating a third of their bodies in an instant, leaving only their dying roars. During the calamity, Alicia had once employed a thorn bomb in the Battle of Astillero to thwart the ascension ritual of the legendary demon, Benjamin, to demigod status. Many of these ancient alchemical devices had become obsolete over time, and thus, the human faction had compensated her with two after the conflict. Yet, Savannah, having survived from that era, had personally crafted numerous such bombs. Although the current scarcity of materials rendered the production of new ones impossible, she could certainly perform maintenance on the existing two. This instilled Alicia with the confidence that her thrown bomb would be utterly reliable. In the wake of a thunderous explosion, not only was the remaining sea beast startled, but the forces of the Duchy of Bihal, who were in the midst of climbing, were also thrown into disarray. Trees and debris were sent flying, showering the soldiers with fragments of the beast's flesh. Alicia transformed back into her dragon form and commanded Teutonic Knights, "Restrain the remaining sea beast, the rest, follow me to vanquish the enemy." Grand Commander Frederick von Ernst responded emphatically, "Leave it to us." With a mighty roar, the Silver Dragon led the charge, followed closely by 3 Master-tier spellcasters as they descended upon the forces of the Duchy of Bihal. Observing this, Lord Liam from the Mage Tower immediately decreed, "Knights, follow my lead," to defend the city of Dominaria. He had summoned nearly 40 knights of the 8th tier from Stewart's territory to the Mage Tower, with a single command. The mage apprentices used spell scrolls to enhance their weapons with magic, arm them with magical armor, and grant them agility, charging forth behind Lord Liam, followed closely by 200 guard soldiers. However, Olivie was quicker. She teleported directly onto the battlefield and unleashed a barrage of spells from her scrolls. The soldiers of the Duchy of Bihal, who had just been showered with debris, looked up only to see a colossal dragon charging toward them, causing them to flee in terror. Some knights attempted to intercept, but were incinerated by a breath of dragon fire. The spellcasters fled even faster. For Alicia's dragon form rendered her immune to spells of the 5th tier and below. Those who lagged behind were simply doomed. The Duchy of Bihal still had 7 master-tier individuals, yet among them was only 1 mage, 2 druids, and a bard, while the remaining 4 were physical combatants. The 3 spellcasters stood no chance against the likes of Monica Bellucci, Master Margarita de Ram, and Master Rithard Sessi. They were swiftly subdued. Tasking the remaining 4 physical masters with confronting the dragon was akin to a jest, especially with Olivie raining destruction from behind. Even master-tier knights struck by a few 4th-tier spells would suffer severe injuries, and it wasn't long before 2 were eliminated. By the time Lord Liam and his knights and soldiers charged down, the forces of the Duchy of Bihal were utterly shattered, scattering in all directions. Yet, no matter how fast they fled, they could not outpace the knights empowered by agility. Anyone caught would be dispatched with a single sword stroke. In a desperate bid for survival, some began to discard their weapons and surrender. Once the first surrendered, others followed suit, and soon a multitude knelt in defeat. One could say that in just a single charge, all who resisted had been slain. Aside from the lone master-tier mage, the rest were unable to escape, faced with death. They had no choice but to capitulate. Duke Fernandez, upon witnessing the arrival of Carlatani and Oneria, which frightened away the legendary mage Todokaruka, sensed that the situation was dire. Upon seeing Alicia appear and deploy the thorn bomb to eliminate 2 sea beasts, he understood that the battle was irrevocably lost. Without hesitation, he instructed a nearby mage to hastily assist his escape. His magical vessel and escorting warships had not run aground. As he reached the shore, Duke Fernandez had a mage cast a flight spell upon him. Utilizing this same method, he fled to his ship and commanded the sails to be raised immediately, urging a swift departure. The battle raged on fiercely. Yet Duke Fernandez had distanced himself sufficiently and departed early enough that even Stewart's forces could not intercept him in time, allowing him to escape with his vessel successfully. However, this did not guarantee their safety. After the battle concluded, they would send word to Stewart's fleet to intercept them at sea. Should they manage to evade capture, they would consider themselves fortunate. Legendary mage Todokaruka, under the combined assault of Carlatani and Oneria, could not withstand for more than 5 minutes before meeting his demise, unable even to flee. Now, the battlefield was left with but a single sea beast, still stubbornly resisting, yet grievously wounded by the Teutonic Knight's onslaught. Although its hide was tough and resilient, the Knight's swords, while unable to inflict significant damage with each thrust, would ultimately lead to its demise when 108 individuals joined forces against it. Yet, with numerous tasks still ahead, there was no time to waste. Thus, Oneria unleashed 2 9th-tier spells of implosion, obliterating the beast's head. Engaging in combat against the uncontrollable magical creature of the Duchy of Bihal was not in violation of the legendary accord, and surely the deity of order would not intervene over such a minor matter. Next came the task of cleaning the battlefield. Captives were secured. Mercenaries who could pay sufficient ransom would be released, while those unable to do so would be sent into slavery. The 20 or so grounded merchant vessels would be towed back for repairs, representing a significant haul. The greater profits stem from the remains of those sea beasts, their carcasses, shells, hides, flesh, and bones. Such immense bulk is bound to fetch a significant sum. Chapter 399, Counterattack, Part 3, in the city of Dominaria. Within the grand hall of the Mage's Tower stood Alicia at the top of the steps. Below her were Carla Tanni, Onelia, Lord Liam, the housekeeper Elena, Olive, Monica Bellucci, and the esteemed officials and knights of the Stewart territory. The Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, Frederick von Ernst, was in attendance as an observer. She produced a document and proclaimed, "This is the decree signed by Kristin, granting me temporary authority as Lord. I solemnly swear before the great dragon god that this matter is true, and His Highness Prince Carla Tanni Dockham and Her Highness Princess Onelia Ochronia can attest to this." She then revealed a ring, stating, "This is the signet ring of the Stewart family." The two stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, we witnessed Kristin signing the document in its entirety." Alicia extended the document and the ring, inviting them to verify. Lord Liam approached and took the document and ring, examining them carefully. Everything, the writing and the seal, was in order, and the ring, a treasured family heirloom, could not be mistaken. He then handed them to Elena. After a thorough inspection, she passed them to Olive. Following scrutiny by the high-ranking officials, the items were returned to Alicia, since Alicia had sworn an oath to the divine. And both the document and signet ring were without fault, and with witnesses present, all present, led by Lord Liam, bowed respectfully, declaring, "Your Excellency Alicia, we acknowledge your authority to act as Lord. Since you all recognize this, I shall now exercise my rights. I would like a detailed account of the events that transpired after our departure," she commanded. "As you wish, the situation is as follows." Lord Liam began by summarizing the recent occurrences in the territory, followed by Victor Duran, responsible for internal affairs, and Lord Pierre Rogrand, overseeing foreign relations, along with Sir Harlan Coy, who managed the Tulip Merchant Association. "I am now well informed of the situation. Therefore, I propose the following plan. I invite your suggestions after my presentation." Alicia, being of dragon lineage and a practitioner of magic, far surpassed many nobles in knowledge and insight, thus fully capable of assuming the Lord's responsibilities. Lord Liam, taking advantage of the recent annihilation of the invading forces from the Duchy of Bih, I propose an immediate counterattack. You may give your orders. I shall lead the charge, accompanied by Monica and several magic practitioners of the 5th tier or above. Additionally, we require 20 knights and 2,000 soldiers. The knights and soldiers are already assembled and ready to depart. "Very well, prepare the vessels and provisions," she commanded. "As you wish," responded Sir Harlan Coy. "Please compile a list of the nobles who have robbed the merchant convoys during this time, as well as those who have impeded the normal trade activities of the association. Ensure that evidence is prepared," she instructed. "These have already been arranged," he affirmed. "Excellent. Lord Pierre Rogrand, you are tasked with notifying these nobles according to the list. For any who have robbed the merchant convoys, demand tenfold compensation and the surrender of all perpetrators. Should they acquiesce, offer their patriarch a dignified demise. If they refuse, I shall draft a formal declaration of war, exterminating all within 3 generations and negotiating with any eligible heirs to reclaim the territory. If they refuse, we shall pursue until they concede, or until there are no remnants of their lineage left upon this continent." In Alicia's view, Kristin possessed many admirable qualities, yet she was far too soft-hearted. This was, however, understandable, as it was precisely Kristin's kindness that endeared her to Alicia, so easily manipulable. Sir Tamtiak, an 8th-tier rogue and leader of the intelligence organization, the Tulip's Thorn, stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and stated, "Please issue your command. If these nobles refuse, the task of pursuing them shall fall to you. Additionally, I request Lord Liam to dispatch 10 knights and 500 cavalry to assist." Tam replied loudly, "Understood." Lord Liam added, "As you wish. Once we eliminate this batch of robbing nobles, we shall turn our attention to those who have obstructed the normal trade of the Merchant Association, demanding a compensation of 5 times the losses. If they are unwilling, we shall dispose of them as well. Sir Harlan Coy, you shall oversee this matter." "Understood," he replied. "Lord Victor, please step forward," Alicia beckoned. The territory's administrative officer, Victor, approached and bowed, saying, "Please issue your command." The mercenaries departed upon the expiration of their contract, having violated no agreement. However, I personally disapprove of such conduct. Notify all checkpoints that henceforth, the Stewart territory shall not permit their entry, and we shall cease cooperation with them. As you wish, he replied. Lord Liam, you, Elena, and Olivie shall remain to guard the territory. With the final defensive array in place, we should not encounter significant issues. The three acknowledged the order, responding, as you wish. Alicia then addressed Grand Master Frederick von Ernst. Please have the Teutonic Order assist in the defense of the territory. Grand Master Ernst nodded, very well. Prior to the meeting, Alicia had privately inquired with Grand Master Ernst regarding what recompense the Teutonic Order sought for their long journey to assist the Stewart territory. The reply was, "It is the will of the divine. It is what we ought to do." Alicia expressed her gratitude for this. Previously, the Teutonic Order had aided Kristin at the behest of the Overseer of Death, Jacob, making their continued support unsurprising. The historical records of the dragon lineage contain numerous accounts of this prophetic figure's interactions with the various divine entities, particularly in regard to early investments in the new gods. Regardless, once Corona ascended to divinity, she would owe a favor to this Overseer of Death. In matters of commerce, Jacob never suffered losses. With the discussions concluded, all parties dispersed to attend to their respective duties. In preparation for the impending attack from the Duchy of BH, the knights and soldiers of the territory had already assembled. Now the infantry would embark by ship, while the cavalry would advance overland, with the primary objective being the reclamation of the occupied Dunkirk barony. In reality, the soldiers of the Stewart territory were still en route, while the forces of the Duchy of BH that had seized the Dunkirk barony had already fled. The decisive battle of the Duke of Fernand's assault on the city of Dominaria attracted a multitude of observers from various churches, nations, and factions. And once the outcome was determined, the news spread swiftly. It was previously mentioned that in conflicts among nobles, once one side occupies a village or town, it suffices to leave behind a token force. The Duke of Fernand, lacking sufficient troops and relying on hired mercenaries and adventurers, found himself in a precarious situation following a significant defeat against the Duchy of Beg. It would be foolish to remain in place and face death. Chapter 400, Counterattack, Part 4. The Stewart army advanced in 2 divisions towards the domain of the Baron of Dunkirk. One contingent was personally led by Alicia, comprising a fleet carrying 1,500 infantry and logistical supplies. The other was commanded by Monica, consisting of 500 cavalry, who opted for overland travel to allow their horses to recuperate after a lengthy sea journey. The battle to reclaim the Baron of Dunkirk's territory resembled an armed procession, with villages and towns welcoming the royal forces with open arms, as the Duke of Fernand declared war on Stewart in the name of his family. Other local nobles within the Duchy of Beg refrained from sending troops to assist him, limiting their retaliation to the 4 directly subordinate earldoms. However, when the Duke's army advanced towards Dunkirk from his own territory, the other nobles granted passage. Indeed, if troops were mobilized in the name of the duchy, local noble consent was unnecessary, but acting as a grand noble required adherence to noble customs. The reason the Duke of Fernand opted not to declare war under the duchy's banner, but rather under the banner of the Ludwig family was strategic. The Duchy of Beg encompasses 12 earldoms, with the Ludwig family controlling merely 4. However, due to the duchy's substantial income derived from maritime trade, they were exceedingly affluent. The family's ports, Mage towers, and master-class professionals largely belonged to them, as did the majority of the fleet and army. The military strength of other nobles was relatively weak. Declaring war under the duchy's name would not significantly enhance their military support, yet post-war, they would expect a share of the spoils. The Duke was understandably reluctant to engage in such a losing venture. This analogy can be likened to a corporate structure, where the king and duke serve as the principal shareholders and chairman, while the other nobles are minor stakeholders. The chairman can lead the company to profit while also pursuing private business ventures, operating as deemed appropriate. Consequently, Alicia dispatched envoys to these nobles, requesting military passage. Although reaching the Ludwig family's territory by sea would take just over a day, she preferred the overland route. The nobles of Beg, aware of Stewart's reprisals against those who had plundered merchant caravans, felt compelled to acquiesce to her request. Those daring enough to raid merchant caravans were primarily local lords or knights, with a few impoverished barons clinging to a handful of villages. Larger nobles would not tarnish their reputations over such trivial matters. They were ill-equipped to resist Stewart's retaliation, facing at least tenfold reparations, the surrender of offenders, and even instances where defiance led to complete annihilation of their lineage. The nobles of Beg feared incurring Alicia's wrath. After all, she was akin to a dragon, a being of a different nature than mere mortals. capable of extinguishing lives with the ease of crushing an ant. There was no sense in wagering their own lives on her forbearance. Following the failed assault on Dominaria port, the Duke of Francia abandoned stranded merchant vessels and fled towards his homeland, accompanied by escort warships. All ports along the route were under Stewart's control, leaving him no opportunity for resupply or respite. Additionally, in the wake of his defeat, the morale of his forces plummeted. Conversely, the Stewart fleet, while engaged in operations to disrupt maritime routes near the Duchy of Beg, was able to regroup in the ports of the Kingdom of Rhine, the Kingdom of Fran, and the Elven Kingdom, 3 signatories of the North Atlantic Treaty, thus maintaining robust combat readiness. The news of their resounding victory in the defense of Dominaria City further bolstered their spirits. As the fleet navigated through the seas, encountering merchant vessels was a common occurrence. The Duke of Francia could not afford to sink every ship he encountered in the name of secrecy. He was simply unable to do so. The employees of the Tulip Merchant Association, dispatched to various noble ports under the guise of free trade, had a mission that extended beyond mere commerce. They were tasked with gathering intelligence. With the news of the Duchy of Beg's defeat spreading, these merchant ships that crossed paths with the fleet would happily sell their coordinates for a handsome price. With knowledge of the enemy's course and approximate location, subsequent maneuvers became manageable. One fateful morning, the Stewart fleet predictably intercepted the Duke of Francia's vessels. The former deployed 5 of the latest sailing battleships, while the latter brought forth a single sailing battlecruiser and 8 3-masted heavy cruisers. This represented the entirety of the duchy's naval might. What followed was rather anticlimactic. Aside from the Duke's flagship, which managed to escape via magical acceleration, the remainder surrendered without hesitation. What other option did they have? Flee. The Stewart battleships, constructed by the Elven race, outpaced the antiquated vessels of the duchy, rendering escape impossible. Fight. The 5 battleships collectively boasted 50 large crossbows on one side, while the duchy's solitary battlecruiser possessed a mere 5, and to add insult to injury, their range was inferior. The duchy's navy prided itself on a glorious combat tradition, unafraid of death in battle. However, they were not inclined to die in vain. A simultaneous volley from the enemy would result in their immediate demise, while their own forces could not even return fire. Was that not tantamount to self-destruction? The Duke of Francia was fortunate enough to escape back to the port of Rotterdam, primarily due to the speed of his vessel. The Stewart heavy and light cruisers, tasked with blockading the port, dared not venture within the 9-kilometer radius of the Mage Tower's teleportation range. For the farther they strayed, the more vulnerabilities they exposed. By the time they realized the Duke had slipped away, it was too late to pursue. Nonetheless, this defeat significantly impacted the broader situation. The Duchy of Beg lost its entire army along with the majority of its mid-tier, high-tier, and master-class professionals. Upon his return, the Duke had also lost the bulk of his naval forces, leaving the remaining military capabilities inadequate for maintaining order. The largest port of the Principality of the Netherlands, the Port of Rotterdam, and its second largest, the Port of Amsterdam, both belong to the Ludwig family, headed by Duke Fernand, with Amsterdam serving as the capital of the Principality. Each of these port cities has established a Grand Mage Tower. For the forces of Stewart, the sole remaining obstacle is these 2 Mage Towers. Without a strategy to overcome them, the conquest of the cities remains elusive, rendering the war devoid of true victory. Duke Fernand has refrained from dispersing his troops to resist from the villages, as his forces are insufficient. Instead, he has consolidated his remaining strength to defend just these 2 cities, abandoning all other territories. In this context, the Stewart army advances relentlessly, capturing one village after another until they reach the outskirts of Rotterdam. Chapter 401, Counterattack, Part 5. At this moment, the port of Rotterdam has lost its former splendor. The harbor is nearly deserted, with only a few dual-masted light cruisers and merchant vessels belonging to the Ludwig family remaining, as other merchant ships have long since fled. The once bustling cross street is now filled with closed shops, as merchants have vacated the city, leaving only a few attendants to guard the goods. Although noble warfare is not supposed to impact commoners, the unpredictable nature of battle often leads to collateral damage without recourse for the injured. Duke Fernand could not have anticipated the situation deteriorating to this extent. The Duke of Stewart and the floating city have yet to make an appearance, while the seemingly unrelated Teutonic Knights have come to assist, barely holding out until Alicia and her companions return, only for their efforts to ultimately be in vain. He has also communicated with the Church of the Goddess of Magic, suggesting that, with the return of the women, they could extract the whereabouts of the floating city from them. Should the Church take them away, his predicament would be resolved. However, he has yet to receive any response. Alicia, the princess of the Silver Dragon clan, alongside Carlatani and Oni Lia, both of legendary rank, are merely allies of the Duke of Stewart. And even the Church of the Goddess of Magic would not resort to coercing them for information regarding the floating city. It is not uncommon for nobles to surrender when faced with defeat, and such actions are not subject to mockery. Thus, Duke Fernand has sent envoys to Alicia to express his intention to surrender, but regrettably, negotiations have failed to reach a conclusion. The forces of Stewart have already seized all of the Ludwig family's territories except for Rotterdam and Amsterdam. What grounds does Duke Fernand have to negotiate his surrender? Nevertheless, Alicia will not express this bluntly, as it contravenes the Code of Nobles, instead demanding sufficient reparations from Duke Fernand. Alicia has made it clear that the presence of Mage towers will not suffice to withstand the Stewart forces. She is confident in her ability to dismantle the towers. And all that remains within these two cities will be spoils of war. Should Duke Fernand wish to surrender, he must provide additional wealth as compensation. Given the continent's long history, there are standard amounts for such reparations, calculated based on the damages inflicted by one party upon another. Duke Fernand's deceitful invitation to Dunkirk for negotiations, followed by a planned ambush, constitutes one of the most egregious offenses, warranting the highest reparations, particularly as the aggressor. His surrender compensation would need to be doubled, a burden he cannot bear. According to noble customs, if the defeated can pay a ransom and reparations, the victors must allow them to surrender. However, if they cannot afford it, their fate is sealed. Pope Saskia van Acton of the Sea God Church is also troubled, having not foreseen the outcome unfolding in this manner. With a total of 12 countships in the principality, having lost 4 severely undermines faith in the great sea god. Fortunately, he had advised Duke Fernand to declare war in the name of the Ludwig family rather than the principality, thus preserving the faith of the remaining 8 countships. Not only the church, but even the sea god Veilco must acknowledge the current situation, as he has no recourse either. Every so often, a hero of legendary stature emerges on the continent, benefiting their nation and the deity they revere. This time, it simply happens to be the sea god's misfortune. Outside the city of Rotterdam, the Stewart soldiers have arranged themselves for the impending siege. Commanding the operation, Knight Eric Bernard, of the 8th rank, orders, mages, take to the skies. Several 5th rank mages cast flying spells, soaring into the air where they can easily survey the condition of the city walls. It appears that the outer city is devoid of defenders, presumably believing they cannot withstand the assault. Upon receiving this information, Knight Eric Bernard promptly commands, Knights, open the city gates. A few lower-ranking magic practitioners stepped forward to enhance 10 knights with agility and spider climb spells, the former lightening their armor, while the latter enables them to scale the walls like Spider-Man. According to the intelligence gathered, Duke Fernand is left with only 2 master-level mages, 2 5th-rank mages, and 4 knights. Thus, sending 10 knights to open the gates poses minimal risk, even if there are hidden ambushes. However, in reality, Knight Eric Bernard has overestimated the situation. For not a single soldier from the principality is to be seen even as the army enters the city. The city guards and the Tulip Sting members venture into the outer city. Recently, Alicia has summoned an additional 500 city guards, experienced in urban security, adept at navigating complex terrains. The Tulip Sting's thieves seek hidden passages or concealed troop placements to prevent the enemy from launching counterattacks. Even with the intelligence provided by the local thieves guild indicating that Duke Fernand has made no arrangements in the outer city, this does not grant the army the liberty to lower their guard. Necessary precautions must be taken. After stationing some soldiers at critical points, Eric Bernard commands the army to press on and successfully breaches the inner city walls, revealing, to their astonishment, that there are absolutely no defenders present. Now, only a castle and the Mage Tower within remain, and from a distance, the silhouettes of soldiers can be observed atop the castle walls. Clearly, the enemy intends to make a desperate stand behind the Mage Tower. Eric Bernard seeks permission, saying, Lady Alicia, I shall send someone to parley for their surrender. Alicia gestures for silence, replying, There is no need. Prepare the soldiers for an assault. As you command. In Alicia's view, there is no necessity for negotiation. It is far simpler to eliminate them entirely. Under the watchful eyes of all, she soared to the edge of the Mage Tower's attack range, 1,000 meters away, and with a forceful flick of her wrist, hurled the spiked bomb into the air. The Master Tier Mage, observing the battlefield from within the Mage Tower, shouted in alarm, Run, and quickly utilized the tower's teleportation feature to escape to a location 9 kilometers distant. For an ordinary person, a distance of 1,000 meters might seem vast. Yet for the spiked bomb, propelled with all of Alicia's might, It was a mere heartbeat away. During this interval, the defensive spells of the Mage Tower attempted an interception. But everyone understood that it was an exercise in futility. With a thunderous explosion, the earth seemed to tremble, and as the smoke cleared, the Mage Tower had vanished without a trace, with even the outer castle reduced to rubble. "Attack!" commanded Stewart, leading his troops forward under the guidance of the knights. The soldiers, left disoriented by the blast, scarcely had time to react before they were slaughtered. In this engagement, not a single defender surrendered. All perished in battle. The Master Tier Mage who had teleported away was ultimately apprehended by Master Margarita Drum and Monica Bellucci, resulting in his capitulation. Chapter 402, Counterattack, Part 6. In less than a day, the city of Rotterdam fell into the hands of Stewart's forces, attracting attention from various quarters. The fact that both spiked bombs used by Alicia had proven effective elicited murmurs of sympathy for Duke Fernand. After all, these devices had been provided to Alicia as compensation by the human side, thus no one pondered further. Nonetheless, it could not be said that Duke Fernand's fortune was entirely unfortunate. At least he had returned to Amsterdam before Stewart's forces launched their assault on Rotterdam, narrowly escaping disaster. Alicia first proceeded to the Temple of the Sea God in Rotterdam, where she generously donated gold coins and received a courteous reception from the bishop. If all goes as expected, these territories would soon belong to the Stewart family. Even though it was known that the future lord would promote the faith of the dragon god, that was a matter for another day. And the Sea God Church had no need to adopt a frosty demeanor at this juncture, like the Duchy of Flanders and other nations. While the Ludwig family is regarded as the sacred bloodline of the Sea God and the predominant faith within the realm, there exists a noteworthy minority, comprising over 1/5 of the populace, who adhere to other deities. However, the largest temple in any city is undoubtedly dedicated to the Sea God. Following this, it was time for rewards and punishments, and to honor the troops, Alicia commanded the logistics officer to procure a substantial quantity of meat, delighting all the soldiers. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Duke Fernand, at that moment, sat before Pope Saskia van Acton at the headquarters of the Sea God Church, his head drooping as if lost in thought, though in reality, he was merely staring blankly. At present, Amsterdam was left with only one Master Tier Druid, a 5th-level mage, 2 knights, and fewer than 200 soldiers. Although there remained a Mage Tower, witnessing the battle's outcome in Rotterdam, no one dared claim it could withstand an onslaught. Should the enemy obliterate the Mage Tower, death would be inevitable. If by some stroke of luck they survived only to be captured, their inability to pay reparations would likewise lead to demise. The sacred bloodline was no immunity from death. All inhabitants of the continent must adhere to the 3 great covenants. Furthermore, with so many members in the Ludwig family, Duke Fernand had over a dozen siblings, each one a bearer of the sacred bloodline. Inheriting the family estate bore no relation to these younger sons and daughters. Thus, regardless of whether the outcome was execution or enslavement after defeat, it bore no consequence for them. More critically, many noble younger sons and daughters, blessed with the gift of priesthood, had joined various churches. The Sea God Church housed numerous members of the Ludwig family, so even if Duke Fernand's entire family perished, the sacred bloodline would not be severed. Having ascended to the ducal position merely months prior, and having just begun to relish the benefits of power, he was unwilling to lose his current standing or face death, which drove him to seek assistance from the Sea God Church headquarters. However, to his dismay, Pope Saskia van Acton found herself equally powerless. Suddenly, Duke Fernand lifted his head, as if seizing upon a lifeline, and exclaimed, "Your Holiness, as long as I remain at the church headquarters, I will be safe. Surely the forces of Stewart cannot storm in and seize me." Pope Saskia van Acton was momentarily taken aback by such a refreshingly naive notion, leaving her at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she replied, "Duke Fernand, how can you entertain such thoughts? This is the sacred sanctuary of the great sea god." At that moment, Duke Fernand's demeanor exhibited clear signs of instability. He declared vehemently, "But I am of the sacred bloodline of the great sea god. How can I fall into the hands of those base individuals? I refuse to leave." Pope Saskia van Acton was left bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. With Duke Fernand refusing to budge, she could not forcibly evict him, for the consequences would tarnish the reputation of the Duchy of Flanders, the Church, and even that of the great sea god. It became evident to her that Duke Fernand's current state was influenced by some form of trauma. Thus, it would be futile to counsel him, better to allow him to calm down. Rising, she stated, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." To her astonishment, Duke Fernand insisted on remaining within the church, apparently having resigned himself to his fate. However, Pope Saskia van Acton could not afford such luxury. For the time being, she had to ensure he was well fed and cared for while fervently praying to the great sea god for guidance on how she should proceed. Upon learning of this situation through prayer, the sea god Verker was filled with indignation, silently resolving that once Duke Fernand perished and reached the realm of the divine, he would subject him to the most excruciating tortures, one for each day. Thus, Duke Fernand remained at the church headquarters for 2 days, inebriated to the point of oblivion, before being returned to the castle. That night, as he awoke in the dead of night, parched and in need of water, he fell from his bed in front of 2 servants and met his demise. The following day, as Stewart's forces approached the outskirts of Amsterdam, thieves lurking within the city conveyed this shocking news. Duke Fernand had died. The announcement took everyone by surprise, especially Alicia, who found such an exaggerated demise hard to believe was not the work of divine intervention. Yet, what did it matter to her? She instructed, "Commence the attack as planned." As you command. Due to the war, Duke Fernand had sent his wife and children into hiding within the castle. As for siblings, it has been previously stated that without noble status, they are merely ordinary individuals, and thus, war does not concern them. Now, with a sudden death, chaos has erupted within the castle, leaving no one to attend to the matters of battle. It was only when the Stewart army advanced towards the castle that the eldest son of Duke Ferdinand was reluctantly dragged into the hall by the others. While he is indeed the heir, he is merely that, an heir, lacking the knowledge that many officials and knights possess. Upon hearing the entire account of events and understanding the current predicament, he felt utterly despondent. He was aware that the enemy had reached the castle gates. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that they could not surrender due to an inability to pay the ransom. It is clear that such despairing news was not something Duke Ferdinand could convey, even to his own family. The death of Duke Ferdinand alone would not suffice. If they could not afford the ransom and compensation, his entire family would be trapped. It would be ludicrous to expect an elderly head of the family to bear the blame at such a critical moment. Thus, theoretically, the eldest son of Duke Ferdinand now held a status superior to that of the Duke of the Bay Kingdom, yet in reality, he might die before the succession ceremony could even take place, a burden that would invoke despair in anyone. He could only comfort himself, thinking that at least the Mage Tower remained intact. Surely, the Stewart army could not possess a third thorn bomb. Even if they did, it was unlikely they could employ it again. In Alicia's perspective, the rapid rise of Kristin has rendered her foundation unstable. Despite being adorned with titles such as Hero Against Demons, Brilliant Sorceress, and Dragon Knight, and possessing the formidable aerial city, the moment she leaves her territory, all manner of vile entities will dare to exploit her absence. This is precisely why Alicia treats the looting merchant convoy and the obstructing nobles so sternly, why she insists on her army traversing the lands of other nobles in the Bay Kingdom, and why she employs thunderous methods to obliterate the Mage Tower in Rotterdam, eliminating all resistance. It is all about establishing authority, making it clear to everyone that even in Kristin's absence, the Stewart territory remains a duke's domain, not to be trampled upon by mere lower nobles. Now that all lands of the Ludwig family have been seized, her only concern is how to deal with the castle and the Mage Tower before her. Sir Eric Bernard, my Lady Alicia, how may I serve you? Send word that if the occupants of the castle surrender and relinquish all property, I promise to execute only the current Duke of the Bay Kingdom, while those unable to pay the ransom will only serve as servants for a year before regaining their freedom. Understood. The first destruction of the Mage Tower was to establish authority. The second need not resort to such drastic measures. Although Duke Ferdinand has passed, the debts must not be forgiven lightly. His successor must be executed, a show directed at the other nobles. Unexpectedly, such lenient terms were rejected by the opposing side. The eldest son of Duke Ferdinand wished to live, and the others did not want to lose all their possessions to become servants. More importantly, Alicia's clemency was perceived as a sign of weakness, leading them to believe she lacked the means to breach the Mage Tower. Such reasoning was not entirely baseless. Despite Alicia being a dragon and possessing master-level mages like Margarita Drame and Ryzerg Sasai, as well as 2,000 elite soldiers, breaching the Mage Tower would incur significant casualties, and they wagered that the Stewart territory would hesitate to bear such losses. Since they sought their own demise, Alicia would oblige without a hint of hesitation, commanding, "Summon Bishop Antoine Leroy of the Order of the God of Order and Bishop Clement Tap of the Great Dragon God Church to the front lines." Understood. Immediately, a knight was dispatched to summon the two. The reason for inviting the bishops from both churches to accompany them during the counterattack was primarily to guard against any covert actions from the Sea God Velko or the Sea God Church. Should they act in such a manner, It would be a grave affront to the esteemed Order of the God of Order and the Dragon God. Upon their arrival, the two bishops inquired curiously, "Princess Alicia, do you require our assistance?" "Gentlemen, as you witnessed, I sent envoys to negotiate a surrender, but they rebuffed my goodwill. The ensuing battle may lead to significant casualties, beyond my control." Bishop Clement Tapp responded promptly, "Princess Alicia, we have witnessed your mercy and regret the outcome." Bishop Antoine Leroy concurred. After all, given the circumstances, once the castle and Mage Tower fell, Duke Ferdinand's entire family would face death. Now it had transformed into the execution of only one, with the others subjected to servitude. Indeed, a considerable act of grace. It is good that you understand. After saying this, Alicia retrieved the artifact known as the Gate of Summoning from her hidden cache. This relic originally belonged to the legendary mage Valtes Leitanger, and after his demise, it naturally fell into Kristin's possession. The artifact's function is to store 1,000 undead beings. Previously, during battle, the undead within had been eliminated by Kristin's construct army. But upon returning, Alicia and her companions took the opportunity to refill it from the realm of Onelia. Due to the Mage Tower activating its interference functions, spatial spells such as teleportation, summoning, and blink cannot be utilized within a radius of 9 kilometers. However, despite its name, the Gate of Summoning is a special storage artifact unaffected by these restrictions, thus a portal with a diameter of over 10 meters manifested on the battlefield. Subsequently, armored death knights, towering skeletal giants, soulbound corpses, and various zombies surged forth, all undead creatures with combat prowess ranging from master level to a minimum of 5th tier. While only the higher and master tier undead possess intelligence, the lower tier undead operate purely on instinct. Therefore, despite having strength and resilience surpassing that of knights of the same tier, in direct combat, two would struggle to defeat a single knight. Nevertheless, this battle scenario is where the advantages of these undead truly shine. It is a contest of attrition against the Mage Tower, where they fear not death and can withstand blows, persisting even if only a single one remains. As the portal of the artifact summoned forth its army of undead, not only were the opposing factions startled, but even the nearby onlookers from various powerful entities were taken aback. Over a dozen master-level practitioners, accompanied by nearly 1,000 undead creatures of at least 5th tier strength, surged forward. Even the elite knights of the Fran Kingdom would suffer substantial losses against such a formidable force. The defenders of the castle numbered fewer than 200 soldiers, all of whom were merely militia. Thus, whether they could withstand the onslaught of the undead horde hinged entirely on the capabilities of the Mage Tower. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the undead were not only numerous enough to compel the Mage Tower to employ area of effect spells for interception, but they were also remarkably resilient. After all, human soldiers would lose their combat effectiveness upon sustaining significant injuries, whereas the undead could continue to fight even when missing limbs. After incurring a death toll of over 300, the undead army reached the castle walls. The leaping ghouls and floating specters ascended the parapets, and the scant militia could not possibly fend them off, let alone escape. The castle gates, though sturdy, were no match for the assault from the master-level death knights and skeletal giants. Following another 100 casualties, the undead forces breached the castle. One of the undead's advantages was their immense strength, which rapidly depleted the Mage Tower's protective shield through relentless assault. Both the offensive spells and the shield required energy from the elemental pool. As the shield consumed more energy, less was available for the offensive spells, leading to a decreased frequency of attacks. With fewer offensive spells, the casualties among the undead diminished, thereby intensifying their assault on the Mage Tower. This vicious cycle ultimately resulted in the depletion of energy, the collapse of the shield, and the breaking of the gates by the undead, culminating in the complete annihilation of the defenders. Even the master-level druid and 5th tier mage, who had teleported from the Mage Tower to 9 kilometers away, were ultimately slain by several masters led by Stewart. Chapter 404, Counterattack, Part 8, regarding Alicia's utilization of the artifact to summon the army of undead to assault the Mage Tower in Amsterdam. All factions refrained from voicing any objections. The deity of death, Clanver, was a powerful true god whose priests possessed numerous divine spells capable of summoning undead, including liches among their ranks. Even the Church of the Light boasted several spells related to the undead. Hence, the Continental Accord stipulated that necromantic spells were deemed neutral, with only those who abused them being labeled as malevolent. The artifact did not transform living beings into undead. Rather, it required seeking out existing undead to populate it. By capturing the wandering undead and rendering them controllable, their potential threat was mitigated. Furthermore, Prior to employing this artifact, Alicia had already lowered the conditions for surrender. Those who refused faced dire consequences, and no one would advocate for such foolishness. The ensuing period was dedicated to post-conflict arrangements, appointing officials and stationed soldiers to the occupied territories, receiving emissaries from various churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds, as well as hosting the nobles subordinate to the former Duchy of Brabant. In the City Hall of Amsterdam, Alicia welcomed the Pope of the Sea God Church. After the customary pleasantries, Pope Saskia van Acke articulated the purpose of her visit, which pertained to the question of the ducal position in the Duchy of Brabant. According to the Continental Accord, only those of divine blood could establish kingdoms, and only those of legendary blood could establish duchies. The current nations were products of this original foundation. Subsequently, a supplementary treaty was signed, which outlined the minimum land area required for the establishment of kingdoms and duchies. Otherwise, a territory the size of a barony could not legitimately be deemed a kingdom. This was also the reason why many true gods with divine bloodlines could not establish nations. Their lands did not meet the criteria. However, Kristin was not only of legendary tier, but also possessed territories far exceeding those of actual dukedoms. Her descendants were thus qualified to establish a duchy. Now that the Stewart territory had vanquished the Ludwig family, to which Duke Fernando belonged, if Kristin so desired, the Duchy of Brabant would need to be renamed. To illustrate, the Duchy of Brabant was akin to a corporation, with the Ludwig family as the major shareholders and chairman, while other actual nobles were minor shareholders. If the chairman, acting in a personal capacity, suffered losses in other ventures, causing them to relinquish their shares, land, to another company, the Stewart territory, then according to regulations, Kristin would become the major shareholder and chairman of this company, the Duchy of Brabant. For the minor shareholders, actual nobles, the identity of the chairman was inconsequential. Similarly, the chairman was indifferent to the faith of these minor shareholders, provided their mutual interests were not compromised. Now that the major shareholder and chairman had changed, Kristin could either opt to rename the company, the Duchy of Brabant, and operate independently, or merge it with her own company, establish a duchy, both being lawful and compliant actions. However, the implications for the Sea God and the Sea God Church were markedly different. Many divine bloodlines on the continent had no opportunity to establish nations, and this was generally accepted. Yet, if the Sea Goddess divine bloodline were to establish a duchy and then lose it, particularly if it were to provoke conflict and subsequently be defeated, the ridicule in the material world would be overwhelming, tarnishing their reputation across the multiverse. Previously, the Sea Goddess divine realm had been shattered by the dragon god, a matter only whispered among the deities, unknown to mortals. Should this situation become public knowledge, the sea god would be rendered a subject of mockery. Unlike the evil deities, the sea god could not afford to lose face. Thus, the purpose of Pope Saskia van Acke's visit was to negotiate a withdrawal, allowing her to take her share of the company's assets, land, and the minor shareholders, actual nobles, willing to accompany her. Subsequently selling the company, the Duchy of Brabant, back to the Ludwig family. Since the name of the company, the Duchy of Brabant, and the chairman, the Ludwig family, had not yet been officially changed. Even if the company shrank, the land area decreased. From any perspective, the company, the Duchy of Brabant, remained intact and unchanged. This course of action preserved the sea god's dignity. Of course, such a maneuver would necessitate offering sufficient incentives to the other party. But this would be funded by the church, as the Duchy of Brabant was immensely wealthy due to maritime trade, and the Sea God Church could not possibly be impoverished. The reason Pope Saskia van Acke broached this matter now was twofold. First, the war between the Ludwig family and the Stewart territory had concluded, meaning any actions taken by the Sea God Church would not contravene the three great accords. Second, it was prudent to address this matter sooner rather than later, as announcing the new Duke of Brabant promptly would prevent the emergence of any rumors. The reason he dared to present this matter was his firm belief that Alicia would acquiesce. With the three great covenants and the balance of divine powers in place, all parties were obliged to adhere to established protocols. Even though everyone was aware of Duke Stewart's ambition to ascend to godhood and usurp the position of the sea god, as long as Alicia remained within the bounds of the law, the sea god Velker and the Church of the Sea could not act against her. However, true deities are inherently superior. No mortal, be it a king or a duke, can claim equality with a god. Thus, even if Kristin advocated for the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, she was still required to extend an invitation to the Duchy of Brabant, unless they chose to decline it on their own accord. Even the mere act of pressuring them was impermissible, as it ultimately concerned the divine. Now that the Stewart territory had emerged victorious in war, Kristin was entitled to claim her spoils. Yet, if the request put forth by Pope Saskia van Acte was also rebuffed, it would be an overt affront to the Church, effectively laying bare an intention to diminish the sea god's prestige. In such a scenario, the Church of the Sea would intervene, and the dragon god and the dragon goddess church would remain indifferent. A god is a god, even if one harbors intentions to annihilate a deity. One must maintain a semblance of respect, for disrespecting a god equates to disrespecting the entire divine hierarchy. Alicia was acutely aware of these intricate dynamics, and, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to Pope Saskia van Acte's request. The final agreement resulted in the division of the Duchy of Brabant into 12 countships, 7 in the north remaining under Brabant's domain and 5 adjacent to the Kingdom of France ceded to the Stewart territory, thereby establishing the Duchy of Belgium. Originally, the land acquired through victory consisted of 4 countships, but the necessity to relinquish the cities of Rotterdam and Amsterdam warranted the acquisition of an additional countship as compensation. Alicia also stipulated that the Church of the Sea must facilitate the relocation of the local nobility and knights from the 5 southern countships, ensuring all lands belonged to the Stewart family. Should they accomplish this, Alicia would forego any further compensation. Pope Saskia van Acte consented, as the headquarters of the Church of the Sea was located in Amsterdam, making these 2 cities essential to his agenda. Chapter 405. The Divine Essence, Part 1. Archduke Ferdinand's eldest grandson, Felzer Ludovic, succeeded to the title of Duke of Brabant, and under the auspices of the Church of the Sea, a territorial division and exchange agreement was concluded between the national aristocracy and Alicia, who represented the Stewart territory. Subsequently, a signing ceremony was held to establish the Duchy of Belgium, with Brussels designated as its capital. The celebration of the duchy's founding and the selection of the Duke would await Duke Stewart's return, yet from a legal perspective, all was in order. Having received recognition from various churches, nations, and organizations across the continent, Kristin had already acquired Brittany, the Loire, and 2 baronies in the Kingdom of France, along with Corona County in the Iberian Kingdom, and now she possessed a duchy the size of a county in Belgium, alongside a smattering of other territories, including another barony. In terms of her familial holdings, she had surpassed King Louis Capet of France, who had distributed numerous titles to loyal nobles and knights, whereas Kristin had far fewer vassals. With the resolution of the Brabant issue, the Stewart territory faced no significant challenges for the time being, and the Church of the Sea had also quieted, bringing a return to tranquility. Although Rotterdam and Amsterdam were returned to Brabant, the assets of the defeated Ludovic family and others were deemed spoils of war, including antiques, paintings, sculptures, and magical artifacts, yielding a substantial fortune for the Stewart territory. The masters Marguerite de Ram and Richter Cezi, who had come to assist, received an additional 30% in remuneration, which pleased them greatly. The Teutonic Knights, having come to aid by divine command, were also compensated with double the appropriate reward, for which Frederick von Ernst expressed his gratitude. The next order of business, and the primary task awaiting Alicia and her companions upon their return, was to cultivate devout followers for Kristin, though they could not officially bear such a title. The Covenant of the Gods stipulates that no being may establish a church or preach before igniting the divine flame. Otherwise, they would be relegated to the realm of false gods, and all true divine churches bear the obligation to eradicate such pretenders. Demigods require approximately 50 devout followers or over 10 fanatics to provide the necessary faith power to ignite the divine flame, with a single fanatic equating to 5 devout followers, necessitating individual cultivation. Historically, heroic figures arose in response to prevailing circumstances, not only aiding many in gaining renown, but also amassing a cadre of followers or even establishing their own factions. Those who received assistance are likely to become devout followers upon the ignition of the divine flame, while those within the faction and the followers themselves are more prone to transform into devout or fanatic adherents. Thus, the threshold is not particularly high. Given Kristin's current number of subjects and her prestige, she had already far surpassed this requirement. At the very least, Carlotani, Elena, the Fox sisters, Catgirl Blader, and Centaur Tree were undoubtedly fanatics, for they had implored countless times in bed, "My God, spare me." Nevertheless, caution is paramount on the path to divinity, prompting Kristin to summon Alicia and the others back. Coincidentally, they arrived just as Archduke Ferdinand launched an assault on Dominaria's city with sea beasts, leading to the events that transpired thereafter. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Corona successfully ignited the divine flame, becoming a true god, while Kristin inherited the spark, becoming a planeswalker mage. Setting of this book: once the divine flame is ignited, a qualitative transformation occurs, Even the weakest and the mightiest of gods share an identical essence, the only distinction being the level of divinity and divine office. A newly ignited god seeking to elevate their divine rank must primarily establish a church, disseminate doctrine, and cultivate followers, as followers generate faith power, thereby amassing divine strength to enhance their divine rank. However, as a new god has yet to consolidate their divine office, they are unable to bestow divine spells upon priests, resulting in a relatively slow development of the church in its early stages. In the primary realm, when a creature falls ill or sustains injuries, minor ailments are entrusted to herbalists, while significant afflictions are addressed by priests. Regardless of the nature of the ailment, there exists no injury or illness beyond the healing capabilities of a priest, with the distinction lying in the ability to summon a high-ranking priest for aid. The healing provided by priests is charged according to the level of divine magic employed, adhering to a standardized and transparent fee structure across the continent. Although believers receive a discounted rate for treatment, for the average individual, it is virtually impossible to traverse life without encountering illness or injury. By placing faith in a deity, one can secure treatment from that deity's priest at half the cost. If a priest of this deity is incapable of providing healing, what reason is there to maintain belief in such a divinity? Moreover, depending on their divine office, priests possess unique divine abilities. For instance, a god of war may bestow enhancements to combat prowess, while a goddess of agriculture might increase crop yields. Naturally, those who revere these true deities can enjoy the benefits of their distinctive divine powers. To attract followers, one must either offer enticing advantages or instill fear, ultimately employing various strategies to bolster their ranks. However, when a new deity first ignites their divine flame, they are often unable to execute either approach, which accounts for the initial challenges faced by emerging faiths. Fortunately for Corona, this is not a concern, as she possesses territory and wealth, enabling her to subsidize and attract followers in the early stages. For example, only the devotees of the great goddess Corona may purchase certain coveted items at discounted prices, particularly as the Stewart territory is home to numerous luxury brands. Furthermore, it can be suggested that only the faithful of the great goddess are eligible for higher positions within her domain. This process parallels the dynamics of internet commerce. Once a new deity ignites their divine flame, indicating their entry into the digital realm, they must first establish their doctrines, creating a presentation to consolidate their priesthood, selecting a niche market, followed by the formation of their church, company. In the early phases, financial incentives transform ordinary individuals into general believers, downloading an app and registering accounts. Although the faith power provided by these general believers is minimal, the cumulative effect can elevate the deity's divine rank, generating traffic. As the divine rank rises, the priesthood becomes more cohesive. The app gains industry recognition, allowing the provision of divine powers to sustain believers. Users find the app beneficial and begin frequent use, thereby attracting more divine energy. Ads are placed. The duration required to transition from igniting the divine flame to consolidating the priesthood is solely contingent upon the amount of divine power contributed by the followers. Thus, the greater the number and devotion of the followers, the more divine power is provided, resulting in a shorter time frame. Although initially unable to bestow divine powers upon priests due to the lack of a consolidated priesthood, a deity can still hear the prayers of their followers, though whether to respond relies on the deity's disposition. Generally, responses are rare due to the overwhelming volume of prayers, most of which are inconsequential. However, for Corona, individuals like Carlatani can communicate with her through prayer at any time, creating a channel of information that facilitates problem solving. Chapter 406, Divine Rank 2, Book Setting. Once a new god ignites their divine flame, it is prudent to promptly cultivate several priests to spread their teachings and prepare for the establishment of a church, while the deity should refrain from revealing their true form unless absolutely necessary. This is because new gods typically lack formidable combat or survival capabilities. The multiverse is inhabited by numerous beings whose powers rival those of the nascent deities, many of whom would eagerly seek to benefit from the demise of a god. Hence, if a true god possesses the capability to establish a divine kingdom, it is imperative to do so and remain concealed within, only venturing forth in the guise of avatars. Should their strength be insufficient, they must hide in a secretive location, secretly accumulating divine power to create their divine realm. The establishment of a divine kingdom is generally situated in other planes that align with the deity's divine office. For example, gods associated with war typically establish their dominions in the realm of warriors' repose, while deities of death often reside in the underworld. These locations serve as their home turf. maximizing the efficacy of the deity's powers while also providing an ideal battleground for their believers. Believers are reborn through their deities and cannot leave the divine realm. Yet they can be utilized to repel adversaries attacking the divine kingdom. One of the reasons divine realms are nearly impregnable is the existence of these believers. For instance, the believers of a war god comprise the most elite commanders and soldiers honed over centuries. Any invading army would incur tremendous costs to eliminate them. Another factor is that when other gods or powerful beings enter a divine realm, they lose contact with the outside world, rendering them incapable of drawing strength from external sources and forced to rely solely on their stored divine power for combat, which diminishes with each use. After an invading deity vanquishes the believer army, how much divine power remains to confront the defending deity? Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, the dragon god, who is primarily a formidable creature before being a deity, can overpower the sea god Verker with sheer physical strength. Following the ignition of her divine flame, Corona resolved to designate a demi-plane as her divine kingdom. At present, a territory the size of a barony is adequate, especially considering she currently has no believers. Expansion can occur gradually as her following grows, which is not a difficult task for a deity. The advantage of this approach is the mobility of the divine kingdom, allowing for the appreciation of various cultural environments and landscapes, while also providing an avenue for escape in times of peril. The drawback is the myriad dangers of the astral plane. With a moment's inattention, one could face divine ruin. Additionally, the lack of geographical advantages presents a challenge. However, Corona remains unperturbed, as she possesses the floating city, which sufficiently safeguards her divine kingdom in its nascent stages. Once she develops further, the tables may turn. In summary, a god as unorthodox as she is has indeed been rare. Deities are typically characterized by their gravitas, particularly as their divine rank increases, potentially leading to the emergence of subordinate deities. One cannot have a subordinate deity waking up to find their god embarking on a leisurely tour with their divine kingdom. Yet, the goddess Corona is unconcerned with such conventions. She is willing to embrace her fortune. Although she begins her journey at a peak compared to other new gods, she now faces a dilemma. To avoid provoking the sea god Verker into a divine conflict, primarily to evade the goddess of magic, Mistra, Corona opted to ignite her divine flame in the astral realm. The advantage is that her ascension to divinity remains unknown, while the disadvantage is the inability to rightfully establish a church and spread her teachings due to this secrecy. In the primary world, the moment a divine flame ignites, the ripple of primordial energy would alert all true gods to the new divinity, yet now she must find a means to substantiate her claim. Without evidence, her teachings would be deemed illegal, resulting in her eradication. Returning to the main world may expose one to peril, and without that return, there exists no means to propagate the teachings and expand the congregation. In the astral realm, within the floating city, at the central Mage Tower, in the bedroom, Kristin retracted the tendrils from Corona's body and, upon rising, transformed back into her youthful form. In contrast, Corona, now a true deity, shimmered with divine light and reverted to her original state. With a mere thought, their souls exchanged places, revealing that they had been controlling each other's bodies. With Kristin becoming a traveling mage and Corona a true god, the minor symptoms of bloodline impulse had long been eradicated. Yet, as they were originally one soul split apart, the long-term erosion from their previous adversary had left lingering consequences. As Savannah ventured to the demi-plane, only the two remained within the floating city, left to amuse themselves. With a flick of thought, splendid yet differently colored gowns adorned them, a testament to the extraordinary divine power that alters reality. In simpler terms, it is the manifestation of one's desires. The higher the divine rank, the more potent the effect. However, even at the pinnacle of the 20th rank, omnipotence is not guaranteed. Whether regarded as weak or lacking, the gods of this multiverse possess limitations, far from being all-powerful. With a wave, a set of tea utensils materialized before them, commencing an automatic brewing process. Corona handed a cup of tea to Kristin, inquiring, "Must we indeed meet that old riddle master?" It turned out that although the four true gods had bestowed various divine essences, only the cunning Jaeger had included a message stating that should they encounter any difficulties post-ascension, they could send word to him. The notion of sending a message was merely a pretext for Jaeger to display his lack of pretension. It was implausible that a being of his stature would settle for mere words to have tasks completed. After all, Jaeger, as the overseer of death, held a high status among the ancient gods, and the new deities were obliged to show him due respect. The phrase "strange occurrences" signal trouble rings true. Jaeger's frequent overtures surely concealed ulterior motives. While previous interactions had been indirect, a face-to-face meeting could lead to unexpected demands. Should such requests prove troublesome, declining could create a debt of obligation, while acquiescence might jeopardize one's own interests. Kristin replied nonchalantly, "It's worth meeting him. After all, he has gone to such lengths just to see you. It is inevitable that you will meet him eventually." Corona, with a frown, responded, having just ascended, "I cannot yet create an avatar. I can only face him in my true form. What if he harbors ill intentions? I could meet my end." Kristin shot her a glare. "I shall go in your stead." Corona chuckled, "I was jesting. Would I truly be daunted by such trivial matters? But should an unexpected event arise, remember to rescue me. This old riddle master must be able to foresee the future. He wouldn't dare act against you." This was not mere bravado from Kristin. Defeating Jaeger was beyond her current capabilities, but she could certainly devise a way to ensure mutual destruction if necessary. Given ample time for her development, victory would ultimately belong to her. Such was the strength of the traveling mage. Chapter 407. The Truth, Part 1. In the Underworld. Amidst the gray wasteland, two silhouettes soared through the air without restraint. As they passed, both the undead and planar travelers scurried away, and those unable to evade knelt in the dirt, pressing their foreheads to the ground. The pair were Corona and Analia, despite their black hooded cloaks concealing their forms. All beings, even those devoid of sight, instantly recognized one of them as a great deity in her true essence. Indeed, for certain powerful beings, the departure of a god from their divine realm represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, for the majority of creatures in the underworld, encountering even a fragment of a true god was far from fortuitous, let alone the true form. This was due to the fact that most undead beings possessed unsettling appearances and could easily be obliterated by the whims of a god. Akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot, the Bone Fortress, an expanse that seemed endless, housed countless formidable undead beings and served as the residence of the esteemed death recorder, Jaeger. As Corona and Analia arrived, the fortress's grand entrance swung open, and an array of undead beings emerged, some brandishing flags, others playing instruments. A red carpet unfurled for hundreds of meters, flanked by graceful dancers, indistinguishable from the living, performing a welcoming dance. A demigod Death Knight led the way, kneeling before them and proclaiming, by the decree of the great Death Recorder, "We warmly welcome the illustrious goddess Corona to the Bone Fortress. In truth, her divine name is Kristin Stewart, for clarity's sake." All avatars of the ascended god are referred to as Corona. The Death Knight guided them forth. Even at this moment, Corona kept her cloak on out of consideration for the undead present, as gazing directly at a god, in their true form, could result in dire repercussions. Understood. At the Death Knight's command, the entourage heralded Corona and Analia into the main hall of the Bone Fortress. Upon arriving at the entrance, Corona instructed, "Analia, wait here." Understood. The doors swung open automatically, and Corona entered, the doors closing behind her, leaving only the two deities within. In the center of the hall stood a throne, yet it remained unoccupied. At the foot of the steps stood an elderly man, his hair and beard white, hunched over yet exuding an aura of profound wisdom and vigor that belied his advanced age. This was the most common appearance of Jaeger, the Death Recorder. As he traversed the world, with a flash of divine light, Corona's hooded cloak vanished, revealing her true form clad in a black gown. She bowed in greeting, "Jaeger." Jaeger returned the gesture, "Goddess Corona." Communication between gods is most direct, as they do not contravene their divine duties or primordial forces. A god of justice will not feign civility when engaging with deities of malevolence, while a god known for cunning will always harbor schemes. In such cases, persuasion is nearly futile. It is far better to speak plainly. Thus, Corona addressed him candidly, "Esteemed Jaeger, I am grateful for your assistance." Jaeger smiled kindly, akin to a benevolent elder next door. "As long as you can ascend to godhood, any assistance I provide is but a trifle." Corona, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Esteemed god Yegos, I wish to understand the reason behind your actions." Yegos did not evade the question, replying, "Of course, it is your right to know the truth." In his hand appeared a thick tome, which he opened to reveal a page displaying only her name, with the remainder left blank. As the chronicler of death, this tome records the life stories of every deceased, including the causes of their demise. Similarly, it notes how many lives a person has taken throughout their existence. Even if you have ignited the divine fire, as a mortal, there should be a record of it. Corona refrained from questioning further and awaited Yegos to continue. In ancient prophecies, a being known as the Fate Nullifier is foretold to descend upon our multiverse. The fact that this tome cannot record all your deeds signifies that you are indeed this Fate Nullifier. Esteemed God Yegos, I have a query. You assert that I am the so-called Fate Nullifier, unable to be recorded by your divine artifact. Why, then, am I prophesied? Corona discerned the inconsistency. Your question is quite valid. A Fate Nullifier cannot be prophesied, hence no one knows when or in what form she will appear. However, the inability to be prophesied does not equate to being unrecorded. Does it not highlight the issue? Corona inclined her body slightly, saying, I understand now. Thank you, esteemed God Yegos, for enlightening me. The emptiness of the tome beside her name served as a troubling proof of her predicament. Yegos closed the tome and said, I anticipate your next inquiry. There is no need to rush. I shall recount the entire matter from the beginning. In this multiverse, it is indisputable that true deities occupy the pinnacle of power. Corona nodded in agreement. Gods are eternal, the past is immutable, and the present is ever-flowing. Thus, the only concern for the gods is the future, and they inevitably wish to foresee impending calamities to avert them. During the era of the natural magical empire, several true gods fell, including the goddess of magic, who was reborn. This spurred the gods' desire to predict the future even further. Corona interjected, so, does this make Sapphire's a mere jester? Yegos chuckled at her remark. As the god of prophecy, Sapphire's does serve a role, albeit a limited one. The gods are primarily concerned with their own futures, showing little interest in predicting humanity's fate. Would you care if an ant were to perish tomorrow or the day after? And what utility would a god, capable of foreseeing an ant's demise, hold for the other deities? In truth, if the gods so desired, a person's future could be meticulously designed. However, Yegos did not expect Corona to be so blunt in her commentary. He continued, thus, the gods united to form a divine array, forecasting potential calamities of the future. This unprecedented coalition, unlikely to be replicated, saw deities from different pantheons and perspectives participating for their own futures. The future is akin to a grand theatrical performance, though all gods observe the same scene. Their differing divine statuses and focal points mean they perceive distinct realities. What I witness pertains directly to you. Chapter 408, The Truth, Part 2, Book Setting, includes the involvement of the Elven and Dwarven pantheons, among others, who sent avatars to participate in the divine array to predict the future. Aside from the gods themselves, no one else is privy to this knowledge. As the more individuals who are aware, the greater the interference. Undeniably, the gods, as the highest tier of power, embody the primal force of this multiverse, their collective desire mirroring that of the primal force itself. Consequently, a prophecy emerged of a cataclysm that would affect the entirety of the multiverse, from which even the gods would not be spared, resulting in numerous fatalities. The chronicler of death, Yegos, gleaned a fragment of insight from the prophecy, linking this impending disaster to a fate nullifier from beyond the crystal barrier of other universes. For the gods, the future may be millennia away, so even the mightiest can only glimpse vague images, one of which pertains to dragons. Thus, the gods did not overly obstruct the dragon goddess lineage, recognizing that his power might be a potential counter to future calamities. This was also influenced by the collaborative initiative between the dragon god and the elven pantheon. Should the human deities attempt to forcibly intervene, the cost would be substantial. When faced with an ambiguous future, even the gods cannot adopt a definitive response, merely preparing within known limits. For Yegos, knowing that the looming disaster is tied to the fate nullifier means that incorporating her into their ranks would suffice. Whether this fate nullifier becomes the harbinger of destruction or the savior amidst the catastrophe, or merely an observer who alters the course of events, ensuring her ascension to divinity would align her interests with those of the gods. Thus, Yegos aided Kristin during her development, a sentiment echoed by the dragon god, the elven high god, and the Slavic high god, who also bestowed divine essence upon her. The traveler Mage, hailing from other universes beyond the crystal barrier, possessed power rivaling that of the most potent true gods. The concept of forming a divine array to predict the future originated with him, and the gods willingly entertained the notion for their own benefit. Hence, it was entirely plausible for him to leave behind a fragment of divine essence. The reason it was blue divine essence was due to Khan's promise to a renowned archmage to preserve a thread of legacy for the natural magical empire. As for the spark, the gods were unaware. Otherwise, why would Savannah have chosen that particular method to convey it to Kristin? It was simply because it could not be exposed. Viewed from the multiversal perspective, the gods form a singular class, yet from their own vantage. They are further divided into factions such as the Pharaon Pantheon, Slavic Pantheon, Elven Pantheon, Dwarven Pantheon, and Dragon Pantheon, which can be classified as good, neutral, or evil. Integrating the fate nullifier into the divine ranks might mitigate the impending disaster, but aligning her with their faction could yield even greater benefits amidst the calamity, leading the four gods to deliver divine essence aligned with their own interests. In general, the choice of divinity determines the nature of the divine office one ultimately acquires. However, it was unexpected that Khan had left behind a method for merging multiple divinities. Corona could only exclaim, "How delightful." Upon their first meeting, Jaeger immediately discerned this. Yet he chose not to reveal it. As he had initially stated, attaining divinity was what mattered. Everything else was of little consequence. The gods, in their grand machinations, prompted demons, devils, and other beings, though unaware of the gods' intentions, to take precautionary measures to protect their own interests. Thus, demon lords, archdevils, and the highest rulers of other planes convened to conduct prophecies. However, their powers paled in comparison to those of the deities, resulting in fewer and more obscure glimpses of the future. For some demon lords, the emergence of the human lord, Kristin, during this calamity suggested she might ascend to divinity, necessitating her elimination before she could pose a threat. This led to a series of prior actions. As for the theft of the prophecy book, that was a personal endeavor of a demon prince, perhaps believing that others were inept and incapable of foreseeing anything useful, thus allowing him to take charge. Demons and devils, along with other races, are not the mainstream, so I shall briefly summarize this. After listening to Jaeger, the harbinger of death, Corona finally grasped the underlying circumstances. Nevertheless, she was skeptical about being the so-called harbinger of fate. As an unremarkable transmigrator, she doubted her capacity to confront a disaster that could impact the entire multiverse and the gods. However, at this moment, her thoughts were consumed by, "Kristin, you cunningly intend to elevate me to divinity to face the impending catastrophe while preparing to flee as a traveling mage. Just wait until I return. I shall have you posing in 360 different ways, and you shall bear my surname." Jaeger stood quietly by, patiently allowing her to process the information. Showing no signs of impatience, Corona slightly inclined her body and said, "Esteemed Jaeger, thank you for your elucidation. It has unveiled the truth of the matter." Jaeger smiled and waved his hand. "Goddess Corona, this is knowledge you were meant to possess. There is no need for such formality." He continued, "I am aware of your disputes with the sea god Velkur and the goddess of magic Mistra. You chose to ignite divine flames in the astral plane to avoid them. Yet this comes at the cost of temporarily hindering your ability to preach in the prime material plane." Indeed, that was the case. Jaeger produced a point of light, stating, "Goddess Corona, this is the divine office of the overseer of death. Once you inherit it, you will be able to bestow divine magic upon priests, thus enabling you to establish a church. Only true deities can bestow divine magic upon their priests, which serves as the most compelling evidence, fundamentally resolving the issue." Corona refrained from taking the point of light. "No, I wish to avoid dealings with undead creatures. Fear not. Simply express what divine office you desire, and you need only assume the role of the overseer of death temporarily." At this moment, Jaeger resembled a benevolent grandfather, enticing his granddaughter to take her medicine with a piece of candy. "I wish to become the goddess of life, to possess a divine office from the goddess of love and beauty, Shuna, which embodies beauty." Corona indeed resembled a child pleading for a toy. Acquiring Shuna's divine office poses no issue. Jaeger promptly consented. In this narrative's context, the goddess of love and beauty, Shuna, possesses lesser divine power, and there are ways to obtain a divine office from her. However, the goddess of life does not exist within the human pantheon. Rather, there is a goddess named Tamara in the dragon pantheon. Tamara, a neutral, good dragon goddess, enjoys a favorable reputation, which places Jaeger in a bit of a quandary. "Esteemed Jaeger, you need only acknowledge my title as the goddess of life." Corona could not propose an excessive demand, nor could she truly expect Jaeger to eliminate Tamara. Then it is settled. Chapter 409, Divine Offices, Part 1. In this narrative's context, the human pantheon indeed lacks a goddess of life. However, several deities possess similar divine offices. The Elven pantheon has the goddess of life, Angrais. The Dragon pantheon has the goddess of life, Tamara, and the Orc pantheon has the goddess of life, Jazika. For Jaeger, the harbinger of death, supporting Corona in her aspiration to become the goddess of life within the human pantheon seems prudent. Once she accepts the office of the overseer of death, she will be entwined with the death gods, potentially yielding benefits during the impending calamity. Thus, Relinquishing a divine office from the goddess of love and beauty is of little consequence. Sacrificing her is merely an act of generosity toward another. Moreover, Jaeger is not alone. The dragon god and the elven chief deity will also lend their support. It is noteworthy that Corona, Kristin, is of dragon blood and a dragon knight, maintaining a favorable relationship with the elven isle after inheriting her title. To ordinary mortals, this may appear as mere coincidence, but it is not so in the eyes of the divine. Corona returned joyously with the office of the overseer of death, akin to a child bringing home a new toy bestowed by a grandfather. Jaeger had previously offered her considerable assistance, and this time, as Corona personally visited the City of Bones, he did not seek to exploit her gratitude, placing both parties on equal footing. Therefore, why should she refuse the goodwill of an elder? Corona had already determined to align with the lawful neutral alignment, while Jaeger also adhered to lawful neutral, signifying that life and death are objective processes rather than opposing forces. Deities whose divine offices and developmental paths do not clash can collaborate, while those with conflicting interests will not compromise their paths for immediate gain. On this foundation, Jaeger's offerings were indeed substantial. As Corona possesses a colorless divinity, she can seamlessly merge any divine office, even if, through prolonged preaching and absorption of primal energy, she eventually acquires the office of life. It will not conflict with her existing role as the overseer of death. At most, she will be unable to complement the offices of war and battle as those two divinities do. With the acquisition of her divine office, Corona becomes a complete, true deity. Although classified within the tier of weak divine power, the only difference between her and more powerful true deities lies in the level of divinity. As for developmental potential, it is undeniable that the goddess of life will one day become a formidable deity. In this multiverse, the tier levels of divinity are as follows. 15 represents weak divine power, 610 denotes lesser divine power, 1115 signifies moderate divine power, 1520 indicates strong divine power, and 21 and above categorizes as ancient deities. Certainly, this is merely one method of categorizing divine ranks. Even a deity with the faintest divine power can bestow 9th-level standard divine spells and unique 5th-level divine spells, though the latter requires the deity to invest time in their development. The deity's name is the goddess of life, Kristin Stewart. Her divine office is that of the overseer of death, and her divine rank is first tier. Her divine realm is Nephrexia. Although the title of the goddess of life is that of the overseer of death, which may sound rather amusing, possession of a divine office allows for the granting of standard divine spells. However, the faith energy generated during prayer does not enhance the overseer of death's office. Instead, it is utilized by Corona to consolidate her life-giving divinity. As long as the priests can wield divine spells to heal their followers, the origin of these spells is often beyond the comprehension of the majority of priests. With the separation from the overseer of death's office, a portion of the priests who once belonged to the Yeg Church expressed their willingness to follow the transfer of divine power and embrace the new deity. The Yeg Church was already modest in size, with a limited number of priests, and this group dwindled down to merely a dozen individuals. However, since their faith was a transition rather than a complete transformation, the priests retained their ranks and were familiar with the operational procedures of the church, including general rituals and the compilation of sacred texts. Thus, they were immediately capable of establishing the framework for the Church of the Goddess of Life. For a newly ascended deity, the initial establishment of a church is the most challenging, as very few priests are willing to convert to a new faith, which would necessitate starting anew from the ground up. Furthermore, external personnel are often oblivious to the workings of a church, knowledge that cannot be acquired from ordinary libraries, as there are no records or instructors to guide them. In Dominaria City, within the Mage Tower's reception hall, the fox girl Melissa entered to report, "My Lady Alicia, Bishop Phyllis Coleman and others have arrived. Please allow them to enter." Additionally, summon Princess Carla Tanny, Princess Onelia, Master Monica, Lord Liam, Lord Victor, and Butler Elena, Alicia instructed. "As you command." Shortly after, under Melissa's guidance, a dozen priests clad in white robes entered the room. Bishop Phyllis Coleman, of the 11th tier, greeted them with a bow. "Salutations to you, Lady Alicia." Alicia rose to welcome them. "I am pleased to see you all. Please hold for a moment." Everyone took their seats, and Melissa and Mia served drinks and refreshments. Alicia then asked Melissa to summon the Catgirl Blader and the Centaur Trelia. Soon, all were present, and the Mage Tower had been cleared of any other presence. Now, protective and interference spells were activated. Alicia spoke gravely, "Esteemed guests, the matters I am about to discuss are of utmost importance. Please prepare yourselves mentally." All sat upright, awaiting her words. Corona, Kristin, had officially ignited the divine fire, becoming the goddess of life, and Bishop Phyllis Coleman and others were present to assist in establishing the church. A collective murmur of disbelief erupted from Lord Liam and Lord Victor, for among those present, they were the only ones unaware of this news beforehand. They stammered, struggling to articulate their thoughts. This revelation transcended mere shock. After a prolonged silence, they came to terms with the reality that the Duke had ascended to the status of a supreme deity. Alicia continued, "As for the establishment of the church, I shall leave the arrangements to Bishop Phyllis Coleman. Since Corona is the goddess of life, they would naturally become the bishops and priests of the soon-to-be-established Church of the Goddess of Life, albeit as part of the overseer of Death's branch, though this detail need not be disclosed. Prior to their arrival, they had already changed their attire in accordance with the divine oracle, and their priestly robes, crafted from exquisite materials and tailored impeccably, were entirely fitting for the Church of the Goddess of Life. The organizational structure of the church could simply be replicated. Initially, only a few key departments needed to be established, with Corona designating Elena as the Pope. Once the church was founded, they would immediately commence the construction of the temple and the recruitment of priest apprentices. Stewart held dominion, possessing land and wealth, so none of these matters posed any obstacles. Chapter 410, Divine Offices, Part 2. The Stewart territory publicly declared, on this day of the XX month in the year of the continental calendar, Her Highness Corona, Kristin Stewart, ignited the divine fire and officially ascended to godhood as the goddess of life. From her mortal birth to her ascension took merely over 20 years, and from her rise to the legendary tier to divinity had just passed 2.5 years. Upon receiving the magical letter from the Stewart territory, various churches, kingdoms, duchies, guilds, and nobility wore expressions of shock and astonishment. She has become a deity? The disbelief was palpable, as Corona, Kristin, had only recently attained legendary status, and the reverberations of her ascension still lingered. Bards had only just begun to sing her praises. And now she had achieved divinity. These nations and organizations, upon receiving the news from the Stewart territory, did not dispatch envoys immediately. They awaited the official announcement from the Church of the God of Order. While no one doubted the gravity of the situation, the appropriate protocols must be followed. In Stewart City, in the castle square, the gathered nobles, officials, magic practitioners, and knights stood frozen in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell, upon hearing the news. After a moment, Olivia cautiously inquired, "My Lord Duke, has she truly become a deity?" She voiced the collective uncertainty that filled the room. Everyone understood that Lady Alicia, Lord Liam, and Lord Victor spoke the truth, yet it was difficult to accept. Indeed, the Duke has now ascended as the magnificent goddess of life. Shortly, priests from the Church of Order will arrive to authenticate this event, and you may witness it together. The Church of Order has the duty of overseeing the birth of new deities, and any newly established church must undergo their certification to prevent the emergence of false god cults and other malevolent entities. The representatives from the Church of Order arrived via a teleportation circle consisting of a cardinal accompanied by 2 bishops and 2 priests. Under the guidance of Bishop Phyllis Coleman, they made their way to the castle. In truth, upon seeing Bishop Phyllis Coleman, the group felt assured that the task at hand was nearly complete. Yet the necessary formalities must still be observed. The great nobility often constructs small temples within their castles to facilitate personal prayers. Originally, a magnificent temple dedicated to the great dragon god existed in Stewart Castle, but now a new temple has been erected in honor of the great goddess of life. At this moment, within the temple, Elena, accompanied by her fox girl sisters, cat girls, centaur girls, and over a dozen young individuals nurtured from the territory, donned in matching robes, stood prepared. As soon as the priest of the God of Order arrived, Elena stepped forward to greet him, expressing gratitude for his presence to witness the establishment of the church. Aware that upon certification, Elena would become the pontiff of the goddess of life, the priest refrained from being remiss and respectfully stated, "We come to fulfill our duties in accordance with the divine decree of the great God of Order." After exchanging polite pleasantries, Elena moved to the forefront, leading everyone in kneeling before the divine statue to offer their prayers. "O great goddess of life, Corona, Kristin Stewart, you are the embodiment of life." Meanwhile, the 5 members of the God of Order's church had already invoked the divine art of insight, allowing them to discern any issues that might arise during the prayer. Upon completing the prayer, the priests observed a radiant glow emanating from several individuals, including Elena, indicating the receipt of divine power. For a new deity to spread their teachings, at least one qualified priest must be present. And whether this priest obtains divine abilities hinges entirely on their qualifications and the sincerity of their faith. The presence of multiple qualified individuals signified a robust reserve of strength for the goddess of life's church. The cardinal of the god of order stepped forward and politely inquired, "Might you demonstrate the divine power you have just acquired?" "Of course," came the reply. The cardinal produced a small knife and made a shallow incision on his arm. Without instruction, Elena instinctively recited the prayer, and her hands radiated light. The cardinal brought his wound closer, and upon being illuminated by the light, it miraculously healed. With unwavering certainty, he declared, "This is the standard divine art for healing minor injuries." The other four nodded in agreement. For priests who routinely interact with divine arts, misidentification was inconceivable. The cardinal of the god of order proclaimed loudly, "In the name of the great god of order, the great goddess of life is a true deity, and the church of the goddess of life is a legitimate church." He then presented a pre-prepared certification document, signed by the pontiff of the god of order, extending his congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Grace, Elena." "Thank you," Elena replied as she accepted the document. Subsequently, all who did not follow the goddess of life exited the temple, as the next phase involved the internal establishment of the church, an affair not suited for external witnesses. The 5 members of the god of order's church proceeded to the castle square and publicly reiterated the legitimacy of the church of the goddess of life, inciting loud cheers from the crowd. After bidding farewell to the guests, only the insiders remained. Alicia stood upon the elevated platform in the square, announcing, "The Church of the Great Goddess of Life has been established, and in 3 days, the first grand prayer ceremony for the faithful will take place." Once all was concluded, the attendees offered their respects and departed. Alicia's words were subtly veiled, yet those present were not ordinary individuals and fully comprehended her meaning. The 3 days granted them time to consider whether to convert to the faith of the Goddess of Life. Those inclined to change could attend and partake in the prayers as believers. A new deity heralds new opportunities, and many within the territory would undoubtedly be willing to alter their beliefs. After all, allegiance to the dragon god stemmed from the Duke's faith. Now that the Duke had ascended to divinity, the course of action was evident to the astute. Why is it that the nobility predominantly adheres to a particular true god, while their subjects and vassals follow suit? Is it not because they work under the nobility, and unity in belief with their lord is essential? While worshipping other true gods does not invite discrimination, it certainly does not confer privileges. Under identical conditions, selecting and promoting subordinates who share the same faith is something no one could challenge. The following day, the Church of the God of Order formally issued an announcement across the continent. The great goddess of life, Corona, Kristin Stewart, is a genuine deity, possessing all rights and responsibilities of a god. The Church of the Goddess of Life holds all rights and responsibilities of a true godly church. In an instant, all churches, nations, and organizations dispatched official delegations to participate in the coronation ceremony of Pontiff Elena of the Church of the Goddess of Life, scheduled for 3 months hence. Chapter 411. The Clergy, Part 3. According to divine decree, the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Life will be established adjacent to Stewart Castle, its scale comparable to the construction of an entirely new city. Moreover, Stewart's territory possesses builders and wealth, allowing for the immediate commencement of temple construction across all towns. Upon receiving the architectural plans, the scholars overseeing the construction noted that the prime plots in all towns within Stewart's domain, such as Dominaria City, Labia Town, Zanica Town, and Kadrash Town, were either wooded or green spaces, or had remained vacant, now readily available for temple construction. They were further astonished to discover that the regions of the Loire County in the Kingdom of Fran, ravaged by demons, and parts of Brittany County, as well as Corona County in the Iberian Kingdom, had each previously constructed only one temple, sufficient for the minimum standards of reclaiming land from demonic forces. Now, plans were underway to erect magnificent temples dedicated to the great goddess of life in these areas. Is this the wisdom of a true god? In Stewart Castle, within the hall, until the church headquarters is completed, this space serves as the temporary office for the Church of the Goddess of Life. Elena, adorned in a splendid pontiff's robe, listened intently to the reports. With her status as a 6th-tier mage, she was fully equipped to fulfill her duties as pontiff. After compiling the statistics, Bishop Phyllis Coleman had gathered a list of individuals willing to convert. Your Grace, among the magical practitioners in the territory, all except Ramos the Mage, Bennington the Mage, Nazan the Mage, and Ronid the Druid, 13 in total, are eager to embrace our Lord. These individuals had joined the territory midway, and their desire to maintain their original faith was expected. As for the other magical practitioners, They were cultivated within the territory's Mage Tower, many of whom owed their lives to the protection of Stewart and had been instilled with loyalty to their lord during their education. Bishop Phyllis Coleman remarked that all the knights within the territory were willing to convert to the worship of our Lord. This was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. It was unexpected because more than 10 of these knights had previously sworn allegiance, each devoted to a myriad of deities. Yet, it was reasonable due to the fact that their lord had ascended to divinity, and henceforth, all future dukes would undoubtedly venerate the goddess of life. These knights had served loyally under the Lord's banner for generations, and failing to convert would surely result in dire consequences in the future. The nobility and officials of the territory were less inclined to convert. Those willing to embrace our Lord were primarily individuals nurtured by us and the elders of the territory, with few newcomers joining the ranks. This situation was quite normal. It is seldom that a newly emerged deity garners immediate devotion from all, especially among the nobility, whose families have been devout followers of a particular true God for generations. They would not easily shift their faith even if their lord had become divine. However, they would encourage their younger, non-inheriting sons and daughters to embrace the new deity as a means of diversifying their investments. Newly elevated nobles, such as Harland Coy from the Tulip Guild and Admiral Jerem Tanderson, who were nurtured by Kristin, would inevitably convert to the new faith. Meanwhile, the noble families of Pierre Rogrand and Etienne Messier, although somewhat semi-independent, had always been vassals of the Stewart family and would thus also convert. Elena expressed her satisfaction, stating that a collective conversion ceremony would be held during tomorrow's prayer ritual for the faithful, as per your wishes. The conversion and prayer ceremony would take place in the square of Stewart Castle, with hundreds in attendance, including nobles, officials, legal professionals, knights, younger nobles, attendants, and orphans. The spectacle was grand and impactful. The news of Kristin, ascending to divinity had spread throughout the continent, causing quite a stir. Since the pantheon of deities representing humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves had stabilized, the religious landscape of the continent had also become relatively fixed, resulting in few new gods emerging, let alone a mortal ascending to divinity in such a short span of time. The sudden emergence of a deity with such a legendary narrative immediately enhanced Corona's renown, drawing forth a rapid influx of power toward her. The most profound reactions came from the populace of the Stewart territory. It is noteworthy that the majority of the populace, since the expansion of the territory, were either refugees or former slaves released upon meeting certain criteria. Their livelihoods were largely granted by Kristin. Furthermore, praises of the Lord had perpetually circulated within the territory, and indeed, the inhabitants of Stewart had fared significantly better than those of other territories. They had suffered far less during the magical calamity and expressed gratitude toward their lord. With their lord now divine, some individuals spontaneously shifted their faith, many of whom had been rescued by Kristin herself. In less than a month, the Church of the Goddess of Life, had firmly established itself, boasting thousands of followers, including several dozen devout adherents. This was not inferior to some older, weaker divine churches that had taken centuries to achieve similar scale. If this were all, it would be a grave underestimation of Corona's foresight. According to the Divine Covenant, a true divine church could only be as large as a barony and was prohibited from establishing a theocratic state. This was to prevent strong divine churches from monopolizing state power, which would be detrimental to other true deities lacking such control. However, the royal family, being of sacred blood, had already secured a significant share of power, and with other deities banding together in opposition, these true gods with royal titles consented to the arrangement. Now that Corona had ascended, although the Stewart territory had grown larger than most principalities, it remained a duchy. What appeared to be a disadvantage of not establishing a nation had actually enabled it to circumvent the Divine Covenant and the Continental Accord. The accords prohibited the existence of theocratic kingdoms and principalities, but did not preclude such noble territories, thus allowing for entities like the Heinz William Countess Dragon Deity Faith Zone in the Rhine Kingdom and the Cantabria Viscountess Half-Elf Faith Zone in the Iberian Kingdom. It remains true that no duke has emerged outside the royal family, as all lands had long been divided among nations. Moreover, even in noble conflicts, the victor could not compel the newly acquired villages to change their faith, which is why there were no related restrictions in the covenant. However, the subsequent actions of the Stewart territory left many exclaiming in astonishment. So this is how it can be done. Chapter 412, The Clergy, Part 4, Alicia, acting as the proxy lord, signed an edict for the relocation of the populace, mandating that all followers of the great goddess of life move to villages near Stewart City. while those adhering to other true gods would be displaced. This seemingly simple exchange of residences became quite complex in execution. In a typical barony, the baron and his knights might worship the god of order, while the lords of the territory could be followers of various deities. Among the villages, half would adhere to the god of order, while the other half would follow different true gods, creating an intricate tapestry of faith. However, post-relocation, several adjacent villages might collectively embrace the goddess of life, Corona, generating a powerful clustering effect that would facilitate the enhancement of the followers' piety and influence surrounding areas in the future. Conversely, the followers of other deities, after relocation, would find themselves scattered across numerous villages worshipping different true gods, rendering it difficult to expand their faith. Of course, given that the number of followers of the goddess of life, Corona, was still limited, a few villages sufficed for now, but the potential for further relocations remained ever present. The populace belonged to the nobility. They were obliged to reside where their lord decreed, and this relocation did not necessitate a change in their faith. The costs were borne by the lord, who would also provide an additional 10% of land upon resettlement, leaving even the most stringent clergy with no grounds for objection. Previously, the vicinity around Stewart City had the highest concentration of dragon deity followers, and Alicia's actions had been supported in advance by the Dragon God Church. Due to the transformation of the Dragon Goddess followers from a scattered to a concentrated presence during their migration, the Dragon Goddess Church naturally embraced this shift. Across the entire continent, such an initiative could only be executed by the Stewart territory. No other noble could achieve this. Primarily, the territory must be sufficiently expansive, otherwise, if it only encompasses a few villages, the upheaval is unwarranted. Furthermore, there must be a limited number of vassals, otherwise, mobilization becomes impractical. Take, for instance, the royal family of the Fran Kingdom, which possesses a royal domain spanning 5 counties, ample in land area. However, after millennia, it is riddled with numerous subordinate nobles, knightly families, and villages of loyalist families, alongside estates of honorary nobles. At least half of these individuals do not venerate the god of order, rendering the royal family's attempts to relocate followers utterly futile. Even subordinate nobles cannot simply relocate at the king's command. Conversely, during the magical catastrophe, the Stewart territory not only endeavored to annex land, but also willingly invested additional resources to exchange the lands of the nobles above. The villages bestowed upon newly appointed lords and knights were concentrated within manageable areas, thus achieving the effect of immediate relocation at a mere command. Corona, Kristin, undertook such elaborate measures to establish a duchy that, while lacking the formal title of a theocracy, functioned as one in practice. The advantages of this approach are evident. It fosters efficient organization. The secular authority manages the territory, the church oversees the nobles, and the divine watches over the clergy. Furthermore, should divine conflict arise, attacking such a theocracy would pose significant challenges. These were the arrangements made by Corona, Kristin, in anticipation of her aspirations to usurp the dominion of the sea god, necessitating her readiness for conflict with the sea god's church post-ascension. Of course, as the goddess of life, she need not engage in battle. Yet her preparations were not to be squandered, thus she initiated the migration of followers. Upon learning of Corona's ascension to the title of goddess of life, the sea god Velko felt a weight lifted from his heart. Devoid of conflicting interests, the two deities would not easily incite war. To commemorate the coronation of Pope Elena, he even delivered a divine oracle, sending lavish gifts. His timidity stemmed from genuine fear. Recently, an unnamed dragon god and the ancient god of death had invaded the domain of the goddess of love and goodness, Shuna, coercing her into relinquishing the domain of beauty. Rumors suggested the involvement of an unnamed Slavic war god. This account was relayed directly by Shuna, whose lamentable state moved all listeners to tears. Velko recognized that his standing within the pantheon of Pharaon paled in comparison to Shuna's. If the benevolent goddess could be robbed, he surmised he would be even more vulnerable. Initially, the record keeper of death, Yeg, approached Shuna to negotiate the relinquishment of her divine office, offering compensation, which she declined. Yet what is Yeg? He has directly or indirectly caused the demise of more than one deity since ancient times. Though he appeared as a benevolent elder before Corona, it was merely a facade for his own gain. Subsequently, he approached the dragon god and the Slavic war god, preparing for direct action. The former shared a close relationship with Corona, Kristin, during her mortal days, having significantly expanded her realm of worship. The current migration of followers benefited him as well. The latter, not belonging to the Pharaon pantheon, had not extended many benefits to Corona, and was seeking to leverage this opportunity to forge a closer bond. In certain matters, gods and mortals are not dissimilar. While humans are bound by laws, deities face little constraint, enabling them to act at will without delay. Other gods, upon learning of the situation, feigned ignorance, for the alliance of these three deities in such an audacious act of robbery suggested complex underlying reasons, making it unnecessary to invite trouble upon themselves. At this juncture, Corona's divine essence had ascended to the second tier, having acquired the domain of beauty. She subsequently discerned the domain of youth through analysis and deduction. Once the divine office of life coalesced, these three domains would complement each other harmoniously. Utilizing the domain of youth, she devised a unique divine spell to restore youth, enabling the target to appear younger than their actual age. The first tier spell reduces age by 2 years, the second by 4, the third by 6, the fourth by 8, and the fifth by 10, each lasting for a month. As it only alters appearance without affecting the essence of life and is not permanent, it bears no side effects. However, this divine spell possesses an irresistible allure for women within noble and affluent families. Upon its introduction, the spell greatly benefited the Church of the Goddess of Life. It not only disseminated the goddess's teachings widely, but also attracted non-believers to praise her alongside the priests prior to receiving the spell. Furthermore, it generated substantial revenue for the Church. While there are established fees for each tier of the spell, the cumulative revenue inevitably increases with frequency of use. Chapter 413. The spread of faith. The practice of migrating followers within the Stewart territory neither contravenes the three great covenants nor violates noble regulations. Although the churches of the gods are keenly aware of these actions, they can only observe. In reality, all the elves on Elven Island worship the Elven pantheon, while the Dwarven kingdom entirely venerates the Dwarven pantheon, both embodying a form of theocracy. The kingdom of Ross, which reveres the god of slaughter, also qualifies as a theocratic state, having split from the Slavic Empire. Such a straightforward approach could not have escaped the notice of the gods of Faerun. However, historical circumstances rendered it unfeasible, allowing the Duke of Stewart to become the first within the Faerun pantheon. As for Corona, Kristin, attaining divinity, the fate of the Stewart dukedom was a matter everyone chose to overlook. While she could still be associated with the title during her legendary phase, attaining godhood necessitated complete detachment from the secular world. Yet, who would inherit her title? This remained an unsolvable dilemma, one for which no resolution was found. Consequently, many believed it prudent for Alicia to continue as the acting ruler indefinitely, leaving future matters to the wisdom of those who would come after. The coronation ceremony for Pope Elena of the Church of the Goddess of Life was extraordinarily grand, with emissaries from all races, churches, nations, and organizations in the main world attending and presenting gifts. The Church has demonstrated its formidable strength, not only with over a dozen ordained priests led by Bishop Phyllis Coleman, but also with dozens of qualified apprentices. Furthermore, the Goddess Knight Order made its debut before the public for the first time. All factions foresee that the ascension of the life goddess, Corona, to a true deity of immense power is merely a matter of time, and therefore, it is imperative to curry favor in advance. Seizing the opportunity during the delegation visits from various churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guild organizations to attend the coronation celebration of Pope Elena, the Continental Covenant was revised to stipulate that no artificial faith enclaves should be created among the nobility. However, this only restricts newcomers. Existing enclaves remain unaddressed. Among the three major covenants, the Covenant of the Gods holds the highest authority, established by the deities themselves. The Continental Covenant follows, formulated with the participation of churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds. Lastly, the Noble Covenant involves only those of baronial rank and above from kingdoms and duchies. As for the Legendary Covenant, it bears no relevance to commoners or even lesser nobility, given that the inhabitants of the enclaves are believers who have migrated from various regions. The Church and the Lord's Manor jointly issued a decree stating that only devout believers may hold positions such as village chief, security officer, or farmhead, prioritizing the management of mills and fish ponds by the faithful. The doctrine of exclusive faith prioritizes the dissemination of divine glory. Pure faith may lack firmness, yet when intertwined with interests, it transforms significantly, leading to a continual increase in the number of devout followers. Assigning devout believers to manage village-level affairs is intentional. As these roles require minimal personal capability, it suffices to relay the commands from above and ensure the villagers fulfill their duties. Moreover, with a priest present, even less competent village chiefs will not pose substantial issues. The previously devised financial plan has commenced execution. allowing merchants and shops of the life goddess's followers to obtain larger shares of luxury goods or qualifications for acquiring scarce items. Additionally, procurement of raw materials and processing orders is preferentially granted to the followers of the life goddess. This has compelled certain profit-driven merchants to encourage their sons and daughters to embrace the new faith in exchange for commercial advantages. Following a reconciliation with the Sea God Church, the Stewart Duchy ceased to incur losses while providing escort services and no longer undertook the obligation to eradicate pirates. The Apennine Kingdom finally realized its desire to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which established a unified escort pricing structure, monopolizing 90% of the continental maritime market, with the remaining 10% jointly held by the Piaster Kingdom, the Wind Duchy, the Rodsea Duchy, and the Dwarven Kingdom. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization declared that its fleet would prioritize escort services for the followers of the God of Order, the God of War, the God of Light, the Dragon God, the God of Courage, the Life Goddess, the Sea God, and the Elven deities. This is a blatant strategy, and the other true God churches possess no effective countermeasures. On land, trade routes are accessible to all. Even nobles cannot arbitrarily blockade them. And the guards for merchant caravans are typically mercenaries, making monopolization impossible. However, the situation at sea is different. Escorting requires vessels, and coastal nobles outside the North Atlantic Treaty Organization lack the necessary strength. Even if some nobles possess a few merchant ships converted into warships, pirates would swiftly send them to the depths. In just half a year, the number of followers of the Life Goddess has multiplied tenfold, largely thanks to the dozen or so individuals brought by Bishop Phyllis Coleman. Otherwise, the church would struggle to send enough priests to preside over the villages. To cultivate priests, Pope Elena, following divine counsel, established a seminary in Stewart City and conducted a census throughout the territory to select qualified children for admission. The rapid growth of the Life Goddess's church is regarded as miraculous by others. Yet for Kristin, the swift expansion raises concerns regarding the stability of its foundation. She has many methods yet to be revealed for rapidly increasing the number of adherents, if no unforeseen circumstances arise. It is certain that an unexpected event will disrupt the tranquility. The goddess of magic, Mystra, sensed a conspiracy in the actions of the death recorder, Jegas, a being accustomed to lurking in the shadows. How could an ancient god of death resort to seizing the divine office of another deity for the sake of a new god? Such behavior would not surprise her if it were executed by the barbaric god of war, but it is utterly inconsistent with Jegas's character. In the prophecy of the United Gods, Mystra glimpsed a vague image. One day, the magic web would slip from her grasp. Whether this is temporary or permanent remains unclear. This thought inevitably conjured memories of the original goddess of magic, Ms. Lin, who fell due to the actions of a great archmage of the Netherreal magic empire, Cassis. This genius invented the 12th level spell, the Cassis Ascension technique, successfully usurping the title of the goddess of magic. Yet he perished due to his inability to manage the overwhelming information, leading to the collapse of the magic web and the destruction of the Netherreal magic empire. Some speculate that Jegas played a role in Cassis's actions. According to this book's lore, Cassis's demise stemmed from his soul not being tempered by divine fire and lacking a divine essence, explaining why a mortal who ignites divine fire to ascend does not face a similar fate. Cassis lacked divine fire and essence, thus perishing after successfully casting the Cassis Ascension technique. What would happen if a god inheriting the legacy of the Netherreal magic empire attempted the same spell? Chapter 4:14. Unreliable speculations. The concerns of the goddess of magic, Mystra, are not without merit. Since the collapse of the Netherreal magic empire, the gods and their followers have traversed various planes, yet no floating cities have been discovered, not even remnants. Given that an impossible floating city has emerged, is it not possible that the Cassis Ascension technique, thought to be lost, has been preserved? Mystra dares not gamble, for the price of losing could lead to her downfall. Unfortunately, she glimpsed this scenario in the prophecy. She acknowledges that the Duke of Stewart is a genius, but no matter how brilliant, even if one were a demigod or divine child, achieving legendary status within a mere 20 years is only feasible. As for ascending to demigod status or igniting divine fire, that is absolutely unattainable, for there are no shortcuts. One must rely on one's own capabilities. Unless the Duke of Stewart possesses a fateful stone tablet or has received assistance from a benevolent ancient deity, such as the Recorder of Death, Yagos, who has previously aided several mortals in their ascension to divinity, it is perplexing. Furthermore, there have been multiple true gods who have fallen, directly or indirectly, due to his influence. The reasons behind Yagos' actions remain shrouded in mystery. From the perspective of the goddess of magic, Mystra, it appears that this recorder of death has now intervened to assist Corona in her ascension, especially considering Corona's possession of the legacy of the Netherscale Empire and her awareness of the disturbances within the weave of magic. The implications of the prophecy are glaringly apparent. Reflecting upon this, Mystra promptly dispatched a manifestation to the realm of the dead, to the skeletal fortress in the Grey Wastes, to directly inquire with Iagos. Mystra, what brings you to my domain? Iagos, now appearing as a withered skeleton draped in a black cloak, queried. I seek to confirm a matter with you, Mystra's avatar replied, dressed in her customary dark silk robes. A matter of confirmation? How intriguing. Please proceed, Iagos responded. Might I ask if you have provided assistance to the goddess of life in her ascension? Certainly. Mystra could not bluntly inquire if Iagos was plotting her demise. Such a direct question would surely lead to her expulsion. Indeed, Iagos admitted. Having transferred the portfolio of the Overseer of Death to Corona and permitted the priests of his faith to transition alongside this transfer, these actions could hardly remain concealed, and thus he chose to acknowledge them outright. I would also like to inquire about your perspective on the goddess of life's floating city. I have no particular opinion on the matter, Iagos replied. If I were to express an intention to confront the goddess of life, what course of action would you take? Mystra, I have already answered 2 of your questions. Do not push your luck. Thank you for your response, Iagos. I shall take my leave. Following this visit to the skeletal fortress, the goddess of magic, Mystra, solidified her suspicions. It was evident that Iagos had indeed aided the goddess of life in her ascension. If there were no benefits to be gained, why would he act in such a manner? Iagos' silence regarding her intentions to confront the goddess of life further indicated complications. Deities, by their nature, do not lie, except, of course, for those whose domains encompass deceit and falsehood. However, their words are seldom believed, rendering silence a form of response. Mystra did not attempt to persuade Iagos. Such efforts would be futile. Having gone to great lengths to assist a mortal in achieving divinity, it was unlikely he would be swayed by her entreaties. As for the prospect of an exchange of interests, what could be more rewarding than the downfall of a deity? The goddess of life had been divine for quite some time, ample enough to craft a manifestation. Typically, newly ascended gods take the initiative to visit their peers, akin to new neighbors introducing themselves to those in their vicinity, especially when those neighbors hold superior positions. Yet, the manifestation of the goddess of life had remained absent, failing even to visit the neighboring domains of the dragon god and the elven god, which was decidedly unusual. Since her ascension, Corona had resolved her conflicts with the sea god, Velkur. Thus, why had the Church of the Goddess of Life commanded the relocation of her followers? Or rather, who else on this continent could pose a threat to a duchy and a true divine church? Mystra surmised that the Goddess of Life's actions were preemptive measures against her. With the truth laid bare, it was imperative to eradicate the threat at its inception. There are 2 methods to eliminate a deity. One involves invading the divine realm to extinguish the god's essence and extinguish their divine flame, an approach that is straightforward yet exceedingly difficult due to the unique nature of divine territories. The alternative is to eradicate the god's followers. Without the power of faith, a deity's divine status diminishes, and should it fall to a point of no return, they may be cast into the astral plane, becoming a void meteorite, unable to bestow divine spells or respond to the prayers of their followers, until they are gradually eroded into nothingness by the laws of the multiverse. This state can persist for 3,000 years. During this time, the deity is not truly dead, and if their followers are restored to a sufficient number, they may regain the power of faith and resurrect. Yet, with a substantial number of followers already lost, their name forgotten, the chances of revival become exceedingly slim. Under normal circumstances, newly ascended deities develop slowly, requiring time to accumulate divine power to establish a divine realm. However, the followers of the Goddess of Life already outnumber those of several older, weaker deities sufficient to establish a divine realm, yet Mystra has failed to discern its location. It is possible that she intentionally refrains from establishing a divine domain, or that she has concealed it within the astral plane. A deity without a divine realm is exceedingly perilous. The astral plane is fraught with dangers, and a god of eternal life would never willingly expose themselves to such risks. However, should a deity choose such a path, locating them becomes exceedingly difficult. If the deity's essence cannot be extinguished, then the only recourse is to eradicate their followers and cast them into the astral plane. Thus, the goddess of magic, Mystra, decreed a divine edict, war against the Church of the Goddess of Life. Regarding divine warfare and conflicts of faith, the Pact of the Gods imposes no restrictions. For powerful deities do not shackle themselves. while the weaker gods must band together for protection. With the issuance of the decree, the Church of the Goddess of Magic and the Church of the Goddess of Life immediately entered a state of war, preparing for battle. It is important to note that the Mage Guild is not a subordinate of the Church of the Goddess of Magic, but rather an independent organization. Any spellcaster who adheres to the tenets of benevolent or neutral deities may join the guild and assume corresponding positions. However, it is true that a significant number of mages profess faith in the Goddess of Magic. Even Mystra herself cannot compel the Mage Guild to engage in the war of faith. Otherwise, how would other true deities perceive it? Nevertheless, individual mages may choose to participate as private citizens. However, the faith of the mages is somewhat lackluster. Thus, while many respond to the call, the actual number on the battlefield is far fewer. Chapter 415, Divine War, Part 1, in the mountainous kingdom of Zurich. This is the headquarters of the Mage Guild and the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Since the declaration of war against the Church of the Goddess of Life, many spellcasters who follow Mystra but are not affiliated with the guild or the church have temporarily departed from this place. In the mainland, where every individual is required to hold a belief, the practitioners of magic have, like the masses, come to venerate the Goddess of Magic, albeit as mere nominal adherents. After all, for those who possess knowledge, particularly those familiar with the history of the ancient Gurnazeral magic empire, the true deities do not hold an exalted status. As followers, those who choose to abstain from battle or fail to contribute to the Goddess of Magic are sure to face public reproach. Conversely, engaging in combat is not the choice of the ignorant. The achievements of Duke Stewart are still celebrated, and many masters have perished at her hands, making it unnecessary for oneself to become cannon fodder. Regarding contributions, one hardly has enough funds for personal experiments. Therefore, rather than awkwardly remaining here, it is preferable to fabricate an excuse to depart, treating it as a mere excursion. Furthermore, although Zurich is renowned as the city of 100 towers, abundant with mage towers, who can guarantee that the Church of the Life Goddess would not dare to send agents to create a significant disturbance? Would one not be unjustly doomed if caught in the crossfire? Alicia had obliterated the Mage Tower in Rotterdam with thorn bombs and slaughtered the Mage Tower in Amsterdam using the artifact, the Gate of Summoning. Who would wager that Zurich would be spared? The primary concern is that the Kingdom of Fran and the Principality of the Highlands share a border, implying that Duke Stewart's territory is perilously close to the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Magic, a proximity that naturally invites danger. Pope Elohist of the Church of the Goddess of Magic is well aware of the thoughts of these mages, yet his understanding has led him to take no measures in response. In accordance with the divine decree of the great Goddess of Magic, the Church has declared war on the Church of the Life Goddess only after thorough preparations. However, the time required to gather supplies, assemble personnel, and hire assistants is considerable. Hence, even without specifying a target, various factions have heightened their vigilance. Corona, having received a warning from Yega, promptly issued a divine edict as the Church of the Goddess of Magic commenced preparations for war. In the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Magic, in the conference room, Pope Elohist sits at the head, listening to the report from the commander of this war, the legendary Mage Habitagur. Your Holiness, in accordance with our Lord's oracle, it is imperative that this battle of faith yields significant achievements. Thus, I have mobilized 90% of the Church's combat strength. Pope Elohist nodded in approval. Once the army departs, Zurich will activate its defensive magic formations, which, even without the involvement of the Mage Guild, can withstand assaults from the avatars of true deities, thanks to the numerous mage towers forming a formidable array. The Order of the Arcane Knights will fully participate, comprising 100 knights, including 2 master-level knights serving as the regiment's leaders, 18 11th-level knights acting as squad leaders, and 80 5th-level knights who are also 4th-level mages. The Arcane Mage Corps will also engage entirely, summoned from another plane, including 2 master-level mages, for 11th-level mages, 8 9th-level mages, and 16 7th-level mages. The clergy of the Church will also be fully involved, directly answering to Pope Elohist, and consisting of 4 11th-level priests, 6 9th-level priests, 10 7th-level priests, and 30 5th-level priests. 2 demigods, 7 legendary figures, and 21 master-level mages from the Church will also accompany the battle. Many of these individuals have traveled or resided in other planes, but were summoned back for this holy war. Nearly 100 mages dedicated to our Lord will join the fray, with the highest among them being 12th level and the lowest 5th level. Some are serving in the Mage Guild and are participating in their personal capacities, while others have deeper ties with the Church, compelling them to fight. Additionally, some respond willingly to the call of faith, especially since participation in battle comes with rewards. Legendary Mage Habitu Gur concluded, considering the Life Goddess's church. Notably the hidden strengths of Stewart's territory, we have employed various connections to secure 13 legendary figures, 31 master-level mages, over 200 spellcasters of 5th level or above, and more than 600 other professionals of the same caliber, alongside 5,000 mercenaries. The Church of the Goddess of Magic is exceedingly wealthy. And as this war of faith determines the survival of the church, there is a fervent desire to expend funds in preparation for battle. It would be foolish to save money for reparations after a defeat. Pope Elohist inquired, "How are the provisions coming along?" A master-level mage responsible for this matter responded, "Nearly 1,000 pieces of various magical equipment have been distributed from the warehouse. We have gathered 10,000 spell scrolls from the church's reserves and borrowed 20,000 more from the Mage Guild. Those borrowed from the Mage Guild have not been discovered. I trust the administrator of the warehouse is a devotee of our Lord. After the war concludes, if they are returned and used, it can be settled without raising suspicion." Upon hearing this, Pope Elohist felt a wave of relief wash over him. To exaggerate, even solely utilizing magical equipment and spell scrolls could obliterate all followers of the Life Goddess. He then commended, "You have done well." He continued to inquire with the master-level priest in charge of external affairs. "The army will need to traverse the Kingdom of Fran. What is King Louis Capet's stance?" The king of the Kingdom of Fran has stated that the church's army is not permitted to pass through royal territory, but he will not intervene regarding the consent of local nobles. "I have already contacted the nobles of Limousin, the Alpine County, Auvergne County, and Charente County, all of whom have agreed to allow the army passage." Excellent. Legendary Mage Habitu Gur expressed concern, "Your Holiness, I must speak frankly. While I have absolute confidence in the church's military strength, the Church of the Life Goddess possesses a floating city, which is not within our capacity to contend with." Pope Elohist, brimming with confidence, replied, "You need not worry about that. Our Lord will intervene when the time comes, and the floating city is not a cause for concern." Legendary Mage Habitu Gur immediately expressed his reverence, "Praise our Lord." The others followed suit, bowing their heads and echoing, "Praise our Lord." Finally, Pope Elohist proclaimed, "The army shall depart tomorrow, for the glory of our Lord." The assembly resounded in unison, "For the glory of our Lord." Chapter 416, The Divine War, Part 2, in the conference room of Stewart City. In the mountainous principality of Zurich, news arrived from the intelligence operatives of the Tulip Thorn. The army of the Goddess of Magic was poised to embark on its campaign. At this moment, the Stewart Principality was convening a war council. Pope Elena presided at the head of the table, with Alicia seated beside her, while Lord Liam Stewart chaired the meeting. The first to present was Tamtiak, the head of the Tulip Thorn. He introduced the intelligence gathered. "According to our investigations, the forces dispatched by the Goddess of Magic include." The attendees wore grave expressions, their hearts sinking further with each revelation. The Goddess's church had been steadily amassing resources and personnel, and they were well informed about the enemy's movements. However, the previous assembly of forces was merely preparatory. Now, an imminent confrontation loomed, and the atmosphere was palpably different. Pope Elena, having held her position for a considerable time, had acquired a certain gravitas. She surveyed the assembly and declared, "Let us invite Lord Liam to present the war arrangements." Very well. Lord Liam rose and approached the map. "We have received word from France City. King Louis has denied the request for the forces of the Goddess of Magic to traverse the royal territories, thus compelling them to take a longer route." The map displayed on the wall, the most accurate representation of the Fran Kingdom, had been meticulously charted by the Tulip Consortium, making it accessible to all present. Pointing to the northern route on the map, Lord Liam continued, "One option necessitates circumventing the territories of the Marquis of Franche-Comté and Lorraine, then bypassing the Duchy of Belgium." Alicia interjected, "According to Kristin's wishes, I have inherited the Duchy of Belgium and been appointed its duke. All formalities have been completed. During the migration of the faithful, the majority of the great dragon god's followers relocated to the Duchy of Belgium. I have officially informed the Goddess of Magic's church that they are not permitted to pass through. This was precisely why the Duchy of Belgium had been singled out for protection against potential threats. As for concerns regarding Alicia's status as a dragon and her ability to serve as duke, there was no cause for alarm. For the Duchy of Belgium was a sovereign entity, akin to the Elven Kingdom and the Dwarven Kingdom. The inhabitants of the duchy were all human, which posed no complications. All 5 earldoms within the duchy had seen their noble residents depart, rendering these lands entirely under the Duke of Belgium's dominion. Furthermore, due to the migration of the faithful, for out of the 5 earldoms were now populated exclusively by followers of the dragon god, effectively establishing a theocratic state under the dragon goddess influence. This was also the rationale behind the Church's support for the Stewart Principality's migration plan. Lord Liam continued, the alternative route lies to the south, traversing the Marquisate of Limousin, the Alps, Auvergne, and Charente. We have confirmed that the local nobility along this path has consented to the Goddess of Magic's church using their lands. Alicia remarked, according to the Covenant of the Gods, once Corona, Kristin, ascended to divinity, the territories she acquired as a mortal are no longer tied to her. Currently, the Stewart Principality lacks an official heir, which means, from a legal standpoint, these lands are not the property of Corona's, Kristin's, descendants. During her mortal life, I received authorization as the acting lord. As long as no official heir is established, my rights remain intact. I have formally notified the Goddess of Magic's church, prohibiting their passage. This is a blatant exploitation of the rules. The three great covenants stipulated that no theocratic nation could exist, thus separating the church from the state. Their conflicts should not concern the realm. For instance, the Fran kingdom, with its royal lineage as the sacred bloodline of the God of Order, must involve itself in battles of faith, and as such, would inevitably be targeted. However, the war would not directly implicate the nobility or populace of Fran kingdom who do not worship the God of Order. While it is true that the Stewart Principality was once Kristin's domain, her ascension to divinity, under the Covenant of the Gods, severed her connection to the territory. With the migration of the faithful, all followers of the Goddess of Life congregated near Stewart City. According to the three great covenants, a true divine church cannot possess more land than a barony. Hence this territory was ceded to the Church of the Goddess of Life by acting Lord Alicia. Presently, without an heir, acting Lord Alicia, a believer of the dragon god, has no followers of the Goddess of Life in her domain. Aside from the land granted to the church, legally and factually, there is no connection with the Church of the Goddess of Life. Is there a problem if I deny your passage? This maneuver is indeed within the capacity of the Stewart Principality. No other divine church could enact such measures. Firstly, such a prohibition on passage applies solely to large military formations. It is impossible to halt single riders or small contingents. To expect soldiers to intercept mid to high-tier professionals or masters along the vast border of the Stewart Principality is nothing short of farcical. However, I relish the idea of causing you distress. Should you endure it, it would undoubtedly strike a significant blow to morale. If you do not endure, it would constitute a breach of the continent's regulations. Secondly, due to historical reasons and the need for evangelism, nearly all priests and followers of the gods are dispersed across the continent, with the church headquarters having relatively few personnel. It is implausible for them to assemble at a moment's notice. Previous wars of faith involved assaults on towns of opposing faiths, eliminating priests and coercing followers to convert. It was a constant back and forth of attacks and interceptions, where the defeated side would invariably lose nearly all capable combatants, making subsequent assaults on church headquarters relatively straightforward. However, the Goddess of Life is a new deity, and her church is newly established, yet to expand before the War of Faith erupted, leaving the Church of the Goddess of Magic with no choice but to attack the barony where the church headquarters is located. Lord Liam concluded, the territory is prepared. Should the army of the Goddess of Magic attempt to breach our borders, we shall intercept them immediately. The enemy's advance must pass over my lifeless body. Everyone present comprehended that the disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Even with Stewart's leadership and the full force of the Life Goddess Church, there remained no glimmer of hope for victory. Pope Elena rose to encourage the assembly, proclaiming, "Our Lord's decree shall never forsake us." In unison, the crowd echoed, "For our Lord, the Life Goddess." Chapter 417, Divine Warfare, Part 3. In the Principality of High Mountains, Zurich City, a vast lake graced the northern side of the noble quarter. Beside this lake, commander and legendary mage Habitaguru was leading the final prayer before battle. Under the blessing of the great magic goddess Mistra, victory shall inevitably belong to us. Victory shall inevitably belong to us. Praise the great magic goddess. Long live the victory. He then commanded loudly, "All aboard! All aboard! All aboard!" Following the orders of various commanders, the arcane knights, the arcane mages, the church's clergy, nearly 100 mages devoted to the magic goddess, and 200 hired spellcasters embarked upon 5 moored, 3-masted warships. The last to board the flagship were 2 demigods, 20 legendary figures, and 52 masters not affiliated with the 3 main groups. Set sail. At the command of legendary mage Habitaguru, the sailors hoisted the sails, and the 5 warships ascended into the air, forming a V formation as they soared towards Stewart's territory. Standing at the bow of the flagship, Legendary mage Habitu Guru gazed down at the swiftly retreating mountains and lake, and couldn't help but mock Stewart's actions, a band of fools, laboring tirelessly to prevent the church's army from passing, unaware of the sheer might of magic. The so-called request for passage from the nobility of the Fran kingdom was merely a ruse. Legendary mage Habitu Guru's plan was to execute a surprise attack with the magical ships. While the Life Goddess Church believed their army would not depart until tomorrow, the assault would strike them today. The 600 hired professionals and over 5,000 mercenaries employed by the church were merely a distraction for Stewart's realm. Indeed, they would depart as planned tomorrow, but by then, the war would likely have concluded, and their mission would shift to one of occupation. Aerial forces had always been Stewart's Achilles heel. In the eyes of legendary mage Habitu Guru, even if all flying creatures in Stewart's territory attempted to intercept, they would merely be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. These 5 magical warships belonged to the Mage Guild, not the Magic Goddess Church. Yet what difference did it make? The upper echelons of the guild, who worshipped the Magic Goddess, had signed orders to lend the warships to the church, and most of those managing the vessels were devotees of the goddess. The few stubborn individuals who did not venerate her had already been sent to meet their own deities. Once the 5 warships took flight, the entirety of Zurich City was placed under martial law, with entry permitted but exit forbidden. Defensive and interference arrays were fully activated. Even if spies from Stewart's territory were present in the city, they would find it impossible to relay any messages. Within half a day, the fleet would reach its target. All while the warships activated their camouflage arrays. Those on the ground would not notice their passage, and even those gazing skyward would only see the disguised clouds. Due to limited cabin space, it was impossible to allocate rooms for each demigod, legendary figure, and master. However, as this expedition was undertaken in honor of the great magic goddess, no one bore any grievances. Legendary mage Habitu Guru entered the ship's cabin, needing to reconfirm the strategy against the temporary encampment of the Life Goddess Church at the Mage Tower in Stewart City. If the church's army arrived while its followers were scattered among the villages surrounding the city, they could be easily dealt with. However, if they had taken refuge within the city, they would need to devise a plan for the siege. Confronting the Mage Tower would be an unavoidable issue. When Duke Ferdinand of the Principality of Beho drove sea monsters to assault Dominaria City, Stewart's realm had showcased its ultimate defensive array. The Church of the Magic Goddess could not be oblivious to the power of this technique, which dated back to the ancient Nazril magical empire. Once activated, after receiving energy transfers from multiple mage towers, the beam emitted by the Mage Tower in Stewart City could reach a distance of 10,000 meters, deterring even demigods and legendary figures from approaching. The human wave tactic proved ineffective, while the sea monsters were met with beams as thick as a wash basin. Consuming vast amounts of energy, ordinary spellcasters could be dealt with using beams as thin as a finger, which consumed far less. Ordinary mage towers were not easily breached, let alone the formidable defensive array esteemed by the ancient Nazril magical empire. To counter the Mage Tower of Stewart's realm, the Church of the Magic Goddess prepared 3 plans. The first plan involved summoning elemental beings to deplete the Mage Tower's energy, utilizing materials and gems for a magic circle capable of summoning 10 elder water elementals, given Stewart's proximity to the Brittany River. The drawback was the uncertainty regarding the opponent's counter-summoning capabilities. If they possessed such methods, they might not be able to exhaust the Mage Tower's energy. The second plan entailed preparing 5 spiked bombs, launching an assault with 100 troops to cover the approach of 5 bomb bearers for detonation. The downside was that it relied purely on luck. If the bomb bearers were killed first or the thrown bombs failed, it would all be in vain. Additionally, casualties would likely be significant, but for the glory of the deity, the faithful were undeterred by loss. The third plan involved several legendary mages casting wide-area legendary spells from beyond the Mage Tower's 10,000-meter range, intending to eliminate all within Stewart City. In this scenario, even if a few remnants of the Life Goddess Church remained within the Mage Tower, they would pose no threat. However, the drawback was that such long-range and expansive legendary spells required considerable time to cast, rendering the mages immobile and vulnerable to ambush. After discussions between legendary mage Habitu Guru, the 2 demigods, and several legendary figures, it was decided to first employ the first strategy, and if it failed, to move directly to the third. This was not out of a particular affection for the lives of ordinary mages, but rather a belief that the outcome of war should not rest upon the whims of fortune. As anticipated, the fleet advanced swiftly without detection, seamlessly entering Stewart's territory. Through the ground observation crystal aboard the flagship, legendary mage Habitu Guru observed that Stewart's realm had established sentries and defensive structures at every critical junction. He acknowledged the exceptional prowess of the opposing soldiers and the diligence of their patrols, yet he pondered the utility of such vigilance. His own forces had already soared overhead, oblivious to the threat. As they approached Stewart City, the dispatched mage returned with reports indicating the surrounding villages were deserted. It was evident that the enemy had retreated their forces within the city, confronting them with the dire necessity of a siege. The legendary mage Habitus Gulu commanded, "Let the arcane knights enhance their flight spell and escort the magical vessel forward." At this juncture, stealth was no longer paramount. Ensuring the safety of the magical ship was of utmost importance. Chapter 418, The Divine War, Part 4. In Stewart City, at the Mage Tower, Pope Elena, Lord Liam, and Mage Olivia had activated the ultimate defensive magic array. Yet as the enemy had yet to launch an assault, energy transfer had not commenced. Although the Church of the Magic Goddess sought to suppress the news, and the magical ship had maintained its concealed form along the journey, this did not imply evasion from the gaze of true deities. Indeed, in this war of faith, not only the various churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guilds were acutely invested, dispatching observers from afar, but many true gods had also sent avatars to the fray. Thus, as the magical vessel departed the Highland Principality of Zurich, it was already reported to the Church of the Goddess of Life by a certain deity, allowing Elena to promptly relocate the faithful from the surrounding villages into the city. The avatar of the magic goddess Mistra, concealed in the shadows, followed the magical ship, intent on countering any potential airborne fortresses. She surmised that some deity had leaked information, yet she was unable to ascertain which one. Under the protection of the arcane knights, the magical vessel descended at a considerable distance from Stewart City, disembarking 2 demigods, 10 legends, 20 masters, and a congregation of clerics, along with over 200 hired spellcasters. Among them, the core consisted of 4 legendary mages, poised to secure strategic positions. Should the summoned water elementals fail to breach the Mage Tower of Stewart, they were prepared to unleash widespread legendary spells to obliterate the city. Subsequently, 5 magical ships circled back to the Brittany River, where the arcane mages began to set up summoning circles. Given that Stewart Castle was bordered on 3 sides by the river, and the Mage Tower was situated within the castle, summoning elder water elementals from the river would easily enable attacks on the stronghold. Despite the imminent threat posed by the Church of the Magic Goddess, Stewart City remained eerily tranquil, with the Church of Life neither dispatching individuals to thwart the enemy's maneuvers nor possessing the capability to do so, resorting instead to passive defense. The disparity in strength was stark. The legendary ranks on the side of the Magic Goddess far exceeded the master ranks of the Church of Life. Upon learning of the potential initiation of a war of faith, Pope Elena had sought to hire professionals for defensive assistance. Yet upon discovering the adversary was the Church of the Magic Goddess, none dared to accept the employment. The overwhelming might of the enemy rendered it a futile endeavor, akin to a death sentence, regardless of the remuneration offered. In contrast, upon the announcement of hiring professionals by the Church of the Magic Goddess, upon hearing their opponent was the newly formed Church of Life, responses poured in from eager volunteers. A divine war waged by a deity of formidable power against one of lesser might, and particularly a fledgling god, was a conflict one could not resist joining, especially considering the generous compensation offered by the Church of the Magic Goddess. To avoid the risk of an assault from the Mage Tower of Stewart, the magical ship anchored 10 kilometers away. Without interference, the mages aboard successfully summoned 10 elder water elementals, who sluggishly made their way towards Stewart Castle. However, propelled by the current of the Brittany River, they advanced more swiftly than a conventional river vessel, reaching the vicinity in under half an hour. A beam of light shot forth from the Mage Tower, striking one of the elder water elementals. Alicia and Onelia, constrained by their ranks, could not directly intervene. It was a 7th-level spell of banishment cast by the mage Monica Bellucci. This spell could return summoned otherworldly beings, and if the caster's level surpassed that of the banished creature, success was assured. Conversely, a lower level increased the likelihood of failure significantly. However, being merely a master-tier mage, Monica's attempts to banish the legendary tier water elementals succeeded only after 4 attempts. Setting aside the issue of her spell slots, time was also not on her side. Thus, Olivia directed the ultimate defense array to unleash 9 beams of intense light, annihilating the remaining 9 elder water elementals. Elemental beings differ from ordinary creatures. To vanquish them, one must destroy their core, particularly for water elementals connected to rivers and lakes. Even if dismembered, they could regenerate in a short span. The core of a legendary water elemental was exceptionally robust, shielded by its solidified form, rendering it resistant to conventional attacks. The beams from the ultimate defense array possessed formidable penetration, yet required increased power output, leading to greater energy expenditure. The Church of the Magic Goddess had achieved its objective in summoning the water elementals. Witnessing this, the legendary mage Habitus Gulu promptly commanded, "Send forth an attack to gauge the enemy's response." Before long, 20 knights of the Arcane Knights ascended from the magical ship, while 20 mages launched from the opposite side of Stewart City, converging to assault the Mage Tower. According to the intelligence possessed by the Church of the Magic Goddess, the combined total of all flying spellcasters from the Church of Life and Stewart was fewer than 20. Inside the Mage Tower, the 6th-level mage Bennington declared, "Your Holiness, let us take to the battlefield." He and 6 others were nurtured within the domain of Stewart, and following the ascension of Kristin, they swiftly changed their faith. Aware that venturing forth would likely lead to their demise, they were nonetheless willing to undertake actions in gratitude to their lord. Elena waved her hand, stating, "The Mage Tower still possesses energy. Your services are not yet required." As the enemy approached within 1,000 meters of attack range, spells such as lightning javelins, fireballs, and magic missiles were unleashed from the Mage Tower. The attacking arcane knights and mages, upon witnessing this, ceased their advance and resorted to employing spell scrolls or magical items to form shields or dispel magic in defense. Once someone faltered, they swiftly retreated from the Mage Tower's attack range, only to be replaced by others, engaging in a war of attrition. Alina remarked, "This is not a solution. Let us utilize the ultimate defensive array for our assault." Under normal circumstances, dozens of mages could not possibly exhaust the resources of the Mage Tower, as a mage's spell slots are limited, while the elemental pool of the tower can replenish slowly. However, if over 100 mages, accompanied by a plethora of spell scrolls, were involved, the situation would be drastically different. Very well. Olivia directed the magical array to unleash a searing beam, targeting the ordinary mages with precision. A single strike through the heart would suffice to extinguish life instantly. With a range of 10,000 meters, the enemy had no chance to escape, and within mere seconds, over 40 adversaries were felled. Witnessing this, the legendary mage Habitus ordered, "Prepare the legendary spells." Among those who had attacked earlier, one had carried a spiked bomb but was unable to deploy it before being eliminated. Outside Stewart City, upon receiving the alert, the mages sprang into action. For legendary mages had long been prepared for this holy war, readying their extensive area spells, and began their incantations. 2 demigods, alongside 6 remaining legendary mages, stood guard over them, while 20 Master Tier practitioners were stationed a few hundred meters out, followed by over 200 other spellcasting professionals. Magical alarms, summoned hellhounds, true sight, and various detection spells were cast, ensuring no intruders could breach their defenses. While thorough preparations were essential, all present harbored an unwavering confidence in their impending victory. Although the recent probing attack had claimed over 40 lower-tier mages, such losses were trivial in the grand scope of a divine conflict among true gods. Once the legendary spells were unleashed, the fall of Stewart City would signify the end of their mortal struggle. Within the Mage Tower, Alina and her companions observed the actions of the legendary mages of the Goddess of Magic with growing concern, yet they possessed no viable countermeasures. The range of the ultimate defensive magic array was limited to 10,000 meters, rendering it incapable of reaching those who were casting spells. Deploying forces to engage would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Even the mere 200 spellcasters could annihilate an army many times their number. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient foundation. The Church of the Goddess of Life had been established for less than a year, while the Church of the Goddess of Magic had a legacy spanning millions of years. This sentiment was echoed by the onlookers from other churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guilds, as well as the perspectives of the true god avatars hovering above. Kristin, indeed possessed unparalleled talent, likely unmatched by any who would follow. Yet her opponent was the Goddess of Magic, a being of an entirely different caliber. In the astral plane, within the floating city, Kristin and Corona stood side by side, gazing into a crystal orb that displayed the unfolding battle in Stewart City. When the Death Recorder Jaeger relayed news that the Goddess of Magic, Mystra, sought to confront them, they were taken aback. Corona, having ascended to godhood, had never even laid eyes upon Mystra. How had she suddenly become an adversary? They were utterly unprepared for the emergence of a relentless holy war. Corona would not foolishly question Mystra about her motives for declaring war. "If you wish for battle, then let it be so. Let us see who ultimately prevails." The situation had escalated beyond what Stewart could manage, prompting Corona to command, deploy the Construct Legion. Confirming deployment of the Construct Legion. Do you affirm this? Tower Spirit Vanifa echoed back. Affirmative. The ultra-long-distance teleportation array in the plaza was poised for action, and upon receiving the command, the constructs lined up and entered the portal. Outside Stewart City, a massive swirling vortex opened in the sky, and a multitude of constructs descended, crashing to the ground and trampling countless flowers and trees. These constructs wasted no time and charged directly towards the legendary mages who were in the midst of casting spells. The 4 legendary mages, witnessing the oncoming threat, began to adjust their stances in preparation to interrupt their incantations. As their spells had only just begun, there would be no backlash, but it would require time to execute the necessary adjustments. Prepare for combat, came the command from a demigod, and all present promptly cast flight spells, elevating themselves into the air. Many of the constructs lacked the ability to fly, rendering them safer aloft. The legendary mages, still in the process of interrupting their spells, could not move, and it was unrealistic to expect these mages to withstand the charge of the Construct Legion. Such reliance had never been part of the plan. A demigod cast a powerful artifact from their hand, which instantaneously transformed into a colossal doorframe, from which emerged a multitude of magical automatons. These were the magical enforcers of the goddess of magic, each possessing a minimum strength of 7th tier, with the mightiest reaching up to 20th tier, typically tasked with guarding the divine realm, now summoned through the portal. Utilizing the floating city's ultra-long-distance teleportation array to deploy the Construct Legion was a classic tactic of the Grand Archmage. Naturally, the goddess of magic had prepared for this eventuality. When it came to constructs, the goddess of magic was the true expert. Even at the height of the Netherreal magic empire, they had only been able to scarcely compare. Unlike the myriad forms of constructs, the magical enforcers possessed a singular humanoid shape, yet their overall combat prowess and versatility were exceedingly high. Boom. Bang. The cacophony of colliding stone golems, steel constructs, and metallic fiends against the magical enforcers erupted in a thunderous clash, interspersed with various spell attacks emanating from their arcane sigils. As the swirling vortex and doorframe portals continued to disgorge constructs and automatons in ever-increasing numbers, their ranks swelled to over 1,000, and the battlefield expanded accordingly. The leading demigod urgently called out, "Retreat." The spellcasters possessed formidable combat capabilities. They had already destroyed numerous constructs. However, who could guarantee their safety amidst the chaos of the battlefield? Even a mere 1% chance of harm was too great a risk to wager their lives for mere stone and steel. The magical enforcers, meticulously crafted by the goddess of magic, commanded a high cost, and each possessed far superior combat strength compared to the constructs, benefiting from millennia of accumulation that granted them a decisive numerical advantage. In preparation for the impending battle of faith, Corona prioritized combat strength over the longevity of the constructs, allowing their numbers to reach a level sufficient for engagement. This situation resembles a collision between a dilapidated vehicle assembled from old parts and a luxurious car. The former's cost is merely a fraction, even a 10,000th, of the latter's. Yet, as long as the broken vehicle can inflict damage upon its opponent, its purpose is fulfilled. The battlefield is strewn with nearly 10,000 various damaged remains, the majority belonging to the construct army, with only a third attributable to the magical enforcers. Meanwhile, from the 2 portals, constructs and golems continue to pour forth seemingly without end. The members of the Church of the Magic Goddess have long retreated, refraining from seizing the opportunity to attack the Mage Tower in Stewart City, knowing that should they do so, the vast multitude of constructs would prioritize them as targets. In the void above, the avatar of the magic goddess Mistra coldly observes the unfolding scene. She possesses the power to directly unleash divine retribution to annihilate the Mage Tower and eradicate the life goddess's followers within Stewart City. However, as the floating city has yet to materialize, she cannot expend her divine energy in such a manner. Followers serve their deity. There is no rationale for the true god to engage in battle while the followers cower in the rear. If circumstances permitted, the magic goddess's faction would undoubtedly wish to destroy the portal that facilitates the teleportation of constructs. However, it lies within the 10,000-meter range of the Mage Tower's ultimate defensive magical array. After sustaining the loss of 1 legendary level and 3 master-level practitioners, they were compelled to relinquish this plan. As for why they did not deploy mid to high-tier professionals, it was because they could not breach the defenses of the construct army. Similarly, the construct army could not penetrate the defenses of the magical enforcers, rendering the destruction of the portal in the rear impossible. Thus, a war of attrition ensued. Within the floating city, the tower spirit Vanifa reported, "Master, the construct army has been fully teleported to the battlefield, and the stone puppets tasked with labor in the divine realm have also been entirely dispatched to the front lines." Corona, her tone unperturbed, commanded, "Teleport the undead army." Vanifa repeated, "Teleport the undead army. Is this confirmed?" "Confirmed." In a certain plane, the castle of the legendary lich Onilia Acronia stood. At that moment, a colossal teleportation array had been established in the castle square, with undead creatures of 5th tier and above queued, awaiting orders. The teleportation array illuminated, and those sentient death knights and liches promptly ushered the undead into it, teleporting them in batches to the floating city, and subsequently transferring them to the battlefield via a long-distance teleportation array. Such large-scale interplanar teleportation could only be sustained by the nearly limitless energy of a Mysterium core. Upon the destruction of the last construct, an overwhelming surge of undead poured forth from the portal. However, compared to constructs, their combat prowess was significantly weaker, inflicting lesser damage upon the magical enforcers. Yet there was no alternative in this scenario. Observers from various churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds were astounded by the strength of the Life Goddess's church. While the might of the Magic Goddess's church and the existence of the magical enforcers were well known, the construct army's ability to defeat so many opponents was indeed unforeseen. It could be said that had a deity of medium power been present, the outcome of the battle could have been a stalemate. Yet, reality holds no what-ifs. By the time the undead had all fallen, the total losses incurred by the magical enforcers amounted to over 30,000. With their ranks comprising individuals of at least 7th tier, some even reaching the 20th tier. Nevertheless, the divine beings in the skies were aware that the Magic Goddess's divine realm housed over 100,000 magical enforcers. Thus, from the portal, an endless stream of golems continued to emerge, their target now set on Stewart City. The scorching beams emitted by the ultimate defensive magical array obliterated thousands of magical enforcers before it finally extinguished, unable to sustain the Mage Tower's shield and spatial magical interference. Praise the great Magic Goddess Mystra. Witnessing victory within reach, the members of the Magic Goddess's church fervently began to pray. Within the floating city, Corona surveyed the scene before her and stated, "It is our turn to make an entrance." Kristin calmly replied, "Then let us proceed." Vanifa, initiate the jump immediately. Please confirm. Initiate the jump? Confirmed. The countdown for the jump commenced. 10, 9, 1. Activate. In an instant, the floating city became ethereal, vanishing within mere seconds, only to reappear above the main world, over Stewart City. The floating city. While all had anticipated its appearance, the actual sight evoked a profound sense of pressure and awe. Particularly for the Life Goddess's faction, they quickly fled in haste. Before the floating city, even demigods and legendaries struggled to safeguard themselves. Prepared for this moment, the avatar of the Magic Goddess would not allow the enemy to attack her followers. The instant the floating city manifested, she hurled the divine artifact dart in her hand. Crack! The dart struck the floating city's shield, unleashing a torrent of lightning that could be seen and heard from great distances, forcing many to shield their eyes. Vanifa's voice rang out, "Warning, shield energy reduced by 1/10. Kristin replied calmly, "I will handle her. You clear the golems on the ground." Understood. With that, she swiftly teleported out of the floating city, while Vanifa activated the city's weapon systems. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared in the sky, and blue spears formed from force fields began to rain down upon the magical enforcers. The Magic Goddess Mystra did not close the portal, but continued to send golems in a relentless stream. They could delay the floating city, thereby depriving her of a helper in the conflict with the Life Goddess. "You are Kristin Stewart, but you are not the Life Goddess? You are a traveling mage?" The divine attributes of Mystra allowed her to immediately recognize the identity of her opponent. This revelation puzzled her greatly. If Kristin was not the Life Goddess, then who was? Haha. Kristin did not respond to her obligations, nor did she seem inclined to engage in lengthy discourse. With a swift gesture, she unleashed a momentary spell of electrolysis. Mystra, too, raised her hand, summoning a divine shield to deflect the attack. However, a second strike was already launched from Kristin's fingertips. Although the electrolysis spell's power was modest, it possessed a unique characteristic. Each successive attack would conjure an additional strike. Being merely on the receiving end was not Mystra's style. She pointed her finger and instantaneously cast the 9th level spell, Implosion. Yet, in a mere flash of brilliance, the spell proved ineffective, and she found herself feeling as though she had been struck, sustaining damage that was minimal, yet deeply insulting. This was Kristin's instant spell, ionization, which retaliated against the target's spell, delivering instantaneous, extraordinary effects while inflicting 2 points of damage upon the caster. With the conventional spell failing, Mystra resorted to divine magic, unleashing her extraordinary power of obliteration. This time, she was not met with a counterattack, but the divine strike spiraled uncontrollably into the ranks of the magical enforcers, destroying several of her own constructs. Kristin's instant spell, deflection strike, redirected the targeted spell, allowing it to strike the magical enforcers instead. Mystra's mastery of magic is well known, yet she had never encountered a traveling mage from another realm nor experienced such a combat style. Under these circumstances, she was compelled to temporarily refrain from casting spells and instead hurled a divine artifact, a throwing dagger. Chapter 4:21 Divine Warfare 7. The artifact dagger thrown by Mystra was immensely powerful, capable of shattering 1/10 of the floating city's shield with a single strike. Even though the shield was not at its strongest state due to recent transitions, the weapon's potency was not to be underestimated. However, she was unaware that the spark Kristin wielded stemmed from a great artificer, referred to in this multiverse as an artifact master. Startled by the initial trio of strikes from Kristin, Mystra abandoned her expertise in magic and divine spells, opting instead to attack with artifacts, effectively playing to her opponent's strengths while exposing her own weaknesses. Kristin extended her right hand, summoning a white orb of light to confront the artifact dagger. Mystra exerted all her effort to maneuver the dagger around the orb, yet she was, after all, the goddess of magic, not war, and her prowess with ranged weapons was somewhat lacking. Ultimately, the two collided, and the artifact dagger shattered into fragments. The instant spell, Thunder of Olin, obliterated the targeted artifact, and should the user expend additional magical energy, it would inflict damage equivalent to a single attack from the artifact upon its bearer. Suddenly, a piercing wound appeared in Mystra's left side, and the unexpected pain altered her expression. However, as her avatar was composed of divine energy, she could heal rapidly with the expenditure of her divine power. The physical injury mended, yet the emotional wound deepened. The 9th level spell, Great Disintegration, had only a minuscule chance of destroying an artifact, and among the extraordinary powers, there was none capable of obliterating such a formidable artifact in a single blow. Yet now, her artifact dagger, cultivated over countless years, lay in ruins. Moreover, the initial electrolysis spell Kristin had cast had not ceased, with each casting producing an additional strike. The total had now escalated to over a dozen, creating a cacophony against Mystra's divine shield. While the power of a single attack was negligible, a barrage of numerous strikes could no longer be disregarded. Defense consumed more divine energy than offense. In this narrative setting, the divine avatar of a true god possesses a minimum divine tier of 1, with the aggregate of the main body and avatar's divine tier equating to the true god's divine tier level. The goddess of magic, Mystra, holds a divine tier of 18, allowing her to create up to 17 avatars, each with a divine tier of 1. In reality, such distribution is improbable. For instance, the current avatar, necessitated by battle, possesses a divine tier of 9 and carries half of the main body's divine energy. However, the distinction between the avatar and the main body lies in the fact that the avatar's divine energy diminishes with usage, leading to its eventual dissolution. The main body, fueled by divine fire, continuously converts the faith of its followers into divine energy. Though Kristin had inherited her spark only recently, she was, in absolute strength, still inferior to Mystra's avatar, yet her combat style resembled the art of Tai Chi, using minimal resources to deftly neutralize Mystra's formidable divine spells. As an established deity, Mystra could not remain without recourse. Again, she cast her extraordinary power of obliteration, which, predictably, was redirected by Kristin's deflection strike towards the ground's magical enforcers. In that fleeting moment, another avatar of Mystra appeared behind her opponent, wielding an artifact longsword aimed to strike. If the blow landed, it would be ideal. If Kristin evaded, it would at least disrupt her ongoing barrage of attack spells. The longsword pierced the target's chest, yet it did not strike Kristin, but rather Mystra's avatar. A shard of the blade protruded from the avatar's chest, the sword belonging to the fierce Nissa of the Heart of Thorn, wielded by Corona. Mystra's avatar, possessing only a divine tier of 1, was no match for Corona, a true god with a divine tier of 2. Thus, the avatar could not evade the strike from behind, shattering into a cloud of divine crystal and a fragment of divine essence. Corona traced a circle with her right hand, capturing both the fragment of divine essence and the divine crystals. The former, once refined and stripped of its original owner's mark, could either be employed by its new possessor or bestowed upon a newly ignited divine spark, facilitating rapid consolidation of divine office. The latter represented purest energy, with the same attribute absorbing 80% and the opposing attribute merely 20%. As the goddess of life held a divine tier of 2, she could create only one avatar of divine tier 1. Thus, Mystra dispatched her avatar to stealthily strike at Kristin. No true god had ever engaged in battle with their main body, nor had she contemplated such an approach, but now faced with a fearless adversary. She had lost an avatar. You shall perish. In a fit of rage, Mystra unleashed a tremendous area of divine power, creating a shockwave that emanated from her formidable strength. Devoid of any finesse, relying solely on raw might, this area attack could not be deflected. Given more time, Kristin might have developed the capability to counter this divine shockwave. But for now, she could only cast a fleeting spell to escape, taking Corona with her out of the assault's range. Mystra's ambitions extended beyond just the two of them. She had her sights set on the distant floating city. This sustained attack, as long as the caster continually infused energy, theoretically possessed an immense range, and for humanoid beings, the area of effect was perfectly suited to strike the floating city. Moreover, below the floating city lay Stewart City, and a fall would spell doom for the life goddess's followers within, achieving a dual purpose. Kristin and Corona could hear the incessant warnings from the tower spirit. Vanifa, warning. The energy of the floating city's shield has dropped to 80%. The shield energy has decreased to 75%. Corona promptly commanded, shut down energy output. Seal the energy chamber and steer clear of the city. Shut down energy output and seal the energy chamber. Confirm? Confirmed. If the floating city were to plummet, perhaps Stewart City could still be spared, but if the core of Mystra were to explode, then all would be lost. It was then that the floating city accelerated southward, with all magical formations extinguishing one by one, and the shield energy automatically shutting down when it reached 10% remaining. Wherever the divine shockwave passed, be it the structures above, magical formations, or the mage towers serving as nodes, they crumbled like houses before a raging flood. Following this, the inverted mountains serving as the city's foundation began to crack, and stones tumbled down. With a thunderous roar, the floating city crashed down to the earth, generating an enormous crater that sent tremors through the ground, and the shockwave reverberated, causing significant destruction to the walls and buildings of distant Stewart City. Fortunately, evasive measures had been taken in advance, with only a tenth of the city as structures suffering damage. Chapter 422, Divine War, Part 8. As Mystra relentlessly employed her area divine shockwave, neither Kristin nor Corona could approach. Even attempts to cast spells or divine arts would be nullified by the divine shockwave, akin to the futility of pitting a small water gun against a high-pressure one. Mystra had not anticipated that her adversaries would so decisively abandon the floating city. Had there been even the slightest hesitation, it could have fallen directly onto Stewart City, resulting in unimaginable catastrophe. Although the outcome deviated slightly from her plans, it was of little consequence. The tower spirit Vanifa directed the floating city southward, rather than in other directions, because the portal to summon the magical enforcers was located there. This not only destroyed the portal, but also obliterated all the golems that had already been teleported in. Since the onset of battle, 60,000 of the 100,000 magical enforcers had been lost, yet Mystra remained unconcerned. In comparison to the fall of a floating city, such losses were deemed acceptable. The sudden descent of the floating city instilled terror among the various observing churches, kingdoms, duchies, and guilds, particularly as some had moved slightly closer to the battlefield for a better view. Upon realizing the imminent danger, all scrambled desperately to flee, but a few unfortunate souls, positioned directly in the path of the floating city, perished as mere bystanders. In the void, the avatars of 4 deities, Yg, the record keeper of death, the dragon god, the elven goddess, and the Slavic god Svinovite, stood together, observing the floating city's fall. The dragon god chuckled. I never expected to encounter a traveling mage again. The last time was during the time of Nazaril. How amusing this is. The cloaked Yg remarked, no wonder she dared to come into my divine realm last time. She split her soul into 2. This child, though young, possesses an astute mind, the elven goddess cautioned. While she may gain a temporary advantage through her skills as a traveling mage, the disparity in strength remains unchanged. Should we not assist her? Svinovite, gripping his longsword, replied. If you can persuade the other gods of the Pharaon pantheon not to interfere, I can drive Mystra away myself. The dragon god candidly revealed Svinovite's intentions. I see you wish to take advantage of Mystra's overexertion to strike her. Would you have dared to act otherwise? regardless of the reasons. Simply state whether you will act or not. Svinovite responded without elaboration. Let us wait a moment. She has not yet reached a critical juncture. If she is indeed the one foretold, she will surely overcome this trial, Yeg asserted solemnly. Have you not fully acknowledged her? From her mortal birth to godhood. How long has it been? She has now become Mystra's opponent. Does this not speak volumes? What if we delay and an unforeseen circumstance arises? The elven goddess expressed her concern. If an unforeseen event occurs, it merely proves she is not the prophesied one. Over the years, numerous heroes have emerged in the multiverse. Even the most legendary have eventually been proven not to be the ones we seek. Yg maintained his stance. The dragon god then voiced his opinion. Listen to Yg. He is the most cunning among us, undoubtedly having deliberated this thoroughly. I shall take that as a compliment, Yg retorted. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Mystra found some solace in the destruction of the floating city, alleviating her frustration over the loss of her artifact dart. She then pointed her hand, releasing another wave of extraordinary divine power. Through their encounters, she had discerned that while Kristin's abilities as a traveling mage were remarkable, they were still contingent upon her inherent strength. The diversion of her spells must incur some cost. With her divine power vastly superior, she resolved to engage in a war of attrition. This strategy was sound. Although the principle of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect was potent, it still required the exertion of that minimal force. If repeated excessively, it would lead to exhaustion. Kristin extended her left hand to grasp Corona's right, transferring divine energy between them. Combining their strengths, she unleashed a swift spell to siphon magical energy, countering the target's incantations, spells, divine arts, and supernatural abilities, thereby acquiring a spell power equivalent to that of the incantation. Mystra observed the blue glow flickering in Kristin's hand and realized that her own cast of Oblivion had been thwarted by an unknown means. However, she remained unperturbed, as this was precisely what she had anticipated. Shortly thereafter, a second extraordinary divine Oblivion was unleashed. At this moment, the magical energy consumed by Kristin's instantaneous counterspell was far less than the energy she had accrued from the spell's effects, allowing her to temporarily store the surplus. Unbeknownst to Mystra, after casting Oblivion multiple times, she noticed a pained expression etched on Kristin's face and assumed her opponent was nearing her limit, thus hastening her offensive. In reality, Kristin was struggling against the swelling magical energy within her, teetering on the brink of explosion while enduring the agony to continue intercepting Mystra's assaults. Finally, upon reaching the threshold of her magical power, Kristin unleashed the instantaneous spell, Fury of Oriel. A massive red flame exploded beside Mystra, instantly shattering her divine shield and charring half of her body to a crisp. For a clone, such severe injuries could be swiftly mended with a mere expenditure of divine power. Yet, the spell Kristin unleashed, fueled by her amassed magical energy, was not solely destructive. Any being struck by the Fury of Oriel would be rendered unable to invoke any incantations, spells, divine arts, or supernatural abilities for a duration, including true deities. Stripped of her ability to cast spells and divine arts, and bereft of her most relied-upon artifact, the dart, Mystra's combat prowess plummeted. Kristin and Corona teleported beside Mystra, refusing to squander their magical and divine energies. One brandished the thorn sword of Nissa, thrusting it relentlessly at Mystra, while the other pummeled her with small, fierce punches. Now, Mystra was unable to evade, defend, or retaliate with spells or divine arts, forced to wield a divine longsword to fend off the onslaught. Setting aside the formidable melee skills of a goddess of magic, the principle of two fists cannot contend with four hands soon left her in a state of helplessness. Nevertheless, due to the immense divine power contained within this clone, and the fact that Kristin and Corona were significantly lower in rank, even a strike to the heart could be instantly healed. However, such tactics were undeniably humiliating to the divine. The other gods observing from the void shook their heads in disapproval. Even if Mystra ultimately triumphed, her dignity would be forever tarnished across the multiverse. Chapter 4:23, Divine War 9. Kristin and Corona united in a relentless assault against the goddess of magic, Mystra, compelling her to expend vast amounts of divine energy to recover from her injuries. Yet, this clone possessed the divine rank of 9, and even after the effects of the spell-barring magic dissipated, she remained unvanquished. I will kill you both, Mystra roared in a fit of fury, for she was a powerful deity even within the pantheon of Farron and the greater multiverse. To have been bested by two younger beings was a disgrace that would haunt her for eternity, potentially resurfacing in tales thousands of years hence. In her hands, A golden sphere of light materialized, which she launched toward Kristin and Corona, who had teleported to a distance. "Mistra, you have lost your mind," shouted the god of order from the void, but it was too late to intervene, or rather, his clone lacked the power to prevent it. The true deities present could only act swiftly to relocate their own followers from the battleground, for otherwise, their demise was assured. Kristin and Corona, attuned to one another, prepared. The former cast the instantaneous spell, Aegis of Tefali, granting her a fleeting moment of invulnerability, while the latter employed a divine art to escape as far from the impending explosion as possible. The sphere struck them, but thanks to that moment of invincibility, they managed to teleport away. Yet, the very name of this divine attack hinted at its true magnitude. The sphere rapidly expanded, obliterating mountains, rivers, structures, and living beings in its wake. 1 second later, the sphere vanished without a cataclysmic sound or blinding dust. Simultaneously, the entire city of Stewart was erased, leaving behind a colossal crater, with the waters of the Brittany River rushing into the void. To illustrate, the area affected by this divine attack was comparable to that of the Huangpu district in Shanghai, with all within it completely annihilated. Had Mistra not compressed the energy for lethality, the explosion's radius would have been tenfold greater. Naturally, such a potent divine art demanded immense energy. Her divine rank diminished from 9 to 8. Thus, even at her zenith, she could only unleash 17 such attacks before requiring a significant period to replenish her divine power. Although Kristin and Corona narrowly escaped, all members of the Goddess of Life's church, including her followers, remained within Stewart. With their demise, Corona's divine rank plummeted dangerously close to obliteration, on the brink of faith's disappearance and entrapment in the astral plane slumber. This was due to the transfer of divine duties from the Overseer of Death, leading to several priests, including Bishop Phyllis Coleman, altering their devotions and arriving in Dominaria to assist in establishing the church. However, a few priests were required to remain at the original temple, where some followers still resided. These followers, belonging to the Death Branch, had not migrated to Stewart due to distance, thus forming the last bastion of support to prevent Corona's fall. Yet even so, she had lost her fighting capability. "Kristin, you must die here today." Mistra prepared to unleash another divine attack. Deprived of Corona's divine energy, Kristin alone could not withstand the might of those formidable divine arts. The world of this narrative, Elysium, the divine realm of Mistra, the goddess of magic. In a square, a pair of teleportation portals, originally intended for the conveyance of the magical enforcers, had naturally ceased to function following the destruction of their counterpart in the main world due to the collapse of the floating city. Only a handful of supplicant mages remained to conduct maintenance. Suddenly, the magical symbols adorning the portals illuminated with a life of their own. What had transpired? Who had activated the portal? Wasn't the other half destroyed? How could it still be operational? This unexpected event startled the nearby mages, prompting them to investigate hastily. With a series of piercing sounds, a multitude of javelins erupted from the activated portal, impaling the supplicant mages to the ground. Though the supplicants do not succumb to illness or aging in the divine realm, they can still meet their demise when their lifespan concludes or through violent means, unless the gods choose to expend divine power to resurrect them. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming tide of invaders surged forth from the portal. Humanoid in form, they possessed azure skin, lacked hair, and bore abstract facial features. The warriors were clad in golden half-armor, wielding scythe swords, spears, and javelins, while the priests donned golden robes and carried towering staves. Eliminate the invaders. The magical enforcers were the first to engage, displaying formidable might as they swiftly dispatched numerous foes. Nearby supplicant mages rushed to provide support. Their spells, amplified within the divine realm, proved immensely powerful. However, regardless of the manner of their demise, whether crushed, shattered, exploded, or incinerated, these soldiers would soon regenerate, reclaim their fallen weapons, and rejoin the fray. They were the immortal beings known as the Ever-Living. The Ever-Living army breached the defenses, preparing to advance into the depths of the divine realm. Simultaneously, reinforcements of magical enforcers and supplicant mages were summoned, including 4 level 1 avatars of Mistra, the goddess of magic, who arrived on the battlefield. Mistra, a deity of the 18th tier, had one 9th tier avatar engaged in combat with the goddess of life. Another had been slain. One 3rd tier avatar was absent from the divine realm, while the remaining 4 1st tier avatars gathered at the scene. Just then, 4 colossal figures emerged from the portal. A 20-meter tall skeletal figure clad in a purple robe with golden trim, wielding a bow, was the ever-living Deathbringer, Okada. Another, Also towering at 20 meters, was adorned in a blue robe with golden wings, brandishing a golden staff. This was the ever-living Deathbringer, Kephani, a 22-meter-tall, crocodile-headed skeletal figure, donned in golden half-armor and wielding a spear, was the ever-living Deathbringer, Batter. Lastly, a 22-meter-tall, cobra-headed skeletal figure, dressed in a golden-patterned robe and holding a long staff, was the ever-living Deathbringer, Ronus. Due to the nature of the gods, Mystra's avatars immediately discerned the identity of the assailants attacking her divine realm, yet they remained ignorant of the origin of these beings or their means of arrival. Why do the ever-living seek to invade my divine realm? One of Mystra's avatars queried loudly, but received no reply as the 4 ever-living Deathbringers, accompanied by their army, launched a silent assault. Mystra's 4 avatars were intercepted by the 4 ever-living Deathbringers, despite the magical enforcers holding the front line and the mages casting spells from the rear. The strategy faltered due to the significant losses sustained by the magical constructs in their previous conflict with the goddess of life. What could have been a decisive push to destroy the portal fell short, as the diminished ranks of magical enforcers were incapable of achieving this goal, leaving them to watch helplessly as ever more ever-living emerged from the portal. Chapter 424, Divine War, Part 10, The Mage's spells, bolstered by the divine realm's inherent advantages, indeed wielded considerable destructive power. However, the ever-living, being undying, would soon rise once more to continue the battle, while their spell slots remained finite. Moreover, the ever-living were no ordinary soldiers. They were elite warriors skilled in combat, with lower ranks equivalent to 7th-tier practitioners, and the highest exceeding master tier, inflicting significant casualties upon the magical goddess's forces who were tasked with the interception. Had there been a sufficient number of magical enforcers, the sturdy constructs could have held the ever-living at bay long enough to obliterate the portal. If Mystra's 9th-tier avatar had not engaged with the goddess of life, she could have utilized her formidable divine powers to annihilate the portal directly. Alas, reality offered no such alternatives. The remaining magical enforcers were insufficient to achieve such an outcome, and the 9th-tier avatar was absent at a critical juncture. As the magical constructs were destroyed and the supplicant mages fell, the front line tasked with interception began to waver. The news of the invasion of the divine realm reached the battling avatar instantly, urging her to return. Observing Kristin desperately evading attacks, Mystra found herself in a dilemma. She knew that with a little more effort, she could potentially eliminate Kristin on the spot. Uncertain whether the invading, ever-living army had any connection to Kristin, she pondered that if there were a link, it would be prudent to eliminate the immediate threat. Conversely, if there were no connection, then returning to assist would be the wisest course. After a moment's contemplation, Mystra's avatar resolved to return, prioritizing stability in this precarious situation. The invaders must be dealt with before addressing any other matters. The goddess of life, Corona, was already on the brink of death, leaving only Kristin, who posed little threat. Once the crisis in the divine realm was resolved, there would be ample time to deal with them. Thus, feigning a strike, Mystra's avatar vanished from sight. What transpired? Why did she suddenly cease her assault despite holding the advantage? The observing true deity avatars were perplexed, wondering what could compel Mystra to abandon an easily attainable victory and depart in haste. Consequently, these true deity avatars followed her, eager for answers. The invaders, of course, bore no relation to Kristin. She too was curious as to why Mystra had abruptly ceased her attack, though this was ultimately a fortunate turn of events. I'll follow along, Kristin mused, needing to ascertain the situation to determine her strategy for the ongoing conflict. She had no concerns for her safety. As a traveling mage, she could depart unimpeded by Mystra. Corona remained to handle the aftermath. Although Stewart's city had been destroyed, the souls of the deceased priests and believers had journeyed to the underworld, requiring a true deity to dispatch a messenger to retrieve them for their divine realm. With no messengers available, Corona would have to make the journey herself. In the primary world, there exists a formidable barrier between various planes, making it increasingly difficult for beings of great power to traverse from one plane to another. If this were not the case, malevolent entities such as demon lords and archfiends could invade at will. Deities possess a slight advantage. Avatars below the 5th tier of divine rank may descend at will, while those above the 5th tier must navigate through weak points in the barrier, known as fixed passages. This predicament means that Mystra's avatar requires time to return to the divine realm. If the invading legion of the Undying remains at their current strength, the temple's defenses should suffice to delay their advance until Mystra's avatar returns. Moreover, Mystra has issued a divine edict, urging all her followers to cease their tasks and engage in fervent prayer to bolster the supply of faith energy and expedite the restoration of divine power. However, when the Legion of the Undying fully emerges from the portal, they are met with the sight of a colossal dragon, adorned with long, curved horns and a gem nestled between them, possessing vast wings at its back. This dragon, Nicol Bolas, is an elder of the draconic race, a tyrant of its world, and one of the most ancient beings known across the multiverse. Although the mages witnessed his demise during the War of Sparks, he merely feigned death to escape. Now, he has arrived in this multiverse, which comprises multiple universes, each containing various planes akin to celestial bodies. Upon stepping through the portal, Nicol Bolas gazes upon the 4 avatars of Mystra engaged in battle against the 4 malefactors in the skies. He extends a claw toward one of the avatars and activates his innate ability, declaring, "Die." Instantly, the avatar disintegrates into a cascade of divine energy crystals and a fragment of divine essence. Subsequently, he dispatches the remaining 2 avatars in rapid succession. While the last avatar self-destructs, the explosion severely wounds the undying malefactor, Kafarni, and annihilates the undying warriors caught in the blast, rendering them unable to revive. It is inconceivable that any entity could be eternally invulnerable. There must be undisclosed intricacies at play. Nevertheless, all succumb to the devastating force of divine attacks. Nicol Bolas's deep voice resounds, "Advance. Attack the main temple with utmost haste." Each of the 4 malefactors towers over 20 meters, their massive weapons capable of inflicting lethal blows. Even the mightiest of the magic enforcers and priests stand no chance against the divine. Under their leadership, the Legion of the Undying surges forward with an unstoppable momentum, assaulting the main temple situated atop the highest peak. As the final bastion of the divine realm, the temple is fortified with restrictions. Only the goddess of magic may employ spatial, flight, attack, enhancement, and debilitation spells, as well as resurrection abilities. Strangely, the priests of the Legion of the Undying remain capable of revival despite the limitations placed upon them. As they advance, the Legion encounters magical traps, but the Undying warriors wade through them, undeterred by death, knowing they can return. Even in urban warfare, typically a stronghold against enemy offensives, they require no evasion or defense. A strike for a strike suffices. Nicol Bolas, however, does not appear as formidable as he seems. During his feigned death, he relinquished most of his power. After eliminating 3 avatars of Mystra, his remaining strength wanes, and the absorption of divine fragments and the dissipated divine energy only restores about 80% of his power. Yet, this is of little consequence, as the 4 malefactors lead the Legion into the temple, and the demigods and legendary beings within the divine realm, though desperately resisting, cannot hope to halt their advance. A resounding crash echoes as a divine attack strikes the injured malefactor, Kafarni, rendering it combat ineffective. In this dire situation, Mystra's true form is compelled to join the fray, despite her current strength being merely at the first tier of divine rank. Chapter 425, The Descent of Calamity, Part 1. Shortly after Mystra's avatar takes flight, she receives an urgent distress signal from her true self. Time is of the essence. Return immediately. Avatars above the 5th tier cannot swiftly return to the divine realm, but those below can. Faced with the imminent threat, Mystra's avatar acts without hesitation, unleashing extraordinary divine power to obliterate her surroundings. A golden sphere of light is cast forth, a manifestation of raw divine energy, devoid of any intention to compress its power. The ensuing explosion generates a shockwave expansive enough to devastate an area larger than half of Shanghai, leaving destruction in its wake. Trees topple, buildings collapse, and countless lives are lost. "Mystra, have you lost your mind?" The avatar of the god of order rushes toward her, incensed. On a personal level, the kingdom of Fran is his sacred bloodline's foundation. Mystra's actions are a direct affront. On a logical level, such indiscriminate slaughter fundamentally contravenes the principles of order, compelling the god of order to intervene. Even though this avatar possesses merely a first-tier divine rank, he cannot falter in such a critical moment. Mystra's avatar disregards the god of order's admonitions entirely. Instead, she unleashes another devastating display of divine power, directing the golden sphere toward the avatar of the god of order. Kristin, adept at evading such forces due to her status as a mage, manages to avoid the attack, but the god of order's avatar cannot escape. It is not a matter of capability. The sheer force of this divine assault, which consumes a tier of divine power, is insurmountable for any avatar. Thus, the avatar of the god of order is obliterated, and the fragments of divine essence scattered in the aftermath may well benefit some fortunate soul. Witnessing this, the other divine avatars trailing behind quickly maneuver to avoid the chaos. unaware that Mystra's divine realm is under siege and perilously close to collapse. To them, she appears utterly deranged. With the third application of extraordinary divine power, Mystra's avatar's strength diminishes to the 5th tier. Without hesitation, she instantaneously returns to the divine realm. The other divine avatars, lacking the ability to teleport directly into the goddess of magic's domain, instead shift to the boundary of her divine territory. At this moment, the number of divine avatars was far beyond those who had merely observed the battle initially. Whether from the realms of Faerun, Slavic deities, elven pantheon, dwarven lineage, gnome society, or even the Orcish tribes, all who could hasten had dispatched their avatars. The goddess of magic, Mystra, had gone mad and eliminated the avatar of the god of order. Thus, a divine war was imminent. Unlike the recently ascended goddess of life, the god of order was a formidable deity of level 18, and should a true confrontation transpire, half of the primary world would undoubtedly suffer calamity. Under normal circumstances, divine realms were fortified with divine power restrictions, even if other deities could perceive vast distances. They could not fathom the internal affairs of a divine realm. However, the restrictions had now failed, and upon their arrival, they were met with a staggering sight. Nicol Bolas grasped the goddess of magic, Mystra, with one claw, while with the other, he extracted the divine flame from her very being. No. Mystra's hastily returning avatar cried out as she charged forward, channeling an immense attack spell. Crack! Nicol Bolas tightened his grip, crushing the divine flame into pure power, his unique ability. A variant stemming from elder spells. Boom! Mystra's avatar exploded, shattering into fragments of divine essence and scattering divine energy crystals across the sky. Thud! Nicol Bolas carelessly discarded Mystra's lifeless form to the ground, reduced to a state akin to a ragged doll. Rumbling. The fall of the goddess of magic, Mystra, triggered violent tremors within her divine realm. Palaces crumbled, mountains collapsed, and the very earth split apart. The supplicants within the divine realm, whether mages, commoners, or practitioners of other trades, found themselves unable to escape. All they could do was pray as they awaited the obliteration of their sanctuary. Mystra had created and safeguarded the weave of magic. In truth, she was the very embodiment of the weave. Its existence allowed mortal spellcasters and magical item creators to harness primal magical energy safely. Mystra presided over all matters related to magic, rendering her one of the most powerful deities in the multiverse. Her demise not only diminished the Faerun pantheon by one formidable deity, but also precipitated the immediate collapse of the weave. As the divine realm crumbled, channels of magical energy began to manifest from the void. These were the strands of the weave. One end connected to Mystra's lifeless body within the divine realm, while the other extended into the unfathomable distance. Across all planes covered by the weave, including the primary world, an immense magical array emerged in the void. Its complexity enough to blind even the most erudite of mages. From these magical arrays extended further channels of magical energy, also part of the weave. At this moment, both the magical arrays and energy conduits were ablaze and exploding. The collapse of the weave's most immediate consequence was the loss of spellcasting ability for all spellcasting professions. Priests, who could still utilize divine spells, found themselves limited to casting only third-level spells. Most magical equipment, scrolls, and towers were rendered ineffective. A few remaining operational magical arrays relied on magical stones for power, akin to batteries in an electrical grid. Yet, as with all batteries, they would eventually deplete. And without the grid to recharge them, these magical arrays would cease to function. Countless spellcasters suffered dire consequences due to the weave's collapse. Losing their lives as spells faltered mid-casting, magical items failed, and experiments exploded. Many spellcasters faced the unraveling of the weave, resulting in their own collapse. They screamed in madness, stood frozen in shock, or frantically recited incantations, yet received no response. The entire world descended into chaos. The Deathsayer, YGG, the dragon god, the Slavic war god Svanavit, and the elven goddess witnessed the fall of Mystra. The fog obscuring the future in their prophecies seemed to dissipate, revealing a scene that overlapped with the present. It became clear that this was the catastrophic event foretold in the prophecies of the gods, with Mystra being the first among many fallen deities. Stop him! Svanavit, the Slavic war god, shouted as he charged forward. Although most of the divine avatars present were of the first tier, their sheer numbers exceeded hundreds. And through a strategy of overwhelming force, they could easily drown their adversary. Nicol Bolas had already absorbed the power from Mystra's divine flame, restoring much of his own strength. He cast forth the temporal bridge and vanished before their eyes, accompanied by the Legion of the Undying. Chapter 426. The Onset of Catastrophe, Part 2. Divine communication did not necessarily require language as a medium. With a thought, the Death Sayer, YGG, conveyed the prophecy of the great disaster to all present divine avatars, regardless of their pantheon or allegiance. All true deities understood a singular objective, the annihilation of the Legion of the Undying. However, with the collapse of the Weave, the entire primary world concurrently lost its efficiency. The ramifications of the Weave's disintegration meant that even true deities could not convey divine edicts to every priest. It was not a matter of inability, but rather one of excessive consumption, allowing only the Pope and archbishops of various regions to receive the message. Without magical communication, they could only deploy mounted couriers, transforming the transmission of orders from minutes to days. It took over a week merely to relay this command to the various nobles. Spellcasters, having lost their ability to cast spells, resorted to searching via flying mounts or organizing personnel for a systematic sweep. The former faced limitations due to the scarcity of flying mounts across the nations, while the latter suffered from lethargic speed, uncertain of how long it would take. Given the continent's sparse population, dispatching an entire village to search nearby areas could take months, especially when pursuing a large army amid vast primordial forests and uninhabited zones. Dragons from Dragon were summoned, for at least they could still soar through the skies. In terms of efficiency and reach, a single dragon could match the efforts of 10,000 men. Yet even this was no guarantee of success, as the enemy merely needed to employ subtle deceptive spells to easily elude those searching. The setting of the book, the gods are aware that Nicol Bolas is a planeswalker, and after witnessing the combat prowess of another planeswalker, Kristin, they understand that this method, although also referred to as magic, is not subject to the collapse of the mana network. Much like how the temporal bridge remains operational even when teleportation spells fail. Of course, not everyone loses their ability to cast spells due to the mana network's collapse. For instance, demons and beasts with innate spell-like abilities can wield magic instinctively, without needing to communicate with the mana network. Similarly, sorcerers draw upon their understanding of magic and their mastery over magical energy, rendering them independent of the mana network. In truth, the gods need not seek out Nicol Bolas and the army of the Eternal, as they have never intended to hide. Rather, their objective is to eradicate all living beings in the main world. The power of the gods is derived from their followers, and without believers, they too shall fall. For Nicol Bolas, his current strength is insufficient to contend with all the gods of this multiverse, but when some gods fall and others are weakened, it shall be his moment to harvest divine fire. Nicol Bolas once schemed to lure all planeswalkers to Ravnica, trapping them within the eternal sun to prevent their escape, while using the temporal bridge to transport the army of the Eternal. His aim was to seize the sparks of all planeswalkers, casting an elder spell to gain unparalleled power and become the king of all kings. However, the commander of the army of the Eternal, the necromancer Liliana, betrayed him at a critical moment, sacrificing herself to thwart his plans. Thus, Nicol Bolas was left with no choice but to feign death to escape. Demons, as interlopers in this multiverse, also inhabit the realm where Nicol Bolas resides. Somehow, he became aware of this multiverse, where the presence of the gods was known, and he discerned the striking similarity between divine fire and the sparks of planeswalkers. Consequently, Nicol Bolas devised another conspiracy over the course of millennia, and with all conditions now met, he arrived with the army of the Eternal. Slaying the goddess of magic, Mystra, would not only obliterate the mana network, but also grant Nicol Bolas the first divine fire needed to restore his strength. The absence of the mana network would render all magic users incapable of casting spells, leaving only physical combatants to confront the army of the Eternal, the outcome of which is all too predictable. More importantly, the failure of spells would strip the beings of the main world of their most crucial defensive bastion, the Mage Towers. This would hinder any attempt by other planes or even the gods to dispatch reinforcements, as they would be unable to reach the main world in a timely manner. Previously, the goddess of magic, Mystra, had established portals in both the divine realm and the main world, allowing for the continuous transportation of magical enforcers. Now, reinforcements must first arrive at their own plane's portal, traverse to the outer realms, then proceed to the City of Signatures, and finally from the portal there to the main world, culminating in a journey to the battlefield. The duration of this entire military operation varies depending on the army's mobility, ranging from a few months to several years, and that is under the assumption of ample supplies. At this moment, the army of the Eternal, under the guidance of the Four Reapers, is wreaking havoc in the capital of the Ross Kingdom. The Ross kingdom had already suffered considerable losses in its war with the Slavic Empire, and the subsequent magical catastrophe only exacerbated their plight. Just as they had managed to recover somewhat, they are now besieged by the army of the Eternal. Without the mage towers and spellcasters, how could mere knights and soldiers hope to withstand the onslaught? As the saying goes, one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze, naturally. The easiest opponents must be chosen first. Had King Alexandrovich not fled swiftly, he too would have fallen victim to the army of the Eternal. However, the residents of Ross City were not so fortunate. The army of the Eternal slaughters living beings, not only to diminish the followers of the gods and weaken their power, but also out of necessity. The secret of their infinite resurrection is rendered trivial. For each eternal warrior and priest is linked by soul to the four reapers, allowing them to resurrect upon death through the energy provided by the reapers. As long as the energy persists, they can be reborn endlessly, creating the illusion of invincibility. The previous assault on the goddess of magic's divine realm nearly exhausted the energy stored by the four reapers, and now they must replenish it through the slaughter of living beings. Nicol Bolas stands atop the highest point of the royal palace in the Ross kingdom, observing the chaos unfolding before him. On the roof of a slightly shorter building beside him stands a robed woman, whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to the goddess of magic, Mistra. She is an ancient dominator, having collaborated with Nicol Bolas long ago, and with his assistance, infiltrated this multiverse, parasitizing the mana network. After a protracted period of infiltration, she finally twisted the thoughts of a manifestation of the goddess of magic at the most critical juncture. Otherwise, how could the goddess of magic, with her wisdom, so easily perceive the threat as originating from the newly ascended life goddess, instigating a divine war with such swiftness, and dispatching a manifestation and magical enforcers that left her divine realm vulnerable? Everything is part of Nicol Bolas's grand conspiracy. Chapter 4:27. The Arrival of Catastrophe, Part 3. The news of the army of the Eternal's assault on the capital of the Ross Kingdom was swiftly relayed to the god of slaughter by the Pope of the Church of Slaughter through prayer. The god of slaughter hastily descended with a manifestation. However, due to the barriers of world rules, to arrive at the fastest speed, the manifestation's divine rank cannot exceed 5. The god of slaughter, as a deity of rank 11, manifested a level 5 and a level 4 avatar. As for why not 2 level 5 avatars, it was necessary to have one to seek assistance. The so-called quantitative change leads to qualitative change. A divine rank of 5 is considered weak divine power. And without sufficient quantity, no qualitative change can occur, rendering certain powerful supernatural divine attacks unusable. The 4 Eternal Reapers and 1 Ancient Dominator, Samia, can temporarily delay the level 4 manifestation, while Nicol Bolas can contend with the level 5 avatar, allowing the army of the Eternal to continue their massacre of the living in Ross City. The irony of this situation is striking. The followers of the god of slaughter are themselves being slaughtered. With so many true gods in the multiverse, why not summon more avatars, even if only of rank 1? One would think they could at least drive the army of the Eternal away, if not eliminate them entirely. The reasoning is sound, yet the reality is far from it. In this vast multiverse, inhabited by humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs, various pantheons exist, each deity within a pantheon naturally seeking assistance from their own divine kin. The god of slaughter originally belonged to the Slavic pantheon, his power second only to the war god Svenevit. However, a rift developed between them due to differing interpretations of their paths, leading to a recent conflict among their followers. The god of slaughter could hardly turn to the Slavic pantheon for aid, even if they prioritized the greater good and offered assistance. It would be a matter of pride for him. In an effort to restrain the Slavic pantheon, the Pharaon pantheon tacitly permitted the kingdom of Piast, the kingdom of Rhine, along with the war goddess church and the goddess of magic's church, to provide support to the kingdom of Ross, primarily through the sale of weapons and equipment at reduced prices. However, the god of slaughter did not belong to the Pharaon pantheon. Following the outbreak of conflict, the god of slaughter sent avatars to a few familiar deities within the Pharaon pantheon for assistance. They, recognizing a common enemy, indeed responded, avoiding the short-sightedness of merely observing the unfolding events. Yet, the collapse of the magical web resulted in spatial instability, and the distance to the kingdom of Ross posed a challenge. By the time several deity avatars arrived, the Legion of the Undying had already decimated Ross City and departed. This was yet another reason for the Legion's choice to assault Ross City. The god of slaughter was forsaken by both sides. The ancient entity, Samia, had infiltrated for such an extended period that she had become acutely aware of the circumstances within this multiverse. Of course, Sumia was not the sole ancient entity to breach this realm. Another had attached itself to what was deemed the fate nihilist of this multiverse. Although Sumia surmised that this unfortunate being had perished, the deities could not detect the doomsday sovereigns, not even the formidable goddess of magic. This was akin to a species conflict. Even the mightiest existence has its vulnerabilities. Otherwise, Nicol Bolas would not have chosen to collaborate with them. Conversely, the Traveler belonged to an entirely different system. With Kristin successfully becoming a Traveler, the fate of the unfortunate soul that had been possessed became evident. Nicol Bolas required the divine flames of the deities to regain his strength, while Sumia and the other doomsday sovereigns needed the chaotic multiverse following the demise of the gods. Thus, both parties found common ground. Through guerrilla tactics, the Legion of the Undying systematically annihilated the major cities of the Kingdom of Ross. Without the scanning and warning of the Mage towers, spatial interference, and the provision of shields and spell attacks, many times, the enemy was upon them before they were even aware of it, leaving them defenseless. The souls of the deceased followers were harvested, not ascending to the god of Slaughter's divine realm to become supplicants. The increasing number of slain followers caused the god of Slaughter's divinity to wane. As his strength diminished, his ability to protect his followers was compromised, leading to a vicious cycle. Within a month, the god of Slaughter plummeted from a high deity of level 11 to a mediocre deity of level 7. The Legion of the Undying then set their sights on villages and towns, where a single Undying warlord accompanied by a handful of master-level Undying warriors could cleanse the area entirely. The continuous deaths of his followers further caused the god of Slaughter to descend from a mediocre deity to a weak one, emboldening the Legion of the Undying since the god of Slaughter's avatars could not dare descend without facing certain death. The gods, witnessing this situation, were anxious. Their concern was not for the god of Slaughter but for themselves, as if the Legion of the Undying employed the same tactics against their followers. They too would find themselves in dire straits. After the capital of Ross City was attacked, the Pharaon Pantheon convened and dispatched several divine avatars to assist the god of Slaughter, but to no avail. In the past, when followers and priests prayed, the deities could hear them immediately, merely a matter of whether they wished to respond. However, the collapse of the magical web led to chaotic energy, rendering the prayers of followers inaudible except for those of the priests. Responding now required a greater expenditure of divine power. Fortunately, the influx of faith remained unaffected, and priests could still cast divine spells of level 3 or below. Otherwise, it could lead to a collapse of faith and the fall of the deities. Previously, the gods could easily ascertain events within a radius defined by their temples, statues, altars, and sacred relics, with their divine level determining the extent. Now, due to the collapse of the magical web, that range had shrunk to a third. Formerly, the avatars of the gods could descend with ease. However, the energy chaos now prolonged the time required and increased the divine power consumed. Presently, from the moment a priest prayed to report an attack to the arrival of a true god's avatar, it took several minutes. This duration, while not excessively long, was ample time for the Legion of the Undying to massacre half a city. If the divine avatars sent were few or not sufficiently powerful, Nicol Bolas and the 4 warlords could stall just long enough for the entire city to fall. Conversely, if many strong divine avatars were dispatched, the enemy would simply flee. Once the Legion of the Undying shifted their focus to villages and towns, it became impossible for divine avatars to arrive in time to provide assistance. More critically, the abilities of the Traveler belonged to an entirely different spellcasting system, rendering the gods incapable of effectively countering them within a short time frame, thus hindering their ability to track the Legion of the Undying that had escaped via temporal bridges. The fall of the goddess of magic, the most adept in the art of spellcasting, further exacerbated the challenge. Given the capabilities of the gods, it was universally believed they would eventually unravel the Traveler's spellcasting system. However, the pressing question remained, by that time, how many deities would still be left standing? The latest news indicated that the Legion of the Undying had breached the god of Slaughter's divine realm, and he had perished before reinforcements could arrive. Chapter 428. The Onset of Catastrophe. 4. In the primary world, Dragon Island, all true gods from the human pantheon, dragon pantheon, elven pantheon, dwarven pantheon, gnome pantheon, and even the orc pantheon dispatched avatars to convene and deliberate on how to confront the impending calamity. This assembly was initiated by the record keeper of death, Jaeger, the dragon god, the elven goddess, and the Slavic war god Svendovid. With both the goddess of magic and the god of slaughter having fallen, none could ascertain whether they would be the next to meet a similar fate. Thus, attendance at this meeting, which pertained to their self-interest, was imperative. Even the least popular among the malevolent deities felt compelled to join, fearing that their absence might lead to discussions about their potential sacrifice as expendable pawns in the war. Every pantheon maintained its own territories, with the human pantheon further divided into the Pharaon and Slavic pantheons, and subsequently classified into good, neutral, and evil factions. However, there exists one exception, Kristin. Though she sat in the human divine realm cradling Corona, she remained distant from the others. Only a planeswalker can truly understand another planeswalker, and only they can contend with one another. Rather than being an invitee, Kristin's presence was necessitated by the convening of the deities. Her embrace of Corona served to demonstrate the extent of the damage inflicted upon Corona by the goddess of magic. In truth, even the weakest of gods could effortlessly dispatch a creature as feeble as a behemoth. It is inconceivable that Corona could be unable to rise. The divine assembly is devoid of the hypocrisy and lengthiness characteristic of human gatherings. As one of the conveners, Yegos directly inquired, Kristin, what is your perspective on the incursion of Nicol Bolas and the Legion of Immortals? What perspective? I merely observe, she retorted. I can depart this multiverse at any moment. What concern is it of mine? Though her words were irksome, they bore a kernel of truth. True gods are birthed from belief and are consequently constrained by it. Their essence cannot transcend this multiverse. As for a fragment of their essence departing, once it traverses the crystal barrier, it becomes independent, rendering it meaningless. Yet Kristin, as a planeswalker, would not be perturbed by the destruction of this multiverse. She could simply walk away. Deities do not engage in futile debates. They speak through facts. Thus, Yegos remarked, you may leave at any time, but Corona cannot. Kristin gently caressed Corona's long hair, her face etched with sorrow. Poor Corona, she lamented. She has only just ascended to godhood and is now embroiled in divine conflict. As the goddess of life, how benevolent she is. Yet she has been so cruelly battered by Mystra. The church and its followers have been slaughtered, the holy city laid waste. Her flickering divine fire is on the verge of extinguishment. All the gods recognized that Kristin was performing, yet they also comprehended that her words were grounded in reality. Regardless of the reasons, it was undeniable that Mystra had indeed wrought this havoc. Nearby, the sea god, Velko, could not help but scoff internally. Corona is benevolent? Spare me. Had she not opted for a better choice and relinquished her claim to the ocean's dominion, I might have been the first to fall. Nevertheless, Velko dared not display any outward sign of dissent. Yegos glanced at the dragon god, silently urging him to speak. After all, Corona was a scion of the dragon lineage before her ascension, and everyone knew the inherent flaws of the dragon race. Even calling them miserly would be a compliment. The dragon god feigned ignorance to Yegos' hint. He was a minor deity with feeble divine energy, and merely convening this meeting was a feat in itself. There was no need for him to take further initiative. What could Yegos do in response to the dragon god's indifference? The dragon race itself was not a native species of this multiverse, and the dragon god, foremost a dragon and secondarily a deity, had minimal requirements for belief, even none at all. Ultimately, he could simply depart with the great dragons, so there was no urgency for him. Observing the situation, the elven goddess sighed inwardly. Very well, it seems I must take on this role of the villain. The dragon god could flee at any moment, and Yegos, being an ancient god, was said to no longer rely on belief, but she herself could not afford such a luxury. As for Swinovet, he ought not be burdened with technical matters. She thought thus, but Swinovet had no such reservations and spoke candidly. Kristin, your actions merely seek to gain advantage. Feel free to voice your demands. Every deity associated with wisdom and knowledge could not help but facepalm internally. While deities typically converse directly, there are limits to that directness. To speak so brazenly is akin to presenting one's neck for the executioner. However, Swinovet was not foolish. He harbored his own motives. I represent the Slavic pantheon, and Corona belongs to the Pharaon pantheon. Any benefits conferred would not come from me. Moreover, with so many gods present, it would merely be a matter of sharing the burden. Upon hearing this, Kristin felt a surge of hope. It was the Slavic god of war who proved reliable in critical moments. Thus, she declared, Corona was injured by Mystra, although the perpetrator is now deceased. I hope to utilize the remnants of her magical web as compensation. In exchange, I am willing to provide methods to deal with the temporal bridge. Upon hearing this, the gods exchanged glances. Truly, as one hailing from the dragon lineage, her demands were not merely audacious, they were grandiose. The notion of using the magical web as compensation implied her aspiration to ascend as the new goddess of magic. Mystra's demise had allowed Nicol Bolas to absorb the power contained within her divine essence, yet her divine office had shattered, returning to the void. In time, either a mortal could ascend to godhood once more, or some deity could reconstitute the divine office, regaining control of the magical web. However, such a timeline was distant. At least during this cataclysm, there would be no opportunity. Yet Kristine's offer of methods to combat the temporal bridge addressed a pressing concern for the gods. As long as the legion of immortals could not escape, with so many deities present, who among them feared engaging the enemy? The orc chief god, Nu, spoke on behalf of the orc pantheon. We, the behemoths, orcs, abstain. This is an internal matter for you humans. With his lead, the other pantheons soon followed suit in declaring their abstention. Swinovet added, we, the Slavic pantheon, also abstain. This is a matter for the Pharaon pantheon. The internal voting of the Pharaon pantheon proved intriguing. The neutral factions largely abstained, with a minority in support. The evil factions fully backed the motion, hoping to sow discord between the good factions and Corona. This was due to the fact that Mistra's subordinate, the god of sorcery, Azuth, along with the god of prophecy, Sorceress, both aspired to ascend to the role of god of magic. Should there be open competition, they were the most likely candidates to first coalesce the divine office of magic. As anticipated, the only dissenting deities were Azuth and Sorceress. The assembly of gods does not impose the will of the majority upon the minority, but those who abstained or supported the motion would not contest the divine office, thereby clarifying who their opponents were, making subsequent actions far simpler. Thank you all for your support. At this moment, Corona ceased her pretense, rising to express gratitude to all the deities who had either supported or abstained. As for Azuth and Sorceress, she would find an opportunity to ensnare them later. Chapter 429, The Onset of Catastrophe, Part 5, for the vast majority of true gods. The question of who would inherit the divine office of magic and ascend as the god of magic held little significance. Exchanging their positions for Kristine's provision of methods to combat the temporal bridge entailed no loss for them. Nicol Bolas was indeed formidable, but without the legion of immortals. His solitary presence posed a diminished threat. As a master sorcerer, his spells are on par with those of true deities, rendering them unsuitable for the mere slaughter of ordinary followers. Indeed, a single spell could annihilate an entire village, yet the magical energy expended may take days, if not weeks, to replenish. Moreover, when Nicol Bolas assaults the divine realms, he requires the legion of the undying to contend with the supplicants and the deity subordinates, which is why the gods must address the temporal bridge. However, such a straightforward approach is decidedly uncharacteristic of Kristine. She would never undertake an endeavor that yields only a single profit, as that would equate to a loss in her eyes. Kristine stepped into the midst of the assembly and proclaimed, "This method is remarkably simple. I ask all present to simultaneously acknowledge Corona as the goddess of life and to issue a divine decree, prompting the faithful to pray in unison. Thereafter, Corona shall be responsible for vanquishing the legion of the undying, thus resolving the matter of the temporal bridge. I can create a relic that restricts Nicol Bolas' teleportation. However, this artifact is a one-time use, limiting him for no more than 15 minutes. Let me clarify. Corona will solely deal with the legion of the undying. Nicol Bolas and the ancient dominator, Sumia, are not included in this arrangement. The gods, upon hearing Kristine's words, could not suppress their inner disdain. It appeared she was seizing the opportunity for her own gain. Even the dragon god seemed more generous by comparison. One point must be clarified. Taking the war god as an example, the Pharaon pantheon follows Torm, while the Slavic pantheon adheres to Svedovit, both of whom belong to the human deities. The orc pantheon includes the war god Inarv, and the dwarven pantheon boasts the Valkyrie Helmine. Kristine's condition is that all present must recognize Corona as the sole goddess of life in this multiverse, regardless of race. Divine essence is born from the will of the cosmos, coalescing from the intentions of all sentient beings. The collective will of all true deities and their followers recognizing Corona as the goddess of life would yield immeasurable divine essence. A mere mortal could ascend to divinity in an instant, and for Corona, she would instantly become a goddess of immense power. Apart from the dragon and orc pantheons, no other pantheon possesses a goddess of life, and even those in the aforementioned pantheons wield only frail divine power. Thus, this proposal essentially exchanges two weak divine positions for the annihilation of the legion of the undying. Should the gods consent, they would gain a goddess of life of formidable strength, also a goddess of magic, and a custodian of death, elevating her to a status second only to the supreme god within the human pantheon. If the gods refuse, it will not be on Kristine's account that the matter falls through. They may contend with the legion of the undying themselves, as the benefits already secured cannot be retracted. Kristine's intentions are transparent. She has laid out her terms, and the decision now rests with them. The gods began to whisper among themselves, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Silence, please, Jaeger interjected. Let us set this matter aside for now. Kristine, does this request pertain to dealing with Nicol Bolas? Kristine, fully aware of Jaeger's inquiry, produced a list of materials and replied, this request solely concerns the Legion of the Undying. Here is the material list. Once I have everything, I can craft the relic within a week. Jaeger took the list, glanced at it, and then with a flick of his wrist, a copy appeared before each true deity. Please take a look. At this moment, one deity inquired, Kristine, this artifact is a one-time use, capable of restricting the opponent for 15 minutes. Can we not create multiple artifacts to extend the duration of the restriction? Kristine affirmed, certainly. The materials required for crafting the relic are quite precious. But if multiple sets are provided, I can produce several. Jaeger proposed, I suggest we create 3 artifacts for safety's sake. What do you all think? The gods expressed their agreement. Although the materials needed for a single one-time artifact are thrice that of a top-tier artifact, they understood that in such a critical situation, it was not the time to quibble over costs. Furthermore, with so many true deities from various pantheons, the burden would not fall heavily on any one individual. The gods worked with remarkable efficiency, promptly distributing the necessary materials. Before long, additional manifestations delivered the supplies. In 3 weeks, I shall deliver the completed artifact to Dragon Isle. The remaining matters can be negotiated with Corona. Upon receiving the materials, Kristine did not linger, vanishing from their sight in an instant. The gods were left to deliberate whether to agree to Corona becoming the sole goddess of life in this multiverse. The most vehement opposition came from Azuth, the god of mages, and Sorceress, the god of prophecy, with the Orcish goddess of life, Rizeka, following closely behind. Tamara, the dragon goddess of life, remained indifferent. The loss of this divine role would not affect her strength, and she could simply invest time to cultivate another. Azuth, possessing weak divine power, and Sorceress, wielding minor divine power, had long served as subordinates to Mystra, granting them a profound understanding of magic, far surpassing others. With Corona on the brink of death, it was evident that the victor among the 3 vying for the magic divinity would be one of them. However, should Corona ascend to become a goddess of immense power, their contention would be rendered moot. Moreover, having offended her during the divine declaration, they knew she would seek retribution once she regained her strength. Thus they opposed her vehemently. Corona, observing the 2 most vocal opponents, decided to provoke them further and languidly remarked, esteemed ones, the Legion of the Undying is no mere collection of undead. Their combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Kristine's proposal is a necessary condition. Should anyone dissent, let them take it upon themselves to confront the Legion of the Undying. Yet do not rush to the forefront when it serves your interests, only to retreat when the collective benefit is at stake. Her words effectively cornered Azuth, Sorceress, and Rizeka. Indeed, she had laid out her conditions. Once they agreed, she would handle the Legion of the Undying. Those opposing the Legion would be expected to confront it, which was only fair. The gaze of the other gods turned towards the 3. What could be so difficult about that? They each retorted in turn. The Legion's greatest strength lies in the 4 fiends, but judging by their exhibited combat capabilities, they are merely at the level of second-tier divinity. While the other undead warriors are at most of master rank, the formidable Nicol Bolas is managed by other deities. Yet even their combined strength fails to contend with the Legion of Immortals. In Chapter 430, the Cataclysm approaches, Part 6, since Azorius, Spherolis, and Jews are willing to confront the Legion of Immortals, the gods naturally find no need to heed Kristine's demands. Corona observes the situation with a cold smile. Words of reason cannot sway the damned, and soon enough, they will lament their folly. Kristine's spark is a legacy from the Planeswalker Khan. Upon becoming a Planeswalker herself, she naturally inherited Khan's knowledge. Without such inheritance, how could a novice grasp the intricacies of those spells? Alongside this knowledge came detailed information regarding Nicol Bolas and the Legion of Immortals. Khan, having glimpsed the potential cataclysm in the River of Fate, arrived in this multiverse ahead of time to lay his plans, leaving behind the method for achieving divinity through the fusion of 5 colors of mana. Anticipating Khan's schemes, Nicol Bolas allied with the ancient dominators, allowing their essence to traverse with Kristine's soul. Once Kristine's soul is twisted, this destined nihilist transforms from savior to destroyer. Leveraging the events of the Netherspire magical empire, Khan proposed that the gods unite to foretell the future of this multiverse. From this, he foresaw that his prophecy would be anticipated by Nicol Bolas, and thus he left behind Savannah and the Spark. In the ensuing days, the gods dispatched numerous avatars to patrol. Upon sighting the Legion of Immortals, they would summon reinforcements to encircle and intercept, compelling Nicol Bolas to retreat, thus ensuring the safety of their followers. However, such a strategy of deploying numerous avatars is immensely draining on divine power. It can be sustained for a short while, but not indefinitely. Fortunately, 3 weeks later, Kristin presented 3 artifacts known as the soul-piercing needles. The use of these artifacts is straightforward. Simply cast them towards a target to seal their teleportation abilities for 15 minutes, while leaving all other capabilities unaffected. With the artifacts in hand, the remaining tasks became manageable. Upon detection of the Legion of Immortals by a patrolling divine avatar, the traveling god Sandoval would be summoned to seal Nicol Bolas's teleportation powers, leading to a swift engagement by those nearby. Thanks to the nature of Sandoval's divine duty, whether deploying avatars or providing support, he operates with remarkable speed compared to other gods. However, given the vastness of the primary world, he must deploy 3 avatars, each carrying an artifact, in a triangular formation to maximize support. Soon, an opportunity arose. While the Legion of Immortals was assaulting a city in the Habsburg Kingdom, it was discovered by an avatar of the agricultural goddess, prompting an immediate summons for the traveling god Sandoval. Both avatars possessed only a rank 1 divine essence, and Nicol Bolas, in a moment of carelessness, failed to escape, resulting in his teleportation abilities being sealed by the soul-piercing needles. Subsequently, a flurry of rank 5 avatars descended like raindrops. Aware of the limited time for the sealing, they wasted no words and launched into battle, unleashing a barrage of extraordinary divine power attacks. Under normal circumstances, such an onslaught would overwhelm even the mightiest deity. And given that Nicol Bolas had yet to regain his full strength, he currently stood at the level of a weakened divine essence. Nonetheless, being a planeswalker, he had the advantage of the Legion of Immortals at his side. He first conjured an illusionary legion through an instantaneous spell, creating numerous avatars of himself. While these avatars were not formidable, their capacity to cast spells sufficed. In unison, they extended their left claws, casting the instantaneous spell Dark Offering, reducing swathes of the Legion of Immortals to ash, their soul energy converted into mana. Their right claws employed the instantaneous spell transfer, redirecting the attacks from divine avatars, while simultaneously casting the instant spell recitation, allowing each avatar to replicate the transfer spell. Consequently, the attacks from one divine avatar were diverted to strike another, creating chaos on the battlefield. Nicol Bolas's true form also enacted Dark Offering to replenish his mana, and seizing an opening, he unleashed an instantaneous spell of termination upon the rank 5 avatar of the agricultural goddess, obliterating it into a shower of divine crystal. The demise of the rank 5 avatar startled the other divine avatars. Yet, they found themselves without effective countermeasures, forced to exercise caution against redirected attacks while launching their own. As the most potent, extraordinary divine powers were beyond the capabilities of the rank 5 avatars, it became clear to all that as long as the Legion of Immortals remained, Nicol Bolas would have an inexhaustible supply of mana to face multiple opponents. Sorceress and Juz each dispatched 2 rank 2 avatars to engage the 4 fiends, while Azorius' rank 5 avatar focused on obliterating the Legion of Immortals, proving to be an effective strategy. However, being chosen by Nicol Bolas to lead the Legion of Immortals, the 4 fiends undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. The eternal fiend Okota shimmered with white light, activating his innate ability of duplication, multiplying himself from 1 to 3 for a duration of 10 minutes. Gaining the upper hand, they swiftly eliminated one of Sorceress' rank 2 avatars. The eternal fiend Kofa, wielding a golden staff that flashed with light, activated his innate ability of replication, mirroring Nicol Bolas's instantaneous spell of termination, dispatching another of Sorceress' rank 2 avatars. The eternal fiend Ronas, with a green light flashing from his staff, doubled the attack power of the eternal fiend Betis, equating to rank 4 divine combat prowess. Meanwhile, the eternal fiend Betis unleashed a dark glow from its weapon, enabling attacks to disregard distance. It could strike foes even from thousands of miles away. Naturally, Juz's rank 2 avatar was no match for this onslaught, and was swiftly obliterated. Shortly thereafter, the 2 fiends combined their strength to destroy another of Juz's avatars. Subsequently, the 4 fiends converged upon Azorius' rank 5 avatar, employing their unique skills to gain an advantage in numbers. Azorius realized he was on the brink of defeat. During this turmoil, other rank 5 avatars of divine beings attempted to assist, but any who approached were met with Nicol Bolas's instantaneous spell of termination, instilling fear and dissuading them from intervening. The first use of the soul-piercing golden needle sealed the target for 15 minutes, during which over 10 minutes were spent waiting for the avatars of the gods to arrive. A second soul-piercing golden needle was then deployed, resulting in another 15 minutes of confinement. The third needle could not be utilized in time, and ultimately, the sealing period elapsed, allowing Nicol Bolas to escape with the army of the Undying. In this battle, Azuth lost a 5th-level avatar, while both Svarnas and Rizeka each lost 2 2nd-level avatars. The sole achievement was the sacrifice of those undying creatures by Nicol Bolas through the Dark Rite, rendering them unable to resurrect. Chapter 431, Catastrophe Descends, Part 7. In the main world, on Dragon Island. All the true gods from various pantheons convened with their avatars to discuss how to address the threat posed by the army of the Undying. The previous battle had not only resulted in the loss of a 5th-level avatar for Azuth, the god of mages, but also 2 2nd-level avatars for both Svarnas, the god of prophecy, and Rizeka, the goddess of Orcish life. Subsequently, the army of the Undying invaded Svarnas' divine realm and killed his true form, instilling a sense of dread among the gods with weak and lesser divine powers. Weak divine power corresponds to divine rank levels 15, while lesser divine power ranges from levels 6 to 10. These 2 tiers of deities account for half of the total divine population. If they dispatched avatars to engage in battle and suffered losses, their divine realms could be attacked, leading to the demise of their true forms. Conversely, if they refrained from sending avatars to defend their realms, their followers would face slaughter, resulting in a similarly grim fate. This predicament made them hesitant to engage in conflict. The goddess of agriculture, a deity of formidable divine power with a rank of 18, also suffered a significant blow, losing a 5th-level avatar in battle, requiring considerable time to restore her divine strength. If even the powerful gods were so affected, it was imperative for the other deities to convene this meeting. Nicol Bolas had slain both the goddess of magic and the god of slaughter, absorbing their divine fire energy. Yet even his combat prowess was restored only to that of a true god with weak divine power. Under normal circumstances, he would be unable to defeat even a single 5th-level avatar, let alone a dozen. However, as a planeswalker, his spells and combat style differed fundamentally. The guaranteed effects of divine magic were rendered ineffective in this context, despite hundreds of attacks, which would have inflicted significant damage with just one hit. None struck their mark due to the deflection of the true god avatar's assaults. This was achievable at the level of weak divine power because he could sustain combat through the sacrifice of the Undying. Thus, the central issue returned to the need to confront the army of the Undying first. The boastful god of mages, Azuth, the prophetic god Svarnas, and the goddess of Orcish life, Rizeka, faced dire consequences, with 1 dead and 2 severely wounded. Especially Azuth and Rizeka, who dared not move recklessly even within their divine realms, almost abstaining from attending this assembly out of fear that Nicol Bolas might breach their sanctuaries and end their lives. As deities are eternal and immortal, they preferred to relinquish potential gains rather than risk their lives. Since the invasion of the army of the Undying, 3 true gods had perished. Although this was a small number compared to the total of several hundred, none wished to become the 4th casualty, no matter how slim the odds. Thus, Kristin and Corona were summoned once again. Although they had previously rejected the conditions, bringing them back without resolution was embarrassing. Yet if everyone shared in the humiliation, it would not be so shameful. The meeting was presided over by the kindly Yigos, who said to Kristin, "We accept the conditions you proposed, recognizing Corona as the sole goddess of life in the multiverse. That is acceptable." He continued, "Corona, do not overthink it. When Kristin first suggested this, we were inclined to agree, but Svarnas raised objections. As the god of prophecy, his words carry weight, which caused us to hesitate. The deceased can bear the blame, just as dead gods can shoulder responsibility. Directing the matter onto Svarnas' shoulders allowed everyone to save face. Respected Yigos, the past is behind us." Kristin and Corona naturally had little to add, as it held no significance. Securing their benefits was of utmost importance. Yigos then asked Corona, "Shall we proceed as previously discussed, with all acknowledging you as the goddess of life, and you taking on the responsibility of dealing with the army of the Undying?" "Yes," she affirmed. Confirming that there were no issues on Corona's end, Yigos turned to the dragon goddess of life, Tamara, and inquired, "What is your opinion?" "I have no objections. This is a divine office." Tamara tossed a sphere of light to Corona, containing the divine office of the dragon goddess of life. The loss of her divine office would not significantly diminish her power, especially since the dragon god had promised her compensation once the matter was resolved. Moreover, establishing a positive relationship with a powerful true god would only benefit her. Thank you, Goddess Tamara. I shall remember this favor, Corona said with a slight bow. Yegos then directed his attention to Rizeka, the goddess of Orcish life. What is your viewpoint? I refuse. Rizeka, possessing weak divine power, had lost 2 second-level avatars in the previous battle and could not even dispatch an avatar to this meeting, resulting in her presence as merely a saint, representing a legendary tier embodiment, incapable of utilizing true god abilities. If she were to relinquish her divine office as the goddess of Orcish life, she risked being drawn into the astral realm by the world's rules, falling into a slumber. Even if the Orcish god Nuis were willing to rescue her, it would be a long time before that could happen. Fear of death compelled her to reject the transfer of her divine office. Yegos turned to Nuis, the chief god of the behemoth, orc, pantheon. What are your thoughts on this? Nuis chuckled heartily. In our behemoth pantheon, we respect everyone's choices. Yegos asked, will your behemoth pantheon acknowledge Corona as the sole goddess of life? Nuis replied, our behemoth goddess of life is solely Rizeka. With the army of the Undying currently ravaging human settlements, why would he, as the chief god of the behemoth pantheon, be eager to eliminate the invaders? He could clearly see that Corona was using this as an excuse to gain universal recognition and draw in primal energy. But what would the absence of the behemoth pantheon matter? It would not affect anything. Since Nuis had stated his position, there was no need for further persuasion. Yegos then turned to the other true gods. Do any of you have opinions on this matter? Speak now if you do not wish to acknowledge Corona as the goddess of life. No one opposed. This issue offered them only benefits and no drawbacks. So why would they disagree? Jaeger turned and inquired, Corona, will the absence of the recognition from the behemoth pantheon affect your ability to confront the Legion of the Eternal? Corona remained silent, but Kristin smiled and remarked, perhaps there is no need to rush. Circumstances may yet change. Amid the confusion of the gathered assembly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through, and the sanctified avatar of Rizeka crumbled to ash, as the Legion of the Eternal breached the divine realm of the orc goddess Rizeka, resulting in her demise. No. News displayed an expression of disbelief. He had dispatched avatars to safeguard Rizeka's domain, yet they failed to thwart Nicol Bolas. Only Kristin understood that after absorbing the divine fire energy of Sophralis, Nicol Bolas had restored his power to that of a lesser divine being, with an expanded repertoire of spells at his disposal. Chapter 432, Catastrophe Descends. 8. The fall of Rizeka was a resounding slap in the face to News, the behemoth, orc, god, echoing loudly. Just as he had voiced his dissent, the goddess perished, rendering his objections meaningless. Yet, despite the embarrassment, a true god who had endured for millennia ought to possess some level of composure. Thus, News hastily reversed his stance. Our behemoth life goddess is solely Rizeka. With her demise, we acknowledge Corona as the goddess of life. There was no room for denial. The previous fall had been a human deity, which had allowed him to spectate, but now an orc deity had fallen, and denying it further could lead to unforeseen consequences. With the agreement of the assembled deities, Jaeger proceeded to the next agenda item. Kristin, he stated, the artifacts you previously crafted were highly effective, yet we now possess but one. I hope you can produce several more. Esteemed God Jaeger, Kristin replied, Nicol Bolas, as a planeswalker, may have evaded capture once due to carelessness. He will undoubtedly devise a countermeasure should he encounter it again. Of course, I merely wish to remind you that if you provide the materials, I will furnish the finished products. Kristin was making her position clear. Should the piercing needle prove ineffective, it would not be the artifact's fault, but rather due to the enemy's acquired means of counteraction. The god of order inquired, Kristin, do you possess a superior strategy? If Nicol Bolas's teleportation cannot be curtailed, sending more individuals would be futile, as he could escape at will. Kristin smiled slightly. Radiant as a blooming tulip, I can restrain him for half an hour, but it will incur an additional cost. Agreed. The gods readily consented without hesitation. The loss of several avatars in battle would far outweigh the compensation given to Kristin. Moreover, the potential for the demise of one's true form was a fate none wished to face. With intelligence provided by the ancient entity Samia, it became apparent that Nicol Bolas possessed intimate knowledge of the continent's geography, as well as the various churches, kingdoms, principalities, and guilds, enabling him to strike at will. Especially after further restoring his strength, he could employ illusionary spells to conjure an army, effectively duplicating 10 beings, which meant he could replicate 4 of the eternal demons, resulting in a total of 14. This explained why the Legion of the Eternal had successfully breached Rizeka's divine realm, despite news dispatching avatars for defense. Of course, a planeswalker's teleportation spells could not traverse vast distances, but when combined with concealment spells, evading the search efforts of the divine avatars posed no challenge. Presently, Nicol Bolas was assaulting a vital city within the kingdom of Habersburg. The resistance was negligible against the Legion of the Eternal, as the defenders' numbers, levels, and classes paled in comparison to the attackers, compounded by the relentless bravery of the Eternal Warriors. With a swift motion, led by the avatar of the goddess of agriculture, several fifth-tier avatars of true gods descended. Observing this, Nicol Bolas prepared to cast a momentary spell to escape. The ancient entity that had traversed alongside Kristin was unaware of her reborn identity prior to their crossing, and to avoid detection, this ancient being had relinquished much of its power, rendering it unable to communicate with its kin, Sumia. This resulted in Nicol Bolas's understanding that within this multiverse existed a planeswalker named Kristin, yet he was oblivious to her being the void of destiny. Nicol Bolas found no surprise in encountering other planeswalkers, for what else could one call a planeswalker if not a traveler across various multiverses? According to Sumia's intelligence, planeswalker Kristin's strength was not formidable, thus Nicol Bolas did not abandon his plans due to her presence alone. It was only upon the emergence of the artifact, the piercing needle, that he realized she was not an ordinary planeswalker but an artifact master, compelling him to reconsider his underestimation of her. Much like a chemist who may struggle to demolish a wall with brute force, yet possesses the ability to construct explosives given sufficient materials, Kristin's capabilities were deceptively potent. However, Nicol Bolas was a step behind. Concealed in the shadows, Kristin unleashed a momentary spell of negation, countering non-biological spells, enchantments, divine abilities, and superpowers directed at her. This momentary spell could not itself be countered. Kristin successfully thwarted Nicol Bolas's teleportation spell, and when he attempted to retaliate against her counterspell, he found it unassailable, resulting in his teleportation being rendered ineffective. Unperturbed by his inability to escape, Nicol Bolas first employed his willpower to inhibit Kristin's teleportation, asserting, "If I cannot flee, neither shall you." He then conjured an illusionary army to create multiple avatars of himself, intending to employ the same tactics to buy time. The mana of a planeswalker is not infinite. With the Legion of the Eternal available for sacrifice, an additional Kristin posed little threat to Nicol Bolas. This was compounded by his still recovering power. Otherwise, even 10 Kristines would be of no consequence. At that moment, the true gods of various pantheons simultaneously pointed to the river of the underworld, proclaiming loudly, "I recognize Corona's Stewart, Kristin Stewart, as the singular goddess of life within the multiverse." Including the main realm, all true believers across the various planes bowed in reverence, fervently praying, "Great goddess of life, Corona Stewart, Kristin Stewart, you are the embodiment of life, the protector of all beings, you are." In an instant, a torrent of life force surged forth. The pantheon of humanity, alongside the Slavic deities, acknowledged the life goddess Corona, who emerged from a near-death state, regaining a flicker of divine power. The Elven and Draconic pantheons likewise recognized her, elevating her to a level of diminished divine strength. The Dwarven and Gnomish pantheons followed suit, granting her a medium level of divine power. The Orcish and Halfling pantheons, among others, also acknowledged her, allowing her to ascend to a formidable level of divine strength. Since the dawn of the multiverse, Corona was the only deity, aside from the god King Eo, to be universally recognized by all true gods. Empowered by this recognition, her divine rank surged to a remarkable level 20. However, this elevation was temporary. Without sufficient followers to sustain her, she risked a gradual decline. Yet, at this moment, she had more than enough support. With a countenance radiating purity, Corona extended her arms and cast a grand spell to resurrect the past. Bathed in divine light, all the immortals were revived. Initially adorned with expressions of confusion, they soon fell to their knees, reciting prayers in adoration of the great life goddess. The Legion of the Immortals had ceased to exist. Chapter 433, The Onset of Calamity, and The Legion of the Immortals was a creation of Nicol Bolas, crafted through arcane means and not mere undead creatures. Therefore, upon their revival, should they meet death again, it would signify true demise. The avatars conjured by Nicol Bolas could no longer employ dark rituals to siphon life force from the resurrected, thus rendering him incapable of casting spells to defend against the assaults of the true divine avatars. With teleportation spells rendered ineffective and sources of magical power curtailed, Especially as more true divine avatars descended, Nicol Bolas found himself with no choice but to flee swiftly. He conjured an illusionary army, creating several more avatars. And along with those already in existence, nearly 40 Nicol Bolases scattered, forcing the true divine avatars present to divide their forces in pursuit. Due to the variance in their magical systems, the true gods found it impossible to discern which of the illusionary avatars were real and which were mere phantoms. They could not afford to overlook any. The ancient entity, Sumia, also sought escape. However, her expertise lay in concealment and distortion, rendering her less adept at flight. Furthermore, she was pursued by Kristin, whose capabilities rendered Sumia's own efforts trivial. Let us not forget that Kristin had absorbed the power of an ancient entity. At that moment, Sumia was ensnared by 4 powerful tendrils that emerged from Kristin, stretching her into a cruciform posture. 7 energy tendrils penetrated her orifices, and despite her struggles, she could not withstand the onslaught, ultimately succumbing to energy depletion. Meanwhile, Kristin's power ascended to a level equivalent to that of a weak true god. Returning to the life goddess Corona, her divine rank had reached level 20, thanks to the acknowledgement of the gods and her successful casting of a widespread resurrection spell, neutralizing the threat posed by the Legion of the Immortals. Contributing decisively to the salvation of this multiverse, she garnered the final vestige of life force recognition, propelling her divine rank to an astonishing 21, thereby becoming an ancient god. The number of ancient gods was finite. However, with the fall of the goddess of magic, a vacancy now belonged to the life goddess Corona. All true divine avatars descended upon the battlefield, with nearly 100 exceeding level 5. Each Nicol Bolas pursued by a throng of divine avatars. With each passing moment, one Nicol Bolas fell, yet they were merely illusions, not the true essence. As a planeswalker, Kristin possessed the acumen to accurately discern reality from illusion. Grasping Corona's hand, she pursued one of the Nicol Bolas avatars. With Corona's divine energy flowing through their joined hands and into the sword Kristin wielded, the Sword of Destiny, albeit a mere imitation, would shatter upon striking. Its materials derived from previous donations by the gods. Nonetheless, even a replica required the strength of a powerful true god to wield effectively. Kristin swung fiercely, "In my name. Sever the threads of fate." To her astonishment, the blade did not find its mark on Nicol Bolas, but instead cleaved through the void. A crack echoed, revealing a figure, the God King, the supreme deity Io. Legend spoke of his slumber since the tumultuous years, yet here he appeared, wounded by the Sword of Destiny. Io, hand pressed to his injury, bore a countenance of disbelief. "How did you uncover my presence?" Kristin replied with a smile, "I am a planeswalker." Io dismissed her assertion. "No mere planeswalker could detect me." Nicol Bolas, also a planeswalker, had remained undetected in Io's presence, and Io doubted Kristin's superiority over him. Kristin asserted, "The truth remains. Not only did I perceive your existence, but I also comprehend your purpose here. During the turbulent years, you lost the majority of your power and were compelled to recuperate through slumber, yet your restoration is agonizingly slow. Subsequently, ancient gods emerged, and you are no longer the sole choice for the life force. Even if you awaken, you cannot reclaim your former standing." As the once most powerful being in this multiverse, Io had witnessed the prophetic visions alongside the gods, perceiving more than any other. Thus, he devised a plan, hoping to diminish the number of gods through invaders to facilitate the attraction of life force. The goddess of magic, a true god of formidable power and one of the ancient, embodied the magic web. Without your covert machinations, how could she have fallen so easily? The ancient entity Sumia, without your clandestine support, could not have infiltrated the magic web to influence the goddess of magic's avatars. At that moment, Nicol Bolas interjected, "You even lurked beside me, seeking the opportunity to consume me and assume my place. Did you truly believe I was oblivious?" Io, perplexed, inquired, "If you discovered this, why continue? I nearly found the chance to devour you." Nicol Bolas scoffed, "I require the divine fire of true gods. Why would I cease? Opportunity? Without granting you a chance. How could you willingly assist me?" At that juncture, the divine avatars had overcome Nicol Bolas's illusions and converged, their astonishment palpable upon learning of such a calamitous conspiracy. The great disaster was, in fact, this revelation. Io's hand flickered with divine light as he reached toward Nicol Bolas. "It is not too late to consume you now." Smack! Nicol Bolas was engulfed in a tempest of flames, yet this was but an illusion, a mere manifestation of his spark. In the distance, Nicol Bolas had already stepped into a swirling vortex of time and space, preparing to depart from this multiverse. Before his departure, he left behind a parting remark. Young planeswalker, may our paths cross again. Ao, undeterred by the failure of his schemes, laughed heartily and proclaimed, even after millennia, I shall still have loyal subordinates. Now, let me lead you in the reconstitution of the once mighty pantheon. The death recorder, Yegas, emerged and declared with fervor, shall we succumb to slaughter or rise in defiance? Today marks the pivotal moment of destiny. Thus, the battle for the fate of the gods commenced. The end,